Jump! Hurry up and jump! The people behind you are waiting. Jiang Xiaofei was urged by his companions from behind, yet he was reluctant to take a single step forward. For just one more step would lead him to an abyss of unfathomable depth. Gazing at the sheer cliff that seemed to stretch into infinity, Jiang Xiaofei's legs had already turned to jelly. Behind him stood a group of boys, all of similar age, their faces radiating with brilliant smiles and exuberance. Their eyes were fixed on the distant precipice, brimming with anticipation. Jiang Xiaofei turned around to look at these fearless youths, a wave of melancholy washing over him. He could not help but think that, apart from himself, there was not a single sane individual among them. They were all mad. Jiang Xiaofei was once a newly admitted student of a prestigious university, embarking on a long-distance relationship with his girlfriend. Unable to bear the agony of separation, he resolved to take a flight to the city where she resided. With his heart full of longing, Jiang Xiaofei boarded the plane. Little did he know that this would be his final journey by AI, or as the aircraft neared his girlfriend's city. Jiang Xiaofei closed the Dragon Ball manga in his hands, envisioning their reunion. Just then, he heard the captain's voice. "Dear passengers, due to adverse weather conditions and technical malfunctions, we are unable to land as scheduled. Please remain patient." The cabin erupted into chaos, and Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but curse. Why was it so difficult to meet his girlfriend? He felt the plane endlessly circling above her city before it ultimately plunged toward the nearby mountains. This was Jiang Xiaofei's last memory of his previous life. When he next opened his eyes to the daylight, he found himself in an entirely new place. Yes, he had traversed into another realm. Before he could comprehend the rules of this new world, he was pulled to the edge of a cliff by a group of people. Upon a smooth, massive stone, he beheld a figure dressed as a priest, engaged in fervent prayers. The priest slowly turned to face Jiang Xiaofei and the others, roaring, "My devoted followers, do you aspire to become heroes like Kakarot? Do you desire a wife like Bulma?" "Yes, yes, yes," the passionate youths shouted in unison, their voices hoarse with enthusiasm. Only Jiang Xiaofei, bewildered, thought, "Kakarot? Bulma? Aren't those characters from the Dragon Ball series? Could this be the world of Dragon Ball?" He shook his head at the sight of the fervent crowd before him. The priest continued, "Today, your opportunity has arrived. Guided by the divine, I have come here to offer you redemption. You are the favored children of the gods, blessed with their grace. Today marks the moment of your transformation, when you shall soar to greatness." As a proponent of science, Jiang Xiaofei understood what the priest was orchestrating. However, he refrained from voicing any dissent, fearing he might be torn apart by the impassioned youth surrounding him. "Follow the divine guidance and forge ahead. You shall gain immense power and become warriors akin to Kakarot." The priest extended his hand, pointing toward the precipice not far away. Thus, this group of youth spontaneously formed a line, bravely advancing towards the precipice. One by one, vibrant young lives leaped from the cliff's edge. Witnessing this frenzied scene, Jiang Xiaofei felt a chill run down his spine, and soon it was his turn. Thus, the opening scene unfolded. "Coward!" A boy behind Jiang Xiaofei cast a disdainful glance at the trembling figure before him, then swiftly leaped over Jiang, positioning himself at the forefront, plunging into the unfathomable abyss below. Jiang Xiaofei collapsed onto the ground, feeling utterly humiliated. He had witnessed cues for ordering food, for playing games, yet now he found himself amidst a queue for death. At that moment, reason urged him to refrain from jumping without any safety measures in place. The priest squinted at Jiang Xiaofei, his lips curling into a peculiar smirk, devoid of any further movement. "Coward!" One after another, the youths bypassed Jiang Xiaofei, echoing the earlier taunt, vanishing from his sight. Jiang Xiaofei felt an overwhelming sense of shame, as reason in his mind was gradually supplanted by impulse. "I'm not a coward. Today, I shall show you who the real coward is," Jiang Xiaofei declared, rising unsteadily to his feet, his trembling legs propelling him towards the cliff. All eyes were fixed upon Jiang Xiaofei, who, with a determined leap, became a striking silhouette against the cliffside. With his eyes tightly shut, he plummeted toward the abyss, the mountain wind howling in his ears. As reason returned, regret flooded Jiang Xiaofei's mind. But it was too late now. In his previous life, he had read countless novels where protagonists, upon transmigrating, acquired various extraordinary abilities, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Yet here he was. As a fellow transmigrator, why did he encounter such a tragic fate upon his arrival? His journey in this new world seemed so brief and woeful. Thinking of his beautiful girlfriend from his past life, Jiang Xiaofei felt a sharp pang in his heart. But what could he do? Fate was now beyond his control. A foul odor invaded his nostrils, traveling down his respiratory tract and esophagus, reaching his lungs and stomach. Before his brain could process the situation, Jiang Xiaofei involuntarily expelled the remnants of his last, undigested breakfast. The stench intensified, and as he opened his eyes, he beheld a colossal dinosaur, its gaping maw wide open, eagerly awaiting its meal. Damn it! Jiang Xiaofei could not help but exclaim, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. He had no desire to become the dragon's next meal. He glanced at the trees that sprouted from the cliffside, desperately waving his arms, hoping to halt his descent. Bang! Crack! Under the force of gravity, as he passed by a tree, he was abruptly severed in two. Ding! At the moment of contact with the tree, a different sound echoed in Jiang Xiaofei's mind, yet he paid it no heed in that critical moment. One tree after another was torn asunder by Jiang Xiaofei, who himself sustained various injuries. Just as he was about to plummet into the jaws of the malevolent dragon, a tree steadfastly bore the weight of his falling body. Jiang Xiaofei exhaled deeply, gazing at the dragon below, feeling a semblance of tranquility settle within him at last. "Come into my mouth," the dragon uttered, its voice imbued with human-like articulation, addressing Jiang Xiaofei, who hung precariously from a branch. "I refuse to enter your maw," Jiang Xiaofei boldly retorted. Roar. The dragon unleashed a furious bellow, its foul breath causing turmoil within Jiang Xiaofei's stomach. Nevertheless, his grip on the lifeline remained unyielding, unwavering in its tenacity. "I aspire to be a hero." An untimely voice resonated from directly above Jiang Xiaofei, causing his expression to freeze, a fragrant exclamation escaping his lips. Gazing once more at the dragon beneath him, he noticed a peculiar smile creeping across its face, as if it were suggesting that this time he had no choice but to enter its gaping maw. This thought stirred a sense of revulsion within him. The voice drew nearer until it collided with Jiang Xiaofei's body. Ah! A pair of anguished cries erupted simultaneously from both Jiang Xiaofei and the descending youth, as Jiang Xiaofei felt as if his very insides had been crushed by the falling boy. Looking at the branch, which had previously managed to withstand his weight, he realized it could no longer endure the additional burden of another youth. Crack! The sound of the splintering trunk signified the end of his support, and together with the boy, he plummeted toward the dragon's mouth. The dragon below, witnessing this spectacle, had already opened its maw wide, saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth, eagerly anticipating the arrival of its delectable prey. Jiang Xiaofei, devoid of hope, closed his eyes, no longer believing in the possibility of miracles. Ding. Ding ding. Congratulations, host, for activating the critical hit system. Chapter 2. The critical hit system and the ferocious dragon. Jiang Xiaofei abruptly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light sparkled within them. It was a joy unprecedented. Indeed, the system within him had awakened. As a transmigrator, he too possessed a golden finger. He was the protagonist. Upon learning that the system was named the critical hit system, Jiang Xiaofei believed he would acquire the skill of delivering critical hits. This newfound confidence surged through him as he faced the fearsome dragon, prompting him to clench his fist, which resembled a sandbag in size, reminiscent of a hero capable of delivering a single, powerful punch. His eyes gleamed with determination as he launched himself toward the dragon below. It was time for a comeback. Jiang Xiaofei thought, after enduring so much, his protagonist's aura should manifest. However, events did not unfold as he had envisioned. The moment his fist made contact with the dragon's forehead, there was no catastrophic collapse of the beast, nor did a critical hit materialize. Instead, he heard the sickening sound of bones shattering from his own clenched fist. The excruciating pain jolted Jiang Xiaofei from his earlier bravado. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 critical hit points. Your current strength is at 50. Keep it up. The system's message echoed in Jiang Xiaofei's mind. Damn it! Faulty system. Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed, momentarily dazed. What happened to the critical hits? However, He could not afford to ponder the critical hit system any longer, for the enraged dragon below had already begun to roar once more, threatening to pierce his eardrums. Enduring the searing pain, Jiang Xiaofei fled into the distance. He had to survive, no matter how arduous the path ahead. Yet, how could his speed possibly match that of the dragon? The distance between them gradually diminished. Driven by fear, Jiang Xiaofei found a surge of speed within him. Spotting a small cave not far ahead, he dove in without a second thought. The dragon, hindered by its massive size, could not enter the cave and resorted to violently slamming against the mountainside. Inside the cave, Jiang Xiaofei gasped for breath. The pain in his arm had subsided. He slowly raised the arm that had struck the dragon, discovering it was perfectly healed. This revelation filled him with exuberance. Though he did not attribute it to his own abilities, instead, his thoughts turned to the system. You wretched system, where are the promised critical hits? You nearly cost me my life. Jiang Xiaofei lamented. Ding. Detecting the host's grievances, how may this system assist you? The system's humanized voice resonated. Sigh. Jiang Xiaofei sighed deeply. What purpose do you serve? This system is the critical hit system, designed to enhance the host's strength through the experience of continuous critical hits. The stronger the critical hits endured, the more points will be gained, resulting in a significant increase in strength. Oh, Jiang Xiaofei finally comprehended why his punch had no effect on the dragon. It turned out that the system did not grant him the ability to deliver critical hits, but rather to endure them. What if I cannot withstand the critical hits? Jiang Xiaofei was apprehensive about encountering a formidable opponent, fearing a powerful blow that could lead to his demise. However, the system reassured him, possessing unparalleled restorative capabilities. As long as he had breath, he could fully recover within 30 seconds. Beyond this, what other functions did the system offer? Given his current limitations in strength and authority, the system advised him to enhance his power to unlock greater privileges. Jiang Xiaofei felt a sense of helplessness. How could he possibly defeat the dragon outside? The system suggested raising his strength above 100. Motivated by this counsel, Jiang Xiaofei resolved to face the challenge. With a punch directed at the rocky surface, he struck, albeit cautiously, fearing pain. Ding. 0001 critical hit points. A glimmer of hope ignited within him as he observed the changes on the system panel. Yet he realized that to elevate from 50 to 100 would require at least 50,000 hits at this rate. The dragon remained outside, and he was uncertain how long the little cave could withstand the pressure. With this in mind, he increased his effort. 001 critical hit points. Through repeated attempts, Jiang Xiaofei grasped that the greater the critical hits he endured, the more points he accrued, whether actively or passively. Moreover, with the system's presence, he need not worry about his injuries, which were rapidly healing. Understanding this, he felt emboldened, and the rate of his point accumulation accelerated. Before long, a bruised and battered Jiang Xiaofei emerged, his critical hit points rising to 95, which he acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. Throughout this ordeal, he distinctly sensed a transformation in his physique. As his strength grew, acquiring critical hit points became increasingly effortless. Outside the cave, the dragon, thoroughly enraged, lashed its powerful tail against the mountainside, causing boulders to tumble and the cave to begin to collapse. Panic set in for Jiang Xiaofei. Being buried alive in the cave was hardly preferable to being devoured by the dragon. A massive rock plummeted, landing squarely on his right foot. Ding! Congratulations. Host has achieved 100 combat power. Reinvigorated, Jiang Xiaofei bolted from the cave and delivered a punch to the dragon, which was still thrashing its tail. This time, he felt neither the shattering of bones nor excruciating pain. Instead, the dragon was sent flying backward as if it were a mere pebble in the wind. What exhilaration! Jiang Xiaofei was filled with joy. All the suffering he had endured was worth it at this moment, as he could finally unleash his pent-up frustration. He would never forget the dragon's disdainful and mocking laughter when he had been ensnared in a tree. With renewed vigor, a refreshing mountain breeze swept past him, invigorating his spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the dragon. The arrogant dragon, under the relentless assault of Jiang Xiaofei, roared in frustration. It yearned to retaliate, yet found itself utterly immobilized. The dragon was perplexed. Mere moments before Jiang Xiaofei entered the cave, it had been a mere insect beneath its feet, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had grown so formidable. Moreover, the dragon could distinctly sense Jiang Xiaofei's strength escalating with each blow. You dare to look down upon me? How audacious you were just moments ago." Jiang Xiaofei utilized both his hands and feet, not forgetting to taunt verbally as well. Observing the now motionless dragon, he delivered a final, forceful kick and sighed in relief. He had initially intended to emulate the likes of Sun Wukong from the Dragon Ball universe and savor the taste of dragon meat. But the dragon's previous deeds stirred a tempest of revulsion within him. It was time to depart. Jiang Xiaofei chose to ignore the dragon and sought sustenance, pondering how to escape this place. At that moment, two figures materialized before him. One was clad in yellow, brimming with muscles, his hair defying the wind. The other, adorned in green, exuded an air of aloofness, dragging along a priest-like figure. Jiang Xiaofei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Sun Wukong. Piccolo. He had truly traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. Chapter 3. Vegeta's interest. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong beamed at Jiang Xiaofei, while Piccolo remained silent beside him. Jiang Xiaofei hurriedly responded, unable to conceal his excitement. As an avid fan of the anime realm, particularly of spirited series, Dragon Ball held a special place in his heart. He admired Sun Wukong's unwavering determination and fervor, and now, encountering him in person, he found it nearly impossible to remain composed. As for Piccolo, Jiang Xiaofei paid him little mind. Having watched Dragon Ball, he was well aware of the character's nature. "Did you slay that dragon?" Sun Wukong inquired, pointing at the defeated beast beside Jiang Xiaofei. "By sheer luck," Jiang Xiaofei admitted candidly, knowing that Sun Wukong and Piccolo were fully aware of his capabilities. "To think you possess such a physique, able to grow stronger through relentless combat." A glimmer of excitement shone in Sun Wukong's eyes. Though Jiang Xiaofei appeared weak at present, Sun Wukong firmly believed that, due to his unique constitution, he would one day become a formidable warrior, at which point they could engage in a thrilling battle. Jiang Xiaofei was unaware of Sun Wukong's thoughts, yet he felt a wave of tension from the fervor in his gaze. Sun Wukong produced a bean from his hand and tossed it toward Jiang Xiaofei. He caught it instinctively, a smile spreading across his face. "A senzu bean? Indeed. It will swiftly restore your stamina," Sun Wukong explained. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei consumed the bean, feeling the fatigue dissipate instantly, and his previously growling stomach now brimmed with energy. "Since the troubles here have been resolved, let us take our leave," Piccolo stated to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded and waved goodbye to Jiang Xiaofei, bidding farewell to his friend. Just as the two were about to take off, Jiang Xiaofei called out to them, "Wait, I'm lost. May I accompany you?" He spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Piccolo furrowed his brow slightly, but Sun Wukong maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Of course. If you have nowhere to go, why not return with us? We can also spar a bit." Jiang Xiaofei felt a bit overwhelmed. Sun Wukong was indeed the battle enthusiast he had always been portrayed as in the anime. I can't. My strength isn't sufficient." Although Jiang Xiaofei understood that he could rapidly enhance his abilities through critical hits, he recognized that he stood no chance against Sun Wukong. His current power was simply inadequate. "Don't worry. I have various training facilities that can help you grow stronger quickly," Sun Wukong said generously, not only welcoming Jiang Xiaofei, but also offering him a place to train. "Well, thank you then," Jiang Xiaofei replied, no longer refusing. In the world of Dragon Ball, survival necessitated either formidable strength or a powerful ally, and Sun Wukong, as the protagonist, was undoubtedly the best choice. Under the guidance of Sun Wukong and Piccolo, Jiang Xiaofei arrived in West City. There, he encountered several familiar faces, including Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin, all gathered together in a joyful atmosphere. Observing these characters, Jiang Xiaofei felt a pang of anxiety. "You're back. Has everything been resolved?" Vegeta approached Sun Wukong. "Yes, it has. Kakarot, let us fight." For Vegeta, nothing was more exhilarating than battling Sun Wukong. Although his strength was slightly inferior to that of Sun Wukong, each encounter allowed Vegeta to recognize the gap between them, driving him to become stronger. "Hold on. I would like to introduce a new friend," Sun Wukong said, pulling Jiang Xiaofei forward. "This is Jiang Xiaofei, our new companion." "Hello." Jiang Xiaofei greeted everyone with a smile. Gohan and Krillin responded warmly, while Vegeta remained indifferent. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, Jiang Xiaofei felt somewhat helpless, as Vegeta's personality was rather stoic, somewhat akin to Piccolo's. "Don't you want to fight? He will accompany you from now on," Sun Wukong said, pointing at Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had been set up. Was it because of Vegeta that Sun Wukong had brought him here? He harbored serious doubts about this. That guy? Vegeta glanced at Jiang Xiaofei, filled with skepticism. Kakarot, are you joking? Look at him. He seems so fragile. Jiang Xiaofei felt a bit exasperated by Vegeta's bluntness, knowing that in Vegeta's eyes, he truly appeared weak. It was likely that with a mere flick of a finger, Vegeta could obliterate him. Don't be in such a rush. If you're about to explode with anger, just hear me out. Sun Wukong restrained the rampaging Vegeta, whose physique was exceptionally unique, bearing similarities to our Saiyan traits. He could rapidly grow stronger through relentless combat and possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, surpassing our own. Oh, is that so? Vegeta finally expressed some interest in Jiang Xiaofei. I have never encountered such a physique. It resembles the legendary Super Saiyan God. Jiang Xiaofei felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could I possibly compare myself to a Super Saiyan? Come, follow me into the training room, Vegeta insisted, fully trusting Sun Wukong's words as he dragged Jiang Xiaofei towards the combat chamber. Jiang Xiaofei, feeling despondent, glanced at Sun Wukong, who wore an expression of schadenfreude. It seemed he was about to endure Vegeta's torment and devastation. Once inside the training room, both donned their battle attire. Give me your all, Vegeta commanded Jiang Xiaofei. How could I dare to strike? Jiang Xiaofei replied. Is that what you think of me? Vegeta responded, slightly irritated. No, not at all. I am simply too weak to be your opponent. I must remain humble until I am stronger. Jiang Xiaofei genuinely feared for his life at Vegeta's hands. Rest assured, I will only use 1/10,000th of my power. If you do not make a move soon, I will attack, Vegeta warned. Realizing he had no option for retreat, Jiang Xiaofei summoned his courage and extended his fist towards Vegeta. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's approach, Vegeta dismissed it entirely, not even bothering to channel his energy, merely using a single finger to meet Jiang Xiaofei's punch. The moment their contact occurred, Jiang Xiaofei was sent flying, his body feeling as if it had disintegrated. Yet his mind remained acutely aware of the overwhelming pain coursing through him. What happened to that 1/10,000th of power? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a critical hit bonus of 500 points. As Jiang Xiaofei lay motionless on the ground, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Is he really this weak? But soon, Vegeta was astonished. Within mere seconds, Jiang Xiaofei's body began to recover rapidly. After 30 seconds, he stood once more, and Vegeta could clearly sense that Jiang Xiaofei's strength had multiplied several times over. How intriguing. I wonder if this growth is temporary or permanent. Is there a limit? Vegeta smiled as he prepared to attack Jiang Xiaofei once again. Be careful. This time, I will utilize 1/1000th of my strength. Chapter 4. The savage growth of power. Jiang Xiaofei had yet to savor the joy of his newfound strength when Vegeta's words struck him with dread. 1/1000th. The previous 1/10,000th had nearly cost him his life. How could he withstand this 1/1000th? Vegeta surely intended to kill him. However, within the confines of the training room, escape was impossible. He had no choice but to brace himself and advance. As Vegeta's fist sped towards him, Jiang Xiaofei raised his arms, crossing them before him in a defensive posture. Vegeta's fist struck forcefully against Jiang Xiaofei's arms, transmitting waves of power through his trembling limbs and into his body. With a spurt of blood escaping his lips, Jiang Xiaofei was propelled backward once more, crashing against the wall of the combat chamber, sustaining a second impact before finally coming to a halt. Slumped on the ground, Jiang Xiaofei once again heard the voice of the system in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1,000 critical points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100 critical points. Vegeta stood firm, observing the changes in Jiang Xiaofei's body. Indeed, just as before, Jiang Xiaofei's physique restored itself within 30 seconds, and his strength surged once again. What remarkable regenerative capabilities, more efficient than the Senza beans. Vegeta exclaimed, huh? At last, I can truly enjoy this battle. Come, let us continue. He restrained his power to a mere 1/1000th and lunged toward Jiang Xiaofei once more. This time, however, Jiang Xiaofei chose not to remain passive. Clenching his right fist tightly, he met Vegeta's assault with a counterpunch. Bang! Their fists collided. And this time Jiang Xiaofei did not fly away. Their eyes locked in a moment of mutual anticipation, a glimmer of expectation shining in Vegeta's gaze. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100 critical points. Bang! 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 As their fists clashed in a flurry of strikes, Jiang Xiaofei felt his strength gradually increasing. After several exchanges, Vegeta realized that even with just 1,000th of his power, he was beginning to falter, while Jiang Xiaofei's strength steadily grew. Upon entering the combat chamber, Jiang Xiaofei had been a fragile figure. Now, after just a few rounds, he had transformed significantly. The speed of his progression was more terrifying than that of Cell or Majin Buu. Vegeta, ever the proud warrior, could not simply concede defeat. Therefore, he intensified his assault. As Jiang Xiaofei adapted to Vegeta's increasing power, he found himself relishing this exchange of blows, fist against fist, leg against leg. In this sparring, Jiang Xiaofei's strength flourished rapidly, deepening his understanding of the system. When the disparity in strength between Jiang Xiaofei and his opponent was vast, the damage he endured was greater, and thus he garnered more critical points. Conversely, when their strengths were comparable, as with Vegeta's 1,000th of power, the critical points accrued diminished. Once he surpassed his opponent, it appeared the critical points would cease to be effective. This realization drove Jiang Xiaofei to seek out stronger adversaries, for in the Dragon Ball universe, such beings and deities were not in short supply. Boom! Jiang Xiaofei was once again sent flying by Vegeta's amplified output. A smile graced Vegeta's face. Haha, what a thrill, he exclaimed to Jiang Xiaofei. Though I cannot unleash my full power, witnessing my opponent grow stronger by the moment is a unique pleasure. Jiang Xiaofei, you are indeed a commendable adversary. Lying on the ground, Jiang Xiaofei bore no trace of disappointment upon his face, instead feeling an incessant surge of power that filled him with profound emotion. In his previous world, he had never felt such strength. He had often fantasized about becoming robust and indomitable like the characters in anime, and now it seemed that his dreams were gradually materializing. Once more, after his body had fully recovered, Jiang Xiaofei rose again, this time intentionally launching an attack toward Vegeta, his eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for power. Vegeta, naturally, would acquiesce to Jiang Xiaofei's desires, intensifying his strikes, resulting in the resounding clash of steel-like impacts. Jiang Xiaofei was repeatedly sent flying, yet with each encounter, the duration of his endurance against Vegeta's might noticeably increase. In their exchanges, both warriors experienced a range of sentiments, particularly Vegeta, who grew increasingly intrigued by Jiang Xiaofei's physique. Outside the combat chamber, Son Goku and Piccolo engaged in casual conversation, with the newly joined Jiang Xiaofei becoming the focal point of their discussion. Surely Jiang Xiaofei won't be defeated by Vegeta? Krillin inquired of Son Goku. Rest assured, that won't happen. Vegeta knows where to draw the line. Furthermore, Jiang Xiaofei is not someone who can be easily vanquished. You have yet to witness his rare constitution, Son Goku explained. When Piccolo and I arrived, we happened to see him engage a dinosaur, and we could distinctly feel his power escalating during the encounter. It's somewhat reminiscent of my transformation into a Super Saiyan, yet distinctly different. As Son Goku spoke, he cast a glance toward the combat chamber, truly eager to see how Jiang Xiaofei's strength would manifest upon his exit. Could it really be so astonishing? Krillin expressed skepticism, yet he recognized Son Goku as a truthful individual, which only deepened his curiosity about Jiang Xiaofei. Within the combat chamber, Jiang Xiaofei was struck once more by Vegeta's fist, his body merely shifting backward a few steps. Steadying himself, he prepared to charge at Vegeta again. Stop! Vegeta gestured, halting Jiang Xiaofei's impending attack, while he himself, panting heavily, sank to the ground. Although he had consistently suppressed his power while battling Jiang Xiaofei, the latter seemed tireless, growing more resilient with each setback. In Jiang Xiaofei, Vegeta perceived a reflection of his former self. Now, Jiang Xiaofei appeared even more combative than the Saiyan Prince himself. Vegeta could distinctly sense that Jiang Xiaofei had already tapped into 80% of his potential. How much time had elapsed? In less than half a day, Jiang Xiaofei had progressed to such an extent, whereas Vegeta had spent years achieving his current level. Furthermore, it appeared that Jiang Xiaofei's advancement was stable, showing no signs of regression or lingering aftereffects. Vegeta had once believed that Saiyans were the pinnacle of excellence among races, yet after encountering Jiang Xiaofei, his perspective had irrevocably shifted, tinged with a hint of envy. Had he possessed the physique of Jiang Xiaofei, he could have intervened to defend his homeland when Frieza obliterated his planet. However, such scenarios are now mere figments of imagination. Yet, as a formidable warrior, Vegeta harbors his own pride. Observing the ferocious growth of Jiang Xiaofei's powers, he finds himself filled with anticipation. What heights will Jiang Xiaofei reach in the future? Unbeknownst to Vegeta's thoughts, Jiang Xiaofei is elated by the burgeoning strength coursing through his body. Despite the perils inherent in the Dragon Ball universe, he firmly believes that as long as he strives to cultivate his strength, survival is within reach. Moreover, with the presence of formidable allies like Vegeta and Goku, his prowess can surely be elevated at an accelerated pace. That will be all for today. You now possess 80% of my strength, Vegeta remarked to Jiang Xiaofei. Though this is under my non-transformed state as a Super Saiyan, it is certainly something to take pride in. Only 80%? Jiang Xiaofei felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing Vegeta's words, yet he recognized that this level of power was the culmination of Vegeta's years of dedication, which he had managed to achieve in less than half a day. Indeed, a testament to his prodigious talent. What? Are you dissatisfied? Vegeta inquired, observing Jiang Xiaofei's disheartened demeanor. My 80% strength is sufficient to obliterate the majority of warriors. If you remain unsatisfied, I can summon Kakarot to spar with you. He would be more than willing. Instantly revitalized, Jiang Xiaofei's spirits lifted at the prospect of battling Son Goku. At that moment, he found himself sharing Vegeta's eagerness to engage in combat with Goku. Chapter 5. Jiang Xiaofei vs. Son Goku. As the door to the training chamber swung open, Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta emerged, greeted by the gaze of onlookers. No longer daunted, Jiang Xiaofei now possessed the strength of 80% of Vegeta's power, qualifying him to engage in conversation with those present, although he remained the weakest among them. This did not signify a perpetual state of inferiority. Should he face Son Goku in battle, Jiang Xiaofei was confident he could elevate his abilities to match Goku's level, provided Goku did not transform into a Super Saiyan. In truth, Jiang Xiaofei was not entirely certain where the limits of the system lay. He pondered whether he could continue to enhance his strength by absorbing critical points even if Goku transformed. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta emerge, Son Goku rushed over, his face radiating warmth and curiosity. How did it go? What did you gain? He inquired, eager to learn of Jiang Xiaofei's progress after such a lengthy session. From an outward perspective, Jiang Xiaofei exhibited the nascent aura of a warrior, yet he still fell short in comparison to others. You have truly struck gold. Vegeta interjected before Jiang Xiaofei could respond. He is nothing short of a training genius, nay, a prodigy. Observing the ever-proud Vegeta bestow such high praise upon Jiang Xiaofei, a sense of joy welled up within him. In contrast, Goku and the others were taken aback, for it was the first time Vegeta had spoken of anyone in such exalted terms. Never had Vegeta conferred such admiration upon Goku or Trunks. The curiosity surrounding Jiang Xiaofei deepened among the group, particularly for Goku and Krillin. Vegeta recounted the events in the training room, and upon learning that Jiang Xiaofei had already achieved 8/10 of Vegeta's strength, astonished glances filled the room, interspersed with a hint of skepticism. Before Jiang Xiaofei's arrival, Goku had been the fastest in his training, yet Jiang achieved such prowess in merely half a day. They even questioned whether Jiang Xiaofei had been feigning weakness. How could anyone attain such heights in just half a day? Yet, the evidence lay before them, leaving them no choice but to believe. Goku remained optimistic, giving Jiang Xiaofei a thumbs up. Impressive. I truly envy your physique. We should spar sometime. Jiang Xiaofei, naturally eager to accept Goku's proposition, understood that enduring the onslaught of someone stronger than himself would expedite his growth. As for someone like Krillin, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed him. Aren't you curious to witness his strength? Vegeta remarked to Goku, already anticipating a confrontation with Jiang Xiaofei. Goku appeared astonished. While I, too, am eager to battle. He has just arrived and has already been put through the ringer by you. He deserves some time to acclimate. Let us spar tomorrow. Goku expressed his thoughts, to which Jiang Xiaofei nodded in agreement, seizing the opportunity to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Having just entered the Dragon Ball world, he still struggled to grasp the narrative's progression. The villains he encountered bore semblances to those he had seen before, yet their introductions varied. Given that Goku and Vegeta had found a way to coexist amicably, some of the threats on Earth seemed to have dissipated. Taking a deep breath, he set his concerns aside. Since he had arrived in this world, he resolved to embrace it wholeheartedly. Under Goku's guidance, Jiang Xiaofei began to gain a general understanding of his environment. That night, as he lay in bed reflecting on the day's events, he felt the surge of power emanating from within. Tomorrow, he would engage in battle with Goku. How much further would he evolve? Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofei jolted awake, and through the window, he beheld Vegeta clashing with Goku. Their combat style was straightforward yet ferocious. Yet Jiang Xiaofei perceived the stark disparity in their abilities. The strength Vegeta had demonstrated in the training room had already been overwhelming, but now he was unleashing his full potential as a Super Saiyan. Goku, too, mirrored this transformation. The collision of their auras caused the surrounding air to crackle and resonate. The exhilarating clash of combat left both Vegeta and Son Goku with a profound sense of satisfaction. Vegeta, it is time for bed. Bulma's voice pierced the amiable exchange between the two warriors. Despite being straightforward men, both Son Goku and Vegeta harbored a certain degree of trepidation towards their wives. Thus, their bout came to an end. And Jiang Xiaofei found himself even more eager for a confrontation with Son Goku. The following day, as dawn barely broke, Jiang Xiaofei blinked away the remnants of sleep. Under Son Goku's guidance, he entered their opulent dining hall, and the sight of the sumptuous feast laid out on the table made his mouth water. Though he was aware of Son Goku's prodigious appetite, the sheer quantity of food was still astonishing to him. Watching Son Goku devour his meal with fervor, Jiang Xiaofei's own appetite surged, and he embarked on his breakfast journey. Once adequately prepared, Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku made their way to a desolate mountainous region, accompanied by Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, and others. The vast expanse of the mountains exuded a certain melancholy, yet joy radiated from each face, brimming with anticipation for the impending events. Jiang Xiaofei cupped his fists gently towards Son Goku, requesting him to show restraint. Rest assured, Son Goku replied. The two distanced themselves from one another, with Son Goku regulating his power to approximately 80%, and thus their battle commenced. With a resounding thud, fists collided, the sound echoing across the barren mountains. Vegeta and the others watched intently, eager to witness whether Jiang Xiaofei's strength would increase in the midst of combat with Son Goku. The exchange was spirited, with neither party being sent flying. However, it was evident that Jiang Xiaofei's combat prowess was gradually rising, subtly suggesting he might even surpass Son Goku. Do not hold back your strength. Let us engage in a full-throttle battle, Jiang Xiaofei implored, unwilling to endure a sluggish escalation. All right, I shall oblige you, but be wary, Son Goku responded. In an instant, the aura surrounding Son Goku surged several notches, unleashing his full might and speed. Of course, this was Son Goku in his normal state. He had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. Even so, Jiang Xiaofei felt the weight of pressure emanating from Son Goku, igniting a thrill within him. He realized that enduring a few more strikes would allow him to harness Son Goku's strength. Just as Jiang Xiaofei assumed his battle stance, Son Goku vanished from sight, only to reappear before him in the blink of an eye. With no superfluous movements, Son Goku delivered a swift kick to Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen. The force of the blow sent Jiang Xiaofei hurtling towards a distant peak. He left a human-shaped imprint on the mountainside, lying there, gasping for breath. The sharp pain bringing with it a strange sense of exhilaration as he felt a continuous stream of power surging within him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10,000 critical strike points. The onlookers observing Jiang Xiaofei gradually widened their eyes, sensing the surge of power flowing into his being. In contrast to the astonishment of the crowd, Vegeta remained remarkably composed, for he had already witnessed Jiang Xiaofei's extraordinary prowess in the battle chamber. Chapter 6. Kamehameha. As Jiang Xiaofei slowly rose from the mountainside, Vegeta felt a flicker of satisfaction. Surely, there could be no further doubt now. This individual is indeed a prodigy, even surpassing Kakarot. If this battle continues, he may very well eclipse Kakarot and ascend to become the strongest warrior on Earth. Vegeta's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear present. Yet, in light of Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, no one dared to dispute Vegeta's words. Before the astonishment could wear off, Jiang Xiaofei assumed a fighting stance once more, beckoning for more. Observing the determined Jiang Xiaofei, Goku's smile broadened. His figure vanished again, hurtling towards Jiang Xiaofei's position. Faced with Goku's powerful kick, Jiang Xiaofei remained utterly focused, and all eyes were fixed in anticipation of the unfolding events. As Goku's foot met Jiang Xiaofei's, a violent energy radiated from their collision, sending tremors throughout the surroundings, even causing the air to hum. Unlike the previous instance where he was sent flying, Jiang Xiaofei merely staggered back a few paces before regaining his balance. The transformation in Jiang Xiaofei could not escape anyone's notice, and the stark contrast between his two states was glaringly evident. Goku's displayed combat strength was akin to before, perhaps even greater, yet Jiang Xiaofei did not falter. He only retreated slightly. This indicated that during this brief skirmish, Jiang Xiaofei's strength had once again surged, nearly matching Goku's combat prowess. Impressive, Goku remarked to the now stable Jiang Xiaofei. At this rate, it won't be long before you surpass me. Thank you for your kind words. However, my growth at this moment is purely in physical strength. My application of combat techniques and skills is still vastly inferior to yours. Jiang Xiaofei replied candidly, acknowledging his shortcomings. Presently, Jiang Xiaofei's enhancement was solely in his bodily strength, as evidenced in his battles against both Vegeta and Goku, which relied on physical might. However, in the face of a true adversary, mere physical clashes would not suffice. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the mastery of Ki is a pivotal factor in determining one's strength. For instance, Goku's expertise in the Kamehameha and Spirit Bomb hinges upon precise control of Ki, which is crucial in the heat of battle. Take your time, no need to rush. With your pace of learning, I am confident you will master anything swiftly, Goku encouraged. Speaking plainly, all right, was Jiang Xiaofei's simple response, and the two resumed their fierce exchange. Each collision carved deeper into the open mountainous terrain, leaving a mark of their relentless struggle. What is the origin of Jiang Xiaofei that he possesses such extraordinary abilities? Krillin expressed his curiosity. He considered himself somewhat worldly, having traveled through the cosmos alongside Sun Wukong for several years, encountering a myriad of individuals. Yet, he had never before witnessed someone like Jiang Xiaofei, who could rapidly enhance his own capabilities in the midst of battle. Initially at a distinct disadvantage, he not only recovered swiftly from a severe blow, but also experienced a remarkable surge in strength. No matter how one contemplated it, it seemed utterly unfathomable. I too happened upon Sun Wukong by chance, and as for Jiang Xiaofei's true identity, I remain in the dark, Piccolo replied candidly, sharing his own intrigue regarding Jiang Xiaofei's origins. Although they sensed no malice from him, the possibility that Jiang Xiaofei hailed from another planet in the universe, potentially an adversary of Earth, was a concern. Over the years, they had encountered numerous extraterrestrial beings harboring ill intentions towards Earth. While they had managed to overcome each threat through their own strength, the unknown dangers still warranted their vigilance. It seems we must investigate him. If he bears no ill will, we would naturally welcome him as an ally. However, if he comes with intentions of invading Earth, he is currently within our control. Yet, if he has companions, that would indeed pose a significant challenge, Piccolo observed solemnly as he watched the battle between Sun Wukong and Jiang Xiaofei. If he truly harbors malicious thoughts, that would make things all the more intriguing. Vegeta remarked eagerly, his competitive spirit ignited, eager for an exhilarating fight. The sounds of their physical clashes resonated in the ears of Vegeta and the others, as Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong continued to escalate their power and speed in combat. Jiang Xiaofei's prowess was now nearing that of Sun Wukong's current state, drawing envious glances from Krillin and Piccolo. Among their group, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were the strongest, while Krillin and Piccolo were relatively weaker. Nevertheless, their current abilities were the fruits of years of diligent training and numerous brushes with death. In stark contrast, Jiang Xiaofei had achieved a level of strength comparable to Sun Wukong's normal state in just 2 brief days, a feat that even deities might struggle to accomplish. What exhilaration! Jiang Xiaofei seemed to be inspired by Sun Wukong's fervor, with smiles ever present on both their faces during their skirmish. It was a bond of mutual respect between two equally matched opponents. Furthermore, the once dormant heart of Jiang Xiaofei appeared to be reignited, beginning to burn fiercely in this new world. Within him stirred a bolder idea. Could skills also be acquired through the experience of critical strikes? If Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha upon him, could he glean an understanding of energy from it? I wish to experience the might of your Kamehameha. With a spark of determination, Jiang Xiaofei expressed his thoughts to Sun Wukong. Observing the sincerity and anticipation on Jiang Xiaofei's face, Sun Wukong responded with fervor, urging him to brace himself. The distance between them widened once more as Jiang Xiaofei stood still, meticulously watching each of Sun Wukong's movements. He was already well acquainted with the stance of the Kamehameha technique, having witnessed it numerous times during Sun Wukong's battles against foes. While it may not be his signature move, It undoubtedly ranks among Sun Wukong's most proficient skills, one he had mastered since childhood. Nevertheless, as Jiang Xiaofei prepared to confront Sun Wukong's execution of the Kamehameha, a flicker of trepidation coursed through him. The palpable aura radiating from Sun Wukong was overwhelming for a novice like him. Sun Wukong spread his legs apart, bending at the waist, while positioning his hands before his abdomen. A luminous orb began to coalesce between his palms, its resplendent glow illuminating Jiang Xiaofei's visage. The brilliant sphere expanded, pulsating with pure energy, and Jiang Xiaofei could sense the formidable power contained within Sun Wukong's grasp, as the surrounding air began to converge towards the growing orb. For Vegeta and the others, Sun Wukong's actions were nothing novel. They had grown accustomed to witnessing the Kamehameha and had felt its might. However, for Jiang Xiaofei, this was his first close encounter with such an awe-inspiring display. At this moment, he began to regret the brevity of his training. Despite having achieved a strength comparable to Sun Wukong's normal state through the system's capabilities, he remained unfamiliar with certain techniques. His previous battles had been limited to mere physical confrontations, but now he was to endure the onslaught of the Kamehameha. Yet, retreat was not an option at this juncture. Kaioken. Sun Wukong completed his charge, his bent arms propelling the volatile energy towards Jiang Xiaofei. Chapter 7. I wish to be your disciple. With no avenue for retreat, the Kamehameha wave surged forth from Sun Wukong's hands, targeting Jiang Xiaofei, who stood not far away. Faced with such an overwhelming force, Jiang Xiaofei felt as though he were confronting an atomic bomb. Yet, he knew he must withstand it. Failure to do so could result in his utter obliteration beneath this tremendous power. Such an outcome would indeed be tragic. For he had only recently arrived in this world, and, within a mere 2 days, had endured significant trials to attain his current strength. To be vanquished merely for desiring to experience the might of the Kamehameha would render all his efforts futile. While onlookers marveled at Jiang Xiaofei's rapid growth, they remained oblivious to the sacrifices he had made to enhance his power, leaving him with a sense of reluctance. However, should he manage to withstand the Kamehameha's assault, the rewards would be manifold. Not only would he gain immense energy, but he would also have the opportunity to showcase his prowess before others, as well as explain his unique constitution. Jiang Xiaofei summoned the strength of every cell in his body, concentrating it in his hands. Preparing to face the onslaught of the Kamehameha wave, a dazzling energy sphere, infused with cataclysmic power, materialized before him. As his hands made contact with the gaseous orb, an intense heat unlike anything Jiang Xiaofei had ever experienced surged through his fingers, racing to his brain. Even his fingers, embedded in steel, began to show signs of decay at that moment. Furthermore, the energy sphere not only emitted unbearable heat, but also carried immense force. Under the impact of the Kamehameha, Jiang Xiaofei's figure was propelled backward at an imperceptible speed, leaving deep impressions in the ground where his feet had once stood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a critical hit and simultaneously acquiring 1% of the Kamehameha skill. The familiar voice of the system echoed once more. Despite the excruciating pain, a smile unexpectedly graced Jiang Xiaofei's face. His conjecture had proven correct. In response to the technique unleashed by his opponent, he not only gained sufficient critical points, but could also replicate the skill itself. Although it was merely 1%, it was enough to preserve most of his power. Perhaps, when Sun Wukong employed the Kaioken times 100, he could fully master the Kamehameha technique. However, Jiang Xiaofei was well aware that he could not withstand Sun Wukong's Kaioken times 100. That technique possessed the true power to obliterate a planet, and his fragile frame was woefully inadequate. Yet, possessing even 1% of the Kamehameha skill left Jiang Xiaofei feeling content. At the very least, he had acquired a technique. And it was the Kamehameha. The energy sphere continued to advance, ultimately engulfing Jiang Xiaofei entirely. Vegeta and Sun Wukong observed without intervening, perceiving this as a trial for Jiang Xiaofei. Should he fail to withstand the Kamehameha's assault, it would indicate the superficiality of his strength against Sun Wukong's normal capabilities. As the energy sphere dissipated, the residual power continued to resonate in the air, leaving 2 distinct furrows stretching into the distance. While Jiang Xiaofei's figure was nowhere to be seen, had it not been for the faint fluctuations of his aura still perceptible, the others might have begun to doubt whether the Kamehameha had utterly obliterated him. Beads of sweat appeared on Sun Wukong's brow, and his breathing quickened, indicating that he had not held back and had shown Jiang Xiaofei the respect he deserved. This blow was indeed sufficient for him to endure. Piccolo maintained his usual stoic demeanor, revealing neither mockery nor concern. If Jiang Xiaofei could withstand such a tremendous attack and still bounce back to life within seconds, Piccolo mused, he might very well contemplate finding a wall to crash into. Krillin, curious about Jiang Xiaofei's fate, understood the potency of the Kamehameha all too well and knew that if death were to occur, the dragon could still revive him. Can you not sense Jiang Xiaofei's aura fluctuations? Vegeta pointed out. As Piccolo and Krillin composed themselves, they attentively sensed the fluctuations of Jiang Xiaofei's aura once more. A glance exchanged between them ignited a palpable tension. What is happening? His energy is rapidly intensifying. How could this be possible? He was on the brink of death. A radiant smile gradually graced the faces of Vegeta and Goku. I told you so. He is indeed a prodigy. Vegeta felt a swell of pride. Unsure whether it stemmed from his initial certainty or the fact that he had finally encountered someone even more extraordinary than Goku. Although Vegeta frequently sparred with Goku, with the aspiration of surpassing him, he was also acutely aware that perhaps this goal was unattainable. Nevertheless, as the Prince of the Saiyans, he could not afford to relinquish his pride, especially in the presence of a lowly Saiyan like Kakarot. It was imperative that he maintained his dignity. Vegeta would not cease his pursuit of Kakarot. Even as the chasm between them continued to widen, he had no intention of giving up. Now, with a new experience at hand, Jiang Xiaofei's emergence led Vegeta to contemplate the possibility that Goku's standing might be usurped. Of course, this was not born of jealousy, but rather from a deep-seated sense of pride. Jiang Xiaofei lay serenely in the pit he had carved out, greedily inhaling the air of this world, gazing at the few white clouds drifting across the azure sky. I am alive. How wonderful it is that I still draw breath. In truth, after being engulfed by the Kamehameha, Jiang Xiaofei had already resigned himself to the inevitability of death, fully aware that he could not withstand such an onslaught. However, once the dust settled and he found himself still clinging to life, it opened the door for the system to expedite the restoration of his bodily functions. This process took some time, yet Jiang Xiaofei could distinctly feel the monumental transformation within him. Having endured the baptism of the Kamehameha, his physical body had significantly enhanced its resilience. He felt confident that should he face the Kamehameha again, he would not appear as disheveled as before. Overall, one could say that he had turned misfortune into fortune. Once his body had fully recuperated, Jiang Xiaofei promptly rose and made his way toward Goku and Vegeta. Mere seconds later, he materialized before them. Witnessing the smoothness of Jiang Xiaofei's skin, the onlookers were once again rendered speechless. After enduring such a formidable attack, one would expect that even upon recovery, he would bear some scars. Yet, it seemed that Jiang Xiaofei's complexion was even fairer than before the battle. His regenerative abilities surpassed even those of Piccolo and Majin Buu. Goku had also readjusted himself and casually offered Jiang Xiaofei a fitting garment. Well done. I never anticipated that you could achieve such a remarkable enhancement in that state. Your physique is undoubtedly extraordinary. Haha, it was merely luck. Jiang Xiaofei refrained from divulging the assistance of the system, pondering whether they might enlist Bulma to investigate the system within his mind. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's demeanor, Goku chose not to pry further, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. If Jiang Xiaofei harbors no ill intentions towards the Earth and his companions, he remains eager to forge a partnership with Jiang Xiaofei. Indeed, after witnessing the formidable power of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, I found myself profoundly impressed. I have a request, though I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to voice it. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at Sun Wukong, feeling a touch of shyness. Whatever you need, feel free to express it. As long as I can be of assistance, Sun Wukong replied candidly. It's not a matter of great significance. I wish to become your disciple and diligently train under your guidance. Jiang Xiaofei articulated his aspirations. Chapter 8. The God of Destruction, Beerus. Sun Wukong stumbled slightly. Well, teaching isn't exactly my forte. Vegeta would be more suited for this role. Perhaps you could consider Piccolo as well. He would be a more fitting mentor. Sun Wukong, who detests complications, especially those involving taking on a disciple, promptly redirected the responsibility to others. Beside them, Piccolo and Vegeta felt a surge of apprehension upon hearing Sun Wukong's suggestion. The potential of Jiang Xiaofei was undeniable. Yet the pressure of being a mentor to such an extraordinary individual was immense. Moreover, The sense of accomplishment in nurturing such a prodigy into a formidable warrior seemed rather elusive. Thus, when Jiang Xiaofei turned his gaze towards them, they hurriedly shook their heads. Sun Wukong, being the strongest and most experienced among them, was indeed the most suitable mentor, particularly as they shared similar interests. This rationale resonated even with Jiang Xiaofei himself, for while watching Dragon Ball, his thoughts often mirrored Sun Wukong's evolving states. When Sun Wukong displayed astonishing combat prowess, a surge of fervor filled Jiang Xiaofei. Conversely, when Sun Wukong faced setbacks, Jiang Xiaofei felt a pang of sorrow. Once more, Jiang Xiaofei fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong, his eyes brimming with sincerity, tinged with a hint of grievance. Understanding Sun Wukong's forthright nature, he yearned to grow stronger under his tutelage. Believing that Sun Wukong's transparency would grant him access to greater knowledge, perhaps a small personal desire of his own. While all present were sincere with one another, Jiang Xiaofei found himself particularly inclined towards Sun Wukong. Indeed, there is no necessity to formalize a master-disciple relationship. Sun Wukong responded with a serious demeanor. Isn't our current interaction quite splendid? We can spar and exchange ideas anytime, anywhere. Though we are not master and disciple, we are partners. And isn't the essence of partnership about mutual accomplishment and growth? Sun Wukong's words were, in fact, an attempt to dissuade Jiang Xiaofei from his desire to become his disciple. Jiang Xiaofei readily discerned the sentiment behind Sun Wukong's expression. As a newcomer, he did not cling stubbornly to the idea, recognizing that such insistence could create discord for both parties. All right, Jiang Xiaofei responded cheerfully. Since I cannot be your disciple, I shall henceforth be your junior. Assign me any tasks you wish. I have much to learn from you. After reaching a consensus, the group returned to the western city to prepare for a grand occasion, Bulma's birthday celebration. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the concept of wealth holds little significance. After all, Son Goku is indifferent to money, as his sole desire is to become stronger. However, his wife, Chi-Chi, must consider their daily meals. If not for her allocation of the prize money Goku earns, they would undoubtedly struggle to make ends meet. The wealthiest among them is Bulma's family, a lineage centered around technology, whose innovations are ubiquitous across the globe, yielding immense profits. Thus, Bulma's banquet is naturally lavish, attended by illustrious figures renowned worldwide. Yet, one entity arrives uninvited, poised to deliver an unparalleled shock. In the seventh universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, a feline-like deity opened his eyes. Each time he awakens, he brings calamity upon the celestial bodies and their inhabitants. With but a snap of his fingers, he can obliterate a planet, reducing it to cosmic dust. He is the god of destruction, Beerus. Upon this awakening, Beerus was not only intent on eliminating subpar planets, but was also preoccupied with a peculiar dream. During his slumber, he encountered an individual capable of combating him, igniting a thrill within him. In the seventh universe, Beerus stands as the pinnacle of power. Since ascending to godhood, he has been devoid of the joys of battle. Yet, in his dream, he found himself engaged in combat with such a being, evoking a long-forgotten sense of pleasure. Therefore, upon awakening, Beerus sought to locate this dream figure within the seventh universe. He consulted the angel Whis and the oracle Fish, who suggested that such a person might indeed exist, heightening Beerus's anticipation. Should he truly encounter this individual, he would be liberated from his current ennui. Beerus's first destination was the North Kaishan realm, yet he found no trace of the person there. Thus, with Whis's assistance, he set his sights on Earth. In truth, Earth is a rather inconspicuous planet within the seventh universe, its level of civilization hardly catching Beerus's attention. However, the warriors on Earth have attracted the notice of the Supreme Kai, making it, in some respects, a unique planet. Could such an unremarkable world truly harbor someone capable of challenging him? Beerus harbored doubts, having never regarded this planet as a potential source of worthy adversaries. Well, we shall soon find out, Whis remarked leisurely. Thus, the two deities, the strongest entities in the seventh universe, traversed the cosmos towards the Milky Way, where Earth resides. Bulma's banquet has been fully prepared, replete with an array of delicacies, promising a sumptuous feast for the gluttonous Son Goku. Sun Wukong is not particularly adept at socializing. However, he is utterly unable to resist the allure of exquisite cuisine. It seems that his life's creed revolves around the twin pillars of culinary delight and martial prowess. Faced with such a grand banquet, Jiang Xiaofei, finds himself encountering a plethora of culinary wonders for the very first time, experiencing a unique taste of this world's gastronomic offerings. At this feast, he also encounters Satan and the ever-hungry Majin Bu. Observing Majin Bu, Jiang Xiaofei finds him even more endearing than he appeared on television. In his current state, Majin Bu possesses a benevolent disposition and has even forged a friendship with Satan. His insatiable appetite makes him a connoisseur of delectable dishes. Nonetheless, Jiang Xiaofei refrains from initiating conversation with them, fearing that a moment's negligence might result in being devoured by Bu, an outcome he cannot afford. As he gazes upon this familiar scene, Jiang Xiaofei's thoughts drift to certain elements of Dragon Ball lore, recalling Bulma's birthday celebration, where everyone was present and Majin Bu was indulging in pudding. This prompts him to ponder whether the forthcoming events will align with his expectations. A cold sweat breaks out as he realizes that soon, a being with the power to determine the fate of Earth, indeed, a deity, will arrive. However, the narrative seems slightly askew. Ordinarily, Sun Wukong should be training under the Kaishin at this juncture. Could it be that his presence has inadvertently altered the original storyline? Uncertainty clouds Jiang Xiaofei's mind as he awaits the unfolding of subsequent events, hoping they will mirror his imaginings. While everyone revels in the laughter and cheer of the birthday festivities, Sun Wukong and Vegeta sense an overwhelming aura approaching Earth. In the face of this formidable energy, they feel as diminutive as a grain of sand in the vast ocean. In unison, they gaze skyward, where two figures gradually emerge into view, one tall, the other short. Chapter 9. Before engaging, let us savor Earth's delicacies as Jiang Xiaofei beholds the two figures illuminated by the sun. His heart races uncontrollably, for they are none other than the deities of Universe 6, the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis. Their presence at Bulma's birthday celebration signifies the impending narrative where Beerus seeks the Super Saiyan god. Yet, due to his interference, the storyline may very well shift. In the original plot, Earth was to remain unscathed. However, will his involvement alter this fate? At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei is uncertain. Nonetheless, it is evident that Beerus has indeed arrived, and none among the assembled warriors stand a chance against him. Even the Super Saiyan god would falter. Aside from Jiang Xiaofei, another individual displays signs of anxiety, Vegeta. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta possesses a broader awareness, and he has just received a message from the Kaishin regarding Beerus' arrival on Earth, the reasons for which remain unclear. The only certainty is that if the god of destruction were to become displeased, Earth would cease to exist. Furthermore, the Kaishin has expressly warned against any attempts to challenge Beerus, as such actions would only hasten the planet's demise. It is evident that this statement was directed at Sun Wukong. However, he seemed to pay it no heed. Gazing at the two deities in the sky, Vegeta was already beaded with sweat, while Sun Wukong appeared eager for the challenge. In this realm, the combatants exuded such feeble power. In a planet like this, could there truly exist someone who could elevate my spirits? Beerus, perceiving the fluctuations of energy from the beings on Earth, spoke in an emotionless tone. Whimpering, Whis emitted an unusual laugh. Are you not intrigued by the energy fluctuations of those below? Following Whis's pointed finger, Beerus's gaze fell upon the location of Sun Wukong and Jiang Xiaofei. As Beerus lowered his head, he fortuitously locked eyes with Sun Wukong's fiery gaze. This brief exchange of glances instantly wove a colossal web of energy around them. Provoked, Beerus vanished from beside Whis, only to reappear before Sun Wukong. The onlookers immediately assumed battle stances, ready to launch a collective assault. Yet, they found themselves utterly immobilized, as this enigmatic intruder had silently suppressed them all. Not bad, but you still fall short of my expectations, Beerus asserted, aligning himself at the same height as Sun Wukong. His piercing gaze fixed upon him as he calmly expressed his thoughts. Sun Wukong, meeting Beerus's condescending stare and listening to his tranquil words, felt an even stronger surge of battle fervor within, his eyes ablaze with a fierce flame. Oh, you are indeed a formidable opponent. Despite the immense pressure exerted by Beerus, Sun Wukong boldly declared this. Were it anyone else, the overwhelming might of Beerus would have extinguished their fighting spirit, yet Sun Wukong remained an exception. Beerus's already small eyes gradually narrowed into slits as he scrutinized this warrior brimming with combativeness, the surrounding pressure intensifying. Just as the battle was on the verge of erupting, Beerus's nose twitched, a blossoming smile illuminating his face, even a droplet of saliva escaping from the corner of his mouth. The oppressive atmosphere vanished without a trace, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the spectators, who were increasingly curious about what had incited such a dramatic change in Beerus. Shifting his gaze from Sun Wukong, Beerus, relying on his keen sense of smell, immediately honed in on a specific location, Jiang Xiaofei's. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei's heart raced intensely. He had already sensed Beerus's scrutiny, and the deity was slowly approaching him. All eyes were fixed on Beerus's actions when he stood before Jiang Xiaofei. He lowered his head and took a deep whiff of what Jiang held. In an instant, stars seemed to twinkle in Beerus's eyes, a manifestation of sheer delight. This is the aroma. Beerus inhaled deeply once more, unable to conceal his excitement. What exquisite delicacy is this? The longing for culinary delight shone in Beerus's gaze directed at Jiang Xiaofei. It is called instant noodles, a delicacy unique to our Earth, Jiang Xiaofei replied earnestly. Instant noodles? Beerus fixed his gaze thoughtfully on the instant noodles in Jiang Xiaofei's hands and inquired, "May I have a taste?" "Of course," Jiang Xiaofei replied, passing the cup noodles to Beerus. "I just prepared these and haven't had the chance to eat yet. Please enjoy." "How could I possibly accept?" Beerus feigned reluctance. Yet his hands eagerly accepted the offering. Once he had the noodles, he devoured them with unabashed greed. As the first bite graced his palate, the delightful flavor ignited his taste buds, cascading down his throat and settling in his stomach. With that initial taste, a radiant joy enveloped Beerus. It was his first encounter with such exquisite cuisine. The onlookers were taken aback by Beerus's reaction, but their previously vigilant hearts could finally relax. Observing Beerus's enjoyment, Whis joined in, savoring the noodles as well. Vegeta cast a grateful smile toward Jiang Xiaofei, realizing that without him, the forthcoming events would have been unimaginable. Upon recognizing Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei had quickly recalled events from the original series and prepared a bowl of noodles as an experiment, never anticipating it would truly capture Beerus's attention. With this, the path ahead seemed straightforward. As long as they did not provoke Beerus, they could navigate this situation safely. After relishing the noodles, Beerus began to explore the various culinary delights at the birthday banquet. An array of delectable dishes greatly satisfied his appetite, and a blissful expression graced his features, causing everyone to momentarily forget that just moments ago, he had been the dominant force in the room. Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta refrained from disturbing Beerus, uncertain of what words might provoke his ire. Yet, one individual lacked such awareness. While savoring his delicacies, Beerus encountered a rotund figure beneath a sunshade, indulging in pudding. This individual had a delightfully charming face, yet Beerus was not interested in him. Rather, he was captivated by the pudding in his hands. In pursuit of this delicacy, Beerus approached with the demeanor of a gentleman, respectfully requesting a taste of the delectable pudding. However, the plump and endearing figure, also a food enthusiast, was reluctant to share. In response, he extended his tongue, swiftly attacking the pudding, leaving it marred with his saliva. Beerus's desire for the pudding was dashed, and he felt humiliated. His once starry-eyed gaze turned cold once more. An invisible pressure enveloped the surroundings again. Jiang Xiaofei, indulging in his own feast, sensed the immense pressure and thought, "This is bad." Indeed, when he glanced toward Beerus, the shadow of Majin Buu loomed ominously. Thus, the curtain rose on a grand conflict between the demon and the deity. Chapter 10. A battle with no competitors. The tremendous energies emanating from the two combatants clashed violently, and the contrasting forces of destruction rendered Jiang Xiaofei increasingly troubled. As someone who had witnessed dramatic narratives, Jiang was acutely aware of the impending turmoil. However, he endeavored earnestly to avert such an outcome. Yet, fate had other plans, and the confrontation between Beerus and Buu had become inevitable. As the god of destruction, Beerus acted with unbridled liberty within the seventh universe. His arrival on Earth was primarily to seek a worthy adversary. However, the delectable cuisine of Earth had momentarily diverted his attention from his original purpose. Jiang had hoped that the allure of food would completely diminish Beerus's interest in battle, but it appeared that such aspirations were merely fanciful. Aside from the anxious Jiang, Vegeta and the others gazed wide-eyed, yearning to intervene in the conflict, yet they lacked the courage to do so. The energy waves radiating from Beerus were a clear indication of his wrath. Although it was merely a small pudding, Buu's actions were a blatant affront to Beerus's divine dignity. Beerus was determined to make this transgressor understand that some beings, some gods, were beyond reproach. Bu, on the other hand, exhibited a more naive disposition. A fellow gourmand, his penchant for food was evident during his previous skirmishes with Goku and others. Yet, in terms of social awareness, Bu seemed somewhat oblivious. Now, under Satan's care, he led a life of abundance. The sudden emergence of an individual attempting to seize his food prompted an instinctual reaction from Bu, who paid little heed to the identity of his challenger. If a battle was to ensue, Bu was more than willing to engage. For he too was a formidable force on Earth. Among those present, Whis remained the most composed, seemingly absorbed in the realm of culinary delights, indifferent to the impending clash between Beerus and Bu. Without uttering a word, Beerus struck first, launching Bu into the sky, to which Bu responded in kind. The sound of their fierce collision resonated like a solo performance at a grand concert. With a resounding bang, Jiang witnessed Bu's rotund body soar toward the ocean, ultimately splashing into the waves. Emerging from the water, Bu displayed evident frustration, steam billowing from the hole atop his head as he charged towards Beerus once more. However, Bu's fierce onslaught lost its potency in the presence of Beerus. The god of destruction hovered effortlessly in the air, effortlessly restraining Bu with a single hand, his feet remaining utterly still. It was apparent to all that this was a one-sided battle, with Bu possessing no chance of victory. Bu's psyche teetered on the brink of collapse. His movements became increasingly erratic, yet his strength swelled as he sought to breach Beerus's defenses, though he made no tangible progress. In the midst of his battle with Bu, Beerus appeared to lack even the slightest interest. The resentment stemming from the pudding taken by Bu gradually faded away. If this continued, it seemed that Beerus might truly drift off to sleep. Thus, he extended a hand, grasping Bu's towering head, and swiftly spun around before throwing him far into the distance. Bu's figure diminished in the onlooker's gaze, eventually becoming a mere speck before vanishing entirely. Having resolved the matter with Bu, Beerus turned his attention to Goku and a few others with considerable combat prowess. He stretched languorously, yawned, and then returned to the ground. There's truly no one capable of a fight here. It appears that the dream I had was merely that, a dream. In this universe, there exists no one who could provoke my combat instincts, he remarked languidly to Whis. Observing Beerus's disinterest, Whis said nothing, continuing to savor his delicacies. Once I've had my fill, let us bring about the destruction of this earth, Beerus stated, as if describing a trivial task. Lifting a piece of pudding toward his mouth, the moment the pudding touched his lips, its silky texture enveloped him, causing Beerus to become utterly entranced. Suddenly, a loud thud broke his reverie. He lowered his head, his eyes bulging, and the pudding slipped from his mouth. Do not disrupt someone else's birthday party. A woman's voice echoed in his mind. Beerus trembled, a murderous intent enveloping him as he lifted his head, glaring angrily at the woman who had struck him from behind. This scene did not go unnoticed by others. Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude, realizing that Beerus could not escape the fate of being slapped by Bulma. Vegeta felt a surge of panic. Bulma was his wife. She had just struck the god of destruction of Universe 7. Acting without a moment's hesitation, he appeared beside Bulma, positioning her safely behind him. Holding a delectable pudding in his hand, he offered it to Beerus with a beaming smile. Internally, Vegeta was gripped by fear, yet he could not abandon his post. His wife was behind him. If Beerus were to unleash his wrath, Bulma would stand no chance of survival. Here, he could at least defend her for a brief moment, even if hope seemed faint. Noticing Beerus's serious demeanor, Bulma recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately greeted him with a smile, offering her apologies. Beerus continued to glare at the couple, his murderous intent undiminished. Slowly, he raised his right hand, positioning it horizontally before Vegeta. Large beads of sweat slid down Vegeta's face. In the face of Beerus's overwhelming aura, his legs began to weaken. Yet, he could not falter. Behind him were his wife and comrades. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, Beerus extended his right hand and took the pudding from Vegeta's grasp. Thank you, he said, as the murderous intent surrounding him dissipated. Vegeta exhaled a sigh of relief, declaring, I shall not disturb your culinary indulgence. With those words, he took Bulma by the hand and departed from Beerus's side. Observing the pudding in his grasp, Beerus's smile reappeared. At last, he could savor the delightful treat. With this thought in mind, he brought the pudding once more to his lips. Hey, You were just saying you would destroy the Earth. Goku's aura became agitated. His gaze filled with fervent combativeness as he directed it towards Beerus, who was poised to enjoy the delectable pudding. The Earth is my home, and I will not allow anyone to destroy it, even if that person is a god. Chapter 11. Goku battles Beerus. How intriguing. Beerus set aside the pudding once more, his attention drawn to the audacious challenger before him. He scrutinized Goku from head to toe, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. As I mentioned, if you can defeat me or provide me with the thrill of battle, I might reconsider my intention to obliterate the Earth. As the god of destruction, Beerus held no desire to deceive regarding such matters. Should a victor truly emerge against him, his position as a god of destruction would likely be rendered obsolete. Yet, within the seventh universe, aside from Whis, there seemed to be no one capable of overcoming Beerus. In truth, Goku was acutely aware that, judging by the formidable aura Beerus had exuded during his earlier encounter with Majin Buu, he was unlikely to prevail. Nevertheless, Goku felt compelled to intervene. Beerus had already declared his intent to annihilate the Earth, an event Goku could not permit. Though Goku was not born on Earth, he had spent his formative years there, developing a deep connection to every blade of grass and every tree. His family and friends resided on this azure planet, having endured numerous crises to reach this point. Thus, he could not allow anyone to threaten their cherished home, even if that individual were a deity. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan first form. Centered around him, the surrounding energy began to surge violently, the friction of the air creating small sonic booms that radiated brilliant light. Vegeta intended to restrain the impulsive Goku, knowing that a confrontation with the god of destruction could lead to his demise, but it was too late. Transformed into the Super Saiyan first form, Goku charged at Beerus, his fists capable of rending mountains, propelled by a force that shattered the air as he approached. Beerus remained unperturbed, casually extending a single finger to meet Goku's fist in collision. Without retreating an inch, Beerus effortlessly deflected Goku's furious assault, neutralizing the power behind the blow. Undeterred by the lack of effect from his first strike, Goku quickly unleashed a flurry of punches, each imbued with the strength to move mountains and speed that surpassed the sound barrier, rendering him nearly invisible to the naked eye. However, despite Sun Wukong's fierce barrage of punches, Beerus remained undeterred, effortlessly fending off all of Sun Wukong's attacks with a mere fingertip. Observing the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei found his vision somewhat blurred, as he was still unaccustomed to watching such rapid movements for an extended period. Nevertheless, he could discern that Sun Wukong was clearly at a disadvantage in their battle. At present, Beerus was merely in a defensive stance, not yet launching any attacks of his own. Sun Wukong's relentless assaults were effortlessly neutralized by Beerus. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong leaped backward, creating distance between himself and Beerus once again. At this moment, Sun Wukong's breathing had become erratic, while Beerus maintained a calm and steady respiration, distinctly illustrating the vast gulf between them. Yet, Sun Wukong would not concede. Faced with an opponent like Beerus, he only grew more resolute. A bit stronger than the last one. Still not worthy, Beerus remarked with a cold tone as he stretched. If this is all you can muster, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect Earth under my watch. Beerus's words sent a shiver through Jiang Xiaofei and the others, for they could sense the inevitability of Earth's destruction in his tone. Yet, they felt powerless. Their strength paled in comparison to Beerus's. Among them, the strongest was indeed Sun Wukong, but judging by his performance, he still could not overcome Beerus, let alone the rest of them. At this point, Jiang Xiaofei held no expectations for Sun Wukong's solo efforts. He merely hoped that Sun Wukong could collaborate with Vegeta, Gohan, and others to unite the power of 5 Super Saiyans and summon the Super Saiyan God. For Jiang Xiaofei, who had witnessed the original saga, only the emergence of the Super Saiyan God could evoke a semblance of enjoyment in combat for Beerus, thus safeguarding Earth and forging a friendship with Sun Wukong and his allies. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Sun Wukong felt a surge of motivation, letting out a fierce cry. His anger caused the energy around him to shift once more, transforming into the second form of a Super Saiyan. The aura surrounding Sun Wukong continued to escalate, the air charged with violent energy under his influence, resonating with explosive sounds. Transitioning into the third form of a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong unleashed all the Saiyan forms he had mastered, his thoughts shifting from rationality to instinct. At this moment, Sun Wukong embodied the stature of Earth's strongest warrior. Even Vegeta would likely not stand a chance against him now. However, to triumph over Beerus, this was still insufficient. Sun Wukong needed to elevate himself further, activating the Kaioken to reach the maximum power he could currently withstand. In the current state of affairs, it can be said that Sun Wukong has shed all reservations. The preliminary tests have concluded, and he is acutely aware that Beerus is not an adversary he can conquer. However, having reached this juncture, Sun Wukong finds himself with no retreat. He must forge ahead, fighting for Earth and his homeland. Feeling the inexhaustible power surging from within, Sun Wukong gazes at Beerus. Observing Sun Wukong's condition, Beerus finally displays a flicker of interest, subtly anticipating the upcoming battle. The remarkable enhancement exhibited by a mere human transcends the bounds of normalcy. For Sun Wukong, as a Super Saiyan, to achieve this level is no small feat yet. This does not provide Beerus with any justification for leniency. With a flick of his finger, Beerus adopts a provocative stance towards Sun Wukong, prompting him to soar into the air once more, launching another assault. The intensity of their battle is evidently greater than before, with the energy waves generated by their physical collisions beginning to affect the spectators below. Had Whis not intervened with a protective barrier, the consequences for the ordinary onlookers would have been dire. Sun Wukong delivers a powerful punch, one that pierces the heavens, finally causing Beerus to shift backward slightly. Beerus steadies himself, loosening his stiff neck, and continues to engage in fierce combat with Sun Wukong. Under the full force of Sun Wukong's relentless onslaught, Beerus begins to take the fight more seriously. It must be said that Sun Wukong is a born warrior. He has never shown an ounce of fear in the face of Beerus, fully aware of their disparities, yet resolutely choosing to stand tall and confront the challenge. This unwavering spirit is one of the qualities that Jiang Xiaofei deeply admires in Sun Wukong, his refusal to concede defeat. Utilizing an opening, Sun Wukong unleashes the Kamehameha enhanced by the Kaioken, gathering energy from his surroundings. Beerus does not impede Sun Wukong's actions. Instead, he wishes to witness what further surprises Sun Wukong might unveil. The formidable energy of the Kamehameha is released from Sun Wukong's hands, hurtling toward Beerus. As Beerus observes the dazzling sphere of energy, his interest peaks further. With a flick of his fingers, he conjures a force of his own. When the two energies collide, there is no cataclysmic explosion. Instead, they annihilate each other at the point of contact. This is a deliberate choice by Beerus. Otherwise, the mere clash of such energies would have likely obliterated the Earth. After executing the Kamehameha, Sun Wukong's aura becomes disordered, yet Beerus remains as calm as ever. "You have lost," Beerus declares coldly to Sun Wukong. "No, I have not yet been defeated. As long as I breathe, you shall not lay a finger on Earth." Sun Wukong bellows, his spirit unwavering and resolute, charging once more towards Beerus. Chapter 12. The assault on Beerus in his prime. Sun Wukong cannot prevail against Beerus. As he reaches the limits of his strength, it becomes increasingly evident that he stands no chance against Beerus. With no hint of suspense, the moment Sun Wukong approached Beerus, he was sent flying by a single kick. Yet, like an indomitable cockroach, Sun Wukong was repeatedly struck down, only to charge back time and again. With each assault, his energy gradually waned. On the ground, Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta watched the scene unfold, their hearts aching for Sun Wukong. They tried to avert their eyes from the overwhelming onslaught, but the sound of impact resonated deep within their souls. This defied logic. How could Beerus not appreciate Sun Wukong? Jiang Xiaofei lowered his head, repeatedly murmuring this phrase. "Kakarot!" Vegeta shouted, his aura surging dramatically as he transformed into his Super Saiyan form, soaring toward the clash between Sun Wukong and Beerus. "Father!" Gohan roared, also transforming into a Super Saiyan and following Vegeta into the fray. Piccolo and Krillin were slightly slower to react, yet they too rushed to Sun Wukong's side. Son Goten and Trunks swiftly chose to fuse, becoming Gotenks. Vegeta and Gohan caught the fallen Sun Wukong, offering him a Senzu bean to restore some of his strength. "Rest for now. It's our turn to fight and protect Earth," Vegeta declared to Sun Wukong. Shaking his head, Sun Wukong gazed resolutely at Vegeta. "I'm fine. I can continue fighting." "Very well. Then let us protect Earth together, fighting for our home." Everyone united, encircling Beerus. In this moment, Sun Wukong's friends and family stood up, each in their own way cheering for him and Vegeta. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at Whis, who, as always, was savoring his delicacies without a care. After taking several deep breaths, Jiang Xiaofei prepared to join the fray against Beerus. In the sky, Beerus stood with his hands behind his back, showing little concern for those surrounding him. At his level of power, victory could not be claimed through mere numbers. Humanity's attempt to challenge the might of a god was ultimately akin to an ant shaking a tree or a moth flying into a flame. Everyone understood this truth. Yet at this juncture, they had no choice. Fully aware that this battle was unwinnable, they nonetheless chose to fight on. This was their pride and honor as warriors, a testament to their commitment to safeguarding their home. Sun Wukong took the lead, channeling all his energy as he charged once more at Beerus, with Vegeta and Gohan closely behind. Years of combat had fostered an unspoken synergy among them, allowing their combined strength to shine without the need for words. Yet even so, against the formidable Beerus, they seemed to gain no advantage whatsoever. Their collaboration compelled Beerus to swiftly maneuver his body for defense, remaining in a state of passive protection throughout the confrontation. After enduring a relentless assault, it became evident to everyone that even if Beerus stood there, passively absorbing their attacks, they were incapable of vanquishing him. The chasm between gods and mortals was glaringly apparent. Did they truly believe that sheer numbers could secure victory? Beerus remarked with indifference, hardly considering the throng assaulting him. This time, you ought to grasp that the adversary you face cannot be subdued by mere numerical advantage. Surveying the disheveled auras of those around him, Beerus mused that with such incompetence, their ambition to protect Earth was indeed a fanciful delusion. As he spoke, anger simmered within each individual. Though they appeared feeble before Beerus, they were not daunted. Even Jiang Xiaofei, who stood on the ground, began to exhibit restlessness. Beerus, wielding his authority as the god of destruction, wreaked havoc upon the homes of others. Originally, his role was to eradicate certain blights within the universe, paving the way for healthier development. However, since Jiang Xiaofei arrived in the Dragon Ball world, certain anticipated events seemed to be shifting, while the timeline remained intact. The unfolding of events grew increasingly tumultuous. He genuinely feared that Beerus would annihilate Earth, in a bid to assist Goku and the others in safeguarding their planet. Jiang Xiaofei joined the fray. Yet, even with his current prowess, he failed to pique Beerus's interest. In a mere encounter, Jiang Xiaofei was repelled back to the ground, creating a massive crater. "I have had enough. This farce must come to an end," Beerus declared, having lost all semblance of patience. Even with all present combined, they could not evoke the exhilarating thrill of combat that he sought. Unable to locate the Super Saiyan God, he concluded that they would all descend into oblivion to seek clarity. Summoning the energy around him, Beerus moved with a speed surpassing light, launching an offensive against those nearby. This marked the first time he initiated an attack during the battle, a feat far beyond the capabilities of Vegeta, Goku, and the others, coupled with their prior injuries. After a single onslaught from Beerus, they found themselves utterly incapacitated. Goku had fallen, and both Vegeta and Gohan lay immobile on the ground, while Piccolo and Krillin were on the brink of collapse, and Gotenks had reverted to his original form. Jiang Xiaofei hoped for a collaborative manifestation of the Super Saiyan God's power, yet even in the final moments, as Beerus prepared to annihilate Earth, no one responded. All eyes were fixed on the egg-sized energy sphere pulsating at Beerus's fingertips, its essence brimming with destructive potential, instilling dread in every observer. Goku's eyes reflected his unwillingness to accept defeat, yet he lacked the strength to move, let alone thwart Beerus's intentions. Despite Jiang Xiaofei's remarkable resilience, the gulf between him and Beerus was insurmountable. His strength was insufficient to impede Beerus's actions. The oscillation of the destructive energy sphere intensified, tightening the tension within every heart. "Wait, I have a method that will allow you to fight to your heart's content." Observing the pulsating destructive energy above Beerus's fingertips, Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward. He wished to attempt, in his own way, to prevent Beerus from annihilating the Earth. However, Beerus paid no heed to Jiang Xiaofei through several battles. He had lost all hope for the Earthlings and no longer anticipated a confrontation with the Oniric warrior. There exists one individual who could undoubtedly satiate your desire for combat, allowing you to engage in a fierce battle akin to your dreams. Jiang Xiaofei, feeling a surge of impatience, boldly shouted at Beerus, hoping for a chance. Yet, Beerus had grown indifferent to Jiang Xiaofei's words. He simply wished to swiftly dispatch the present adversaries and return to the realm of destruction for a well-deserved respite. Witnessing Beerus's apathy, Jiang Xiaofei was overcome with rage, his eyes bloodshot. "Cannot you just listen to me?" Clenching his fists tightly, a torrent of power surged within him once more, and he leaped into the air, launching himself towards Beerus with a punch. Chapter 13. Beerus's astonishment soaring into the sky. Jiang Xiaofei's body generated immense friction with the surrounding air, igniting his clothing in a blaze. At that moment, he resembled a rocket, hurtling towards his target. Beerus cast a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, still dismissive. In his view, no matter how fiercely this group struggled, it was futile, for he was a god of destruction, possessing absolute power to crush them. No matter how many attempts Jiang Xiaofei made, he could not escape the fate of failure. Beerus lifted another hand, lightly pointing at the charging Jiang Xiaofei, expecting to easily knock him down. However, he miscalculated. Jiang Xiaofei's speed surged once more as he aimed for the destructive energy sphere in Beerus's palm. Even Beerus was caught off guard. He had not anticipated that a mere mortal like Jiang Xiaofei would dare to confront the fully formed force capable of obliterating an entire planet. Below, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were equally astonished. They shared Beerus's expectation that Jiang Xiaofei would choose to engage him in battle. They understood Jiang Xiaofei's unique physique, akin to that of a scion, capable of growing stronger through relentless combat. However, Jiang Xiaofei's rate of growth was astonishingly rapid. If this method could be harnessed to enhance Jiang Xiaofei's strength, after several rounds, he would undoubtedly experience a significant increase in power, making it conceivable for him to confront Beerus and perhaps even protect the Earth. With hopeful expressions, they were unprepared for Jiang Xiaofei's true target, the destructive energy sphere in Beerus's grasp. Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a punch imbued with his utmost strength towards the destructive energy, hovering at Beerus's fingertips. Although he could not yet manipulate his energy at will, the power of his physical form had grown to a terrifying degree. Having just endured several brutal strikes from Beerus, his resilience had once again intensified. He had believed he could utilize his strength to send the destructive energy sphere away from the Earth, yet Jiang Xiaofei had still overestimated his own power. After a single, forceful punch was thrown, the sphere of annihilation remained utterly unmoved, while his own hand was reduced to nothingness beneath its destructive energy. Jiang Xiaofei gazed in disbelief at the looming sphere of annihilation, its aura of destruction potent enough to consume one's very soul. Beerus lightly tapped his finger, sending Jiang Xiaofei crashing back to the ground. Did they truly believe that such trivial skills could safeguard the Earth? Beerus found their naivety laughable. "Whis, rise. I am pressed for time and have no patience to indulge these buffoons." Beerus barked impatiently at Whis, who was still savoring his meal. "Buffoons, you say? Today, I shall show you that even a jester possesses his own convictions." Jiang Xiaofei's voice resonated once more. From the depths of the crater, an energy storm surged, and Jiang Xiaofei's form began to ascend, enveloped in a shimmering golden aura of energy. Beerus squinted slightly, observing this indomitable little creature, a flicker of unease stirring within him. This was the first time he had experienced such a sensation. Even in the face of Goku and Vegeta's onslaught, he had never felt this twinge of fear. Though fleeting, it was undeniable that it had manifested. That fear was instilled by the young warrior before him. Even Whis, who had been calmly indulging in his culinary delights, paused to appraise this battle-ready earthling. Having regained some of their strength, Goku and Vegeta watched the figure that had consistently astonished them, a surge of fervor igniting within them. They had assumed Jiang Xiaofei would succumb to the sphere of annihilation. It now appeared they had underestimated his resilience. They intended to fight alongside Jiang Xiaofei. Yet the intense pain coursing through their bodies was nearly unbearable. It turned out that after being eroded by Beerus's destructive energy, Jiang Xiaofei's internal system had been reactivated. Although his punch had been a proactive strike, critical points had emerged, ones Jiang Xiaofei had never envisioned. The strain from these critical points had nearly overwhelmed him. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaofei persevered, emerging with even greater power. Should he face that sphere of annihilation again, he felt confident in his ability to withstand it. However, this experience had imparted a crucial lesson. His capacity to endure critical points had its limits, and these limits would continue to expand with his growing strength. Jiang Xiaofei lifted his gaze towards Beerus in the sky, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. As their eyes met, the sphere of destruction at Beerus's fingertips vanished. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The crisis for Earth had been temporarily averted, at least for now, as Beerus had abandoned his plans to attack. Since you are so tenacious, let me see the depths of your potential, brave enough to defy me time and again. In his universe, wherever Beerus roamed, the inhabitants would show him utmost respect, none daring to oppose him. Even the annihilation of a planet is but a fleeting moment. However, upon arriving on Earth, Beerus found himself beset by an unanticipated string of misfortunes. He had intended to seek out the Super Saiyan God for an exhilarating battle, yet he was irresistibly drawn in by the culinary delights of this planet. In pursuit of satisfying his palate, Beerus indulged in gourmet experiences, only to be provoked by Majin Buu over a mere pudding, compelling him to engage in combat. After effortlessly vanquishing Majin Buu, he was unexpectedly struck on the back of the head by a seemingly powerless woman, followed by incessant provocations from a group of Saiyans. Now, he faced yet another indomitable nuisance. At times, Beerus pondered whether his patience had become excessively lenient. How could he, in the face of such primitive beings from a lesser civilization, endure without annihilating this planet? In truth, Whis, seated nearby, had long perceived the entirety of the situation. Beerus had fallen into slumber, deeming this universe far too mundane. Having witnessed the destruction of countless planets, he yearned to encounter an adversary worthy of his time, particularly since this latest slumber was filled with dreams of combat. According to the prophecy of the Oracle Fish, such a person seemed to exist, igniting Beerus's excitement. His repeated confrontations with Earthlings were, after all, in pursuit of this prophesied individual. Had he not been so intent on this quest, he would have obliterated Earth long ago, and Whis would not be so leisurely enjoying his culinary delights. Jiang Xiaofei controlled the energy surrounding him, allowing his body to ascend slowly, a golden aura enveloping him amidst a cacophony of sonic booms. Under the watchful gaze of all, he halted at the level of Beerus, eager to gauge the true strength of the God of Destruction's fist, to see if it could utterly incapacitate him. Chapter 14. Gaining recognition, Beerus regarded the audacious young warrior before him with a calm demeanor, taken aback as it was the first time a human had addressed him in such a tone. He was, after all, a god of destruction. Within the entirety of the seventh universe, his prowess was unrivaled. Even the Kais dared not speak to him in such a manner. The former cosmic overlord, Frisia, had shown him the utmost respect. Yet now, he found himself repeatedly provoked by an Earthling. This marked the first occurrence of such insolence since becoming a god of destruction. Nonetheless, Beerus felt little anger. Rather, an undercurrent of anticipation stirred within him. Though Earth's civilization was primitive, its inhabitants had repeatedly surprised him, offering moments that were perhaps worth cherishing. Let us wait and see, Beerus remarked to Jiang Xiaofei, who shimmered with golden energy, his words imbued with confidence. Jiang Xiaofei made the first move, and after enduring a series of strikes from Beerus, his resilience visibly enhanced, his strength surged significantly. Even his control over energy improved. All of this was gained through the experience of being struck, and it seemed to be exceedingly worthwhile. With a furious punch, Jiang Xiaofei struck fiercely against Beerus's arm, producing a sound akin to steel colliding. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei felt no pain. Beerus's expression subtly shifted, for he sensed that Jiang Xiaofei's punch had significantly improved compared to before, igniting his interest in this reckless young warrior. Jiang Xiaofei's fists relentlessly assaulted Beerus, his speed increasing with each strike. Initially, Beerus could deflect Jiang Xiaofei's attacks with a single hand, but as Jiang Xiaofei accelerated, Beerus was compelled to engage both hands. All eyes were fixated on their fierce confrontation, and as Beerus extended his other hand, Goku and Vegeta glimpsed a flicker of hope, a hope for Earth's continued existence. The battle intensified, with Beerus transitioning from passive defense to an active offense. Jiang Xiaofei, who had previously held the advantage, found himself on the defensive as Beerus's speed surpassed his own, and the god of destruction began to exert his strength over him. Jiang Xiaofei recognized this shift. Beerus was amplifying his power, while Jiang Xiaofei also grew stronger in battle. He could not match the pace at which Beerus augmented his strength. With a resounding thud, Beerus's foot connected with Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen, causing his internal organs to jolt, and he was sent hurtling back to the ground. Beerus showed no signs of mercy. He raised a finger, and dozens of energy orbs materialized in the sky above him, each pulsating with brilliant light and immense energy. With a mere flick of his finger, the orbs, under Beerus's command, cascaded through the azure sky like a dazzling meteor shower, descending toward Jiang Xiaofei's location. Boom, boom. The energy orbs collided with Jiang Xiaofei, unleashing their ferocious power simultaneously and creating a vast crater around him. Still resonating with the energy fluctuations of the orbs, Goku and Vegeta gazed at the blinding pit, their hearts heavy with concern for Jiang Xiaofei. Although his body could rapidly heal, could he truly withstand Beerus's overwhelming assault? Beerus's gaze remained fixed on the crater, carefully attuning himself to the fluctuations within, seemingly perceiving no trace of Jiang Xiaofei's presence. It appears you are still no match for a god, nor do you fully captivate my interest, Beerus's voice echoed, tinged with a hint of melancholy. He raised his right hand once more, gathering energy destined for Earth destruction. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired an extreme critical hit point. Unconscious, Jiang Xiaofei could not hear the system's voice, yet his body was rapidly reforming. Just as Beerus was forming his destructive energy sphere, Jiang Xiaofei erupted from the depths of the crater once more. Since Lord Beerus is not yet satisfied, shall we continue our battle? Jiang Xiaofei's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. At this moment, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the other Earthlings were filled with exhilaration. Even Beerus gazed at Jiang Xiaofei in astonishment, a strange light flickering in his eyes. No one had anticipated that Jiang Xiaofei would reappear with such vitality, and the aura emanating from him was evidently stronger. Earthling, I concede your tenacity. However, no matter how many times you try, you cannot defeat me, Beerus remarked as he observed Jiang Xiaofei's gradual approach. A hidden joy swelled within Jiang Xiaofei, for he discerned from Beerus's words a newfound respect for him, marking a positive shift in their dynamic. I understand, but I must continue to fight for the sake of Earth and my companions, Jiang Xiaofei explained to Beerus while casting a glance at Sun Wukong and the others on the ground. You are commendable. I will grant you a chance. If you can withstand this attack of mine, I shall spare you and your friends, and I will refrain from obliterating Earth. Beerus, unwilling to utterly destroy Jiang Xiaofei, took a step back. A smile illuminated Jiang Xiaofei's face. Really? He inquired. As a deity, how could I possibly go back on my word? Beerus asserted emphatically. Excellent. Jiang Xiaofei readily agreed. Do not rejoice too soon. Only if you can endure my strike will they continue to live, Beerus cautioned Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of happiness. Although he could not triumph over Beerus, the thought of Beerus being unable to completely erase him was a comforting notion. Moreover, Beerus's proposal stemmed merely from a desire to avoid an endless battle. Assuming a defensive posture, Jiang Xiaofei braced himself for Beerus's assault. Yet, Beerus's energy showed little change. He merely extended his right hand towards Jiang Xiaofei's forehead and gently tapped it. Jiang Xiaofei closed his eyes in the blink of an eye, but upon opening them, he found himself still beside Beerus. This time, astonishment washed over Jiang Xiaofei. Is that it? Has it ended? He inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. Ahem. Beerus cleared his throat, expressing his boredom. Engaging with you lot is rather exhausting. For today, I shall spare you. Instantly, Jiang Xiaofei beamed with joy, nearly overwhelmed with the desire to embrace Beerus in gratitude. Yet he restrained himself, wary of provoking Beerus's displeasure. He bowed deeply to Beerus, exclaiming, Thank you, Lord Beerus, for your mercy. With such an abundance of culinary delights on earth, I am reluctant to part with it. Beerus glanced at the delectable spread below, noticing Whis savoring the feast. Whis, Beerus exclaimed, his form vanishing from Jiang Xiaofei's side as he lunged towards the food with fervor. A wave of soreness coursed through Jiang Xiaofei's body, yet an uncontainable sense of joy persisted, propelling him onward. Jiang Xiaofei returned to the others and nodded at the crowd. Everyone understood the gesture, their faces lighting up with long-lost smiles. Once again, their Earth had been safeguarded, thanks to Jiang Xiaofei, the newly arrived companion. In that moment, Jiang Xiaofei's significance in their hearts was redefined. Chapter 15. The unique attributes of Sun Wukong at the birthday banquet. In a corner of the culinary plaza, Whis and Beerus sat together, savoring the pudding in their hands. Upon tasting it, a look of sheer bliss immediately graced Beerus's face. After so long on Earth, he had finally indulged in a delectable pudding. The velvety texture tantalized his taste buds, momentarily alleviating the weariness brought on by continuous battles. Unable to resist the pudding's allure, Beerus devoured several more, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction. You seem to have a fondness for Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong, Whis remarked, directly expressing Beerus's unspoken thoughts. Having slumbered for so long, encountering individuals who could invigorate his spirits was certainly a reason to stretch his limbs. With a delectable pudding in hand, Beerus swallowed another morsel. After an extended period without combat, he felt as if his body had grown rusty. Though this activity was refreshing, it left him wanting more. They were but mortals, yet their cultivation had surpassed that of most higher beings in the universe. Even Frisia would likely be no match for them, was explained. However, no matter how powerful mortals became, they remained far from the dominion of the universe's rulers. Beerus gazed at Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong, who were celebrating their newfound vitality. Regrettably, they had yet to encounter the so-called Super Saiyan God. Otherwise, a thrilling battle would have surely ensued. The Super Saions of this universe had mostly been obliterated by Frisia, and the few survivors resided on this earth. Their strength was evident, yet they had not reached the level of a Super Saiyan God. Perhaps it was merely a legend, unattainable in reality, Whis added, though Beerus felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He could do nothing about it. Following this battle, he could not strike against Earth again. He was genuinely intrigued by Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong's potential for growth. Perhaps one day, he could experience the exhilaration of battle that haunted his dreams. Since the Super Saiyan God does not exist, we shall cultivate our own, Beerus remarked to Whis, casting his gaze upon the warriors on Earth. Whis understood Beerus's intentions well. He too anticipated the warriors' development, which was indeed a delightful prospect. On the other side of the banquet, Jiang Xiaofei had become the focal point of the celebration. Although it was originally Bulma's birthday party, who could have foreseen that such momentous events would unfold that day, culminating in a battle to protect the Earth? Thanks to you, we were able to safeguard the Earth, Sun Wukong expressed to Jiang Xiaofei, his words brimming with gratitude. After enduring multiple crises on Earth, Sun Wukong had believed that his formidable strength would suffice to safeguard the planet. Yet, it now appears that he still falls short, with but a snap of his fingers. Beerus can obliterate the Earth. Had it not been for Jiang Xiaofei this time, how would he have managed to protect his homeland? Faced with Wukong's gratitude, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of embarrassment, for all the accolades should rightfully belong to Wukong. However, he had inadvertently traversed into the Dragon Ball universe and acquired a rather unfortunate system, which caused deviations from the originally intended events. Although the outcome remained favorable, Jiang Xiaofei felt as though he had overshadowed Wukong's brilliance. The Earth is our sanctuary, and safeguarding it is the duty of every individual. Jiang Xiaofei articulated his sentiments clearly. Listening to his words, Sun Wukong was once again moved. At last, there was another who stood beside him in solidarity, signifying that their world would receive more robust protection. Vegeta and Piccolo soon approached, expressing their gratitude to Jiang Xiaofei, who reciprocated their kindness. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei had no desire to be the center of attention. Thus, he needed someone to accept this honor, a responsibility that would likely fall upon Satan. After all, this was not Satan's first encounter with such affairs, and he was quite accustomed to seizing the accolades of others. Initially, Satan was reluctant to accept, especially considering that Beerus had already taken action against Majin Buu. Beerus was a true deity, and offending him could spell disaster for Satan. However, after enduring much praise and adulation, Satan ultimately acquiesced to the encouragement of his peers, agreeing to become the hero who vanquished the god and saved the Earth. Once arrangements for Satan were settled, Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta proceeded towards Beerus. While savoring his culinary delights, Beerus sensed their approach. Upon reaching him, they bowed deeply in unison. "We sincerely apologize, Lord Beerus. Please forgive our ignorance and recklessness." Beerus paid them no heed, continuing to relish his meal, though inwardly he chuckled. Whis nodded at Jiang Xiaofei and the others, stating, "Lord Beerus has pardoned you. Henceforth, you must dedicate yourselves to training diligently. Perhaps one day, should Lord Beerus take it into his head to destroy the Earth, you must be ready to defend it." The group exchanged glances, finding Whis's words somewhat amusing, yet containing a kernel of truth. Even if the harbinger of destruction were not Beerus, but another entity or deity, they would still rise to protect their home. Thus, following this battle, they would undoubtedly strive harder in their training to confront the unknown perils ahead. Beerus shot a reproachful glare at Whis before turning his attention back to Jiang Xiaofei and the others, who said, "I have forgiven you. You have provoked me repeatedly. If I were to let you off so easily, it would tarnish my reputation as the god of destruction. Therefore, I shall still proceed to annihilate this earth." The words of Beerus left Jiang Xiaofei and the others somewhat speechless, and they felt a sense of helplessness towards his temperament. Must they again engage in battle to protect the earth from Beerus? At that moment of uncertainty, they witnessed Beerus extending his right index finger and unleashing a dazzling beam of light towards a rock formation on the ocean's surface, shattering it into fragments. "All right, I have already wreaked havoc on Earth. I shall grant you forgiveness for today's transgressions." Beerus's actions were utterly perplexing, yet upon reflection, he was a god. Specifically the god of destruction, the most formidable entity in the universe. If he truly desired to annihilate the Earth, such a convoluted series of events would hardly be necessary. Jiang Xiaofei found himself feeling somewhat foolish. He had charged forward impulsively at the outset, without a thought for the consequences. In retrospect, he felt a twinge of fear. Had Beerus not shown mercy, he might have long since vanished from existence. The thought of defeating Beerus in battle to protect the Earth and gain fame was rather absurd. He cast a glance at Satan in the distance, and a prayer stirred within him. It was said that Lord Beerus had come in search of the Super Saiyan God, but regrettably, as Scions, they had never encountered him. However, Jiang Xiaofei knew of one person who surely knew the identity of the Super Saiyan God. Goku bluntly stated this. And at that moment, Jiang Xiaofei's face turned pale. The hard-won cessation of conflict was reignited by Goku's words. Indeed, Goku possessed an extraordinary nature. When Jiang Xiaofei turned his gaze back to Beerus, he noticed the latter's aura had intensified, his eyes gleaming with determination. Chapter 16. The Faux Super Saiyan God. The primary purpose of Beerus's journey was to seek out the Super Saiyan God. However, after spending considerable time on Earth and engaging in multiple battles with Jiang Xiaofei and others, he had been unable to sense the presence of the Super Saiyan God. Beerus had all but relinquished hope, yet at that moment, Goku told him that there was one person who undoubtedly knew the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God. His dimmed spirit was reignited, and his concealed battle intent leaked out, leaving Jiang Xiaofei feeling overwhelmed. "Tell me, who is this person?" Beerus scrutinized Goku. Goku, with a naive smile, replied, "Lord Beerus, please do not be overly excited. This person is not here, and technically, he is not even human. Bulma, quickly retrieve the Dragon Balls. We shall summon Shenron to inquire about the location of the Super Saiyan God." Goku's suggestion startled Vegeta and Bulma. As they realized Goku was contemplating the Dragon Balls, they were uncertain whether Shenron indeed possessed knowledge of the Super Saiyan God's whereabouts. After all, even beings as exalted as Beerus and Whis were unaware of such matters. Could a mere Earth Dragon truly hold the answer? Nonetheless, faced with the situation, they had no choice but to press forward. The Dragon Balls? Beerus pondered thoughtfully. The Dragon Balls appear as 7 orbs of identical size, each harboring a star ranging from 1 to 7 within. Once all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, one can summon the Eternal Dragon, who is capable of granting a single wish, explained Sun Wukong. "Oh, let us summon him and inquire about the whereabouts of the god of Super Saiyans." Beerus responded with an air of calm. "Truly, Lord Beerus, you are astute," Sun Wukong replied, still wearing a smile. Despite feeling somewhat flustered, Beerus chose not to dwell on it. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei's expression fluctuated. He was aware of Sun Wukong's low emotional intelligence prior to his own transference, and it seemed that his arrival had little impact on Sun Wukong's disposition, just as he had managed to quell Beerus' intentions. Sun Wukong's casual remarks reignited Beerus' fervor. However, this time, he resolved to remain a mere spectator, quietly observing the unfolding events. After all, Beerus no longer desired to annihilate Earth. He merely sought a thrilling battle with the god of Super Saiyans. With the assistance of Goten and Trunks, Bulma had successfully retrieved the 7 Dragon Balls. The 7 gleaming orbs were arranged together, and as Sun Wukong recited his incantation, their radiance intensified, casting shadows as the sky darkened. Layers of ominous clouds gathered, obscuring the azure heavens and preventing sunlight from piercing through the thick blanket. A magnificent dragon emerged from the Dragon Balls, soaring towards the swirling clouds. The dragon danced within the darkness, adorned with flickering lightning, its sinuous form contorting gracefully until its head broke through the cloud cover, gazing upon the one who summoned it, Sun Wukong. "Why have you summoned me? Speak your wish." The dragon boomed, assuming an imposing demeanor, yet it quickly faltered. "It is not I who seeks you. but rather Lord Beerus has a matter to discuss, Sun Wukong clarified. Lord Beerus? The dragon turned its colossal head, noticing a figure seated calmly beside Sun Wukong, none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. Beads of sweat the size of quail eggs began to form on the dragon's brow as it humbled itself, addressing Beerus with utmost respect, my lord. Though the dragon held a proud nature, it was acutely aware of Beerus's formidable power. Should the god of destruction be displeased, he could extinguish its existence at any moment. It is not of great consequence, merely a query. Do you possess knowledge of the god of super science whereabouts? Beerus articulated his thoughts. Please, Lord Beerus. Allow me a moment, the dragon replied earnestly. After a brief pause, it continued, I regret to inform you, Lord Beerus, that there is no information regarding the god of super science in this world. What? Beerus's temper flared instantly, and Sun Wukong was equally taken aback. If even the eternal dragon was unaware of the god of super science location, how could they hope to proceed in their search? Sensing Beerus's impending wrath, the dragon hastily added, My lord, do not be angered. While I may not know the whereabouts of the god of super science, I do possess the means to transform into one. Then do not delay, speak forth. Beerus suppressed his burgeoning fury, while the dragon let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, the dragon nodded, affirming that by uniting the powers of 5 super scions, one could temporarily attain the level of a super scion god. Listening to the dragon's words, it mirrored what Jiang Xiaofei had witnessed in the original film, suggesting that no unforeseen events had transpired. Is that all? Beerus inquired. Yes, the dragon quickly replied. Is there anything else you require of me, Lord Beerus? Not for now, came the response. Then I shall take my leave. The dragon bowed deeply to Beerus, its colossal form dissipating into 7 dim stones that scattered in various directions. The sky once again cleared, and Son Goku appeared eager to begin. Since the dragon had disclosed the method to become a super scion god, they were all determined to pursue it. However, they soon realized a grave issue. In this era, super scions had nearly become extinct, with the survivors residing only on Earth, and only 4 of them were present. Son Goku felt a wave of frustration. At Jiang Xiaofei's suggestion, they sought out Son Gohan's wife, Videl. Videl, having shed her former fierceness, was now a pregnant woman on the verge of motherhood. All right, now that we have gathered 5 super scions, the next step is to decide who will bear this power, Vegeta remarked. He and Son Goku exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofei stood up. What are you doing? I don't possess scion blood. We are aware, Vegeta explained. Didn't he the dragon say that as long as we gather the powers of 5 scions, we can summon a super scion god? It was never stipulated that this power must be infused into a scion. Moreover, your physique is even more unique than ours. We might struggle to bear this power, while you would face no such issues. Thus, Vegeta concluded that only Jiang Xiaofei was fit to accept this divine power and confront Lord Beerus. Listening to Vegeta's well-reasoned explanation, Jiang Xiaofei felt capable, yet sensed something amiss. I think Son Goku would be a splendid choice. Jiang Xiaofei expressed his thoughts. I wish I could, but I have yet to fully recover and certainly cannot withstand such immense energy, Son Goku replied, scratching his head. Very well. You shall inherit this power, Beerus declared, pointing at Jiang Xiaofei and making the decision for him and the others. With the matter settled, Jiang Xiaofei felt no further inclination to refuse, fearing he might be obliterated by a mere gesture from Beerus. However, if he were to accept this power, wouldn't he become a counterfeit super scion god? Yet, upon reflection, the sensation of being a god should be quite exhilarating. Thus, the 5 super scions, along with Jiang Xiaofei, joined hands, channeling their energies towards him. A colossal surge of power rushed towards Jiang Xiaofei, akin to rivers merging into the sea, and he distinctly felt every cell within him ravenously absorbing that energy. As Jiang Xiaofei harnessed the power of Sun Wukong and others, a profound transformation enveloped him. Whereas earlier he radiated the strength of a boundless ocean, at this moment he exuded the formidable force of the vast cosmos. Whispers of commotion filled the air, and piercing gazes were drawn to the figure shrouded in tempestuous energy, eyes gleaming with a mixture of hope and trepidation. Was this the power possessed by a super scion god? With one god of destruction already present, could the earth truly withstand the tumultuous presence of 2 divine beings? Chapter 17. The Battle of the Gods. Beerus narrowed his eyes, observing Jiang Xiaofei's metamorphosis, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Reminiscent of a dream he once had, a fierce battle spirit emanated from Beerus, colliding with the ambient energy surrounding Jiang Xiaofei, generating a cacophony of explosive sounds that resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. The two individuals, nay, two deities, had yet to engage in true combat. Yet the very space around them began to warp under their immense power. Is this the might of a super scion god? Jiang Xiaofei pondered, feeling the surging energy within him. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong had utilized this very power to contend with Beerus, bringing a sense of satisfaction to the latter, which led to their friendship and Wukong's fortunate opportunity to train in the realm of destruction. Now, possessing this power, Jiang Xiaofei felt even more formidable than Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan God form. He was confident that even against a true Super Saiyan God, he would be capable of standing his ground. As for Beerus, he would undoubtedly experience a pleasure unlike any before. That guy sure knows how to show off, Vegeta remarked with a hint of disdain, though a flicker of envy stirred within him. If only his own physical form were a touch more robust. Perhaps he could have been the one to ascend to the status of Super Saiyan God. Alas, there were no what-ifs. One day, we too shall reach such heights, Sun Wukong declared, his expression unyielding as he gazed at the power emanating from Jiang Xiaofei, his fighting spirit ignited. Vegeta cast a glance at his companion, recognizing the unwavering confidence radiating from him. Indeed, we shall. Inspired by Wukong's fervor, Vegeta's face brightened with determination. Let us compete and see who can ascend to that level first, Sun Wukong proposed, reveling in the familiar dynamic of friendly rivalry that existed between them. Agreed. The two warriors clenched their fists together, sealing their pact. Jiang Xiaofei began to stretch his body, acclimating himself to the newfound strength. Lord Beerus, this power is immense. We should perhaps take our battle outside, Jiang Xiaofei suggested. Very well, I shall indulge you, Beerus replied, propelling himself outward toward the edge of the earth. Jiang Xiaofei followed closely behind, the sound of sonic booms echoing in their wake, as if heralding the impending clash of the two deities. As they watched the departing Beerus and Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong and Vegeta followed the trail of Jiang Xiaofei's energy, determined not to miss this divine battle. Beerus and Jiang Xiaofei arrived at a desolate expanse, devoid of any sign of civilization. Here, they could engage in combat without restraint, fully unleashing their abilities. Let us commence, Beerus declared, his impatience palpable, eager to ascertain whether the so-called Super Saiyan God could truly measure up as his opponent. Jiang Xiaofei wasted no time. He charged at Beerus with fervor. It is undeniable that Jiang Xiaofei had transformed significantly since his arrival. Once fleeing from a ferocious dragon, he had harnessed the unique capabilities of the critical strike system, engaging in relentless battles with Vegeta and Sun Wukong. After enduring several severe blows, his strength surged dramatically. Now, empowered by the might of 5 Super Saiyans, he assumed the form of a Super Saiyan God, ready to confront Beerus, the god of destruction, in a celestial clash. The sound of sonic booms erupted as Jiang Xiaofei's fists cut through the air, while Beerus countered with his own, the two strikes colliding with force. Both warriors staggered back a step. This initial test of strength prompted them to unleash their full potential. With no burdens or worries, they immersed themselves in the thrill of battle, relishing each moment. Their speed intensified once more, each punch igniting flashes in the sky, the echoes resonating across the vast emptiness above. Sun Wukong and the others, having arrived just in time, gazed in awe at the spectacle of Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus's confrontation. With the power of the Super Saiyan God, Jiang Xiaofei's speed had dramatically increased, and his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. It was astonishing to witness someone who was not a Super Saiyan wielding such power with such finesse. Vegeta, observing the two figures clashing in the sky, remarked, "His physique is extraordinarily unique, surpassing any opponent I have encountered. Perhaps this is destiny." Sun Wukong echoed his sentiment, pondering how long Jiang Xiaofei could withstand the might of Lord Beerus. "We shall see," Vegeta responded, affirming Wukong's words. The two figures in the sky remained unfazed by the spectators' remarks, fully engrossed in the unprecedented exhilaration of their combat. Beerus executed a swift hand strike, landing squarely on Jiang Xiaofei's back, sending him crashing downward. In an instant, Jiang Xiaofei adjusted his posture, gathering energy in his hands to unleash a powerful energy wave aimed at Beerus. Beerus extended his hand, deflecting the energy wave into the depths of outer space. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei had already maneuvered behind Beerus, delivering a flying kick to his flank, and without pause. He summoned his strength once more to strike Beerus squarely in the face. This time, it was Beerus who was sent reeling. However, he quickly regained his composure, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor as he beheld the spirited Jiang Xiaofei. "You are quite impressive," he remarked, a long-lost smile gracing his features. "This battle has left me thoroughly satisfied." Indeed, the prophetic fish did not deceive me. Lord Beerus, brimming with enthusiasm, addressed Jiang Xiaofei. "Surely, Lord Beerus has not yet unleashed his full potential. Does he believe that I am still incapable of providing him with a truly exhilarating fight?" Jiang Xiaofei increasingly resembled Sun Wukong, eagerly anticipating Beerus to further release his power. Gazing at the individual before him, Beerus's eyes sparkled with appreciation. "If that is the case, are you prepared to embrace the power of a god of destruction? Come forth." The aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei intensified once more as he launched an assault toward Beerus. However, this time, an intense confrontation did not ensue. Under the watchful eyes of Sun Wukong and the others, Jiang Xiaofei's powerful punch was effortlessly subdued by Beerus with a single hand. Jiang Xiaofei attempted to break free, but the grip on his fist by Beerus was akin to that of a mighty lion clenching its prey. There was no chance of escape. "If this is the entirety of the Super Saiyan Goddess power, I fear there is no need for this battle to continue." Beerus's voice carried an aura of authority that commanded submission. As he revealed his strength, the oppressive presence of the god of destruction began to permeate the surroundings. Subsequently, Beerus discarded Jiang Xiaofei as one might dispose of refuse, sending him hurtling into the distance. This scene instilled terror in the warriors observing the battle, for they sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Beerus. Though they had fought him before, this version of Beerus was undoubtedly on an entirely different level. Now, with merely a glance or a finger, he could utterly dominate them. Is this the true power of a god of destruction? Sun Wukong pondered with trepidation. Suddenly Whis, who had been as inconspicuous as air, interjected, "If you believe this to be the extent of Lord Beerus's power, you are gravely mistaken. Currently, Lord Beerus is only exerting 60% of his strength." Chapter 18. Beerus's invitation. What? Only 60% of his strength? Whis's revelation tightened the hearts of all present. The might of Beerus was indisputable, yet even in his Super Saiyan God form, Jiang Xiaofei, at full capacity, could not compel Beerus to unleash his full power. If Beerus was only utilizing 60% of his strength now, then when facing them previously, had he not employed merely 1 or 2%? With expressions of astonishment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta turned their gazes once more to the slender figure hovering in the sky. Beerus's physique appeared unimposing at first glance. None would suspect such immense energy resided within him. Yet this seemingly frail individual continued to broaden their horizons, quickening their heartbeats with each display of power. It appeared that the outcome of this battle was already a foregone conclusion, as Beerus was only exerting 60% of his strength, while Jiang Xiaofei had likely exhausted all his abilities. The disparity in their powers was glaring, yet Beerus showed no intention of halting the confrontation. Noticing the despondent expressions on Sun Wukong and Vegeta's faces, Whis wore an amused smile. "There is no need for you to feel inferior. Throughout the vast cosmos, no one has compelled Lord Beerus to exert even 6/10 of his power in battle. This signifies that Jiang Xiaofei is truly one of a kind. Perhaps, in the near future, you may also attain the prowess of 6/10 of Lord Beerus." Naturally, Sun Wukong and Vegeta discerned that Whis was offering them comfort and encouragement. However, they would never surrender their aspirations to grow stronger, despite the considerable gap in strength compared to the god of destruction, Beerus. Yet, relying on their current environment and resources, it seemed exceedingly challenging for them to continue their ascension in power. They might require a new training environment. All eyes turned skyward once more as Jiang Xiaofei reappeared, his aura still surging with explosive energy, his countenance radiating exhilaration. Just moments ago, after being struck by Beerus, he had distinctly felt the accumulation of energy within him. Although he was enduring the might of the Super Saiyan God, his innate capacity to grow stronger through adversity remained active. However, at this juncture, the effects of such resilience seemed somewhat diminished. Noticing the slight enhancement in Jiang Xiaofei's aura, Beerus was taken aback. Indeed, the Super Saiyan could unleash his potential in combat, continually growing stronger. His gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei softened a fraction. Jiang Xiaofei charged towards Beerus once again, an unrelenting surge of energy erupting from within him, his fists moving with the swiftness of a tempest as he launched his assault. Beerus, exuding an air of confidence, met Jiang Xiaofei's fierce onslaught with ease, deflecting each blow. The once mighty fists that resembled a ferocious tiger seemed to have their power entirely absorbed upon contact with Beerus's body, generating no ripples whatsoever. Jiang Xiaofei felt a deep sense of frustration. Despite possessing such formidable strength, his adversary was even more formidable. Nonetheless, he did not relent. His hands and even his feet joined the fray, striving to inflict some damage upon Beerus. Yet, with every movement, Jiang Xiaofei's attempts became futile against Beerus's effortless evasion. Suddenly, Beerus lifted one foot, delivering a swift kick towards Jiang Xiaofei's face. Caught off guard, Jiang Xiaofei could only ascend towards the heavens. As Jiang Xiaofei ascended, his aura waned, and the energy of the Super Saiyan God began to diminish, a profound sense of powerlessness blossoming within him. Despite both being divine beings, an immense chasm still existed between the Super Saiyan God and the God of Destruction. Though this bout was merely a sparring session, Jiang Xiaofei found it difficult to accept the reality. His opponent was the mightiest God of Destruction in the universe, wielding absolute strength. And yet he dared to challenge him, relying on the power of the Super Saiyan God. Another contributing factor was Jiang Xiaofei's belief in his system, which allowed him to grow stronger upon receiving critical hits from opponents, as had been the case with Vegeta and Sun Wukong. The benefits he gained from such encounters were substantial. However, in the presence of Beerus, his critical hit system appeared to falter. Although he could still accumulate critical hit points, they seemed negligible under Beerus's overwhelming force, even less significant than those he had garnered from Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Jiang Xiaofei could not discern the cause of such an outcome. Perhaps his own system was not infinitely powerful, rendering him incapable of truly exhibiting its might before Beerus. His ascent abruptly halted, and in an instant, he began to plummet rapidly, the power of Super Saiyan God dissipating entirely. As he descended, his speed increased. Yet Jiang Xiaofei refrained from utilizing his abilities to control his fall, for he wished to conduct an experiment. After shedding the power of Super Saiyan God, he sought to ascertain whether his critical hit system could return to normal. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and even Beerus turned their gazes towards the rapidly descending Jiang Xiaofei, none of them intervening, for they could not fathom that he would descend in such a manner. As Jiang Xiaofei passed by Beerus, the latter caught sight of the despondent expression on Jiang Xiaofei's face, realizing that he had completely lost his fighting spirit. The disappearance of Super Saiyan God's power had extinguished his interest as well. With a thunderous crash, a vast crater formed upon impact with the barren ground, causing all to hold their breath, their eyes fixated on the sight of the deep pit. Had they not felt Jiang Xiaofei's lingering aura, they might have rushed forward. After several tense seconds, a figure emerged from the depths of the crater. Jiang Xiaofei gazed towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, a graceful smile gracing his lips. Indeed, his system had regained its efficacy. At the very moment he created the crater, he received a notification from his system. Furthermore, having endured the power of Super Saiyan God, his physique had undergone yet another transformation, allowing him a deeper comprehension and application of ki. Estimating his current prowess, Jiang Xiaofei had, after all he had experienced, attained a strength comparable to that of Super Saiyan 3. Beerus descended from the sky, approaching Jiang Xiaofei and extending his right hand. Addressing him, "Are you willing to accompany me back to the God of Destruction realm? There, you will find training resources in an environment unattainable on Earth, and we can spar at any time." Upon hearing Beerus's words, the initially elated Jiang Xiaofei found himself momentarily stunned. The esteemed God of Destruction had voluntarily extended an invitation to him. It was nothing short of astonishing. However, Jiang Xiaofei did not hasten to agree. Instead, he turned to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, acutely aware that his current standing was entirely due to the fortune he had drawn from them. Thus, he could not forget them when contemplating a journey to the God of Destruction realm. Beerus promptly grasped Jiang Xiaofei's intent and addressed Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "Hey, are you willing to join me in the God of Destruction realm for training and to gain even greater power?" Chapter 19. Journey to the God of Destruction realm. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood rooted to the spot, exchanging bewildered glances, beginning to doubt if they had misheard. He. Lord Beerus inquires whether you wish to accompany him to the God of Destruction realm for training, Whis interjected from the sidelines. The two soon regained their composure and exclaimed in unison, "We are willing." "Thank you, Lord Beerus." "Very well," Beerus replied succinctly, turning his gaze back to Jiang Xiaofei. "Thank you, Lord Beerus. I, too, am willing to journey to the realm of destruction for training, under the guidance of Lord Beerus." Jiang Xiaofei bowed deeply in gratitude to Beerus. The latter uttered no superfluous words. He stepped back a few paces and leaped into the air. Floating above the skies, Beerus called upon Whis and set off towards the western city. At that moment, Whis's voice echoed, reminding them to prepare everything for their journey to the realm of destruction come dawn. With Beerus's departure, the divine battle between gods reached its conclusion, resulting in Jiang Xiaofei's narrow defeat, despite possessing the power of a Super Saiyan god. After Beerus and Whis left, Sun Wukong and Vegeta approached Jiang Xiaofei, their eyes brimming with uncontainable gratitude. They understood that had it not been for Jiang Xiaofei, they might never have received Beerus's invitation. On Earth, they were indeed formidable. Yet when compared to Beerus, they were but fireflies beside the bright moon. Beerus would hardly regard their thoughts or training. However, with Jiang Xiaofei present, Beerus took notice of them and extended an invitation to train in the realm of destruction. What extraordinary fortune Jiang Xiaofei possessed. In the original Dragon Ball universe, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had not been invited by Beerus. Instead, they had pleaded with Whis and Beerus for an opportunity. Nonetheless, for Jiang Xiaofei, these details had become inconsequential. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball universe, many events had deviated from their original course, perhaps for the better, as Jiang Xiaofei's life would unfold as a new experience. Had everything proceeded as it once did, his existence might have lacked significance, considering the peculiarity of his arrival in this world. Yet, in the presence of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of regret, sensing that he had usurped their fortune and rights. Therefore, during this journey to the realm of destruction, he decided to bring them along, for only in doing so could he find solace in his heart. As for whether similar occurrences would arise in the future, he could only take one step at a time. Jiang Xiaofei was but a solitary individual, unencumbered by familial ties, which granted him the freedom to venture into the realm of destruction without any pressure. In contrast, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had different circumstances. When Chi-Chi learned of Sun Wukong's impending journey to the realm of destruction, she was filled with reluctance. Observing Chi-Chi's current demeanor, Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of nostalgia. In her youth, Chi-Chi was a girl who idolized heroes, hoping one day to marry one. Eventually, beautiful moments unfolded between her and Sun Wukong, igniting the spark of love that led them to the altar of marriage. Wukong, as a fervent practitioner, coupled with the chaos of the world, often found them separated, causing Chi-Chi much heartache. At times, she genuinely wished that Sun Wukong were not a hero, but rather a devoted family man. The weight of the household burdens rested solely upon Chi-Chi's shoulders. She managed the daily necessities and various affairs single-handedly, all the while living in constant worry for Sun Wukong. As the spouse of a hero, although she could bask in a semblance of honor, she was largely ensnared by the trivialities of life that brought her distress. Yet, having made her choice, she harbored no regrets. Jiang Xiaofei could not help but conjure the image of a delicate visage, his girlfriend. Once they were inseparable, but their paths diverged when they failed to gain admission to the same university, leading them into a long-distance relationship. He had believed that with the convenience of modern transportation and communication, their bond could endure. However, an unforeseen incident occurred during his flight, leaving him uncertain of his girlfriend's current happiness. Shaking his head, he pulled himself from those nostalgic reflections. They had become inhabitants of two disparate worlds, and it was likely that their lives would never intertwine again. Now that he had arrived in the Dragon Ball universe, he must wholeheartedly embrace this new existence. In stark contrast to Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong, the relationship between Vegeta and Bulma was devoid of such mundane burdens. To a certain extent, Vegeta was also under the influence of his wife, yet Bulma never imposed unreasonable demands upon him. On the contrary, she wholeheartedly supported his training, even crafting a training outfit for him. Bulma was acutely aware of Vegeta's desire to surpass Sun Wukong, and the arrival of Jiang Xiaofei only intensified his sense of urgency. Although Bulma often offered him words of comfort, Vegeta remained unchanged, and she ceased her attempts to persuade him, choosing instead to silently support him. The night was unsettlingly quiet. Jiang Xiaofei had acclimatized to life here and began to develop fondness for its inhabitants. The next day, he would depart Earth for the realm of the god of destruction, which promised greater challenges ahead. On the following day, at the prearranged time with Whis, everyone was prepared. Chi-Chi still wore a reluctant expression but refrained from hindering Sun Wukong. With Beerus and Whis present, it was clearly inappropriate to express anger at this moment. It's time to depart. During our absence, you will guard the Earth, Sun Wukong said, gazing at Piccolo and Gohan. Rest assured, focus on your training. We all look forward to your next phase of growth. Piccolo reassured him. Bulma excitedly approached, embracing Vegeta and presenting some delicacies to Beerus and Whis. From now on, I'll leave matters in your hands. Seeing the abundance of food, both Whis and Beerus were delighted. Fear not, we shall frequently return to Earth, they promised. I shall certainly host you with even more exquisite cuisine, Bulma responded. With all preparations complete, the three, alongside God of Destruction Beerus, placed their hands upon Whis. Whis gently touched his staff to the ground, and in an instant, the five of them vanished before the eyes of the onlookers, soaring into the infinite cosmos beyond Earth. The speed of Whis has long surpassed that of light, yet it has not imposed a significant burden on Jiang Xiaofei's body. This is attributed to two reasons. Firstly, Jiang Xiaofei's physical resilience has reached remarkable heights. Secondly, a protective shield has enveloped Whis. As Jiang Xiaofei soars through the cosmos, he gazes in awe at the countless planets whizzing past him, a spectacle that leaves him utterly dazzled. Previously, he would observe the wonders beyond Earth through a telescope. Now, however, he is traversing the universe. Although he cannot fully perceive the features of every celestial body, the exhilaration within him remains undeniable. As time swiftly passes, a colossal planet emerges before them. Unlike Earth, this planet is devoid of vibrant life, yet exudes a chilling aura. This is Jiang Xiaofei's destination, the realm of the Destroyer. Chapter 20. The cleanup trio beholding the desolate expanse of the Destroyer's domain, they notice a modest palace rising amidst the barrenness, which serves as the residence of the Destroyer. Are there no other inhabitants on this planet? Sun Wukong inquires with curiosity. Beerus casts a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong, while Whis, with a cheerful demeanor, explains, originally, this was a shared space, but none could withstand Lord Beerus's temperament, so everyone eventually departed. Over time, only Lord Beerus and I remained. Oh, and the prophetic fish. Whis, you speak too much. Beerus admonishes. Jiang Xiaofei finds the situation amusing. Ordinary individuals often live under the oppressive aura of a destroyer, which can be quite discomforting. Upon arriving at the palace, a fish in a tank appears before Jiang Xiaofei, and he realizes this must be the prophetic fish. As the fish scrutinizes him, a twinge of fear grips Jiang Xiaofei, worried that it might reveal his true identity. Are you the Jiang Xiaofei whom Lord Beerus summoned? The prophetic fish inquires with human-like speech. With a grin, Jiang Xiaofei replies, yes, indeed. Very well. Since you are here, the responsibilities henceforth will rest upon you and your companions, the prophetic fish declares before returning to the vicinity of Beerus and Whis. Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta exchange puzzled glances. Responsibilities? Were we not here to train? Noticing the confusion on their faces, Beerus stifles a yawn. I've been awake for quite some time. I shall take a short nap. With that, Beerus vanishes, disregarding Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Jiang Xiaofei is left speechless. It was he who invited them here. Yet upon their arrival, he assumes the role of a disinterested overseer. Is this appropriate? Whis, sensing their bewilderment, maintains his cheerful demeanor. Here's the situation. Lord Beerus has been awake for an extended period, and he intends to rest. As for you, we shall organize your forthcoming tasks. The three of them perk up their ears, eager to learn about the significant work that awaits them. In truth, the tasks are quite straightforward. Whis commenced his transmission of thoughts, and as you can observe, on this entire planet, there are merely a handful of us remaining. The departure of others has rendered this world desolate, overrun with rampant weeds. Thus, your initial task is to assist me in clearing this planet of its overgrowth. Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of disbelief. It seemed he was truly here to work, and without compensation at that. He was tempted to inquire if meals and lodging were included. Noticing the silence among the group, Whis continued, the patch of weeds in front of the palace seems to require daily attention. He gestured towards a lush expanse of grass not far away. After completing this task, there will be various minor duties to attend to, such as aiding the prophetic fish in cleaning its tank and preparing some culinary delights from Earth for us. The mere thought of Earth-esque cuisine made Whis reminisce for a moment. Moreover, a crucial responsibility is to assist Lord Beerus in changing the bed linens and blankets. Whis's tone shifted to one of seriousness. This is also part of your daily responsibilities. If any time remains thereafter, you may devote it to your training. Upon hearing Whis's words, the mood of Jiang Xiaofei and the others soured immediately. They had come to train, yet it was evident that Whis regarded them as mere free laborers, tasked with the duties of caretakers for both himself and Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of frustration, but managed to restrain himself. This was not due to a commendable temperament, but rather because the opponents before him, both Whis and Beerus, were far too formidable for him to confront at this moment. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, however, maintained a more positive outlook, as they recognized that amid these tasks, there would still be opportunities for training if time permitted. Thus, under Whis's guidance, Sun Wukong and Vegeta set about their day's labor. Observing their enthusiasm, Jiang Xiaofei chose not to dampen their spirits and joined their ranks. Consequently, the trio of caretakers in the realm of destruction officially began their duties, with their foremost task being the removal of the rampant weeds throughout the universe of destruction. Each individual wielded a sickle with a heavy backpack upon their backs. After cutting down the weeds, they placed them into their sacks. Vegeta noticed that Sun Wukong was slightly quicker, prompting him to accelerate his own pace. Unwilling to fall behind, Sun Wukong also hastened his efforts, resulting in a spirited competition between the two. Observing this scene, Jiang Xiaofei shook his head. These two were indeed naive. Even in such circumstances, they felt compelled to compete. Though he thought this, he could not help but match their speed with his own sickle. Thus, a grand weeding competition ensued. Whis and the prophetic fish sat at a nearby stone table, savoring the delicacies brought from Earth. While indulging in their feast, they occasionally glanced over at Jiang Xiaofei and the others. "Did you bring these three here solely to have them toil?" the prophetic fish asked, popping a pudding into its mouth. To have three individuals of such immense potential engage in mere labor seems a waste of talent. The rationale behind assigning them work was to fortify their resolve. After all, the forthcoming training will prove to be quite arduous. Yet it shall also afford them a deeper understanding of the realm of destruction. Such promising talents must be meticulously nurtured. Whis provided an explanation for his actions, which was the result of discussions with Beerus. He hoped they would not squander the earnest intentions of both him and Lord Beerus. The prophetic fish added, "The realm of destruction spans a vast expanse, teeming with a myriad of weeds. Some of these weeds seem to possess a self-defensive instinct. When Jiang Xiaofei's scythe descends, they suddenly extend sharp thorns from their stems and leaves. Touching them would be fatal for an ordinary person, and were it not for Jiang Xiaofei's robust physique, he too might have suffered." Jiang Xiaofei suddenly realized that this task of weeding was, in fact, a unique form of cultivation, silently enhancing his focus and discernment. With this thought in mind, he felt invigorated once more. Observing the two rapidly moving figures ahead, he quickened his pace, steadily diminishing the distance between himself and Sun Wukong and Vegeta. If he was to be a cleaner, he would aspire to be an exemplary one. The enthusiastic trio of cleaners, buoyed by an atmosphere of camaraderie and competition, spent the better part of the day eradicating the weeds throughout the realm of destruction. The realm now appeared revitalized, adorned with an air of laughter and joy. The prophetic fish gazed at Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, sensing that the realm of destruction would gradually grow more vibrant. Lord Beerus should indeed engage with them more often. There would be ample opportunities ahead. Whis looked upon the so-called cleaning trio with satisfaction, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Chapter 21. Changing bed linens is a high-risk endeavor. Whis rose and approached the cleaning trio. "Not bad. You've exceeded my expectations in speed. However, this is merely your first task. The forthcoming duties will demand even greater effort." Whis's words caused the initially jubilant expressions of the three to freeze. They had rejoiced too soon. The weeding task in the realm of destruction was merely a small assignment for the day, and a series of further tasks awaited them. What should we tackle first? Whis pondered, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Follow me. Under Whis's guidance, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions entered a spacious room, which appeared relatively tidy, devoid of thick layers of dust. Within the room, there were no other items cluttering the space. However, one thing filled the entire area. Whis pointed to the aquariums surrounding them and instructed Jiang Xiaofei and the others. These are the resting places of the prophetic fish. Each requires careful polishing to ensure their interior remains pristine and clean. Gazing at the room full of aquariums, Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of trepidation. Though the area was significantly smaller than that of the weeding task, cleaning the aquariums was no trivial endeavor. Be sure to clean them carefully. If you break one, the prophetic fish will be quite displeased. As Whis prepared to leave, he handed each of them a cloth and reiterated his warning. Now, only the three of them remained in the room, surrounded by a chaotic array of aquariums. A single or perhaps two resting places would suffice for another. Yet the prophetic fish truly seems to be a waste of space, with an abundance of aquariums scattered throughout the room, all serving as its resting spots. Despite its diminutive size, it astonishingly occupies so many tanks and now expects us to assist in cleaning them. This is utterly excessive, complained Jiang Xiaofei. Complaining is futile. We must patiently complete these mundane tasks to focus on our training. Vegeta consoled Jiang Xiaofei, taking the initiative to begin the cleaning of the aquariums. Goku, with a cloth in hand, diligently wiped away, thinking to himself, this isn't too difficult. We can finish this in no time. Goku remained optimistic. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air as both Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta turned to Goku, who held a shard in his hand, with several glimmering fragments scattered at his feet. Kakarot, how careless can you be? Such clumsiness. Vegeta's voice rose a few decibels. Though he was wary of attracting Whis and the prophetic fish's attention, Goku was momentarily taken aback. This aquarium is just too fragile. I barely applied any force. And it shattered. Quickly, gather the pieces. If the prophetic fish sees this, who knows what trouble we might encounter. It would make our training all the more difficult. Jiang Xiaofei cautioned the duo. After tidying up the shards, they approached the subsequent tasks with heightened caution, fearful of accidentally breaking another aquarium. The thought of being unable to continue their training due to such mishaps was simply unacceptable. They shattered your aquarium. Are you not heartbroken? Whis remarked to the prophetic fish, already aware of the unfolding events. Alas, I concede. After all, they are the ones you chose. The prophetic fish lamented, feeling a genuine sorrow. Although the aquariums were not limited editions, they were places it had once resided, imbued with sentiment. At last, after the trio's meticulous efforts, every aquarium sparkled as if brand new. Gazing upon their handiwork, a sense of satisfaction washed over them. Exiting the room, Jiang Xiaofei approached Whis. Now can we train? There remains one final task, the most crucial of all, assisting Lord Beerus in changing his sheets and bedding. Once this is accomplished, you may proceed with your training. Whis articulated the last condition. What? The three exclaimed in unison. Can we not exchange this task for another? Currently, there are no pressing matters. Lord Beerus's sheets must remain clean and orderly. Additionally, do remember not to awaken Lord Beerus while changing the sheets. The consequences would be dire, was kindly reminded, leading them into Beerus's chamber. At that moment, Beerus lay upon a small round bed, indulging in a delightful dream, with drool occasionally escaping his lips. It appears Lord Beerus has encountered a feast in his dreams. What a sight, utterly unbecoming of a destroyer. Whis teased. Remember, do not awaken Lord Beerus. With that, Whis disregarded the trio's expressions and departed. Observing the slumbering Beerus, the three began to devise various strategies. Sun Wukong proposed that two of them lift Beerus, while the third swiftly changed the bed linens. However, this plan was swiftly dismissed. The sleeping Beerus was anything but still, constantly tossing and turning on the small round bed. Lifting him would surely awaken him. They were left to devise another method. Suddenly, Whis's voice pierced the contemplative silence, startling the three. Do not touch those hourglasses. They will explode. With that, Whis vanished, leaving the trio to resume their watch over Beerus. Observing the sleeping deity filled them with curiosity, especially for Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong. In their memories, Beerus was slender yet harbored a terrifying amount of energy, always exuding a frosty demeanor. Yet, in slumber, Beerus presented a different image. He breathed heavily and rolled about freely, nearly tumbling off the bed several times. Lord Beerus looks quite adorable while asleep, Sun Wukong remarked as he studied the sleeping figure. Let us not waste any more time. We must devise a plan to complete our task. Jiang Xiaofei urged. Sun Wukong let out a gentle breath, which inadvertently brushed against Beerus's skin. Without opening his eyes, Beerus instinctively lifted his foot and delivered a swift kick towards Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong was sent flying towards the explosive hourglasses, Vegeta hurriedly intervened, delivering a kick that sent Sun Wukong back. Gratefully, Sun Wukong thanked Vegeta as they all realized once more the unusual nature of Beerus. Treating the task of changing the linens with utmost caution, they needed to learn the virtue of patience. Thus, they held their breath, intently observing every movement of Beerus, hoping to seize a moment of opportunity. Yet, Beerus's body offered no reprieve, continuously twisting and turning in a myriad of positions. Just as they were fully focused, Beerus suddenly opened his eyes, sending a shiver through Jiang Xiaofei and the others. They sensed a murderous intent in Beerus's gaze. Before they could react, a massive energy sphere erupted from Beerus's mouth, hurtling directly towards them. The tremendous energy exploded upon contact, scattering them in different directions, with their landing spots perilously close to the three hourglasses. The resounding booms echoed as they suffered a second wave of damage, enveloped in smoke and dust, staring at one another in disarray, yet instinctively assuming a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Beerus, having wreaked havoc, sank back into slumber. Brushing off the dust, Jiang Xiaofei felt exasperated at the unpredictable sleeping Beerus. How could babysitting be so perilous? Never before had he imagined that changing bed linens could be such a dangerous endeavor. Chapter 22. The commencement of training before the slumbering Beerus. The trio proceeded with utmost caution, even suppressing their own auras. Beerus's erratic movements, devoid of any discernible pattern or warning, were perplexing and daunting. Completing the task of changing the sheets proved to be anything but simple. It seemed we were left with no choice but to make one final attempt. Jiang Xiaofei spoke, drawing the attention of both Vegeta and Son Goku. Given Beerus's unpredictable behavior, I must forcibly restrain his movements. Yet, should I adopt a forceful approach, I would undoubtedly incur Beerus's wrath, and it would spell disaster for the three of us. Therefore, we must select one among us to make a self-sacrifice, using his own body to entangle with Beerus and prevent him from going berserk. Jiang Xiaofei articulated his plan, a strategy he had gleaned from the serious dramas he had watched. With no superior alternatives at hand, Vegeta and Son Goku acquiesced to Jiang Xiaofei's proposal. As for the self-sacrificial role, they determined through a show of hands that Jiang Xiaofei would take on this burden. Their reasoning was that Jiang Xiaofei's unique physical condition would allow him to endure such harm with minimal consequence. This outcome was anticipated by Jiang Xiaofei. After all, who could blame him for his noble spirit? He was willing to don the mantle of a self-sacrificing hero. Thus, the trio commenced their operation. Vegeta readied the sheets in his hands, while Son Goku held the bedding. Jiang Xiaofei remained vigilant, observing Beerus's movements, poised to act the moment Beerus stirred. As Beerus yawned and began to roll to his right, Jiang Xiaofei seized the moment, lunging forward to touch the bed before Beerus could fully turn. In a seamless motion, Beerus's body settled atop Jiang Xiaofei. Feeling the warmth radiating from Beerus's form, Jiang Xiaofei's heart raced, yet he dared not make any superfluous movements. Should Beerus awaken at that instant, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of misfortune. Son Goku and Vegeta remained watchful, relieved that Beerus exhibited no signs of awakening. Jiang Xiaofei proceeded with his next maneuver, slowly elevating his body, with Beerus following suit, thereby distancing them from the small circular bed. Once they had achieved a sufficient distance, Vegeta swiftly yanked away the old sheet and positioned the new one with remarkable finesse, executing the entire sequence without hesitation. Observing Vegeta's adeptness, Jiang Xiaofei surmised that he had undoubtedly changed sheets numerous times at home. Jiang Xiaofei gently descended back onto the circular bed, now entering the most excruciating phase of their endeavor. He could only remain still, silently awaiting Beerus's next rolling motion. Only when Beerus vacated Jiang Xiaofei's body could the task of changing the sheets be deemed truly accomplished. As moments ticked by, Beerus's breathing remained steady, yet he showed no inclination to move. This lack of movement ignited a sense of urgency within Jiang Xiaofei, who could feel beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his back. Jiang Xiaofei endeavored to empty his mind, striving to attain a state of utter void, for it was only in such a manner that he could maintain his composure, preventing beads of sweat from soaking the sheets and rendering their prior efforts futile. After enduring several more minutes of torment, Beerus finally stirred once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei vacated the circular bed. Sun Wukong also draped a blanket over Beerus. As Jiang Xiaofei rose, his entire body was awash with a sense of soreness. He had never experienced such discomfort even when transforming into a Super Saiyan god. To his astonishment, merely changing the sheets had left him feeling as though half his life force had been drained. Upon exiting Beerus's chamber and gazing upon the resplendent god of destruction realm, the three men greedily inhaled the fresh air. The oppressive aura brought by Beerus dissipating in an instant, their spirits lifting considerably. The ability to breathe freely was a splendid gift. And even more delightful was the realization that the remaining time would be devoted to their training. The trio excitedly approached Whis, their faces aglow with anticipation, urging him to commence their training now that their task was complete. Indeed, your efficiency is commendable, Whis remarked leisurely, seemingly unfazed by their exuberance. While changing Lord Beerus's sheets, did anything noteworthy transpire? At his inquiry, the expressions of the three men shifted slightly. They were reluctant to recall the harrowing experience they had just endured. Observing their silence, Whis chose not to press further, for he was well aware of the events that had transpired. His inquiry was merely to gauge their thoughts, and it appeared to have been effective. Now that you have accomplished these 3 tasks today, what have you gleaned from the experience? Whis rephrased his question. Understanding the implication, Jiang Xiaofei realized this was a call for a work summary. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke first. Indeed, today's accomplishments were substantial. Weeding the god of destruction realm not only exposed us to a plethora of diverse weeds, but also honed our discernment skills. The meticulous task of cleaning the fish tank required us to be more attentive. Lastly, changing Lord Beerus's sheets tested each of our thresholds for fear. In summary, this work has undoubtedly fostered a transformation in our mental states. Listening to Jiang Xiaofei's reflection, Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded in agreement. I merely inquired. Yet I did not expect such an extensive summary from you. Whis' tone elicited a sudden frown from Jiang Xiaofei, who had anticipated praise but instead received a hint of mockery. All right, enough of that. Let us proceed to your training grounds, Whis announced, reigniting the trio's excitement. Are we finally about to begin? The trio did not venture into the realm of destruction merely to assume the roles of custodians or caretakers for Beerus. Their purpose was to cultivate their strength. Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already emerged as heroes of Earth, their prowess surpassing that of most. However, their encounter with Beerus illuminated a profound truth. The journey of self-improvement is relentless, and one must never cease to pursue greater strength. In contrast, Jiang Xiaofei harbored a different perspective. Equipped with a critical strike system, he believed the optimal path to enhancement lay in seeking opponents stronger than himself, absorbing their blows to accumulate critical points. For him, the significance of training was diminished, yet he still looked forward to the forthcoming regimen, as he feared the day his system might vanish, along with his hard-earned critical points, relegating him back to the realm of the ordinary, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. The fruits of diligent training, it seemed, would be far more dependable. Here you shall train, Whis announced, gesturing toward a vacant expanse ahead. Jiang Xiaofei felt somewhat at a loss, for the area before them was nothing but the barren ground left after their weeding, devoid of any semblance to a combat chamber or gravity room. Observing the perplexity etched on their faces, Whis found it rather amusing. With a gentle prod of his staff, the scenery around them transformed instantaneously. A violet path manifested beneath their feet, and before Jiang Xiaofei appeared 3 stone weights, each identical in size. Now, pass your hands through the weights and run 2 laps around this planet. With eager anticipation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta lifted the weights, only to discover they were far heavier than they had imagined. With renewed effort, the stones finally broke free from the ground, and the 2 staggered forward, their movements labored. Be quick, for this path shall vanish. Should you fall, you will be cast into another dimension, from which even I could not rescue you, was kindly warned. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei mimicked Sun Wukong and Vegeta, hoisting the stone weight before him and pursuing Sun Wukong. He had no desire to plummet into the unknown, a realm surely more terrifying. Thus, the 3 began their arduous training in the realm of destruction. Chapter 23. The initial phase of training upon the seemingly endless violet pathway of the realm of destruction, 3 figures trudged forward, each bearing stone weights comparable to the mass of a planet. Behind them, the violet road steadily receded, perfectly synchronized with their pace. Clearly, This was the handiwork of Whis. And the three figures were none other than Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. At that moment, they were locked in a competitive pursuit, sometimes Jiang Xiaofei leading, other times Vegeta or Sun Wukong taking the forefront. Beads of sweat, resembling pearls, cascaded down their faces, and those that landed on the stone weights were instantly absorbed, causing the burdens in their hands to grow heavier. Their combat uniforms were already soaked with sweat, and a sense of pain began to radiate from their bones. Yet, not a single soul halted their advance. Their indomitable will propelled them forward. Although the end remained elusive, each individual brimmed with vigor, for this was their choice. And they were compelled to persevere. The purple path was smooth and unblemished, offering no material impediments other than the stones in their hands. However, beyond this spatial route, occasional spatial storms would sweep across their path, presenting perhaps the most formidable challenge on their journey. Despite the weighty stones, akin to planets, in Jiang Xiaofei's grasp, the spatial storms could not sweep them away. Nevertheless, these tempests undeniably hindered their progress. If the winds had been favorable, they might have rejoiced, but fate had other plans. As each encounter with the spatial storms brought headwinds or crosswinds, the howling winds surged past the trio, contorting their expressions in response to the sudden onslaught of the storm, causing their steps to falter. Each lift of the foot became a cautious endeavor, as they feared losing their balance and relinquishing their stones to the storm's grasp. The spatial storm intensified, and Jiang Xiaofei struggled to maintain his equilibrium. The situation for the three was equally grim, with obstacles ahead and pursuers behind. They faced tremendous difficulties whether they chose to advance or retreat. To halt their progress meant confronting the disappearance of the path and the risk of plummeting into another dimension. Conversely, pressing onward would subject them to even fiercer spatial storms that threatened to distort their very forms. Hold on. Once we traverse this stretch, we shall be safe. Vegeta encouraged each of them. At this moment, refrain from speaking, conserve your strength, and strive to navigate through this space, Jiang Xiaofei advised. Silence enveloped them as each clenched their jaws, resisting with all their might against the spatial storm, trudging forward with great effort. The beads of sweat that once adorned their faces vanished amidst the tempest, and their drenched garments rapidly dried, offering a modicum of relief. After enduring the fury for several tense seconds, the storm's power began to wane, and their steps quickened as the vanishing path at their backs drew nearer. Upon fully escaping the spatial storm, the three felt as if reborn, their bodies experiencing a fleeting respite. They exchanged glances of encouragement, quickening their pace as they continued toward the seemingly endless road ahead. Vis and the prophetic fish, through their screens, observed the trio's performance in its entirety. They are truly impressive, the prophetic fish remarked, astonished at their endurance. Could they genuinely intend to circle the divine realm twice? Although capable of foreseeing certain futures, the fish could not help but be amazed by the trio's resolve. Indeed, they are remarkable. Moreover, they had yet to unleash their full potential. What they exhibited was merely a fraction of their inherent capabilities, allowing them to withstand the onslaught of spatial storms time and again. Most notably, it was their indomitable willpower that shone through, as their faces betrayed no hint of despondency, which was of far greater significance. Whis could not help but extol the three individuals. As an angel, he had traversed countless experiences and encountered innumerable beings, even humans from other universes. However, encountering individuals like Jiang Xiaofei and his companions was a first for him, and he found himself eagerly anticipating their future growth. Why don't we have a competition to see who can circle the divine realm first? Sun Wukong suggested enthusiastically, believing it to be an excellent idea. Humph, Kakarot, you shall not encircle the divine realm before me. That honor is mine. After enduring a series of events, Vegeta's competitive spirit had been thoroughly ignited, especially when facing Sun Wukong, making it impossible for him to relinquish his desire to win. Then let us engage in a race to determine who can circle the earth first. Although Jiang Xiaofei was not particularly driven by a desire to win, the influence of his two companions stirred a fervor within him, invigorating his spirit. The three figures, each grasping a stone pedestal, strode forth. On the violet path, an enchanting scenery awaited, yet their minds were solely focused on one objective: to be the first to encircle the divine realm. Thus, the trio engaged in this friendly competition, each striving to outpace the others. Sweat soaked their garments repeatedly, while the relentless spatial storms dried their perspiration just as swiftly. Now, with the path obscured, the spatial storms no longer posed a threat. Their singular goal remained: to complete this arduous training. At last, after 2 days and nights of relentless effort, the three successfully accomplished the task of circling the divine realm twice. Jiang Xiaofei finally relinquished the stone pedestal, heavy as a planet, from his arms, feeling an immediate liberation as his body felt as light as air, as if a mere breath could lift him away. Lying on the patch of ground before the palace, now overgrown with weeds, they exchanged smiles, reveling in their satisfaction with this training session, with no one caring about who had completed the circuit first. Well done. Congratulations on successfully completing your initial training. Although the time taken exceeded my expectations by half, it can still be considered a passing grade. Whis reappeared in their sight, lightly tapping his staff, which instantly alleviated their fatigue and restored their vitality. The three expressed their gratitude to Whis, who nodded in acknowledgement. Take a brief rest, and then clear this patch of weeds so that you may continue with the first phase of your training. Upon hearing Whis's words, the three adeptly commenced their weeding task, noticeably quicker than their previous endeavor. As the three individuals once again stood upon the violet pathway, their confidence surged anew. Their training objective was to complete 2 laps around the divine realm within a single day. Whis had devised a meticulous schedule for them, with a clear goal in sight. The trio, invigorated, grasped the nearby stone pedestal and resumed their journey along the circuitous path encircling the divine realm. Chapter 24. After 1 week of the first phase of training, the three finally met Whis' standards. Their strength and speed had significantly improved, all achieved while in their ordinary states. Should Sun Wukong and Vegeta assume their Super Saiyan forms, their power would escalate even further. However, in pursuit of greater endurance, they opted to train in their base forms, for both the Super Saiyan and fused states rely fundamentally on the strength of their ordinary forms. Only by fortifying their most basic state could they master the other transformations more adeptly. Following the first phase of training, Jiang Xiaofei had also reaped substantial benefits. His advancement was solely the result of his own diligence rather than reliance on the system's critical points. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofei discovered that his cultivation talent was not inferior to that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Otherwise, he would have long since lagged behind. Indeed, it was proven that diligent effort invariably yields rewarding results. With the completion of the first phase, further training would likely yield diminishing returns. Whis was prepared to introduce a different training methodology for Jiang Xiaofei and the others. The most effective training approach was to spar with an opponent, which would enable them to identify their weaknesses. Thus, the forthcoming training would involve Whis personally guiding them. As for Whis, not even Sun Wukong and Vegeta could fully comprehend him. Even Jiang Xiaofei found him inscrutable. Whis emitted no discernible aura, yet this did not diminish his formidable prowess. By Sun Wukong and Vegeta's estimates, anyone who could remain in Beerus' presence possessed strength at least on par with that of the god of destruction. Jiang Xiaofei, however, suspected that Whis was even more powerful than Beerus, albeit as an angel. Whis faced certain constraints. Regardless, Whis' strength was undoubtedly superior to theirs, and having him as a sparring partner would undoubtedly expedite their growth. In the realm of destruction, Whis wielded his staff, facing Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. The first battle would see the three of them unite in their efforts against Whis. If you manage to touch the hem of my garment, I shall consider it a victory for you, Whis said with a playful smile. The trio, though aware that they were no match for Whis, felt a thrill of excitement. Even combined, they could not hope to defeat him. Yet, the measure of success was no longer solely about strength, but rather their ability to collaborate and touch Whis' garment, a challenge now rendered significantly less daunting. Nevertheless, they approached the impending battle with utmost enthusiasm. Given Whis' assertion, this was bound to be no ordinary training exercise. With that, Sun Wukong took the lead, charging directly towards Whis. His speed, though remarkable, remained distinctly perceptible to Whis. Whis stood there, allowing Son Goku to launch his attacks, yet none proved effective. All efforts culminated in failure. Observing Goku's movements, Vegeta could no longer contain himself and surged forward in a fit of rage to confront Whis. The synergy between Vegeta and Goku was remarkable, earning high praise even from Whis. Yet this did not imply they could graze the hem of Whis' attire. Their assaults were deftly evaded by Whis, who showcased a remarkable finesse. As Jiang Xiaofei watched the unfolding battle, He found himself utterly perplexed by Whis' evasive maneuvers. Not only did Goku and Vegeta fail to touch the hem of Whis' garment, but they could not even graze his form. Compelled by the intensity of the conflict, Jiang Xiaofei instinctively joined the fray. Through days of training and synchronization, he had developed a certain rapport with Goku and Vegeta. Though not quite on par with the bond shared between the two warriors, he was nonetheless able to contribute effectively. With Jiang Xiaofei's participation, was finally engaged, deftly wielding his staff to counter the trio's onslaught, maintaining an air of effortless composure. Surrounding Whis, the three launched a simultaneous attack, yet he continued to evade with ease. Despite countless strategies employed, they remained unable to touch the hem of Whis' robe. Enough for now, Whis declared, halting the skirmish. Do you understand why I can effortlessly evade all your assaults? The three listened intently, eager for insights. It is because I am far superior to each of you, exponentially stronger than all three combined. Whis' words struck a nerve, prompting Jiang Xiaofei to suppress an urge to unleash a torrent of curses. For there was an undeniable truth in Whis' assertion. As Whis' laughter subsided, he regarded the somewhat despondent trio. The power and speed you exhibit during battle are indeed remarkable. However, you overlook one crucial aspect, your ki. Whis' demeanor turned serious. As your strength escalates, so too does your ki, but it remains chaotic and easily discernible, allowing me to react preemptively. If you could learn to harness and contain this ki, you might indeed have a chance to graze my hem. Speaking of ki, it is something you should be familiar with. The Kamehameha and Spirit Bomb that Goku employs are both manifestations of ki manipulation, Whis explained naturally. Goku and Vegeta exchanged astonished glances. While they could understand Whis' awareness of the Kamehameha, the Spirit Bomb had never been utilized in his presence. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Whis reassured them, do not be surprised. If I wish to know what transpires around you, I will certainly be informed. The two regained their composure as Whis continued. Mastering ki is not an overnight endeavor, yet you possess a solid foundation. I believe it will not pose a challenge for you. Best of luck. I look forward to the day you can graze my hem. After receiving guidance from Whis, the three individuals held their breath, closed their eyes tightly, and began to control their energy in accordance with Whis' method. Sun Wukong, possessing a certain authority on the matter, began to gather his energy inward, causing his presence to become increasingly faint. Without careful attention, one might not even perceive his existence. This was precisely the outcome Whis desired. Sun Wukong was merely a step away from the next level. Vegeta, not to be outdone, although slightly trailing behind Sun Wukong, gradually discovered the nuances of energy control, and his aura began to retract as well. However, Jiang Xiaofei was different. His energy was the weakest among them. Having arrived in this world not long ago, he had learned a few things about energy through his battles with Sun Wukong. With Whis' guidance, he too began attempting to control his energy, yet he noticed little change. Unfamiliar with the art of energy retraction, he sighed softly, lamenting his late entry into this realm. In a moment where innate talent and foundational prowess were paramount, he felt himself lacking. Nonetheless, it was impossible to dismiss Jiang Xiaofei. He diligently adjusted his breathing, striving to grasp the elusive energy. As time flowed by, after an indeterminate duration, a glimmer of light appeared in his shadowy world, and his aura began to gradually converge inward. Chapter 25. Two Super Blues. Whis was acutely aware of the transformations occurring within the three. The changes in Sun Wukong and Vegeta were entirely within Whis' expectations, as they already possessed a profound understanding of energy. What astonished Whis the most was Jiang Xiaofei. Despite his initial weakness in energy control, the rate at which he grasped its intricacies in such a short time was indicative of his prodigious talent. No, he was a true anomaly, the most extraordinary being Whis had ever encountered. Jiang Xiaofei, oblivious to Whis' praise, was wholly immersed in his own world, indifferent to the happenings around him. While Jiang Xiaofei continued his practice, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had completed their reflections and training. Jiang Xiaofei was indeed formidable. Having previously utilized the Kamehameha technique in his presence a few times, he was now beginning to extend his capabilities outward. Vegeta cast a glance at Jiang Xiaofei and remarked to Sun Wukong, he is truly a prodigy. Besides him, when have you ever seen anyone become so powerful in such a brief period while maintaining their essence? Sun Wukong had always harbored unwavering trust in Jiang Xiaofei. Anything that transpired with him no longer seemed surprising. Observing the focused Jiang Xiaofei, they opted to depart quietly. Upon exiting, They promptly reported their findings to Whis, who displayed no hint of surprise. "You have taken longer than I anticipated." As a form of punishment, he declared that lunch would be their responsibility today. "Hey, Whis, this isn't fair. I have always been one to indulge in food, never one to prepare it." In the realm of culinary skills, Sun Wukong is indeed a novice. From childhood to adulthood, he has consistently been the consumer, never having undertaken the art of cooking, nor has he ever shown any interest in it. Not at all. Vegeta, too, bears the marks of frustration upon his forehead. Although he has dabbled in cooking, it was under Bulma's insistence. And only Bulma and Trunks have ever tasted his culinary creations. Yet now, he is expected to prepare a meal for an angel. His skills are woefully inadequate for such a task. While sending Sun Wukong and Vegeta into battle may be permissible, and allowing them to feast is acceptable, asking them to cook might be their singular flaw. Observing the two desperately trying to decline, Whis chose not to press further. It seemed they would have to settle for the provisions brought from Earth. With a gentle sweep of his staff, a sumptuous luncheon materialized before Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Faced with such delectable dishes, Sun Wukong cast aside all pretense and dove into the meal without hesitation. As they indulged, a figure clad in pajamas, eyes tightly shut, materialized before them. Clearly, it was the god of destruction, Beerus. It appeared that the moment Whis unveiled the food, Beerus's keen sense of smell had already detected its presence. However, he remained ensnared by drowsiness. Unable to resist the allure of the feast, he instinctively made his way here. The rich aromas wafting from the food tantalized Beerus's senses, causing him to abruptly open his eyes. Upon beholding the spread before him, he too disregarded decorum and began to gorge himself. Witnessing the actions of Sun Wukong and Vegeta ignited a fire within Beerus. How dare they indulge in such delicacies without inviting him? Their audacity to feast so brazenly in his presence only fueled his ire. Despite Beerus's words, Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained undeterred, relishing flavors they had not experienced in ages. Their gluttonous antics only served to aggravate Beerus further. Without warning or preparation, he launched an attack upon them. Though they had made some progress in their training, they were unable to evade Beerus's onslaught, and they were sent flying, leaving the remaining feast for Beerus to savor alone. Whis, confine them within your staff's orb, and let them reflect upon their actions until I am satisfied, Beerus commanded, his face a mask of fury. Lord Beerus, this may not be entirely appropriate. Whis began to voice his concerns, only to be interrupted by Beerus. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Let them train within until they earn the right to share in the delights of my culinary experiences. Beerus's tone grew more severe. As Beerus's attendant, Whis complied with his master's wishes. With a gentle wave of his staff towards the two, their forms vanished from sight, only to reappear within the confines of the staff's inner space. Once inside, Sun Wukong and Vegeta initially raised their voices in protest. Yet Whis and Beerus paid them no heed, instead savoring the pleasures that the feast had to offer. The words of Beerus resonated clearly in the ears of both Son Goku and Vegeta. As long as Beerus remained silent, their escape was impossible. The two could only watch as Whis and Beerus devoured the exquisite delicacies before them. With the allure of the food now diminished, they fell into a contemplative silence. It was at this moment that they realized Whis's staff orb contained an enormous space, with time flowing within it at a rate significantly accelerated, hundreds of times faster than normal. Son Goku initially considered shattering the orb with sheer brute force, but when his fist, capable of destroying planets, struck down, no shattering sound echoed. Instead, it felt as though his arm had touched a sponge, with all his strength absorbed completely. Observing Son Goku's bewildered expression, Vegeta also unleashed a punch, only to receive the same result. It seemed that escape was futile, and to pass the time, the two began training in combat. This marked their first encounter since arriving in the realm of the god of destruction, albeit in such an unexpected manner. Kakarot, allow me to assess the results of your training here, Vegeta declared as he charged at Son Goku. I was just thinking the same, Son Goku replied, filled with fervor. With only the two of them present, a battle was most fitting. Boom. Their fists collided with a tremendous impact, causing both to stagger backward a few steps. Kakarot, your strength has indeed increased significantly. You're not too shabby yourself. Come on, let us continue. The two engaged in a fierce battle within the orb, exchanging blows for hundreds of rounds without a decisive victor. Whis and Beerus, having grown weary of their duel, opted to ignore them entirely. Time passed, and at last, Son Goku and Vegeta ceased their combat, panting heavily, sweat pouring from their pores. Yet their expressions conveyed a shared sentiment. They were far from satisfied. Ah, ah. Vegeta was the first to erupt with energy, his hair transforming to a brilliant gold, and a golden aura erupted around him with a fierce roar. Seeing Vegeta's transformation, Son Goku smiled and began to undergo a similar change. Kakarot, is this the extent of your current power? You have indeed grown stronger. But if this is all you can muster, then today shall be the day I defeat you. Vegeta's interest was piqued once more. Did I mention this is our strongest form? I can still ascend further, Son Goku retorted defiantly. Oh, then let us engage with our utmost strength today, Vegeta proposed. That suits me perfectly. Thus, the two aimed for an even higher level, one that they had never touched upon before. However, upon their ascension, they felt no bottleneck. It seemed that their power had yet to fully unleash. In pursuit of a true showdown, they ventured into the unknown. They first returned to their original forms, then erupted once more, but this time the aura surrounding them was not a radiant white or a golden glow, but a deep blue. The blue light, though less intense, exuded an aura of greater strength and danger. Chapter 26. The Unfettered Mastery of Jiang Xiaofei. As they sensed the transformation within each other, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles. After days of rigorous training, their Saiyan forms had undergone a remarkable evolution, and intriguingly, both had experienced identical changes. A familiar surge of power coursed through Sun Wukong's body, reminiscent of an earlier time on Earth when he had felt this essence manifested within Jiang Xiaofei. Only Jiang Xiaofei truly comprehended the magnitude of this power. Yet after transforming into Super Blue, Sun Wukong felt he had approached, if not surpassed, that very strength. A soft azure aura enveloped both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, radiating an overwhelming force that filled the air around them. You have indeed reached this level, Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. Throughout their training, he had consistently exerted the most effort, and after countless attempts, he had finally attained this remarkable state. Huh, I was well aware of your secret training. While you toiled, I too refused to relent, Sun Wukong explained, a surge of exhilaration igniting within him as he lunged forward to confront Vegeta. Vegeta mirrored his actions. Their two beams of blue light collided, exploding into a dazzling spectrum that illuminated the space, creating a breathtaking tableau. Upon transforming into Super Blue, both warriors had managed to temper their auras significantly, revealing the true extent of their formidable power only in the moment of collision. It appears you have grasped the essence of Whis' words, Sun Wukong remarked. Indeed, it is only upon true understanding that one realizes the limitless nature of Saiyan power. By restraining our energy, we can truly astonish our adversaries, can we not? Vegeta replied. Both fighters were in a state of exhilarating anticipation. This was their inaugural duel in the Super Blue form, and they could feel the fervor of each other's hearts. A pinnacle confrontation unfolded within the staff ball, while outside, Whis and Beerus savored their sumptuous feast. Only then did they recall that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were confined within the staff ball. As Whis glanced into the internal space of the sphere, the blue radiance illuminated his features, revealing a profound azure light within his gaze. Lord Beerus, come quickly. Look what I have discovered. What could it be? Merely two individuals engaging in a child's play battle within your staff ball? Beerus yawned lazily, his eyes still half closed. If this were a mere game, then some of the battles Beerus had previously experienced seemed trivial by comparison. However, intrigued by Whis' words, Beerus's curiosity piqued, and he peered into the staff ball's interior, drawn by the two blue figures. What is this? Beerus exclaimed, disbelief washing over him, as his earlier lethargy dissipated. Super Saiyan God. He pondered uncertainly, recognizing the aura emanating from Vegeta and Sun Wukong bore striking resemblance to that of Jiang Xiaofei during their previous confrontation. Yet their forms appeared distinct. It must be, however, they are not deities. Rather, they possess divine powers. To be precise, they embody the strength of a Super Saiyan God. Whis provided a more accurate explanation. A Super Saiyan imbued with the power of a Super Saiyan God. Beerus echoed Whis' earlier words, his gaze unwavering from the staff's orb. Release them both. We must clarify this. With a gentle motion, Whis summoned two azure figures from the orb's confines into the realm of destruction. Goku and Vegeta's fierce combat abruptly ceased, their faces still alight with exhilaration, not yet recovered from the intensity of their battle. Lord Beerus, why did you suddenly summon us? Goku pondered, somewhat bewildered. What? Are you dissatisfied? I have stated that you will emerge whenever I decree it, Beerus replied sternly, observing Goku enveloped in azure energy. Indeed, it seems that while I rested, your training did not falter. You appear to have made significant progress. Indeed, under Whis' guidance, we have been diligently training each day, Goku proclaimed, as he and Vegeta suppressed their aura, returning to their normal states. Beerus nodded. Are you aware of the level you have just attained? Both Goku and Vegeta shook their heads, having never encountered the existence of Super Saiyan Blue, nor had they even heard of it. Ah, you must have sensed it. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, your internal power erupted dramatically, akin to the strength of Jiang Xiaofei when he battled against me. Thus, you have acquired the power of a Super Saiyan God. However, you are still not gods. You remain human. Therefore, the Super Saiyan Blue form is that of a Super Saiyan endowed with the power of a Super Saiyan God. Listening to Beerus, the confusion on Goku and Vegeta's faces dissipated, replaced by excitement, although they had felt the unusual nature of their newfound strength. Hearing it affirmed by Beerus carried a weight of significance. So, we are indeed Super Saiyans possessing the power of a Super Saiyan God? Goku reflected on the sensation of transformation. Does this mean we can now elicit excitement from Lord Beerus? Well, I suppose that could be considered accurate. Beerus was taken aback by Goku's thought process. They were discussing their transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, yet Goku's remark led the conversation astray. By the way, why are only the two of you here? Where is Jiang Xiaofei? It dawned on Beerus that he had brought 3 individuals back from Earth. Yet only Goku and Vegeta stood before him, with Jiang Xiaofei entirely absent from sight. Yes, over there. Whis pointed to the still figure of Jiang Xiaofei, not far away. Not long ago, Whis guided the 3 of us, allowing us to gain insight. Vegeta and I commenced deeper control over our energy, but Jiang Xiaofei's understanding of energy is not yet profound, and he has been somewhat delayed. He remains engrossed in his contemplation of energy. Sun Wukong elucidated the reason behind Jiang Xiaofei's immobility. Indeed, Beerus observed Jiang Xiaofei, his eyes tightly shut and utterly still. Yet he could no longer sense any aura emanating from him. Why was he still so silent? Beerus's words prompted both Sun Wukong and Vegeta to steady their minds and keenly perceive Jiang Xiaofei's presence. Indeed, there was not a hint of energy escaping him. It was as if Jiang Xiaofei had never existed within the realm of the god of destruction. The two exchanged doubtful glances, filled with perplexity regarding Jiang Xiaofei's actions. Initially, they had sensed his aura, but back then, Jiang Xiaofei, despite possessing immense power and speed, had only a feeble grasp of energy control. Now, however, it was entirely absent. Could it be that his aura was so diminished that he could retract it so swiftly? Vegeta ultimately proposed this explanation. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, seemingly finding no more plausible reasoning. No, that cannot be. Beerus furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Xiaofei, whose pupils had transformed into slits. There was a tremor in Beerus's voice, and both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were bewildered, even when Jiang Xiaofei had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Beerus had never exhibited such a loss of composure. Yet now, he undeniably wore an expression of disbelief. Taking a moment to glance at the others, Beerus swallowed hard to moisten his throat. He turned his attention back to Jiang Xiaofei, recognizing the presence of the Ultra Instinct. Chapter 27. You are no match for me now, though Beerus spoke softly. Each word resonated distinctly in the ears of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. However, they could not grasp the true meaning of Beerus's statement and looked toward Whis in confusion. At this moment, Whis had abandoned his previous playful demeanor, his focus now entirely on Jiang Xiaofei. Sun Wukong and Vegeta began to realize that the situation might be far more complex than they had initially assumed, and they too turned their gaze toward Jiang Xiaofei. It was truly unexpected. He had previously shown no signs of such mastery. Yet now they could discern the shadows of Ultra Instinct within him. This human was indeed remarkable. Beerus seemed to be speaking to himself, his eyes never leaving Jiang Xiaofei for a moment. No wonder he had spent so long in contemplation. It turned out he had achieved new insights and breakthroughs. How astute was Lord Beerus's decision to bring him from Earth to the God realm. Whis added. Only Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained utterly perplexed. They had grasped the crux of the matter, that Jiang Xiaofei had begun to engage with Ultra Instinct, a technique that even the god of destruction Beerus, held in high regard. Yet, what exactly was this ultra instinct? They could discern no other changes within Jiang Xiaofei. Could you perhaps enlighten us? What is the true nature of Jiang Xiaofei's state? Sun Wukong could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Beerus and Whis about the extraordinary experiences of Jiang Xiaofei. Oh, it's not a matter of great significance. Whis feigned nonchalance, only to be met with skeptical glances from Beerus, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. Nevertheless, Whis remained as composed as ever. Jiang Xiaofei had now entered a remarkably unique state, wherein his body's responses were no longer dictated by his brain. Rather, each part of his being could autonomously decide its subsequent actions. This ability is referred to as Zizai Ji Gong, or the art of ultimate freedom. Whis elucidated this to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Zizai Ji Gong certainly sounds impressive, and Sun Wukong gazed upon it with admiration. Naturally, however, it is virtually impossible for an ordinary person to acquire this skill through conventional training methods. It was astonishing that Jiang Xiaofei had stumbled upon the threshold of Zizai Ji Gong by mere happenstance. This child truly possesses remarkable talent. Beerus mused with a sense of profound contemplation. Sun Wukong and Vegeta cast envious glances at Jiang Xiaofei. The three of them had journeyed to the realm of the Destroyer together, yet it was not Jiang Xiaofei who had dedicated the most effort to training, but rather the two of them. After much time and perseverance, they had finally mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, gaining the power of a god of Super Saiyans. However, upon learning that Jiang Xiaofei had already entered the realm of Zizai Ji Gong, both felt a twinge of embarrassment. It should be noted that Jiang Xiaofei had trained for a significantly shorter period than they had, and now he had surpassed them. They were once again witnesses to Jiang Xiaofei's remarkable growth. Is there a technique or mantra? I wish to try it as well. Sun Wukong admitted he felt a twinge of fear, worried that one day he might fall far behind Jiang Xiaofei. Thus, upon hearing about Zizai Ji Gong, he felt a surge of desire. I want to learn it too. Vegeta echoed his sentiments, feeling increasingly anxious as he already struggled with Sun Wukong. And now a newcomer had surpassed him. I have already informed you that ordinary individuals seem incapable of mastering it. Beerus reiterated emphatically. I understand that. But Lord Beerus, do we appear to be ordinary? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his intellect shining through. Beerus scrutinized Sun Wukong and Vegeta, finding some merit in their argument. Yet he insisted that Zizai Ji Gong does not adhere to any specific techniques or mantras. It must be comprehended through personal insight. The essence lies in completely emptying oneself, allowing every part of the body to learn to operate autonomously, free from the constraints of the brain. This is so difficult. Sun Wukong scratched his head, striving to grasp Beerus's words, yet some aspects eluded him. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his determination to master Zizai Ji Gong. If Zizai Ji Gong could be so easily understood, the seventh universe would have already ascended, Beerus commented before turning away from Jiang Xiaofei and heading towards his chamber. As Beerus departed, Sun Wukong resumed his contemplation of Whis. Whis, has Lord Beerus mastered Zizai Ji Gong? Naturally, Whis replied. Oh, what level of mastery has he attained? Is he capable of wielding the perfect Ultra Instinct technique? Sun Wukong continued to inquire. There remains a significant gap when compared to Lord Beerus, Whis candidly stated. Leaving the panting god of destruction, Beerus momentarily staggered. Whis, your words are rather excessive, Beerus admonished him. Whis nodded at the departing Beerus, indicating that he would no longer disclose matters concerning Beerus to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Splendid. It turns out even Lord Beerus cannot utilize the perfect Ultra Instinct technique. Sun Wukong, filled with ambition, became even more enamored with Ultra Instinct. His words perpetually captivated, leaving even Whis and Beerus at a loss. Not far off, Jiang Xiaofei remained immersed in his own world, every cell within him pulsating with vitality, rhythmically beating as independent entities while simultaneously functioning as a cohesive whole. Prior to entering a deep meditative state, Jiang Xiaofei initially aspired to follow the paths of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, but soon relinquished that notion due to his insufficient accumulation of energy. Thus, he turned his thoughts to Ultra Instinct. In the original story, Sun Wukong repeatedly triumphed over adversaries through this unique skill, becoming a legend across all universes. During this period, Jiang Xiaofei endeavored to imbue each limb with autonomy, and he had finally brushed against the threshold. Gradually, he opened his eyes, beams of brilliance emanating forth, enveloping him once again in energy. Sun Wukong and Vegeta could now sense Jiang Xiaofei's aura even within the realm of the gods of destruction. Their gazes were irresistibly drawn to him, not merely due to his striking appearance, but primarily because of the formidable presence he exuded, hinting at his mastery of Ultra Instinct. Aware that Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Whis were intently observing him, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that Whis must have informed them of the developments concerning him. After all, within the 7th universe, Whis is currently the only being capable of perfect Ultra Instinct. You have all completed your training. Jiang Xiaofei was the first to speak, addressing Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Indeed, you were the slowest among us. Vegeta replied, my apologies. I've held you back. Jiang Xiaofei scratched his head, unwashed for several days, as he apologized to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. No need for apologies. Since you've delayed us for so long, let us evaluate your training results. To be assessed right after finishing my training? Can I have a moment to rest? Jiang Xiaofei was reluctant to engage, finding the prospect exhausting. Enough with the chatter. Strike quickly, Vegeta urged, his patience waning with Jiang Xiaofei's awakening. Sun Wukong, too, was eager to participate. Observing Vegeta's rising intensity, Jiang Xiaofei raised his hands in surrender. All right, allow me to demonstrate. However, he deliberately paused for a few seconds, stating, at this moment, you are likely no longer my match. Chapter 28, Vegeta. The living target. Jiang Xiaofei's audacious words ignited a fervor within Vegeta, stirring his very blood. How brazen. Have you forgotten how I bested you on Earth? Vegeta retorted, his voice laced with disdain. It has scarcely been a moment, and you dare to address me in such a manner? Jiang Xiaofei shot back, you mention Earth. Yet we find ourselves in the realm of the god of destruction now. Moreover, I am no longer the same as before. The two were far from allies. They resembled adversaries instead. With a mere exchange of words, animosity surged between them. Beside them, Whis narrowed his eyes, noting Jiang Xiaofei's newfound arrogance upon awakening. Surely, he wouldn't believe that mastering the Ultra Instinct would render him invincible. Jiang Xiaofei, your words are rather excessive, Goku interjected, attempting to offer a word of caution. Is that so? I fail to perceive it. If we are to fight, let us commence. What use are these idle words? Let our actions speak. Deep down, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of anxiety. He was cautious not to overstep, fearing that too much chatter might reveal his true self. His bravado was a strategic ploy to elicit Vegeta's full power, enabling him to gauge his own capabilities. Initially, he had intended to confide in Vegeta and Goku, but apprehension about their potential restraint led him to provoke them verbally. As anticipated, Jiang Xiaofei's taunts ignited Vegeta's fury. Without hesitation, Vegeta's aura surged, a faint blue mist emanating from him, transforming his hair and brows to a striking blue as the power of Super Saiyan God coursed through his being. Now it was Jiang Xiaofei's turn to be astonished. In his recollection, only Goku had achieved the super blue state in the God of Destruction's realm, while Vegeta seemed to still be lacking. However, it appeared that he was mistaken. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei felt no trepidation facing the transformed Vegeta. He believed he could triumph over the Super Saiyan God. Although he had not attained a critical breakthrough during this training, the insights he gained were far more profound and stable than any mere acquisition of power. What? Are you not going to make your move? Have you lost your nerve? Vegeta, embodying the super blue form, observed Jiang Xiaofei's stillness. It seems you have yet to grasp the essence of Ultra Instinct. It appears that mastering it in this lifetime is a distant dream for you. Jiang Xiaofei struck once more with his words, a verbal blow that shattered Vegeta's composure. With his fists engulfed in blue energy, Vegeta lunged at Jiang Xiaofei, abandoning all pretense of camaraderie. He had been thoroughly provoked. As the onslaught of Super Blue Vegeta approached, Jiang Xiaofei closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surroundings. He could sense Goku's energy distinctly, as well as Vegeta's. But the palpable intent to kill emanating from Vegeta was unmistakable. A satisfied smile graced Jiang Xiaofei's lips. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Faced with Vegeta's fierce and serious punch, Jiang Xiaofei offered no resistance and was directly struck in the face. His body was sent flying, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt on the ground. Why don't you fight back? Do you look down on me? Vegeta's anger intensified as he stared at Jiang Xiaofei, feeling further provoked. No need to rush. I'm afraid that once I strike, you won't have any chance left. Jiang Xiaofei believed that Vegeta still needed to be further provoked, so he resorted to verbal jabs once more. He had received a pitifully small amount of critical hit points from the system, indicating that his strength was nearing Vegeta's. Thus, he needed to stimulate him again to see if he could reap greater rewards. Jiang Xiaofei. Vegeta's killing intent surged, his formerly blue pupils now filled with blood red. "I'm right here," Jiang Xiaofei responded, a faint white aura rising around him as he centered himself. Whis' gaze locked onto Jiang Xiaofei, recognizing the mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique. This time, Vegeta was destined to be defeated. "How is this possible?" Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Vegeta had just broken through a significant barrier, his foundation far deeper than Jiang Xiaofei's. How could he be easily surpassed? "You do not grasp the capabilities of Ultra Instinct. Just watch, and you'll understand," Whis advised, adding that even in his current state, Goku likely wouldn't be a match for Jiang Xiaofei. Goku held a deep trust in Whis' words, yet struggled to accept this reality, eagerly anticipating the clash between the two, particularly observing the Ultra Instinct technique that Whis had emphasized. In their exchange, Vegeta's attack had already reached Jiang Xiaofei, still infused with immense power. However, this time, Jiang Xiaofei moved, evading Vegeta's strike with an astonishing maneuver. Vegeta, upon landing, was momentarily stunned, glancing at Jiang Xiaofei, feeling a shift within himself. He hadn't even seen how Jiang Xiaofei had evaded his punch. With his current abilities, he could neither perceive nor analyze Jiang Xiaofei's actions, whether through sight or energy sensing. "Wow!" Goku shouted, sharing Vegeta's astonishment. He had not anticipated that Jiang Xiaofei had grown to such an extent. Jiang Xiaofei did not linger. He fought instinctively, launching a counterattack toward Vegeta. Before Vegeta could recover from his shock, Jiang Xiaofei's fist struck him squarely in the abdomen. Feeling the force behind Jiang Xiaofei's blow, Vegeta thought it might pierce through his stomach. Vegeta descended into madness, completely affected by Jiang Xiaofei. He had thought that after transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, his power had increased significantly, allowing him to confront Jiang Xiaofei as before. Now, he realized how naive he had been. No, it was the world that had become utterly insane, especially Jiang Xiaofei, who was nothing short of a prodigy. To have cultivated to such a level in such a short time, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of envy. However, it is absolutely impossible to compel Vegeta to concede so easily. The energy blasts in his hand were hurled by Vegeta, yet none seemed to strike Jiang Xiaofei directly. Vegeta's strength is already formidable, yet he is unable to decipher Jiang Xiaofei's movements, forced instead to passively endure, which signifies that Jiang Xiaofei has secured an invulnerable position. Nevertheless, Vegeta is in dire need of an outlet for his frustrations, and the target of this release is none other than Jiang Xiaofei standing before him. Jiang Xiaofei has already attained his desires, and should this continue, it would only serve to further devastate Vegeta's confidence, a scenario Jiang Xiaofei wishes to avoid. Thus, he deliberately manipulates his own physical movements through cognitive control, slowing his actions to allow Vegeta to strike him once. Vegeta seems to glimpse a flicker of hope, yet senses an underlying discrepancy. Still, he persists. Observing Vegeta's unwavering determination, Jiang Xiaofei contemplates swiftly concluding the encounter. Yet he fears the fragility of Vegeta's spirit may be irreparably harmed, leaving him with no choice but to cooperate with Vegeta's performance. Enough. The outcome has been determined. Continuing this battle serves no purpose. Vados's voice resonates, halting the clash between Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta. Both combatants cease their actions, though Vegeta remains far from elated. "Pray tell, what prompted you to provoke Vegeta?" Vados directs her gaze toward Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei scratches his head, a foolish grin adorning his face as he replies, "Hee. I merely wished to ascertain the extent of my own prowess, which is why I incited Vegeta to unleash his full might against me." He casts a somewhat apologetic glance at Vegeta. "My sincerest apologies, Vegeta." Vegeta's inner turmoil is palpable. He feels as though he has become nothing more than a living target. Chapter 29. Frieza's Hellish Existence. Humph. Jiang Xiaofei, you have truly crossed the line. Vegeta's voice brims with indignation as he gazes at the apologetic Jiang Xiaofei. He is a figure of immense pride, and his intellect remains ever sharp, unlike the often oblivious Kakarot. Yet, on this occasion, he finds himself outmaneuvered by Jiang Xiaofei, igniting his ire. "Hee. I genuinely regret my actions, Vegeta. I acknowledge my missteps this time and assure you it shall not happen again. Should you require anything, I will certainly oblige. Jiang Xiaofei lowers himself, placing great value on his partnership with Vegeta. Humph, as if I would seek your assistance. Vegeta crosses his arms defiantly, turning away to preserve the remnants of his dignity and stubbornness. Yet, deep within Vegeta's heart, a twinge of guilt lingers. Although Jiang Xiaofei initiated the provocation, had he not harbored jealousy, he would not have been so easily stirred by Jiang Xiaofei's taunts. He harbors a profound admiration for Jiang Xiaofei's mastery of the Ultra Instinct, particularly during combat, where the power of this technique is acutely felt. Hey Vegeta, can't you be a bit more magnanimous? Jiang Xiaofei has already humbled himself and offered an apology, since this was merely a means to gauge his training progress. You ought to forgive him, Sun Wukong interjects from the sidelines, advocating for Jiang Xiaofei. In the eyes of Sun Wukong, the bond between companions is one of mutual accomplishment. This time, since Jiang Xiaofei sought to gauge his cultivation results, it was acceptable for Vegeta to endure a minor setback. Furthermore, Jiang Xiaofei, should you wish to assess your cultivation outcomes in the future, do not hesitate to inform us. We shall offer our utmost cooperation and refrain from uttering hurtful words. Sun Wukong issued a warning to Jiang Xiaofei, assuring him that it would not happen again. Jiang Xiaofei promptly extended his finger towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, pledging his guarantee. He then presented them with 2 cups of warm tea. Well done. With the farcical scene finally concluded, Whis finally spoke up. To achieve such a level of proficiency in the Ultra Instinct technique in such a short span of time is indeed remarkable, all thanks to Whis's guidance. Jiang Xiaofei humbly replied. Indeed. Whis continued. However, it seems that your understanding is not quite on par with his. With a shift in tone, Whis turned his gaze towards Vegeta and Sun Wukong, reigniting a sense of tension in the previously relaxed atmosphere. Jiang Xiaofei inwardly cursed, for Whis truly had a knack for bringing up sensitive topics. Vegeta let out a cold snort, while Sun Wukong wore an awkward smile. Compared to Jiang Xiaofei, they did indeed lag behind. Had they not elevated their powers to the Super Saiyan Blue level, they might even question the appropriateness of the God of Destruction's realm for their training. All right. There is much time ahead. Jiang Xiaofei's ability to touch the threshold of Ultra Instinct is, after all, partly due to luck. Both of you should contemplate your training diligently. One day, you too shall master Ultra Instinct. Whis chose not to provoke them further. The God of Destruction's realm returned to tranquility, and the lives of Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and others resumed their former state. The 3 trained together, exchanging insights. Sun Wukong and Vegeta became increasingly adept at utilizing Super Saiyan Blue, while Jiang Xiaofei made gradual progress in Ultra Instinct, occasionally sharing his own experiences to facilitate their mastery of the technique. In the 7th universe, on a planet at the edge of the Heavenly River Galaxy, lies Earth. Here, day and night alternate, distinguishing between the mortal realm and the afterlife. The living dwell in the mortal realm, savoring their daily meals and the beauty of nature, while the deceased descend into hell. Some enter the cycle of reincarnation, while others are doomed to be trapped in hell. Frieza, the former cosmic emperor, with his Frieza force, rampaged through the universe, plundering planetary resources and reveling in destruction. Having once invaded planet Vegeta and enslaved a host of Saiyans, he harbored a deep disdain for them. Ultimately, the malevolent Frieza faced justice for his numerous crimes, and upon his demise, his soul was imprisoned in hell. Within hell, a towering tree stood erect. From one of its massive branches dangled a long white thread, at the end of which was a cocoon-like cell. Inside the cell, a solitary prisoner had only his head protruding. The visage was eerily familiar. It was none other than the former cosmic emperor, Frieza. Now, Frieza suffered immensely, enduring the relentless torment of his own soul's degradation every moment. In this realm, devoid of combat and destruction, he finds himself powerless, compelled to witness the unfolding events around him, further deepening his disdain for the monotony of hellish existence. Beneath Frieza, a paradise of blossoms flourishes, where each flower is graced by the presence of diminutive flower fairies. These gentle beings, with their ever-present smiles of bliss, possess the ability to soften the world's chill and malevolence. Accompanied by a delightful array of animal companions, each fairy wields a distinct musical instrument, moving in harmony with the fairy's gestures and steps, reveling in jubilant song and dance amidst the vibrant floral expanse. Frieza, perched upon the branches above, becomes the focal point of their attention as they invite him to each concert, circling around him in a bid to purify his wicked heart through their joyous melodies. Yet, confronted with the innocent, radiant faces and the cacophony of music, Frisia feels an overwhelming urge to obliterate them. Bound by his own limbs and power, he can only endure silently, each passing second a torment. This encapsulates the daily existence of the cosmic overlord Frisia in hell, where laughter and mirth are intermingled with a soul yearning to resist, yet utterly powerless. Despite enduring excruciating pain daily, Frisia has never relinquished hope for rebirth. For every additional minute he spends here, his hatred for the scions who ended his life deepens, and his resolve for vengeance strengthens. This is the very reason he persists in this desolate state. Amidst the vastness of the cosmos, a spacecraft drifts aimlessly, once feared across the universe. Leaving no trace in their wake, they reveled in the sight of others kneeling in supplication. Yet now, their glory has faded, and the expansive universe no longer holds a place for them. Every assault on other planets ends in failure, turning this once invincible army into mere pariahs. They have lost their leader and, with it, their claim to cosmic dominance. We must find a way to resurrect Frisia. Only he can lead us to reclaim our supremacy in the universe, suggested a lowly soldier aboard the ship. They long for the days when they stirred chaos across the cosmos. However, they are acutely aware of Frisia's temperament. A single misstep could lead to their demise at his hands. Yet, they are weary of their furtive existence. To rise again, they have resolved to seek the Dragon Balls to revive the cosmic Emperor Frisia. Chapter 30. The Resurrection of Frisia. Currently, the leader of Frisia's army is named Sorb. Formerly an advisor from the Third Star Domain, he assumed command of the entire Frisia army following the demise of Frisia and King Cold. However, lacking formidable subordinates, his attempts at planetary conquest have not fared well. Thus, the idea to resurrect Frisia was born. Subsequently, Sorb and his strongest subordinate, Taguma, arrived on Earth, utilizing advanced technology to pinpoint the location of the Dragon Balls. Strangely, the positions of the 7 Dragon Balls were all revealed to be in the same location, implying that someone had already gathered them. This spared them considerable trouble. After all, on Earth, there still existed scions, and prolonged exposure could attract their attention, potentially leading to a fierce battle and delaying the resurrection of Frisia. However, it now appeared that these complications would be bypassed. Following the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar, Sorb and Tagoma swiftly located the 3 individuals in possession of the 7 Dragon Balls, intending to utilize the wishes to become the formidable Pilaf gang. Though the trio's combat prowess was mediocre, their ambitions were immense. Despite facing repeated setbacks, they had never surrendered, demonstrating remarkable fortune to have survived this long. "Hey, hand over your Dragon Balls," Sorb commanded, addressing Pilaf and his companions with an authoritative tone. "Who are you to act so brazenly before me, King Pilaf?" Pilaf retorted, stepping forward boldly to confront Sorb and Tagoma. Sorb exchanged a glance with Tagoma, who advanced and launched an attack on Pilaf. A single punch caused Pilaf's body to contort slightly as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a massive rock. "Lord Pilaf." The other 2 companions rushed to assist him. "Quickly, hand over the Dragon Balls, or my next strike will not be so lenient," Tagoma threatened. Ultimately, the 3 yielded, reluctantly producing the 7 Dragon Balls. "Excellent. Summon the Eternal Dragon, and you may leave unharmed," Sorb declared. Submitting to the strength of Sorb and Tagoma, Pilaf placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and recited the incantation, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon, grant my wish." Instantly, the sky darkened, and a colossal dragon materialized before Sorb and Tagoma. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others on Earth sensed the dragon's emergence but paid it little mind. Their indifference would once again plunge the planet into peril. "Eternal Dragon, please resurrect Lord Frisia." Sorb articulated his wish. The dragon did not immediately comply but pondered for a moment. "Is there a difficulty?" Sorb inquired. Frisia's body was disassembled into numerous fragments before his demise. He no longer possesses a complete form. Even if resurrected, his soul would lack a vessel to inhabit, rendering him unlike a normal being. This posed a significant challenge. Yet we possess advanced technological devices. Thus, you may proceed with resurrecting Lord Frisia. Your wish shall be granted." With the dragon's words, several familiar fragments descended from the sky, those of Frisia's shattered body. Pilaf's companions, witnessing the dragon fulfill Sorb's wish, felt a surge of indignation. "Lord Pilaf, Shall we merely stand by and watch them exploit the Dragon Balls we toiled to recover? I refuse to accept this. Lower your voice. If overheard, we may lose our lives. As long as we remain alive, there will always be a chance. Follow me, King Pilaf, and one day your dreams will come to fruition. Only 2 wishes remain. Speak forth your desires swiftly, urged the dragon from the side. Salb fell into deep contemplation, deliberating with Taguma on whether to resurrect Frisia's father. Meanwhile, the 2 companions of Pilaf, unable to withstand the dragon's words any longer, blurted out, "Grant me 1,000,000 and a delectable ice cream." 2 gifts descended from the heavens, landing beside them. After fulfilling their wishes, the dragon disassembled into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering them across the globe. Salb and Taguma stood momentarily dumbfounded. Yet there was no time for further deliberation. They gazed at the writhing fragments of Frisia's body on the ground, marveling at the tenacity of his life force. They gathered the shattered pieces of Frisia and placed them into the latest technological device. Boarding their spacecraft, they soared beyond the confines of Earth. Within the spacecraft, the advanced technology whirred into action, and all aboard harbored anxious hearts, eagerly anticipating Frisia's revival. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed, and the technological apparatus shattered into fragments. A cerulean liquid splattering forth as a figure emerged from the device. The figure was not particularly tall nor robust, yet its strikingly bright purple bald head was hard to ignore, with horns protruding uniquely on either side. The figure's identity was unmistakably that of the intergalactic tyrant, Frisia. "Welcome back, Lord Frisia." Salb bowed his head and spoke first. Frisia stretched his stiff body, emitting a mechanical rasp. Extending his slender arm, he touched the half-mechanical skin, experiencing a long-lost sensation as he felt the vigorous heartbeat within him, prompting Frisia to burst into laughter. "Ha! This feeling is truly marvelous." However, his expression swiftly turned icy. "Now, the filthy earthlings shall await my vengeance." An aura of malevolence radiated from Frisia, causing those behind him to break into a cold sweat. Trembling in fear of a misstep or an errant gesture that might incite his wrath and lead to their demise. Yet, there are always those undeterred by death. Taguma stepped forward, positioning himself before Frisia. "Honorable Lord Frisia, I believe we should not hastily seek vengeance against the Scions on Earth. Conquering the universe should be our foremost priority." Taguma's voice was soft yet remarkably resolute. Hearing Taguma's words, Salb helplessly closed his eyes. Frisia turned to face Taguma. Dispensing with any superfluous dialogue, he raised his right hand and struck at Taguma's limbs. Under Frisia's assault, Taguma could not withstand the force, collapsing to the ground in agony. "Are you instructing me on how to act? Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Is it not because you faced an insurmountable adversary that you sought my resurrection?" Frisia's voice dripped with malevolence. "Now that I have returned, all shall heed my command. Oh, and as a token of gratitude for your role in my revival, I shall reward you by crawling before me." Chapter 31. The god of destruction of the 6th universe. Frisia twisted his somewhat rusted neck, contemplating the means by which to exact his revenge. Surely this time, no one would oppose him, would they? His icy voice echoed, causing all present to bow their heads in trembling fear. Rather than being a ruler of the cosmos, it would be more fitting to label Frisia as a demon of the universe. "We support your quest for vengeance, Lord Frisia, though there is a minor hurdle." Salb hesitantly interjected. "Of course, for you, my lord, it hardly qualifies as a challenge." "Oh, pray tell." Frisia granted Salb the opportunity to speak, his right hand spinning incessantly. "It is this, Lord Frisia. After your defeat at the hands of the Scions, many events transpired. Even that fiend Majin Buu was vanquished by the detestable Scions." Salb had already prostrated himself before Frisia. "Such occurrences are indeed surprising. My esteemed father once advised me to avoid provoking 2 entities throughout the universe, Lord Beerus and Majin Buu. Who would have thought that even Majin Buu would fall to those Scions? How utterly fascinating." Frisia's tone betrayed neither anger nor excitement, which only heightened Salb's discomfort. "It appears I must dedicate some earnest time to training. Surely, my diligent efforts will make vengeance all the more gratifying. Lord Frisia will undoubtedly succeed in his quest for revenge. He is invincible." Salb trembled as he spoke. "Though I can discern the insincerity in your words, I must admit I find them quite delightful," Frisia remarked, gazing down at the prostrate Salb. "From the moment of my birth, I have been a prodigy, requiring no training to dominate the stellar elites of the cosmos. Even the warlike scions tremble beneath my feet. Yet, I never anticipated being defeated by two scions from Earth, enduring untold torment in that earthly realm. I am not reconciled to this. Frisia's voice brimmed with fury. Thus, now that I have been resurrected, I shall certainly bring some amusement to those scions on Earth. However, to enhance the entertainment, I must engage in training. In my estimation, a genius such as myself need only 4 months of diligent practice to attain an even greater strength. Even should those two scions join forces, they shall not stand a chance against me. Frisia turned his gaze towards the azure planet visible beyond the spaceship. Let them revel in their happiness for the next 4 months. I eagerly anticipate the scene that will unfold afterward. Salb, it is time for us to depart. Yes, Lord Frisia. Salb shakily rose from his prostrate position and issued the command for the ship to take flight. Within the vast expanse of the seventh universe, every corner held the potential for extraordinary events, and amidst these myriad intrigues, a beam of light sped through the cosmos. Should Beerus and Whis behold this light, they would surely be astonished, for within it were two familiar figures, Kampa, the god of destruction of the sixth universe, and his attendant, Vados. Hey, Vados, how much longer? I'm quite tired, Kampa languidly complained. Soon it will arrive, Lord Kampa. The elegant voice of Vados resonated. Hee, we will soon gather all the treasures. And just thinking about it brings such joy. Kampa had already begun to envision the splendid times that awaited him. Indeed, Lord Kampa, is it truly appropriate for us to intrude into the seventh universe? Vados inquired. Kampa's mood shifted slightly. Vados, please do not ruin the atmosphere. We are merely passing through. Not here to rob or steal. Lord Kampa, you are inadvertently confessing. Vados astutely pointed out, piercing through Kampa's self-satisfied demeanor. Vados, you must clarify which side you are on. Kampa's voice was tinged with frustration. Very well, Lord Kampa. Vados's tone remained as calm as ever, unperturbed by Kampa's anger. We have arrived, Lord Kampa. Upon hearing Vados's words, Kampa stepped out from behind her, appearing as a plump version of Beerus, his body brimming with flesh. Hee, we have finally arrived. Kampa gazed at the planet before him, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Vados, Lord Kampa, could you not take action yourself? Vados teased a bit. Vados, Kampa's voice grew more pronounced, feeling that Vados was being excessively mischievous. All right. With a gentle poke of her staff, Vados unleashed a brilliant light from within the planet before them, which ultimately receded, vanishing into the vast expanse of the universe, transforming the entire planet into cosmic dust with that delicate gesture. Alas, another mistake. Kampa's disappointment was palpable as he beheld the scene before him, for this planet did not yield the treasures he had anticipated. Do not fret, Lord Kampa. There are still many targets ahead. We shall tackle them one by one, and we will surely gather them all. Vados offered comforting words. Let us proceed to the next destination. Kampa regained his confidence. As a god of destruction, he would not let this minor setback linger for long. However, just as they were about to depart, two figures emerged at the sight of the vanished planet. Hey, you two, thinking you can leave so nonchalantly after destroying my planet? Vados and Kampa turned towards the voice and recognized two familiar figures, none other than Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe, and his angel, Whis. Sister, long time no see. Whis greeted Vados. Hello, Whis. You skinny monkey. I advise you not to stir up trouble. Kampa confronted Beerus, appearing ready for a fight. Stir up trouble. You ought to realize whose territory this is, arriving here and acting so arrogantly, destroying my planet without my consent. Who is truly causing trouble? You gluttonous pig. Beerus retorted defiantly. I was merely passing through and accidentally sneezed, causing the destruction of this lifeless planet. Is it too much to ask for you to be less petty? Kampa replied stubbornly. What if I am petty? This matter cannot be resolved without a delectable dish from a planet. Beerus extended a finger towards Kampa and said, I advise you not to push your luck. It seems you are eager for a brawl. Kampa had already begun to roar. If it's a fight you desire, then let us fight. Do you think I fear you? Beerus retorted, equally filled with fury. The two gods of destruction emanated an intense aura, causing cosmic dust to vanish into nothingness, exuding a determination that they would not relent until one of them lay defeated. However, just as they were about to engage, Whis and Vados intervened, urging them, mighty gods of destruction, please refrain from indulging in childish tempers. Your battle here would inflict harm upon the surrounding life. Although, As gods of destruction, they cared little for the lives of planets. Senseless slaughter would ultimately lead to karmic retribution. Vados, we shall take our leave, Kampa declared, unwilling to waste any more time, for there were far more pressing matters awaiting his attention. Sister Vados, Lord Kampa, since you are here, why not join us for a while? Whis extended an invitation. We have other matters to attend to. Kampa hastily covered his mouth, realizing he had misspoken. Beerus narrowed his eyes. Did you not claim you were merely passing through? Why should it concern you? The two gods were once again on the brink of conflict. We have prepared a sumptuous feast. Why not indulge in it before departing? Whis continued. Delicacies. Upon hearing the word, Kampa's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since Whis is so enthusiastic, I shall reluctantly join for a brief visit. Come, Vados. Shameless. Beerus remarked, observing Kampa's behavior with a candid evaluation. Chapter 32. The Enchanted Vados. Under the guidance of Beerus and Whis, Kampa and Vados arrived in the realm of destruction. With a gentle tap of his staff, Whis transformed the previously barren table into a lavish spread of various culinary delights. The enticing aromas wafting from the dishes evoked an irresistible urge to take a bite. Unable to contain himself at the sight of the delectable spread, Kampa lunged forward, grabbing food and shoving it into his mouth. Delicious. This is truly exquisite. I have never tasted anything so delightful in my life. What is this called? Kampa asked, his mouth smeared with cream, eagerly looking at Whis. I shall not divulge that information. You, without my permission, have seized my food. How utterly shameless. Beerus interjected, not permitting Whis to reveal the answer to Kampa. At that moment, both gods of destruction displayed a shared trait, showing no mercy towards the culinary treasures before them. Their current behavior certainly justified the bond of brotherhood, as their obsession with gourmet food was strikingly similar. You stingy glutton, you act so overzealous for a mere morsel. Kampa shot back defiantly at Beerus. Whis, he has already consumed a great deal of my food. Gather up the remaining dishes. Beerus commanded Whis, his gaze occasionally darting towards Kampa. Listening to Beerus, Kampa's movements became increasingly swift. His mouth was stuffed to the brim with a plethora of delicacies he had never tasted before. Kampa wished to utter something, yet his mouth was so full that no coherent sound could escape. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis promptly intervened, clearing the table of various culinary delights, leaving only a heap of refuse scattered around. Once Kampa managed to swallow the food in his mouth, he protested, Hey, must you be so stingy? Food should be shared, especially since we are brothers. Kampa approached Beerus, draping an arm over his shoulder with an ingratiating tone. Your earlier actions irked me. In the face of fine cuisine, even brotherhood means little. Beerus shrugged off Kampa's arm, wearing an air of arrogance. I apologize for my previous behavior. Might you present the food once more? Tempted by the allure of the feast, Kampa sought to soften his stance. Desire for delicacies? Pray tell, why have you come to Universe 7? Beerus inquired, revealing his intent. Well, I did mention it. I was merely passing through. Kampa's expression betrayed him. Since you refuse to speak the truth, that will suffice. Whis, show our guest out. Beerus issued an eviction notice. Kampa hesitated, his gaze fixed on Whis and Beerus, yet he held to his principles. In this dilemma, he gradually retreated from the banquet table. For the sake of future ambitions, and to witness Beerus's surprise, he endeavored to resist the tantalizing food. Guests have arrived. Jiang Xiaofei's voice resonated as he, along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, approached after completing their training, eager to request some food and enjoy a well-deserved respite. Hello. The trio greeted the two unfamiliar yet familiar figures with enthusiasm. Why were they deemed both strange and familiar? Because Kampa and Beerus bore a striking resemblance, while Vados and Whis were similarly attired. It was evident they could be gods of destruction and angels. However, in this universe, the god of destruction and angel were Beerus and Whis, suggesting that these newcomers hailed from another universe. Yet Jiang Xiaofei was well aware that Kampa and Vados were indeed the god of destruction and angel from Universe 6. Hello. Vados responded warmly to the three warriors before Whis replenished the table with food for all to share. Vados picked up a strawberry and took dainty bites, her gaze lingering on Jiang Xiaofei, the radiant warrior who had captivated her deeply. Her face glowed with youthful joy, and her heart raced a little faster. Jiang Xiaofei, noticing Vados, smiled and nodded at her like a true gentleman. Upon receiving Jiang Xiaofei's response, Vados felt an inner tumult, hastily turning away to evade his gaze. Am I guilty, Lord Xiangpa? Bados asked, her countenance flushed with shyness. Yet Xiangpa was perplexed, as this was the first time he had encountered such a demeanor from her. Bados, what troubles you? I have fallen in love with a mortal. Bados exclaimed lightly, her sparkling eyes drifting towards Jiang Xiaofei in the distance. Ah! Xiangpa cried out in disbelief. Bados, you are an angel. How can you fall for a mortal? Surely you jest. Shoo! Bados placed a finger to her lips, revealing a more enchanting side of herself. Please, Lord Xiangpa, keep your voice down. It makes me shy. Her soft voice sent shivers down Xiangpa's spine. You are an angel, and he is but a mortal. How can you possibly love a mortal? Xiangpa admonished her gently, though I know it may be ill-advised. Do you not sense an inexplicable allure about him, Lord Xiangpa? Bados replied, her tone tender and affectionate, akin to a bird nestling close to its mate. Bados, you must regain your senses, Xiangpa urged, growing increasingly agitated. If you continue down this irrational path, do not blame me for taking action. I am certain that Lord Beerus would not object to the demise of a mortal. Bados discerned the gravity in Xiangpa's words, and the atmosphere around them grew starkly cold. My dear Lord Xiangpa, you must learn to manage your emotions. Should you dare to harm him, do not expect me to show mercy. Faced with such a resolute Bados, even the god of destruction, Xiangpa, felt a tremor of fear. He was acutely aware of Bados' strength. Despite his title, he felt like an inferior before her. Moreover, judging by Bados' demeanor, Xiangpa genuinely feared her wrath should she choose to act, knowing that he would ultimately bear the consequences. With a glimmer of tears in his eyes, he gazed at Bados with a pitiful expression. Bados, do you no longer love me? Bados, regaining her composure, wore a gentle smile. How could I not love you? Dear Lord Xiangpa, you are my beloved brother. She paused, then added, and he is my cherished love. Her gaze was entranced by the sunlight-drenched young warrior in the distance. Ah, Bados, you wound me deeply, Xiangpa lamented, unable to bear Bados' infatuation any longer. He grumbled and began devouring the delectable food before him, seeking solace in this way to assuage his heartache and express his dissatisfaction towards both Bados and Jiang Xiaofei. Chapter 33. The God of Destruction's Afterthought? As Xiangpa feasted on the sumptuous fare, he cast furtive glances at Jiang Xiaofei in the distance. He could not fathom why such an unremarkable man could capture Bados' attention and affection. In Universe 6, there were many outstanding individuals, yet Bados paid them no mind. Not even a glance. Yet in Universe 7, how could it be that so soon after their arrival, Bados found herself enamored with a being from another realm? This was a reality that Xiangpa, as the god of destruction, struggled to accept. As the saying goes, the pavilion by the water gets the moon first. Yet no one has been able to capture the heart of Bados. Now, he finds himself merely as an accessory to others, which fills him with dissatisfaction and indignation. He must find a way to make this presumptuous man understand that a being like Bados is far beyond his reach. Due to Bados' influence, Kampa has unwittingly involved Jiang Xiaofei, even though from the very beginning, Jiang Xiaofei had merely offered a gentlemanly smile to Bados. Hey, Beerus, how come there are 3 humans in your realm of destruction? Moreover, they seem to hail from planets that are not of a superior nature. I am quite curious how 3 individuals from such lowly worlds are able to stand here intact. With your disposition, shouldn't you have sent them away? Have their planets already been obliterated by you? Kampa's voice was not loud, yet it reached the ears of Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. This was Kampa's intention. He too was intrigued by the presence of these seemingly ordinary individuals. Oh, them? I simply felt bored and invited them over for some company. Besides, it's often entertaining to witness a good battle, Beerus replied nonchalantly. A good battle? Them? Kampa was perplexed. As fellow gods of destruction, while their powers may differ slightly, they wield absolute authority within their own universes. The battles they deem worthy of interest are indeed rare. And now Beerus claimed that the combat of these 3 seemingly mundane humans piqued his interest, which intrigued Kampa even more. Hey, humans, why don't you 3 have a spar? Let me see how you captured the interest of Lord Beerus. Kampa began to direct his focus towards Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Lord Kampa, what are you doing? Bados whispered reproachfully. Mind your own business. Kampa dismissed her, refusing to engage with the love-struck angel. Kampa. Beerus's gaze turned icy. Jiang Xiaofei and his companions glared at Kampa, feeling belittled as if they were mere performers for the gods of destruction and angels. Naturally, they were unwilling to comply, remaining steadfast in their positions. their eyes fixed on Beerus and Whis. Hee. I mean no harm. It's purely curiosity. Kampa wore a mischievous grin. Humph, you'd better be speaking sincerely, otherwise you may never taste such exquisite food again, Beerus warned, his gaze piercing. Beerus, what do you mean? Just because of my earlier words, I must say farewell to gourmet delicacies? I refuse to accept that. Kampa resembled a mischievous child, embodying the spirit of a petulant god of destruction. Humph, your refusal is of no consequence. The delicacies are in my grasp, and I have the final say. Besides, these delicacies are sourced from their planets. With your current attitude, how could you possibly continue to enjoy such delightful food? Beerus offered a rational explanation. Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Beerus's words. Their planets? How is that possible? Xiangpa exclaimed. What is the name of their planet? Our planet is called Earth. Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Xiangpa, a hint of pride illuminating his eyes. Looking at Jiang Xiaofei, Bados was captivated by the man's charisma. Even in the face of a destroyer, he remained unfazed. Earth? Xiangpa repeated, excitement blossoming on his face, disregarding Jiang Xiaofei's presence. Bados, quickly check if there exists a planet named Earth in our universe. The sixth universe and the Earth universe could be deemed twin universes, with the majority of their celestial bodies bearing striking similarities. If such a delectable planet existed in the seventh universe, it stood to reason that a comparable one should exist within the sixth universe as well. Yes, Lord Xiangpa, Bados replied, gently swirling her staff, and the formation of the sixth universe rapidly flashed within the orb of her staff. Moments later, Bados had surveyed the stars of the entire universe. Regrettably, Lord Xiangpa, there is no planet named Earth in our universe, Bados stated with a tinge of sorrow. How can that be? The Earth universe has one. How could our sixth universe possibly lack it? Xiangpa was incredulous, yet he knew Bados would never deceive him, especially after she had expressed her feelings towards a previous Earthling. Indeed, Lord Xiangpa, there was once a planet called Earth in our universe. However, during one of your sky travels, you inadvertently sneezed, and your sneeze collided with Earth, reducing it to cosmic dust. Bados explained to Xiangpa. Very well, it cannot be helped. Xiangpa responded, though internally he felt a deep conflict. The absence of Earth in the sixth universe meant he could not savor its culinary delights. Yet it also implied that Jiang Xiaofei from the sixth universe would not exist, which he considered a rather favorable outcome. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Xiaofei was one of a kind. There existed only one Jiang Xiaofei in the entire Dragon Ball world. It seems you all are quite fortunate not to have been swept away by a single sneeze from Beerus. Xiangpa gestured towards Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. Upon hearing Xiangpa's words, a sense of melancholy washed over Jiang Xiaofei and his friends. In the vast cosmos, they merely wished to live extraordinary lives as ordinary individuals. Yet, their remarkable existences appeared trivial in the face of such overwhelming power. Even a sneeze could obliterate their planet and lives. At the same time, they were puzzled. They were clearly minor characters, so why did Xiangpa continually exhibit such hostility towards them? Xiangpa, you have gone too far. Beerus began to express his discontent with Xiangpa's actions. If Xiangpa's ire was directed at him, he could comprehend it, but Xiangpa's relentless jabs at the three humans incited Beerus's anger. Lord Xiangpa is indeed rather petty. Bados voiced her opinion. Indeed, Lord Xiangpa is truly a child at heart. Whis added to the chorus. You all, why must you target me? Xiangpa felt a deep sense of injustice. For the sake of a few humans, you treat me in such a manner. Is there some hidden secret within them? Think as you will. Furthermore, if there truly were a clandestine secret, why would I divulge it to an outsider like you? Beerus, disinterested, could not be bothered to explain to Xiangpa. I am not interested, although I can surmise it. A look of smug satisfaction adorned Xiangpa's face. Oh, with your intellect, you can deduce that? I find it hard to believe, Beerus remarked, casting a skeptical glance at the self-assured Xiangpa. Haha. It's quite simple. Xiangpa erupted in laughter. The reason you two defend them so fervently is that he is the successor to the god of destruction. Xiangpa pointed at Jiang Xiaofei among the three, considering himself exceptionally clever. As for Bados, Xiangpa scoffed indignantly. Lord Xiangpa, Bados chastised him with a playful tone. Xiangpa chose not to continue, aware that while he could spar with Beerus, provoking Bados was utterly inadvisable. Bados was his supervisor, possessing the authority to educate him. And most importantly, Xiangpa knew he was no match for her. Should a confrontation arise, he would certainly be the one to suffer. Although Xiang Pa felt somewhat intoxicated with confidence today, he remained rational. Haha, you truly are exceptionally astute. Beerus extended his thumb in approval towards Xiang Pa. See, I told you that you cannot deceive me. Aside from being the successor to the god of destruction, who else could remain here so consistently? Xiang Pa felt a swell of pride, but soon realized something was amiss, for everyone regarded him as if he were a fool. It dawned on Xiang Pa at last. Jiang Xiaofei was left speechless by Xiang Pa's remarkable deduction. The successor to the god of destruction? He could only ponder what the god of destruction of Universe 6 was thinking. Though you may appear somewhat dim-witted, your words have indeed sparked a thought within me. Beerus expressed gratitude towards Xiang Pa. As the god of destruction of Universe 7, he had lived long enough and should indeed seek a successor. Jiang Xiaofei was certainly a commendable choice, and Beerus cast an approving glance in his direction. So he is not merely the successor to the god of destruction. Xiang Pa finally grasped this truth. Not before, but from this moment onward, he shall be, Beerus declared unilaterally, without soliciting Jiang Xiaofei's personal opinion. Jiang Xiaofei wished to interject. Yet a mere glance from Beerus conveyed that he must not disrupt the moment. Moreover, this was also a means for Beerus to safeguard himself. Very well. Quite impressive. Xiang Pa felt a swell of indignation, sensing that he was being played. Yet, in this moment, who could he possibly vent his frustration upon? Nearby, Bados listened to Beerus's words, her gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei becoming increasingly fervent. Having been designated the successor to the god of destruction, he was now a step closer to potentially becoming a god of destruction himself. Lord Kampa, it would be wise for you to refrain from embarrassing yourself here. Perhaps you should simply indulge in your delicacies. If it truly comes down to an exhibition of intellect, I fear you would suffer a most ignoble defeat. Bardos gestured towards Kampa. Kampa, you have changed. You are not the same as you once were. Is this truly how it is? Kampa lamented, feeling a sense of unspoken frustration. This time, he had no choice but to concede. Yet, as he contemplated submitting, a surge of determination arose within him. To assert his intellectual prowess, he devised a plan that pleased him greatly. Since you allege he is a replacement for the god of destruction, his strength must be formidable. How about I take your place and test him? What do you think of this proposal? Kampa suggested, a sense of pride swelling within him as he addressed Beerus. Beerus remained silent for a few moments, glancing at Jiang Xiaofei, seemingly uncertain. Fear not. I shall hold back and not unleash my full strength immediately, for that would surely end his life. I am well aware of my limits, Kampa urged again. With me present, you think you can take his life? Beerus replied resolutely. Since you are so eager, let us engage in this trial. Ultimately, Beerus acquiesced to Kampa's proposal. His momentary pause having been a tactic to capture Kampa's attention. He too wished to ascertain Jiang Xiaofei's current capabilities and whether he truly met the criteria for a god of destruction's successor. This is indeed a sagacious decision. Kampa expressed his approval of Beerus, then turned to Jiang Xiaofei. Come, let us engage in a friendly spar. Thus, the protagonist Jiang Xiaofei found himself orchestrated by two gods of destruction, unable to resist in the slightest. They arrived at a vast expanse, maintaining a considerable distance from one another. Lord Kampa, you must temper your strength. I am watching closely. Bardos cautioned Kampa, then addressed Jiang Xiaofei. If you find yourself overwhelmed, do not hesitate to voice it. I will be here to assist you. Thank you. Jiang Xiaofei expressed his gratitude to Bardos, who beamed with happiness. It is my duty to help. Hey, have you two had enough? It is time for battle. Do you understand? No more chattering, Kampa exclaimed, unable to endure the distraction any longer, as he unleashed his power, fists clenched, charging at Jiang Xiaofei. In response to Kampa's assault, Jiang Xiaofei reacted immediately. Yet the disparity between them was starkly apparent. Boom. The collision of their fists sent Jiang Xiaofei hurtling backward, stabilizing himself only after a considerable distance of several meters. Not bad. You managed to withstand my punch without falling. You should take pride in that. However, the comfort ends here, Kampa remarked with a hint of annoyance. Lord Kampa, did you strike too hard? Bardos reminded him once more. Kampa was visibly frustrated. My dear sister Bardos, this is a sparring match. Applying a bit of force is entirely acceptable. If you continue to interject, this battle will be impossible to continue. Oh, is that so? Then let us cease the fighting. Bardos is indeed astonishing in her remarks, leaving Kampa in a state of utter bewilderment. Observing Jiang Xiaofei, He too is perplexed by Bardas's actions and even finds himself questioning whether this celestial being has developed feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she consistently defend him? However, such thoughts remain unspoken, for he fears that misinterpreting her intentions could result in his complete disappearance from the seventh universe. To jest about angels as romantic interests is indeed to live life on the edge. Our battle is far from over. This time, it is Jiang Xiaofei who takes the initiative. His aura retracts, and he transcends into a state of profound concentration, acutely aware of every movement of his body. Suddenly, his figure vanishes, only to reappear before Kampa. Kampa, momentarily stunned, never anticipated that a mere human could reach such heights. With a resounding thud, Kampa absorbs a flying kick from Jiang Xiaofei, staggering back several meters. Is this the mastery of Ultra Instinct? Still reeling from shock, Kampa glances at Beerus and Whis, momentarily forgetting the battle at hand. Observing Kampa's astonishment, Beerus silently nods, feeling a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Jiang Xiaofei reappears, prompting Kampa to react swiftly. The two engage in a fierce exchange of blows, each inflicting damage upon the other. However, Kampa soon retreats, declaring the fight meaningless. He had intended to assert his dominance, hoping to remind Jiang Xiaofei of his place, while simultaneously warning him against harboring ill intentions. Yet, it has become evident that his aspirations to easily overpower Jiang Xiaofei are futile. This human is indeed a prodigy. Haha. Beerus can no longer contain his mirth, chuckling ungraciously. How about that? Surely, he has earned his place as a supplementary god of destruction this time. Chapter 35. Super Dragon Balls gazing at the captivating figure. Bardas is taken aback. She already holds Jiang Xiaofei in high regard, yet witnessing him employ the still immature Ultra Instinct against Kampa fills her with elation, further solidifying her belief in her discerning eye. Jiang Xiaofei's energy wanes as the state of Ultra Instinct dissipates. The experience of battling Kampa has imparted invaluable lessons, and after enduring Kampa's onslaught, he receives favorable feedback from the system, indicating notable improvement in his strength. Should he engage Kampa again, he is confident he could endure longer. Nonetheless, Jiang Xiaofei is acutely aware that he remains no match for a god of destruction. Kampa, during their confrontation, had not even tapped into the depths of Ultra Instinct. His cessation of combat was purely at his discretion. Beerus, you truly have struck gold, Kampa remarks, a tinge of envy coloring his thoughts. Haha. Fortunately, indeed. Beerus feigns humility, though internally he is reveling in joy. This time, he has undoubtedly regained his stature before Kampa. Humph. Do not be overly proud. I believe that within my universe, there surely exists such a character, yet I have yet to uncover them. It is akin to Zampa seeking an excuse to preserve a semblance of dignity. Is that so? I truly look forward to the arrival of that day. At that time, we could summon that valiant warrior to partake in the exquisite delicacies of Earth. Beerus spoke these words, deliberately emphasizing the delights of earthly cuisine. Zampa, of course, could discern the meaning behind Beerus's expression. On occasion, his intellect would indeed shine through during moments of calm. Beerus, dare you engage me in a cosmic contest? The thought paused for a moment, as fresh ideas brewed within. A contest in the cosmos? Pray, elaborate. Beerus, intrigued, found himself utterly bored while awake. If he could discover a source of amusement, he would welcome it wholeheartedly. It is rather simple. You gather some warriors from Universe 7, while I shall enlist a few from Universe 6. Let them partake in a competition of valor and exchange, to see which side shall emerge victorious. Zampa articulated his perspective. That sounds promising, yet it appears to lack a certain thrill. Beerus expressed his agreement. Haha, I share your sentiment. Thus, to elevate the excitement of the contest, let us stipulate that the victorious side shall gain dominion over Earth in Universe 7. What say you? Zampa's intentions laid bare, yet his demeanor remained unflinching. Oh, is that so? However, do you not perceive that in this arrangement, Universe 7 seems to incur a loss? The astute Beerus readily detected the loophole in Zampa's proposal. Is that so? Zampa feigned confusion. Heh, do you take me for a fool? Earth is inherently part of our Universe 7. Why wager it as a prize? Moreover, it seems you have yet to demonstrate any sincerity. What, pray tell, does your Universe 6 propose as a counter? Beerus was forthright in his inquiry. Zampa had indeed set his sights on Earth from Universe 7, hence his proposal, yet he found himself devoid of any noteworthy celestial bodies to offer. If we were to lose this contest, I shall reveal to you my true purpose for visiting your universe. Humph. I am decidedly uninterested. Beerus cast Zampa a disdainful glance. Nay, you will be intrigued. If I disclose my objective, you shall undoubtedly be captivated. Zampa exuded confidence. Oh, is that so? Observing your self-assured demeanor has piqued my interest. However, should you fail to unveil your intentions, I shall categorically refuse to acquiesce to this contest. Beerus adhered to his principles. To agree without clarity would render him somewhat foolish, akin to Zampa. Whis, bring me some instant noodles. After so much discourse, my hunger has returned. Beerus, feigning nonchalance, turned to Whis. Certainly, Lord Beerus. Whis promptly retrieved a container of instant noodles from his staff. Beerus poured boiling water into it and covered the container, allowing it to steep for 5 minutes. The enticing aroma wafting from the noodles soon tempted every individual present to crave a taste. Beside him, Kampa gazed longingly at the instant noodles on the table, feeling an irresistible urge to snatch them away. However, he had not completely lost his composure and managed to refrain from acting on his impulse. Beerus lifted the lid of the noodles, releasing an enticing aroma that enveloped the air. Kampa's eyes fixated hungrily on the noodles in Beerus's hand as he deftly speared some with a fork and gently placed it in his mouth. Almost immediately, he inhaled sharply. The noodles tantalized his taste buds, flooding his senses with a wave of bliss. I can't take it anymore. Whis, is there any left? Could you bring me a bowl? Kampa pleaded, his gaze directed at Whis, brimming with sincerity and earnestness. Whis feigned a look of indecision. You wish to partake in the noodles? Beerus inquired knowingly. Kampa nodded fervently. Very well, but first, you must disclose your intentions, and then you shall savor the taste of the noodles, Beerus stated, revealing his purpose. All right, Kampa, ultimately unable to resist the allure of the delectable dish, acquiesced. Bardock, who had perceived everything, simply shook his head lightly at Kampa. Though both Kampa and Beerus were gods of destruction and siblings in matters of intellect, Kampa was undeniably inferior to Beerus. I have come to the 7th universe in search of the Super Dragon Balls. Kampa divulged his intent. Now, can I have the noodles? Super Dragon Balls? Beerus pondered, then commanded Whis, provide him with a bowl of noodles. After receiving the noodles from Whis, Kampa mimicked Beerus's earlier actions, allowing the noodles to heat for 5 minutes before indulging. Are you referring to the Super Dragon Balls crafted by the dragon god, Zalama? Beerus inquired once more. Kampa responded affirmatively while savoring the noodles, a delightful sensation flooding his senses, momentarily dispelling all prior gloom. Such delicious fare, does it truly originate from that planet called Earth? Kampa asked between mouthfuls of noodles, his words slightly muffled. Indeed, Beerus replied, a broad smile illuminating his face, filled with pride. If you are interested, we could continue our competition, but both sides must wager something. I wager Earth, while you wager the Super Dragon Balls you have collected. What do you say? Beerus, do you take me for a fool? If my Dragon Balls were hard-earned, would I simply relinquish them? How unfair would that be? If I were to gather all the Super Dragon Balls, I could easily fulfill my wish to create a new Earth. Why would I come here to steal yours? Kampa retorted, his expression reflecting his displeasure. Oh, I see. In that case, there is no need for a competition. Furthermore, you likely have not yet gathered all your Super Dragon Balls, have you? And by your appearance, it seems those Super Dragon Balls also exist within my 7th universe. Given this, I must issue an eviction notice. As for the Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe, I fear you will not be able to obtain them, Beerus declared, exuding an air of confidence as he firmly grasped the situation. Observing Beerus's smug demeanor, Kampa felt a surge of frustration, an impulse to retaliate brewing within him. From beginning to end, I have been the one ensnared in a trap. Chapter 36. An angel harbors a secret affection for you. Kampa suddenly felt akin to a clown. Ever since his arrival in the 7th universe, he had failed to locate the Super Dragon Balls and instead encountered Beerus and Whis. Upon reaching the realm of destruction, although Kampa savored exquisite delicacies he had never experienced before, such culinary delights did not exist in the 6th universe. This meant that once he departed from this realm, he would never again indulge in such delectable food. He had initially hoped to wager with Beerus, engaging in a cosmic competition, yet once more, he found himself outwitted by Beerus. His painstakingly devised plans had been uncovered by Beerus. The pivotal point, however, was the arrival of Vados. During her visit to the realm of destruction, she inexplicably developed feelings for a mortal. While she acknowledged the mortal's strength and potential, Kampa could not fathom why she would be so enamored with a mere human. For Kampa, it was indeed a dismal day. Yet, having reached this juncture, he recognized that in order to advance his own agenda, he must make certain concessions or compromises. Humph, Beerus, you treacherous scoundrel! Kampa exclaimed in frustration. How could you keep ensnaring me time and again? Haha, Kampa, how can you say such a thing? It is clearly your own foolishness. How could you accuse me of tricking you? Beerus retorted with amusement. Moreover, everything I have stated is merely factual. Beerus regarded Kampa with keen interest. For the first time in millennia, he witnessed Kampa at a disadvantage. One could say he owed a debt of gratitude to Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. Humph. I do not care. This match must take place. Earth is mine, and the Super Dragon Balls are also mine, Kampa declared, somewhat exasperated. So, this means you have acquiesced to my proposal and are wagering the Super Dragon Balls in your possession? Beerus thought gleefully. For acquiring the Super Dragon Balls from Kampa would indeed be a cause for celebration. Humph. Do not rejoice too soon. The outcome remains uncertain. Do you think you are the only one with a master of Ultra Instinct among humans? Kampa cast a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, his eyes betraying a hint of menace. Haha. So, it seems there exists a human in the 6th universe who has mastered Ultra Instinct. This makes the impending battle all the more exhilarating. Beerus felt an abundance of confidence in Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. Even if there were indeed humans in the 6th universe who had mastered Ultra Instinct, could they possess a prodigy like Jiang Xiaofei? The odds of that were almost negligible. Once Jiang Xiaofei took the stage, victory for the 7th universe would be assured. For Beerus had discerned Jiang Xiaofei's exceptional nature. Hee, let us await the outcome. Kampa wore a sly smile. Indeed, it is something to look forward to. With the assistance of Whis and Vados, the two gods of destruction briefly outlined the number of participants and the venue for the upcoming contest between the two universes. After all discussions were concluded, Kampa prepared to return to the 6th universe to seek out contenders for the competition. Vados, we must return. Kampa called out to Vados. So soon? Bardos felt a twinge of reluctance. She believed she had only just arrived and had yet to engage in meaningful conversation with Jiang Xiaofei. Was she truly to depart so hastily? What alternative existed? Would she remain here for the new year? Let us not forget that a competition had just been agreed upon. Xiang Pa also found himself exasperated by this angel. He was acutely aware of Bardos's sentiments. Why don't you leave first, Lord Xiang Pa? I wish to linger here a while longer, as it has been many years since I last saw my younger brother Weiss. Leaving in such haste weighs heavily on my heart. Bardos expressed her desire to stay, along with her reasoning. Xiang Pa scrutinized Bardos, attempting to discern her true thoughts. Bardos, do refrain from inciting my ire, and do not forget your responsibilities. Should I depart, and you remain, it would be a dereliction of duty. I trust that the Omni King would not overlook such negligence. Xiang Pa, feeling a headache coming on, was compelled to invoke the authority of the Omni King to restrain Bardos. Upon hearing the mention of the Omni King, Bardos's gaze dimmed. She could dismiss Xiang Pa's opinions, but the Omni King was a matter she could not ignore. Much like Weiss and Jiang Xiaofei, Bardos felt a profound sense of loss. Ultimately, however, she chose to leave, for if the Omni King were to learn of these matters, it would not only be her misfortune but also Jiang Xiaofei's, as the Omni King's actions were notoriously unpredictable. Observing Bardos's reluctant return to his side, Xiang Pa sighed softly. Indeed, women in love often seem to possess single-mindedness. Fortunately, he possessed certain capabilities. After entangling himself with some earthly delicacies from Weiss, under Bardos's guidance, Xiang Pa finally departed from this sorrowful locale. Once Xiang Pa and Bardos had taken their leave, Beerus turned his attention to Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong, Vegeta. You both heard the recent conversation. This upcoming competition is not merely a trivial contest, but one that bears significant implications for the fate of Earth. Should you fail to secure victory, you may find yourselves unable to remain in this universe, Beerus stated gravely. The destiny of Earth rests entirely in your hands. In his heart, Beerus felt a pang of sympathy. If Jiang Xiaofei were to inadvertently lose, he would have to plead with Xiang Pa for the pleasures of Earth's cuisine in the future. At that moment, he imagined himself enduring Xiang Pa's scornful jests and disdainful glances, a thought that overwhelmed him. Shaking his head, he banished such dreadful notions. Such an eventuality must never come to pass. Are you not being rather cavalier in your actions? Jiang Xiaofei remarked to Beerus. To cast Earth aside in such a manner seems excessive. Ah, It appears you have yet to grasp your position. In the seventh universe, I, Beerus, am the unequivocal deity. Every celestial body belongs to me, and Earth is no exception. If you desire freedom for Earth, then strive to achieve victory in this competition, Beerus replied, unabashedly asserting his authority. Jiang Xiaofei chose not to respond further, merely glancing at Sun Wukong and Vegeta beside him. Sun Wukong appeared exceedingly exhilarated, for he was soon to engage in a contest of strength with formidable warriors from other universes. The mere thought of such a rare battle ignited a fervor within him. Though Vegeta maintained an air of composure, his eyes sparkled with longing. Sighing softly, Jiang Xiaofei reflected on his two companions, who were undoubtedly battle enthusiasts. They would go to any lengths for the sake of combat and self-improvement. Do not fret about Earth. It would be wiser for you to concern yourself with your own fate, Beerus advised Jiang Xiaofei. The latter, perplexed, wondered what misstep he had made. What is it, Lord Beerus? He queried, feeling a twinge of anxiety, for such words from Beerus suggested a grave situation. Have you not noticed? Beerus inquired, somewhat astonished. Noticed what? Angel Batos harbors a secret affection for you. How could you not perceive such an obvious sentiment? Beerus was genuinely impressed by Jiang Xiaofei's obliviousness. Surely not. She is an angel. How could she possibly be enamored with someone as inconspicuous as me? Are you mistaken, Lord Beerus? If you doubt it, you may inquire with Whis. Beerus replied, dismissing further explanation. Whis nodded silently in affirmation, adding, otherwise, do you think Kampa would target you for no reason? Jiang Xiaofei pondered the events and realized the truth, feeling a swirl of mixed emotions. What sort of sensation was it to be admired by an angel? Chapter 37, The Frisia Force and the Crisis on Earth. Though Jiang Xiaofei had not spent much time in the Dragon Ball universe, he had acquired a fundamental understanding of its lore. The god of destruction reigns supreme over the cosmos, holding a status that surpasses even that of the Kaishin, and possesses strength far beyond theirs. Angels serve exclusively the gods of destruction, yet their power is superior to that of their divine counterparts. Above the angels exist even mightier beings. Now, having been informed that an angel harbors feelings for him, Jiang Xiaofei found himself astounded. However, these matters were beyond his control. While he acknowledged that Batos was indeed a beauty, aligning with his aesthetic preferences, the disparity between them remained vast. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofei was in a relationship, albeit one that seemed destined to end. The prospect of him moving on so swiftly was utterly implausible. The only solace was that Batos had yet to confess her feelings, suggesting that there was still room for maneuver. Perhaps once Batos returned to the sixth universe, she would promptly forget him. You, my friend, are truly fortunate, Beerus remarked with a hint of admiration. Jiang Xiaofei's presence had brought him countless surprises, and now even a celestial being could not resist his allure. Lord Beerus, do not jest. I am but a mere mortal. How could Batos possibly be fond of someone like me? Even if it were true, it might simply be a fleeting curiosity that would soon be forgotten, Jiang Xiaofei remarked while scratching his head. Listening to his words, Beerus silently nodded in agreement, acknowledging that there was a measure of truth in what he said. It is impossible for an ordinary person like you to keep someone of Batos' caliber by your side. Indeed, you possess some fundamental understanding. Now, let us dedicate our time to rigorous training. We must prepare for the forthcoming battles, ensuring that Kampa and the inhabitants of the sixth universe recognize that our seventh universe is not to be trifled with. Beerus declared, his spirits soaring. As for the other candidates, it is best left to Whis and myself to decide. Sun Wukong, brimming with enthusiasm, resumed his fervent training, eagerly anticipating the day of the competition. Vegeta's sentiments mirrored his, and the two pushed themselves harder during their training in the god of destruction's realm. Jiang Xiaofei was equally industrious. During this period, he delved deeper into the mastery of Qi, not only becoming proficient in the Kamehameha, but also discovering some insights into the spirit bomb. Regrettably, he struggled with the Kaioken technique. Perhaps due to the influence of the system, Jiang Xiaofei felt no increase in his power while attempting to utilize the Kaioken, and despite his efforts, he ultimately had to relinquish this means of instant power enhancement. From time to time, they would challenge Beerus. In terms of individual prowess, he remained the strongest. However, when the three of them joined forces, even Beerus had to exert himself significantly. After each battle, they felt that the time to surpass Beerus was drawing near. Stimulated by their efforts, Beerus seemed to be training quietly as well, fearing the emergence of one among them who might surpass his strength, particularly Jiang Xiaofei. who truly had the potential to eclipse him. Yet, Beerus hoped that this day would arrive slowly. Although Beerus's training could not match the intensity of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, his progress was remarkably swift. Previously unable to fully grasp the Ultra Instinct, he had now begun to comprehend its principles, and with diligent practice, he would soon master it completely. Witnessing Beerus's advancement brought great joy to Whis. Each enhancement in Beerus's abilities signified a further strengthening of his power, allowing him to enjoy a longer life. Most importantly, the previously lethargic Beerus, who would either sleep, eat, or destroy planets, seemed to have genuinely found something worth pursuing. Observing Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, Whis found himself growing increasingly fond of them. They possessed a unique charm. Through their acquaintance, Whis not only savored foods he had never tasted before, but also helped Beerus find companions whose presence filled his life with newfound significance. However, Beerus would never concede to this notion. Over time, as their relationships deepened through constant sparring and camaraderie, their bonds grew stronger. Beerus has indeed regarded the three of them as potential successors to the role of God of Destruction. As for the future, who will truly embody the essence of destruction remains a matter of fate. In the sixth universe, the God of Destruction, Kampa, has returned. Observing the still somewhat infatuated Vados, Kampa's mood has improved slightly. Vados, do you still have feelings for that boy? Kampa inquired relentlessly. Lord Kampa, perhaps you should focus on your own affairs. If we lose this match, your Super Dragon Balls will be at risk. Vados attempted to divert the conversation. I am well aware of that. Yet I remain curious as to how you could be enamored with a mere mortal. Do you think we might find a man in our sixth universe who resembles Jiang Xiaofei exactly? Kampa's words once again provoked Vados. A glimmer of hope sparked in Vados's eyes. There truly existed such a possibility, though she felt that even if she were to meet him, she might never again experience the same thrill as when she first encountered Jiang Xiaofei. Lord Kampa, you ought to seek out some formidable warriors swiftly. Otherwise, you may very well face inevitable defeat. Let us await the outcome. Kampa chose not to elaborate further. It seemed that the vision he had just encountered was but an illusion, while Vados remained lost in her unrequited affection. In the vast expanse of the seventh universe, on the periphery of the Milky Way, a planet was teeming with an array of formidable figures, each exuding a menacing aura as if they were seasoned debt collectors, their presence significantly more intimidating than before. Within the spacecraft, Sorbet gazed at the distant azure planet, a wicked grin spreading across his face. My lord, ahead lies Earth, the very realm where your targets are likely training. At last, this day has come. After 4 months of arduous training, I feel my power has reached its zenith. I am even confident of defeating Majin Buu with a single blow. Next, it shall be your turn, detestable Science. Frieza stood atop the ship, his eyes fixated on the blue planet, stirring within him a desire to obliterate it. The moment the spacecraft landed, Frieza unleashed his aura, causing his subordinates to tremble in fear. Frieza's intent was to lure the Scions on Earth. If the 2 Scions who had previously defeated him were still present, all the better. Meanwhile, Piccolo, who had been training, immediately sensed an unusual and malevolent energy. Without hesitation, he followed the source of the aura. Upon his arrival, he was met with a mix of familiar yet strange faces. The Frieza Force. Chapter 38. The death of Piccolo. As Piccolo laid eyes upon the figure seated upon the throne, beads of sweat trickled down his face. The presence emanating from that figure was overwhelmingly oppressive, especially those eyes. Piccolo could not bear to meet their gaze. Frieza. Piccolo's heart raced furiously. In his memory, Frieza had been vanquished, yet the being before him was unmistakably Frieza himself. With Piccolo's arrival, others soon began to gather as well. As Gohan, Krillin, Tien, and even Master Roshi pursued the ominous presence, they were taken aback upon encountering their adversary, for they had all witnessed Frieza's demise. Well, you all arrived rather swiftly. Frieza's sinister laughter echoed. Where is Son Goku? Has he sensed my energy and been frightened into hiding? Frieza wore an arrogant expression. Frieza, are you overly confident? Do you not recall how you met your end? Though deeply shaken, Piccolo resolved to display sufficient courage. You are a Namekian, a friend of Son Goku. Since Goku is absent, I shall gladly take my vengeance on you. Frieza spoke without a hint of restraint. As the ruler of the universe, Frieza had endured a stifling existence in hell. After 4 months of rigorous training upon his return, he was eager for revenge. only to discover that his two main foes were absent, which fueled his fury. To celebrate my grand return, let us commence with a fireworks display. Upon concluding his statement, Frisia extended a finger, gathering a purple sphere radiating destructive energy, and pointed it towards a nearby city. Stop! Piccolo interjected, but it was too late. The sphere shot forth, creating a blinding beam of light that ultimately descended upon the city. Boom! The entire city erupted in a colossal explosion, dazzling light illuminating the faces of all present. Frisia! Piccolo and Gohan roared, their trepidation towards Frisia intensifying. Clearly, Frisia's recent attack was far more potent than before. They recognized that he had returned stronger than ever. What a truly magnificent sight. Frisia cackled with malevolence as he gazed at the city engulfed in brilliance. The fireworks show has concluded, and now, I shall embark on my true revenge. Since Son Goku is absent, I shall target you instead. Fear not. Once I have dealt with you, I will spare the earth, providing Son Goku a place to exact his vengeance. I am certain he will soon arrive to join you. Frisia! Gohan stepped forward, poised to strike, but was restrained by Piccolo. Wait, I shall confront him first. You all focus on contacting Goku and the others, Piccolo instructed. Gohan nodded slightly and dialed Bulma's number, for she was the only link to Whis who could expedite the return of Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Piccolo's body ascended slowly from the ground. Frisia, you will regret coming to Earth for revenge. You dare to provoke Lord Frisia? You overestimate your abilities, stepped forward to Goma, standing beside Frisia. Who are you? Piccolo inquired. Tagoma, brimming with arrogance, replied, I am Tagoma, a loyal subordinate of Lord Frisia. As a Namekian, allow me to demonstrate the terror of Lord Frisia. Tagoma charged directly towards Piccolo, who elevated his energy to counter Tagoma's assault. The clash of their bodies resonated with a thunderous sound. In that brief encounter, Piccolo felt the formidable strength of Tagoma. Accelerating once more, Piccolo amplified his power. Don't bother. You are no match for me. Tagoma taunted with a mocking laugh. You talk too much. Piccolo retaliated with another punch, but this time, Tagoma effortlessly blocked it. Piccolo's fist was trapped beneath Tagoma's palm, unable to retract. Tagoma slowly raised his other hand and, in the next moment, struck down towards Piccolo's arm. Piccolo cried out in agony, swiftly retreating to Gohan's side. The sight of the severed arm in Tagoma's grip unsettled the onlookers. If Frisia's subordinate was so powerful, how formidable was Frisia himself, seated on his throne, especially for Krillin, who had adopted a bald appearance. Facing Frisia again brought forth haunting memories, causing beads of sweat to fall uncontrollably, stripping him of any courage to meet Frisia's gaze. As he was engulfed by profound fear, enduring excruciating pain, Piccolo activated his regenerative abilities, growing a brand new arm. Tagoma, you've wasted too much time dealing with a mere underling. Frisia's voice echoed, addressing Tagoma. My apologies, Lord Frisia. I shall conclude this battle at once, Tagoma replied, expressing his regret. It seems I must accelerate my pace, Tagoma began, but was abruptly cut off by a piercing scream, even more intense than Piccolo's earlier cry. Tagoma was sent hurtling backward, clutching his lower body, trembling uncontrollably. After 4 months of grueling training, his body had become harder than steel. Even Piccolo's attacks were difficult to inflict pain upon him, yet his lower body seemed inadequately trained. The crowd turned their attention to the boy who had attacked Tagoma. Gotenks. Hey, are you really trying to destroy the Earth? Did you ask me, the invincible Gotenks? Just as he finished speaking, Gotenks glowed brightly, transforming into 2 small figures. Frisia's eyes narrowed as they fell upon the 2 tiny beings, his expression contorting. From these children, he recognized the likeness of Goku and Trunks. His arrival on Earth was to seek these 2, only to find them now in the forms of children. Science. Haha. How intriguing. My revenge draws ever closer. Goten and Trunks. Bulma called them to her side. Truly useless, wasting my time so long. Frisia seemed to lose his patience. A glimmer sparked at his fingertips, sending a beam towards Gohan. Gohan. With a fierce cry, Piccolo forcefully pushed Gohan aside, exposing his body to Frisia's searing light. In the next moment, his form was pierced by the beam, and he collapsed to the ground, his breath becoming faint. Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Chapter 39, Gohan's Fury. The Return of the Trio Ha. With such meager strength, you dare challenge me? Truly, you are oblivious to your own insignificance. Frisia sneered at the fallen Piccolo, whose breath was growing weaker. Krillin, paralyzed by fear, found himself unable to move, trapped in Frisia's malevolent grip. Gohan clutched Piccolo, his heart tormented by rage. Yet, this Gohan was no longer the fearless warrior he once was. His once boundless potential had long been exhausted. Faced with the overwhelming power of Frisia, Gohan understood that he was no match for him. Despite the grave injuries inflicted upon his uncle Piccolo because of him, he could not seek vengeance immediately. For in the presence of Frisia, Gohan felt like a mere weakling. Gohan, be strong. In his critical moment, Piccolo still worried for Gohan. Do not attempt to challenge Frisia. You are not his equal. Find a way to bring your father back. Only when Goku returns can you survive, and only then can Earth be saved. After uttering these words, Piccolo's life force dwindled, and ultimately, he closed his eyes in Gohan's embrace. No, Uncle Piccolo, wake up, please. Don't sleep. Gohan's anguished voice resonated with heart-wrenching sorrow. Yet, Piccolo could not hear Gohan's desperate call. Oh, what a profoundly moving scene. Frisia mused. Fear not. I shall not allow him to depart so lonely. Soon, you shall be reunited. In hell. The thought of hell twisted Frisia's expression. Recalling a past he wished to forget. Gently, Gohan laid Piccolo's body on the ground, straightened his back, and fixed his fiery gaze upon Frisia, as if his very stare could slay. Such a delightful expression. At this moment, do you wish to kill me in vengeance for your Uncle Piccolo? Come. I am right here, come and slay me. Frisia boasted, seemingly confident in his position. And look behind you. Your comrades are already paralyzed with fear. How pitiful. A flicker of disappointment crossed Frisia's eyes, as if the thrill of his revenge had diminished. Listening to Frisia's taunts, Krillin and Tien could offer no retort, for their confidence had been shattered in Frisia's presence. They could only watch helplessly as Piccolo succumbed before them. Frisia, today, I will avenge my Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's desperate roar reverberated, shaking the very souls of those who heard it. Krillin and Tien could feel Gohan's fury, reminiscent of the last time he had felt such rage when his father was defeated by Cell. Ah, the fire is ignited. Indeed, it appears that your Uncle Piccolo has thoroughly awakened your potential. Shall I eliminate a few more individuals to enliven the atmosphere? Frisia remained utterly unconcerned by Gohan's fury. Frisia, I shall slay you. Gohan was engulfed by rage, emanating the primal aura of a Saiyan, his power surging exponentially. Super Saiyan. Huh, how intriguing. Let me observe how far you can ascend. Frisia refrained from interrupting Gohan's transformation, instead watching with keen interest, seemingly awaiting Gohan's ultimate burst of power. In the realm of the god of destruction, the battle between Jiang Xiaofei and Goku persisted. Now, in his Super Saiyan Blue form, Goku had achieved a stable output of power, further amplified by the Kaioken technique. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Whis were also observing the fierce confrontation. Whis sensed someone calling for him, and thus he retrieved his staff. A luminous orb emitted from the staff, revealing Bulma's anxious visage. At this moment, Bulma appeared somewhat frantic, her expression betraying a sense of disorientation. The scene within the staff transformed, allowing Vegeta to glimpse Piccolo lying on the ground, alongside the perspiring Krillin and Tien, as well as Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan out of sheer rage. Ultimately, the orb's vision crystallized upon a figure seated upon a throne. Frisia. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, uttering the name with disdain. Jiang Xiaofei, Goku. Cease your battle. The Earth is in peril. Vegeta addressed the two combatants. Jiang Xiaofei and Goku halted their skirmish, their gazes drawn to the orb's display. Upon witnessing the fallen Piccolo and the enraged Gohan, Goku's fury began to boil over. Whis. We must return to Earth immediately, Goku exclaimed, urgency lacing his tone, uncertain of Frisia's next move. Returning to Earth will take half an hour. Your instant transmission would be far more efficient. Whis offered his perspective. Indeed, Goku, momentarily blinded by rage, took several deep breaths to regain his composure. He placed his hand upon his forehead, striving to sense the energy emanating from Earth. After several attempts, Goku finally detected Gohan's explosive energy. Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta placed their hands on Goku's shoulders, and in an instant, they vanished, reappearing on Earth. As Goku materialized, he found Gohan, exhausted and weakened from his outburst, leaning against him for support. Upon seeing Goku, Gohan was overcome with an impulse to weep. I'm sorry, Dad. Do not blame yourself. You have done admirably. Leave the rest to us, Goku reassured him, patting Gohan's shoulder. Approaching Piccolo, Goku once again utilized instant transmission to relocate him. Upon returning, he turned his gaze to the eagerly awaiting Frieza. Huh, Goku, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, you might have found all present here beyond your reach. Frieza glared at his most despised adversary, venom lacing his words. Hey, Frieza, if you seek vengeance, come for me. Why torment them? Sun Wukong appeared remarkably calm, showing no signs of rage following Piccolo's demise. Was he troubled? Not in the least. It merely served as a diversion, adding a touch of amusement to his quest for vengeance. To Frieza, everyone present was inconsequential, and he awaited only the battle with Sun Wukong. Ah, is that not Prince Vegeta? He taunted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As my former servant, you failed to pay your respects upon seeing your lord. Frieza's intentions remained inscrutable, shrouded in a veil of mockery. Humph. Frieza, you had best depart obediently, for regret shall surely follow should you choose otherwise. Vegeta maintained his haughty demeanor. Haha, I never imagined you would dare to address me in such a manner. It seems you have forgotten the past, Frieza retorted, his fingers once again poised for action, this time targeting Jiang Xiaofei, who stood beside Vegeta. Chapter 40. Frieza's tricks. A sphere of destructive energy shimmered at Frieza's fingertips, hurtling towards Jiang Xiaofei with alarming speed. Throughout this exchange, Frieza's gaze never once strayed towards Jiang Xiaofei. His attention was wholly consumed by Vegeta and Sun Wukong. In Frieza's estimation, only Sun Wukong and Vegeta among the Earthlings posed a modicum of threat, while the rest were mere fodder, insignificant as ants. Observing Frieza's movements, Vegeta refrained from intervening, yet a sense of glee welled within him. He had never anticipated that Frieza's first target would be Jiang Xiaofei. After all, among the three of them, Sun Wukong had previously triumphed over Frieza, Vegeta had betrayed him, and Jiang Xiaofei bore no enmity towards Frieza. They had never even crossed paths. However, stubbornly arrogant, Frieza launched his assault against Jiang Xiaofei. Vegeta, aside from the smile gracing his lips, made no further moves, for he did not believe that Frieza's solitary strike could vanquish Jiang Xiaofei. Was Frieza's attack truly mightier than that of a destroyer? Such a notion was absurd. Observing that neither Vegeta nor Sun Wukong showed any inclination to rescue Jiang Xiaofei, Frieza found the situation increasingly entertaining and shifted his focus slightly towards Jiang Xiaofei. An astonishing scene unfolded before Frieza's eyes. The strike that had effortlessly pierced Piccolo's defenses met Jiang Xiaofei, sending him hurtling backward. Yet, the powerful sphere failed to penetrate Jiang Xiaofei's form. After sliding across the ground for several dozen meters, Jiang Xiaofei regained his footing, feeling only a faint pain at the location of his heart, nothing more. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a critical hit point. Once stabilized, Jiang Xiaofei gazed upwards at Frieza, and with a sudden burst of speed, he soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiaofei materialized before Frieza, silent as he unleashed a barrage of punches, each strike imbued with colossal force, crashing into Frieza's visage. Following this, a powerful kick sent Frieza tumbling from his throne. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Frieza's minions, witnessing this astonishing scene, felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. Vegeta found the situation somewhat amusing, pondering how someone like Frieza could eventually stumble, especially when he chose to provoke the mightiest of opponents. Frieza, an undeniable genius, was compelled to yield before the extraordinary Jiang Xiaofei. Why provoke me of all people? Jiang Xiaofei observed Frieza from a distance. After enduring Jiang Xiaofei's swift onslaught, Frieza began to take this individual seriously, otherwise, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. It seems my revenge is about to become even more delightful. Frieza's aura surged as he prepared to return the favor to Jiang Xiaofei. Suddenly, a figure obstructed Frieza's view, enveloped in a golden aura that caused the surrounding air to crackle. Frieza, your opponent is me. The newcomer was none other than Sun Wukong. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing Sun Wukong's sudden appearance, Frieza erupted into laughter. Sun Wukong, have you finally reached your breaking point? I thought you would wait until I had dealt with them all before intervening. Enough with the trivialities, Frieza. Since you have been resurrected, why not behave like a decent being? Must you insist on creating trouble? Sun Wukong's tone was icy, clearly struggling to contain his fury. Wow. I seem to have stumbled upon a grand joke. Sun Wukong, during my absence, you haven't become foolish from your training, have you? You actually expect a cosmic emperor to behave. Is your mind filled with mush? Frieza feigned interest. Humph. In the past, you had no choice. But now you remain obstinately ignorant. Do not blame me for denying you opportunities. Sun Wukong's aura intensified. Excellent. I am eager to see just how far you have progressed during this time. Frisia was fully ignited, for only Sun Wukong was the rival he genuinely cared about. The prospect of completely subduing Sun Wukong and then eliminating him was a tantalizing thought. Jiang Xiaofei, just watch. Sun Wukong turned to Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei nodded, took a deep breath, and returned to the ground, standing shoulder to shoulder with Vegeta. Who do you think will win this battle? Jiang Xiaofei inquired, feigning ignorance. Is that even a question? Obviously, it will be us. Vegeta responded with unwavering confidence. Although Frisia had returned and grown more formidable, the training we underwent in the God of Destruction's realm was beyond Frisia's imagination and unattainable for him. Vegeta explained. Yet there remained an air of blind confidence in his words. Indeed, that makes sense. Jiang Xiaofei shared the same sentiment, as he understood that even if Frisia transformed into his golden form, he could never rival Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong, especially with the two of them standing nearby, ensuring a certain victory. Unfortunately, Frisia was not yet aware of this reality. With a thunderous roar, Frisia, enveloped in a violet mist, gradually transformed. The two unsightly horns atop his head vanished, and his stature grew taller and more robust. His purple, rounded head glimmered under the sunlight, exuding an innate aura of malevolence. Goku, let us engage in a battle to our heart's content. Frisia initiated the assault, his pale fist hurtling directly towards Goku's face. Goku, with hands tightly clenched, evaded while launching a counterattack. Bang! Frisia miscalculated, failing to intercept Goku's punch. His grotesque visage twisted with rage. Frisia quickened the pace of his strikes, yet Goku effortlessly countered. It appears you have indeed made significant progress, but do you truly believe this will suffice to defeat me? Naive. Frisia looked down upon Goku with an air of superiority. Allow me to elevate the excitement. A luminous sphere rapidly coalesced within Frisia's palm, hurtling towards Krillin below. Paralyzed by fear, Krillin could do nothing but scream as the orb approached. Krillin. Goku swiftly turned, utilizing instant transmission to appear before Krillin and deflect Frisia's energy sphere. The orb collided with a distant mountain, obliterating it into dust. Both Krillin and Goku exhaled deeply, relieved to be alive. Frisia, you claim to be the emperor of the universe, yet you resort to such underhanded tactics. Is this amusing to you? Goku's anger flared, astonished by Frisia's despicable nature. Ho ho ho. Goku, you utterly fail to pique my interest. I must resort to such methods to awaken your potential. Frisia rationalized his actions. Moreover, I am the emperor of the universe, born to rule. I naturally disregard trivialities. For them to perish at the hands of the great Frisia is, in fact, a stroke of fortune, despicable and shameless. Goku, incensed by Frisia's words, intensified his assault, denying Frisia any opportunity to strike at those below. Now this is more like it. You have been suppressing your true power. How could I find enjoyment in that? Let us accelerate our pace. Chapter 41. Golden Frisia observing Frisia's antics. Vegeta on the ground shook his head in disbelief. This Frisia truly has a penchant for self-destruction, Jiang Xiaofei remarked. In the past, while watching Dragon Ball, he perceived Frisia as despicable and relentless in his pursuit of goals. However, now that he found himself in the Dragon Ball universe, especially after gaining formidable power, he viewed Frisia's actions as nothing short of suicidal. If he is intent on self-destruction, let him meet his end here today. Vegeta's gaze remained fixated on the struggle between Frisia and Goku. In former times, he had been at the mercy of Frisia, but as time passed, particularly after meeting Goku, he realized Frisia was merely an overblown threat. Moreover, the legendary Sun Wukong had once triumphed over Frisia. Although Frisia has grown considerably stronger since then, who among the warriors has not also evolved? Who has not seen their prowess increase? For the current Vegeta, he firmly believes he could easily vanquish Frisia. However, he chooses to refrain from interrupting the battle between Sun Wukong and Frisia, opting instead to observe and remain vigilant against Frisia's unscrupulous tactics. In the heavens above, two figures moved with astonishing speed, their fierce combat resonating throughout the surroundings, making the clash between Sun Wukong and Frisia particularly intense. The average onlooker could scarcely discern the silhouettes above, only catching glimpses of brilliant flashes illuminating the sky, the result of their fierce collisions creating friction in the air. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong found himself momentarily outmaneuvered, unable to anticipate Frisia's strike, which sent him hurtling towards the ground. The impact created a vast crater around him, with deep fissures radiating outward. Useless, Vegeta exclaimed upon witnessing Sun Wukong's plight. Despite his high hopes for Sun Wukong, the latter's defeat against Frieza was difficult for Vegeta to accept. His harsh words were merely a reflexive response. Beside them, Jiang Xiaofei remained speechless, though he had grown accustomed to Vegeta's disparaging remarks about Sun Wukong. Undeniably, Vegeta held significant regard for his companion, a fact that could not be overlooked. Rising from the ground, Sun Wukong gazed up at the dazzling Frieza. "Ah, impressive. I didn't anticipate your strength had reached such heights. It seems you have indeed put in effort." As Sun Wukong's piercing praise echoed, it seemed every cell in Frisia's body bristled with indignation. He was a genius, someone who grew stronger without the need for training. Yet after facing Sun Wukong, everything had changed, and he had even faced death once. Gritting his teeth, Frieza ultimately restrained his wrath. "You are not without merit either. I can sense that you have yet to unleash your full potential. Be cautious. Should you fail to employ your full strength and fall victim to me, it would indeed be unfortunate. Then let us engage fully today," Sun Wukong declared as he took to the skies, soaring towards Frieza. "How fortunate," Frieza replied, his tone oddly gentlemanly. Jiang Xiaofei found Frisia's words unsettling as they echoed in his ears. After the mutual compliments between Sun Wukong and Frieza, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from Jiang Xiaofei's side and reappeared between Sun Wukong and Frieza, launching a direct attack at Frieza without any superfluous explanations. Frieza quickly adapted to the unexpected assault. Despite Vegeta's sudden onslaught, Frieza's reflexes remained sharp. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong stood dumbfounded, feeling as though his joy had been snatched away by Vegeta. "Hey, Vegeta, this is my battle with Frieza. Please do not interfere." Sun Wukong refrained from engaging physically, instead choosing to console Vegeta from the sidelines. As Vegeta separated from Frieza, he turned to Sun Wukong and exclaimed, "You are truly too indecisive." They are fighting, yet still exchanging pleasantries. He is intent on annihilating the Earth. Vegeta's words seemed to awaken a sense of urgency in Sun Wukong, as the mirth in his eyes vanished, replaced by a steely resolve. "I see now. Ah, the once proud Scion Prince, my former subordinate. Who would have thought you would take on the role of an educator today?" Frieza observed the exchange with a gleeful demeanor. "Humph, Frieza, even if Kakarot cannot vanquish you, you shall not leave this place alive," Vegeta declared fiercely, his body descending back to the ground. "How thrilling indeed," Frieza remarked with a wicked tone, watching as Vegeta landed. "Now, the warm-up is over. Let us immerse ourselves fully in battle." No sooner had Frieza spoken than he launched another attack, this time directly targeting Sun Gohan. In a flash, Sun Wukong teleported in front of Sun Gohan, thwarting Frieza's nefarious scheme. "Frieza, how despicable of you. Did you not vow to play fair?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, visibly agitated. "Huh. Sun Wukong, I never anticipated your strength would increase so significantly, yet your naivety remains unchanged. I have come for vengeance, and I shall employ whatever means necessary to make it entertaining. Furthermore, in your eyes, I am the embodiment of evil. Is it appropriate to uphold martial ethics with a demon?" The malevolent expression on Frieza's face incited a desire in Jiang Xiaofei to strike him. Yet he managed to restrain himself. Sun Wukong, thoroughly enraged by Frieza's provocations, felt an inexhaustible power surging within him. "Oh, splendid." Frieza's eyes shimmered with excitement as he observed Sun Wukong's rising aura, his cold blood beginning to simmer. The blue energy enveloping Sun Wukong created a sense of comfort. Yet none could deny its intensity. At that moment, Sun Wukong appeared far more formidable than the previously feral scion he had been. "Is this your latest transformation, Sun Wukong?" Frieza inquired, exhilaration evident in his tone. "Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan Blue form, a Super Saiyan endowed with the power of a Super Saiyan God," Sun Wukong explained. "A Super Saiyan with the strength of a Super Saiyan God sounds quite formidable." Frieza echoed Sun Wukong's words. "Do not hold back. Reveal your full strength, and let us settle this once and for all," Sun Wukong urged Frieza, warning that failure to do so would result in a lost opportunity. "Even more ruthless and impatient than I am." "Very well, I shall fulfill your wish," Frieza replied with a glint of amusement in his eyes. With a resounding cry, Frieza's form, intermingled with a purple hue against his stark white skin, began to swell as his power surged forth. The surrounding air grew tumultuous, incinerating some of Frisia's henchmen into ash, causing them to vanish into the atmosphere. They did not even have the time to respond with fear before the breath of life faded away. This scene caused Jiang Xiaofei, who had been watching the battle, to contract his features once more. Frisia was truly a harbinger of malevolence, sparing not even his own subordinates. The degree of his ruthlessness surpassed anyone's expectations. Ultimately, a layer of golden hue enveloped Frisia's entire being, bestowing upon him a visage befitting a true emperor. As the onlookers beheld Frisia's transformation, an unsettling feeling arose within them. From Frisia's new form, they sensed an unparalleled power. Son Goku, this is my ultimate state, Golden Frisia. Chapter 42. 3 against 1 Golden Frisia? Son Goku inquired with keen interest. It seems you have been diligently training. Indeed. To seek vengeance, I underwent 4 months of grueling training after my resurrection. Growing stronger each day, with every increment of my strength, my hatred for you intensifies. Are you prepared, Son Goku? Frisia replied slyly. Oh, so, you owe your current power to me, Son Goku remarked, seemingly unfazed by Frisia's tone. Yes, all thanks to you. To express my gratitude, I shall kill you, Frisia declared, his words devoid of any emotion. Golden gas erupted, rendering the surrounding air somewhat thinner. Let us see if you truly possess the capability, Son Goku retorted, ceasing any further banter and launching himself at Frisia. The blue gas enveloping Son Goku's attack added a captivating spectacle, while Frisia's golden hue did not bestow him with sanctity. Rather, it amplified his malevolence. As the blue and golden collided, they immediately stirred layers of air disturbances, creating a unique display akin to fireworks. Within mere breaths, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows, yet neither side gained the upper hand. All those on the ground gazed upon this unprecedented duel. When Krillin and Son Goku witnessed Goku transform into Super Saiyan Blue, they were taken aback. They had not expected Goku to make such significant strides while they seemed to remain stagnant. Frisia's ability to reach such heights in just 4 months was beyond their comparison. Clearly, in this battle, they could only be spectators, unable to offer any substantial assistance. Indeed, they relied on Son Goku and Vegeta for protection. In truth, they had become a burden. After hundreds more exchanges, the figures of Son Goku and Frisia finally crystallized in the eyes of the onlookers. Not bad. Frisia's voice resonated, infused with a sense of exhilaration. This was the first time since his resurrection that he felt such a delightful sensation, all thanks to Son Goku. In moments of reflection, Frisia had already realized that defeating Son Goku would not be an easy feat. Though Goku was not as inherently talented, his perseverance and diligence far exceeded Frisia's own. You are quite commendable yourself. He is a worthy opponent who commands my utmost effort. In response to Frisia's praise, Son Goku remarked that had Frisia not come seeking vengeance, nor intending to annihilate the Earth, perhaps they could have forged a partnership. However, under the present circumstances, that notion was utterly implausible. Persuading Frisia to abandon his malevolent ways was akin to scaling the heavens. After a brief moment to catch his breath, Son Goku re-engaged Frisia in combat, unleashing an uncountable barrage of energy blasts that radiated from their duel. Remarkably, there was an air of mutual admiration amidst their fierce exchange. Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta stood side by side, observing the clash, with a teasing remark escaping their lips. Boring. Vegeta seemed disinterested, yet his gaze never wavered from the battle between Son Goku and Frisia. Jiang Xiaofei could discern Vegeta's feigned indifference. He chose not to expose it, having grown accustomed to Vegeta's prideful demeanor. Meanwhile, Krillin and Son Gohan had joined Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta, their faces painted with astonishment, momentarily forgetting the peril that surrounded them. Vegeta, with the level of training Son Goku has achieved, can you reach such heights as well? Krillin queried, uncertainty lacing his voice. What do you mean? Do you believe I would fall short of Kakarot? Vegeta retorted, irritation creeping into his tone, sensing a hint of favoritism. No, I'm simply curious about this state. Krillin hastily protested, shaking his head in a flurry. Humph. It better be so, Vegeta replied, his tone returning to a semblance of normalcy as he redirected his focus to the aerial battlefield. Jiang Xiaofei found amusement in Vegeta's unchanged quirks, even as he embraced fatherhood. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shot towards them, prompting Vegeta to react swiftly. He extended his fist, channeling his full strength to redirect the incoming orb of light. Frieza, Vegeta growled, incensed by the small provocations that deeply irked him. Frieza, Son Goku echoed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Frieza waved dismissively, adopting a nonchalant expression. I harbor no ill intent, merely wishing to alleviate their boredom and invigorate their spirits. So, should I thank you for your misguided kindness? Son Goku glared at the insufferable Frieza. That is unnecessary. After all, you have already provided me with immense amusement. Indeed, that is precisely it. Frieza replied with a self-satisfied air. Frieza, I shall forewarn you one last time. Should you lay a finger on them again, do not expect me to be merciful. Son Goku issued a final warning. Oh, even now, you still extend courtesy towards me? That's simply one to do. We are sworn enemies. It appears I must provoke you further. Frieza taunted, a pulsating orb of light dancing ominously at his fingertips. Frieza, Son Goku shouted once more, propelling himself towards Frieza. Yet, Frieza appeared prepared for Goku's approach. Before Goku could reach him, the orb in his hand was hurled forth, seemingly targeting everyone below the ground. As Sun Wukong beheld the descending sphere of light, he immediately employed instant transmission, colliding forcefully with the orb. With both hands bracing against its onslaught, he exerted immense pressure inward, gradually compressing the luminous sphere. Not bad, but what if I were to throw another sphere? How would you handle that? Frieza remarked, conjuring yet another sphere of light, which he hurled into the crowd. Frieza, Sun Wukong shouted. Yet he had yet to resolve the one in his grasp. Vegeta was the first to act, manifesting a similar aura and form to that of Sun Wukong. Transforming into Super Saiyan Blue once more, he charged directly towards the sphere, countering the tremendous force it exerted. Oh, you still possess fighting strength. Then I shall continue. This time, a cascade of spheres descended like a shower of meteors from above. Jiang Xiaofei sprang into action, targeting the remaining spheres with precision, dispatching each one with a single punch. His power had indeed surpassed that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, sending the incoming spheres hurtling into the depths of space. Sun Wukong and Vegeta likewise neutralized the orb they held. Once all the spheres were dealt with, the three turned their gaze towards Frieza, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. After ensuring the safety of those on the ground, Jiang Xiaofei could no longer contain his fury. What are we waiting for? Let us strike together and punish him. Upon uttering these words, his aura transformed dramatically, surpassing even that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Jiang Xiaofei took the lead, charging towards Frieza, with Sun Wukong and Vegeta swiftly following suit. Thus commenced a 3-on-1 battle. Chapter 43. Defeating you into submission. Frieza, who had once been all smiles, now found himself tense in the face of their combined assault. The situation had clearly spiraled beyond his control, as he sensed the strength emanating from the trio, rivaling his own. Particularly striking was Jiang Xiaofei, whose aura radiated a distinctly oppressive power, setting him apart from Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Frieza was taken aback. He had never anticipated encountering three such formidable humans on this humble earth. In this moment, he realized he had once again overstepped his bounds. No, this cannot be, Frieza exclaimed, incredulous at the unfolding scene. Why are you all attacking together? Jiang Xiaofei seized upon Frieza's question, responding, Are you not aware? You have repeatedly sought to trouble us, treating it as a form of amusement. He paused to gauge Frieza's expression. Didn't you desire a thrilling battle? What could be more exhilarating than a 3-on-1 showdown? Just imagining it sends a thrill down my spine. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at Sun Wukong and Vegeta beside him. Enough of the chatter, comrades. Let us commence. With that, all three figures surged forward, having lost all patience with Frieza. It was indeed Frieza's despicable nature that compelled them. Allowing such a being to continue living posed a grave risk to the innocent inhabitants of Earth, potentially leading to their suffering or even demise. Thus, they prepared to conclude the battle swiftly, and the most expedient method was undoubtedly their collaboration, a harmonious synergy that Frieza could not withstand. In truth, the proud Sun Wukong and Vegeta, in their former selves, would have shunned collaboration, each desiring to confront formidable opponents alone. However, within the realm of the destroyers, they gradually acclimated to fighting side by side. When faced with Whis, each of them was no match, suffering relentless defeat. Yet, as they learned to strike in unison, their endurance against Whis noticeably improved. Over time, they seemingly became accustomed to this triadic combat coordination. Of course, confronting Whis was akin to facing a deity, while Frisia, no matter how formidable, remained merely a mortal. Despite his peculiarities, he was still bound by the essence of humanity, rendering him incomparable to a being like Whis, a god or angel. The three positioned themselves around Frisia, encircling him from different directions. For the very first time, Frisia felt the stirrings of retreat. His gaze fell upon the feeble humans on the ground, and in that moment, he contemplated rushing down to capture them, using them as leverage against the trio. Frisia understood well that engaging in combat would complicate his escape. Do not entertain any foolish notions. Breaking through our encirclement is virtually impossible. Moreover, attempting to use them as hostages will likely hasten your demise, Jiang Xiaofei warned, having seen through Frisia's intentions. It seems I have no choice but to press on. Frisia's demeanor returned to its former bravado, as if resigned to his fate, willing to embrace the chaos. He elevated his golden skin to its utmost potential, bracing for the trio's onslaught, knowing that if he could withstand their assault, a chance to break free might present itself. With a resounding crash, Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a powerful punch that struck Frisia's face, sending him hurtling backward towards Sun Wukong. In Wukong's hands, a sphere radiating with blue and white brilliance formed. Propelled directly toward Frisia, the orb engulfed Frisia's form, eliciting anguished cries that sent chills down the spine. Vegeta, not to be idle, soared into action as the energy of the sphere dissipated, delivering a flurry of punches that left Frisia utterly defenseless. The trio's assault finally ceased, revealing bruises forming upon Frisia's golden skin, his arms hanging limply at his sides. Witnessing the electrifying clash above, Krillin and Gohan were left in awe. When did these three learn to coordinate so seamlessly? Krillin stammered. I do not know. I have never seen my father and Vegeta work together like this. It must be thanks to Jiang Xiaofei. Gohan speculated, with Krillin nodding in agreement. Since the arrival of Jiang Xiaofei, their lives seem to have transformed, particularly for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It appears that the bond among the three of them has grown ever closer. One wonders if Frisia will be able to withstand the onslaught this time. Krillin gazed at the trio above, one of whom appeared somewhat disheveled, and remarked, We should simply continue to observe. Such a battle is beyond our capability to intervene. Sun Wukong expressed with a hint of regret. Krillin nodded silently. The chasm between him and Sun Wukong had widened considerably. Initially, Krillin had diligently trained, striving to keep pace with Sun Wukong. However, he gradually realized that the distance between them had not lessened but had instead expanded, especially after marrying Android 18. Krillin came to understand that he and Sun Wukong inhabited entirely different worlds. In retrospect, Krillin's assessment was indeed accurate. But I am Frisia. I am the Emperor of the universe. How could I stumble in the same place twice? Frisia's visage contorted with rage, his voice a thunderous roar. He teetered on the brink of collapse, his reason gradually slipping away. For the sake of vengeance, I have endured torment in hell. For vengeance, I sacrificed my precious time and trained tirelessly for 4 months. I cannot possibly be defeated in this manner. Frisia summoned his energy once more, the golden aura intensifying. You shall all perish, die? Spheres of light coalesced at his fingertips. Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a powerful punch, striking Frisia in the abdomen, causing the nascent energy spheres to dissipate instantly. Before me, you dare to resort to such petty tricks? It seems you truly underestimate us, or perhaps you have overestimated yourself. Jiang Xiaofei began to mock. He appeared to have grown accustomed to such a manner of speaking, believing it bestowed upon him a sense of control over the situation. The trio launched another round of assaults on Frisia. Though he offered some resistance this time, it only elicited a more ferocious counterattack. His body could withstand the onslaught of energy blasts, yet it struggled against Jiang Xiaofei's fists, suggesting that a single blow from him could potentially shatter half a planet. As the assault ceased once more, Frisia's neck could no longer support his noble head, which bowed low. His limbs hung limply. How could this be? I am Golden Frisia. The tone of his voice indicated that he remained unconvinced. Jiang Xiaofei wore a smirk of schadenfreude. This is all for the best. This way, you will truly understand that you have come to the wrong place for revenge. Sun Wukong added. You reap what you sow. Vegeta succinctly remarked. Frisia did not respond to their words, seemingly lost in thought. Hey, Frisia, do you concede? Jiang Xiaofei inquired. The only response was a pair of defiant eyes, filled with a tempest of fury, yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. Commendable courage. But do not forget the current predicament. I believe that after a few more rounds, you will find yourself back in hell once again. Spitting in disdain, he concluded, I shall never repeat past mistakes. Await my return. Frisia summoned the last remnants of strength from within, bracing himself to face the wrath of the cosmic emperor. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at the defiant golden Frisia and remarked, Since you refuse to yield, I shall compel you to submit. With that, he soared once more towards Frisia's obstinate visage. Chapter 44. The deceptive surrender. Frisia hastily raised his feeble hands, hoping to withstand Jiang Xiaofei's violent strike. Boom! The forceful punch shattered Frisia's defenses, propelling his hands aside with unrelenting speed, targeting his grotesquely contorted face. Ah! A scream escaped Frisia's lips as his features contorted once again, the searing pain rendering him nearly numb to sensation, accompanied by the sickening sound of bone fracturing in his neck. Onlookers, witnessing the sheer terror and brutality of the blow, instinctively touched their own faces, pondering the anguish they would endure if struck by such force. Impressive, observed Sun Wukong, astonished by Jiang Xiaofei's power. I had no idea you retained such strength while battling us. Humph. Are you implying that we are inferior to Frisia? Vegeta interjected, sharing his thoughts. Absolutely not. I only exhibit such force against my foes. I could never unleash it upon you. Jiang Xiaofei's explanation fell on deaf ears. Once this battle concludes, we shall engage in a duel, utilizing your current strength, Sun Wukong and Vegeta declared in unison. Their conversation was crystal clear to Frisia, who felt utterly disregarded. A profound humiliation for the Cosmic Emperor. Though his power paled in comparison to the trio before him, the disgrace was unbearable. You wretched beings, you have gone too far. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he bellowed defiantly. The golden aura surged, igniting Frisia's fury anew. He felt unjustly wronged. Since Vegeta and Jiang Xiaofei had joined the fray, the battle had transformed into a brutal, one-sided affair. His golden form had yet to be fully realized. And yet he was already being decimated. Gone too far. Frisia, understand this. It is you who sought to obliterate our cherished Earth. We are merely just defenders. How dare you accuse us of oppression? Jiang Xiaofei granted Frisia no opportunity for redemption. This time, you shall either submit entirely or return to the depths of hell. Should you dare to resurrect, I will confront you again and again. Jiang Xiaofei's words were fervent, dripping with immense confidence. Let us duel one-on-one. Frisia realized Jiang Xiaofei would not relent. He could only appeal to the Science, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, hoping to ignite the competitive spirit within their bloodline. Frisia, spare your breath. Your words are feeble and devoid of impact, lacking any persuasive power. Jiang Xiaofei interjected, cutting off the exchange between Frisia and Sun Wukong. Since the three of us stand here, it is to completely resolve the troubles you present. Attempting to assail us with words will likely prove futile. Observing that Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained motionless, Frisia realized he had once again failed. Bowing his head, he assumed a posture of defeat, the golden aura surrounding him dissipating as if he had relinquished all resistance. I concede. Frisia's voice, though soft, was audible to all present. As the Emperor of the universe, Frisia was immensely proud. Now, under the pressure of three individuals, he found himself yielding. This was unprecedented, yet undeniably clear. In response to Frisia's admission, Jiang Xiaofei maintained a skeptical demeanor, well aware of Frisia's cunning nature. This individual was undoubtedly feigning surrender. Thus, he remained on high alert. After Frisia uttered those words, the expressions of everyone relaxed, with some even revealing long-lost smiles. At such a moment, vigilance was at its lowest, and Frisia might very well strike unexpectedly at any one of them. Hey, Frisia, I hope what you say is true. Do not play tricks on me. Sun Wukong warned Frisia in return. I have already been mercilessly battered by you all. What tricks could I possibly play? Frisia lowered his stance further, attempting to instill trust. Very well, I shall tentatively believe you. However, if you dare to make any sudden moves, you shall remain here for good. The azure energy enveloping Sun Wukong vanished. Inching closer to Frisia. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiaofei shook his head. Sun Wukong was still too naive. Convincing a demon to turn away from its malevolence based solely on this level of attack was grossly insufficient. If the demon was not thoroughly subdued, its retaliation could be exceedingly formidable. Kakarot, Vegeta called out to Sun Wukong. Are you still so naive? How can you trust this fiend so easily? With Vegeta's cautionary prompt, Sun Wukong halted, his gaze now filled with wariness, fearing a sudden assault from Frisia. Yet, Frisia maintained his bowed head, not exhibiting any superfluous movements. The three exchanged glances. Could it be that Frisia truly had been subdued? Even Jiang Xiaofei entertained this notion momentarily, but swiftly shook his head, his vigilance unwavering. I have already been beaten to such a state. How could I dare to resist? Frisia's eyes reflected an unprecedented sincerity as he looked at Sun Wukong. I have no desire to return to that repugnant hell. I would rather live. Rest assured, I shall never return to Earth. I will venture to other planets. In an effort to assure Sun Wukong, Frisia made his promise. Sun Wukong took a deep breath. Then go? Take your subordinates with you. He parted his body, creating a passage for Frisia. Let us hope I shall never see you again. Frisia nodded slightly and slowly moved towards the opening Sun Wukong had created. All eyes were fixed upon Frisia, with a palpable sense of trepidation lingering in the hearts of the spectators, apprehensive that he might launch a sudden attack. Only Son Goku appeared somewhat unfazed. As Frisia's form escaped the encirclement of three individuals, he gradually lifted his head and turned towards Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. Frisia bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. A faint smile blossomed on his face, seemingly a manifestation of his delight at the success of his own cunning scheme. Suddenly, a dramatic shift occurred in Frisia's aura. A golden hue enveloped his entire being as he charged menacingly towards Krillin below. To express my gratitude, let him accompany me, Frisia declared. Son Goku shouted, his body erupting with a brilliant azure energy as he instantly teleported to shield Krillin. Simultaneously, Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta launched their own assaults against Frisia. Chapter 45. The misfortunes of Frisia, however. Just as everyone presumed Frisia's attack was destined to fail, he abruptly pivoted, directing his aggression towards Bulma, not far away. A violet sphere of destruction materialized in Frisia's grasp, hurtling straight towards Son Goku. Jiang Xiaofei and the others gritted their teeth, having prepared as best they could against Frisia's treachery. Yet, he had outwitted them all. With no capable ally by Bulma's side, it seemed Frisia was about to seize her. In the next instant, everything on Earth appeared to come to a standstill, and the actions of all present slowed to a crawl. Time itself seemed to stretch infinitely, rendering Frisia's movements thousands of times slower than a snail's. Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and the others could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. How impolite of you, Frisia! Descended the figure of Whis, his staff gleaming with light. Behind Whis stood the god of destruction. Upon seeing Beerus, Frisia's expression transformed into one of exaggerated shock, beads of sweat involuntarily surfacing from within. He had not anticipated that such an inconspicuous planet would summon both Beerus and the angel Whis. Moreover, Frisia acutely sensed that the deceleration of time was significantly influenced by Whis, for in this temporal realm, only Whis and Beerus remained unaffected. Whis and Beerus positioned themselves before Bulma, and time resumed its normal pace. However, Frisia's body, which had been rushing towards Bulma, came to an abrupt halt. Lord Beerus, what brings you to this place? Frisia exclaimed, his demeanor one of profound trepidation, fearful that a single misstep in speech could lead to his annihilation at Beerus's hands. Years prior, his father had warned him that in the seventh universe, there were two entities one must never provoke, Majin Buu and the god of destruction, Beerus. As of now, Beerus stands before Frisia, who perceives an overwhelming power emanating from him, yet cannot discern the extent of his might. Frisia, you truly are despicable. How dare you lay a hand on a defenseless woman? Had I not arrived in time, would Lady Bulma have fallen victim to your vile intentions? Beerus's tone is laced with a somber gravity, expressing his indignation at Frisia's recent actions. My Lord Beerus, it is not as you think. I merely sought the protection of this lovely lady. Frisia hastily defends himself. Humph, I care not for your motives. Now that I am here, do not even contemplate harming Bulma. You may pursue your other endeavors, but should you dare to lay a finger on her, you shall not find me merciful. Beerus's stance is resolute, leaving Frisia bewildered as to how Bulma has garnered such formidable protection. Is it true, Lord Beerus? You truly will not partake in this battle? Frisia finds it hard to believe his ears, for Beerus's demeanor appears to align with that of Son Goku. Humph, do you doubt my words? Do you wish for me to erase you right now? Beerus responds, irked by Frisia's inquiry. And no, I believe in your words, Lord Beerus. Frisia bows deeply before Beerus, and then turns to Son Goku and Jiang Xiaofei. My apologies, everyone. I was merely jesting with you earlier, he states shamelessly. Frisia, we no longer believe a word you say. Your treachery has been repeated time and again. Today you must perish here. Son Goku, thoroughly incensed, declares, "Humph. I have long said that such a person deserves no chances, for he will not cherish them." Vegeta adds, visibly agitated, "In that case, let us strike together and make him understand that he has truly challenged our limits." After Jiang Xiaofei speaks, he rushes forward, and before Frieza can react, he is met with a barrage of punches. Although Frieza has transformed into his golden form, he remains unable to withstand Jiang Xiaofei's onslaught, each blow inflicting unparalleled agony. Jiang Xiaofei delivers a powerful kick, sending Frieza flying towards Son Goku's position. Transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form, Son Goku gathers the Kamehameha wave, and as Frieza approaches, a radiant sphere of energy surges forth, engulfing the golden figure. Frieza's screams echo as the golden hue fades, nearly obliterated by Son Goku's Kamehameha. "I concede. This time, I truly yield. Can you grant me another chance?" Frieza pleads for mercy, yet no one pays him mind. Following the Kamehameha, Frieza, now suspended in the sky, plummets heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted and too fearful to make any further moves. "Hey, Frieza, did you truly believe this would be the end? When you obliterated planet Vegeta, did you ever contemplate this day would come?" Vegeta recalled some unpleasant memories, the root cause of which was none other than Frieza himself. Enraged, Vegeta launched himself at the barely conscious Frieza, executing each punch with precision, eliciting cries of agony from his adversary. No one intervened. To them, Frieza was deserving of every ounce of retribution. He had successfully incited a deep-seated hatred in everyone around him. Ultimately, Frieza was left gasping for breath, unable to utter another sound. He had never anticipated such a fate. He had come with fervor to exact revenge and annihilate Earth. Yet here he was. Though he had grown significantly stronger, his opponent offered him little opportunity to showcase his newfound power. And the combat prowess displayed by Jiang Xiaofei and his companions had far surpassed his expectations. With a face ashen as death, Frieza gazed upon Vegeta, once his subordinate. And a flicker of bitterness crossed his eyes. "You have all pushed me to this point. Let us descend into hell together." An expression of malevolence emerged on his countenance as he concentrated all his might into his arms, directing it deep into the core of the earth. Chapter 46. This woman is not to be provoked. Two torrents of immense energy collided within the Earth's depths, generating a cataclysmic force that shattered the planet into fragments. Waves of destructive energy surged forth from the Earth's interior, and though Jiang Xiaofei sought to intervene, it was already too late. Despite all their calculations, they had not anticipated Frieza's resolute determination to sacrifice himself, opting for mutual destruction. It seemed that while Frieza was cunning, he also possessed a sense of pride. In that moment, Jiang Xiaofei experienced profound regret. Having perused the script, he should have been aware of the overarching narrative and its potential outcome. Yet he failed to prevent the impending disaster. Initially, Jiang Xiaofei had approached the confrontation with Frieza with utmost caution, but as the battle progressed, he felt a rush of exhilaration in dominating the arrogant tyrant, momentarily losing himself and forgetting the ferocity of Frieza's eventual retaliation. However, it was all too late. As the earth vanished in an instant, Jiang Xiaofei turned his gaze toward Whis and Beerus. From here on, he could only rely on them to reverse time. Moments later, the earth had been reduced to cosmic dust. Frieza's presence had vanished completely. On the surface of what was once earth, there remained a single patch of land, intact beneath the feet of Whis and Beerus, untouched by the destructive energy. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. Was Earth truly gone? Just like that? Bulma found it hard to believe the events unfolding before her eyes. The Earth, once whole and vibrant, had vanished into the vastness of the cosmos in an instant. Trunks, Dad, Mom, thoughts of her loved ones consumed her. They were still on Earth. Yet now they were utterly lost to her. Overwhelmed by despair, she collapsed onto the remnants of the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta were equally tormented, grappling with profound guilt. The dire situation was intricately tied to their actions. It was indeed a cruel fate. Witnessing the calamity, Whis expressed his reflections. "Whis, is there any way to remedy this?" Sun Wukong implored urgently. "I can reverse time by 3 minutes. But will you be able to seize the opportunity?" Whis replied candidly. "Rest assured, this time we shall not waver, allowing Frieza a chance to retaliate." Sun Wukong's unwavering gaze was ablaze with hatred for Frieza. Very well. Prepare yourselves. With those words, Whis gently tapped his staff, and the scenery around them transformed instantaneously. The land beneath their feet became whole once more, mountains and rivers reappearing. No one had the capacity to appreciate the beauty at that moment. As time rewound by 3 minutes, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions fixated intently on the architect of their devastation, Frieza. The instant Frieza materialized, they launched a coordinated assault. Having learned from their previous encounter, leaving no room for Frieza to counter or explain. After a relentless barrage of strikes, Frieza found himself utterly powerless. He vividly recalled the recent events, using his final strength to obliterate the Earth, perishing alongside the majority of its inhabitants. Now, confronted with a restored Earth, he understood the handiwork behind it. Thus, as Jiang Xiaofei and his allies unleashed their onslaught, Frieza refrained from any act of resistance, fully aware that this battle was irrevocably lost. Despite Beerus and Whis claiming neutrality, their actions unmistakably supported Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Otherwise, how could Beerus, who relished in the destruction of planets, permit the Earth to re-emerge? I've lost, Frieza murmured, reluctant to utter those words, yet a sense of helplessness enveloped him. Do you think we will trust you again? Frieza, you must perish here today. Only then can we find peace, Jiang Xiaofei declared, his voice laced with fury. The Kamehameha wave, a brilliant orb of energy, formed in Jiang Xiaofei's hands, pulsating with immense power. Frieza gazed at the energy sphere with a dazed expression. He realized he stood no chance against such formidable force. Slowly, he closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting his fate. Memories of the dances and music from the flower fairies in hell flooded his mind, contorting his expression in a mix of despair and resignation. The colossal energy surged from Jiang Xiaofei's hands toward Frieza, as all awaited the moment of Frieza's demise. As the energy blast was poised to collide with Frieza, the figure of Beerus materialized. With a single hand extended, he gently flicked the ominous energy away, sending it soaring into the distant reaches of space. In that moment, everyone's eyes widened, fixated on Beerus, the one who had intervened to save Frieza. Lord Beerus? They were utterly perplexed by his actions, and even Jiang Xiaofei found himself at a loss, uncertain of how the narrative would unfold. Frieza, too, was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Beerus would come to his rescue. Enough of this farce. Beerus's voice resonated in every ear. To him, it was merely a trivial spectacle, and thus it was time to bring it to an appropriate conclusion. Moreover, he sensed Frieza's despair. Although it did not guarantee that Frieza would forsake his malevolent ways, it at least offered a glimmer of hope. No, Frieza is incorrigible. If he were to annihilate Earth again, who would come to its rescue? Jiang Xiaofei's voice rang out, adamant about not letting Frieza off the hook. Do you not understand what I am saying? Observing Jiang Xiaofei's stubbornness, Beerus felt a surge of irritation. What is the point of this? If there is something to discuss, let us do so openly, rather than maintaining such a tense atmosphere. Whis approached, seeking to mediate between the parties involved. Indeed, the tournament with Universe 6 is about to commence, and we are in need of participants. Frieza would make an excellent choice. Therefore, we intend to bring him along to compete in the tournament between the two universes. After Whis' explanation, the others ceased their objections. Frieza returned to his original position alongside Beerus, while Bulma glared at him with evident fury. With a sharp crack, the sound echoed through the air as Frieza clutched his face, astonished to find that this woman had struck him. This woman has dared to slap me. Chapter 47. The Overzealous Bodyguard, Android 18. Jiang Xiaofei watched this scene unfold, struck by a sense of deja vu. Hadn't Beerus been similarly slapped by Bulma in the past? She was indeed a formidable presence, always targeting the fiercest of adversaries, truly a master of delivering slaps. Frieza, seething with rage, felt the energy within him surge uncontrollably. His face contorted in fury. He had never encountered anyone bold enough to strike him. If it had been a being like Beerus, he might have tolerated it. However, this was merely a defenseless woman. I will kill you. Frieza's menacing aura bore down on Bulma. Bulma swiftly retreated, and from a distance, Vegeta rushed towards her, positioning himself protectively in front of her, adopting a combative stance. You have harmed the Earth and my family. I shall teach you a lesson. If you have the capability, then kill me right now. Bulma, hidden behind Vegeta, showed no signs of backing down. On the sidelines, Beerus felt a slight headache. As the god of destruction, It was rather vexing for him to be embroiled in such trivial matters. Enough. You should calm down, he said, gently tapping Frisia on the shoulder. The weight of the god of destruction's presence descended upon Frisia, suppressing his malevolent aura. Frisia involuntarily shivered, the sinister energy vanishing without a trace. And beads of sweat began to form on his back. Without uttering a single word, he ultimately yielded under Beerus's imposing pressure. He was not afraid of death. But facing Beerus was undoubtedly far more terrifying than that. Frisia, you would do well to behave yourself during this time. Do not think that just because we need you now, you can act recklessly. If you dare to flout the rules and agreements. Do not blame me for my ruthless response. Beerus warned him once more, cautioning against any transgressions. Lord Beerus speaks the truth. I shall remain compliant during this period. Frisia replied, displaying an unexpectedly docile demeanor that left everyone slightly unsettled. However, the question lingered in everyone's minds. Would Frisia truly abandon his wicked ways? If it weren't for Whis and Beerus's presence today, would their planet not have faced annihilation? Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. Very well. From this moment on, set aside your personal grievances. It is time to contribute to the seventh universe and, by extension, to protect Earth, Beerus declared, bringing a sense of calm to the group. Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta comprehended the deeper meaning behind Beerus's words. Soon, the friendly competition with the sixth universe would commence, a contest that would determine the fate of Earth and the Super Dragon Balls. You must give your utmost effort. Failure is not an option. Otherwise, do not blame me for my merciless actions. Beerus's voice turned somber. Super Dragon Balls? Frisia whispered, contemplating whether possessing them would grant him power surpassing that of a god of destruction. Yet, this thought remained locked within him, for voicing it could lead to his obliteration. Furthermore, the participants in this competition must be the strongest in the universe. I already have one of the universe's mightiest here. The rest will be gathered by Sun Wukong and Jiang Xiaofei, he asserted, eager to conserve his energy for other matters. Upon hearing the mention of the universe's strongest, Jiang Xiaofei immediately knew to whom Beerus was referring. However, he was acutely aware of the true extent of that individual's power. It was merely a ploy to provoke Sun Wukong, as that person was nothing more than an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaofei chose not to expose this, for that would detract from the amusement of the situation. After Beerus finished speaking, he paid little further attention and, under Whis's guidance, departed with Bulma, embarking on a culinary adventure. Watching his wife being taken away, Vegeta felt a surge of frustration and was tempted to confront that man. However, Vegeta ultimately endured. Although he could now transform into Super Blue, he remained no match for that man. Vegeta clenched his fists, thinking that one day, he would deliver a resounding slap to him, just like Bulma did. Humph. Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong approached Vegeta, as everyone gathered together, their gazes fixed on Frisia. Oh ho ho, what's wrong, Sun Wukong? Do you still wish to engage in battle here? Frisia remarked with his usual sardonic tone. Frisia, you would do well to behave yourself during this time. Even if you are feigning innocence, you must maintain the facade. Otherwise, I fear there will be no refuge for you within the entirety of Universe 7. Sun Wukong warned Frisia in a grave tone. Thank you for the reminder. I shall not engage in any foolishness. It seems I must trouble you for the time being. Frisia replied with a mocking expression. Jiang Xiaofei felt an urge to strike Frisia again, but he restrained himself. Engaging in battle at this moment would only provoke Beerus further, and he had not yet reached that level of recklessness. Frisia, I shall let you off this time, but do not forget that our debt remains unsettled. Vegeta would never forget how his homeland was ravaged by the person before him, nor the slave-like treatment he once endured. Ha! Vegeta, it appears there has been some misunderstanding between us. Frisia's laughter was grating to the ears. Ignoring Frisia, Vegeta turned and, along with Jiang Xiaofei and the others, headed towards home. You lot, wait for me. Frisia called out deliberately, as if unable to engage in combat. He found delight in irritating them instead. At Bulma's home, the atmosphere became lively once more, as all the powerful beings on Earth gathered there. Under the divine healing, Piccolo had fully recovered. Observing the joyful scene before him, Frisia was once again reminded of hell, yet he now experienced a sensation distinctly different from that of infernal realms. In a corner of the yard, Android 18 was playing with her child. Upon seeing Krillin approach, a charming smile graced her face, instantly dispelling the clouds of gloom from Krillin's heart. Did everything go smoothly this time? Android 18's gentle voice inquired. I wasn't much help. Krillin awkwardly scratched his bald head. That's all right. Just do your best. Android 18 reassured him. Krillin felt an indescribable emotion. His wife was simply too gentle, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. He did not conceal the events that transpired, recounting everything to Android 18. Android 18's expression darkened as she gazed at the distant purple-headed figure, a fire of anger igniting within her. Slowly, she made her way towards that purple-headed individual and delivered a flying kick, sending the unsuspecting Frisia flying. Is it you who bullied my husband? Chapter 48. Earth women are not to be messed with. As Frisia was sent flying, everyone looked on in astonishment. Jiang Xiaofei found it somewhat incredulous. He was aware of the profound connection between Android 18 and Krillin, and he recognized that Android 18's prowess far surpassed that of Krillin. However, there remained a certain disparity in strength when compared to Frisia. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before him, compelling him to accept it. Frisia, having been sent flying, felt an inexplicable surge of rage within him. After all, he was the emperor of the universe. Following his resurrection, he had experienced a tremendous enhancement in his abilities. In his golden form, he was capable of contending with Super Saiyan Blue. However, upon arriving on Earth, his fortunes had not favored him. First, he was besieged in turn by Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, and subsequently received a warning from Beerus. To his further indignation, he found himself bested by an Earth woman. Frisia believed he had demonstrated sufficient restraint, yet the continuous humiliation inflicted by Earth women ignited the flames of his inner cosmos. I will kill you. In a fit of explosive fury, Frisia transformed once more into his golden state and launched an assault on Android 18, who stood undeterred. Having chosen to avenge her husband, she was fully prepared for battle. Faced with Frisia's onslaught, Android 18 unleashed her full potential. For the adversary before her was no mere foe, but one capable of annihilating the Earth. As the two were on the brink of collision, Whis suddenly appeared. Now is not the time for disturbances. It is a period of rest. Whis effortlessly intercepted their attacks, rendering both Android 18 and Frisia momentarily immobile. Frisia, you have provoked someone else's husband. It is time for you to offer an apology. Whis continued. Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief, as though he had misheard. Apologize? Was this some cosmic jest? Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong approached, standing resolutely beside Android 18. As Frisia surveyed his surroundings, he sighed deeply. A true hero does not shy away from a momentary setback. A man of dignity knows when to yield. Therefore, he chose to endure this time. I apologize. I was in the wrong. I seek your forgiveness, beautiful lady. Frisia adopted an air of courtesy, resembling a gentleman. Android 18 remained silent, her gaze fixed on Frisia, her heart still brimming with indignation. However, out of respect for Whis, she refrained from further anger. Well then, let us all continue to enjoy the feast and relish this joyous occasion. Whis's voice resonated once more. Krillin, holding their child, joined Android 18's side, allowing her to finally find solace. The family of three departed to seek a delightful place to savor their time together. Jiang Xiaofei observed the trio, his heart a tumult of emotions. In the world of Dragon Ball, beautiful women were scarce, and even fewer were the female characters. Android 18 and Bulma undoubtedly stood as the epitomes of beauty within the series. However, both were already committed to their partners, and in his mind, such pairings seemed ill-fated. Particularly, he pondered how Android 18 and Krillin could have come together. Was it perhaps because she had a penchant for bald heads? Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, considering the possibility that it was a matter of life and death from the past. Frisia, the mistakes you have committed on this planet are indeed numerous, making it entirely reasonable for others to disdain you. However, should you dare to engage in any further outrageous conduct, do not blame us for our lack of civility. Jiang Xiaofei cast a warning glance at the capricious Frisia. Mr. Jiang Xiaofei, I understand. To avoid disrupting your refined enjoyment, I shall seek a quiet place. With that, Frisia strode away alone. Passing by a food stall, he casually picked up some delicacies, curious to discover what culinary delights could entice both Beerus and Whis, the notorious gourmands. Observing Frisia's departure, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of contemplation. Do you think Frisia will ever truly abandon his malevolent ways? Perhaps. He has changed significantly already. Sun Wukong replied innocently. Kakarot, you remain overly naive. Convincing a notoriously wicked cosmic emperor to mend his ways is far from a simple task, Vegeta scoffed. Isn't that rather hypocritical coming from you? Sun Wukong jested, eliciting a fiery response from Vegeta. You better be able to back that up, Vegeta retorted, as their impending clash loomed large. Meanwhile, caught in the middle, Jiang Xiaofei felt exasperated. How could these two still be such battle enthusiasts after all this time? You two, cease this at once. The voices of two women reverberated in the air, instantly extinguishing the fighting spirit of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The enchantment in their tone left the two warriors speechless. They looked up to see Bulma and Chi-Chi approaching. Chi-Chi stood before Sun Wukong and, in front of everyone, grasped his ear. Why do you love fighting so much? Can't you learn from Gohan and be a family man? Chi-Chi, resembling a disgruntled wife, bore the weight of familial responsibilities alone, causing her to shed the temper of a former lady of privilege. Coupled with Sun Wukong's perpetually carefree and sometimes foolish demeanor, she was perpetually worried. Bulma, while less confrontational, began to admonish Vegeta as well, leaving the proud Scion Prince without a word of rebuttal. Observing the two couples, Jiang Xiaofei politely excused himself, wishing to remain uninvolved in their domestic disputes. Not far away, Frieza, captivated by Earth's culinary offerings, observed Sun Wukong and Vegeta with disdain. To see such warriors reduced to such humility before women. It appears you are still far beneath me, the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza mused to himself, savoring a piece of roasted meat, a look of bliss gracing his face. Grateful for his life, he relished the delightful flavors of food he could never have imagined existed in the universe. Jiang Xiaofei approached Frieza, and their eyes met. Do you not find those two particularly lacking in courage? Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, addressing Frieza with a chuckle. I certainly did not harbor such thoughts. Frieza concealed his true sentiments. Is that so? Regardless of your thoughts, there is one matter you must comprehend. Jiang Xiaofei paused momentarily, while Frieza regarded him with a look of keen interest. Women on Earth are not to be trifled with. Otherwise, even if you are a god of destruction, you cannot escape the fate of being struck. Jiang Xiaofei adopted an enigmatic demeanor. Frieza contemplated his own experiences, seemingly grasping the plight of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and then cast his gaze towards Beerus in the distance. Chapter 49, The Mightiest. Monaka? This Earth is indeed a fascinating place. Frieza mused. The civilization level on this planet is undeniably low, yet beings such as Sun Wukong and Vegeta exist. Although they are not natives of Earth, their profound affection for the planet is unmistakable. Moreover, there are women on Earth, beings of seemingly mundane power, yet the two Super Saions possess no combat prowess before them. The crux of the matter lies in the culinary delights of Earth, which are nothing short of a miracle in the universe. Few things in this cosmos captivate Frieza, but the cuisine of Earth is undoubtedly one of them. Even Beerus and Whis extolled the virtues of Earth's culinary offerings. Frieza shook his head once more, feeling grateful that he had not truly annihilated the planet. It seems he could indeed delve deeper into understanding this remarkable celestial body. Do you not perceive the astounding nature of this planet? Jiang Xiaofei seemed to read Frieza's thoughts and inquired. It is merely a planet of low civilization. What is there to find astonishing? Frieza feigned indifference. Well, no matter what you say, I believe that once you truly understand this planet, you may very well come to love it. Jiang Xiaofei appeared particularly sincere at that moment. Since Frieza had shown interest, he decided to go along with it. Is that so? Let us await the outcome. Frieza's eyes sparkled with longing. Sometimes, anticipation can invigorate the spirit. Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally extricated themselves from the clutches of Chi-Chi and Bulma and approached Jiang Xiaofei. What were you discussing? You seem quite cheerful. Vegeta scrutinized Jiang Xiaofei, wondering if he might be swayed by Frieza. Oh, nothing much, just discussing the splendid mountains and rivers of Earth, a magnificent tapestry, Jiang Xiaofei remarked, gazing at the deep blue sea in the vicinity. Is that so? Vegeta expressed doubt, yet he still placed his trust in Jiang Xiaofei. Of course. Do you think I would converse with Frieza about how to wreak havoc? Jiang Xiaofei jested. If you are not afraid of being dealt with by Beerus and Whis, feel free to give it a try. Sun Wukong interjected. Presently, even at full strength, neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta dared to guarantee they could best Jiang Xiaofei. This individual is nothing short of a prodigy, and coupled with his unique physique, he truly poses a significant headache, especially after mastering a portion of the ultimate freedom technique. Jiang Xiaofei has swiftly surpassed them within a remarkably short span. Why not give it a try? Jiang Xiaofei clenched his fist and gestured towards the two. Who do you look down upon? One day, I shall surpass you. Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat indignant, issued a fierce retort. I eagerly await that day. Jiang Xiaofei wore a smile upon his face. Observing the actions of the three, Frisia inexplicably felt an urge to draw closer. As the ruler of the universe, he had always maintained an aloof demeanor towards everyone, never contemplating the notion of treating someone as an equal. Yet, witnessing the camaraderie among them, he felt a hint of envy. Joyful moments are always fleeting. The celebration of their survival came to an end, and life returned to tranquility. Time flies, and the day of the competition between the two universes draws near, with Beerus having already selected a participant. According to Beerus, this individual is the strongest warrior of the seventh universe, second only to himself. Upon hearing this news, Sun Wukong immediately displayed an expression of excitement. He has always yearned to witness the prowess of formidable beings and engage in cordial exchanges. Even Vegeta, standing nearby, felt a surge of fervor. In contrast, Frisia remained indifferent. Having traversed much of the universe in the past, he had never encountered such a figure. Even his father had not warned him to be cautious of a third entity beyond the god of destruction and Majin Buu, leading Frisia to harbor a flicker of doubt. Could it be that a superpower has suddenly emerged after his years in hell? After all, the vastness of the universe is replete with wonders. Gaining Beerus's endorsement is no simple feat, and this so-called strongest warrior seems to align perfectly with Beerus's preferences. Jiang Xiaofei, however, understood well that this so-called strongest warrior was merely a pawn intended to provoke Sun Wukong and Vegeta. At this moment, he would likely be included as well. As for the strength of this so-called strongest warrior, Jiang Xiaofei was well aware. Beerus had casually selected someone from a random planet to impersonate the strongest warrior, igniting enthusiasm and morale among everyone. Of course, Jiang Xiaofei would never expose Monaka. Such an action would bring disgrace upon Beerus. And even if Beerus did not erupt in fury, what about after the competition? Would Beerus seek revenge? Jiang Xiaofei could not be certain. Whis descended upon Earth once more, this time to escort Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and others to the competition. Moreover, this time, not only participants were allowed, but also their families, hence Sun Wukong's family, Vegeta's family, and Krillin among others were all included in the invitations. As the crowd gathered, Sun Wukong and Vegeta emerged from the time chamber, eager to strategize before facing their formidable opponents from Universe 6. The fate of Earth hung in the balance, and they could not afford to be complacent. However, there were always those who faltered, such as Majin Buu and Frisia. Following his previous battle with Beerus, Majin Buu fell into a state of melancholy, succumbing to excessive eating in an attempt to alleviate his inner turmoil. Ultimately, he drifted into slumber after a conversation with Mr. Satan. Once Majin Buu fell asleep, awakening him became a challenging endeavor, as only he possessed the ability to rouse himself. As for Frisia, he departed with a whimsical expression, vanishing without a trace, clearly abandoning them. It seemed that a rift remained between Frisia and the others. This was a battle for the protection of Earth. What right did Frisia have to involve himself when he had once sought its destruction? Fortunately, their ranks were sufficient, or it would have been a considerable headache. While the others could understand Frisia's actions, one wondered how Beerus would react upon learning of this abandonment, especially since he had personally saved Frisia. Was this departure a sign of disrespect towards Beerus? Chapter 50. Slapping Zuno with Whis' assistance. Jiang Xiaofei and the others embarked on their journey to the God of Destruction's realm. The travel from Earth to the God of Destruction's domain took 30 minutes, even at Whis' speed. To pass this brief half-hour, they adopted a new pastime, barbecuing. The joy of enjoying barbecue while traversing the cosmos was indeed a delightful experience, worthy of boasting about. Why so slow? Came Beerus's voice from the God of Destruction's palace, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Two figures appeared at the grand entrance of the palace. Due to the lighting, they could only make out a tall and a short silhouette. Beads of sweat had begun to form on each face, as they braced themselves for the immense pressure they anticipated, except for Jiang Xiaofei, who remained composed. However, when Beerus and Monaka fully emerged, the expected oppressive aura was conspicuously absent. Monaka stood before them with red skin and a dazed expression, appearing rather malnourished. He seems rather ordinary. Vegeta remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Do not underestimate him. Have you forgotten the lessons we learned from facing such powerful beings before? Sun Wukong cautioned, feeling a sense of wariness about Manaka. If he could evoke no reaction from the crowd, perhaps he truly was a concealed powerhouse. Sun Wukong leaped beside Manaka, examining him closely. Are you Manaka? I've heard from Lord Beerus that you are the strongest in the universe. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sun Wukong extended his right hand, awaiting Manaka's handshake. However, Manaka's expression remained unchanged, despite raising his hand for an extended period without receiving a response. Sun Wukong could only awkwardly scratch his head. The figure of Beerus appeared, positioning himself between Sun Wukong and Manaka. Since he was not adept at communication, he advised against asking too many questions. The essence of the competition lay in performing well. With a tone of warning, Beerus spoke to Sun Wukong, seemingly attempting to conceal something. Yet, for a simple-minded being like Sun Wukong, understanding Beerus's intentions was beyond his grasp. He could only nod in agreement. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong's upper body had already crossed over Beerus, gazing at Manaka behind him. Beerus swiftly delivered a kick, sending Sun Wukong sprawling aside. I have already warned you. Why persist in this manner? Are you seeking a fight? Sun Wukong exclaimed, ouch. Lord Beerus, your kick was rather forceful. If you injure me, how can I participate in this competition? He lamented while rubbing his backside. Humph. Ignoring advice leads to punishment. How goes your inquiry into the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls? Beerus, wishing to divert from the matter of Manaka, immediately turned his attention to Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta. They exchanged glances before looking towards Bulma, their thoughts drifting back to a recent time. Upon learning about the Super Dragon Balls, they had begun devising ways to locate the last one. Under the guidance of Gak, Bulma and the trio arrived at the planet inhabited by Zuno. It was said that Zuno was an omniscient being, with inquiries lined up for years to come. If they were not well connected, it would likely take just as long. However, to inquire of Zuno, one had to make a contribution as a form of equitable exchange. Zuno's request was quite simple, a mere kiss. To set an example, Gak took the initiative, gently kissing Zuno on the cheek, after which he was permitted to pose a question. Initially, Gak intended to inquire about certain matters concerning Bulma, but upon seeing the fierce Vegeta nearby, he quickly reconsidered. Risking his life for the sake of understanding Bulma's intricacies was clearly not worth it. Thus, Gak asked about Bulma's age. Zuno's response was indeed impressive, as he accurately stated Bulma's age down to the second. Yet, at that moment, Bulma's expression darkened. With a loud thud, Gak collapsed to the ground. Vegeta remained entirely motionless throughout. Witnessing Bulma's fiery temper, both Zuno and his attendant felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing her wrath might be directed at them. Ladies, it is now your turn, Zuno declared, attempting to regain his composure. Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward, only to be halted by Bulma. With a smile, she approached Zuno step by step. My dear Lord Zuno, is there any alternative method to acquire some information? Huh, woman, there is none, Zuno articulated slowly. Rest assured, for someone of your age, with a less than desirable figure and some sagging attributes, I harbor no interest whatsoever. So do not indulge in fanciful thoughts, Zuno clarified. Listening to Zuno, a more pronounced smile appeared on Bulma's face, though it bore an unsettling aura. A sudden chill swept through, seemingly emanating from the massive figure of Zuno. In an instant, Bulma raised her right hand high and swiftly struck Zuno's face. A sharp sound echoed, leaving a vivid red imprint of her fingers on Zuno's plump visage. The attendant, poised to express indignation, faltered upon witnessing Bulma's expression, instantly deflated. Even Vegeta and Jiang Xiaofei looked on in shock, bewildered by Bulma's unexpected violence. Ever since she confronted the god of destruction, Bulma seemed to have transformed into an unstoppable force. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at Vegeta, pondering whether his future days would also be dictated by Bulma's hand. The thought sparked in him a peculiar anticipation. Vegeta, oblivious to Jiang Xiaofei's musings, nonetheless sensed the amusement radiating from him. As for Bulma, Vegeta considered intervening, knowing full well they sought Zuno's assistance. Yet, upon witnessing Bulma's demeanor, he hesitated, unwilling to become the next Zuno. Bulma's urge to strike Zuno was entirely understandable. After all, the desire for beauty is innate, especially among women, who does not wish to remain eternally youthful and lovely. Yet, it seems Zuno had inadvertently offended Bulma on both counts. Thus, this instance of Zuno being struck was indeed well-deserved. My dear Lord Zuno, did you foresee that you would be slapped by a woman past her 50 years? Bulma smiled, gazing at Zuno, who was dazed and clutching one side of his face. Chapter 51. The true power of Monaka faced with Bulma's inopportune smile. Zuno could only choose to acquiesce. While he comprehended the vastness of the universe, the intricacies of a woman's heart eluded him. Furthermore, given his own lack of power, there was little reason to ignite anger. It was evident that the two men accompanying this woman were formidable. Zuno, feeling aggrieved, shook his head. "My dear Lady Bulma, please feel free to inquire about any matters. I assure you, I shall answer without reservation." Seeing Zuno relent, Bulma's smile gradually transformed into sincerity. It appeared that Lord Zuno was indeed quite amenable. "With that in mind, I do have some minor queries awaiting your enlightenment, dear Lord Zuno." Bulma inquired about the Super Dragon Balls, and Zuno disclosed the information in detail. "Thank you, dear Lord Zuno. We shall keep today's events strictly confidential and will not utter a single word to outsiders." Bulma vowed earnestly. "I must express my sincere gratitude to this elegant and dignified lady." Zuno also indulged in flattery. Subsequently, Jiang Xiaofei and Bulma, under Zuno's warm farewell, departed. From that moment onward, whenever Zuno encounters women akin to Bulma, he will weigh his actions carefully, fearing a repeat of the tragedy, for his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Now, returning to the present, after listening to Bulma's account, Beerus nodded gently, gaining a deeper understanding of the Super Dragon Balls. "It is time for us to embark towards the 5-star, Beerus announced to the group, leading the way towards the cube, with Monaka closely following. As Monaka passed by Son Goku, he lifted his gaze, his white eyes fixed intently on Goku. Goku, lowering his head, regarded this universe's strongest warrior, Beerus's ace. His excitement mounting uncontrollably. Goku's right hand, seemingly devoid of conscious control, flexed a few times before forming a fist the size of a sandbag. In a flash, the fist struck out towards Monaka, who was passing by. A sound of air being ruptured echoed through the space. Beerus sensed something amiss and swiftly turned. But it was already too late. Goku's powerful punch landed squarely on Monaka's face. Monaka's body remained unmoved, yet his face contorted severely, his nose and mouth caving in under the force of the blow. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Xiaofei burst into laughter, though he felt a pang of sympathy for Monaka, the actor. Meanwhile, Monaka's heart raced with trepidation. Beerus had sought him out personally to cooperate in this act, yet this performance posed a genuine threat to his life. He contemplated a strike, but with Beerus present, he knew that any act of defiance would yield dire consequences. "Mama, I want to go home," Monaka silently lamented within himself. To maintain his faade, he could only strive to keep his composure, revealing no hints of his distress. However, the overwhelming heat radiating from his face ultimately caused him to shed a tear. Beerus arrived at the scene in haste, delivering a punch to the back of Goku's head. "I told you not to engage in private battles. Why did you still strike?" Beerus admonished, concerned that Monaka might not withstand the pressure and reveal the truth. After being chastised, Goku merely rubbed the back of his head, lamenting, "I thought he could evade my sudden attack. Who would have known he was completely unprepared?" He turned to Monaka, offering an apologetic glance. The silence that followed only deepened Goku's confusion, making him feel that Monaka was indeed an enigma. In truth, Monaka was reluctant to face Goku again. Although Goku had not exuded an overwhelmingly powerful aura, Monaka feared a whim from Goku might lead to another punch, which he might not be able to endure. Observing Monaka's retreat, Goku found himself perplexed and approached Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta. Monaka truly is elusive. He seems to be a formidable powerhouse, leaving one in eager anticipation. Jiang Xiaofei could not help but laugh, while Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong. "Wukong, you believe that Monaka possesses extraordinary strength, yet I firmly assert that he is merely an ordinary individual," Jiang Xiaofei stated bluntly. "Ah, how could that be? Just observe his calm demeanor. How could an ordinary person achieve such composure?" Sun Wukong, of course, remained unconvinced. Consider Krillin, who nearly wet his pants in the presence of Frieza, and now look at Monaka. Do you still regard him as an ordinary man? Sun Wukong continued to elaborate. Nearby, Krillin overheard this, and his expression darkened, while Android 18 glanced over at Sun Wukong. "Wukong, you can express your thoughts without involving me," Krillin retorted with displeasure. "I apologize." "Krillin, I was merely drawing a comparison," Sun Wukong replied with a hint of regret, yet continued to speak candidly. "Humph, I believe you're targeting me," Krillin scoffed. Android 18 gently embraced Krillin, comforting her husband in silence. I truly did not mean it that way, Sun Wukong responded, feeling somewhat helpless. Haha. Jiang Xiaofei chuckled. All right. We should set off. If you believe Manaka is a super strong warrior, then let it be so. Jiang Xiaofei reminded them, leaving Sun Wukong's convictions up to his own judgment. However, Jiang Xiaofei could discern that Vegeta was aware of Manaka's true power. It seemed, in terms of intellect, Sun Wukong was still lagging behind Vegeta. The group boarded Whis' cube, preparing to journey to the nameless star, all the while relishing delicious grilled meat and enjoying a fleeting moment of leisure. The three of them, Jiang Xiaofei included, chose to sit beside Manaka. Yet, throughout the journey, Manaka remained utterly silent, not even sampling the delectable grilled meat. Beside Manaka sat Beerus, who, while savoring the flavor of the grilled meat, remained vigilant, particularly towards Sun Wukong, fearful that any slip could lead to embarrassment. After a considerable journey, the group finally arrived at the nameless star. Adjacent to the nameless star were 6 Dragon Balls, each comparable in size to planets, radiating a shimmering red starlight. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at the immense Dragon Balls, feeling profoundly awed. They passed directly above the Super Dragon Balls, and before the 6 magnificent orbs, they felt remarkably insignificant. Given the extraordinary power of the Dragon Balls on Earth, one could only speculate about the unparalleled might of these Super Dragon Balls. Jiang Xiaofei understood that these Super Dragon Balls could even recreate Earth itself. Chapter 52. The aesthetic of the god of destruction above the nameless star, a robust and vibrant deity, was admiring his creation. Directly below him lay the arena for the upcoming competition. He was none other than Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6. Beerus, this area requires some modification, Kampa instructed, pointing at a corner of the arena. As Kampa's attendant, Beerus complied with his master's wishes to renovate the arena. Subtle changes occurred once more, and Kampa's smile grew even broader. Quite satisfactory. On either side of the arena, I want to display 2 colossal portraits, engraved with the likenesses of myself and Beerus. Ensure that I appear somewhat more handsome. As for Beerus, well, that is of little concern. Kampa articulated his desires once more. Very well, Lord Kampa. With a gentle tap of his staff, Vados conjured 2 enormous images above the stage, precisely reflecting Kampa's requests. Marvelous. Absolutely perfect. Kampa, admiring the fruits of his direction, felt a swell of satisfaction. He mused that when Beerus beheld his meticulously arranged spectacle, he would undoubtedly be astounded. The thought filled Kampa with pride. Ah, Kampa, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Beerus's voice echoed as he spotted Kampa from a distance. Kampa promptly turned, and the 2 gods of destruction locked gazes once more. Beerus, my early arrival is naturally for a purpose. Behold. Kampa proudly gestured towards the arena, exuding confidence. What do you think? This is my carefully prepared stage. Are you not astonished? Oh, so you are the one who prepared it? It's rather ordinary. It will suffice. Beerus glanced at the arena below, seemingly unimpressed. What? Ordinary? This stage is the result of my meticulous design. How dare you call it ordinary? Kampa's pride swiftly evaporated, replaced by indignation. Vados! Kampa exclaimed. Vados, slightly dazed, was searching for the handsome warrior within Whis' realm. What is it, Lord Kampa? She inquired softly. What should I do? Beerus claims this arena is merely adequate. What do you suggest? Kampa addressed Vados directly. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, guided by Whis, arrived at the unnamed star. Observing the arena's setup, Bulma began to voice her opinions. Wow, this arena's design is incredibly tacky. Especially those stiff chairs. How could anyone sit on those? Kampa felt an overwhelming sense of frustration at her words, while Vados remained unfazed, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaofei. She found herself enchanted by him, particularly by his exquisite features and the pure smile that emanated from him, making it hard to look away. Indeed, how could anyone sit on such rigid chairs? Beerus, feeling grateful to Bulma, was eager to find fault. Just as he sought a flaw, Bulma appeared. Very well, Lord Beerus. With a gentle wave of his staff, Whis made the stiff square stools vanish, replacing them with 4 large, circular cushions, complete with plush sofas and tables for indulging in delectable food and beverages. Exactly. Now this is the proper way to enjoy the match. Bulma's voice rang out once more. Meanwhile, Kampa's expression had turned ashen as he glanced at Vados. However, Vados' attention remained solely on Jiang Xiaofei, her bright eyes fixed on him from a distance. In this scene, Kampa's fury reached new heights. Bardos, get a grip. Why didn't you design it this way from the outset? Kampa began to chastise Bardos. In response to Kampa's reproach, Bardos remained unfazed, her gaze slightly retreating. Lord Kampa, if you create something beyond your comprehension, it will only lead to greater confusion. Bardos retorted with a chuckle. Indeed, with your taste, you could never grasp such concepts. Beerus, in high spirits, observed Kampa's grim demeanor, delighting inwardly. Humph. Just because my aesthetic sense is lacking, does that mean yours is superior? Beerus, without Whis by your side, you would likely be napping all day. Kampa refused to yield. What a pity. Whis will always be by my side, Beerus remarked, glancing at Whis. Indeed, my lord Beerus, I shall accompany you until the next god of destruction emerges. Whis affirmed without hesitation. Very well. You both excel at verbal sparring. Just wait. Beerus, once the competition begins, you might not be laughing anymore. Bardos, let us depart. Kampa, unwilling to waste any more time, recognized that in mere verbal prowess, he was no match for Beerus. The most infuriating part was that even his good sister, Bardos, seemed to side with the outsider against him. Listening to Kampa, Bardos turned her gaze from Jiang Xiaofei and cheerfully followed Kampa back to the ranks of Universe 6. You all heard that. Kampa intends to showcase the prowess of our Universe 6 on the battlefield, so you must all stay alert and not embarrass me. Beerus instructed Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, Vegeta, and others. Of course, with Monaka around, victory is assured. Son Goku replied without a second thought. Bang! Beerus struck Son Goku on the back of his head with force, relying solely on Monaka. Why don't you step up and take on 5 opponents yourself? Humph. When the match starts, you will be the first to enter. Beerus stormed off, with Monaka closely trailing behind. Ah, Lord Beerus. Son Goku felt a mix of helplessness and excitement, never expecting to be the first to ascend the stage in such a manner. Make sure to perform well. With your strength, defeating 5 opponents should pose no great challenge, provided you don't act recklessly. Jiang Xiaofei expressed confidence in Son Goku. He had some understanding of the strength of the individuals from Universe 6. Aside from Hit, the others were no match for Son Goku. However, Son Goku's penchant for recklessness often led to unforeseen complications during competitions. Kakarot, you are truly fortunate. Humph. Perform well, and don't give me any opportunities to exploit, Vegeta said, clasping his hands together as he departed alongside Jiang Xiaofei. You all. Son Goku felt speechless and resolved to speak less in the future. Just wait and witness my spectacular performance. Chapter 53. Can the universe's best not pass the written exam? With everyone in position, the competition between the 2 universes commenced, beginning with a written examination designed to assess the participants' grasp of fundamental rules and comprehension abilities. Under the guidance of Bardos, Jiang Xiaofei and the others made their way to the examination venue. Bardos took the lead, with Jiang Xiaofei following closely behind. Bardos' heart raced. Was this not akin to being pursued? She contemplated turning to glance at Jiang Xiaofei, but restrained her impulsive desire, reminding herself that she was an angel and must maintain an air of elusiveness. Upon their arrival at the examination venue, the representatives of the 6th universe were already seated and awaiting their opponents. Sun Wukong and Vegeta observed the 5 contestants from the 6th universe with palpable excitement. These were their adversaries. However, upon recognizing 2 of them, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's enthusiasm surged even higher. Frieza? I can't believe the 6th universe has a Frieza as well, Sun Wukong exclaimed, yet received no response from the other party. Gabe emerged from the 6th universe's ranks and approached Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Are you 2 the scions from the 7th universe? Gabe inquired. Indeed. And you are a scion from the 6th universe? Vegeta responded, his curiosity piqued by Gabe's appearance. Gabe, noticeably shorter than Sun Wukong and Vegeta, displayed a somewhat lower composure. Which planet do you inhabit? Vegeta continued to question. We reside on Planet Salad. Gabe replied candidly. Planet Salad. Vegeta's excitement was evident, and a sense of longing for his homeland welled within him. Yes, that's correct. And you? Gabe reciprocated the curiosity. We initially lived on Planet Salad as well. But due to the Scion's bloodthirsty and combative nature, it ultimately met a tragic fate, forcing us to relocate to other planets, only to be destroyed by individuals like your companion over there. Vegeta gestured towards the figure resembling Frieza in the distance. How could Scions be bloodthirsty and combative? How could they seize others' planets? Moreover, Mr. Frost has an excellent reputation on our planet. Gabe expressed his confusion. Is that so? I hope it remains that way. Perhaps this illustrates the similarities and distinctions between our two universes. Vegeta offered an explanation. If the opportunity arises, I would love to visit your planet. Vegeta said with an expectant smile. You are always welcome. Gabe replied, returning the smile warmly. Everyone, the greetings can come to an end. Our written examination is about to commence, so please return to your designated seats. Batos's gentle voice resonated. Once all returned to their seats, Batos, seated at the proctor's desk, waved her staff lightly, and a test paper appeared before each participant. This is the content of your written examination today, so please take it seriously. Failing to score at least 50 points will result in immediate elimination, Batos warned each individual. Gazing at the test paper on the desk, Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of delight. In his previous life, although he was not an academic prodigy, he had indeed experienced the rigors of the college entrance examination and successfully gained admission to a university. Faced with these questions, he was undoubtedly poised to excel effortlessly. This time, he aspired to be the swiftest among men. Thus, Jiang Xiaofei seized his pen and began to inscribe on the test paper with a flourish. Babidi observed Jiang Xiaofei's graceful movements, his imagination stirring. Even the act of writing appeared so elegantly dashing. Finished, Jiang Xiaofei declared, lifting his test paper and striding directly towards Babidi. Instantly, all eyes converged upon him, each person harboring the same thought. This man was astonishingly fast. As Jiang Xiaofei approached, Babidi felt an inexplicable joy, her heart fluttering like a young doe. Glancing at the other contestants still fervently scribbling away, Jiang Xiaofei felt no concern for the competition. Even the fretful Sun Wukong would manage to pass. Manaka, hailed as the universe's strongest warrior by Beerus, glanced at his test paper, then surveyed the towering, muscular figures surrounding him, and a desire to flee began to take root in his mind. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. This was not his battle, and he had no place here. Most critically, Beerus had summoned him merely for theatrics, neglecting to mention any form of remuneration. Had he not been cowed by Beerus's formidable power, he would have rebelled long ago. Furthermore, he had received neither compensation for lost work nor injury benefits. The last time he had been injured by Sun Wukong, Beerus had offered not a single word of comfort. Contemplating these grievances, Manaka's inner turmoil intensified. Feeling utterly wronged and reluctant to contend with this band of monsters, he yearned to escape. At last, the written examination concluded. Babidi gently swayed her staff, causing the test papers before each contestant to naturally return to her. The results materialized in an instant. First, let us congratulate the 5 contestants from Universe 6 for successfully passing the written examination and advancing to the next round, Babidi announced after glancing at the papers. Now, what are the written examination results for Universe 7? Babidi piqued everyone's curiosity. Mr. Jiang Xiaofei, a perfect score, Babidi exclaimed with excitement. Although this was merely a standard written test, achieving full marks was no simple feat, yet Jiang Xiaofei had accomplished it. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances at Jiang Xiaofei. Impressed. Not bad. Just standard procedure. Jiang Xiaofei humbly replied. Sun Wukong passed. Vegeta passed. Piccolo passed. Manaka, Babidi's voice suddenly faltered, and the collective anticipation held its breath. Manaka, 10 points. The revelation astounded everyone. How could one fail such a straightforward test? This was inconceivable. He was, after all, the strongest warrior of our universe. How could he possibly score only 10 points? Surely, there must be a mistake. Sun Wukong voiced his skepticism towards Babidi. Mr. Sun Wukong, please do not question the judgment of a professional examiner, Babidi retorted, providing an irrefutable explanation. This is absolutely infallible, for on Manaka's test paper, aside from this single question, the rest were left entirely blank. Sun Wukong appeared disheartened, while Jiang Xiaofei turned his gaze towards Manaka, who bore an expression of apology. My sincerest regrets, everyone. These questions are truly beyond my capabilities. From here on, I must rely on you. Oh, don't worry, Manaka. I shall fight alongside you, Sun Wukong comforted him. Observing Manaka's apologetic smile, Jiang Xiaofei seemed to grasp an underlying truth. You sly one. It's all a ruse. You're simply afraid of facing the stage and getting pummeled. Chapter 54. Is this the weakest Sun Wukong? 10 points. This is hilarious. One person is already eliminated. How delightful. The god of destruction from Universe 6, Kampa, could not help but laugh upon seeing Manaka's meager score of 10 in the written examination. Haha, Beerus, I heard he is your strongest warrior from Universe 7. Who would have thought he couldn't even pass a simple written test? It appears your intelligence is indeed a cause for concern. Kampa chuckled heartily, clutching his belly in fear of losing his breath from laughter. Beerus, in a fit of frustration, reflected on how he had chosen Manaka so casually without conducting any intelligence assessment. He had anticipated Manaka's lack of strength, but never expected such a simplistic test would lead to his elimination. Humph. I merely wished to shield him from being bullied by you. If he were to enter the arena, your Universe 6 warriors would not stand a chance against him. What meaning would the competition hold then? Beerus insisted, attempting to justify his decision. Well, I never imagined you could be so thick-skinned. Even now, you find a way to concoct such excuses. I am truly in awe. Kampa clearly did not believe Beerus's words. Humph. Enough of this chatter. Even if we are reduced to 4 fighters, we still fear you not with your 5. You shall lose, and do not shed any tears. Beerus retorted defiantly. Though facing 1 against 4 posed a challenge, he believed it was not insurmountable. Very well, let us see how long you can maintain this facade. Kampa, sensing a potential disadvantage, chose to refrain from further discussion. To make the competition more enticing, I shall send forth our weakest fighter. Make sure you catch him. Do not let our weakest prevail against your 5. Beerus's bravado grew, despite knowing he was speaking grandiloquently. You. Very well. Do not blame me for being ruthless then. Beware of being slapped in the face later. Kampa exclaimed in exasperation. Humph. Let us wait and see. Beerus shot a glance at Kampa. From the eyes of the 2 gods of destruction, sparks of rivalry ignited, and the atmosphere of the competition grew palpable across the arena. Simultaneously, Beerus and Kampa unleashed energy blasts to strike the gong in the arena, signifying the official commencement of the match. As the battle commenced, Sun Wukong took his position, his heart swelling with excitement at the prospect of witnessing the prowess of opponents from other universes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the confrontation between Universe 6 and Universe 7. I am your referee and commentator for this thrilling contest, the referee announced. Prepare yourselves, the match begins now. I have heard that you are the weakest among your kind. Is this a sign of disdain towards me? Bodhidharma proclaimed, exuding an air of arrogance. Heh, if you can defeat me, then you may stand a chance against the others. But if you cannot even overcome me, do not harbor hopes of besting anyone else, Sun Wukong replied, observing the stout, rotund figure of the great yellow bear before him, reminiscent of a beach ball. Haha, I hope you do not fall to me too swiftly, Bodhidharma retorted, visibly stimulated, his physique becoming even more corpulent. His feet sprang like coils, bouncing around the arena, while Sun Wukong remained a calm observer of Bodhidharma's movements. Bodhidharma increased his jumping speed, expanding his range, transforming the entire arena into his personal playground. Without hesitation, he lunged towards Sun Wukong, caught off guard and unable to decipher Bodhidharma's combat style. Sun Wukong found himself swiftly retreating towards the edge of the platform, his feet spread wide, only to be struck against the boundary. After a few wobbles, he managed to regain his balance and avoid elimination. Hey, weakling, if this is all you can muster, I suggest you surrender promptly and spare me your time. Bodhidharma boasted arrogantly. That was merely a warm-up. You have yet to ignite my true spirit, Sun Wukong countered. In the audience, Kampa observed Bodhidharma's display and began to mock Beerus anew. Beerus, if your universe's fighters possess such feeble strength, you should concede quickly, lest you face an embarrassing defeat. He laughed heartily. Humph. Kampa, perhaps you should tend to your own affairs. If our weakest cannot best you, then that would indeed be disgraceful. Beerus responded, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Sun Wukong, what trickery is this? Be cautious, or I shall annihilate you. Beerus bellowed towards Sun Wukong on the arena. Nearby, Jiang Xiaofei felt a chill of embarrassment. The whims of this destroyer were truly unpredictable. Sun Wukong glanced in Beerus's direction, then turned back to Bodhidharma. If that is the case, let us accelerate the pace. Perfectly agreeable. Bodhidharma initiated the attack, a blue gaseous energy orb forming in his hand, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. With agile movements, Sun Wukong evaded the energy projectile effortlessly. Now my spirit is ignited. As he spoke, the atmosphere around him became charged with energy. Now I shall be serious, he declared, transitioning from defense to offense, charging at Bodhidharma. A punch capable of shattering mountains struck Bodhidharma's abdomen heavily, Yet to Sun Wukong's astonishment, Bodhidharma did not falter or even shift his stance. Looking down with a mocking grin, Bodhidharma regarded Sun Wukong with derision. Unfazed, Sun Wukong intensified his assault. But each strike against Bodhidharma felt akin to hitting a sponge or rubber, his power dissipating with no effect. Heh, your attacks cannot harm me. Even if I stand here and let you strike, I can tire you out. Bodhidharma exuded an air of confidence, brimming with an inexplicable assurance in his physical prowess. Alas, this truly presents quite the conundrum. Sun Wukong ceased his assault, scratching his head in contemplation. Yet, to challenge me with such triviality is utterly inconceivable. With that declaration, Sun Wukong's aura surged once more, an unrelenting force coalescing into his fist. With no superfluous movements, he struck Bodhidharma squarely in the abdomen. This time, the force was not entirely dissipated. The impact reverberated through Bodhidharma's innards, stirring his very essence. A trickle of crimson blood escaped from Bodhidharma's lips as he gazed at Sun Wukong with disbelief. No, this cannot be. Bodhidharma's form finally succumbed, toppling backward. There exists nothing beyond the realm of possibility. When I unleash a force your body cannot bear, how could you possibly negate it entirely? Sun Wukong retorted with an air of dominance. Originally filled with joy, Kampa observed the scene unfolding on the arena. His once desirable egg now lost its allure. Beerus, you dare call this the weakest? Kampa bellowed, pointing at Sun Wukong on the stage. Chapter 55, The Gentleman? Frisia in response to Kampa's outburst. Beerus regarded him with the bemusement reserved for a fool, his gaze laced with disdain. Indeed, he is the weakest. In terms of intellect, among their cohort, Sun Wukong could be deemed intellectually challenged. Do you not agree he is the weakest? Jiang Xiaofei, upon hearing Beerus's remarks, was rendered speechless, as it directly undermined Sun Wukong's intellect. Mom, he seems to suggest Dad is dim-witted. Sun Wukong's innocent voice echoed. Beside him, Chi-Chi's temper flared, her veins pulsing. Had it not been for Bulma and Android 18 intervening, she might have lunged at Beerus with a slap. Do not act rashly. Lord Beerus is merely jesting to provoke Kampa, with no malice intended. Whis, sensing Chi-Chi's agitation, offered a soothing reassurance. Lord Beerus holds great fondness for Sun Wukong. This is simply a playful banter. However, since it was Lord Beerus's statement, he will bear the consequences. With a gentle flick of his staff, a plethora of exquisite treasures materialized before Chi-Chi. As she beheld the glimmering trinkets, Chi-Chi's demeanor brightened significantly. Humph. For now, I shall forgive you all. She hastily gathered the jewels. Bulma and Android 18 exchanged glances, somewhat embarrassed, realizing that for Chi-Chi, wealth held considerable allure. Humph. Do not revel in your triumph, Beerus. We have yet to concede, Kampa declared, cutting through the banter. Bodhidharma, rise quickly. In response to Kampa's roar, Bodhidharma, racked with pain, struggled to steady himself, trembling as he rose. Oh, not too shabby. Sun Wukong praised as he observed Bodhidharma standing once more. In the next moment, Sun Wukong struck once again, sending Bodhidharma crashing down yet again. After several repetitions, the once proud Bodhidharma found himself engulfed in despair, caught between Kampa's furious roars and Sun Wukong's relentless onslaught. He truly wished for a chasm to swallow him whole. Hey, will you not rise again? My fists are eager and restless. Sun Wukong also awaits Bodhidharma's resurgence. However, this statement utterly provoked Bodhidharma, causing his vitality to surge and leading him to faint. Upon witnessing Bodhidharma's unconscious state, the referee promptly declared Sun Wukong the victor. Kampa, feeling agitated, scratched his head as he gazed at the innocent smile gracing the arena, to the extent that he contemplated taking matters into his own hands, truly wishing to reduce him to utter foolishness. What now, Kampa? It's not too late to concede. Beerus retorted. Humph, what is there to boast about? It's just a single victory, merely an appetizer. The main course is yet to come. Kampa feigned indifference. Indeed, after all, you still have 4 more fighters. Beerus observed Kampa's serious demeanor, extending his hand to ring the gong, signaling the commencement of the second match. Sun Wukong, looking at the contestant entering the arena, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, for this opponent bore a striking resemblance to Frisia. Greetings, Lord Wukong. I am Frost, and I apologize on behalf of my teammate Bodhidharma for his arrogance. Frost's voice resonated, momentarily stunning Sun Wukong. It's all right. Sun Wukong's mind was completely blank. This was entirely different from his expectations. Was Frisia not notoriously malevolent and arrogant? Why was this individual so courteous? Frost turned to the audience and performed a deep bow, expressing gratitude for their attendance amidst their busy schedules. This is merely a friendly match. I shall adhere to the principle of prioritizing friendship over competition, and shall not endanger anyone's life. Is this really Frisia? Bulma questioned her own ears and judgment. The sixth universe is a twin universe, yet it possesses its own unique characteristics. Perhaps in the sixth universe, Frisia is indeed a gentleman. Chi-Chi concurred. Listening to the ladies' conversation, Jiang Xiaofei shook his head vigorously. What do you think of this Frisia? He inquired of Vegeta. Humph. Regardless of his demeanor, he must lose this match today, Vegeta declared, arms crossed, maintaining his composure. True, Jiang Xiaofei mused, but in the original Dragon Ball universe, he did lose to you. Do not underestimate this Frisia. He is certainly not as simple as he appears. He might be just like our seventh universe's Frisia. Jiang Xiaofei cautioned once more. His words reached the ears of the ever-observant Beerus, who was taken aback by Jiang Xiaofei's insight. This man is not only handsome, but possesses remarkable intuition. How utterly captivating. Of course, this was Beerus's inner thought, while he maintained his angelic demeanor outwardly. Contestant Frost has led peacekeeping forces to assist numerous planets in repelling external invasions and has devoted himself to post-disaster reconstruction efforts, earning 3 Universal Peace Awards, the referee announced, seemingly aimed at undermining Jiang Xiaofei's confidence. Wow, he is truly exceptional, far surpassing our universe's Frisia. Bulma paid no heed to what Jiang Xiaofei had said. Jiang Xiaofei, as an experienced individual, chose not to elaborate further and simply observed in silence. I never expected you to still be a guardian of universal peace. My apologies. Sun Wukong in the arena expressed his regret. It's nothing. Now, Mr. Wukong, let our match commence. Frost replied. With the referee's announcement, Frost made the first move, his body darting towards Sun Wukong with remarkable speed. Before Wukong could react, Frost was already before him. However, instead of engaging in a direct confrontation, Frost clamped his legs around Wukong's head and swiftly spun before forcefully slamming him to the ground, quickly distancing himself again. Ouch! A wave of pain coursed through Wukong's body. Rising from the ground, he looked at Frost and remarked, "Not bad. I must admit, your strategy is quite effective, given our size difference." Frost's polite demeanor left Wukong at a loss for how to proceed with the battle. "That is all right. Yet, I sense you are holding back much of your power. Are you merely testing me?" Wukong inquired. Your perception is indeed sharp." Frost acknowledged Wukong's observation. "In that case, you should transform into your final form quickly. Only then can we truly enjoy this fight," Wukong stated directly. Having fought against Frisia before, Wukong was well aware of the transformations his opponent could undertake. Observing Frost, it was evident he had not exerted himself fully. "Very well, I shall fulfill your wish, Mr. Wukong." Chapter 56. The indifferent Wukong. Frost leaped a few times, creating distance between them, then took to the air. "Aya!" He roared as his body began to undergo a transformation. Wukong watched with anticipation as Frost changed before his eyes. Ultimately, Frost appeared in his new form, with a pointed head and a face resembling that of a sea monkey. "Mr. Wukong, you should be on guard now," Frost cautioned, looking down at him. "Bring it on." Wukong assumed a combat stance, his aura surging, clearly intrigued but lacking the fervor to transform himself. Frost's speed had significantly increased since his transformation, and his strength had seen a remarkable leap as well. Each clash with Wukong became increasingly forceful. However, even in this new form, Frost could not breach Wukong's defenses or find an opening. What is Kakarot doing? Wasn't he warned before the match to finish his opponent swiftly? Vegeta, observing the fight, felt an urgent anxiety. "Kakarot, show your true potential." Vegeta could no longer contain himself and shouted at Goku. Goku turned to face Vegeta in the audience, yet Frost did not relent. Taking advantage of Goku's momentary lapse, he struck him down to the ground. "Well done, Frost," Kampa exclaimed, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Beerus. The pent-up frustration within him finally found an outlet. "Goku, what are you doing? This is the arena. Stop holding back and finish the fight." Watching Kampa's smug demeanor, Beerus could not remain composed and issued a command to Goku. Still on the ground, Goku had yet to regain his senses, being urged on by the shouts around him. With a swift somersault, he regained his footing. "My apologies, Lord Goku." I attacked too fiercely just now and couldn't pull back in time, Frost said, a hint of remorse on his face. No worries. This level of attack is nothing to me, Goku replied nonchalantly. However, you are quite cautious. Goku paused for a few seconds before continuing. What do you mean, Lord Goku? Frost maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. Well, after our encounters, I sense you have yet to unleash your full power. You must be concealing a more advanced form. Perhaps for a later use? Goku squinted as he scrutinized Frost. Haha, Lord Goku, you are indeed a combat genius. Your intuition is remarkably precise. Indeed, I possess a more formidable form, but I will not employ it lightly. Frost's eyes became hazy, as though lost in memory. I once utilized my ultimate form, but in that state, I could not control the overwhelming power, and I inadvertently killed an innocent person. Since then, I vowed never to use that form unless absolutely necessary. Such a thing has occurred, Goku replied, a mixture of regret and anticipation in his voice. But rest assured, you can unleash that power without fear of consequence. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Goku. Frost smiled genuinely. I shall not disappoint your expectations. With that, the aura surrounding Frost began to shift once more. Layers of energy coalescing and transforming his physique anew. Upon completion of his transformation, Frost's appearance mirrored that of Frieza from Universe 7. This is my ultimate form. Be cautious now, Lord Goku, Frost warned deliberately. Feeling the surge of Frost's power, Goku's blood began to boil with excitement. Ah, he exclaimed. Golden waves of energy swirling around him, and in an instant, his black hair turned to a brilliant gold. At that moment, all those from Universe 6, including the god of destruction Kampa, widened their eyes in astonishment. A Scion can transform? Hey Kaba, can you Scions transform too? Xiangpa found it difficult to accept the unfolding events and turned to inquire with Gabe. Gabe lowered his head and replied, I am sorry, Lord Xiangpa, but we cannot proceed yet. A glimmer of melancholy flickered in Gabe's eyes as he gazed at the golden figure on the arena, tinged with a hint of envy. Humph. Xiangpa's mood plummeted to its lowest. Is he finally getting serious? Vegeta observed Goku after his transformation, his eyes widening. To him, Goku's transformation signified the impending conclusion of the battle. I never anticipated that Lord Goku could also transform. Frost exclaimed, astonished. Haha, it's merely a stroke of luck. Come, let us engage in a spirited duel. Goku boldly issued a challenge. Frost, shedding any pretense of politeness, charged at Goku. His tightly clenched right fist aimed directly at Goku's face. However, due to his diminutive stature and short arms, his strike was thwarted by Goku's arm. Unwilling to concede, Frost launched an attack with his left hand, yet Goku effortlessly blocked it once more. The two combatants moved at a blistering pace, the sound of their clashes reverberating across the arena. Goku delivered a side kick to Frost's abdomen, propelling him backward until he stabilized himself at the edge of the stage. Is this truly your utmost strength? Goku's eyes reflected disappointment. If this is all you can muster, I suggest you concede. Hearing Goku's urging for surrender, Frost's body trembled slightly as he lifted his head to meet Goku's gaze, forcing a strained smile. Thank you for your concern, Lord Goku, but I have compelling reasons to continue. For the sake of universal peace, I must achieve victory today. Thus, our battle must persist. I respect your ideals. Yet continuing this fight will yield no favorable outcome, Goku persisted in his counsel. However, Frost disregarded his words and charged at Goku once more. Observing Frost's reckless determination, Goku raised his right hand just in time to block Frost's incoming punch. Give it up. You cannot defeat me, Goku stated calmly, fixing his gaze on Frost. Suddenly, darkness clouded Goku's vision, and his legs faltered, leaving him swaying unsteadily. What an opportunity! Chapter 57, Frost's True Identity. Without hesitation, Frost seized the moment, delivering a side kick that sent the dazed Goku tumbling off the stage. As Goku fell, the golden aura surrounding him dissipated, returning him to his original form. Yet he found himself immobilized. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Initially, Goku had the upper hand, but he made a grievous error that allowed Frost to seize the opportunity, ultimately sending Goku off the stage. Bravo! Well done, Frost. Maintain this momentum and let them witness the might of our sixth universe. Xiangpa, once again invigorated, taunted Beerus. At this moment, Beerus's inner fury was palpable. His teeth clenched in a manner that suggested he yearned to confront Xiangpa directly. However, he managed to endure the frustration directed towards Kampa, which bore little significance. Let us extend our congratulations to Universe 6, Mr. Frost, for securing victory in this contest. The referee's voice resonated, promptly announcing the outcome of the match. Goku, Chi-Chi, somewhat apprehensive for her husband, leaped from the spectator's platform to his side. Goku, are you alright? Oh no, I was careless and stepped out of bounds. Awakened by Chi-Chi's concern, Goku touched his head, smiling warmly at his worried wife. It's wonderful that you're fine. Chi-Chi sighed in relief. Let us return. Goku took hold of Chi-Chi's hand and made their way back to the stands. Humph, I warned you not to be reckless. How does it feel to face the consequences this time? Vegeta scoffed at Goku. You faltered at a critical moment. Vegeta, must you belittle me so? I truly did not foresee such an outcome. Goku attempted to salvage his dignity, yet he knew this was indeed his own fault. Humph, fool, watch how I handle him. Vegeta volunteered to step in and confront Frost. Goku, at the moment your palm collided with Frost's fist, did you not feel as though you were stung by a bee, leaving you dazed and unsteady? Jiang Xiaofei observed Goku calmly. Huh, how did you know that? Goku looked at Jiang Xiaofei in surprise. Huh, that fellow utilized a poison stinger, likely concealed within his being. Jiang Xiaofei revealed the truth. With Goku's presence, perhaps the explanation would be more readily accepted. How could that be? Did we not prohibit the use of weapons? Besides, a person as forthright as Frost would surely disdain such underhanded tactics, wouldn't he? Goku continued to defend Frost. Alas, you are far too naive. Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, gazing at Frost's beaming countenance. That individual was undoubtedly a rogue, merely adept at concealing his true nature. What then should we do? Shall we directly inform Lord Beerus? Goku realized his mind was struggling to keep pace. No need to expose such a villain. We must wait until he is at his most arrogant. In this match, let Piccolo take a shot at him, and we shall confirm our suspicions. Everyone acquiesced to Jiang Xiaofei's counsel, and Beerus raised no objections. The gong sounded, and Piccolo descended gradually onto the arena stage. Greetings, I am Frost. Might I inquire as to your identity? Frost remained impeccably courteous. Piccolo. The response was succinct. Lord Piccolo, I extend my apologies to your companion, Lord Goku. Had we been able to control our powers, we might have engaged in a few more rounds of combat. Frost feigned remorse, but Piccolo was unmoved by such sentiments. The match begins. As the referee's voice faded, countless flickering crimson energy spheres coalesced in Frost's hands. These spheres, imbued with unimaginable destructive force, were unleashed directly towards the emerald-skinned Piccolo. Upon his entrance, the formidable Frost positioned one hand above his brow, his fingertips aglow with a flickering golden energy sphere. However, this orb was far from fully formed. Frost was compelled to evade the energy blasts hurled his way. Yet, despite his efforts, he was ultimately too slow to escape the onslaught, suffering the brunt of the attack upon his legs. Lord Bick, you are no match for me. It would be wise to concede, Frost's voice resonated, attempting to persuade Bick. Humph. The outcome remains undecided. Bick retorted, the golden sphere at his fingertips shimmering more brightly, exuding a palpable sense of danger that even Frost could perceive. In an instant, Frost swiftly maneuvered his body, delivering a powerful blow to Bick's abdomen. A wave of weakness surged through Bick's limbs, the golden orb vanished, and he collapsed, only to be met with another flying kick from Frost that eliminated him from the contest. Well done, Frost, exclaimed Zampa, exhilarated by the consecutive victories that finally allowed him to bask in triumph. In response, Frost bowed deeply to the audience, acknowledging their applause. Meanwhile, Beerus kept his eyes shut, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events, as if the match bore no relevance to him. Does Bick harbor feelings akin to those of Goku? Jiang Xiaofei inquired of the returning Bick. Bick nodded faintly, suddenly experiencing a sensation akin to an insect bite on his abdomen, followed by a debilitating loss of strength. His consciousness growing hazy. Now, you should believe what I've said. Everyone silently nodded in agreement. Should we expose him? Bick proposed. That would be utterly pointless. We must ensure he faces a complete and utter defeat, leaving him in despair. He must realize that in the face of absolute power, all underhanded tactics are futile. Jiang Xiaofei articulated his thoughts. All right, in the next match, I shall demonstrate to him the meaning of despair. Vegeta concurred with Jiang Xiaofei's suggestion, and no one opposed. Give it your all. However, exercise caution during the fight. Do not allow yourself to be pricked by his poisonous needles. Jiang Xiaofei reminded once more. Humph. Those tricks of his are far from sufficient, Vegeta replied confidently, his gaze fixed on the smiling Frost in the arena. This fellow appears rather repugnant. It stirs within me an impulse to pummel him. He added with a chuckle. Ah, how I miss our Universe 6 Frieza. At least he embodies open malice. Whereas this one is merely a cunning, deceitful scoundrel, Jiang Xiaofei remarked, casting a glance at Frost to summarize his thoughts. The next match would see Vegeta face off against Frost. Chapter 58. The dominant Vegeta. With a graceful leap, Vegeta soared into the arena, landing with flair. My apologies for the injuries inflicted upon your companions. Frost maintained his gentlemanly facade. Humph. Spare us your charade. Your vile tactics have been laid bare before us, Vegeta declared, his hands pressed firmly before him, his gaze piercing with a chilling intensity. What are you speaking of, my lord? I fail to comprehend. Frost feigned ignorance. Frost maintained his composure, yet the warm smile upon his visage gradually faded. I must say, in terms of intellect and guile, you indeed surpass the Frieza of our universe. However, individuals like you evoke an even greater disdain. Merely the sight of you is enough to induce nausea. Vegeta exhibited his disdain and ire. Frost took a deep breath. Your Excellency, it appears there is a misunderstanding. In the glare of so many eyes, how could I possibly harbor any schemes? At this juncture, you remain so composed. It seems such deeds are not unfamiliar to you. That so-called 3-time Universe Peace Prize was likely obtained through underhanded means as well, was it not? Vegeta spoke bluntly. Frost, do not presume you can deceive everyone. Are there not some toxic weapons concealed within your arms? Do you not fear that we might expose you, leaving you without a grave? I believe both Kampa and Beerus would relish such an opportunity. Frost narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the unmasking Vegeta. Your Excellency is indeed astute. Indeed, I have employed certain methods, but all for the sake of ultimate victory, to provide a beautiful home for those displaced children. I must garner Kampa's support. Only through triumph can those unfortunate souls have a promising future. Frost spoke passionately, even tears glimmering in his eyes. Do not employ such nefarious tactics in my presence. They are futile. Vegeta remained utterly unmoved, his aura steadily intensifying. He was genuinely provoked by this vile and despicable man before him. Your Excellency, you truly possess a heart of stone. Frost concealed his false demeanor, his words now laden with chill. Indeed, this entire charade has been my performance. However, I believe your Excellency stands here now with the intent to utterly vanquish me. Disrobed of pretense, Frost revealed a lofty and haughty demeanor. The king's malevolence and treachery laid bare at this moment. You need not try to provoke me. Indeed, I intend to stand here openly, to defeat you, and make you understand that all schemes and machinations are rendered grotesque in the face of absolute power. Vegeta's commanding voice resonated, imbued with undeniable authority. It appears you have great confidence in your strength. Then in the forthcoming battle, I hope your prowess matches your bravado. Frost narrowed his eyes further, the chill deepening, as a crimson energy sphere took form in his hand, hurled directly at Vegeta. Truly despicable and shameless. As the energy sphere approached, Vegeta erupted with expletives. Yet, there was no trace of panic in his gaze. Rather, it was filled with resolute determination as he stared at the crimson sphere and the distant Frost. You have thoroughly enraged me. With Vegeta's thunderous roar, the atmosphere around them transformed instantaneously. As the energy surged, Vegeta became increasingly spirited, his hair transforming into a radiant golden hue, surrounded by cascading waves of energy that sparked with white lightning born from gaseous collisions. The moment the crimson energy sphere collided with the golden aura enveloping Vegeta, it erupted into a dazzling display of light. This sight was indeed breathtaking. Captivating the attention of all, the crimson energy was ultimately engulfed by the golden waves, merely amplifying their ferocity. Vegeta launched himself into the air, swiftly advancing towards Frost with intent to attack. In response to Vegeta's onslaught, Frost's movements became even swifter, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts aimed directly at the approaching Scion. However, each projectile was effortlessly deflected by Vegeta's golden shield-like aura, dissipating into nothingness. Vegeta reached Frost's side, eschewing any flamboyant motions, and delivered a powerful punch directly to Frost's abdomen. In an instant, Frost's pupils dilated in shock as he felt the overwhelming force coursing into his body. causing his slender tail to stiffen involuntarily. Humph. You should now comprehend the vast chasm that lies between us, Vegeta's voice echoed in Frost's mind. Yet, Vegeta's assault did not waver. He continued to pummel Frost at the same point relentlessly. Frost's body began to cave inwards, the intense pain inflicting upon him a profound humiliation. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying by Vegeta's relentless strikes. Rather than pursuing his advantage, Vegeta paused, anticipating Frost's next move. Regaining his footing, Frost retched uncontrollably, the pain radiating from his abdomen spreading throughout his entire body, diminishing his rationality, his expression transforming into that of a ferocious beast. Vegeta, I will kill you, Frost declared, channeling energy into a concentrated beam aimed at Vegeta. Having transformed, Vegeta's power and speed had significantly escalated. Although the beam was swift, he evaded it with ease. A sense of despair began to seep into Frost's heart, yet surrender was an inconceivable notion for him. Humph. If you do not employ your secret weapon soon, you may find yourself outmatched. Vegeta hurled himself at Frost once more, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. At last, Frost lost all semblance of reason. The primal beast within him unleashed in a frenzied retaliation. The pain coursing through him became inconsequential. Disregarding all else, he steadied himself and charged at Vegeta. Emerging from Frost's arm was a slender, nearly imperceptible sharp object, its tip glinting ominously, emanating an icy chill. Vegeta had anticipated this moment, remaining vigilant against Frost's underhanded tactics. As Frost's fist approached, Vegeta extended his powerful right hand, seizing the murderous arm aimed at him. Once again, a thunderous roar echoed as Vegeta's aura intensified, and the arm he grasped began to distort in his grip. Is this your final struggle, weakling? Chapter 59, Vegeta's Moment of Glory. In the audience, everyone was captivated by the scene, particularly the sharp object resting upon Frost's arm, which did not escape anyone's notice. Kampa's gaze narrowed into a sliver. He could accept defeat in a fair battle, but victory gained through such underhanded tactics was utterly unacceptable to him. Kampa turned his eyes toward the silent Beerus, his conviction growing that Beerus was well aware of Frost's foul play on the stage, yet chose not to intervene. Kampa even harbored doubts that Beerus might believe Frost was incited by him, and such a matter demanded an explanation. Hey, Beerus, I was completely unaware of Frost's dirty tactics. Otherwise, I would never have allowed such scum to compete. Kampa's confidence faltered, knowing full well that his own negligence was at play. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, remaining silent. Observing Beerus's gesture only fueled Kampa's anger, yet he could not unleash it upon Beerus. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, directing his ire toward Frost. Such filth should not be allowed to roam the universe. The other competitors from Universe 6 sat upright, wary of being caught in Kampa's wrath. Vados, witnessing Kampa's flustered demeanor, sought to provide him an exit. Lord Kampa, we still have Vegeta in the ring. An accidental injury would be unfortunate. It's all because of you, Kampa retorted, resembling a petulant child, his tone taking on a mischievous quality. Lord Kampa, saying such things might hurt their feelings. Vados replied, feigning innocence. If it weren't for you bringing such a scoundrel here, how could I possibly be in this humiliating position? Kampa expressed his grievances. But when you commanded me to find a contestant, you didn't specify character traits. You merely instructed me to find someone who could fight. Nothing else mattered. Vados articulated Kampa's orders. At a loss for words, Kampa conceded, then there's no choice. To rectify my blunder, he must vanish. He raised his right hand once more. All right, let us continue watching the match. We shall set aside this matter for now and allow them to determine a true victor. Beerus finally spoke, refraining from passing judgment on Kampa's actions. Upon hearing Beerus's voice, Kampa understood that there would be no further inquiry into the situation. For now, I shall let this scoundrel be. After the match, I will show him the consequences, Kampa declared indignantly. On the stage, Frost struggled desperately, but found himself unable to break free from Vegeta's powerful grip. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta lifted his right foot, launching another fierce strike toward Frost's abdomen. A series of assaults rendered Frost completely unconscious, and Vegeta, treating him as refuse, cast him off the stage with ease. This transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the referee with no time to react before he beheld Frost sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Vegeta did not hasten to summon the referee, for if Frost were to resist further, He intended to make Frost acutely aware that the chasm between them could not be bridged by mere petty tricks. As Frost lay on the ground, memories of his self-staged splendor in Universe 6 flooded his mind, and he could not help but erupt into boisterous laughter at the thought of Compass treasure. Vegeta, our paths will cross again. There will be an opportunity in the future, and at that moment, I shall reclaim everything I have lost today. With great difficulty, Frost managed to rise, unsteadily making his way down from the stage. No one would care about the thoughts of a defeated foe. Even if that person were deemed worthless, few would pay him any heed. However, Jiang Xiaofei was one of the rare exceptions. This match is won by Vegeta, the referee declared, heralding the dissolution of the glory Frost had brought to Universe 6 into mere vapor. The next contest would pit Vegeta of Universe 7 against Gabe of Universe 6. As Gabe observed Vegeta on the stage, shimmering with a golden aura, a glimmer of envy flickered in his gaze. Both being Scions, Vegeta and his kin could transform, while they remained oblivious to how Vegeta achieved such prowess. Ascending the stage, Gabe bowed deeply to Vegeta. I sincerely apologize for my previous thoughts. Upon seeing Gabe before him, Vegeta felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. Perhaps it was due to their shared heritage as Scions, or maybe he saw a reflection of his former self in Gabe. It is nothing. Such trash is ultimately deceiving. To see through it is no simple feat, Vegeta reassured him. Yes, thank you, Gabe replied, a relieved smile gracing his features as he assumed a fighting stance. Deep down, Gabe was acutely aware that he was no match for Vegeta, especially since he could not transform. Against a transformed Vegeta, his defeat would surely come swifter than Frost's. In an obscure corner outside the arena, Frost's figure emerged, his gaze scrutinizing the crowd absorbed in the contest, seemingly unnoticed by anyone. He redirected his attention to the nearby mound of gold and jewels, alongside a cube capable of soaring through the cosmos, Champ's treasure. With a determined leap, Frost silently approached the cube, his eyes shimmering with hope. Hey, you'd best leave quietly and refrain from any tricks. Jiang Xiaofei's voice reached Frost's ears. Following the direction of the voice, Frost beheld a striking visage. Ah, my friend. You would do well to vanish promptly and cease disturbing me. These things rightfully belong to me. With them, I could continue my reign across the cosmos, asserting my dominance. Frost's visage twisted into a grotesque expression, barely concealing his avarice. Huh, trash is merely trash. Having seen enough, I now feel a wave of nausea. Jiang Xiaofei had no desire to engage in prolonged discourse with someone like Frost. With a mere flicker, he disappeared from sight, landing a simple yet devastating punch directly upon Frost. The latter was utterly incapable of mounting any form of defense or reaction. This strike was far more ferocious than any he had experienced from Vegeta. I have yet to settle the score for the harm you inflicted upon my companions. Jiang Xiaofei whispered into Frost's ear. Chapter 60. The sharp-tongued Vegeta. Frost's face contorted in anguish from the overwhelming pain, and he lamented his decision. Was it not enough to enjoy his games in the 6th universe? Why partake in this competition, risking the reputation he had painstakingly built? Most critically, the foes he encountered here were monstrous, exhibiting an unparalleled ferocity. He had resolved to flee, to avoid provoking these beasts, yet at the last moment, he had still been struck. Moreover, this individual appeared even more formidable than Vegeta. This scene unfolded before the eyes of Beerus, who noted that this man possessed not only immense power, but also remarkable intellect. Such an exceptional individual was indeed a perfect match. Beerus remained concealed, quietly observing the events transpiring. My lord, let us discuss this matter amicably. If you spare me, I shall agree to anything you desire. Ultimately, Frost capitulated, recognizing that surrendering to an invincible foe was perhaps the only chance for survival. Amicable negotiation? Very well. Jiang Xiaofei had no intention of obliterating Frost entirely. After all, they stood in the arena of two great universes, with both gods of destruction and angels present. Should a life be lost, he would have much to explain. In that case, surrender all the wealth you have amassed through plunder over the years. Jiang Xiaofei's voice resonated within Frost's mind. This man is driven by greed. Frost's initial reaction was one of relief. This would be manageable. Beerus, too, was taken aback. Could such a dashing man truly be swayed by the lure of riches? Yet, it was plausible. A gentleman acquires wealth through just means, and Frost's treasures were ill-gotten gains. Extorting them seemed justified. Without hesitation, Frost produced a fraction of his wealth. his face contorting in agony, even more so than he had felt from that earlier blow. Here it is. While I am aware this is merely a token, I shall let you off this time, considering your compliance. Jiang Xiaofei was quite pleased with Frost's response. I cannot thank you enough, my lord. Frost exhaled deeply, relieved to finally escape this predicament. Too courteous, indeed. Jiang Xiaofei returned the smile. Ah, you behind the stone. How long do you intend to hide? My matters are concluded. It is now your turn. Jiang Xiaofei called out to the stone, slightly taller than a human, situated not far behind Frost. Frost abruptly turned around, fixating his gaze on the stone Jiang Xiaofei had indicated. Bardas stumbled, believing that Jiang Xiaofei had uncovered her presence. As she contemplated whether to reveal herself, a familiar figure emerged from behind another stone. It was the assassin from the 6th universe, Hit. Hit's gaze was as cold and calm as ice. He glanced at Frost before directing his attention to Jiang Xiaofei. Oh, please do not regard me with such a look. I am merely passing by, a mere coincidence. Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed, his body already soaring into the air as he cast a glance towards the ground. He nearly plummeted from the sky upon spotting Bardas hiding behind another stone. Bardas looked up, flashing a radiant smile, and making a shushing gesture towards Jiang Xiaofei. Feigning composure, Jiang Xiaofei flew toward the audience of the 7th universe. Frost, still fixated on Hit, bared his fangs once more. Hit, release me. If you find yourself in peril in the future, I shall undoubtedly offer my utmost assistance. Hit, however, paid no heed to Frost's pleas, instead focusing on the cube before him. You wished to take it away, did you not? It is mine. Since you desire to abscond with it, it shall remain here. Without further ado, Hit appeared behind Frost, delivering a fierce blow. A wave of dizziness surged through Frost's skull, and he soon lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. It seems my intervention is no longer required, Bardas remarked as she returned to the side of Kampa, casting a glance toward Jiang Xiaofei. In the arena, Vegeta had returned to his normal form. However, even in this state, Cabba remained no match for him. Throughout their skirmish, Cabba could palpably sense the immense energy coursing through Vegeta's being. Each of Cabba's attacks was effortlessly neutralized by Vegeta. A look of disappointment gradually spread across Cabba's face. Despite sharing the same Scion heritage, their powers were not even on the same scale. To display such disappointment after merely encountering a minor setback. You are unworthy of the noble Scion bloodline. Vegeta's words struck deep into Cabba's soul. We Scions grow stronger with each battle, more resilient with each setback. Those as inept as you are simply unworthy of being called Scions. No, that is not true. Cabba weakly countered, his strikes growing slightly more forceful. Yet they remained ineffective against Vegeta. Such feeble punches, how could Kampa possibly choose you to compete? Is this not an affront to the Scions? Vegeta disregarded Cabba's feelings, continuing his harsh verbal onslaught. Are all Scions in your 6th universe as feeble and insubstantial as you? Vegeta broadened the scope of his personal attack, his aura intensifying, causing Cabba's body to be sent flying. No, that is not the case. We are not worthless. Gaby was thoroughly provoked to the brink of collapse by Vegeta's words. Coupled with the enormous disparity between them, Gaby found himself engulfed in anguish. He had come here to bring glory to the Scions. Yet he never anticipated encountering a Scion from the 7th universe, one whose power was so formidable. Even more astonishing was Vegeta's strength after transformation. Not a waste? Could it be that all you can do is speak? Judging by your displayed prowess, you are even less than worthless. Merely existing is a disgrace to the Scion race, tarnishing our noble bloodline. Vegeta's words were harsh and showed no regard for Gaby's fragile psyche. Gaby's eyes reddened, yet his fury surged at an incredible pace. His pupils filled with a wrath that seemed eager to shred Vegeta to pieces. You madman, today I shall prove whether or not I am truly worthless. A previously unseen aura enveloped Gaby. At that moment, every cell within him was infused with an unprecedented force, his blood flowing rapidly and unleashing tremendous power. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta felt an unexpected thrill within his heart. On the audience's side, Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong exchanged wry smiles at Vegeta's actions. This fellow had taken on the role of a teacher on the stage, deliberately provoking the Scion from the 6th universe to see if they possessed the ability to transform. As Vegeta's closest companion, Sun Wukong could easily discern Vegeta's intentions. Indeed, I never expected Vegeta to display such a demeanor, Jiang Xiaofei reflected. noting that it was the first time the proud Prince Vegeta had earnestly instructed another. Hey, what do you mean by that? Our Vegeta is incredibly gentle, you know? Bulma retorted, raising her right hand in protest. Jiang Xiaofei dared not counter her, fearful of being met with a swift slap. One could only hope that Gaby would succeed, not to squander Vegeta's goodwill. Sun Wukong was also eager to witness Gaby's growth. He will, even if he fails initially, as long as he grasps the essential techniques. He will surely prevail. After all, didn't you all start from that very point? Jiang Xiaofei remarked to Sun Wukong. That's a sensible statement. Let us await the outcome. Sun Wukong believed that hard work would ultimately bear fruit. I told you, our scions from the 6th universe can transform as well. It seems the upcoming battles will become increasingly intriguing. Xiang Pammer, captivated by Gaby, had completely forgotten the earlier incident involving Frost. On the arena, Gaby's aura continued to rise, the immense energy pushing his body to its limits. Yet, that surge of power seemed inexhaustible, relentlessly striving for a higher plane. Vegeta stood proudly, showing no intention to intervene. As he too anticipated Gaby's transformation, in Vegeta's heart, encountering Cabba evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity, particularly upon hearing about the planet Sadala from Universe 6, which stirred him even further. However, within the 6th universe, the Scions are a comparatively gentle race, lacking the understanding of how to harness their physical prowess. Vegeta sought to provoke Cabba, curious to see if, fueled by anger, Cabba could transform into a Super Saiyan like them. Clearly, this provocation proved quite effective. At the very least, Cabba had begun his journey towards becoming a Super Saiyan. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, yearning for a miracle to unfold. Yet, at the most critical moment, Cabba's transformation halted, the barrier unbroken, reverting him to his original form. In Cabba's gaze lingered a trace of despondency, yet predominantly, a fervent joy prevailed. Although his transformation had failed, he appeared to have uncovered a remarkable path, one that the Scions of Universe 6 had never dared to tread. When Cabba looked back at Vegeta, the previous malice and anger had dissipated, as he seemed to grasp Vegeta's noble intentions. Bowing deeply to Vegeta, Cabba expressed his heartfelt apologies and gratitude. Do not become too complacent. Success eludes you still. To conquer me is an impossibility, Vegeta declared, arms crossed, and wearing an expression of haughty superiority. Cabba, undeterred, recognized that this man was a quintessential example of a sharp tongue paired with a soft heart. To achieve transformation, one must experience boundless fury. No one can assist you in this endeavor. You are reliant solely on yourself. Upon absorbing Vegeta's words, Cabba gradually closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of his initial transformation. Once more, an overwhelming aura emanated from Cabba, his cells awakening with vigor, a relentless surge of power coursing through his veins. With Cabba's fervent yell, the energy surrounding him began to collide, crackling with white lightning. The activity of his cells surged anew, and his hair began to alter. When he reached the barrier of his initial transformation, Cabba did not relent. Instead, he maintained his fury, amplifying the power within him. Boom! It was as if something had shattered. The aura radiating from Cabba instantly transformed him into a different being. Everyone gazing at Cabba felt a surge of inexplicable excitement, silently chanting the words Super Saiyan. Vegeta smiled knowingly. Indeed, after several attempts, Cabba had finally succeeded in his transformation. Overwhelmed with joy, Cabba exclaimed, "Master, I did it." Vegeta did not deny it outright. In his eyes, having such a disciple was quite commendable. Do not let success cloud your judgment. To maintain this state for prolonged battles, you have a long way to go. Vegeta bellowed, transforming into a Super Saiyan himself. This is true mastery of the situation. Observing Vegeta's performance, Bulma felt that he was utterly charming at this moment. One might say that Vegeta is particularly fond of putting on a show. An untimely voice broke the atmosphere, causing Bulma to furrow her brow and glance towards Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong. Jiang Xiaofei sensed a chill and promptly fell silent, silently muttering to himself that a gentleman should not quarrel with a lady. Surely, it was acceptable to vent his thoughts internally. I knew it. The scions of our universe are also capable of transformation. It has finally come to fruition. His eyes sparkled with pride. It is thanks to Lord Kampa's astuteness. However, one must also express gratitude to Vegeta from Universe 7, interjected Beerus. Kampa cast a glance at Beerus, snorting in disdain. Why should the scions of Universe 6 express gratitude to them? Wow. Under the brilliant guidance of contestant Vegeta, contestant Gabe has also learned to transform. The referee's voice rang out, and from my experience, it appears that contestant Gabe is indeed the first Super Saiyan from Universe 6. What a prestigious status this is. Let me once again congratulate contestant Gabe, while also expressing gratitude on his behalf to contestant Vegeta for his guidance. Upon hearing the referee's words, Kampa was infuriated. Which fool brought this referee here? Beerus had never failed to meet Kampa's expectations. After all, this was personally selected by you, Lord Kampa. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Kampa sat there, continuing to enjoy his delightful feast. Now, let the match resume. With the referee's command, the transformed Super Saiyan Gabe took up a combat stance once more. He too wished to ascertain how his strength measured against Vegeta's after his transformation. Chapter 62. Hit. Master Vegeta, please guide me. Gabe unleashed his full power, dashing towards Vegeta. Just having learned to transform, and he wishes to soar to great heights. How naive. Vegeta, observing Gabe charging towards him, swiftly moved into action. In truth, Vegeta was also curious about Gabe's current strength. Although they were both scions from two different universes, their personalities exhibited marked differences. Would this have any effect on their transformations into Super Saiyans? As the two forces clashed, the arena was enveloped in a golden glow, with white lightning colliding and waves of energy surging forth. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Of course, Vegeta merely opted for passive defense, refraining from taking the offensive. Otherwise, Gabe would not have been able to endure for such a duration. Estimating that the time was nearly up, Vegeta had gleaned enough about Gabe's transformation and deemed it unnecessary to continue the battle. Thus, he leaped into the air, creating distance between himself and Gabe. Indeed, to maintain such duration after his first transformation into a Super Saiyan speaks volumes about his innate talent for training. Vegeta gazed at Gabe from a distance, pride unmistakably shining in his eyes. Although they had not formally engaged in the rites of master and disciple, Gabe had nonetheless recognized Vegeta as his mentor, and Vegeta held this apprentice in high regard. Compared to my master, I still have a long way to go. Gabe felt a swell of happiness at Vegeta's praise. At least you possess some self-awareness. As for the Super Saiyan, you are merely at the beginning of your journey, and there remains a long path ahead. Remember, our Saiyan growth is boundless. Vegeta's voice, tinged with sternness, rang out as if reprimanding his apprentice. Yes, master. I will strive diligently to catch up with you in the future. Gabe encouraged himself. No, you must surpass me. Vegeta corrected him. Gabe was taken aback, his confidence wavering. What? You cannot even achieve that. Remember, we Scions are born proud, destined to continually surpass ourselves. Vegeta once again instilled this ideology in Gabe. Yes, I will certainly surpass Master Vegeta. Gabe clenched his fists tightly, recognizing the immense challenge ahead. That's the spirit. However, I will not allow you to surpass me. A rare, elegant smile graced the corners of Vegeta's mouth. At that moment, Gabe finally understood that his master was consistently igniting his confidence and potential. Having become a Super Saiyan, he was destined for greater heights. I never expected Vegeta, in the role of a mentor, would exhibit such demeanor. It's quite a rarity. Jiang Xiaofei observed Vegeta on the arena, feeling quite pleased. Indeed, it is a rare sight. Sun Wukong also rubbed his head, gazing at his rival in the arena. Hey, are you two still going to fight? Xiang Pa languidly looked at the arena, speaking in a subdued tone. The bond between master and disciple was rather dull from his perspective. Yet, no one paid heed to Xiang Pa, leaving him feeling frustrated. Even a god of destruction found himself in such a predicament. Since you have already mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan, this battle should come to a close. Vegeta regarded Gabe with seriousness. Master, this time I will not easily concede defeat. Gabe's face was alight with passion. Is that so? However, that is not entirely up to you. Vegeta did not continue to assume a fighting stance. Before concluding, he would allow Gabe to once again experience the power of a Saiyan. Vegeta bellowed, and the surrounding energy surged forth once more. Yet this time it bore a different quality. The aura emanating from Vegeta was significantly more potent, yet markedly gentler than before. An energy storm swept across the entire arena, causing even the transformed Super Saiyan Gabe to struggle against it, instinctively raising his arm to shield his eyes. When Gabe lowered his arm and looked at Vegeta again, He saw a figure standing tall, engulfed in a burning azure flame. Beneath this blue visage, Gabe was acutely reminded of his own insignificance. Even the audience was taken aback, especially those from Universe 6, who had not anticipated that Scions could transform consecutively. Hit also opened his tightly shut eyes, gazing at the blue figure. It seems that this group of Scions becomes stronger merely by shouting, as if Kampa has uncovered a pattern. Is this also the transformation of a Scion? Gabe's eyes brimmed with envy and desire. You have lost. Vegeta's voice resonated, bringing Gabe back to reality, only to realize he had stepped outside the ring. Thank you, Master. Gabe smiled faintly and bowed once more to Vegeta, preparing to turn away. Remember, the power of a Scion is limitless, with diligent effort. You too can reach this height. Vegeta spoke again. Gabe turned back, looking at Vegeta, his gaze ignited with a fierce determination, a true embodiment of fighting spirit. I hope that when we meet again, you will bring me even greater surprises. Vegeta, having reverted from his transformation, regarded Gabe. I certainly will. Gabe clenched his fist, a defiant spirit rising within him. Wow. Vegeta truly steals the spotlight, and he has even gained a little admirer, Jiang Xiaofei thought, feeling delighted for both Vegeta and Gabe. Indeed, they are both remarkable. Goku also expressed his joy. In this match, the contestant from Universe 7, Vegeta, emerges victorious. The referee declared. In the audience of Universe 6, Kampa tugged at his prominently pointed ears, growing increasingly agitated. Both matches had concluded with the defeat of Universe 6. Witnessing Vegeta's display of Super Saiyan Blue, Kampa felt a chill of astonishment. Kampa, who valued his pride, particularly loathed to see Beerus wearing that smug expression. Hit. You are next, Kampa commanded. And the meditative Hit slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear on the arena. The moment Hit entered, an invisible pressure enveloped the stage, shrouding it in his formidable aura. On the opposite side, Vegeta felt a tightening in his chest as he regarded Hit. This guy is undoubtedly a master. Stronger than anyone I've faced before. Goku quickly assessed. Yes, this is their trump card. Jiang Xiaofei pondered, somewhat perplexed. The usual order should have been Magetta, followed by Gabe, and finally Hit. However, after Vegeta defeated Frost, the sequence seemed to have shifted. Could it be that in this realm of Dragon Ball, Magetta is stronger than Hit? Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, dismissing that thought. In this match, the contestant from Universe 6, Hit, faces off against the contestant from Universe 7, Vegeta. The gong sounded, signaling the commencement of battle once more. Chapter 63, Vegeta, without a fighting chance faced with Hit. Vegeta dared not let his guard down for an instant. Without any hesitation, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue against someone of Hit's caliber. He had to be fully prepared. Although the two had yet to formally engage, Vegeta sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Hit. Vegeta's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Hit, his body maintaining a heightened state of vigilance. In battles between formidable opponents, such attentiveness is crucial. A moment's distraction could lead to defeat. Observing Hit's stance, with both hands clenched and forearms slightly bent, he exuded an aura of readiness for combat. This seemingly simple posture revealed no vulnerabilities, which further fueled Vegeta's apprehension towards Hit. Indeed, this individual is no ordinary foe. Watching Hit on the arena, Jiang Xiaofei offered a succinct assessment. Indeed, his defense is impeccable, Sun Wukong remarked, his eyes narrowing with seriousness. It seems this time, Vegeta is in peril. Jiang Xiaofei candidly stated this truth, only to receive a disapproving glance from Bulma nearby. Yet, Bulma's grip tightened unconsciously. Though not a warrior, she could perceive the atmosphere on the stage. Vegeta was evidently more focused and meticulous than before. Neither combatant dared to strike impulsively, both waiting for the other to make a move, as the one who acted first might expose themselves to greater risk. You are correct. However, judging by their performances, Vegeta appears to be at a disadvantage. Jiang Xiaofei continued. In terms of psychological fortitude, Vegeta clearly fell short compared to Hit. Although Vegeta is a resilient warrior, he seemed somewhat outmatched against a killer like Hit. Do you truly lack faith in Vegeta? Bulma stood up, defending him. It's not a matter of faith. Facing an opponent like Hit, achieving victory is exceedingly challenging, Jiang Xiaofei explained once more. Whoosh. Bang. Vegeta could no longer restrain himself and transformed into a streak of lightning, launching an attack at Hit. For an ordinary person, Such a strike from Vegeta would surely incite panic. Yet, standing before Vegeta was Hit. From Hit's expression, there was no indication of alarm, even as Vegeta's fist approached. It failed to elicit any reaction from him. This alone attested to Hit's prowess as a top-tier assassin. To the spectators, it seemed impossible for Hit to evade Vegeta's formidable strike. However, in the next instant, everyone gasped in astonishment. Even Jiang Xiaofei, who was aware of the unfolding narrative, widened his eyes in disbelief. Vegeta's assault proved ineffective. Instead, Hit's right fist made contact just beneath Vegeta's nose, delivering a tremendous impact that sent the bewildered warrior hurtling backward. Hit's hand returned to its original position, having executed a remarkably simple yet astonishingly effective maneuver that left the audience in awe. I could barely discern how he executed that move. Sun Wukong expressed his astonishment at Hit's actions, attempting to comprehend the intricacies of Hit's technique with his own eyes. This fellow's movements are nearly impossible to perceive clearly, Jiang Xiaofei concluded. To withstand his onslaught, one must learn to anticipate, to predict his next move in an instant. This moment will prove to be crucial. Anticipating the opponent's actions, Sun Wukong suddenly grasped the concept. Yet, while articulating this notion is simple, its actual implementation is an entirely different matter. After all, the adversary is the foremost assassin of the sixth universe. If one can react and counter the opponent's techniques in such a fleeting moment, then that title would surely be a mere fade. Vegeta, sprawled on the arena floor, gazed incredulously at Hit, a searing pain radiating from beneath his upper lip and the tip of his nose. Nevertheless, Vegeta remained unable to accept the reality that he had been sent flying by Hit's single blow, for he had not even discerned how Hit had struck. Rising from the arena, he regarded Hit with heightened caution and made several tactical adjustments for the battle ahead. As he launched himself into another assault, his speed had intensified. He aimed to surpass Hit's velocity, yet despair loomed once more. Just as Vegeta was about to make contact with Hit, he felt another strike to his forehead, sending him hurtling backward yet again. Yield. You are no match for me, Hit's chilling voice echoed in Vegeta's ears, laced with mockery. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, found it utterly unacceptable to surrender as the proud Scion Prince. Observing Vegeta's defiance, Hit lowered his previously raised hands, even slipping them into his pockets. Witnessing this display, Vegeta seemed on the verge of losing his composure. Hit's demeanor was a clear indication of his disregard. With a fierce roar, Vegeta's aura surged once more, and he charged recklessly. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, yet the relentless barrage seemed to yield no results. Although Vegeta moved swiftly, Hit effortlessly dodged his strikes. Hit retaliated with another seemingly simple punch, which landed squarely on Vegeta. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta executed several acrobatic flips to distance himself from Hit. In the midst of Hit's assault, Vegeta sensed an inexplicable pause in his own body, though he could not comprehend the cause. This was a technique known as time skip, capable of halting time for a mere second. Within that brief interval, Hit executed a precise counterattack. Observing the lopsided battle unfolding in the arena, the Galactic King spoke up. Sun Wukong, too, was acutely aware of the situation, as were all present, their expressions grim. The ability to freeze time, even if only for a second, could provide an assassin the opportunity to turn the tide. You were right. To thwart him, one must anticipate his actions a second ahead. Only then is there a glimmer of hope, Sun Wukong remarked to Jiang Xiaofei. Let us hope so. However, it appears that Vegeta may no longer have such an opportunity, Jiang Xiaofei observed, watching the unfolding events on the arena. Under Hit's relentless barrage, Vegeta was already gasping for breath, yet he still could not capture Hit's movements. It must come to an end. As Hit's figure abruptly vanished, it re-emerged with a ferocious punch that struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen. The immense force of the blow sending Vegeta crashing onto the arena floor, his body trembling violently until he succumbed to unconsciousness. Hey, referee, the rules of the arena prohibit killing, do they not? Hit reminded the referee, who was still reeling from the shock. Chapter 64, Son Goku vs. Hit. Upon hearing Hit's icy voice, the referee finally regained composure and lifted the microphone high. In this match, the contestant from Universe 6, Hit, is the victor. Haha. Hit truly lives up to his title as the ultimate assassin of Universe 6. What does it matter if the Super Saiyan can transform? He remains no match for Hit, Kampa proclaimed with a smug expression, casting a glance at Beerus. Beerus felt a surge of panic regarding the battle between Vegeta and Hit. Yet he was powerless to change the outcome. Choosing to ignore Kampa's taunts, Beerus remained stoic. Kampa, somewhat disappointed by Beerus's indifference, gazed at the unwavering figure of Hit on the arena, convinced that the Earth of Universe 7 was now within his grasp. Haha, Beerus, why not concede? Just hand over the Earth to me. It would spare you further disgrace. Kampa continued his verbal assault. Humph, do you truly believe he is invincible? Beerus finally could no longer contain himself, narrowing his eyes as he glared at Kampa. At present, it certainly seems that way. Kampa's spirits soared once more, relishing the opportunity to retaliate against Beerus. You don't honestly think anyone can break through Hit's time skip, do you? It's no easy feat, Goku. Why don't you give it a try? Beerus commanded, turning his gaze toward Goku. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Goku, who delighted in battling formidable opponents, had long been itching for a confrontation after witnessing Hit's clash with Vegeta. Hey, isn't he already out of the match? Why is he stepping back in? Beerus, don't break the rules. Kampa felt a pang of anxiety at the sight of Goku. He even questioned whether Goku truly possessed the means to counter Hit's time skip. It was your universe that first disregarded the rules. Therefore, he is entitled to continue fighting. Beerus explained. Humph, if you have the ability, then show me. Kampa glanced between Hit and Goku, his skepticism peaked. Goku cracked his knuckles, leapt into the air, and landed on the arena with a beaming smile directed at Hit. Vegeta struggled to rise, passing by Goku. Any good advice? Goku inquired. None. Vegeta replied tersely, his mood despondent, before returning to the audience seats. Truly indifferent. Goku lamented as he officially faced off against Hit. In the audience, Jiang Xiaofei offered a few words of consolation to Vegeta, though their impact was minimal. You are quite strong, was Goku's assessment of Hit. Before Goku, Hit maintained his characteristic icy demeanor, fists clenched tightly in preparation for battle. Hehe. Then let us engage in a thrilling fight. Goku was eager and ready for the challenge. As Sun Wukong's powerful shout reverberated through the air, an ethereal aura began to converge around him, enveloped in a soft azure glow, heralding yet another transformation into a super Saiyan blue. Yet, this spectacle failed to elicit any reaction from Hit. Sun Wukong took the initiative, unleashing a tempest of fury with his fists aimed directly at Hit in a swift assault. Undoubtedly, Sun Wukong had endured trials similar to those faced by Vegeta, yet in the fleeting moment of their impending clash, Hit's time skip sent Sun Wukong flying. Nevertheless, he did not falter. He charged once more with unyielding resolve. It must be noted that in terms of resilience, Sun Wukong surpassed Vegeta. Yet, the spectators from Universe 7, witnessing this somewhat frustrating bout, had already lost hope. Beerus, it seems your predictions may not come to fruition, Kampa remarked, sensing the glimmer of victory. Do not draw conclusions until the final moment. Beerus replied coolly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Sun Wukong. Oh, still holding out for a miracle, are we? Kampa retorted, casting an irate glance at Hit on the arena. Hit, swiftly eliminate this bothersome scion. Hit glanced up at Kampa and then at Sun Wukong. It appears our game is nearing its conclusion. Is that so? I feel as though it has only just begun. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his excitement palpable as inspiration struck him. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he charged at Hit once more. To the onlookers, this attack mirrored his previous attempts, and Hit appeared effortlessly capable of countering it, evident in the victorious expression adorning Kampa's face. Yet, in the next instant, silence fell upon the crowd. On the arena, Sun Wukong used his elbow to block Hit's punch, while his other hand transformed into a fist that struck fiercely at Hit's abdomen. This blow inflicted genuine pain upon Hit, leaving the audience in disbelief. Even Hit himself wore an expression of shock, while Kampa, who had anticipated victory, broke into a cold sweat. How could this be? How did he accomplish that? Two questions echoed in the minds of all present. Well, what do you think? I told you the battle had only just begun, and now you believe it. Sun Wukong rejoiced at his ability to withstand Hit's onslaught. Indeed, he is more formidable than I anticipated, but surely this must be mere luck. Hit, still incredulous, resolved to try again. He distanced himself from Sun Wukong, this time taking the initiative to unleash his time skip once more. However, the outcome mirrored the previous encounter. Sun Wukong again thwarted Hit's attack and mounted a counteroffensive. Hit was sent flying, yet rather than despair, a surge of fighting spirit ignited within him. In Universe 6, he had never encountered anyone capable of breaching his time skip, but today he had, awakening a once dormant desire for strength within his heart. You are quite impressive. However, overcoming me remains a formidable challenge. After enduring several setbacks, Hit has acknowledged Sun Wukong as a worthy adversary. Ah, Hit, imitating Sun Wukong and Vegeta, let out a fierce shout. Everyone anticipated that Hit would transform, but after the roar subsided, he exhibited no significant change. Thus, the two clashed once more, exchanging blows with each experiencing victories and defeats. Yet, the observers remained keenly aware. As the battle progressed, Sun Wukong appeared to gradually be at a disadvantage. Bang! Another resounding punch, and this time, Sun Wukong could not withstand Hit's onslaught. To his astonishment, you have yet to unleash your full potential. Stabilizing his stance, Sun Wukong gazed at Hit with eager anticipation. No, I have merely grown while engaged in combat with you. Chapter 65, Tenfold Kaioken. Hit's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly with everyone. Growth? Sun Wukong was somewhat perplexed. Yes, it is growth. Unlike you Scions, who continuously elevate yourselves through battle, harnessing fury or rage to achieve transformations, I am capable of evolving in a short span. Hit elucidated. Oh, is this truly the Hit I know? He has spoken so much in one breath. Compa from Universe 6 added more time for himself, yet his words and demeanor exuded a sense of pride. It sounds rather impressive. Sun Wukong thumbed up in approval. This is the kind of battle I aspire to achieve. Once again, Sun Wukong's body surged into action, enveloped in blue flames that invigorated his spirit. With the wind of his punches howling, he charged toward Hit. Hit, however, dared not exhibit any carelessness. He needed to remain on high alert against Sun Wukong, driven not only by his instincts as an assassin, but also by an insatiable curiosity towards Sun Wukong. While Hit could indeed grow, Sun Wukong was undoubtedly a combat prodigy, adept at swiftly identifying weaknesses or strategies to counter his opponent. Boom! When their fists collided, an immense shockwave sent the referee tumbling to the ground, causing ripples to manifest upon the protective barrier. It appears your growth continues. The instant Sun Wukong engaged with Hit, he could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Hit, which only seemed to amplify. Indeed, therefore, it is impossible for you to achieve victory in this battle. Hit was equally resolute. Oh, is that so? That only heightens my anticipation. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of moves. Bang! Another thunderous sound echoed as Sun Wukong was once again sent flying by Hit. What just transpired? I distinctly felt time come to a standstill. In the audience, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Hit on the stage. Is this the result of that fellow's growth? Vegeta's hands fell to his sides, his tightly clenched fists igniting a fervent desire within him to continue growing stronger. In the present day, although he possesses great strength, the two individuals on the arena appear to surpass him. Furthermore, the presence of Jiang Xiaofei is utterly intolerable for his proud demeanor. Humph. There will come a day when none of you will be my match. Jiang Xiaofei seemingly comprehends what Vegeta has expressed. He merely pressed his fingers to his temples and continued to observe the match. It appears your instant transmission has indeed been prolonged. Sun Wukong seems entirely unfazed by this revelation. Indeed, throughout this journey of growth, I have enhanced my instant transmission from 0.1 seconds to 0.2 seconds. Should I attain 0.5 seconds, you will undoubtedly be incapable of contending with me, regardless of how formidable your strength may be. Hit maintains a serene countenance, yet the fervent battle spirit igniting in his eyes is unmistakable. Before encountering you, I had never contemplated this matter. In my universe, I had no need to vanquish foes in such a manner. However, you are different. Though I cannot employ lethal techniques, I must resort to such means to secure victory against you. I actually look forward to your growth to 0.5 seconds. Yet, it seems my body is nearing its limits. Sun Wukong touches the numerous wounds upon his body, all testament to Hit's mastery of instant transmission. Since you are exerting yourself so diligently, I too shall demonstrate my prowess. Sun Wukong stretches his body, allowing it to relax. This was initially a strategy devised by my companions and me to confront Lord Beerus, yet it has never been realized until now. It seems I must seek your guidance today. As Sun Wukong spoke, he glanced at Jiang Xiaofei before turning his attention back to Hit. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong unleashed his power, and a red aura began to envelop him amidst the blue energy that surrounded him. The crimson flames blazed brightly, illuminating the faces of all present, and in that moment, Sun Wukong's strength surged forth. What is this? The Kaioken. The spectators, familiar with Sun Wukong, understood precisely what he was undertaking, yet they were left in disbelief. The Super Saiyan Blue form inherently possesses the power of a Super Saiyan God, an unparalleled force. Yet now, Sun Wukong is capable of incorporating the Kaioken into it. What an audacious feat! Feeling the overwhelming power radiating from Sun Wukong, Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. That scoundrel! He is secretly trained in this ability behind my back. You must have known, right? Vegeta directed a glare towards Jiang Xiaofei, who sheepishly scratched his head. His actions speaking volumes. Humph. Two imbeciles. You. Alas. Jiang Xiaofei felt aggrieved, but was at a loss for words. Hit. Capitalize on his transformation and swiftly defeat him. Do not dawdle. Kampa of Universe 6 grew anxious, sensing a hint of crisis emanating from Sun Wukong's unleashed power. Hit glanced at Kampa, then at Sun Wukong, raising his fists as if preparing for an assault. Yes. Strike quickly. Kampa urged once more. Yet, in the next moment, Hit retracted his movements, quietly awaiting the impact of Goku's Kaioken. You. Observing Hit's defiance, Kampa felt an impulse to annihilate him. 1 time. 2 times. Krillin had begun to silently count the multiplicative levels of Goku's Kaioken. No, it is indeed the tenfold Kaioken. The vibrant red aura surrounding Goku's blue energy surged, enveloping the arena in an instant, a formidable force approaching. This fellow, he has truly succeeded. A collective sigh of relief emanated from the onlookers for Goku. At long last. Hit. I hope you do not disappoint me. Hit prepared for battle, eager to witness the extent of Goku's prowess beneath the tenfold Kaioken. However, just as Hit assumed his stance, he sensed a powerful wave of energy behind him. Before he could even activate his instant transmission, he was struck from behind by Goku. The blue aura, infused with red light, descended like a piercing sword across the arena, and no matter how Hit attempted to evade, he would inevitably be hit. In that moment, Hit's instant transmission lost its efficacy. Is this what power suppression feels like? Hit mused. Hey, Hit, you should unleash your full strength too. I cannot maintain this form for long. Let us hope for an exhilarating battle. Goku was direct in his approach, gazing at this pure warrior of intertwining red and blue. Hit felt for the first time a genuine desire to engage in true combat. Chapter 66. Instant Kill Ha. Faced with Goku's relentless barrage of attacks, Hit let out another roar, his purple aura surging, causing his energy to swell once more. The 2-second instant transmission no longer had any effect on you, but I can still continue to grow. Hit stood with a spirited demeanor. Heh, I look forward to your growth. Encased in the red and blue aura, Goku's fighting spirit sword. Little did he expect that Hit could endure for such an extended period under Goku's onslaught, and it appeared he could still evolve further, a troubling prospect for Goku. Krillin felt a tinge of worry. He had assumed Goku would secure victory with the aid of Kaioken. Yet now, uncertainty loomed. What was most concerning was the after-effects of Goku's Kaioken. He might not be able to sustain it for long. Jiang Xiaofei pointed out an even more crucial matter. If Goku fails, then you will be our sole hope. Can you feel the overwhelming pressure bearing down on us? Vegeta jested. Pressure? Nonsense. Even if Goku cannot overcome Hit, the remaining stamina Hit possesses will likely be minimal. Defeating him should not pose a significant challenge. Jiang Xiaofei spoke with an air of nonchalance, a testament to his strength. There is some truth to that, but there is still another opponent yet to enter the fray. Vegeta cast a glance at the hulking figure from Universe 6, resembling a metal barrel. That one. His strength may very well be less than yours. What do you mean by that? The proud Vegeta was displeased. Nothing much. Just focus on the match. One day, I shall surpass all of you. Upon the arena, the sacred clash of the crimson and azure energies intertwined with the enigmatic violet mist, resulting in a tumultuous confrontation that left the once stalwart platform in utter disarray. What a thrill! Exclaimed Sun Wukong, who, having pushed his body to its limits, distanced himself from Hit. It seemed this battle was drawing to a close. A hint of regret laced Wukong's voice, and Hit nodded in agreement. Though you have gained the upper hand this time, I am confident that I shall triumph over you in our next encounter. As Wukong declared this, he leaped down from the stage. I shall not concede so easily. Hit called out to Wukong's departing figure. I am already eagerly anticipating our next bout. Wukong waved back as he returned to the audience. An intense pain coursed through his body, a consequence of the Kaioken technique. Haha, the thrill of battle is fleeting. But my body is destined for the crematorium, Jiang Xiaofei quipped, observing Wukong's disheveled state. Still jesting? You will be next, Wukong retorted. Alas, there is no choice. Since you all cannot prevail, I must resolve these troubles myself. When did you become so conceited? Vegeta scoffed. This is not arrogance, but confidence, Jiang Xiaofei proclaimed, chest puffed with pride. Now, watch me dominate the arena. Without awaiting a response, his figure vanished from the crowd's sight and appeared upon the stage. Do you believe he can best hit? It should be manageable. It appears we must train harder. Many have surpassed us, Wukong mused, gazing at the two formidable figures on the stage. Hit regarded Jiang Xiaofei, whose calm demeanor stirred something within him. Though the aura emanating from Xiaofei was evidently weaker than Wukong's, his face radiated tranquility. The contestant from Universe 6, Hit, faces off against the contestant from Universe 7, Jiang Xiaofei. The match begins. With the referee's command, the two combatants instantly assumed their battle stances. Hit, give him a thorough lesson. Kampa's voice echoed once more. A sense of inexplicable displeasure welled up within Kampa at the sight of Jiang Xiaofei. Lord Kampa, you are being rather excessive. Batos expressed her dissatisfaction with Kampa's behavior. This is a competition. I must assert my stance. Moreover, stow your infatuation. If he cries after Hit defeats him, you must not express anger. Kampa exhibited unwavering confidence in Hit. Have you forgotten what Beerus said? Jiang Xiaofei is the candidate for the god of destruction. Batos placed her unwavering trust in Xiaofei. What of being the candidate for the god of destruction? In the presence of Hit, he remains insignificant. Kampa turned away, unwilling to engage with the love-struck woman. You are not a scion. Jiang Xiaofei radiated no trace of the same aura as Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Indeed, I am merely an ordinary person from Earth. Today, I fight for Earth, for Universe 7, Jiang Xiaofei declared, exuding determination as he prepared for battle. With the cautionary tale of Sun Wukong in mind, Hit would not underestimate any adversary. He had always sensed an enigmatic quality about Jiang Xiaofei. Without any hesitation, Hit lunged towards Jiang Xiaofei, activating his flash technique in an instant, as his fist soared towards Jiang Xiaofei's face. Bang! Hit's expression shifted slightly. For at the very moment his fist was about to make contact, Jiang Xiaofei stepped back and effortlessly blocked the attack with his elbow. How could this be? You can move freely. Hit found it hard to believe. While Sun Wukong's ability to predict his moves fell within the realm of the expected, Jiang Xiaofei's capacity to maneuver freely within Hit's own time was utterly astonishing. Nothing is impossible. Once you learn to surrender your body to instinct in battle, perhaps you will come to understand this truth. Jiang Xiaofei did not perceive this as a significant feat as he spoke. A white aura gradually emanated from him. Ethereal and dreamlike, imparting a sense of sanctity, hinting at an insurmountable power, as if he had already ventured into the divine realm. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, Hit, the assassin, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He could still contend with Sun Wukong, but against Jiang Xiaofei, all his tactics seemed futile. Unwilling to concede, Hit launched another attack at Jiang Xiaofei, this time with full force, having sensed that if he persisted, defeat was inevitable. Jiang Xiaofei closed his eyes, surrendering everything to his body's instincts. His aura could keenly perceive every shift in his surroundings, Hit's every movement resonating within each of Jiang Xiaofei's cells. He struck swiftly, as if the very fabric of space had been sliced open. Boom! Hit was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the barrier, his consciousness fading. Chapter 67. Xiangpa's Target, the Ultimate Instinct Technique. I cannot believe this fellow has grown to such a degree in such a short time. Xiangpa sprang to his feet, gazing at the still imposing figure in the ring, his words tinged with a sense of solemnity. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaofei employ the Ultimate Instinct Technique, Xiangpa realized victory was beyond their grasp. Yet, the thought of allowing Jiang Xiaofei to escape so easily stirred a deep frustration within him. A match may be lost, but this indignation must be addressed. Hey, Beerus, are you violating the rules? Xiangpa aimed his ire at the god of destruction of Universe 7. Xiangpa, are you planning to stir up trouble again? Beerus had tolerated Xiangpa for quite some time, but this only fueled Xiangpa's defiance. Stir up trouble? I believe you are the one causing chaos. Xiangpa retorted, exasperated. That guy? He has clearly reached the level of a god of destruction. Why must he still compete? Xiangpa pointed at Jiang Xiaofei in the ring, seething with rage. Everyone, including the gods, was taken aback by Xiangpa's words. What? Has this fellow truly grown to such an extent? Vegeta clenched his fists, his inner resentment ignited once more. You merely made contact. He is not a true god of destruction. Beerus offered an explanation. However, he is a replacement for a god of destruction. Allowing someone like him to participate disrupts the balance of the competition. Kampa retorted without yielding. Disrupting the balance of the match? Kampa, it seems you are nitpicking. Truly seeking trouble. A glint of cold fury flashed in Beerus's eyes as he soared towards Kampa. Unwilling to back down, Kampa's corpulent form took flight as well. And above the nameless star, the two gods of destruction engaged in a most extraordinary exchange. Kampa, you proposed this contest. Now that it appears you are on the verge of losing, you wish to resort to underhanded tactics. Beerus boldly exposed Kampa's intentions. Lose. Do you truly believe I would fear you? We still have one contestant yet to enter the fray. On what grounds can you declare our defeat? I am merely objecting to the unfairness of this competition. At that moment, Kampa could not afford to concede. If you are unafraid of losing, then simply let your final contestant take the stage. Why come here to stir trouble? While the two gods of destruction exchanged verbal barbs, their limbs were not idle. An intense battle raged above the nameless star. Were it not for the barriers erected by Whis and Vados, all present, including the Kais, would surely suffer. Destructive energy rampaged, enveloping the once quiet nameless star beneath the might of the two formidable gods of destruction. Standing on the platform, Jiang Xiaofei watched the conflict unfold, puzzled yet sensing that Kampa's actions seemed to be aimed squarely at him. My lords, this quarrel will yield no resolution. Whis and Vados stepped forward, halting the duel between the two deities. Step aside. Today, I shall show this lean monkey what true brilliance is. Kampa's fury had not abated. You, a bloated pig, dare to bellow in my presence. Perhaps you should consider your own strength. Beerus snarled, baring his teeth. Enough, my lords. At this rate, we may leave everyone waiting for an eternity. Let us resolve this in the simplest manner, Vados suggested with commendable prudence. Both gods of destruction turned their gaze towards Vados. How about we decide the outcome through a game of rock, paper, scissors? It is indeed a peaceful and swift method. Vados could not help but boast. I truly embody both beauty and wisdom as an angel. Very well. If I lose, this match shall be deemed a victory for your seventh universe. If I win, then I shall battle that fellow. I wish to see just how much strength your god of destruction replacement possesses. Kampa declared his stance. Beerus fell silent for a moment. Fine. Just don't weep when the time comes. Weep? Spare me the nonsense. Let us play. Kampa was already eager to teach Jiang Xiaofei a lesson. Rock, paper, scissors. Haha. I win. Beerus, watch as I unleash my fury upon him. Kampa's laughter echoed as he vanished from sight, only to reappear atop the arena. Hey, Beerus. Reinforce the barrier. Do not let this fellow escape. Kampa commanded Beerus. Though Beerus furrowed his brow in concern for Jiang Xiaofei, he observed no trace of fear upon the young man's countenance. Lord Kampa, as the god of destruction, is it appropriate to strike at beings from other universes? Ah, Beerus. We had already come to an agreement. Your current reservations are quite embarrassing. Kampa replied, exasperated. Lord Kampa's dignity has long been lost. Beerus attempted to continue his protest. It matters not. I willingly accept Lord Kampa's challenge, though I do hope for leniency. Jiang Xiaofei expressed his thoughts. He understood all too well that there remained a disparity between himself and the god of destruction, yet with the system at his disposal, he believed he might turn the tide. If he could attain the destruction goddess critical strike points, it would undoubtedly lead to immense growth. The audience of the seventh universe erupted in fervor. Has Jiang Xiaofei lost his mind? He dares to challenge the god of destruction. This fellow truly fears nothing. He is not the only one of such bravado. Whis, be ready to intervene. Though Beerus harbored some confidence in Jiang Xiaofei, he heeded Whis's caution. Fear not, Lord Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei is not as fragile as we might imagine. Did you all hear that? He initiated this himself. Rest assured, I will treat you well. Kampa's mood brightened instantly. Since you have come forth willingly, do not blame me for being ungracious. Very well, I hope you both will know when to stop. Beerus ceased his objections. As Beerus left the arena, he remained vigilant in the audience, ready to assist Jiang Xiaofei should difficulties arise. Lord Kampa, I am puzzled by one matter. Jiang Xiaofei addressed Kampa. What is it? Kampa inquired, eyeing Jiang Xiaofei. I can't shake the feeling that ever since you laid eyes on me, you have been targeting me, intentionally or not. Jiang Xiaofei articulated his concern. Targeting you? Do you hold yourself in such high regard? At this moment, Kampa could not concede. As a god of destruction, how could he possibly fixate on someone like you? Referee announced the commencement of the match without delay. Kampa swiftly changed the topic, thinking, what of targeting you? Today, you shall learn that I, Kampa, am not to be trifled with. Chapter 68. Jiang Xiaofei versus Kampa. The match began. With the referee's command, Kampa's figure vanished from his position, reappearing before Jiang Xiaofei. Bang! A decisive punch struck Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen with precision. Without any defense, Jiang Xiaofei was sent flying in response to Kampa's ferocious blow. Kampa is rather lacking in martial decorum, Sun Wukong remarked innocently as he observed the scene unfold in the arena. What did you say? Be careful lest I obliterate you. Xiang Pa glared at Sun Wukong, his face contorted with rage. Hey, Xiang Pa, you would do well to fight honorably, without resorting to such underhanded tactics. Beerus also cautioned. Lord Xiang Pa, your actions truly tarnish the dignity of a god of destruction. Batos's gentle voice chimed in. Under the scrutiny and criticism of all present, Xiang Pa felt as though he was the one being targeted, and by everyone at that. A sense of grievance filled him, as if he had been forsaken by all, and his gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei grew even more furious. I am a god of destruction. How could I ever resort to such despicable means? This is all you're doing. Today, I shall make you understand that the authority of a god of destruction is not to be violated. With uncontainable fury, the aura of destruction surged around Xiang Pa, causing the very fabric of space to fracture. The arena itself began to crumble under the weight of this pure, destructive energy. Stabilizing himself, Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Xiang Pa in the distance, his heart a whirlwind of confusion. Ding! A jarring voice echoed in Jiang Xiaofei's mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine critical point. You have gained the power of destruction. Jiang Xiaofei was perplexed. Previously, he had received critical points after being struck by powerful forces, but now he had acquired a form of power. Had the system undergone some evolution or enhancement? However, there was no time for contemplation, for he was facing the god of destruction from Universe 6. Jiang Xiaofei held his breath and focused, a sacred white flame beginning to swirl around him, an embodiment of the ultimate technique. The white flame intertwined with Xiang Pa's aura of annihilation on the arena, igniting a dazzling display of light. Emptying his mind, Jiang Xiaofei entered a state of transcendence, surrendering his body entirely to instinct. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, Xiang Pa narrowed his eyes. Jiang Xiaofei had previously harnessed this power to defeat Hit, and now he sought to employ it against him once more. With merely this technique, you think you can defeat me? Absolutely impossible. Jiang Xiaofei, his eyes aglow with a white luminescence, directed his gaze towards Xiang Pa, responding through his actions. The velocity he exhibited left all present in awe. The power he demonstrated now surpassed that which he had shown against Hit. A fierce wind, imbued with sacred white energy, rushed forth, and Xiang Pa immediately met it head-on. A fist capable of effortlessly obliterating a planet confronted Jiang Xiaofei. Boom! Their fists collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. In this clash, both energies exhibited signs of obliteration. The violent impact rendered the arena unable to withstand the force, much of it having already disintegrated into dust. The referee, witnessing this scene and feeling the intensity of the shock, trembled uncontrollably. At the moment their fists connected, one white and one purple figure swiftly retreated, re-establishing distance between them. This collision, still tinged with a sense of testing the waters, sent waves of pain surging through Xiang Pa's heart, filling him with disbelief. He had never felt such a sensation during his initial confrontation with Jiang Xiaofei. Yet now, even as the god of destruction, he finds himself compelled to exert his utmost against Jiang Xiaofei, who is in the state of ultimate instinct. Jiang Xiaofei, equally astonished, had endeavored to integrate the power of destruction into his combat after acquiring it. However, it still paled in comparison to the sheer, unadulterated force wielded by the god of destruction. With a thunderous roar, the energy surrounding Kampa surged once more, and the barriers crumbled entirely under the weight of this divine annihilative power. The unleashed force surged towards the spectators from the two vast universes, prompting Whis and Beerus to swiftly wield their staffs, erecting more formidable protective barriers around them. The destructive energy permeated the entirety of the nameless star, further ravaging the already battered celestial body beneath the overwhelming divine might. Lord Kampa, your wrath is truly excessive, Beerus exclaimed as his staff swayed slightly, summoning a radiant shield that began to rise around the arena, counterbalancing the explosive force emanating from Kampa, thereby enveloping the battleground once more in a protective veil. Feeling the destructive energy radiating from Kampa, Jiang Xiaofei remained steadfast, with an inexplicable thrill coursing through him. A faint urgency emanated from every cell in his body, as if yearning to collide once more with this power. Following his instincts, the white aura surrounding him flared up. In the next instant, two blindingly swift figures collided once again. The two figures darted across the arena with breathtaking speed, invisible to the naked eye of an ordinary person. All that could be heard were the sounds of their fierce clashes and the arcs of lightning born from their power collisions. Who would have thought he has grown to such heights? Sun Wukong mused, sensing the intensity of the battle between the two figures. It was this very realization that led him to marvel at Jiang Xiaofei's rapid ascent. The boy who once sought to become his disciple had long since surpassed both him and Vegeta. Vegeta, too, had to concede that he and Kakarot were no longer equals to Jiang Xiaofei. Now this is intriguing. If he can grow stronger, so can we. Sun Wukong's countenance was devoid of despair or uncertainty. Only a fervent desire for power and mastery shone through. Indeed, as proud scions, we shall always strive forward. One day, we shall surely surpass him. Vegeta emanated a fierce and indomitable spirit, for he had never been one to accept defeat. Boom, boom, boom. The arena reverberated with increasingly intense and terrifying sounds of collision as the two figures traversed every corner of the protective barrier. In an instant, Jiang Xiaofei and Kampa had exchanged countless blows, each impact unleashing enough power to obliterate worlds. The white and purple auras separated once more, vividly distinct, clashing fiercely on the arena, still vibrating with residual energy. Kampa felt a tinge of frustration, for in battling Jiang Xiaofei, he could clearly sense the latter's relentless pursuit, akin to an indefatigable wolf, meticulously observing his every subtle movement. Moreover, what is even more astonishing is that the power emanating from that white form has not diminished with the passage of time. Instead, it has intensified. Even he finds it increasingly arduous to withstand. Chapter 69, Giving the Destroyer a Way Out. Kampa's pupils widened, the destructive force swirling within his violet gaze as he sought to penetrate the essence of the warrior from the seventh universe before him. However, the more he probed, the more he sensed an unfathomable strength. When did the seventh universe acquire such a formidable individual? Could he have been nurtured by Beerus himself? Doubts flickered in Kampa's mind. Could it be that he is indeed the next destroyer? Only a destroyer can contend with another destroyer, making Kampa's skepticism entirely reasonable. Regardless of your capabilities today, you shall lose this battle. Kampa's cold voice reverberated in Jiang Xiaofei's mind, an irrefutable and unyielding command. In response, Jiang Xiaofei's aura surged, his physical prowess becoming increasingly formidable, now rivaling that of a destroyer. Thus, Kampa's unleashed power was insufficient to inflict harm upon him. As the battle progressed, Jiang Xiaofei distinctly perceived a diminishing number of critical hits from Kampa, indicating that the gap between them was narrowing, while he himself continued to grow stronger. Consequently, Kampa became less of a match for him, each encounter serving as a crucible for Jiang Xiaofei to surpass his limits. Observing the rising white flames enveloping Jiang Xiaofei, Kampa, unwilling to concede, summoned the entirety of his destroyer power once more. For him, this was not merely a contest of strength, it was a battle to uphold his dignity. He, the destroyer of the sixth universe, would defend his honor with might. Whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Xiaofei and Kampa moved in unison, their afterimages dissolving amidst the colossal energies. The terrifying sound of their collision echoed throughout the space, igniting sparks that illuminated the darkness, reflecting upon the faces of all present. These two truly exhibited relentless endurance. Beerus remarked with a hint of languor. For Beerus, the outcome had become inconsequential. He had already witnessed Jiang Xiaofei's prowess, which was more than capable of succeeding him as the destroyer of the seventh universe. Furthermore, aside from Jiang Xiaofei, there were two other promising talents. Beerus cast a glance at Goku and Vegeta not far away. He felt a sense of relief that he had not obliterated Earth at the first opportunity. For the opponents he would have faced might have been even more formidable. Contemplating this, Beerus shook his head, reflecting on the peculiar thoughts that arose within him as a destroyer. Hey, watching the exhilarating battle on the arena, Goku's enthusiasm was thoroughly ignited, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to train. Kakarot, mind the occasion. Vegeta admonished Goku, secretly harboring the same desire for rapid training. Yet as the Prince of the Saiyans, he felt compelled to maintain his regal demeanor. Vegeta's gaze once again shifted towards the two rapidly moving figures within the arena. Kampa, shrouded in an aura of destruction, found his mood increasingly deteriorating. Faced with the seemingly indomitable Jiang Xiaofei, Kampa genuinely wished to obliterate him with a single strike. Yet he found himself incapable of doing so. Jiang Xiaofei's strength had far surpassed Kampa's expectations, and even when utilizing all of his divine power of destruction, the damage inflicted upon Jiang Xiaofei was diminishing with each passing moment. You have not even shouted nor transformed, yet you exhibit such astonishing combat prowess. How surprising. Kampa was compelled to acknowledge Jiang Xiaofei's formidable abilities. Compared to Lord Kampa, I still fall slightly short, Jiang Xiaofei humbly remarked. Are you mocking me? Kampa could not tolerate a single word from Jiang Xiaofei at that moment. As the divine power of destruction surged, indiscriminate attacks commenced, and the sole surviving referee within the arena could no longer endure. Had it not been for Whis and Beerus intervening, he likely would have perished by now. The referee, having vacated the arena, trembled at the sight of the infuriated figure. At the tip of Kampa's right index finger, a violet orb formed from pure destructive energy spun rapidly, drawing in the surrounding divine essence to converge upon it. If you can withstand this attack, I shall concede that you are indeed stronger than I, Kampa declared, casting a glance towards where Beerus was situated. Really, even at this critical moment, Lord Kampa is still contemplating such matters. Beerus could not help but exclaim, his refined features flushing slightly, as he understood Kampa's intent. Kampa, have you lost your mind? At this rate, the entire nameless star will be obliterated by your hand. Observing the pulsating violet sphere at Kampa's fingertips, Beerus cried out in alarm. If he can withstand it, naturally this planet will suffer no harm. A sinister smile spread across Kampa's face. At this moment, he truly embodied the essence of a god of destruction. Beerus chose not to voice further concerns, instead signaling to Whis and Vados, and the three gods nodded in agreement, prepared to counter the formidable destructive energy. Feeling the destructive force at Kampa's fingertips, an overwhelming desire surged within Jiang Xiaofei. A white aura erupted once more, its energy fluctuations subtly exceeding Kampa's destructive power. The blazing white aura engulfed the entire arena, permeating the protective barrier, causing the previously arrogant destructive energy to wilt in an instant. Even the violet orb at Kampa's fingertips lost some of its vibrancy. This scene did not go unnoticed by the vigilant god of destruction and the two angels. Beerus's expression shifted. Jiang Xiaofei's power had far exceeded his expectations. Yet if he continued unabated, it would plunge Kampa into an abyss of madness. This would undoubtedly result in a cataclysmic disaster. The sheer magnitude of an uncontrollable god of destruction was unimaginable. Thus, Beerus cast a meaningful glance towards Jiang Xiaofei. Understanding the implication behind Beerus's gaze, Jiang Xiaofei realized that this battle could not continue. Otherwise, as the god of destruction, Kampa would indeed face utter collapse. Should Kampa's fury remain unchecked, the inhabitants of Universe 6 would ultimately bear the consequences. The terror of an unhinged god of destruction is unimaginable, a fate they would certainly wish to avoid. The power that once surpassed the very essence of destruction, under Jiang Xiaofei's precise control, was instantaneously diminished, becoming a force second only to that of destruction itself. Kampa could naturally sense the shift in Jiang Xiaofei's aura, mistakenly attributing it to an unstable enhancement. The destructive energy at his fingertips had quietly taken form, gently directed towards Jiang Xiaofei. Let me see, just how great is your ability, you supplementary god of destruction. As he felt the silent yet potent destructive purple sphere, a twinge of regret flickered within Jiang Xiaofei. In his attempt to provide an escape for the god of destruction, he might face annihilation himself. Chapter 70. The arrival of Zeno. Jiang Xiaofei sensed that the price for this gamble was steep, yet when he sought to muster a defense, he discovered that the power at his disposal was utterly inaccessible. He could only watch helplessly as the purple sphere consumed him, engulfing him entirely. In the audience of both Universe 6 and Universe 7, everyone rose to their feet, their faces illuminated by the radiance of the purple sphere, their expressions fraught with terror. The destructive energy emanating from the sphere resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Bulma and Chi-Chi's mouths fell agape, while Goku and Vegeta worried whether Jiang Xiaofei could withstand this blow. In stark contrast, Beerus, Whis, and Battles remained notably composed. To them, Jiang Xiaofei facing Kampa's full-powered strike was hardly a significant concern. They had already contemplated the situation, viewing Kampa's attack as a test for Jiang Xiaofei. If he could endure such pure and overwhelming destructive energy, it would prove that he indeed possessed strength rivaling that of a god of destruction, surpassing even some of his counterparts. Conversely, should he tragically perish, it would merely indicate that he still lacked the necessary experience. At that point, utilizing time reversal to go back 3 minutes, they could still rescue Jiang Xiaofei. This was the source of their unwavering confidence. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaofei, the purple sphere, imbued with pure destructive energy, had completely enveloped him. Under the immense power, his body seemed to be on the verge of disintegration. Desperately, Jiang Xiaofei summoned all the strength he could muster, yet he remained unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the tearing energy. A scream escaped his lips, sending chills down the spines of all who witnessed, while Kampa gazed at the unfolding scene with a malevolent grin. The more Jiang Xiaofei cried out in agony, the greater Kampa's delight grew. This is the fate that befalls those who dare to oppose a deity. In Kampa's eyes, the purple sphere ultimately vanished into the void, taking with it the echoes of Jiang Xiaofei's cries. As Kampa's demeanor suddenly grew serious, the aura surrounding him gradually softened, allowing him to sense the fluctuations in the atmosphere around him. TSK, I always said, why must you, a mere human, strive so fiercely? Why endure this burden? Alas, what a pity. Kampa's voice resonated with a sense of regret, yet internally, he felt a rush of exhilaration. Beads of sweat began to form on the brows of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, their expressions filled with terror and disbelief. Jiang Xiaofei's presence has vanished. The crowd gasped in astonishment, fixated on the still-standing, gasping Kampa on the arena. They wished to reprimand this god who had harmed their comrade. Yet faced with a god of destruction, they felt utterly insignificant, the disparity in power too vast to bridge. For the first time, they sensed the grotesque nature of a god of destruction, even more odious than Lord Beerus. Bulma's voice rang out, though she could not match Kampa in strength. She could not abide such conduct. Hearing Bulma's words, Beerus stumbled slightly. If you're going to insult someone, do it without dragging me into it. However, Beerus paid no heed to Bulma, his gaze fixed intently on the spot where Jiang Xiaofei had disappeared. The aura of the god of destruction was palpable, yet it yielded no trace of Jiang Xiaofei. Alas, it seems it was still a tad premature for him. Beerus sighed softly, speaking to himself. Whis, it seems we must rely on you now. Very well, Lord Beerus. The only way to save Jiang Xiaofei now is through time reversal. Observing Whis's movements, Kampa immediately grasped the situation. He leaped forward, positioning himself before Whis and Beerus. What do you intend to do? Are you not aware that reversing time contravenes the laws of the universe? Kampa's voice echoed, attempting to thwart Whis' actions. Kampa, surely, you've had your fun. If there is nothing more, you may take your leave. Beerus's tone was chilling, harboring a tinge of dissatisfaction towards his brother. My comings and goings are not for you to dictate. And did our match not just conclude? Moreover, it seems I emerged victorious. Thus the Earth of Universe 7 belongs to me. Kampa disregarded Beerus' warning, continuing unabated. The thought of Earth's delicacies made his mouth water uncontrollably. What audacity you possess to claim victory. Beerus grew agitated, his words becoming increasingly heated. Had I not allowed Jiang Xiaofei to step down gracefully, the one who disappeared would likely be you. You? What do you mean by that? Kampa seemed to ponder, yet hesitated to delve deeper. What do you mean? Can you not sense the aura emanating from Jiang Xiaofei just before the final blow? So what? It was not completely under control, merely a fleeting moment. A fleeting moment? How dare you utter such words? As a god of destruction, you are undoubtedly the most shameless of all. Beerus was genuinely exasperated. I tell you, it was I? To preserve your dignity as a god of destruction. It was I who signaled to Jiang Xiaofei to temper his power. With a voice that resembled a thunderous roar, Beerus uttered these words. No, it cannot be. Beerus's words, imbued with lethal intent, instantly obliterated the previously soaring joy of Kampa. Alas, I never anticipated that Lord Kampa, a deity of destruction, would be so petty. My heart is shattered. Bardas also spoke softly to Kampa. Kampa gazed at the other gods, a wave of despair washing over him. No, the narrative should not unfold this way. I am the victor. Alas. Whis, what are you waiting for? Act swiftly. Beerus, no longer concerning himself with Kampa, urged Whis. Immediately, right away, Whis raised his staff, preparing to harness the power of time reversal. Wow, what a lively gathering. What are you all doing here? An untimely, innocent voice resonated within the minds of everyone present. Soon after, a figure appeared before them. Beerus and Kampa's expressions shifted dramatically, all prior displeasure evaporating in an instant, replaced by a profound fear dictated by power. Zeno? The two deities of destruction exclaimed in unison, uttering the name that sent shivers down their spines. The other supreme Kais trembled as well, their legs quaking even more than under the earlier pressure exerted by the two gods of destruction. Sweat had already formed into a sea, and without hesitation, the two deities of destruction lowered their postures, like arrows released from a bow, their stout and slender bodies prostrating before this formidable presence. We welcome your arrival, Lord Zeno. Chapter 71. The Tournament of the 12 Universes. Whis and Bardas dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, both approaching Zeno and bowing slightly. We pay our respects to Lord Zeno. Indeed, a childish voice responded, devoid of any emotional undertones. Observing the other gods, it became evident that not a single figure stood upright. All were prostrate on the ground, greeting the arrival of their esteemed Lord Zeno. Conversely, the others were somewhat at a loss in the face of this scene. Wow, who is this newly arrived child? How could he command such reverence from Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa? Goku's voice echoed, reaching Beerus's ears. In an instant, Beerus's demeanor changed, his pupils dilating, and his tail rising in agitation. With a flash, he vanished from his position and appeared before Goku, nervously covering his mouth. If you wish to survive, you must remain silent. Beerus then dragged Goku before Zeno, pressing his head to the ground. This individual has been disrespectful, offending Lord Zeno. I implore Lord Zeno to administer punishment. Beerus's posture was exceptionally humble, his words laced with deference, fearful of inciting the wrath of Zeno. It is of no concern. Zeno displayed no hint of annoyance regarding the matter. Beerus finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Oh, I knew it. Goku, unabashed, stood up, grinning widely at Zeno. The two guards beside Zeno immediately shifted, appearing before Goku, poised to obliterate him in an instant. You. Zeno's voice halted the two figures, who returned to Zeno's side, resuming their roles as guardians. Hee. Goku grinned foolishly. Who are you? The Omni King gazed at Sun Wukong and inquired, what is your name? I am Sun Wukong, hailing from Earth in the 7th universe. It is a planet brimming with delectable delights. Sun Wukong expounded enthusiastically. Ah, but what brings you here? Upon hearing the Omni King's question, Beerus and Kampa lowered their heads, their dignity as gods of destruction utterly diminished in this moment. Of course, we are here for a competition. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with reminiscence of the thrilling matches that had just transpired, a glimmer of yearning in his heart. A competition? He affirmed. Indeed, Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa have gathered warriors from their respective universes to engage in a contest. Believing the Omni King might not grasp the concept, Sun Wukong innocently elaborated further. Oh, I see. The Omni King circled around Sun Wukong, directing his gaze towards Beerus and Kampa. At that moment, the two gods of destruction were consumed by despair, perplexed as to why Sun Wukong had appeared here. You two are conducting private activities here. Have you fulfilled your responsibilities as gods of destruction? The Omni King's voice remained unchanged, still possessing that childlike quality, yet it instilled a sense of trepidation in Beerus and Kampa. Yes. Thud. The brothers forcefully collided their heads against the ground. Observing the embarrassment of the two gods, Whis added embellishments to the situation. Compared to destruction, Lord Beerus is far more passionate about slumber and gourmet cuisine, Whis remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the nearby Vados. Lord Kampa neglects his health as well, indulging in excessive feasting, causing his physique to deteriorate. Vados appeared woefully delicate. The remarks from the angelic siblings terrified the two prostrate gods of destruction. I see. The Omni King seemed to fall into contemplation. while Beerus and Kampa endured an eternity in the anticipation of the Omni King's verdict. Perhaps we should consider replacing the gods of destruction? Immediately, Beerus and Kampa's heads perked up, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual despair. The Omni King slowly raised his hand, and Beerus and Kampa made no attempt to resist, seemingly awaiting their judgment. The atmosphere turned gravely tense, with the other deities refraining from uttering a word. Whis and Vados maintained their calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the plight of Beerus and Kampa. As the Omni King's palm ascended above his head, the previously tranquil space suddenly surged with energy. Crack! A colossal rift in space-time materialized above the assembly, filled with tumultuous energy capable of obliterating any matter within its grasp. Witnessing the sudden appearance of the rift, Sun Wukong attempted to interject, yet he found himself utterly unable to move his body. Thus, amidst the solemn atmosphere, the deities awaited the Omni King's final decree. Thud! Oh no! The grave atmosphere was abruptly shattered by this untimely sound, prompting the deities to turn their attention to its source. A familiar figure quietly emerged. Jiang Xiaofei. He is still alive? This revelation seemed even more astonishing than the arrival of the Omni King himself. Gazing upon that familiar and handsome visage, a radiant smile blossomed on the face of the Omni King. The hand of the Omni King gradually descended, causing the spatial rift to vanish. The overwhelming sense of pressure that had enveloped them dissipated entirely. Beerus and Kampa opened their tightly shut eyes, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. I've thought of something even more entertaining. Beerus and Kampa swallowed nervously, awaiting the Omni King's next directive. Since you all relish competition so much, why not engage in a contest among the 12 universes, with all participants taking the stage together? It would surely be far more intriguing. Beerus and Kampa found themselves at a loss for words. Really? That would be absolutely marvelous. Goku broke their awkward silence, approaching the Omni King eagerly. When can we compete? I can hardly contain my excitement. Very soon. The Omni King replied with a chuckle. Thank you so much, Omni King. Goku exclaimed, grasping the Omni King's hand and shaking it enthusiastically. Beerus cried out in alarm, believing Goku's actions were reckless and could endanger their entire 7th universe. The 2 guards flanking the Omni King also appeared ready to intervene. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. The Omni King reassured the crowd. You must diligently seek your teammates. I look forward to your performances. After speaking, the Omni King extended his hands, and the 2 guards politely took hold of his small hands. Then we shall proceed as such. With that, the Omni King departed, and with him vanished the immense psychological fear that had lingered. Goku! Beerus shouted in exasperation, contemplating the possibility of eliminating Goku entirely. Do you realize what you just did? You nearly jeopardized our entire universe. It wasn't that serious, was it? Goku scratched his head, completely bewildered. Beerus took several deep breaths, striving to remain composed and ignoring the single-celled organism before him. Kampa, too, felt a sense of foreboding, sensing that future events would become quite troublesome. As Kampa pondered, he suddenly recalled something significant, his brow furrowing. I never expected you to survive. Kampa directed his gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei, who stood not far away. Chapter 72. The 7th Super Dragon Ball. Upon hearing Kampa's words, the crowd finally liberated themselves from the psychological grip of the Omni King's departure. Surprised? I am as well, Jiang Xiaofei admitted, uncertain of what had transpired. Weren't you supposed to perish beneath my destructive force? Why do you still appear here? Kampa continued to press, though the anger he once felt had subsided. Nonetheless, seeing Jiang Xiaofei alive irked him greatly. Jiang Xiaofei felt it prudent to remain silent, recognizing that his previous gesture of goodwill had gone unnoticed by Kampa. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Beerus and Whis, his eyes betraying a hint of resentment. Beerus, inherently perceptive, understood the sentiment, as he was the one who had orchestrated Jiang Xiaofei's actions. Had it not been for Beerus's intervention, Jiang Xiaofei might not have taken a step back. Well, do you still not comprehend? Facing off against Kampa, Beerus must awaken him to reality. Understand what? Are you suggesting he has been withholding his true strength? Kampa seemed unconvinced. It appears you remain skeptical. If he were not concealing his power, why would Jiang Xiaofei now stand before you? This is because Kampa still wishes to counter, yet he seems at a loss for an explanation. This can be elucidated quite easily. Suddenly interjecting, Vados cast a quick glance at Jiang Xiaofei. It is rather simple. During your final clash, The immense power you both wielded caused fluctuations in the fabric of space-time. The sheer magnitude and ferocity of your abilities resulted in a rift, through which Jiang Xiaofei likely became ensnared. Batos's words resonated in everyone's minds, seemingly quite plausible. This also accounts for why we cannot sense Jiang Xiaofei's aura. The crowd nodded in silent agreement. Yet, should he not remain eternally trapped within the rift? Why has he reappeared so suddenly? Kampa was still plagued by this question. Have you forgotten the arrival of the Omni King? Batos lamented having such a troublesome god of destruction as a sibling. When the Omni King declared his intent to eradicate you, he personally intervened, tearing through the fabric of space-time. In truth, the Omni King's purpose was to rescue him from the rift. Batos's explanation brought a sudden realization to Kampa. He was once again in awe of the Omni King's power. To effortlessly obliterate a universe, rescuing an individual from the clutches of time should pose no challenge for him. The assembly nodded once more. The Omni King's omnipotence rendered any event involving him unsurprising. After hearing Batos's account, even Jiang Xiaofei found it exceedingly reasonable. Upon accepting the destructive power, he indeed had been drawn into the rift. Had his physical form not been sufficiently resilient, survival amidst that endless darkness would have been impossible. Though you have emerged victorious this time, do not rejoice prematurely. In the upcoming tournament of the 12 universes, we shall undoubtedly claim victory. Kampa, having set aside his previous concerns, glanced at Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus, speaking with conviction. Alas, competing against someone like you is dreadfully dull. Beerus seemed to exhibit little interest. You, what do you mean by that? Kampa was incensed by Beerus's words. What do you mean? Is it not clear? After one match, how many grievances have you harbored? It is evident you cannot accept defeat, even resorting to underhanded tactics against our participants, despite your status as a god of destruction. Beerus's words struck a nerve within Kampa, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Upon reflection, Kampa realized the truth in Beerus's statement. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly. It was merely a simple contest. However, upon Jiang Xiaofei's involvement, a peculiar fire ignited within him. Was it jealousy? Or perhaps due to his appearance? Kampa shook his head. As the god of destruction of Universe 6, what business did he have quarreling with a mere mortal? Although Kampa has come to a realization, it is utterly impossible to compel him to apologize. My inability to control my own power was merely a mistake. Do you understand? Kampa insisted. As a god of destruction, failing to manage his own strength truly signifies negligence. Vados interjected. Kampa, you. Never mind. I shall say no more. Ultimately, Kampa relinquished his resistance and cast his gaze upon Jiang Xiaofei once again. Very well. We shall not hold these matters against you any further, but we hope you will reflect deeply on your actions. Moreover, our victory in this match means that the 6 Super Dragon Balls now belong to us. Beerus interjected, directly demanding, lest Kampa continue his stubbornness. Here, they are all yours. Kampa expressed his impatience, yet vowed never to forget today's events. Jiang Xiaofei, when the time permits, we shall engage in another sparring session. In response to Kampa's invitation, Jiang Xiaofei merely offered a rueful smile. If you can manage your temper and prepare to take a beating, Jiang Xiaofei would certainly be most willing. Whis added his comments. Vados, let us depart. Kampa, speaking with evident displeasure, entered the cube of the 6th universe. Observing the lackluster performance of the contestants before him, he resolved to rigorously train them upon his return. Until we meet again by fate. Vados slightly bowed and entered the cube, her staff tapping lightly as she led the members of the 6th universe away. It is finally over. Jiang Xiaofei exhaled deeply. For some reason, facing Kampa always left him with a sense of being bullied, even though he was evidently stronger now. No, I must change this mindset. The next time we meet, I must decisively defeat him. Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, what are you mumbling about over there? Beerus inquired, gazing at him. It's nothing. I was merely contemplating where the 7th Super Dragon Ball might be, now that we possess these 6. That is simple. Leave it to us. Sun Wukong declared confidently. Bulma, it's your turn to perform. Alas, what peculiar phrasing. Well, I'm already searching. Bulma replied to Sun Wukong. As the Dragon Ball radar in her hands began to flicker. Why is there no response? Why does it only display these 6 Dragon Balls? Bulma questioned, filled with confusion. Have you tried zooming in to see if you can find anything? Jiang Xiaofei suggested from the side. Zooming in yields the same result. Bulma attempted to continue, but upon magnifying the view, 7 twinkling points of light appeared before her. Yet there are clearly only 6 Dragon Balls here, Bulma remarked, gazing at the 6 radiant Super Dragon Balls. Is there a possibility that this nameless star itself is a Super Dragon Ball? Jiang Xiaofei reminded her. Chapter 73. Jiang Xiaofei's Wish. Jiang Xiaofei's words struck like a bolt of enlightenment. The bewildered Bulma instantly grasped the implication, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Indeed, the location of the nameless star matches precisely with that indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. In other words, this nameless star is the 7th Super Dragon Ball. An undeniable thrill permeated the entire cube. Whis. The voice of Beerus resonated. Very well, Lord Beerus. Without needing a complete explanation, Whis was able to grasp Beerus' intent. Everyone stand ready, Whis reminded, and the cube distanced itself further from the nameless star. Inside the cube, gazing outward, 6 Super Dragon Balls radiating a golden glow reflected in everyone's eyes. Illuminated by the brilliance of the 6 Dragon Balls, the 7th Dragon Ball, shrouded in cosmic dust, became distinctly visible. Whis gently waved his staff a few times, and in an instant, swirling tornadoes formed upon the rugged surface of the nameless star. The rapidly rotating tornadoes engulfed the entire nameless star, their immense pulling force causing cracks to appear on the once formidable surface. The nameless star became increasingly ravaged. As the tornadoes continued, the fissures deepened, and golden rays of light streamed through, stimulating everyone's visual senses. Ultimately, amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, the true visage of the nameless star was revealed, its heavy exterior dissolving into cosmic dust, drifting through the vastness of space. The brilliance of the 7th Super Dragon Ball shone with a radiance that rivaled the other 6, infusing the dark, boundless universe with warmth. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the 4-star ball, exclaimed Son Goku, filled with yearning at the sight of the exquisite spectacle. This was undoubtedly a masterpiece. Each Dragon Ball could rival a planet. What manner of being was the Dragon God, Salam? Vegeta, gazing at the golden-hued Dragon Ball, could not help but express his awe. The 7 Dragon Balls from Earth, in comparison, seemed utterly insignificant. Anyone who had encountered the Dragon Balls would harbor this thought. The impact of the 7 Super Dragon Balls, each comparable to a planet, was overwhelmingly staggering. If Kampa knew that the nameless star was the 7th Super Dragon Ball, he would be filled with regret. Beerus boasted animatedly while observing the 7 Super Dragon Balls before him. Indeed, Lord Beerus, it is time to make a wish. Whis reminded. Oh, right. What kind of wish should I make? Beerus pondered, clearly in a dilemma. I believe the wish should be made by Jiang Xiaofei, after all. He nearly risked his life for this competition. Beerus remarked calmly, turning his gaze toward Jiang Xiaofei. Me? Jiang Xiaofei pointed to himself, incredulous. But I don't know the language of the gods. To wish upon the dragon, one must summon it using the divine language and articulate their desire in the same tongue. Criteria Jiang Xiaofei did not meet. No worries. Whis can handle that. Well, all right then. Jiang Xiaofei readily agreed. To be honest, he was quite eager to experience the thrill of making a wish. Well then, speak. What is your wish? To acquire a mightier power or to indulge in a greater variety of delicacies? Granting you a wife should pose no problem. Jiang Xiaofei fell into contemplation. Thus, let the 6th universe possess a planet identical to that of the 7th universe. Jiang Xiaofei ultimately reached his decision. Everyone gazed at him in disbelief. No one could have anticipated such a wish from him. Beerus revealed a knowing smile. Is this truly your desire? Indeed, came the affirmative reply. Very well, Whis. As you wish. Lord Beerus. Whis stood upon the cube and began to chant in the divine tongue. In an instant, a more resplendent radiance emanated from the 7 Super Dragon Balls, prompting most to instinctively shield their eyes. Only those as formidable as Jiang Xiaofei could swiftly adapt, their gaze fixed upon the Super Dragon Balls before them. A colossal dragon surged forth from within the 7 Super Dragon Balls, its maw capable of swallowing the sun, moon, and stars, an awe-inspiring sight. Its immense body could encompass the entire universe. The dragon soared into the sky, rendering the countless star systems mere flickering embers in its presence. The sheer magnitude of this creature was profoundly overwhelming. Have you truly made your decision? Whis sought confirmation from Jiang Xiaofei once more. With a nonchalant nod, Jiang Xiaofei affirmed his choice. Whis turned back to the dragon and chanted yet again. Moments later, twin beams of crimson light shot forth from the dragon's sun-like scarlet eyes. The dragon's form vanished, and the 7 Super Dragon Balls dimmed, their golden glow receding as they shot towards the 2 universes. Phew, it is done. We should be on our way back. Beerus felt a sense of relief. Although he did not partake in the competition as one of the organizers, he remained keenly interested in the proceedings. Now, with everything settled, it could be deemed a satisfactory conclusion. On the arena, Beerus observed the growth and progress of Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. Particularly, Jiang Xiaofei astonished Beerus even more. He had never expected such a wish from him. Do you regret it now? Beerus inquired again. What good would regret do? The wish has already been made. Besides, I have no regrets. Jiang Xiaofei's tone was resolute. You are quite impressive. Beerus, as the god of destruction, had never before praised anyone, making this acknowledgement unique to Jiang Xiaofei. Oh my, it truly is a rarity. I never imagined Lord Beerus would commend someone. Whis jested from the side. Focus on your duties. Of course, Lord Beerus. In truth, granting the 6th universe a planet was not solely for the sake of Kampa's culinary desires. It was also a reflection of the sentiments nestled within Jiang Xiaofei's heart. Regardless of the reason, your magnanimity far surpasses that of Kampa. As the god of destruction, how could you possess such a lack of boundaries? If he were to learn of your wish, he would undoubtedly feel utterly ashamed, Beerus remarked, directly exposing Kampa's shortcomings. If he dares to treat you with such disregard again, you should release him, allowing him to realize that he is ultimately but a fool. Lord Beerus is indeed a formidable character. In the 6th universe, Kampa and Vados traversed the vast expanse of space, when suddenly, the orb atop Vados' staff illuminates, revealing a cerulean planet within her sight. Chapter 74. The power of destruction. Vados' sparkling eyes flickered with excitement as the azure planet exuded a distinct aura. Lord Kampa, look quickly, Vados exclaimed, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Kampa, steeped in a brooding mood, turned his gaze towards the orb atop Vados' staff. The cerulean planet jolted Kampa's senses. What is this? Kampa rubbed his eyes, fearing it was merely an illusion, yet the planet continued to shine brilliantly. Earth? Indeed. Lord Kampa, this is the Earth of our 6th universe. Vados' melodious voice was enough to lift Kampa from his despondency. Is it truly? At last, I shall savor the culinary delights of our own universe's Earth. Kampa spoke, saliva already swirling in his mouth. No longer will Lord Kampa have to endure unpleasantness with Beerus over earthly delicacies. Vados pointed out incisively, reminding Kampa of the situation. Wait a moment. Hasn't our Earth already perished? Kampa questioned, perplexed. Observing her somewhat naive and foolish brother, Vados was at a loss for words. Does Kampa still not comprehend? It must be that Beerus and his comrades gathered the 7 Super Dragon Balls, allowing the Earth of the 6th universe to attain the same level of civilization as that of the 7th. Could he truly be so benevolent? Though Kampa uttered these words, a warm current surged within him, and a hint of a smile graced his lips. This fellow is indeed quite meddlesome. Alas, in this regard, while both Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus are gods of destruction, they are still worlds apart in other aspects. Vados could not help but remark. Vados, you must understand your own position, Kampa retorted, momentarily bewildered by Vados' words, pondering what noble sentiments a god of destruction should possess. Alas, Lord Kampa, if you continue to treat me this way, one day you shall lose me. Vados feigned a pitiful demeanor. Vados, you simply wish to depart, do you not? Seeking out your little lover? Vados' teasing remarks caused Kampa's joy over Earth to vanish instantaneously. Lord Kampa, how can you say such things? There is no little lover. Vados naturally would not concede, her charmingly bashful demeanor captivating. The next time I encounter him, I shall ensure he understands why the flowers bloom so red. Kampa declared indignantly. Lord Kampa remains so small-minded, lacking in magnanimity. Vados feigned indifference, for in her judgment, when Kampa and Jiang Xiaofei meet again, it would likely be Kampa who finds himself at a disadvantage. In the 7th universe, Earth, with the assistance of Whis, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions have successfully returned to Earth. In celebration of their victory against the 6th universe, a grand banquet is underway. Who would have imagined you could survive the mightiest attack from a god of destruction? Truly, you are remarkable, Sun Wukong remarked while savoring barbecue. Casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei. This fellow should not be underestimated. Acquiring such formidable power in such a short period is no ordinary feat. Vegeta also regarded him with envy and curiosity. Naturally, Jiang Xiaofei could not reveal to them that he possessed a system. It was merely luck. Jiang Xiaofei deflected the inquiry. You think you can deceive me? Your unique physique has already surpassed that of a scion. If it were purely by luck, you would have become a deity long ago. Vegeta pointed at Sun Wukong. I am curious, just how powerful are you now? Sun Wukong, unconcerned about whether Jiang Xiaofei was genuinely lucky, was solely interested in gauging his current strength. That is rather difficult to articulate. Jiang Xiaofei intentionally paused for a few seconds. I should be stronger than both of you. Are you trying to provoke us? Sun Wukong knew well that he was no match for Jiang Xiaofei now, yet he would not allow himself to be easily dismissed. Such arrogance. You have truly grown bold. Vegeta, unwilling to concede, clenched his fists, veins bulging. I'm merely trying to motivate you both. Jiang Xiaofei replied playfully. However, his words held a kernel of truth. He had indeed surpassed Sun Wukong and Vegeta by a considerable margin. Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, come here. Not far away, Beerus. Indulging in pudding, commanded Jiang Xiaofei. He bid farewell to Sun Wukong and Vegeta and obediently approached Beerus. Speak. What benefits did you gain from your battle with Champa? Beerus, fiddling with his pudding, asked in a nonchalant tone. Benefits? The benefit was witnessing the full force of a god of destruction's wrath. Jiang Xiaofei answered somewhat uneasily. Fabricating stories again. From you, I sense an aura of divinity, one that belongs to a god of destruction. Beerus, not wishing to engage in small talk, bluntly reminded him. Nothing escapes Lord Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei grinned. Then why are you playing these little tricks in front of me? Do you wish to be destroyed? Beerus' tone was laced with threat. You wouldn't dare. Jiang Xiaofei displayed his cheeky demeanor. Scram. Quickly tell me how you accomplished this. Beerus was genuinely intrigued. As a human, Jiang Xiaofei had somehow acquired the essence of a god of destruction. All right, it was like this. Jiang Xiaofei began to recount earnestly. At the final moment of my battle with Champa, a tremendous force of destruction emanated from that purple orb. That force disregarded everything, passing through my hands and into my body, tearing and crushing everything within me. That was undoubtedly the closest I had come to death. Jiang Xiaofei reflected on that moment, a lingering sense of inexplicable fear still haunting him. Later, under the influence of that force, I lost consciousness, and when I awoke once more, I found myself within the rift of time and space. In my attempts to escape this temporal chasm, I inadvertently discovered that I possessed the power of a destroyer god. Jiang Xiaofei paused, and Beerus appeared utterly astonished. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. Beerus mused, contemplating the fact that you have turned misfortune into fortune, ultimately acquiring the power of a destroyer god at the last moment. At this point, you can be regarded as a qualified candidate for a supplementary destroyer god. Jiang Xiaofei felt a sense of relief. The truth was that his attainment of this divine strength was entirely due to the system. Yet he could not divulge this secret and had to continue to argue his case. Now, allow me to witness the extent of your powers as a supplementary destroyer god. Chapter 75, Battling Beerus. This seems rather inappropriate. I was just teetering on the brink of life and death. I have yet to recover my strength. The mere thought of battling Beerus made Jiang Xiaofei's head spin. It was not due to a lack of capability, but rather that he was not inherently a combative individual, especially when it came to confronting a destroyer god. Should he emerge victorious, it would incite the wrath of the destroyer god, and the repercussions would extend beyond himself, impacting the entire universe. Conversely, should he lose, he would be left feeling quite unsettled. Prior to this, he had just endured a confrontation with a destroyer god, with Champa serving as a vivid example. Although he believed Beerus to possess slightly better character than Champa, who could guarantee the outcome if a battle were to ensue. Do not feign ignorance before me. Can you not see that I have yet to recover? If necessary, consume a senzu bean. There was a flicker of excitement in Beerus's eyes, clearly intrigued by Jiang Xiaofei's current strength. If Jiang Xiaofei had indeed acquired the power of a destroyer god, he would undoubtedly rank as the foremost individual in the 7th universe, second only to him and Whis. Should he cross paths with Champa or other destroyer gods again, he would have ample grounds for boasting. Most importantly, the emergence of another individual wielding the power of a destroyer god would bring him endless joy in battle. Since his encounter with the so-called Super Saiyan god, Beerus had not faced a worthy opponent. Given Jiang Xiaofei's remarkable growth, how could he possibly squander such an opportunity? It would be a shame not to test his skills. However, even if I were to fully recover, my meager abilities would still be no match for you. Jiang Xiaofei was genuinely averse to complications, particularly the prospect of being beaten. Stop making excuses. I witnessed the battle with Kampa clearly. There is no way to deceive me. Beerus stated gravely, if you do not fight me, I will truly destroy the earth. Lord Beerus, would you really do that? Jiang Xiaofei unflinchingly countered. Enough with the chatter. Let us engage in battle. Beerus ceased his verbal sparring with Jiang Xiaofei and, without hesitation, seized him by the collar, soaring into the heavens. Whis, keep up. The individuals are currently relishing their culinary delights. This truly dampens the mood. Although Whis expressed this sentiment, he nevertheless chose to follow along. Furthermore, Son Goku and Vegeta soared into the sky, pursuing Whis, for how could they possibly miss out on such a spectacular battle? Beyond the Earth, amidst the vast and boundless cosmos, a sleek cube traversed at speeds exceeding light, navigating through numerous star systems. Under Whis's guidance, the trio hastened to the realm of the Destroyer God. Here we are, Beerus declared. Here? Jiang Xiaofei queried, somewhat perplexed. Isn't this the realm of the Destroyer God? Indeed. This is the place. In other locations, I cannot unleash my full potential, as I must consider the lives of other beings on various planets. Here, I can truly let loose. That is what makes a battle worthwhile. Is this truly acceptable, Lord Beerus? Why are you so verbose right now? Beerus's hands, long eager for action, glanced at the incessantly chattering Jiang Xiaofei, and in an instant, he teleported, delivering a powerful punch to Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen. Caught off guard, Jiang Xiaofei was propelled backward by the force of the blow. Thunderous roars echoed from his back as numerous stones shattered upon impact, the immense pain causing even the resilient Jiang Xiaofei to grit his teeth. Meanwhile, a notification chimed within Jiang Xiaofei's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the power of destruction. The unique energy of the destroyer surged within Jiang Xiaofei, even purer than before. Ouch! Lord Beerus, you sneak attacked me just like Kampa. Son Goku couldn't help but remark upon witnessing the scene. Humph! Do not forget, they are brothers. Naturally, they share similarities. Vegeta chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. You too, be quiet, or I shall deal with you as well. At that moment, an unmistakable aura of destruction radiated from Beerus, surpassing even his demeanor during the battle against the Super Saiyan God. A formidable energy of destruction enveloped Beerus, making him appear as the true Destroyer God, capable of obliterating planets with a mere snap of his fingers. Stabilizing his form, Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Beerus in the distance, his own aura surging dramatically. Given the circumstances, this battle was unavoidable. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to face it, for he yearned to discover the extent of his power after obtaining the force of destruction. And Beerus was undoubtedly the perfect adversary. Within Jiang Xiaofei's body, an overwhelming energy surged at the cellular level, distinctly different from the aura he wielded against Kampa. To Son Goku and Vegeta, Jiang Xiaofei appeared more enigmatic than ever, encircled by a pure white aura, tinged with hints of purple. The white energy exuded a sense of serene weight, while the sparse purple essence, though minimal, still conveyed a sense of destruction and vastness that was truly awe-inspiring. Observing the transformation of Jiang Xiaofei before him, Beerus's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Indeed, you have mastered a portion of the God of Destruction's power. Moreover, to apply it to such an extent in such a brief span of time further attests to your extraordinary nature. Just how formidable can your strength become? Allow me to put it to the test. This is truly a rare opportunity. Each time Jiang Xiaofei expresses a desire for battle, he seems to metamorphose, exuding an air of arrogance and an intangible dominance that could terrify the heart. Yet now, he faces Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe. In an instant, both figures sprang into action, creating a tempestuous storm that engulfed the once tranquil realm of the gods of destruction. Beerus launched a fist crackling with purple lightning towards Jiang Xiaofei. Unyielding, Jiang Xiaofei responded with a fist enveloped in a white aura intermingled with purple energy, equally enigmatic. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic energy storm centered around their clash, radiating outward with ferocity, consuming all living beings in its path. Even the stones shattered by Jiang Xiaofei were restruck, disintegrating into dust. The very fabric of the Destroyer realm began to show signs of obliteration amidst this extreme confrontation. Chapter 76. Beerus's ultra instinct twirled his staff rapidly, containing the destructive energy emanating from the clash within a manageable sphere. My word, this energy is colossal, exclaimed Sun Wukong, watching the confrontation in awe. Indeed, this individual's strength has surpassed my own. I must continue my training. Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, his eyes ablaze with determination. This is the embodiment of what a god of destruction should represent. Whis cast an appreciative glance, marveling at Jiang Xiaofei's swift advancement. As an angel, he found it somewhat incredible. To reach a level where one can contend with Beerus in such a short time is no mere feat of talent. Whis sensed that a profound secret lay hidden within Jiang Xiaofei, one that even he could not decipher. Not bad. You managed to withstand my punch infused with destruction. It seems you have grasped the fundamentals of its application, Beerus remarked, his eyes sparkling with fervor, clearly impressed by Jiang Xiaofei's displayed abilities. Before Lord Beerus, I still feel like a novice, Jiang Xiaofei humbly professed, though his actions and gaze burned with passion, as both withdrew their fists and retreated swiftly. The chaotic, destructive energy dissipated into nothingness. The white aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei surged once more, the intermingled purple light shining brighter. This brief exchange had once again granted him a portion of the god of destruction's power. Observing this change in Jiang Xiaofei's aura, a faint smile crept onto Beerus's lips. Filled with respect for such a warrior, in a bid to express his admiration for Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus once again intensified his aura of destruction, the purple energy beginning to disrupt the very fabric of the space surrounding him, while white lightning crackled into existence within it. The two formidable energies clashed once more, erupting in a dazzling display of fireworks, as the ground beneath them had long succumbed to the overwhelming force. Accompanied by a thunderous roar from Jiang Xiaofei, he had silently materialized before Beerus. With a fist brimming with power, he struck forth, yet Beerus merely extended a single finger to meet Jiang Xiaofei's furious blow head-on. Upon collision, rather than unleashing a more chaotic energy, there was an intimate entanglement between them. Jiang Xiaofei's gaze narrowed as he sensed the destructive might encapsulated in Beerus's fingertip. It was evident that Beerus had fully committed himself, countering a fist capable of obliterating stars with but a single point. Do you see? This is the true power of destruction. Beerus spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words resonated with unparalleled pride. At last, I have witnessed this, Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed, enthusiasm surging within him. I must admit, Lord Beerus, you are indeed stronger than your brother. His spirits soared, seemingly invigorated by Beerus's fingertip. After his initial strike proved ineffective, Jiang Xiaofei unleashed another brutal punch with his other hand. Yet once more, Beerus effortlessly repelled it with a mere finger. Although Beerus maintained a composed expression, his heart was filled with astonishment, for the force emanating from Jiang Xiaofei's fists grew increasingly formidable, imparting an overwhelming sense of resistance. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless barrage of fists formed fierce gusts of wind that whipped past their ears, each collision imposing immense pressure upon the surrounding space. With streaks of lightning appearing and vanishing without a trace, Jiang Xiaofei grew more emboldened in battle, while Beerus, having lost his earlier composure, was compelled to employ his palm to mitigate the impact of Jiang Xiaofei's fists, enhanced by his divine power of destruction. In that fleeting moment of Beerus's transformation, Jiang Xiaofei seized the opportunity, swiftly elevating his right foot to deliver a devastating kick to Beerus's abdomen. Before Beerus's hand could even touch Jiang Xiaofei's fist, his body bent and began to soar backward. Such an opportunity was not one Jiang Xiaofei would let slip away. He pressed forward with a relentless barrage of earth-shattering combination punches, striking fiercely at Beerus's abdomen and face. Under the relentless assault, Beerus's expression contorted into a grimace. Marvelous. I never expected to see Lord Beerus in such a predicament. The voice of Sun Wukong, relishing the spectacle, echoed in Beerus's mind. It seems that even the god of destruction is not insurmountable. Vegeta observed the formidable Jiang Xiaofei, a newfound desire to grow stronger igniting within him. One day, he too would reach such heights, surpassing all limits. I remember the last time Lord Beerus was so beleaguered was under my tutelage. It has been tens of thousands of years, and to behold Lord Beerus in such a state once more evokes a sense of nostalgia. Whis, too, could not help but jest at the scene before him. Clearly, witnessing the formidable god of destruction, The pinnacle of the seventh universe, face adversity is indeed an intriguing spectacle. After enduring countless blows from Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus's body began to respond. As Jiang Xiaofei's fist came crashing down once more, Beerus retaliated with an even swifter punch imbued with destructive power. Under the force of that devastating strike, Jiang Xiaofei felt the ominous sound of his bones threatening to shatter. Had it not been for his system's ability to heal, he would have likely been pierced through. Did you enjoy that? Allow me to elevate your experience. The onslaught, akin to a tempest, rained down upon Jiang Xiaofei, the destructive energy surging through him as if to obliterate his very essence. Jiang Xiaofei leaped into the air, executing several flips to swiftly distance himself from Beerus. Upon realizing that Beerus did not pursue, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, when he caught sight of Beerus's gaze, his consciousness plummeted into an abyss of endless darkness. Those eyes, radiating an eerie purple light, concealed within them flashes of white lightning that annihilated all in their path. Beerus, unhurried in his approach, merely stood there, exerting an influence that reverted the surrounding space to its primordial form. Whis, reinforce this space. I shall now unleash my full power. Beerus's commanding voice resonated, leaving no room for dissent. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis, understanding Beerus's intentions, waved his staff, conjuring layers of radiant barriers that enveloped the entire realm of destruction, isolating it from the universe at large. I must commend you. Compelling me to this extent is truly remarkable, granting you a semblance of pride in the seventh universe. However, to triumph over me, you must exert yourself further. Though Beerus did not direct his gaze at Jiang Xiaofei, the latter felt as though he were under the scrutiny of countless eyes. Now, behold my Ultra Instinct. Chapter 77. The Contest of Ultra Instinct. With that, the aura of destruction surrounding Beerus quickly retracted, the purple light gradually dimming and vanishing. The fluctuations of energy around them began to wane, particularly the distinctive power of Beerus, which seemed to conceal itself. Beerus placed his hands upon the golden collar adorning his neck, exerting pressure as a series of thunderous sounds emanated from it. The golden light burst forth, compelling Jiang Xiaofei and the others to instinctively shut their eyes. The sinewy veins along Beerus's slender arms were clearly visible, even revealing the destructive energy coursing within him. With a thunderous roar, Beerus unleashed a deafening shout, gripping the golden collar tightly, straining to pull it outward. Yet, despite Beerus's might, the collar remained unyielding. Witnessing this spectacle, Whis felt a twinge of anxiety. For Beerus, the collar around his neck holds immense significance. Since Whis has been by his side, he has yet to witness the true extent of Beerus's power without it. A guttural roar erupted from Beerus's throat, filled with unbridled fury, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The ground beneath him transformed into a vast chasm. Beerus floated, unwavering, as the concentrated purple aura of destruction surged around him. In that fleeting moment, the collar began to exhibit slight deformation. Nearby, Jiang Xiaofei maintained control over his own energy, observing Beerus in silence. Throughout this process, Beerus's expression was one of profound anguish, for breaking free from such constraints is no trivial endeavor. Break free, Beerus bellowed once more. The divine power within his hands surged into the collar. Crack! A sharp metallic sound echoed as the golden collar finally succumbed to the ultimate force of destruction. Under the sheer might of Beerus, it shattered into two halves. At the instant of the collar's fracture, an invisible tempest of energy swept through the space, rushing towards Beerus. From beneath him, a chilling white aura gradually ascended, enveloping his entire being in an eerie shroud. At that moment, Beerus appeared almost enigmatic. With a soft exhalation, Beerus released a breath, the purple aura mingling with the ghostly white, creating a murky blend. It was indeed a sensation worth reminiscing. Slowly, he opened his piercing eyes. A wave of coldness washing over Jiang Xiaofei, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Wow, this is absolutely remarkable, he thought. Little did he expect that Lord Beerus harbored such might, concealing his true strength even in battle against them. As he gazed upon Beerus, Sun Wukong felt a surge of excitement. Faced with this version of Beerus, he finally recognized his own insignificance. What kind of power is this? Vegeta's eyes widened in exaggerated astonishment, fixated on Beerus before him. This is the Ultra Instinct form of Lord Beerus. Whis's eyes sparkled with fervor, brimming with concern and anticipation. The Ultra Instinct form? Who would have thought that Lord Beerus would also possess this ability? He chuckled to himself, realizing this time Jiang Xiaofei would likely face a formidable challenge. Sun Wukong remarked, casting a glance at the furrowed brow of Jiang Xiaofei. At the heart of the energy storm, Jiang Xiaofei could distinctly sense the heart-stopping energy fluctuations emanating from Beerus. This was no mere destructive energy. It was interwoven with an indescribable force, resonating in harmony with his own aura, yet pulsating with even greater intensity. To this day, you are the second individual to witness me wield such power. Beerus's calm voice resonated, devoid of emotional turmoil, yet his gaze shimmered with the light of memories past. Is that so? Then I must consider myself fortunate. Jiang Xiaofei's competitive spirit was thoroughly ignited. He faced an opponent of such formidable strength for the very first time. Moreover, he was acutely aware that battling Beerus posed no danger to his life, rendering this exchange of skills potentially far more intriguing. Thus, let us commence this encounter in earnest. While speaking, Beerus slowly raised one hand. Behind him, 6 purple orbs of light rapidly took shape, emanating the destructive energy from within him. Encasing these purple orbs were intricate white patterns, enhancing their already dazzling brilliance. The orbs radiated an overwhelming power, evoking an instinctual sense of being torn apart upon mere observation. Had Jiang Xiaofei not mastered the art of ultimate instinct and possessed the destructive energy circulating within him, he might have succumbed to the overwhelming presence of these 6 radiant orbs. Jiang Xiaofei dared not exhibit any hint of complacency. He intently observed the rapidly rotating spheres, and his own energy surged, forming a massive wall of energy. With a gentle flick of his finger, Beerus directed the 6 formed orbs, which rushed towards Jiang Xiaofei like a tempest. As they traversed their path, 6 fissures in space materialized before the spectators, revealing an endless abyss beyond. Take a moment to appreciate the effortless prowess of a god of destruction. Beerus's voice resonated once more, confident that Jiang Xiaofei could not possibly withstand the assault of the 6 orbs. Do not succumb so easily. I have yet to truly enjoy myself. Jiang Xiaofei paid no heed to Beerus's taunts, fully concentrating on the 6 purple orbs swirling with white patterns before him. The orbs continued their relentless advance, slicing through space. Even the protective barrier established by Wisp began to show signs of collapse under such might, while all surrounding matter reverted to the universe's primordial state. In the blink of an eye, the orbs reached the energy wall Jiang Xiaofei had erected. Upon collision, an infinite energy storm erupted. Where they clashed, white and purple lightning ignited. The sound of explosive bursts filled the air, and Jiang Xiaofei, caught in this tempest, found his hair disheveled as he summoned every ounce of strength within him to counter the assault of the 6 orbs. However, contrary to his intentions, the 6 energy orbs did not weaken under his resistance. Instead, they surged with greater ferocity, as if propelled by a second acceleration, exhibiting a level of energy concentration and velocity even more violent than when they were behind Beerus. Facing these extraordinary orbs, Jiang Xiaofei felt a suffocating sensation. If he could not devise an effective countermeasure, this battle would conclude in such a dire predicament. Chapter 78. Standing beside the mightiest god of destruction, the 6 purple orbs, adorned with white patterns, radiated even more brilliance, their intense impact inducing a sense of dizziness in Jiang Xiaofei. His consciousness blurred under the strain of such immense energy, and had it not been for the wall providing resistance, he would have been reduced to cosmic dust beneath the power of these 6 orbs. Within Jiang Xiaofei's body, each cell was affected by the surge of energy, beginning to boil with fervor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring destructive power augmented by the mastery of the ultimate freedom technique. The system's voice echoed once more, instantly awakening the nearly unconscious Jiang Xiaofei. The overwhelming pressure that had been nearly unbearable diminished significantly, replaced by a gentle wave of comfort emanating from within his cells. Buzz! The white aura enveloping Jiang Xiaofei surged, allowing him to wield the ultimate freedom technique with greater finesse. Every joint in his body was rapidly infused with destructive energy. The source of this destructive power was the 6 luminous orbs before him, brimming with cataclysmic force. The once rapidly expanding purple orbs crashed violently against the walls of the white aura, beginning to exhibit new changes, interfered with by the energy radiating from Jiang Xiaofei. The previously spinning purple orbs gradually slowed, and the surrounding tempest of energy began to wane. This diminishing wind energy did not vanish. Rather, it flowed into Jiang Xiaofei's body, circulating through his bloodstream and dispersing into each cell. With the infusion of this destructive and liberating energy, the activity level of Jiang Xiaofei's cells reached an alarming zenith. The aura emanating from him bore a formidable presence, rivaling that of Beerus himself. Controlling the light wall formed by the white aura, Jiang Xiaofei launched a counterattack against the 6 orbs. The orbs ceased their rotation, their power entirely absorbed by Jiang Xiaofei. Despite this, the energy brimming with destructive potential continued to possess immense power. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei stood undaunted. The white light wall dissolved, encircling the 6 purple orbs. And in the clash of these titanic forces, the colossal energy was ultimately absorbed by the entire realm of destruction. Observing the scene before him, Beerus's eyes shimmered with a purple glow, deep and formidable. I never anticipated this fellow could grow even stronger. That attack is from a god of destruction in the form of the ultimate freedom technique. Reflecting on Jiang Xiaofei's actions, Sun Wukong found the current situation somewhat perplexing. Beerus's assault had only just begun, and Jiang Xiaofei's ability to withstand it was a testament to his own formidable strength. Vegeta also expressed his thoughts, his gaze filled with anticipation for the ensuing battle. Truly, as a potential successor to the god of destruction, the power Jiang Xiaofei displayed now was already on par with most gods of destruction. However, Whis' profound remarks ignited curiosity in both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Under the dominion of the Omni King, there existed 12 universes, each governed by a god of destruction who presided over certain rules and served as the sovereign of their respective universe. Yet, the strength of these 12 gods of destruction was not uniform. There were disparities among them. Among these 12 universes, which god of destruction was the most powerful? Sun Wukong was keenly interested in this matter, for Whis possessed far more detailed knowledge than he did. Vegeta, too, displayed an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Well then, Whis glanced at Beerus, pondering for a few moments. How should one articulate this? Each god of destruction possesses their own unique abilities, yet they share a common power, destruction itself. Among the 12 gods of destruction, the most formidable is undoubtedly the one before you. A smile graced his face, tinged with a sense of pride. Wow, I never anticipated that Lord Beerus would be the strongest among the 12 gods of destruction. Goku's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he regarded Beerus, and Vegeta echoed the sentiment. Of course, back in the day, well, never mind. Whis' hesitance left Goku and Vegeta feeling a sense of frustration. Hey, Whis, you'll end up with no friends acting like that, Goku exclaimed. Indeed, as an angel, I have never required friends, Whis replied nonchalantly. Well then, let us focus on their battle. I'm quite intrigued by Jiang Xiaofei's abilities. Whis observed Jiang Xiaofei with keen interest. We've known that for quite some time, Goku said, displaying a candid demeanor. When I first encountered him, he was merely a person being chased by a nearly powerless little dragon. After this period of training, his abilities have already surpassed mine and Vegeta's. Goku couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Xiaofei's rapid progress. Oh, is that so? As a human, he has become so formidable in such a short span. Has he undergone some form of time-accelerated training? Even so, he is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies, Whis remarked, his interest in Jiang Xiaofei intensifying. One day, I shall surpass him once again, Vegeta declared, his expression a mix of defiance, perhaps born of jealousy or envy. Amidst their dialogue, Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus had exchanged countless blows, each moment marked by shifts in dominance. The energy radiating from them was potent enough to obliterate any matter. The swirling waves of energy enveloped them, propelling them into a state of extreme exhilaration. Boom! Another clash of unparalleled power erupted, as lightning burst forth, extinguishing all brilliance. An energy storm materialized quietly, leaving no substance in its wake. Jiang Xiaofei soared into the air, executing several backflips before stabilizing his form, his eyes fixed intently on Beerus. Beerus gradually raised his right hand, and a multitude of glowing orbs flickered behind him, hurtling toward Jiang Xiaofei in an instant. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Jiang Xiaofei did not dare to relent. He concentrated his strength, unleashing a cascade of white energy that surged forth to meet the myriad orbs. Upon collision, they generated tumultuous waves of energy, akin to a splendid firework display. The entire realm of destruction began to tremble under this force. with fissures appearing in the ground as irrefutable evidence of the chaos. Witnessing this spectacle, Whis swiftly waved his staff, gradually restoring the fragmented realm of destruction, while the two energies ultimately vanished without a trace. It is sufficient now, Lord Beerus. This battle is nearing its conclusion. Jiang Xiaofei has indeed attained the power to rival that of the god of destruction, and it is you he resembles. The calm voice of Whis resonated, gradually soothing the atmosphere surrounding Beerus. In Chapter 79, unwilling to become a god of destruction, the fractured golden collar, unbeknownst to him, had restored itself and once again adorned Beerus's neck. The white aura vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. In a fleeting moment, Beerus regained his former appearance, yet the soreness emanating from within his body served as a poignant reminder of the fierce battle he had just endured against Jiang Xiaofei. Observing the still exuberant Jiang Xiaofei in the distance, Beerus remarked nonchalantly, "Hey, it's over now, there's no need to feign strength." Upon hearing Beerus's words, Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of relief wash over him, akin to a deflated balloon. Every cell within him reverberated with a profound ache, a sensation even more intense than that experienced by Beerus. Nevertheless, the physical torment only heightened Jiang Xiaofei's inner joy. Through this encounter with Beerus, he gained a clear understanding of his own capabilities. It is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Xiaofei now possessed power that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the mightiest god of destruction. The mere fact that he could endure such a prolonged struggle against Beerus without succumbing spoke volumes about his prowess. Should he encounter Zampa again, Jiang Xiaofei might very well dominate the confrontation, provided, of course, that his opponent revealed all of his cards. Otherwise, victory would not come easily. As the white aura dissipated, Jiang Xiaofei returned to his usual form. Suddenly, two figures appeared before him, curiously examining this being who could rival Beerus. "Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, are you hiding something from us? How have you become so formidable, capable of holding your own against Lord Beerus at full power?" Son Goku inquired candidly, as he believed there should be no secrets among friends. "Ah, I assure you, I am not concealing anything." Jiang Xiaofei feigned a look of grievance. The matter with the system was certainly not something he could keep hidden. Regardless of what you are hiding, should you harbor any ill intentions towards Earth, do not blame us for being ungracious, Vegeta warned, though he was disinterested in probing further. Hehe, no need to be rude, Vegeta. Can you even defeat Jiang Xiaofei? Son Goku innocently remarked, causing Vegeta's expression to shift between varying emotions. Although Son Goku spoke truthfully, his words were somewhat disheartening. However, Vegeta seemed accustomed to this, and his demeanor quickly returned to normal. "One day, I shall surpass you," Vegeta declared earnestly, gazing at Jiang Xiaofei. His fighting spirit had never waned, merely arriving a few seconds late. "I believe in you," Jiang Xiaofei responded with 3 simple words, yet they brimmed with unwavering trust. Haha, if it were a competition, I certainly would not lag behind. Sun Wukong waved his fists several times, indicating his determination to persevere. Observing the trio before him, Beerus felt a surge of yearning within. When he had just faced Jiang Xiaofei, memories of the past flooded his mind. Back then, he was not as formidable as he is now, yet he was undeniably a force to be reckoned with. Since becoming a god of destruction, Beerus had relinquished certain aspects while inheriting others. Now, to recognize this trio before him could indeed be deemed a stroke of fortune. Enough. Beerus's voice resonated, and the previously jovial atmosphere instantly grew tense. "Jiang Xiaofei, you are quite impressive and suit my tastes. Henceforth, this 7th universe shall be entrusted to you, without a doubt." "Wait, Lord Beerus, may I decline the role of god of destruction?" After experiencing a series of events, Jiang Xiaofei felt ill-suited for the position, although he had been reluctantly labeled as the successor to the title of god of destruction. It was evident that both Beerus and Whis wished for him to assume the mantle. Becoming a god of destruction would mean wielding the power to govern the entire 7th universe, a coveted aspiration for many. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei found little interest in such authority. He preferred guardianship over destruction. Just as when Beerus first descended upon Earth, Jiang Xiaofei had been prepared to confront him without hesitation. However, the primary duty of a god of destruction was not to safeguard but to annihilate, while occasionally maintaining cosmic balance. "What? Repeat that." Beerus' voice was laced with a hint of anger. Jiang Xiaofei's words were clearly a rejection. "What I mean is, I do not wish to be a god of destruction. Therefore, I hope Lord Beerus will reconsider and select another." Jiang Xiaofei deliberately raised his voice, glancing at Sun Wukong and Vegeta beside him. In an instant, Sun Wukong and Vegeta understood Jiang Xiaofei's intent and cast him reproachful glances. Huh, Jiang Xiaofei, do you think that now you possess power equivalent to ours, you can oppose me? How naive. Beerus assumed that Jiang Xiaofei was threatening him, given their comparable strength. No, that's not the case, Lord Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei paused for a few seconds to gather his thoughts. In truth, Lord Beerus, you must understand that my intentions do not lie in this direction, and there are clearly others more suited for the role of God of Destruction. The selection of the God of Destruction is not for you to determine. If you do not wish to become a God of Destruction, that can be arranged, but it shall be contingent upon your ability to defeat Whis. Beerus, wishing to avoid prolonged entanglement with Jiang Xiaofei, directly stated his terms. Defeat Whis, and you shall not need to assume the role of God of Destruction. Moreover, regarding the matter of the God of Destruction, Beerus was indeed acting on a whim. His initial intent was merely to provoke Kampa. However, the astonishing progress of Jiang Xiaofei has given rise to the notion of making him a true God of Destruction. Is this not rather harsh? Jiang Xiaofei is acutely aware of Whis' formidable strength. Although Whis rarely intervenes, the immense power he displays remains inscrutable to Jiang Xiaofei. Moreover, Whis' ability to effortlessly quell their fiercest confrontations further highlights the disparity between them. Yet, since Beerus has set forth this challenge, Jiang Xiaofei is not one to concede easily. Is it not a matter of surpassing Whis? With the system at his disposal, should he truly harbor concerns? Given time, he intends to engage in more sparring sessions with Whis, enduring several more blows, confident that one day he will surpass him. Chapter 80. Whis' test in the realm of the gods of destruction. Beneath a towering tree that has withstood the trials of destructive energy, lies a modest table adorned with an array of culinary delights from Earth. Beerus and Whis are indulging in this delightful moment. After a vigorous bout of stretching, savoring the exquisite food before him, and sipping a beverage from Earth, this moment is undeniably pleasurable for Beerus. He lifts his cup, inhales deeply, and then gulps it down. The sweetness courses through his veins, invigorating every cell within him and alleviating much of his fatigue. Truly delectable. This is far more enjoyable than combat. Beerus sets down his cup, praising the flavors. Indeed. However, even in battle, Lord Beerus is quite spirited. Whis, with pudding in hand, continues to feed himself. Jiang Xiaofei, do you also feel exhilarated when battling against Lord Beerus? Whis glances at Jiang Xiaofei, who is munching on chips. How should one put it? It cannot be said to be excitement, but that battle was indeed immensely beneficial, allowing me to grasp certain truths about the power of destruction. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei is in high spirits, having formed a harmonious rapport with them. Were it not for my mercy, you would likely be lying on the ground now. Beerus's voice interjects, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei's refusal to become a god of destruction is, in fact, somewhat regrettable for Beerus. Yet, he cannot compel Jiang Xiaofei, and given that Jiang Xiaofei's strength is now comparable to his own, Beerus harbors a tinge of dissatisfaction. It seems, Lord Beerus still harbors some resentment towards you. Whis states candidly, causing Jiang Xiaofei to feel somewhat awkward. Haha. The battle between you and Lord Beerus is the most spectacular I have ever witnessed. Were it not for Whis' intervention, I would have been unable to restrain myself from rushing in. Sun Wukong exclaims while devouring a chicken leg, grease glistening on his lips. You? What would your rushing in accomplish? Do you wish to become cannon fodder? Beerus spoke coldly. Lord Beerus, you truly are heartless. Sun Wukong couldn't help but scratch his head. Heartless? With your current strength, do you believe you could defeat him, or me? Beerus pointed at Jiang Xiaofei, continuing to deliver verbal blows. This is all temporary. One day, I shall catch up to you and surpass you. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, expressing his stubbornness and unwillingness to yield. Speak of surpassing me only when you actually do. Beerus did not wish to severely dampen Sun Wukong's enthusiasm, for he perceived the boundless potential within him. I've eaten enough. This awakening has truly drained my energy. I must take a good rest to recuperate. Beerus slowly stood up, stretched lazily, yawned several times. His eyes hazy as he flew towards his quarters. Phew. Finally, he has gone. Jiang Xiaofei sighed, the pressure he felt from Beerus dissipating with his departure. Oh, haven't you already attained strength comparable to Lord Beerus? Why do you still seem somewhat timid in his presence? Sun Wukong teased Jiang Xiaofei, observing his demeanor. Strength is one thing. Mentality is another. If he is in a bad mood and decides to wreak havoc, it's others who will suffer, Jiang Xiaofei replied absently. Are you implying that Lord Beerus is someone who indiscriminately loses his temper? It seems I must remind him of this. Whis warned Jiang Xiaofei with a disapproving gaze. No, I absolutely did not mean that. Jiang Xiaofei quickly backtracked, softening in front of Whis. Haha, just teasing you. Lord Beerus simply hasn't fully recovered yet. In time, he will surely understand you. However, if you wish to avoid becoming the god of destruction, there is still a long road ahead. Whis insinuated, and Jiang Xiaofei nodded in understanding. Why are you so engrossed in eating? Do you have nothing to say? Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta, who was gorging himself. Vegeta raised his head, eyes filled with resentment and fury. Humph. In this situation, I suppose I have no right to speak. Vegeta, what's wrong? Do you seem unwell? Sun Wukong felt that Vegeta was speaking nonsense, as he couldn't grasp the meaning behind his words. Vegeta, don't take it too seriously. We all understand your determination to grow stronger, but you must tread carefully and not resort to dubious methods, Jiang Xiaofei advised with an air of wisdom. Humph. The once weak boy is now trying to lecture me. I know my own affairs well enough without your interference. Driven by his proud ego, Vegeta was unwilling to concede. I am full, Vegeta declared, setting down his food and striding towards the training ground, where the sound of thunderous crashes soon echoed. Vegeta has exerted himself to such an extent that I cannot afford to fall behind. With a swift leap into the air, Goku soared towards Vegeta's direction. These two individuals are indeed fervent practitioners of the martial arts. Observing the commotion in the direction of Goku and Vegeta, accompanied by their relentless roars, Jiang Xiaofei rested his chin on his hand, idly rotating the fruit in his grasp. This metaphor is quite fitting. However, their transformation is inextricably linked to you. Whis fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xiaofei, a peculiar glimmer illuminating his eyes. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Jiang Xiaofei shrugged his shoulders, an expression of innocence gracing his features. In truth, my curiosity leans more towards you. Among the three of you, your training duration is the briefest. Yet it appears you are the mightiest of them all. Whis' voice bore a calmness that was somewhat unsettling. Perhaps it is due to my exceptional aptitude for cultivation. Jiang Xiaofei averted his gaze from Whis, aware that the angel's scrutiny could easily unveil his secrets. Regardless of one's cultivation talent, it is implausible to reach the level of a god of destruction in such a short span of time, unless... Whis did not continue, rising to observe the battle between Goku and Vegeta before departing, leaving Jiang Xiaofei alone, bewildered in the wind. Chapter 81. The Grand Priest in the Realm of the Gods of Destruction. A modest and orderly room near Beerus's quarters was meticulously arranged, each item placed with precision. Whis stood quietly within, staff in hand. As the proprietor of this space, he maintained a particular attention to its layout. Opposite Whis, a prophetic fish meandered about with a fishbowl. You say that lad is rather peculiar? The prophetic fish regarded Whis, naturally referring to Jiang Xiaofei. Indeed, his strength is starkly disproportionate to his intelligence and emotional acumen, mused Whis thoughtfully. Yet, apart from him, does not the individual named Goku also fit this description? The prophetic fish posed its question, though its curiosity regarding Jiang Xiaofei remained the most intense. Goku embodies the essence of a pure warrior, perfectly aligning with the Saiyan archetype. However, Jiang Xiaofei is an enigma. Even I cannot discern his true intentions, whether he is adept at masquerading or simply naive. Whis' demeanor remained placid, betraying no signs of joy or sorrow. How could one who associates with Goku and Vegeta possess such skills of subterfuge? The prophetic fish remarked nonchalantly, dipping its fins into the water of the bathtub. You are the prophetic fish. Surely you can discern the true origins of Jiang Xiaofei? Whis remained deeply intrigued by the mystery surrounding Jiang Xiaofei. This inquiry indeed perplexes me. I have endeavored to hypothesize and predict, yet the outcomes have been utterly lacking. He seems to have emerged from thin air. The prophetic fish wore a resigned expression, aware of the Super Saiyan God phenomenon, yet utterly unable to penetrate the depths of Jiang Xiaofei's enigma. Could it be that we are overthinking this? Perhaps he is merely an innocent boy from Earth. No, it cannot be that simple. If he were indeed a human from Earth, he could not possibly possess such extraordinary recuperative abilities and combat prowess. Whis furrowed his brow, astonished that a being like him could ever exist, leaving him perplexed. I have encountered numerous earthlings, yet none compare to him. Even if we consider figures like Sun Wukong and Vegeta, in comparison to Jiang Xiaofei, they are but fireflies to the sun. Whis' analogy may be somewhat exaggerated, yet in his eyes, it rings true. Could he be from another universe? After all, under the reign of the Omni King, there are 12 universes, each vast and boundless, making the emergence of such talent quite probable. The prophetic fish expressed its thoughts, and its curiosity regarding Jiang Xiaofei was limited to this. This possibility cannot be dismissed. However, why would such a prodigy appear on Earth? Whis seemed trapped in a loop, unable to fathom these matters. As an angel, Whis had witnessed an array of bizarre phenomena across the cosmos, earning him the title of a well-informed sage. Yet when it came to Jiang Xiaofei, he found himself at a loss for understanding, especially considering that during the battles with Beerus and Kampa, Jiang Xiaofei initially appeared to be at a disadvantage. But after several rounds of combat, his strength surged as if propelled by a rocket. Could it be that Jiang Xiaofei had been concealing his true power? Whis had entertained this notion, yet Jiang Xiaofei's demeanor did not seem to align with such a theory. Particularly when Whis observed Jiang Xiaofei wielding the power of a god of destruction, an inexplicable sense of vigilance surged within him. It was absurd that someone who was not a god of destruction could harness such power. Jiang Xiaofei attributed his feats to luck and his unique physique. But Whis had investigated and found his constitution to be no different from that of an ordinary person, intensifying his curiosity regarding Jiang Xiaofei's abilities and origins. Just as Whis was lost in contemplation, the orb atop his staff began to emit a dazzling light. He hastily shook it, and a virtual projection materialized within the room. From the orb emerged a figure with striking white hair, elegantly styled, clad in a deep blue attire. The visage was both handsome and authoritative. The figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of undeniable composure. Though the figure was not particularly tall, he emanated a presence akin to facing a towering mountain. Even in the form of a projection, one could still feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from him. The visitor was none other than the Grand Minister, the steward of the Omni King who governs the 12 universes. Upon seeing the figure's countenance, Whis bowed gently. "Grand Minister, you have summoned me. What are your commands?" "Whis," the Grand Minister replied with a tone that conveyed warmth, yet allowed no room for approach. "The Omni King wishes to see the current state of Universe 7. Thank you, Lord Zeno and esteemed Grand Priest, for your concern. Everything in the 7th universe is proceeding smoothly." "Ah, splendid. And what of your god of destruction, Beerus?" "As it happens, following the recent tournament, Lord Beerus received a message of consolation from Zeno and, reflecting deeply on his past misdeeds, has resolved to amend his ways. At present, he is engaged in introspection within his chambers. Should I summon him?" The voice of Whis, imbued with utmost respect, echoed. "In that case, it would be best not to disturb him. There is another matter I wish to convey to you during this meeting. Grand Priest, please feel free to give your orders. It is not a grave matter. Following the tournament, Lord Zeno expressed interest in your recent activities, thus arranging for a competition among the 12 universes. Furthermore, during the last encounter, Lord Zeno took note of an individual from your universe and personally intervened to rescue him from a rift in time and space." "I see. So it was Lord Zeno who saved Jiang Xiaofei. His name is Jiang Xiaofei?" The Grand Priest inquired with a hint of curiosity. "Indeed. He was battling with Kampa at the time and found himself trapped within the rift. Fortunately, Lord Zeno intervened and saved him." Whis' tone remained profoundly respectful. "Ah, this simplifies matters. Lord Zeno appears to have taken a particular interest in this Jiang Xiaofei. Hence he hopes you will accompany him to the palace of Zeno." The Grand Priest's words, though phrased as an invitation, carried an undeniable air of authority that allowed for no refusal. Listening to the Grand Priest, Whis felt a chill. It seems that Lord Zeno has set his sights on Jiang Xiaofei. However, given Lord Zeno's capricious nature, it is uncertain whether this is a stroke of fortune or misfortune for Jiang Xiaofei. I shall certainly relay this message to them. Chapter 82. Aquan, are you polite? I am exceedingly grateful. The Grand Priest's demeanor was as refreshing as a gentle breeze, his face adorned with a warm smile. "I shall await your arrival at the palace of Zeno." With that, the Grand Priest's figure became ethereal. Whis bowed deeply to the vanishing presence of the Grand Priest until it completely faded away. To think that Jiang Xiaofei has caught Lord Zeno's attention. Yet, I recall that during Lord Zeno's arrival, He merely rescued Jiang Xiaofei from the rift without any exchange of words. Whis pondered, somewhat perplexed, but soon reconciled his thoughts with the grandeur of Lord Zeno. Given that it is a summons from Lord Zeno, Whis naturally could not afford to be remiss. The door to the chamber opened quietly, and Whis stepped through the threshold, closely followed by the oracle fish. At the entrance to Beerus's chambers, Whis and the oracle fish stood side by side, grappling with the dilemma at hand. Beerus had just settled in for a nap, although it would not be long. Especially with the forthcoming tournament personally overseen by Lord Zeno, he had likely just begun to drift into slumber, making it ill-advised to disturb him at this moment, lest it provoke his ire upon waking. Alas, there was no alternative. Ultimately, Whis opened the door. "Lord Beerus, we have a grave situation." Whis's expression betrayed a hint of tension, leaving Beerus, who was on the verge of slumber, looking utterly bewildered and slightly irate. Was something amiss? Indeed, something was gravely awry. "Whis, how dare you disturb my sleep?" Beerus struggled to pry his heavy eyelids open, directing a torrent of complaints and roars at Whis. "My Lord Beerus, this truly is a significant matter, one of greater importance than your slumber." Whis remained unfazed by Beerus's demeanor, resolutely articulating his thoughts. "Humph. If you cannot elucidate the gravity of this situation, do not expect me to be courteous," Beerus grumbled as he wrestled himself upright from the perfectly balanced bed, arms crossed, with a piercing gaze fixed on Whis. "It is Jiang Xiaofei. Humph. That troublesome individual again. What calamity has he wrought this time?" The mere mention of Jiang Xiaofei left Beerus feeling decidedly displeased. "Indeed, my Lord Beerus, the Grand Priest has just arrived." "What?" Whis's voice was soft, yet to Beerus it struck like a thunderbolt, instantly invigorating him, his ears and tail standing at attention. Clearly, Whis's words had taken him by surprise. "The Grand Priest has come? Whis, why did you not inform me sooner? Quickly, take me to meet the Grand Priest, so I may offer my apologies." Panic gripped Beerus. He could disregard Jiang Xiaofei and express his ire towards Whis, but before the Grand Priest, he would need to be as docile as a kitten. "My Lord Beerus, please do not become overly agitated." Whis attempted to interrupt Beerus's train of thought. "Agitated? That is the Grand Priest we are discussing. You may not care for your life, but I have yet to exhaust mine." Beerus was now in a frenzy. "My Lord Beerus, allow me to clarify. It was not the Grand Priest in his true form, but rather a projection." Whis, observing Beerus's heightened anxiety, spoke with calm assurance. "Ah, Whis, could you not convey your thoughts in a single breath next time? My heart cannot bear such shocks." A flicker of composure returned to Beerus. It is indeed my Lord Beerus who frequently interrupts others, only to cast blame later. Sigh. "You are truly a challenging master to serve." Whis began to voice his grievances. "Enough of this theatrics. Simply tell me why the Grand Priest has come and what Jiang Xiaofei has done." Beerus regained his former composure, his expression stern as he issued an interrogative command to Whis. "Well, the Grand Priest has just informed us to bring Jiang Xiaofei and the others to the Omni King's palace. The specifics remain unclear." Whis succinctly conveyed the information. "What?" Just as Beerus had managed to regain his calm, he erupted once more. "The Grand Priest wants us to take that fool Jiang Xiaofei to the Omni King's palace?" He felt as if a dense cloud of gloom had enveloped the entire realm of destruction. "Precisely." Observing the shifting expressions of Beerus, Whis had grown accustomed to such fluctuations. Despite having lived for countless millennia, Beerus's composure still had room for improvement. Every time Beerus hears the names of the Grand Minister and the Omni King, he becomes flustered, losing his rational judgment. This is a predicament. Jiang Xiaofei truly is a troublesome individual. With a furrowed brow, Beerus pressed his right hand against his forehead, striving to regain clarity. But wait. The Omni King and the Grand Minister have never encountered Jiang Xiaofei. Why would they summon him? Could it be that you are attempting to deceive me? Beerus cast a wary glance at Whis. Since Lord Beerus harbors doubts, I shall escort Jiang Xiaofei and the others to the Omni King's palace. If the Omni King inquires, I will have no choice but to respond truthfully, Whis replied calmly, fully aware of Beerus's nature. "Humph, you wouldn't dare jest about this matter. Let us go and see that fool." With that, Beerus levitated, heading towards the royal chamber. In the realm of destruction, amidst a desolate landscape, 3 figures were locked in combat. 2 blue figures were relentlessly battered into the ground by a warrior exuding a white aura. Yet, the 2 blue figures, undaunted, rose again and again, each assault growing increasingly fierce. The 3 figures grappled, rendering the space around them even more ruinous. Upon their arrival, Beerus and Whis surveyed the scene, uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. "Hey, you three, cease your actions immediately. I have an important announcement to make." Beerus, emanating the formidable aura of a god of destruction, addressed the trio. Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, in unison, halted their movements and soared towards Beerus. "What is your command, Lord Beerus?" Jiang Xiaofei was the first to inquire. I have no desire to converse with you. Whis, you take over." Beerus turned his back, delegating the responsibility to Whis. "Very well, Lord Beerus." Whis stepped forward, addressing the three individuals. "Indeed, the Grand Minister has just relayed a message, requesting Jiang Xiaofei and the others to proceed to the Omni King's palace. The Omni King summons you." "What?" Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of confusion. Had his identity been exposed? He could not fathom why a mere insignificant being like himself would attract the attention of the Omni King and the Grand Minister. "Is it true? The Omni King has invited us as guests." Sun Wukong grinned widely, looking at Whis and Beerus with delight. "The Omni King? Who is this Omni King?" Chapter 83. Journey to the Omni King's palace. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Jiang Xiaofei felt a tinge of embarrassment. He could easily discern who this so-called Omni King was, the very being who stands at the pinnacle of the 12 universes, capable of obliterating any universe with a mere snap of his fingers. However, Jiang Xiaofei chose not to interject, instead quietly observing the unfolding events. In Jiang Xiaofei's view, it was beneficial for Beerus to acclimate to the nickname Sun Wukong had given to the Omni King in advance. The Omni King? That's the little fellow who appeared before us last time, prompting us to hold the tournament of the 12 universes. Sun Wukong explained earnestly, gazing innocently at Beerus. "The Omni King? Little fellow?" Beerus was utterly bewildered. Faced with Goku's words, he found it hard to fathom how the Omni King would treat him next. Without a moment's hesitation, Beerus appeared directly before Goku, delivering a sharp blow to his head, causing Goku to immediately drop to the ground, cradling his head in his hands. "Ouch! Lord Beerus, why did you suddenly strike me?" Goku felt deeply wronged, completely at a loss as to why Beerus had acted so abruptly. "How dare you even ask? That is the Omni King, the ruler of the 12 universes, capable of determining the fate of any being within them. You dare to refer to the Omni King as a Quan. You may not wish to live, but do not involve us." Beerus's voice was laced with anger, and he was genuinely exasperated by Goku's naivety. "If your casual reference to the Omni King leads to the destruction of Universe 7, you won't even have the chance to regret it. Lord Beerus, are you being too severe? Aquan isn't that petty, is he?" Goku still could not comprehend the source of Beerus's fear. Bang! Another resounding thud echoed as Goku again clutched his head in agony. "Still calling him Aquan? It seems you truly are foolish. The Omni King's temperament is utterly unpredictable, and do not even attempt to speculate. Otherwise, the only one who will suffer is you." Beerus warned Goku, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei. "Did you think there were only 12 universes from the very beginning? Are there other universes?" "Naturally. Originally, there were 18 universes. It was due to 6 of them behaving recklessly and offending the Omni King with a single remark that led to their annihilation." Beerus recounted those harrowing days, his heart still filled with profound dread. Now you understand the true power of the Omni King, don't you?" Beerus cast a disdainful glance at Goku, considering him remarkably dim-witted. "I understand, but how does that relate to me calling the Omni King Aquan?" Goku scratched his head, wearing an expression of confusion. Hearing Goku's words, if Whis hadn't intervened, Beerus would have obliterated him on the spot. It doesn't matter whether there is a connection. In any case, you are forbidden from calling the Omni King Aquan from now on. Do you understand? Beerus issued his final warning. All right. I've noted it down," Goku responded, his voice filled with compliance, though his expression suggested he would not relinquish the nickname easily. Watching the scene unfold, Jiang Xiaofei could only shake his head, fully aware that Goku would struggle to abandon the moniker Aquan. However, Jiang Xiaofei was wise enough not to refer to the Omni King in such a manner. After all, he was not Goku and could not emulate that innocence and charm. "Vegeta, why are you so silent?" Jiang Xiaofei inquired, curious about Vegeta's quiet demeanor. What is there to say? We are merely going to meet the Omni King. I genuinely wish to witness the extraordinary qualities of the man at the pinnacle of the 12 universes." Vegeta finally spoke, but his words nearly prompted Beerus to silence him permanently. "You silence. No, that's not right. None of you three are reliable. Beerus felt a pang of regret, lamenting his poor judgment in befriending such peculiar individuals. If circumstances permitted, he would wish to make you all vanish from my sight immediately. With a hand pressed to his forehead, Beerus felt overwhelmed. Whis, prepare the travel cube. We shall depart. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis, who had been quietly observing the unfolding drama, felt a lingering sense of anticipation. Thus, the 5 legendary figures of Universe 7 embarked on their journey to the King's palace. Whis's travel cube glided through one universe after another, traversing countless dimensions. Jiang Xiaofei was utterly dazzled. As an astronomy enthusiast, he had never envisioned experiencing such a magnificent day. However, he realized that such extraordinary occurrences would become commonplace for him in the future, and his emotions gradually settled. After an indeterminate time, the travel cube abruptly halted. Jiang Xiaofei looked up to behold a rather unremarkable grand hall, its doorway unmistakably emblazoned with the character for king. In that instant, he comprehended that they had arrived at the King's palace, and passing through this distinctive entrance would lead them to the king. Though this was not Jiang Xiaofei's first encounter with the king, he felt a flicker of excitement, not due to the king's formidable power, but rather because of his stature and voice. As Jiang Xiaofei stepped from the travel cube, his feet touched the pristine ground. Your movements are quite swift. A voice resonated from within the palace, and soon Jiang Xiaofei beheld a well-dressed, amiable figure approaching from the doorway. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Jiang Xiaofei's pupils dilated slightly. It was the king's steward, the Grand Minister of the 12 Universes, a being of enigmatic strength. He was undoubtedly far more powerful than any of them combined, and they might not even stand a chance against the Grand Minister. Lord Beerus has summoned us. We dare not be tardy. Beerus quickly stepped forward, performing a deep bow before the Grand Minister while explaining their presence. You are too humble. The Grand Minister assisted Beerus to his feet, yet his gaze shifted to Jiang Xiaofei nearby. Are you Jiang Xiaofei? Confronted by the Grand Minister's sudden inquiry, Jiang Xiaofei's heart raced, but his expression remained composed. Indeed, it is I. It is an honor to meet you, Grand Minister. He was cautious not to breathe too audibly, aware of the Grand Minister's temperament being akin to that of the king. Very well. Come, allow me to guide you all to meet the king. Chapter 84. Little Feifei under the Grand Minister's guidance. Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong entered a realm of pure white. An aura of sanctity and inviolability enveloped them, leading to a brilliant light, the singular throne within the King's palace, the only seat of power. The throne, though lacking in grandeur and ornate embellishments, exudes an inherent nobility through its uniqueness. The sole individual entitled to occupy this throne is none other than the Omni King himself. Seated upon the throne is a figure of diminutive stature, resembling a 6-year-old child, who engages in an inscrutable game with both hands, their innocent laughter resonating clearly in Jiang Xiaofei's ears. This scene, albeit somewhat comical, is met with unwavering expressions from the 2 peculiar guards flanking the throne. Faced with this familiar sight, Jiang Xiaofei finds himself in a state of indecision. The sudden summons from the Omni King instills in him a sense of trepidation, as his origins remain shrouded in mystery, compounded by his recent audacity and the fact that he had been subjected to research. Presenting myself before the Omni King, Beerus is the first to speak, bowing deeply in submission, his head lowered to the ground. Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong, along with others, follow suit, offering a respectful bow to the Omni King. The Omni King's gaze sharpens as it surveys the assembly before the throne. You have finally arrived. The Omni King's light form gracefully detaches from the throne, approaching the gathered individuals. Beerus, positioned at the forefront, feels an overwhelming wave of fear wash over him upon sensing the Omni King's presence, a tremor that resonates from the depths of his soul. In the face of the Omni King, the demeanor of the god of destruction dissipates, as he fears even the slightest misstep could lead to his annihilation. However, the Omni King does not linger before Beerus, but instead strides towards Jiang Xiaofei. Feeling the weight of the Omni King's gaze and aura, Jiang Xiaofei cannot bring himself to meet his eyes, acutely aware that he does not belong to this realm, and that the Omni King could effortlessly extinguish him with a mere thought. Are you Jiang Xiaofei? The Omni King's youthful voice resonates within Jiang Xiaofei's mind. Yes, my lord. Jiang Xiaofei replies, displaying utmost humility, fully aware of when to stand firm and when to bow. From you, I sense a familiar warmth, which is why I summoned you today. I wish to understand more. The Omni King's voice remains unchanged, yet it sends a chill of sweat down the spines of those present, particularly Beerus. The revelation that Jiang Xiaofei is somehow connected to the Omni King is sure to stir a considerable sensation if it were to spread. Particularly, one can only imagine the ramifications should it reach Zeno's ears. Would he regret his confrontation with Jiang Xiaofei? It is no wonder that the Omni King, during the tournament, effortlessly intervened to rescue Jiang Xiaofei. However, Jiang Xiaofei stands in stunned silence, utterly perplexed by the Omni King's words. While he acknowledges his unique existence, being a being from another world with a system, the Omni King's assertion of sensing a familiar essence within him leaves Jiang Xiaofei incredulous. Before he can articulate an explanation, the Omni King extends his hands and grasps Jiang Xiaofei's hands directly. Instinctively, Jiang Xiaofei felt an urge to resist. Yet he discovered that the strength within him was utterly dormant at that moment. Before the Omni King, he seemed to be as insignificant as an ant. A wave of despair surged within Jiang Xiaofei, for he was uncertain whether the Omni King would uncover his system and his true origins. The Omni King slowly closed his luminous eyes, his inner aura pulsating as he began to probe into Jiang Xiaofei's body and surroundings. Witnessing this scene, Beerus was overwhelmed with an escalating sense of panic, while Goku and Vegeta were filled with curiosity about what was transpiring. What is Aquan doing? I can't comprehend it. Goku scratched his head, revealing a perplexed expression. I'm not sure either. Could it be that Jiang Xiaofei has some connection with the Omni King? Vegeta speculated. He wished to elaborate further, but was promptly silenced by Beerus, who covered his mouth. Loose lips sink ships, especially in the domain of the Omni King. Beerus remained cautious and urged Vegeta to be quiet. No wonder Jiang Xiaofei's strength has progressed so rapidly. It seems he has ties to the Omni King. I must strive even harder. Goku felt a swell of pride in his own insight and aspirations, only to be met with a sharp rap on the head from Beerus. Silence, everyone. Do not disturb Lord Omni King. Beerus's voice was low yet could not mask the underlying fury. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest and the two guards flanking the Omni King observed the exchange without interjecting, their brows slightly furrowing. The Omni King slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding flickering within them. So it is like this. An excited, childlike voice rang out once more, and then the Omni King took Jiang Xiaofei by the hand, leading him towards the throne. Jiang Xiaofei was taken aback, utterly bewildered by what the Omni King had comprehended. Yet, at that moment, he lacked the capacity to resist. Under the gaze of all present, Jiang Xiaofei was brought before the throne. The Omni King turned to face the gathering, the joy in his eyes unmistakable. Everyone was left in a state of confusion, unsure of what the Omni King's next move would be. Now, I would like to formally introduce you to my companion. The Omni King endeavored to imbue his voice with seriousness, yet it retained its childlike tone. However, the expressions of Beerus and Whis grew somber, for they understood that whenever the Omni King spoke in such a manner, significant matters were about to unfold. Jiang Xiaofei, he will become my friend, the Omni King declared, turning his gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei. Little Fei, would you like to be my friend? Hearing the Omni King's words, Jiang Xiaofei was still reeling from shock, but his head seemed to act of its own accord, nodding vigorously. Splendid. Then, little Fei, shall we play games together? The Omni King grasped Jiang Xiaofei's hand and led him towards a more expansive area, leaving behind a group still struggling to recover from the earlier astonishment. Little Fei, a friend? As Beerus murmured, his mind was a blank canvas, grappling with the remarkable transformation in Jiang Xiaofei's identity within such a brief span. Did this signify that Jiang Xiaofei would henceforth be entirely unbound by the constraints of the seventh universe? Reflecting on the past unpleasantness between him and Jiang Xiaofei, a twinge of despair welled up within him. Chapter 85. The Water of Superiority. Alas. Beerus sighed deeply, unable to articulate the capriciousness of fate. Aquan's behavior was indeed inscrutable. Goku, gazing at the departing figures of Jiang Xiaofei and the Omni King, couldn't help but express his astonishment. It seemed that the Omni King had uncovered certain secrets about Jiang Xiaofei. Meanwhile, Whis, who had remained remarkably composed, softly remarked, indeed, Jiang Xiaofei is truly a person of great fortune. To forge a friendship with the Omni King, what an extraordinary honor. The Grand Priest, with his hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of profound mystery. Moreover, his companions are brimming with limitless potential. The Grand Priest then turned his gaze towards Goku and Vegeta, adding further commentary. Indeed, Whis, fully aware of the formidable prowess of both Goku and Vegeta, nodded in agreement with the Grand Priest's praise. On the opposite side of the Omni King's palace, Jiang Xiaofei had been brought to an expansive realm by the Omni King. At this moment, a flicker of despair lingered within Jiang Xiaofei. The unfolding events were as staggering to him as the shock of his sudden transportation to this realm. He had contemplated meeting the Omni King, yet he had never envisioned such an encounter, nor did he anticipate the Omni King would take the initiative to befriend him. Little Fei Fei, what game shall we play? The Omni King inquired in an exceedingly adorable tone. Jiang Xiaofei fell into contemplation. There were countless game types, yet the options for the two of them were indeed limited, with his own repertoire being even narrower. After a moment of internal struggle, Jiang Xiaofei decided to play a simple game reminiscent of one from the original story involving Goku and the Omni King. Extending his trembling hand, Jiang Xiaofei gently grasped the Omni King's hands. The ensuing game was remarkably straightforward. Jiang Xiaofei effortlessly lifted the Omni King. Given the considerable disparity in their heights and the Omni King's light weight, the swiftness of the motion provided the Omni King with an unprecedented experience. Thus, Jiang Xiaofei treated the Omni King as a toy, lifting him up and down, back and forth, filling the palace with the echoes of the Omni King's laughter. This was indeed the first time the Omni King had experienced such joy. There was an undeniable charm about Jiang Xiaofei. The Grand Priest's expression of contentment revealed his satisfaction with Jiang Xiaofei. As long as the Omni King is happy, Whis concurred. Meanwhile, Beerus and Goku, upon hearing the Omni King's laughter, felt the weight in their hearts finally lift. Time flew, and the joyous moments between Jiang Xiaofei and the Omni King drew to a close, culminating in a bittersweet farewell. Before entering the time cube, the Omni King held on to Jiang Xiaofei's hand with lingering reluctance. Xiaofei, my friend, are you really leaving? Could you not stay a little longer? I haven't had enough fun yet. Observing the Omni King's demeanor, one might hardly imagine that this small figure could, with a mere snap of his fingers, reduce the cosmos to ashes. Yet, those familiar with the Omni King harbored a different thought. What kind of being could invoke such a tone from him? In response to the Omni King's inquiry, Jiang Xiaofei expressed a hint of regret. I truly apologize. There are many matters awaiting my attention, so I must leave for now. However, I promise to return with more delightful experiences in the future. Very well, it is settled. After bidding farewell to the Omni King, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions finally boarded the time cube. Under Whis' guidance, they set their course for Universe 7. After a lengthy journey, Jiang Xiaofei found himself once again in the familiar embrace of his surroundings. Although his time in the Dragon Ball world had not been extensive, he had already come to regard this Earth as his home. Furthermore, since the place he had previously inhabited was also called Earth, his emotional connection to this realm was particularly profound. Lord Beerus, will you not linger a bit longer? There are so many delicacies awaiting your enjoyment. Bulma invited, addressing Beerus. I have no desire for such indulgences now. I need to return and rest. When I find the time, I will certainly come to savor the delights, Beerus replied. His mood dampened. Ever since linking Jiang Xiaofei with the Omni King, a sense of vexation had settled within Beerus, especially since he could not easily provoke Jiang Xiaofei. This left him feeling quite frustrated. Without further delay, under Whis' guidance, Beerus departed from Earth and returned to the God of Destruction realm. What could be the matter? Has Lord Beerus suffered some form of setback? He is even impervious to the allure of food. Bulma pondered, perplexed by the extraordinary events that had transpired recently, leading a gourmand to lose interest in cuisine. It's possible that Lord Beerus had yet another peculiar dream, Jiang Xiaofei suggested, deliberately omitting any mention of his connection with the Omni King. I shall retreat to my training, Vegeta remarked, disinterested in providing an explanation. At this moment, training held paramount importance. If he did not exert himself, he feared he might never catch up to Jiang Xiaofei. Wait, Vegeta, I'm coming too, exclaimed Sun Wukong, his mouth stuffed with grilled meat. After hastily consuming a few pieces, he hurriedly followed Vegeta. Kakarot, can you not bother me? The proud Vegeta retorted, his annoyance palpable. Oh, come now. Don't be so cold. We will progress faster if we train together. Sun Wukong attempted to place a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Vegeta swiftly evaded Wukong's gesture, departing at an even quicker pace. Observing their departure, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of solitude. However, he took solace in the abundance of delicious food that accompanied him. Only exquisite cuisine can momentarily allow him to forget all his misfortunes. The Earth, a cerulean orb, harbors infinite possibilities and possesses boundless power. However, above the Earth, the arrival of several unexpected guests shattered the transient beauty of the planet. Is this truly Earth? I have heard whispers of formidable beings here, particularly the Psiots, whose strength is nothing short of extraordinary. A translucent figure, draped in black and purple, revealed a set of pristine white teeth as he spoke to another figure of the same hue beside him. Perfect. Let us seize them all. This will expedite our dominion over the universe. An ominous grin spread across the faces of the two black and purple figures. Let us commence. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei, who was indulging in a delectable feast, suddenly sensed two extraordinary energies, forces he had never encountered before. He set aside his meal, pursuing the source of these unfamiliar auras, eager to discover who dared to intrude upon Earth unannounced. Chapter 86. Jiang Xiaofei versus Superman Satan. The two black and purple figures raced across the skies above Earth. What a truly delightful planet this is, exclaimed one of the primary figures, marveling at the vibrant and colorful landscapes below. Boss, have you noticed? There is a person on this planet heralded as a savior, claiming to have rescued Earth countless times. Could he be one of those Psiots? The subordinate observed various promotional displays throughout the city, analyzing them with his scanning device. Aside from this possibility, there seems to be no other explanation, the primary figure concluded. Let us scan for this individual named Satan. Found him. The subordinate pointed towards a nearby location. What are we waiting for? We are one step closer to our goal of universal domination. The primary figure let out a triumphant laugh, accelerating towards Satan's location. Meanwhile, within Satan's abode, he basked in the warmth of the sun, while Bu beside him had fallen into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to Satan, the two black and purple figures were closing in. That's him. The subordinate confirmed, eyeing Satan closely. Be cautious. We must not alert him. We will strike swiftly. From the primary figure, a droplet of black and purple liquid detached, slithering across the ground towards Satan. In an instant, the droplet adhered to Satan's body, enveloping him at a visible speed. Though Satan attempted to struggle, he found himself devoid of any strength to resist, ultimately being mercilessly expelled from the liquid. Upon inspection, the liquid had transformed into a duplicate of Satan, albeit with skin of black and purple hue. We have succeeded. The two black and purple figures were filled with excitement at the sight before them. They had not anticipated such smooth progress. This entity was one of the strongest beings on the planet. With such power at their disposal, the conquest of the universe was no longer a mere dream. Something feels amiss. Due to the shared origin with the formidable dark purple Satan, the protagonist swiftly sensed something amiss. From Satan, he felt no surge of power, not even comparable to that of his own subordinates. Where had the error occurred? Casting a doubtful gaze, the protagonist turned to the nearby, peacefully slumbering Bu. The energy emanating from this creature surpassed that of the individual before him. Never mind, let us capture him first. A droplet of black-purple liquid split from the protagonist and raced toward Bu. Just as the liquid was about to make contact with the rotund, corpulent form, a brilliant white orb plummeted from the heavens, colliding with the black-purple liquid. Under the impact of the white orb, the black-purple liquid was instantaneously obliterated, vanishing from sight. Three black-purple figures gazed upward and beheld a striking visage. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Xiaofei. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Xiaofei instantly comprehended the situation. This black-purple silhouette unmistakably represented superwater, yet he could not fathom how superwater, supposedly situated on the fiery star of the boiling pot, had arrived on Earth. However, that was of little consequence. Addressing the immediate predicament was paramount. Observing the replicated Satan and the blissfully sleeping Bu, Jiang Xiaofei felt a sense of relief. Had superwater engaged Bu from the outset, the ensuing battle could have proved far more troublesome, yet it appeared that matters were not as dire as they seemed. As long as he dealt with these three black-purple figures, Satan would eventually revert to his original form. Sensing the aura radiating from Jiang Xiaofei, the protagonist Superwater was left bewildered. Why had another formidable figure appeared? Wasn't this individual deemed the strongest? Why was this happening? Jiang Xiaofei, however, paid no heed to their thoughts. Swiftly confronting Superwater was the optimal course of action. Without a moment's hesitation, he descended from the sky, having already moderated his strength to contain the battle within a reasonable scope. Nevertheless, this did not impede his speed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiaofei stood before the subordinate, delivering what appeared to be a simple punch, yet infused with boundless destructive force. Now, Jiang Xiaofei no longer needed to rely on the ultra instinct to wield the power of a god of destruction within him. This realization was in no small part due to his battle with Beerus. Without that confrontation, he would not have attained such profound insight. Although Jiang Xiaofei's destructive power still paled in comparison to Beerus, against the black-purple subordinate, he could effortlessly bring about utter annihilation. The power of destruction is not something anyone can withstand. It embodies pure and absolute devastation. The super water protagonist, witnessing this descending figure akin to a harbinger of doom, was seized by fear, prompting thoughts of retreat and a desire to replicate this harbinger's abilities. Thus, he commanded the newly formed super water Satan to attack Jiang Xiaofei, while he himself prepared to flee. In his estimation, the super water Satan could still afford him a moment's respite, yet his thoughts proved to be naively optimistic. As he beheld the approaching assault of Satan, Jiang Xiaofei's force softened somewhat. After all, Satan and he were, in a sense, old acquaintances. Nevertheless, even with Jiang Xiaofei's tempered strength, it was not enough for Satan to withstand. Under the might of Jiang Xiaofei's fist, the super water Satan exhibited signs of fracturing. Before super water Satan's fist could even graze the hem of Jiang Xiaofei's garment, its form became ethereal. Ultimately, under the zenith of Jiang Xiaofei's power, it shattered. Subsequently, in the incredulous gaze of the main super water, the super water Satan dissolved into mere vapor, and that single drop of super water fell into Jiang Xiaofei's grasp. This drop of dark violet super water endeavored to envelop Jiang Xiaofei's body, yet it soon realized that it could not escape the confines of his palm. Casting a glance at the still unconscious Satan, Jiang Xiaofei felt a sense of relief. Amusing himself with the super water in his hand, he found it rather intriguing. Albeit this super water possessed a consciousness of its own. If he could eliminate its host, rendering the super water an unconscious substance, could it be refined into something akin to a magical artifact, reminiscent of the immortal cultivation world? Contemplating this, Jiang Xiaofei cast a disdainful glance toward the fleeing main super water. Chapter 87. The Cat and the Mouse. At this moment, the main super water harbored no desire for combat. Survival was its sole thought. From Jiang Xiaofei, it perceived not a glimmer of hope for victory and had no illusions about seizing Jiang Xiaofei's power through stealth. Instead, it was engulfed by profound terror, for the drop of super water in Jiang Xiaofei's hand made it acutely aware of his formidable nature. Once it fell into Jiang Xiaofei's possession, there could be no favorable outcome. In the grand scheme of cosmic dominion, preserving its own life took precedence. After all, only by surviving could it hope to rule the universe. Yet, could the main super water truly evade death? As Jiang Xiaofei gazed at the panicked flight of the super water, a surge of greed welled within him. However, acquiring the super water was no trivial endeavor. Given that the super water possessed its own consciousness and its peculiar inclinations, should it truly manage to usurp Jiang Xiaofei's power, the consequences would be dire. To fully claim the super water as his own, he would need to obliterate its current will, which entailed locating the core of the super water. For Jiang Xiaofei, this was not an insurmountable task. Without further deliberation, he lunged forward with a swift stride, his hand radiating a pale violet glow that instilled an unsettling chill. He then launched a straightforward punch at the fleeing super water. Though this strike did not destroy the core of the super water, the portion tainted by the aura of destruction was evidently beyond restoration. Superman's gaze was filled with astonishment. Despite his utmost speed, he could not shake off Jiang Xiaofei. Instead, he was struck heavily by Jiang Xiaofei. Had he not hidden the crystal core, that recent blow could have easily sent him away. Without a moment's hesitation, Superman made the choice to abandon his vessel to preserve his essence, detaching the portion of himself tainted by a faint violet aura of destruction from his main body, halting the spread of that destructive influence. Observing Superman's actions, Jiang Xiaofei revealed a charming smile, as those parts stripped away naturally fell into his hands. The Superman water, now corrupted by the divine essence of destruction, appeared to harmonize even better with Jiang Xiaofei. Crucially, these fragments had completely severed their ties to the main body of Superman. Their forms were now entirely dictated by Jiang Xiaofei's will. With a flick of his mind, a glistening water gun, shimmering with a cold light, began to spin in Jiang Xiaofei's grasp. Its rapid rotation sliced through space, and at the tip of the gun, the faint violet aura of destruction flowed. As Jiang Xiaofei's fingers danced, the spinning water gun raced toward the main body of Superman with unparalleled speed. Bang! With no resistance, the water gun effortlessly pierced through the liquid form of the Superman body, drawing away even more of the Superman water. The parts tainted by the aura of destruction only amplified the gun's potency. Superman gritted his teeth, filled with a desire to rend Jiang Xiaofei into pieces. Yet his body showed no sign of slowing, maintaining its maximum velocity in flight. Watching Superman's desperate state, Jiang Xiaofei felt a thrilling satisfaction akin to a cat playing with a mouse. He seemed in no hurry to locate the crystal core anymore. The cold, violet glowing water gun quietly turned around, once more charging towards Superman. Upon seeing the formidable weapon, Superman's heart tightened, and he hastily adjusted his direction, fleeing rapidly towards a path devoid of Jiang Xiaofei and his water gun. However, a target marked by Jiang Xiaofei would find it difficult to escape danger so easily. Under Jiang Xiaofei's command, the water gun pursued Superman as if it possessed a tracking ability. This time, the water gun's speed increased further, hurtling through the air, causing it to emit a humming sound, accompanied by dazzling flashes of light. Bang! Once again, a precise strike. The Superman body was hit anew by the water gun. Jiang Xiaofei's heart swelled with joy. He relished this process, for his advantage was becoming increasingly evident. After being toyed with time and again, the fear in Superman's eyes had dissipated, replaced instead with a hint of coldness. His gaze shifted from the escape route and the positions of Jiang Xiaofei and the water gun to the throngs of people below. A palpable aura of murderous intent swirled as the Superman body made a decisive choice, his eyes filled with a resolute dread. Yet, at this moment, apart from Jiang Xiaofei, there was no one else in the sky. The Superman body split in two, commencing its assault on the crowd, as he had already devised his plan. If he continued to flee with such grand ambitions in the skies, he was destined to be toyed with and ultimately perish at the hands of Jiang Xiaofei. Thus, it would be wiser to play a more audacious game, to blend into the crowd. This not only increased his chances of acquiring more replicas, but also disrupted Jiang Xiaofei's battle strategy, allowing for his own escape. However, he remained uncertain whether he could successfully reach the ground. He was gambling on the hope that Jiang Xiaofei would be unable to eliminate them completely within such a short span of time. Observing the sudden shift in the superhuman water and glancing down at the bustling throng on the ground, Jiang Xiaofei seemed to grasp the situation. The chilling glare of the water gun accelerated once more, shredding the surrounding space and causing it to collapse. In Jiang Xiaofei's palm, the tip of his index finger shimmered with a white light. The water gun and the luminous beam shot forth simultaneously, targeting the two superhuman waters advancing toward the crowd. Since you have grown weary of this game, it is time to bid farewell. Jiang Xiaofei's voice, laced with indifference, barely faded before a piercing scream echoed. The water gun and the white light struck their respective targets almost in unison. A crisp crack resonated within the superhuman water, akin to something shattering. At that moment, the humanoid form of the superhuman water disintegrated completely, reverting to its original state. The superhuman water hovered in the sky, showing no signs of descending. The blackish purple gradually became transparent, ultimately transforming into a pale lavender hue. Observing the pale lavender liquid suspended in the air, Jiang Xiaofei gestured gently, and the liquid superhuman water instantly surged toward him, while the rapidly spinning water gun reverted to its initial form. Ultimately, it merged with the liquid superhuman water, forming a complete superhuman water. The only distinction was that the superhuman water now before Jiang Xiaofei lacked a core, having lost its consciousness. Its form and function would henceforth be dictated by Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei felt a profound satisfaction regarding the puddle of pale lavender liquid before him. Chapter 88. The return of Frisia. After resolving the issue with the superhuman water, Jiang Xiaofei returned to Satan's abode. At this point, Satan had awakened. Completely oblivious to the fact that his powers had been usurped by the superhuman water, he merely sensed that something extraordinary had transpired within him. Jiang Xiaofei chose not to elaborate further, maintaining an air of mystery around Satan. Although Satan was ostensibly the world's hero, his combat prowess was indeed a cause for concern. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at the slumbering Bu not far away and let out a long sigh. He considered Bu to be the least reliable since his arrival in this world. Every time there was an emergency, Bu was invariably asleep. Had the superhuman water directly attacked Bu, the ensuing chaos would have undoubtedly been more widespread. Presently, Jiang Xiaofei did not expect Bu to be of assistance. He merely hoped that he would not falter once the tournament of power commenced. After a brief exchange with Satan, Jiang Xiaofei departed from that place and returned to Bulma's residence. At present, Jiang Xiaofei did not possess a home of his own and could only temporarily reside here. After all, Bulma's family was affluent and would hardly mind the presence of one more mouth to feed. Instead of seeking out Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Jiang Xiaofei opted to find a training room on his own. A pale purple liquid manifested in his right hand. This superhuman water now wholly belonged to him. Although he could not leave his consciousness within the liquid as one might in a realm of immortals, it was still entirely feasible to set restrictions that only he could unlock. Gazing at the superhuman water in his hand, Jiang Xiaofei was uncertain whether it retained its original properties. If the loss of its core rendered the water incapable of replication, it would be a significant loss for him. Just imagine, during a confrontation with an adversary, if Jiang Xiaofei were to utilize the superhuman water for a surprise attack, though not particularly honorable. A successful ambush would allow him to seize the full power of his foe. This would make the task of vanquishing an enemy exceedingly effortless. However, two pressing issues remained. First, did the superhuman water still possess the ability to replicate without its core? Second, when the water replicated an opponent's abilities, would it also mirror their personality? And if so, how could that be managed? If the adversary were an exceedingly arrogant individual harboring deep-seated animosity and murderous intent towards Jiang Xiaofei, then even if the superhuman water were to replicate them, it might intentionally turn against him. To unravel these two queries, Jiang Xiaofei would need to find a test subject. Yet, how could he procure a suitable specimen? He contemplated those around him. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were currently engaged in their own training seclusion, making them unfit candidates. He even considered Bulma but worried about her fragile constitution. If the replication ability were genuine, her true self might not withstand it, leading to an unfavorable outcome. The ideal candidate would need to possess formidable combat prowess and a striking personality. After much deliberation, Jiang Xiaofei found himself unable to identify an appropriate individual. He could hardly experiment on himself, and it seemed the superhuman water had no means to replicate his own body, a fact that even Jiang Xiaofei could not fully comprehend. Sitting in the empty training room, as the superhuman water morphed into various shapes in his hand, he found himself reminiscing about Frieza. In terms of both strength and temperament, Frieza was undoubtedly the perfect test subject. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei had no knowledge of Frieza's current whereabouts. With no progress made on the superhuman water experiment, Jiang Xiaofei, after familiarizing himself with several forms of the liquid, hastily concluded his session. Upon exiting the training room, he felt a sense of boredom. Without Vegeta and Sun Wukong by his side, he was left feeling quite solitary. He considered venturing into the realm of the gods to seek out some activities. But recalling his relationship with Beerus, he dismissed the thought. In a moment of utter boredom, Jiang Xiaofei returned to his room, preparing to indulge in a restful slumber. Beyond the earth, within the boundless expanse of the seventh universe, a myriad of events unfolded incessantly. A spacecraft traversed the cosmic void, painting the darkness with a resplendent hue. Upon this vessel stood a figure, tall yet not imposing, gazing through the screen into the infinite cosmos, harboring a glimmer of hope. "My lord, what is our next destination?" inquired an unknown subordinate with respectful curiosity. Haha, do I need to remind you? Naturally, it is that alluring azure planet, the figure mused, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Once, he had commanded the universe with unparalleled might, yet his misfortunes began upon provoking those associated with Earth. Time and again, he chose the path of vengeance, even launching assaults against Earth, yet each endeavor culminated in failure, with one instance costing him his very life. In that final confrontation, had he not relied on his wits to escape calamity, he would not be here now. Nevertheless, as a former sovereign of the cosmos, he possessed an indomitable spirit. Having encountered setbacks on Earth multiple times, he resolved to rise once more, this time with renewed confidence. During this cosmic journey, he had encountered individuals of remarkable interest. With this thought, he cast a glance toward another chamber aboard the ship, reassured that the science on Earth posed no challenge with his presence. Indeed, how exhilarating. He mused. Son Goku, Jiang Xiaofei, Vegeta, I hope you have grown stronger during this time. From the depths of his gaze emanated a chilling intensity, towards these three. His heart brimmed with an unending sense of humiliation. Accelerate. I can hardly contain my eagerness to reunite with my old friends. With those words, the spacecraft surged forward, hastening toward the azure planet. In this world, Jiang Xiaofei rarely enjoyed such leisurely moments. Yet, he found himself increasingly enamored with the thrill of battle. Unsure if this sentiment was influenced by Vegeta and Son Goku. Just as boredom began to settle in, a familiar aura ignited his interest. Stepping out of his room, he lifted his gaze to the cerulean sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. Frieza, you have returned at last. Chapter 89. Super Water Frieza. Jiang Xiaofei's body ascended slowly, eventually hovering at a height equal to that of Frieza. His eyes sparkled with joy at the sight of Frieza's arrival, akin to the adage of mentioning a figure only for them to appear. Not long before, he had thought of Frieza, and now, the latter stood before him. Truly, fate seemed to favor him. Observing the smiling Jiang Xiaofei, Frieza hovered in the sky, a feeling of disdain washing over him, yet a faint smile lingered on his lips. I sincerely apologize, Lord Jiang Xiaofei, and I beg your forgiveness for my abrupt departure in the past. Frieza placed his right hand upon his abdomen, his left hand resting behind him, bowing slightly to Jiang Xiaofei. This gesture was ostensibly an expression of contrition. However, Frieza's tone lacked any semblance of genuine apology, instead exuding an air of entitlement and audacity. Nevertheless, for Jiang Xiaofei, Frieza's actions had become utterly predictable. After all, Frieza had dared to engage in petty antics even before Beerus, so what was there to surprise him now? Jiang Xiaofei's anticipation of Frieza's appearance was not born of the latter's reformation, but rather stemmed from the intricacies of his own experimental pursuits. Frieza had become an indispensable subject in his research. These are trivial matters. There's no need to dwell on them. We bear no ill will, Jiang Xiaofei asserted, shaking his head to convey his sentiments. Yet, curiosity still gnawed at him. Why had Frieza chosen to vanish without a word when they had previously made a pact? This enigma left Jiang Xiaofei perplexed, unable to conjure a better explanation. Self-esteem, Frieza succinctly replied, and with that, everything fell into place. As a former emperor of the universe, Frieza had suffered a significant blow to his pride during their confrontations. While initially unscathed, the recollection of those humiliating moments later weighed heavily upon him. Under the influence of his wounded pride, Frieza had opted to depart in search of a swift path to greater strength, which he now seemed to have discovered. Oh, I see. So your return is to reclaim your self-respect? Jiang Xiaofei inquired, his gaze shifting to the diminutive figure before him. Haha, Lord Jiang Xiaofei, you truly understand me well. Alas, if it weren't for Earth and Son Goku, we might have forged a genuine friendship, for you exude an irresistible charm. Frieza sought to win over Jiang Xiaofei, while simultaneously ensnaring him in a web of intrigue. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity to reclaim your so-called self-respect. Defeat me, and you shall fully restore your pride, Jiang Xiaofei proposed, gesturing towards himself. Oh ho ho, I must express my gratitude, Lord Jiang Xiaofei, for this opportunity. However, this time, your opponent shall not be me. Frieza's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, his tone dripping with playful malice as he unveiled his intentions. Oh, has your time away allowed you to find formidable allies? I find myself intrigued by the nature of those who would choose to align with the universe's malevolent emperor. Jiang Xiaofei mused, sensing two unfamiliar energies aside from Frieza's. Yet, the power emanating from these new presences paled in comparison to Frieza's own, leading Jiang Xiaofei to dismiss them as mere subordinates. However, Frieza's words piqued Jiang Xiaofei's interest in these underlings. Yet, there remained a matter of greater urgency that necessitated Frieza's assistance. As Jiang Xiaofei spoke, a delicate lavender liquid danced between his fingers, its silken texture vividly apparent. Oh, how intriguing. Lord Jiang Xiaofei seeks my assistance. If I am able, I shall undoubtedly share my knowledge. Frieza's mood brightened momentarily. The thought of humiliating and tormenting Jiang Xiaofei during his moment of desperation was undeniably tempting. Frieza paid little heed to the lavender liquid in Jiang Xiaofei's grasp. For you, this is truly a mere triviality. All you need to do is stand there, without any movement required. Jiang Xiaofei made his request to Frieza, releasing the lavender liquid, which surged towards Frieza's position. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaofei's words and observing his actions, Frieza's spirits plummeted. He felt a profound sense of humiliation. Simultaneously, he assumed a defensive stance. fearing the lavender liquid might be an extraordinary weapon. However, as the lavender glow enveloped Frisia's arm, nothing peculiar transpired, leaving him convinced that Jiang Xiaofei was merely jesting. Jiang Xiaofei, on the other hand, realized that after losing the crystal core, the extraordinary properties of the superhuman water had entirely diminished, relegating it to the status of an ordinary weapon. Just as he contemplated retracting the superhuman water, an unexpected development occurred. Frisia attempted desperately to rid himself of the superhuman water with his hands, but it began to swiftly traverse his body. The lavender light that initially struck Frisia's hand began to spread across him, ultimately engulfing his entire form. Before Frisia could even call for help, he found himself rendered utterly voiceless. Observing this familiar scene, Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of confidence. Did this not signify that the replication ability of the superhuman water still existed? Watching Frisia struggle within the confines of the superhuman water, Jiang Xiaofei pondered whether it could completely replicate all of Frisia's abilities. In an instant, the superhuman water expelled Frisia's form as if discarding refuse. Though Frisia remained standing, his eyes were filled with disbelief as he gazed at his trembling hands, realizing his immense power had vanished. Slowly, he raised his head to regard the peculiar liquid, which had now taken on his likeness, radiating a purple glow. Success! Jiang Xiaofei could not help but swing his fist in triumph. Achieving success on the first attempt indicated that the abilities of the superhuman water had been flawlessly preserved. This was undoubtedly a cause for celebration for Jiang Xiaofei. From his perception, the superhuman water version of Frisia, while not fully embodying Frisia's strength, had reached an impressive level of 80%. Gaining 80% of an opponent's power is a formidable figure, indeed, and a significant weapon in his arsenal. The following is a character test regarding super water. Chapter 90. Frisia's accomplice. Frisia, expelled by super water, appeared pale, his eyes filled with astonishment. He was utterly bewildered by the recent events, yet he could distinctly feel the draining of his power from within. This was all due to the pale purple liquid released by Jiang Xiaofei. Gazing at the super water Frisia, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, and sensing the power that once belonged to him, Frisia found it difficult to regain his composure. What have you done? Frisia's fury erupted. Without power, how could he conquer the universe? He risked inciting the vengeance of his enemies and even the potential betrayal of his own subordinates. Observing the near-manic Frisia, Jiang Xiaofei's demeanor remained largely unchanged. Do not act this way. I am merely conducting an experiment. Jiang Xiaofei spoke calmly, yet his inner excitement was palpable. He could clearly sense that super water Frisia remained under his control. From the information emanating from that pale purple form, Jiang Xiaofei did not detect any emotional fluctuations. Furthermore, this body, replicated from Frisia, appeared devoid of the ability to articulate. In essence, the super water Frisia before him was merely a puppet possessing 80% of Frisia's power. This was undoubtedly advantageous for Jiang Xiaofei, as he need not grapple with the personality dilemmas of the replicated entity, instead directly controlling it in battle. As for the limits of superwater, it was still too early to ascertain. Frisia's anger intensified as he observed Jiang Xiaofei's shifting expressions. Yet his physical strength seemed incapable of keeping pace with his rage. Jiang Xiaofei, it seems I have underestimated you. I never anticipated that in my brief absence you would resort to such despicable tactics. Hey, Frisia, do you think I am like you? I informed you in advance that I required your assistance. Jiang Xiaofei spread his hands, conveying his own sense of grievance. Humph, spare me your phony pity. What right does someone who resorts to ambush have to feign indignation before me? Frisia dismissed Jiang Xiaofei's expression, solely aware that it was Jiang Xiaofei who had surreptitiously seized his power. Oh, Frisia, do not be so petty. I already told you, this is merely a small test. Observing the somewhat haughty and indignant Frisia, Jiang Xiaofei's tone softened. Petty? A test? Then may I inquire, Jiang Xiaofei, has the test concluded? Frisia stifled his anger, forcing a strained smile. It is about done. Jiang Xiaofei replied straightforwardly. In that case, I kindly ask you, Jiang Xiaofei, to return my power. For Frisia, a shell devoid of power was an unimaginable horror, a truth known only to him. Look at you, so anxious. Here, take it. Jiang Xiaofei gently waved his hand, causing the super water, which had taken the form of Frisia, to revert to a formless state, vanishing at his fingertips before Frisia's eyes. At the very moment the super water dissipated, a powerful and radiant aura erupted from Frisia's being. His eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he clenched his fists, savoring the surge of strength that filled his heart with satisfaction. Ah, this feeling is indeed the pinnacle of delight. Discarding his previous despondency, Frisia regained his former demeanor. TSK. I never anticipated that the mighty Frisia would display such an impressive expression, Jiang Xiaofei jested as he observed him. Humph. Jiang Xiaofei, do not revel in your triumph. Had I not fallen for your cunning scheme, that mere substance would never have allowed you to approach me. Frisia, of course, would never concede defeat. However, there was truth in his words. The primary application of the super water in Jiang Xiaofei's possession relied on surprise and unpreparedness. If the opponent was forewarned, its effectiveness would be severely diminished. This time, Jiang Xiaofei refrained from countering Frisia and instead shifted the conversation. Frisia, you chose to flee in the past, and now that you have returned, are you here to seek forgiveness? I fear that our capacity for mercy pales in comparison to Lord Beerus's wrath. Forgiveness? Humph. As the sovereign of the universe, I do not require your approval to act. As for Lord Beerus, I am fully aware of my boundaries. Listening to Jiang Xiaofei's words, Frisia appeared to find the notion the greatest jest in the cosmos. Jiang Xiaofei, I concede that you are formidable. Even Son Goku and Vegeta cannot rival your strength. However, I have returned to make you comprehend that as the ruler of the universe, I am ultimately beyond your conquest. As Frisia spoke, his voice rose in intensity, emphasizing his formidable presence. Oh, this time, it was Jiang Xiaofei's turn to be intrigued. Have you forgotten how you were thoroughly defeated before? I distinctly recall witnessing the once mighty ruler of the universe pleading for mercy before us. Jiang Xiaofei, unrelenting, struck at Frisia's scars with precision. Indeed, as Jiang Xiaofei recounted the past, Frisia's expression darkened, twisting with discomfort. Jiang Xiaofei, do not grow complacent. I have returned for vengeance. I shall repay every humiliation you inflicted upon me. Frisia's voice turned frantic and sinister, as though a hellish beast within him roared in fury. Ha! Frisia, are you certain you are not jesting? In response to Frisia's outburst, Jiang Xiaofei furrowed his brow slightly, yet his expression swiftly reverted to its usual composure. Vengeance. You have uttered that word more than once, and each attempt at retribution has ended in failure, each more disastrous than the last. Therefore, I advise you to behave yourself. It would be in your best interest. Humph. Jiang Xiaofei, this time, I will undoubtedly succeed. You need not lift a finger. All of you shall tremble beneath my feet. Oh, do you mean to say you have summoned assistance? Jiang Xiaofei inquired, curiosity piqued about the nature of the ally hidden behind Frisia. Come forth, my proud warrior. Frisia proclaimed with a wicked grin, his gaze fervently fixed on a nearby spacecraft. As the hatch opened, a tall and imposing figure emerged before Jiang Xiaofei. The warrior, as Frisia had referred to him, possessed a robust physique, muscles rippling with strength yet exuding an air of agility, particularly accentuated by his striking black hair that captivated Jiang Xiaofei's attention. Upon witnessing the formidable presence before him, Jiang Xiaofei's pupils constricted and his blood surged with fervor. Chapter 91. The Legendary Super Saiyan. Broly. Jiang Xiaofei silently mused, possessing a modicum of knowledge regarding this legendary warrior. Broly, along with Vegeta and Goku, belonged to the elite ranks of Super Saiyans, yet their destinies diverged dramatically. Born on the same day as Goku, Broly exhibited an astonishing battle power of 10,000 at birth, a mere aura that rendered Goku, classified as a lowly Saiyan, inconsolable. Fearing that Broly's extraordinary potential might threaten his own claim to the throne, King Vegeta harbored murderous intent and ultimately exiled Broly. Consequently, Broly's childhood was spent in a relentless struggle for survival. However, this could not overshadow Broly's inherent talent, nor the legendary Super Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. Now, as Broly stood before Jiang Xiaofei, it was evident that Frisia had successfully located him and brought him to Earth. Broly moved to Frisia's side, bowing respectfully before him. Despite his rugged and muscular appearance, Broly exhibited a demeanor of courtesy. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei harbored no illusions, should anyone provoke Broly. The unleashed fury of an irrational Broly would be nothing short of terrifying. In such a moment, Broly would transform into a mindless beast, driven solely by primal instincts. Frisia regarded the towering Broly with a gaze filled with admiration and satisfaction. Allow me to present my greatest acquisition from this journey, he announced, his tone laced with pride. clearly reveling in his discovery of a warrior of Broly's caliber. His name is Broly, and what excites me further is that he is also a scion. Is that not intriguing? Frisia's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he glanced at Jiang Xiaofei, eager for the unfolding events. Regrettably, Goku and Vegeta were absent. Had they been present to spar with Broly, it would undoubtedly have been a battle worthy of remembrance. Frisia harbored lingering thoughts of Goku and Vegeta as Broly stood beside him, offering not a single word nor even a glance towards Jiang Xiaofei. In this regard, Jiang Xiaofei remained indifferent. However, should he truly engage in battle with Broly, the Earth would inevitably suffer. It appears that this confrontation is now unavoidable. Coincidentally, he yearned to witness the legendary Super Saiyan and comprehend the extent of their prowess. As for this challenge, I shall proceed, yet this location is ill-suited for combat. We must seek a desolate place. Jiang Xiaofei's words dripped with tranquility, as if he did not regard this challenge with any gravity. I am quite surprised by your prompt agreement. This was unexpected indeed. However, this is merely insufficient. Such a splendid scene cannot be allowed for Jiang Xiaofei alone to relish. Let us summon Sun Wukong and Vegeta to experience the despair of being overwhelmed by Broly, a fellow scion. Frisia's voice rose in pitch, and his pupils dilated, embodying a blind yet formidable confidence. To deal with him, I am entirely sufficient. Observing Frisia's frenzied demeanor, Jiang Xiaofei felt a reluctance to dampen his spirits. Yet, Frisia persistently employed such provocations, leaving Jiang Xiaofei with little choice. You possess quite the confidence, Jiang Xiaofei, but I hope you won't be left in tears shortly. As Sun Wukong and Vegeta delayed their return, Frisia's patience waned considerably. He required a victory to alleviate his unraveling state. Jiang Xiaofei refrained from immediate confrontation, instead leading Broly and Frisia to a more suitable battleground. It was a realm where pure white and deep blue intermingled. Within this expanse, an unyielding chill permeated the air. Had it not been for their relentless training, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions would struggle to endure. In stark contrast, Frisia and Broly remained unperturbed by the biting cold. This icy expanse shall serve as our arena. After voicing this, Jiang Xiaofei's aura began to surge and escalate, although he opted not to employ the Ultra Instinct technique. Even in his standard form, Jiang Xiaofei's combat prowess surpassed that of a mere novice. As Jiang Xiaofei gathered energy, Frisia also initiated his own actions. However, this battle would not see Frisia fighting directly. He had chosen Broly to take his place. Jiang Xiaofei had anticipated this outcome. Watching Jiang Xiaofei channeling energy, Broly also commenced his movements. While Broly may lack in strategic thinking, his reflexes and capacity for growth in battle are undeniably extraordinary. Around Broly, energy began to fluctuate. It was not overwhelming, yet it was still enough to invoke trepidation. Two forces, centered around Jiang Xiaofei and Broly, began to clash. Neither had yet made a move. Yet the atmosphere crackled with tension. Observing Broly's transformation, Frisia was filled with exhilaration. With Broly present, none other could pose a threat. As the energy surged, Broly's consciousness became a tumult of confusion and frenzy. This is due to a powerful surge of energy emanating from Broly's formidable physique. Observing Broly's transformation, Jiang Xiaofei felt a tumultuous stir within. Indeed, it was Broly's overwhelming destructive force that stirred such emotions. The clash of their energies propelled Broly to further refine his prowess. Without uttering a single word, Broly's body lunged forward, his fist aimed to obliterate mountains. Jiang Xiaofei's gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any trepidation. Despite facing the legendary Super Saiyan, he was undaunted. Transforming his palm into a fist, Jiang Xiaofei extended a seemingly unremarkable punch, yet its might was not to be underestimated. When their fists collided, an even more fervent energy erupted, creating a dazzling display akin to fireworks in this realm, with white lightning swirling between their fists, lingering in the air. Not a single individual retreated from this encounter, indicating that both combatants were evenly matched. However, this was not the outcome either desired. Their energies surged anew, and the space around them began to exhibit signs of fracturing from their titanic clash. Jiang Xiaofei's speed was evidently superior, and without a moment's hesitation, he charged directly at Broly. Boom! Bang! Another brutally straightforward punch was thrown, but this time Broly's figure plummeted from the azure sky, like a kite severed from its string. Jiang Xiaofei did not relent in his assault. A series of energy blasts materialized, cascading down from the heavens toward the descending Broly. Chapter 92. Broly's Ascendance Boom. Bang! The white energy blast struck Broly's robust frame, sending him crashing onto the icy surface below. Yet, Broly's descent did not cease. Crack! The once pristine ice was marred by Broly's powerful body, creating a massive crater as the ice fractured, unleashing unfrozen seawater that surged forth in splendid waves, a breathtaking spectacle. Witnessing this scene, Frisia's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This was merely the beginning. Both combatants had already displayed such astonishing strength. As the Cosmic Emperor, he was reluctant to admit it, but the power they unleashed was indeed on par with his own. What was even more infuriating was that Jiang Xiaofei and Broly's battle had only just commenced, and the ensuing spectacle was destined to be even more exhilarating. Jiang Xiaofei, are you satisfied with this opponent? Frisia gazed upward toward Jiang Xiaofei, his words betraying an unmistakable thrill. It must be said, Frisia, you have a keen eye. However, if you regard Broly merely as a pawn, you are gravely mistaken. Beware, for it may ultimately be you who suffers. Jiang Xiaofei felt compelled to caution him, as he recalled how Frisia had been thoroughly dominated by the ferocious Broly. Even in his golden form, Frisia could not withstand the onslaught of Broly in his berserk state, where he unleashed his full power in a one-sided massacre. Amidst the dialogue between two individuals, Broly, who had been plunged into the icy depths, surged forth once more, emanating a radiant golden aura that exacerbated the fractures in the ice. With an even more formidable energy coursing through him, Broly ascended towards Jiang Xiaofei, who hovered above the clouds. The palpable energy waves radiating from Broly unmistakably indicated his enhanced might. Sonic booms reverberated around him, and his eyes, gradually losing their rationality, seemed to narrate a tale of defiance and indomitable spirit. He was truly the epitome of a warrior. Frisia, who had remained an observer, marveled at the spectacle before him and spoke again. Humph! Jiang Xiaofei scoffed, fully aware of Broly's condition. To surpass the Super Saiyan Blue form in just a day while battling Goku and Vegeta was an astonishing growth rate, even more terrifying than his own, which was augmented by a system. Broly's fierce prowess stemmed entirely from the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline that emerged but once in a millennium. What Broly exhibited now was merely the inception of his burgeoning strength. The aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei surged anew, unwavering in the face of the frenzied Broly. The two clashed once more, their collision generating waves of energy that blossomed like resplendent fireworks across the sky. Their velocities accelerated as the battle progressed. Influenced by his bloodline, Broly began to experience an intense unease and agitation during his confrontation with Jiang Xiaofei. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Broly still found himself unable to gain any advantage. A thunderous roar erupted from him, causing his energy to surge once again. Broly had grown yet again. The damage inflicted by his fists had notably increased. Yet before Jiang Xiaofei, he remained at a disadvantage. It was worth noting that, should Jiang Xiaofei unleash his full power, he could easily vanquish Broly in a single strike. After all, Jiang Xiaofei had attained a strength rivaling that of the most formidable god of destruction, Beerus. However, he had no desire to do so. Jiang Xiaofei understood that Broly's nature was not inherently malevolent. Rather, it was his father, Paragus, whose misguided teachings, compounded by the influence of the Saiyan bloodline, had instilled within Broly a degree of ferocity and a propensity for violence. If only Broly could learn to master his thoughts and intentions, he would undoubtedly emerge as an exceptional warrior, rather than a mere rage-filled madman. Yet, this transformation was not an overnight endeavor. Unlocking Broly's latent potential was the key at hand. This could also serve as preparation for the forthcoming tournament of 12 universes. With Broly's participation, the likelihood of victory for Universe 7 would significantly increase. In a training room within a Western city, two Super Saiyan Blue figures were rapidly exchanging blows. Goku and Vegeta had been engaged in this relentless battle for an extended period, seemingly impervious to fatigue. Their garments, tattered from the continuous onslaught, bore testament to their relentless spirit, yet neither paid the slightest heed to their condition. Each clash and battle brings a delightful thrill to both body and soul. Just as the two warriors were reveling in their excitement, the gazes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously narrowed, drawn to a singular direction. Did you feel that? Sun Wukong inquired, a note of curiosity lacing his tone as he addressed Vegeta. Indeed, three formidable auras, One belongs to Jiang Xiaofei, another to Frieza, and the last one. Vegeta pondered, uncertainty gnawing at him, reluctant to accept the implications. There's another presence akin to ours, a scion aura, yet distinctly different. Could it be that Frieza has summoned reinforcements to cause chaos once more? Sun Wukong stated decisively. Let us investigate. Soon enough, everything will become clear, Vegeta declared, placing his hand upon Sun Wukong's shoulder. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong focused on Jiang Xiaofei's energy signature and, utilizing instant transmission, arrived at the battlefield where Jiang Xiaofei and Broly engaged in combat. Broly's powerful fist surged towards Jiang Xiaofei, yet the latter effortlessly evaded the onslaught. Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, engaging in battle without informing me, Sun Wukong exclaimed, observing the fray. Sun Wukong, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Jiang Xiaofei was about to speak, but Frieza interjected. Indeed, it's you. Frieza, having spared you last time, I see you've returned to wreak havoc again. Have you forgotten the lessons of our previous encounter? Sun Wukong challenged. Ah, how could I forget? Otherwise, why would I be here? Frieza smirked. This time, to celebrate my return, behold whom I've brought along. He gestured towards Broly, who was entangled with Jiang Xiaofei. Who is that? Sun Wukong questioned, staring at the unfamiliar figure, sensing a flicker of recognition, though only faintly. Prince Vegeta. A sudden voice echoed, revealing an unexpected scion beside Frieza, Broly's father, Paragus. Broly, kill him. Paragus barked, his expression twisted with malice as he directed his furious command at Broly, pointing at Vegeta. Chapter 93, The Clash of Three Super Saions. Broly, who had been engaged in a fierce battle with Jiang Xiaofei, heeded Paragus's call and immediately retreated from Jiang Xiaofei's side. However, the golden aura surrounding him intensified, surging violently towards Vegeta. Faced with Broly's relentless assault, Vegeta would not remain passive. He transformed into Super Saiyan 1, bracing himself to meet Broly's onslaught. Yet, in a mere moment, the newly transformed Vegeta found himself overwhelmed by Broly's overwhelming force. The power emanating from Broly's fists bore immense destructive potential. As their fists collided, Vegeta was sent hurtling away, crashing onto the icy surface and into the sea. The collision between the body and the icy surface resulted in an even more fragmented ice layer, while the sea, stirred by Vegeta's arrival, became a canvas of ripples. Vegeta, exclaimed Goku, who was observing the scene, his gaze fixed upon Broly, who emanated a fierce aura. Just as he was about to intervene, he was halted by Jiang Xiaofei, who had come to his side. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta's noble blood could not tolerate being cast into the sea by Broly, another Saiyan. Rage. An endless torrent of fury coursed through Vegeta's veins, igniting his blood to a boiling point, prompting him to unleash his power once more. Through the surface of the sea, a brilliant blue light erupted, illuminating the shattered ice fragments that sparkled in response. The previously rippling sea, under Vegeta's formidable aura, surged with renewed vigor, each splash shimmering with a soft blue glow. In a flash, a silhouette radiating pale blue light broke free from the ocean's grasp, soaring skyward towards Broly. This figure was none other than Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. With a thunderous impact, immense power surged from Vegeta's fist, sending Broly crashing into a distant iceberg. However, despite the ferocity of the blow, it failed to inflict significant harm upon Broly. Emerging from the shattered ice, Broly's aura grew even more turbulent, the brightness in his eyes dimming. With a fierce wind at his back, Broly launched another assault on Vegeta, the clash of golden and blue auras igniting the already frigid realm into a fervent blaze. Yet, after several exchanges, Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan Blue form, began to find himself at a disadvantage. Observing the battle between the two Saiyans, Jiang Xiaofei could not help but marvel at Broly's remarkable growth. Oh, what a splendid sight! What enchanting sounds! Frieza watched, entranced by the spectacle of the Saiyan clash. As the Cosmic Emperor, he was compelled to acknowledge that the ally he had summoned was extraordinarily formidable, rendering even him a bit envious. Frieza's own talents were impressive, having reached his golden form within 4 months, rivaling Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue transformations. Yet, Broly had achieved the ability to suppress Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta in a mere half-day. Such a terrifying rate of growth was unparalleled. Even Jiang Xiaofei, equipped with a system, felt humbled in Broly's presence. Kakarot, will you not make your move? Vegeta, overwhelmed by Broly's might, called out for Goku's assistance. Responding to Vegeta's plea, Goku, longing for action, immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and joined the fray. Witnessing this familiar scene, Jiang Xiaofei shook his head and made his way towards Frieza's position. With Goku's entry into the battle, Vegeta appeared considerably relieved, and the prior disadvantage transformed into an advantage thanks to Goku's support. Under the relentless assault of Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, Broly finds himself once again at a disadvantage. As his fury approaches an uncontrollable frenzy, he emits a thunderous roar. Waves of energy surge forth, colliding violently with the two azure auras. The landscape shatters, colossal waves crash, and scalding vapor escapes from the depths of the ocean, where volcanoes erupt, shrouding the cerulean sky in thick smoke, reminiscent of an apocalypse. Yet, this scarcely impedes Broly's onslaught. The collar around his neck quivers violently, showing signs of imminent fracture. Goku and Vegeta unleash their full might, radiating a divine pale blue aura that injects a glimmer of hope into this seemingly doomed realm. The sound of fierce combat reverberates around them, and despite the twin onslaughts from Goku and Vegeta, Broly continues to retaliate fiercely. Wild energy disperses in all directions. It appears that anger truly amplifies a Saiyan's strength. Frieza muses with a hint of amusement, casting a sidelong glance at Paragus beside him. Hey, Frieza, spare me your tricks. Jiang Xiaofei warns coldly, directed at Frieza. In Jiang Xiaofei's memory, it was Frieza's act of killing Paragus that drove Broly into total madness, transforming him into a being devoid of reason, solely understanding destruction. Frieza waves dismissively, adopting an expression of feigned helplessness. Since he cannot eliminate Broly, he must rely on himself. What are you still doing here? Do you truly wish for me to take your life? Frieza's gaze, laced with murderous intent, fixates on the oblivious Paragus. Startled, Paragus stumbles and hastily drops to the ground, holding his breath. A graceful smirk creeps across Frieza's lips, which soon contorts into a malevolent grimace as he bellows at the sky where Broly and the others clash. Broly, your father has been slain. He was killed by their energy blasts. Frieza's voice drips with emotion, his tears flowing freely, and coupled with his heart-wrenching demeanor. Anyone witnessing this would be compelled to believe him. Had it not been for Jiang Xiaofei's knowledge of the truth, he too might have fallen for Frieza's deceit. One cannot help but admire Frieza's acting prowess. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce battle above, Broly, upon hearing Frieza's words, is consumed by rage, the clarity in his eyes vanishing entirely. With a tremendous roar, Broly's chaotic aura swells, his golden energy transforming into an unprecedented shade of green, and his once ebony hair shifts to a vivid green in an instant. Under this overwhelming energy, the distinction between seawater and magma blurs. Intense flames searing and melting the colossal icebergs ravaged by his power. At this moment, the force Broly exhibits surpasses that of both Vegeta and Goku in their Super Saiyan Blue forms. Chapter 94. Broly's loss of sanity in this instant. Broly has succumbed completely to madness, as the ferocious green energy continues to concentrate within him. The already tumultuous surface of the magma sea was transformed into a landscape of terrifying hurricanes, wreaking havoc across an even broader expanse. What was once a realm of extreme cold, embodied by glaciers, had now metamorphosed into a fiery ocean of molten rock. The billowing heat was potent enough to consume all in its path. Yet, Broly remained undeterred by the spectacle before him, his relentless, ferocious, and irrational roars continuing unabated. A brilliant green light shot into the heavens, dispersing the thick, acrid smoke and directly piercing the cosmos. A nearby asteroid was struck by this immense green beam, shattering into fragments and vanishing into the vastness of the universe. Jiang Xiaofei swiftly conjured an impenetrable barrier around himself. Otherwise, the mere aura emanating from Broly would have been sufficient to ensure that Paragus, who was feigning death, would bid farewell to this world entirely. Faced with this earth-shaking wave of energy, even Paragus, despite his acting prowess, could not help but be shaken. He rose from the scant land that remained beneath him, his eyes filled with terror, repeatedly muttering, "It's over. It's over. Broly has completely lost control. He will annihilate us all." Paragus sought to use the collar around Broly's neck to restrain him, but when he groped for the activation device, he found it utterly absent. Humph, a failure. How could you possess such a remarkable son? Observing the panicked Paragus, Frisia felt a wave of disgust as the activation device in his hand crumbled to dust. Paragus collapsed to the ground, despair enveloping him, fully aware that the situation was beyond redemption. With a crack, the collar around Broly's neck shattered in response to the surge of green energy. His pupils turned pale, and golden lightning danced upon his flowing green hair, while blood coursed rapidly through Broly's veins. In that moment, Broly resembled a returning demigod, exuding an aura of destruction simply by standing there. In the face of this colossal green energy storm, the super blue forms of Vegeta and Sun Wukong appeared diminutive by comparison. Confronted with Broly's irrational transformation, both warriors wore expressions not only of disbelief but also of sheer horror. They felt like mere ants before such overwhelming energy. However, they knew they could not falter. This was the last stubborn stand of the Saiyans. As the two blue figures charged recklessly toward the heart of the green energy, a torrent of power erupted forth. Regrettably, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's super blue forms were insignificant against this legendary Super Saiyan. In a mere instant, they were cast into the abyss by Broly's might. The explosive waves of energy tore at their seemingly indestructible bodies, eliciting roars of fury from Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The tide of battle shifted, and the unhinged Broly caused the very heavens to tremble, mercilessly brutalizing Sun Wukong and Vegeta until they were left battered and broken. What a splendid scene. It truly stirs one's excitement. Beholding the scene before him, Frisia's delight was palpable, and he could not help but commend his own acting skills. Excited? Do you wish to partake in this battle as well? Jiang Xiaofei inquired, observing Frisia's face twisted with malevolence. Humph. Jiang Xiaofei, do not provoke me. It is futile. Frisia's tone turned notably frigid, deliberately avoiding Jiang Xiaofei's gaze. Jiang Xiaofei chose not to respond further, his attention drifting back to the two Super Saiyans, clad in blue, who were utterly vanquished by Broly. Indeed, the legendary Super Saiyan was fearsome. Engaged in a mindless combat, he knew only destruction and chaos. Attacking anything in sight, certainly not the hallmark of a true warrior. Boom. The figures of Goku and Vegeta plummeted from the ominous sky, their bodies engulfed by the sea of magma. Without a moment's hesitation, Broly surged into the seething magma, in search of their whereabouts. Having completely lost his senses, Broly disregarded strategy and technique, opting instead for brute force and reckless aggression. However, when Goku and Vegeta re-emerged, they found themselves beside Jiang Xiaofei. It turned out that just as they sank into the water, Goku had seized Vegeta and utilized instant transmission to trace Jiang Xiaofei's energy. Now bereft of a target, Broly resembled a ferocious beast, rampaging indiscriminately, obliterating everything in his path. He must be stopped. If this continues, the Earth will be doomed. Goku's tone grew increasingly urgent as he observed Broly's actions. Do not fret. Just provide him with a distraction, and the Earth will remain unscathed, Jiang Xiaofei declared, extending his right foot to kick the exhilarated Frisia out of the protective barrier and into Broly's path. Before Frisia could comprehend the situation, it was already too late. A horde of alpacas seemed to stampede through his mind. Faced with the irrational green behemoth, Frisia dared not exhibit any weakness. To prolong his survival, he transformed into his golden form. Frisia had believed that this transformation would allow him to hold his own against Broly. Yet, upon their initial clash, he quickly became a living target in Broly's hands, tossed about as easily as a sandbag, with cries of despair escaping his lips. Jiang Xiaofei found himself fervently hoping that Frisia could endure a bit longer. Nevertheless, the spectacle was undeniably captivating. Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, if you do not intervene soon, Broly will tire of playing with Frisia, and then it will truly be Earth's turn, Vegeta interjected, showing little concern for Frisia's plight. Indeed, Jiang Xiaofei mused briefly. There are two methods to defeat him. The first is for me to intervene directly, utilizing the Ultra Instinct form to subdue him. The second is for you to fuse and transform into Vegeto, which would also suffice to restrain Broly. Is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Vegeta, let us fuse. Sun Wukong extended an invitation to Vegeta. Wouldn't it be swifter for Jiang Xiaofei to take action directly? Vegeta felt a tinge of reluctance within. Oh dear. Vegeta, consider this. We were just thoroughly humiliated by him, and now we finally have the opportunity to regain our dignity. Naturally, We must take matters into our own hands, Sun Wukong urged from the side. Hey, have you all reached a consensus? If you don't decide soon, I might very well be left in ruins, came the voice of Golden Frisia from the distance, amidst the ongoing battle. Chapter 95. The victory of Wujida. Turning to the source of the voice, one could see Frisia in Broly's grasp, his expression contorted in pain. His golden skin was marred with numerous wounds, and crimson liquid occasionally spilled from his mouth. Frisia, aren't you supposed to be tough? You've only held on for a few minutes. Where is your pride as the emperor of the universe? Jiang Xiaofei taunted, encouraging Frisia, despite being battered and bruised. Frisia caught a glimpse of Jiang Xiaofei, who had cast him aside and now mocked him, igniting a flame of defiance within. A colossal golden aura emanated from Frisia as he sought to break free from Broly's grasp. Yet, no matter how fiercely he struggled, Broly effortlessly contained him with a single hand. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had begun attempting their fusion. However, this time, the fusion process did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Having fought for so long, they had forgotten the nuances of the fusion technique, prompting them to make a concerted effort. Fusion, they both exclaimed simultaneously, leaning towards each other as their fingertips met. Yet, due to a slight misalignment in their postures, their fusion did not evolve into the ideal form. A rotund figure appeared before Jiang Xiaofei, bearing a comical expression that elicited a laugh from him. The beleaguered Golden Frisia, witnessing this scene, was left utterly astounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief, even causing his breath to falter. This is madness. In such a form, not only could Broly, in a frenzied state, easily overpower this rotund figure, but even Frisia in his ordinary form could extinguish him with a mere finger. As if matters could not worsen, after the fusion, Sun Wukong and Vegeta could not separate at will. They were bound to remain fused for 30 minutes before the effects would dissipate, allowing them a second attempt. This meant that Frisia would have to endure at least another 30 minutes of relentless assault from Broly. A look of utter despondency washed over Frisia's face. At that moment, he even felt a flicker of regret. If only he had displayed a modicum of subtlety in his performance, or refrained from his flamboyant antics, perhaps Broly would not have descended into madness, and he would not be subject to such a brutal beating. Yet it was all too late. Frisia's regret was futile. For Frisia, the originally brief 30 minutes felt like an eternity. Every second, every part of his body endured the ravages and torment inflicted by Broly. Frisia's inner world had long since crumbled, his pupils dilated, and a fierce determination surged within him. The moment Broly's hand released its grip on his body, Frisia seized the opportunity, making a beeline towards Jiang Xiaofei and the others. The torment could not be his alone. He was intent on redirecting the calamity. As he approached, Jiang Xiaofei erupted with curses. However, Frisia paid no heed to such words. Yet, just after Frisia had advanced a few dozen meters, Broly's monstrous hand once again clutched Frisia's right leg, following which he executed a flawless shoulder throw. Frisia's figure was hurled away in the opposite direction of Jiang Xiaofei. Watching Frisia fly through the air, an unexpected wave of pity welled up within Jiang Xiaofei. Yet, in the next moment, his expression darkened. After tossing Frisia aside, Broly did not pursue him. Instead, his fierce and savage gaze was now fixed upon Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. The green aura intensified, and his wrathful fists crashed against the barrier. Glancing at the two who had yet to revert from their transformations, Jiang Xiaofei declared, "I'll hold him off for a while. You two keep at it." He offered them an encouraging glance, and an ethereal white aura enveloped him instantly. Extending a hand, he braced himself to meet Broly's mindless punch. When their fists collided, an unending whirlwind erupted, intertwining green and white energies, interspersed with vibrant flashes of lightning. Though Broly had lost his reason, the sight of the white figure before him, unscathed by his assault, only fueled his fury, intensifying the green radiance surrounding him. As Broly prepared to strike again, Jiang Xiaofei swiftly lifted him with one hand, spinning him above his head several times before flinging him towards Frisia's location. Frisia, who had momentarily sighed in relief, was abruptly met with excruciating pain. Yet, his brief moment of happiness was shattered within a minute as Broly's figure reappeared before him. His pupils widened, blood racing through his veins. He endured the agony and fled in desperation. Broly halted, and Jiang Xiaofei pursued once more. They clashed again, but each of Broly's attacks was effortlessly deflected by Jiang Xiaofei, causing no significant harm. As time ticked by, Broly, like an unflagging puppet, continued his relentless assault, growing bolder with each strike. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally awaited their opportunity to fuse once more. This time, their focus was sharper than ever. Fusion. Their fingertips met perfectly, unleashing a radiant glow from their bodies. A powerful aura surged forth, shattering the barrier at that instant. At the center of the brilliance stood a strikingly handsome figure, his elegant muscular contours embodying his formidable strength. This was the new form born from the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, named Gogeta. Without hesitation or pause, feeling an unprecedented surge of power, Gogeta erupted with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan as he charged towards Broly, seamlessly taking over the battle from Jiang Xiaofei. However, the clash between Gogeta and Broly differed markedly from the confrontation between Jiang Xiaofei and Broly. Jiang Xiaofei fought with great caution, while Gogeta displayed a wild and instinctive approach, engaging in battle with an uninhibited fervor. The combat prowess exhibited by Gogeta perfectly illustrated the concept of synergy, where 1 + 1 transcends 2. Under Gogeta's relentless assault, Broly had no chance of resistance. In that moment, Broly resembled a subdued golden Frieza, thoroughly overwhelmed. Gogeta's speed and strength escalated, transitioning from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan Blue. Though this state could not be sustained for long, it was more than sufficient to overpower Broly. As the immense force bore down, Broly's once frenzied aura gradually calmed, the green hue receding and clarity returning to his gaze. With a thunderous impact, Gogeta's final strike sent Broly crashing heavily against Frieza, rendering him motionless. Chapter 96. Securing Broly. Ironically, it was Frieza who, after enduring Broly's fierce strike, succumbed to the excruciating pain and fainted, his hatred for Goku and Vegeta intensifying. Haha. What a thrill. Gogeta's manic laughter reverberated as he split into Goku and Vegeta. Impressive. Jiang Xiaofei observed the duo beside him, feeling a swell of joy. Humph. Jiang Xiaofei, do you feel a sense of superiority? A foe we could only defeat together is now effortlessly subdued by you alone, Vegeta retorted, eyeing the grinning Jiang Xiaofei. Not at all. I seem to have lost interest in such matters, Jiang Xiaofei attempted to explain, yet to him, both Broly and the fused Gogeta were merely vanquished opponents. Goku and Vegeta were acutely aware that Jiang Xiaofei's strength had far surpassed theirs. Even in their fused form, they could not match him. After all, Jiang Xiaofei now stood as an entity comparable to the god of destruction, Beerus, while they remained leagues away from that level. Nevertheless, they refused to concede defeat. With a goal to strive for, they were determined to enhance their strength. Although they might lack the innate talent that Jiang Xiaofei and Broly possessed, their journey had been defined by unwavering perseverance. Oh dear, how should we deal with the two of them? Goku pondered, gazing at the unconscious Frieza and Broly, feeling a wave of anxiety. We absolutely cannot allow them to linger among us. Their unpredictability poses too great a risk. Though Vegeta yearned to fight Broly daily, the latter's post-madness behavior was exceedingly perilous. Their home and Earth could not withstand such turmoil. Yet, they could not permit them to roam freely in the universe either. If Broly could be properly trained, he might prove to be a valuable ally, but he must never be allowed to follow Frieza alone, lest he be led astray. Regarding Frieza's character, Goku harbors no trust whatsoever. This so-called Emperor of the Universe is nothing short of a master thespian, utterly incapable of controlling someone as Na'vi as Broly. Thus, there seems to be no other recourse. We can only send them to the realm of destruction, where Whis and Beerus can personally guide and supervise them, proposed Jiang Xiaofei at last. This is a splendid idea. Not only can we keep a watchful eye on these two restless individuals, but we can also engage in constant sparring with them, truly a twofold benefit. Without further ado, the three of them approached Broly and Frieza, and Goku immediately utilized instant transmission to transport them to the realm of destruction. In the realm of destruction, Beerus had just recovered from Jiang Xiaofei's affairs, indulging in the delightful cuisine and comfort of Earth. Whoosh! 5 figures suddenly appeared before Beerus, startling him, the god of destruction. Especially upon recognizing Jiang Xiaofei, his previously uplifted mood darkened once more. What brings you here? Beerus inquired coldly, regarding Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Lord Beerus, we have a small matter for which we seek your assistance. Goku's voice resonated. Not a chance. Beerus replied curtly, turning his head away. Oh dear. Lord Beerus, How unapproachable you are. If you could assist us, I promise to bring you even more delicacies next time, Jiang Xiaofei interjected. That does sound tempting. Pray tell, what is it? Upon hearing about the food, Beerus's demeanor softened slightly. We wish for them to remain in the realm of destruction for training. Goku indicated towards the still unconscious Frieza and Broly. Frieza? This. Scion. Beerus pondered as he scrutinized the two individuals before him. Hee. Lord Beerus. This Scion is named Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm. Oh, the legendary Super Saiyan? Beerus appeared intrigued. Indeed, Broly has not learned any combat techniques. Yet his growth rate during our battles has been astonishing. Even I and Vegeta in our Super Saiyan Blue forms could not best him. The expression on Beerus's face revealed even greater skepticism. This is the truth, Lord Beerus. With Whis' guidance, I believe his progress will be even swifter and in time. Surpassing, you could very well be within reach. As Goku spoke, Beerus's countenance fluctuated between stormy and contemplative. Surpass me? I would relish witnessing how he intends to achieve that, Beerus asserted, feeling his pride prickle at the notion. With an obstinate Jiang Xiaofei preceding him. Now he was being told that someone might surpass him. Naturally, Beerus's self-esteem took a blow. So, does this mean you agree to let them stay? He may, but he cannot. Beerus pointed at Broly and Frieza, respectively. Clearly, Frieza was held in disdain. That is correct, Lord Beerus. It was entirely thanks to Frieza that we were able to locate Broly. As Sun Wukong elucidated the situation, he expressed a desire for Frieza to remain. No need to elaborate further. It is this rascal who, after locating Broly, has sought to trouble you all. Beerus was well aware of the events that had transpired between them. It seems nothing escapes the keen perception of Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong scratched his head, sporting an innocent grin. Enough said. The same sentiment prevails. Broly may stay. Frieza, you should take your leave. Beerus's stance was unwavering, adding, this fellow had the audacity to flee during the previous match, leaving me in a lurch. I fear I might be compelled to eliminate him. As Beerus spoke, he approached the unconscious Frieza and delivered a merciless kick, sending him flying. Witnessing this scene, no one intervened, for they deemed it entirely Frieza's own fault. It was evident from another perspective that Frieza's character was indeed lacking. Since Beerus was unwilling to harbor Frieza, he must be taken back. However, with Jiang Xiaofei present, perhaps Frieza would not pose a significant threat. In the future, it would suffice for Frieza to make a few more visits to the God of Destruction's realm. After leaving Broly in the realm of destruction, Jiang Xiaofei and the others hurriedly departed. Observing their departure, Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly. In truth, Beerus's reluctance to shelter Frieza stemmed from his curiosity about whether Frieza could still exert his influence in front of Jiang Xiaofei. Chapter 97. The Battle of Future Timelines in the Seventh Universe. On Earth, Jiang Xiaofei, under Sun Wukong's guidance, returned to the Western City, where Frieza was also brought. Upon seeing Frieza, an instinctive wariness arose among the onlookers. For them, Frieza's past misdeeds were indelibly etched in their memories, and even in his unconscious state. Their simmering anger was palpable. Moreover, from the words of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, they had learned that not long ago, Frieza had descended upon Earth with Broly, nearly plunging it into chaos once again. Thus, the group remained reluctant to approach Frieza. His malevolence seemed ingrained in his very essence. When the news surfaced that even Lord Beerus had refused to take Frieza in, the consensus was clear. Frieza should be banished beyond the cosmos, left to his own devices. Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong concurred with this sentiment. Yet, at present, such a course of action was impractical. Frieza's recent escape had brought them the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Allowing Frieza to roam the universe unchecked could yield unpredictable consequences. After enduring repeated failures, Frieza's heart was undoubtedly filled with resentment. If left unmonitored, it could lead to dire repercussions. After all, in their universe, the presence of evil was abundant. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to keep Frieza close at hand, remaining ever vigilant to thwart his schemes before they can flourish. No, there exists another alternative. Eliminate him entirely and allow the King of Hell to pass judgment. Bulma articulated her thoughts, gesturing towards Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. You three must act together. The trio exchanged glances, only to shake their heads in unison. Despite Frieza being a quintessential villain, an inexplicable hesitation gripped them at the notion of taking his life. In the absence of a feasible means to eradicate him, They would have no choice but to keep Frisia nearby. This left them with one remaining concern: the location of Frisia's residence and who would be responsible for overseeing him. Among those present, it seemed only the three of you possessed the capability to contend with Frisia. Bulma continued her analysis. Well, Vegeta and Sun Wukong are both married, and with their talents inferior to Jiang Xiaofei's, they must devote themselves to rigorous training. Hence, the formidable task of supervising Frisia must fall to Jiang Xiaofei. As Bulma's reasoning resonated with the group, everyone expressed their agreement, save for Jiang Xiaofei, whose dissenting voice went unheeded. Amidst Jiang Xiaofei's sighs of resignation, Sun Wukong entrusted Frisia to him. Then it's up to you, Sun Wukong declared, before retreating with Vegeta into the training room to continue their regimen. Jiang Xiaofei, being empathetic, felt that he alone could effectively monitor Frisia. Carrying the unconscious Frisia, Jiang Xiaofei entered his room, reflecting on the day's events and sensing a glimmer of hope for the future. In the dead of night, Frisia, still deeply unconscious, slowly opened his bleary eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaofei, he sprang up, unleashing a powerful energy blast aimed at him. Jiang Xiaofei reacted effortlessly, extending his palm to absorb the energy, which vanished upon contact. He then retaliated with a simple punch that Frisia could not withstand. Observing Frisia's newfound compliance, Jiang Xiaofei relented, gesturing for him to sit beside him. The two engaged in a heartfelt conversation, during which Frisia learned of the events that transpired during his unconscious state. His gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei softening with a hint of camaraderie. On Earth, in a future timeline, with rapid advancements in technology, human existence has become increasingly vibrant. The city nights, awash in neon lights, exude a palpable atmosphere of exuberance, while towering skyscrapers gleam with brilliance. In a spacious square, a one-armed man is locked in fierce combat with a swordsman. Their exchange is dynamic and intricate, a familiar sparring match to those who understand their rapport. Just as their duel reaches an exhilarating crescendo, the starry sky above is suddenly shrouded by dense clouds, rendering even the city's luminous glow powerless against the encroaching darkness. The towering edifices, once symbols of prosperity, collapsed in an instant, as the vibrant nocturnal cityscape was consumed by an inferno. The anguished cries of the populace resonating amidst the chaos, the wails of women and children piercing the heart. The one-armed man and the swordsman exchanged alarmed glances, instinctively gazing towards the heavens, now shrouded in thick, ominous clouds. A dark figure emerged from the depths of the murky sky, surrounded by a tempest of golden lightning. From beneath the veil obscuring its visage, a purple radiance burst forth, casting its gaze upon the remnants of a shattered world, a voice resonating with fervor. What a wondrous scene it was! The one-armed man and the swordsman ascended into the air, confronting the enigmatic figure clad in black. Who are you? Did you orchestrate all of this? The one-armed man's voice thundered with fury, his wide eyes betraying no hint of restraint. I did not expect to encounter a scion so soon. How exhilarating! The figure in black regarded the two with an air of contemplation, as though conversing with itself, yet responding to the one-armed man's query. The dialogue did not persist. The one-armed man and the swordsman charged forth towards the dark-clad figure. With a resounding shout, a golden radiance flared around them, their aura surging dramatically. Yet, for the figure in black, this was all anticipated, failing to evoke any surprise. A violet-black energy sphere coalesced in its hand, hurtling towards the one-armed man and the swordsman. The one-armed man concentrated his energy in one hand, a golden orb forming, and, in the next moment, he released it with great force. The collision of the golden sphere and the violet-black orb ignited a dazzling display in the obsidian sky, radiating outward in a spectacular burst of fireworks. The immense energy threatened to disperse the dense clouds above. As the radiant pyrotechnics erupted, the swordsman found himself beside the figure in black, his long sword shimmering with a piercing golden light, ruthlessly aimed at the dark figure's arm. The intense purple hue clung to the figure's arm, sharp as a blade, menacing as a hook. The clash of the golden sword against the purple energy resulted in yet another breathtaking display, but no one cared for the brilliant colors. All attention was on the battle at hand. Who would emerge victorious? Chapter 98. The one-armed Gohan battles the dark figure. The confrontation persisted for half a minute, the violet energy intensifying, overpowering the swordsman's resolve. The figure in black remained relentless, swiftly lifting a foot to deliver a crushing blow, infused with purple energy. to the swordsman's abdomen. The swordsman plummeted from the skies, crashing into the devastated ground, creating a deep crater, the surroundings trembling as if shaken by an earthquake. Cries of despair erupted from the ground, the golden aura enveloping the swordsman waning significantly. Trunks, the one-armed man shouted in alarm, racing downward to assess the swordsman's condition amidst the rubble. I'm fine, Gohan. Trunks, having been struck down, reignited his golden aura, rising once more to stand beside Gohan. The two individuals exchanged a glance, then simultaneously turned their gaze toward the dark figure emanating a purple glow amidst the ominous clouds above, their eyes reflecting an indomitable will. Unable to discern the figure's true identity, Sun Wukong and Trunks found themselves at a loss. Who are you? Why have you come to wreak havoc upon Earth? Wukong's furious roar resonated, a more intense aura radiating from him. Yet, the figure clad in black remained unmoved by Wukong's display of anger. On the ground, smoke enveloped the air, and the once peaceful lives of humanity had been shattered in an instant, leaving them as survivors fleeing for their lives. The cries of anguish and pleas for help that echoed around him unsettled Wukong's heart. It seemed that this foe would not be easily vanquished. Trunks, gather our allies and assist everyone in reaching the shelter. But Trunks hesitated, his concern for Wukong evident as he regarded the formidable figure before them. There can be no buts. We must act with strategy to ensure humanity's survival in this battle, mustn't we? A resolute smile graced Wukong's face, yet to Trunks, it bore a tinge of sorrow. Nevertheless, he understood that for the sake of humanity's future, they needed a well-conceived plan. The shadowy figure before them was a force they knew they could not defeat together. For humanity to emerge victorious, it would inevitably be a protracted struggle. They must leave a glimmer of hope and a spark of life for mankind. However, the thought of allowing Wukong to face the dark figure alone pierced Trunks' heart like a dagger. Haha, how are your plans coming along? My patience is not limitless. The chilling voice of the dark figure cut through the air. Boom. The sound of collapsing buildings echoed from afar once more. Trunks, this is not a time for hesitation. We must make a choice. Hurry. Every second you delay could mean saving another life. As he observed Trunks still wavering, Wukong raised his voice, pushing Trunks aside and charging toward the figure cloaked in darkness. With one arm, Wukong unleashed a punch imbued with dragon power, a roar reverberating through the heavens. The resounding sound of the dragon's breath stirring the very souls of all who heard it. Those present, moved by Wukong's furious and earth-shattering roar, found clarity amidst the chaos and began to orderly make their way into the underground shelter. Trunks, racing forward with tears welling in his eyes, clenched his fists in determination. Beneath the black cloak, the figure's violet eyes shimmered with a white aura, while the swirling clouds above formed a massive black vortex, entwined with serpentine lightning. In response to Wukong's furious strike, the figure raised a hand, a vibrant purple light pulsating from it, resonating with the dark whirlpool overhead. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the dragon sought to tear apart the inky heavens. Boom! Bang! At the moment the furious fist collided with the wicked palm, the entire sky echoed with a heart-stopping resonance. Powerful waves of energy clashed within, collapsing upon themselves. A blinding radiance erupted from the confrontation, illuminating a world shrouded in smoke with a flicker of light. Yet, amidst this illumination, a more terrifying and despairing scene unfolded before the eyes of the world. Dense, dark clouds swirled in the sky, forming vortices that expanded outward, resembling tornadoes descending upon the earth. The already ravaged world appeared even more shattered within these whirlwinds. Haha, you are indeed formidable, but you cannot halt my ambitions. My scheme has only just commenced. How could it possibly come to a stop? The sinister laughter of the cloaked figure conveyed a pulse of dread. I cannot be deterred. I will not falter. From Son Gohan's visage, the cloaked figure discerned no hint of fear, only an unwavering spirit ablaze with defiance. Is that so? The dark figure tightened its grip on Son Gohan's fist, emanating an even more intense violet glow. Son Gohan's pupils dilated as he struggled to break free from the clutches of the cloaked figure, but his efforts were in vain. The other hand of the dark figure materialized a sword of violet light, aimed directly at Son Gohan's vital points. In a frantic attempt to evade the strike, Son Gohan found himself unable to liberate his arm from the dark figure's grasp. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, he was still pierced by the violet sword. Crimson liquid dripped from the wound, adding a splash of color to the obsidian sky. Ouch! That was a miss. The cloaked figure seemed to toy with him, thrusting the violet sword repeatedly towards Son Gohan's vital areas. Yet each time, Son Gohan managed to evade the lethal thrusts. However, several ghastly wounds adorned his powerful form. Aren't you here to stop me? Yet look at you now, seemingly powerless, unable to even muster the strength to break free from my grasp. A smirk of amusement flickered beneath the dark cloak, unnoticed by Son Gohan. A resolute expression emerged on Son Gohan's face, imbued with an invisible resistance. Even the cloaked figure felt a stir of emotion at this resolve. In the next moment, Son Gohan's struggle ceased. With a sudden maneuver, he flipped over. Crack! His solitary arm broke free, and like a specter, he positioned himself behind the cloaked figure, ensnaring its abdomen with his legs. His teeth bore down like iron nails, piercing through the dark cloak and into the shoulder of the cloaked figure. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, the cloaked figure could not suppress a cry of agony. Ha ha ha. An indistinct yet profoundly tragic laughter emanated from Son Gohan's lips. Chapter 99. The Fallen One-Armed Gohan. The wrathful Trunks, since I cannot defeat you, let us meet our end together and settle this with Yama. Due to the misalignment of his jaw, Sun Wukong struggled to articulate each word clearly. Nonetheless, the essence of his message reached the figure cloaked in black. Sun Wukong was resolved to perish alongside this mysterious adversary. The dark figure could not suppress a cry of anguish, which only served to fortify Sun Wukong's determination. Madman! No, you cannot. The black-clad individual began to speak in a disjointed manner, betraying a semblance of fear, a fear of losing his own life. Yet, in the next moment, his visage transformed into one of calm indifference, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Are you truly so naive as to think you could take me down with you? You are far from capable. Sun Wukong remained oblivious to the true intentions of his opponent, but having chosen this path, retreat was not an option. The atmosphere around him surged violently into his being, pure energy coursing through him, rendering his expression one of excruciating pain. The immense force rampaged within, filling every cell with a tumultuous energy, even causing his meridians to begin to rupture. A cry escaped from his lips. What a delightful sound. How fares your preparation? The dark figure clutched the arm that Sun Wukong had forcibly torn from him, twisting it a full 180 degrees, a look of enjoyment etched on his face. Seemingly indifferent to the energy Sun Wukong was gathering. After losing your hands, you still wish to completely inhibit my movements? It appears you remain oblivious to your circumstances. With a swift motion, the black-clad individual exerted force once more, severing Sun Wukong's arm. The unending agony caused his clenched teeth to momentarily relax before he gritted them once more. He silently urged himself, just a bit more. Faster. Hurry. Hiss. How remarkably tenacious. The arm in the dark figure's grasp was callously cast down from above. A surge of violet-black energy erupted, emanating from his hands like blades. The violet rays sliced through Sun Wukong's legs, exposing gruesome flesh and revealing pulsing veins beneath. The previously swelling energy within him began to wane. Give it up. You cannot even achieve basic energy gathering or self-detonation. How could you possibly hope for mutual destruction? In response, Sun Wukong could only clutch his legs tighter in a desperate effort. TSK. Humanity is ultimately so foolish, failing to recognize the gravity of their situation, stubbornly resisting, ultimately. It is all in vain. It seems my plan to eradicate humanity must indeed proceed. The dark figure's soliloquy sent a chill through Sun Wukong. The plan for human extermination. Was that not the intent to annihilate everyone? Time is running short. Your friend should have already secured that group of monkeys. But fear not. I can easily ensure that the entire Earth accompanies you to the grave. Now, do me a favor and descend to pave the way for them. Oh, no, wait. After their deaths, it is possible that not even their souls will remain. The dark figure's words reverberated in Sun Wukong's ears. Suddenly, a radiant platinum light burst forth from his chest. He could wait no longer. The self-detonation, though it may not obliterate the figure cloaked in black, was intended to inflict severe damage, granting Trunks the opportunity to vanquish him or seek assistance. Alas, it seems you remain oblivious. The violet radiance wielded by the dark figure struck true this time, piercing Son Gohan's chest with unerring precision. In an instant, the vitality of Son Gohan vanished. as the surging energy succumbed to the void. I had warned you that you might not even be capable of self-destruction. Now, do you believe me? A sense of unwillingness enveloped Son Gohan as the tendrils that once ensnared the legs of the dark figure fell limply, his body beginning its descent through the storm-laden sky. Yet, his tightly clenched teeth remained unyielding. As he plummeted, his teeth inadvertently stripped away the cloak draped over the dark figure. Upon the cloak's complete dislodgement, a familiar silhouette materialized before Son Gohan's eyes, sending another violent jolt through his already shattered heart. Father! Unbelievable! Inconceivable! A tormenting anguish. At this moment, Son Gohan, losing vitality at an alarming rate, was overwhelmed with emotions, his gaze fixated on the figure before him. Observing the rapidly descending Son Gohan, the dark figure revealed his true visage, with violet energy swirling around his features, a cunning smile gracing his handsome face. How do you find this appearance? A flash of violet energy surged forth, once again targeting Son Gohan's form. Brother Gohan, Trunks, who had been tirelessly organizing humanity's refuge, had not once diverted his gaze from the fierce battle occurring above. Witnessing Son Gohan's rapid descent, Trunks could no longer contain the fury surging within him. An aura of golden energy enveloped him, and the sword in his hand resonated with a hum. Without hesitation, Trunks leaped into the air, charging towards the violet energy aimed at Son Gohan. Bang! The violet energy collided with the sword, vanishing entirely from existence. Trunks then pivoted and swiftly caught the plummeting Son Gohan. Brother Gohan. The urgency in Trunks' voice could not conceal the tears welling in his eyes. Upon seeing Son Gohan's empty arms, the gaping wound on his chest, and the scars marring his legs, Trunks was consumed by a frenzied rage. His energy surging once more as he longed to confront the dark figure hovering in the sky. Yet, Son Gohan grasped Trunks firmly. No, do not act impulsively. He is my father. You are no match for him. Hearing Son Gohan's fragmented words, Trunks was left in utter astonishment. He looked up once more to the heavens, amidst the clashing thunder, and discerned the figure that was none other than Goku, clad in black. Trunks was equally astounded, realizing that Brother Gohan had been so grievously harmed by his own father, feeling a deep pang of sympathy for him. There must be some misunderstanding. Perhaps he is not truly Uncle Goku, but merely resembles him. Trunks spoke, attempting to reassure Son Gohan. Brother Gohan, you must hold on. Together, we will uncover the truth behind this ordeal. Trunks' voice bore a hint of hoarseness as he sensed Gohan's energy waning. Gohan shook his head, having already considered this truth. Yet he found himself indifferent to it at that moment. Whether that figure was truly Goku or not had become inconsequential. What mattered was the path Trunks must take next. If it were at all possible, he should seek aid in another timeline. With his last ounce of strength, Gohan uttered those words before his life force extinguished, leaving no trace of vitality. Chapter 100. Trunks Across Time. No. A desperate roar erupted from Trunks, his energy wildly spiraling out of control, causing the debris around him to shatter in an instant. Gohan's departure had driven Trunks into a frenzy, his eyes, filled with hatred, fixated on the figure in the sky. Identical to Goku, his surging energy evaporated the rain that had yet to touch the ground. Gently, Trunks laid Gohan's body on the ground, grasping his sword tightly as he charged toward the enemy that had slain Gohan. Futile, poor monkey. In the hands of Black Goku, a surge of violet energy surged forth, hurtling toward the charging Trunks. Buzz. The two forces collided with a resonating hum. The flames of fury surrounding Trunks intensified, and his movements quickened. Bang, bang, bang. Within a fleeting moment, countless clashes ensued. Yet, Trunks failed to inflict even a scratch on Black Goku, who maintained an overwhelming advantage. I have already warned you, it's useless. Soon, I shall reunite you with your friends below. The mocking voice of Black Goku pierced Trunks' eardrums, dripping with merciless derision. Provoked by the taunt, especially upon hearing the word friends, Trunks' rage transformed his sorrow into fuel, his anger into strength. The energy coursing through him surged once more, his sword yearning for something greater. With unparalleled sharpness, he struck again. This time, the sword met no resistance. The violet energy beneath it shattered and dissipated. The blade grazed Black Goku's abdomen, a drop of vibrant liquid falling from it, twisting Black Goku's expression into a snarl. Ah, despicable, truly despicable. You obstinate monkey. Today, I will ensure you perish here. The dark violet aura around Black Goku swelled, and the lightning above rumbled with fierce fury. A longer sword of violet energy materialized, crackling with electrical power. In his other hand, he formed several violet-black energy spheres pulsating with destructive force. The violet energy sword clashed again with Trunks' sword. Under Black Goku's command, the dark violet energy spheres surged toward Gohan's lifeless body on the ground. Trunks swiftly turned, determined to intercept the impending assault. However, the speed of the energy sphere's assault has surpassed that of Trunks. Under Trunks' gaze, the ground surrounding Gohan instantaneously morphed into a vast chasm, and Gohan's form was obliterated amidst the cacophony of explosions. No, a primal roar erupted from Trunks, his eyes clouded with profound hatred. His blood surging violently as the golden aura surrounding him swelled, yearning to shatter the enveloping darkness. Gazing upon the sinister grin of his adversary, Trunks yearned to rend him asunder. The purplish-black energy spheres continued their indiscriminate onslaught. Trunks wielded his sword in a flurry, slicing through the energy spheres with fervor, either cleaving them in twain or sending them hurtling away. In the next moment, Trunks reappeared before Black Goku, his sword radiating a blinding light. Imbued with his unbridled fury as he brought it down upon Black Goku. Black Goku, elusive as a specter, dodged the wrathful blade. Faced with Trunks' reckless determination, Black Goku began to struggle, yet he showed no signs of retreat. The purple energy coalescing in his hands surged forth once more, launching an attack against Trunks. The two combatants re-engaged, their figures flickering beneath the shroud of ominous clouds, each adorned with their own distinct luminescence. With a resounding crack, the dense clouds were forcibly torn apart by their overwhelming auras. Black Goku's form plunged into the depths of the clouds, with Trunks in swift pursuit. Their collision intensified the lightning within the clouds, sending a torrent of fury crashing down upon the ruins below. Boom! A golden figure pierced through the cloud barrier, descending from the sky, his sword trembling in hand. The impact had seemingly awakened Trunks to a clearer state of mind. As Gohan had foretold before his demise, Black Goku was not a foe they could conquer. To save their world, they must seek assistance from other dimensions. No longer fixated on vengeance and battle, Trunks utilized the cover of the night and the ruins to obscure his presence, gliding low through the air. As Black Goku emerged slowly from the dense clouds, he felt an inexplicable surge of fury upon realizing Trunks had vanished. Though he had just sent Trunks plummeting from the sky, the latter had inflicted a grievous wound upon his arm in the process. Damn that monkey. Do you think hiding will keep you safe from my grasp? Black Goku unleashed a barrage of purplish-black energy spheres in all directions. Thunderous roars echoed as numerous dilapidated skyscrapers crumbled, the rising smoke spiraling uncontrollably into the air. Observing the sporadic bursts of light on the ground, flare-ups from the explosions, Black Goku sought to track Trunks. Yet, no matter how fervently he searched, he could not draw out the concealed Trunks. One day I will find you. I shall crush you with my own hands. Black Goku's figure vanished, venturing into broader territories, for the plan to eradicate humanity encompassed far more than this isolated domain. Upon Trunks' return to the refuge, he immediately reached out to his mother, Bulma. In this timeline, at that moment, Bulma was engaged in a monumental research endeavor within her secret laboratory. The time machine, an invention capable of traversing the fabric of time. Even before the calamity struck, Bulma had commenced her studies on this remarkable device. Now, as Black Goku ravaged the Earth, the only means of seeking assistance from alternate timelines lay within the time machine. However, the apparatus had reached a critical juncture. Only by gathering sufficient temporal fluid could its operation be assured. This inevitably meant that during this period, the world would endure relentless torment at the hands of Black Goku, ushering in a protracted struggle. As the foremost warrior of this realm, Trunks emerged as the vanguard against Black Goku's tyranny. Enduring numerous setbacks, Trunks gradually grew stronger through his confrontations with Black Goku. Yet, he still found himself outmatched, as the majority of humanity had been nearly obliterated by Black Goku. At last, the time machine was successfully completed. Trunks boarded the device, which roared to life, expelling torrents of searing flames that threatened to melt everything in its path. This spectacle did not go unnoticed. Black Goku, not far off, beheld a familiar figure. As that silhouette ascended in the resplendent light of the time machine, it vanished before Black Goku's eyes, leaving behind only the fierce gaze filled with anger and intent to kill. Chapter 101. The encounter of two beings from different timelines. Black Goku's eyes widened in fury as he strained to sense Trunks' energy. However, he discovered that within this space, he could not perceive Trunks' presence at all. Even the lingering aura faded with the passage of time, dissipating into the ether. The ability to vanish between timelines was indeed a formidable feat for humanity. Black Goku marveled at the technology wielded by humans, feeling an intensified loathing for their existence, believing such prowess should not dwell within them. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Since you chose to flee, I shall ensure this timeline descends into utter ruin. As he spoke, Black Goku cast his gaze toward Bulma below. With a merciless flick of his wrist, a dark purple energy sphere hurtled toward her. Without a struggle or trace of suffering, Bulma's form was engulfed in a blinding radiance, completely vanishing. If ever you return, you shall find that everything you hold dear has been rendered to naught. Observing the vibrant explosion below, reflected upon his face, a sly smile crept upon Black Goku's lips. In the present timeline, Jiang Xiaofei and Frieza had just concluded a warm-up bout. Their skirmish was not particularly fierce, yet it was undeniably brutal. Under Jiang Xiaofei's onslaught, even Frieza, transformed into his golden form, could not reclaim the dignity befitting the Emperor of the universe. Covered in wounds, Frieza glared at the composed Jiang Xiaofei, a pang of frustration coursing through him. You truly leave no room for mercy. Frieza seethed, gritting his teeth as he addressed Jiang Xiaofei. Your skills are lacking, yet you dare to complain here. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Frieza, feeling an undeniable sense of satisfaction within. Humph. If everyone were as monstrous as you, this world would have descended into chaos long ago. Although Frieza is indeed a prodigy, he must concede that Jiang Xiaofei, at present, surpasses him in extraordinary talent. Heh, have you forgotten about Broly not long ago? Let us pretend I said nothing. Jiang Xiaofei, Frieza, do you still entertain thoughts of fleeing this time? No more running. With you here, even if I desired to escape, I wouldn't find the opportunity. Frieza, feeling the pent-up fire within, begrudgingly acknowledged his predicament. This time, he intended to employ his old tricks to stealthily slip away. Here, he felt utterly devoid of freedom, let alone the chance to wreak havoc. If Frieza wished to continue his reign as the Cosmic Emperor, he had to depart. However, just as he prepared to take flight, he was locked onto by Jiang Xiaofei. And soon, the two were engaged in a fierce struggle. Though it appeared to be a battle between equals, it was, in truth, a one-sided display of Frieza's suffering. This is the wiser course. You would do well to remain here quietly. Do not forget, you still have an outstanding debt with Beerus that has yet to be settled. Jiang Xiaofei reminded him pointedly. Frieza, humph, don't get too pleased with yourself. Do not think I am unaware that you are hardly a favored individual with Beerus at the moment. Is this mutual harm truly acceptable? Jiang Xiaofei wished to divert from this topic. He simply aimed to keep a watchful eye on Frieza. Just knowing is sufficient. Frieza felt a slight easing of his spirits, believing he might finally turn the tables on Jiang Xiaofei. Such minor skirmishes had become quite common between them, much to the indifference of Bulma and the others. Yet, they could clearly observe that Jiang Xiaofei had indeed succeeded in keeping a steadfast watch over Frieza. It appeared that Frieza's nefarious plans were now impossible to execute. Just then, a massive rift appeared in the sky, an indication of space being torn asunder. Violent spatial energies surged forth, with countless particles racing at speeds surpassing light. Suddenly, an object resembling a spacecraft emerged from the breach. It was none other than Trunks' time machine. Who goes there? Jiang Xiaofei and Frieza immediately adopted defensive stances, caught unprepared by this unexpected guest. As the time machine stabilized upon the ground, a figure drew their attention. The person was both familiar and unfamiliar to them. Familiar, as he bore an uncanny resemblance to young Trunks. Unfamiliar, as this man was clearly much older than the boy. However, some recognized him very well, such as Jiang Xiaofei and Bulma. Before them stood another version of Trunks from a different timeline. Observing the scars adorning Trunks' body, Jiang Xiaofei instantly understood. The calamities of the future timeline had indeed continued to unfold, with Black Goku and the Kaioshin Zamasu once again enacting their plan for the extermination of humanity. For Jiang Xiaofei, who was aware of everything, he did not disclose this to others, yet he had already prepared for what was to come. The arrival of Trunks signified that it would not be long before Black Goku also manifested in this timeline. Based on Jiang Xiaofei's assessment, the likelihood of restraining Black Goku within this realm, relying on his own strength, was considerably high. Upon learning of Trunks' arrival from the future, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta temporarily halted their training to inquire about the events transpiring in the future timeline. However, as soon as Trunks laid eyes on Sun Wukong, an overwhelming impulse surged within him, his aura intensifying several-fold. Ignoring his fatigue and pain, he charged directly at Sun Wukong. Everyone was momentarily taken aback by Trunks' actions. Nonetheless, it was evident that the current Trunks could not inflict harm upon Sun Wukong. After Sun Wukong subdued him, and with explanations from Jiang Xiaofei and Bulma, Trunks eventually realized his misunderstanding. Trunks then began recounting the events that had unfolded in the future timeline. As he narrated, a palpable gloom settled over everyone's hearts. When they learned that Bulma in the future was likely to fall victim to Black Goku's malevolence, Vegeta's breathing became noticeably rapid. Humph. Kakarot. It seems we are in dire need of a battle between men. Ouch. Vegeta. That wasn't me. That person merely resembles me. Sun Wukong was not keen on clashing with Vegeta at that moment. Amidst everyone's worry and urgency, the rift in the sky once again trembled violently. A suffocating aura emanated from the rift, and a figure radiating a purple glow leaped forth. With violet eyes fixed on Trunks, who was enveloped by the crowd. A sinister smile graced the figure's face. So, you truly were hiding here. Upon witnessing the purple figure, the shock within everyone intensified, particularly for Sun Wukong, as the appearance and physique of that figure were an exact replica of his own. Chapter 102. The epic battle with Black Goku. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with intensity, a colossal energy enveloping him. Without any superfluous words or exchanges, he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging at the flickering, purple glowing figure that had traversed time and space. Black Goku, equally intrigued by this timeline's Sun Wukong, emanated an overwhelming aura of purple light, showing no signs of trepidation in the presence of Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. With a thunderous clash, their confrontation unleashed a tremendous wave of energy. The few remaining clouds in the sky dissipated under the force of this energy surge. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong launched a series of relentless attacks, while Black Goku adeptly countered each strike. The two figures continued to shift positions in the sky, the rampant energy fluctuations creating a tempest that swept toward Jiang Xiaofei and the others. With a gentle wave of his hand, Jiang Xiaofei dispelled the energy storm. Little did anyone expect Sun Wukong to be so proactive this time. Humph. This individual has undoubtedly been stirred by the sight of someone bearing an uncanny resemblance to himself. There must be astonishment, as well as indignation, especially upon hearing Trunks' account of that alternate timeline. This Black Goku is truly a menace that must be eradicated. Vegeta's eyes glimmered with intensity, never straying from the two figures locked in combat high above. It is he. The tragic future is solely his doing. Even Gohan. As Trunks beheld the Black Goku crossing timelines, a tumult of emotions surged within him, making it difficult to conceal the profound sorrow that lay buried deep within. Even Gohan has fallen victim to his wrath. Gohan sacrificed himself to protect me, to safeguard everyone. Trunks' voice quivered, his hatred for Black Goku intensifying. Humph. Vegeta uttered little, his aura surging in an instant, a pale blue enveloping his form. With a leap, he soared towards the two combatants above. In this moment, Vegeta cared not for solitary battles. He yearned to capture this Black Goku and ensure that he pays for his abhorrent transgressions. Watching Vegeta ascend, Jiang Xiaofei wore a mysterious smile. If they could detain Black Goku here, perhaps the future world could be salvaged. However, this thought led Jiang Xiaofei to a grave concern. For in that future timeline, alongside Black Goku, there exists another pivotal figure, Zamasu. The two are the source of the future's calamity. Thus, merely eliminating Black Goku would be woefully insufficient. It is evident that they must venture into the future timeline to resolve everything once and for all. Bulma, please store the time machine and commence research on how to manufacture fuel. Jiang Xiaofei instructed Bulma. She promptly complied, well aware that Trunks' desire to return hinges on the time machine. Phew, how fortunate I am not to have departed. Otherwise, I would have missed this exhilarating spectacle. Nearby, Frieza, seeking a sense of significance, gazed at the chaos unfolding above and jested. Frieza, you had best remain compliant and refrain from any underhanded schemes. Otherwise, you will find no refuge in Universe 7, Jiang Xiaofei cautioned. Oh dear, my lord Jiang Xiaofei truly cares for me. Fear not. I am quite adept at discerning circumstances. Frieza replied with an air of indifference. Jiang Xiaofei wasted no further words, his body shooting skyward to join the fray. Boom. With the arrival of Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta, Black Goku found himself hard-pressed. He was sent hurtling away by a single punch from Jiang Xiaofei. Black Goku's form crashed heavily onto a nearby hillside, leaving a sizable humanoid crater in his wake. Hey, could you two refrain from meddling? This is my battle with him. The original combatant, Son Goku, expressed his displeasure towards the intervening Vegeta and Jiang Xiaofei. Kakarot, did you forget Trunks' description of that timeline? Do you still wish to grant him the opportunity to return? Vegeta's near-roaring figure thundered at Goku. Very well. If that is the case, let us unleash our full potential. A fierce battle spirit ignited in Goku's eyes as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Hee hee. Haha. How intriguing. Black Goku, soaring again from the small mountain, felt a surge of excitement as he gazed upon the three before him. Goku, to encounter you once more in this timeline. It seems our fates are indeed intertwined. Black Goku's words left everyone momentarily stunned, even Goku himself, as he realized this stranger knew him. I have yet to express my gratitude to you. Therefore, to convey my appreciation, let this timeline descend into chaos. As Black Goku spoke, a radiant purple aura enveloped him, forming countless purple energy spheres that launched towards Jiang Xiaofei and the others, as well as the people on the ground. Boom! Another deafening sound erupted. The once arrogant Black Goku was sent flying again. The previously destructive and frenzied purple energy spheres disintegrated in an instant. Before us, how dare he act so brazenly? Jiang Xiaofei declared, not pausing for a moment as he charged forward once more. Under Jiang Xiaofei's relentless onslaught, Black Goku found himself on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left astonished. The transformed Vegeta and Goku also failed to comprehend the situation. Could the battle truly conclude in such a manner? If so, this would undoubtedly be their easiest fight yet. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of physical collisions echoed, accompanied by Black Goku's anguished cries. In that moment, as Jiang Xiaofei pummeled him, Black Goku's heart was filled with confusion. Despite possessing this strongest of bodies, why could he not withstand attacks from someone seemingly insignificant? Moreover, in all his experiences, there seemed to be no one like this at all. Jiang Xiaofei, however, paid no heed to Black Goku's thoughts. Each punch he delivered carried even more weight. This is what you owe those humans. Jiang Xiaofei's words rang in Black Goku's ears, and soon, I shall bring your disgraceful existence to an end. A faint purple light gathered in Jiang Xiaofei's hand, emanating a divine aura of destruction. Just as Jiang Xiaofei was about to strike, a tremendous force erupted from the torn space above, and the ring on Black Goku's hand radiated an unusual glow. Subsequently, Black Goku's figure was completely enveloped by that timeline. Jiang Xiaofei hurriedly attempted to act, but it was already too late. In that critical moment, Black Goku vanished. Chapter 103. Speculations regarding Black Goku's origin. Damn. Watching Black Goku disappear, along with the closing rift in space, Jiang Xiaofei, who had gathered destructive power, could not help but curse furiously. He had intended to leave Black Goku here forever. However, human calculations pale in comparison to the designs of fate. At the most critical moment, a rift in time and space emerged, forcibly drawing the formidable Black Goku back to his original timeline. This event was a manifestation of time's self-correction, contrasting sharply with Trunks, who traversed time through a time machine. Observing Black Goku's abrupt return, Jiang Xiaofei came to a profound realization. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the power of time and space is enigmatic. Even a being as mighty as a god of destruction cannot whimsically manipulate it. Although he had once battled the god of destruction, Kampa, and unfortunately fell into the void of time, he remained perplexed by the intricacies of time's power. In this universe, perhaps only the Omni King possesses the ability to truly govern time itself, for the Omni King can obliterate entire universes with a mere gesture. Without a universe, the concept of time ceases to exist. If he could one day comprehend and harness the power of time, the gods would no longer pose a threat to him. Yet, that is a matter for another time. Presently, the issue remains unresolved. To defeat Black Goku and Zamasu, they must travel to the future via the time machine. The immediate priority is to help everyone understand the origins of Black Goku. However, to conceal his own identity, Jiang Xiaofei cannot speak plainly and must instead guide them to understanding through subtle hints. Son Goku and Vegeta reverted from their transformed states, returning to the ground. Noticing Jiang Xiaofei's despondency, Son Goku placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You cannot blame yourself. Who could have anticipated that time would suddenly pull him away? Jiang Xiaofei managed a more serene smile. What exactly is the origin of Black Goku? Is there some connection to you? The question left Son Goku momentarily bewildered. I'm here to comfort you. And you suspect I have ties to that Black Goku? He protested. Humph. If there were no connection, how could you two bear such a striking resemblance? Vegeta interjected, exacerbating the situation. Oh dear. This is an egregious misunderstanding. I truly have no idea how this happened. Son Goku lamented, feeling misunderstood. I know you are innocent. What I mean is, could Black Goku's emergence be linked to some of your abilities, perhaps your body? Jiang Xiaofei proposed his hypothesis. My body? How is that even possible? Son Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. What is impossible about it? Let us not forget the existence of the Dragon Balls in this world. If one were to gather all 7 and make a wish to the eternal dragon, it would be a trivial matter. Moreover, didn't Frisia's minions encounter such circumstances? Although Jiang Xiaofei's assertions deviated slightly from reality, they remained within a realm of reason. Perhaps a future adversary utilized the power of the dragon to seize your body. Your reasoning does hold some merit. Son Goku conceded, pondering the implications. But who could be so despicable? He glanced toward Frisia. Son Goku, what do you mean by that? Feeling the unkind gazes of Son Wukong and Vegeta, Frisia furrowed his brow. Among those present, it seemed that he alone bore the label of the villain. It appears that I must eliminate this troublesome matter entirely for the future timeline to find stability. Vegeta's aura fluctuated violently, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. You all. Frisia felt unjustly accused, yet he found himself at a loss for words, for as the Emperor of the universe, he was indeed at a disadvantage. It shouldn't be him. Amidst the doubts of the crowd, Jiang Xiaofei finally spoke those words. If not him, then who else could it be? Son Wukong found himself struggling to follow Jiang Xiaofei's train of thought. If Frisia were indeed the culprit, he might wish he were a few centimeters taller. Jiang Xiaofei offered an explanation. Once more, the crowd turned their gaze toward Frisia, their eyes reflecting a flicker of pity. Frisia felt a warmth rise to his cheeks, harboring both gratitude and resentment toward Jiang Xiaofei. Your reasoning holds merit, yet. Son Wukong did not continue, for if it were not Frisia, he truly could not fathom who else might resort to such crude tactics. It is quite possible that this is not the work of a human at all, but of a god. Jiang Xiaofei proposed an even bolder hypothesis. A god? Your words grow increasingly fantastical. How could a deity engage in such malevolent amusement? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Son Wukong shook his head vigorously, for among the gods he knew, no such being existed. That is due to your lack of understanding. In truth, our strength has surpassed that of most gods. If a god were to harbor ulterior motives, such a scenario might indeed be plausible, Jiang Xiaofei continued. No, I still cannot convince myself. If it were truly a god, what would drive them to act in such a manner? If this god wishes for humanity's extinction, they would seek to usurp your body to wield your power against humankind. Does this not seem exceedingly reasonable? Jiang Xiaofei's words plunged everyone into profound shock. They had never considered such a notion. After all, as deities, their lifespans far exceeded those of humans, and their abilities were, to some extent, far superior. Yet, this possibility seemed to exist, and it bore a certain logic. How then shall we validate this conjecture? Son Wukong became unusually proactive today, posing the most questions. This is quite simple. We shall venture to the future timeline and confront that Black Wukong once more. Regardless of his identity, the truth will be revealed. Jiang Xiaofei paused and added, if he has any other accomplices, they will undoubtedly reveal themselves as well. At that point, united in our efforts, we shall eliminate them all, and peace will be restored to the future timeline. That makes sense. Thus, the remaining task is straightforward. We shall board the time machine and journey to the future timeline to uncover the truth. Son Wukong's face relaxed as he concluded. Though that may be the case, Jiang Xiaofei turned to Bulma, pondering thoughtfully. Creating fuel for the time machine will likely require some time. During this interval, we must diligently prepare, striving to eradicate Black Goku and his accomplices in one fell swoop. Chapter 104. A lesson for Frisia with the departure of Black Goku. Life resumed its former clamor. Yet, Amidst this cacophony lingered an ever-present tension, a consequence of the future timeline's looming threat. Had they been adequately prepared even a day in advance, they could have ushered in peace for the future timeline a day sooner. Thanks to the miraculous beans, Trunks had fully recovered, yet an abiding sense of loss still shadowed him. In matters concerning the future timeline, Trunks harbored the deepest sentiments. Although Goku experienced profound turmoil upon encountering Black Goku, his agitation stemmed primarily from his disdain for the villain's appropriation of his likeness. In comparison to Trunks' animosity, Goku's feelings were markedly less intense. Nonetheless, with a resolute plan in mind, no one dared to act impulsively, to completely annihilate Black Goku and his shadowy associates. It was imperative to heed Jiang Xiaofei's counsel and prepare thoroughly. In their quest to vanquish Black Goku, the synergy between Goku and Vegeta intensified. Goku sought to defeat Black Goku to validate his identity, while Vegeta's motivations were rooted in the protection of his children and wife. Despite their differing perspectives, their ultimate objectives were perfectly aligned. To ensure their success, they commenced the process of fusion. It is worth noting that during their battle with Broly, Goku and Vegeta utilized fusion to become Gogeta. Before Gogeta, even the legendary Super Saiyan had no recourse. Although Broly at that time lacked formal training and guidance, his power was undeniably formidable. Given the current engagement with Black Goku, it was evident that his strength had not been fully realized. And if there were even more formidable forces at play behind him, they must also possess some hidden techniques. On Trunks' end, having fully regained his physical prowess, he did not rush into training but instead visited Gohan's home. In his future timeline, Gohan had been slain by Black Goku, a wound that would eternally ache for Trunks. Even if the Dragon Balls could someday resurrect Gohan, the timeline of such an event remained uncertain. In this current timeline, the Gohan Trunks encountered differed from the Gohan of his memories. In Trunks' recollections, Gohan was a brave warrior, exuding an aura of valor. However, this version of Gohan had absorbed too much scholarly demeanor, becoming somewhat refined. Yet, even so, the mere sight of his elder brother Gohan stirred a warm tide within Trunks, causing tears to well up in his eyes. The bond between Trunks and Gohan erupted at this moment, transcending time and space, and melding deeply within Trunks' heart. As Trunks stood before him, Gohan experienced a fleeting moment of hesitation, but he quickly acclimated to the situation. Upon learning of Trunks' harrowing experiences, Gohan felt a profound respect for the version of himself from the future. After finally encountering the person he longed to meet, Trunks regarded the present Gohan with admiration. Life, after all, is replete with myriad experiences and choices, and he would not interfere with this timeline's Gohan. After bidding farewell to Gohan, Trunks plunged into rigorous training. His world awaited his rescue, and he could not afford any lapse in focus, lest he betray his brother Gohan and the mother he had fought to protect. Soon enough, Trunks found himself sparring with Goku and Vegeta. Although he could not transform into Super Saiyan Blue like them, the combat prowess he exhibited was utterly unexpected. Especially after enduring such profound sorrow, Trunks' resolve had only intensified, which could potentially be advantageous for a Super Saiyan. Faced with Super Saiyan Blue Goku, Trunks managed to hold his own, which explains how he survived the relentless pursuit of Black Goku in the future timeline. While everyone else was busy, Jiang Xiaofei and Frieza remained quite leisurely. Observing the trio engaged in combat above them, Jiang Xiaofei chuckled softly. "Frieza, why don't you join them for a sparring session?" "Me? Humph, not interested," Frieza retorted, casting a glance at the battle above before closing his eyes, seemingly adopting an attitude of indifference. "Jiang Xiaofei, huh? I see you're afraid." Frieza scoffed. "Afraid? Jiang Xiaofei, clarify this for me. Why would I be afraid of them? Do you really think so naively?" Frieza bristled, fully aware that Jiang Xiaofei was teasing him, yet he felt compelled to retort. "Isn't it apparent? As the Emperor of the Universe, you have faced defeat time and again. Your wounded pride won't allow you to lose again, so you fear failure in training," Jiang Xiaofei asserted, taking on the role of Frieza's guardian, determined to help him understand that evasion would yield no fruitful results. "Humph." Frieza turned away, dismissing the one who constantly pointed out his shortcomings. "Huh, Frieza, since you've chosen to stay, you should try to integrate with us instead of isolating yourself." Jiang Xiaofei shifted his tone, beginning to lecture Frieza. "Humph, I can do as I please. Why should I heed your advice?" Frieza stubbornly refused to acquiesce to Jiang Xiaofei's wishes. "In truth, I felt the same way when I first arrived. However, I found genuine joy in their company. If you could see us as friends, perhaps your experience would be different. Jiang Xiaofei continued. As the Emperor of the universe, I do not require friends. If you are willing to serve as my subordinates, I might consider it, Frisia coldly replied. Frisia cast another glance at the battle unfolding above, his eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion. Friends? In this lifetime, it seemed he had never truly experienced such a connection. But did he genuinely require it? He hastily shook his head, a bemused smile creeping onto his face. How could he entertain such absurd thoughts? After all, he was the cosmic emperor destined to dominate the universe. How could he lower himself to associate with these individuals? Choosing not to engage further with Jiang Xiaofei, Frisia hurried back to his abode, fearful of being brainwashed by him. Observing Frisia's demeanor, Jiang Xiaofei decided against pursuing him, instead propelling himself into the fray alongside the three combatants. Chapter 105, Jiang Xiaofei vs. Trunks. 2 azure figures and 1 golden silhouette erupted in a dazzling display of colors against the sky. The surrounding clouds dissipated under their formidable presence. Jiang Xiaofei, witnessing the swift movements of the three figures before him, hesitated not a moment and immersed himself in the battle. The already intense conflict transformed into a more fantastical spectacle with his participation. Jiang Xiaofei darted effortlessly amidst the three combatants, each of his strikes deftly countering their assaults. This scene sent a shiver down Trunks' spine. In his memory, Goku and Vegeta were the epitome of strength. Having visited this timeline before, he possessed a certain understanding of its combat prowess. However, he had no recollection of such an extraordinary warrior existing. Moreover, the Super Saiyan Blue forms exhibited by Goku and Vegeta were evidently magnitudes stronger than before. The ease with which Jiang Xiaofei navigated their attacks was a testament to his power, far surpassing that of Goku and Vegeta. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's prowess, Trunks felt a surge of intensity within him. He yearned for immense strength. With absolute power, he believed he could defeat Black Goku, safeguarding his timeline and the people he cherished. Uncle Goku, father, may I engage in a battle with Mr. Jiang Xiaofei? Trunks articulated his desire directly, without preamble. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Goku and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles. It seems we have been underestimated. Goku comprehended Trunks' sentiments fully. Among the trio, Jiang Xiaofei undoubtedly stood as the mightiest. Although he was not a Super Saiyan, he had inadvertently transformed into a counterfeit Super Saiyan god, granting him some insight into the Saiyan lineage. Moreover, it was undeniable that battling Jiang Xiaofei would yield greater growth than facing either of them. As Saiyans thrived in dire circumstances, Vegeta glanced at Trunks and then at the smiling Jiang Xiaofei. Though irritation flickered within him, he suppressed it for Trunks' sake. Humph. Vegeta let out a cold snort, shedding his Super Saiyan Blue form, gradually distancing himself from the battleground of the four combatants, effectively granting them more space. Wait for me. Vegeta. Goku, too, chose not to continue fighting, mirroring Vegeta's actions. Once the most fervent competitors, they now assumed the role of spectators, eager to witness just how formidable Trunks could become under Jiang Xiaofei's relentless pressure. Observing the departing duo, a hint of regret flickered across Jiang Xiaofei's face. His intention had merely been to create a lively atmosphere, yet unexpectedly, Trunks had proactively requested a duel with him. As a good friend, Jiang Xiaofei naturally could not refuse. Mr. Jiang Xiaofei, I humbly seek your guidance. After making a polite gesture, Trunks was immediately enveloped in a powerful golden aura, his energy surging and amplifying his strength several-fold. The sword in his hand hummed as it sliced through the air towards Jiang Xiaofei. This was undoubtedly Trunks' full-force assault. Yet he was acutely aware that even such an effort would likely inflict no harm upon Jiang Xiaofei. To be able to navigate effortlessly within the grasp of two Super Saiyan Blues, the magnitude of his attack was hardly worthy of Jiang Xiaofei's attention. Nevertheless, Trunks remained invigorated, for he yearned to attain greater power through this encounter. With Jiang Xiaofei's guidance, the mistakes he made would surely diminish in significance. Though no silvery light emanated from Jiang Xiaofei, the immense energy contained within each of his cells was sufficient to crush Trunks' oncoming assault. A palpable aura of destruction and devastation radiated from Jiang Xiaofei. Though its reach was limited, it instilled a profound sense of dread in those who could sense it, as if taking a single step forward would lead to certain doom. As the golden glowing sword met the chilling aura of destruction, it struggled to advance even a fraction further, the sword itself seemingly on the brink of obliteration. Trunks' pupils constricted as he attempted to retract his sword. However, Jiang Xiaofei would not afford him such an opportunity. With a mere flick of his right hand, the sword in Trunks' grasp disintegrated into powder, unable to coalesce anew. Witnessing this scene, Goku and Vegeta could not help but give a thumbs up, acknowledging Jiang Xiaofei's undeniable prowess. Trunks had long relied on his sword, which had saved countless lives from the hands of Black Goku. Yet now, the once indomitable blade had been utterly shattered by a single glance from Jiang Xiaofei. Wow, Jiang Xiaofei is truly formidable, Goku exclaimed, noting that even during his time in the Kaioshin realm, he had never witnessed anyone capable of destroying Trunks' sword. Humph. As long as it enhances his strength, employing a bit of ruthlessness is acceptable, Vegeta remarked, observing the clash between Jiang Xiaofei and Trunks with a weighty tone. Yet, this could hardly conceal his actions towards Trunks. Indeed, upon witnessing the shattering of the sole weapon that had accompanied him, Trunks' composure shattered. The radiance surrounding him intensified, intermingled with a faint crimson aura, subtler than his previous energy, yet undeniably present. A tempest of fierce winds surged forth as Trunks charged fearlessly towards Jiang Xiaofei once more. Chapter 106. Super Saiyan God Trunks. The scene before him left Sun Wukong somewhat astonished. The potent energy emanating from Trunks resonated with a sense of familiarity. King Kai's fist? No, that was not quite right. His power augmentation was indeed formidable, yet something felt amiss. Could it be? Sun Wukong hesitated to delve deeper into his thoughts, for the Trunks of today was truly exceptional. Besides Sun Wukong, Vegeta's eyes were equally filled with astonishment. Observing Trunks' transformation, Jiang Xiaofei narrowed his gaze. Trunks' development had somewhat exceeded his expectations. However, in his view, it was still insufficient. Jiang Xiaofei raised his right hand, and the surrounding purple brilliance shimmered, clashing against Trunks' furious roar. Boom! Trunks' enraged fist collided directly with Jiang Xiaofei's palm. In an instant, a golden wave of energy, tinged with hints of red and purple, merged to form a vibrant current, radiating outward from the two like a supernova. The powerful gust, accompanied by a tremendous sonic boom, assaulted Sun Wukong and Vegeta's eardrums, causing them to involuntarily stagger back a few steps. However, amidst the tumult of battle, Jiang Xiaofei remained unfazed. Absorbing the energy of the clash, he found himself somewhat taken aback by Trunks' ability to unleash such power, considering he had merely provoked him slightly. Ah, indeed. Such strength could certainly tickle my fancy. However, if this is all the power you possess, dreaming of defeating Black Goku and safeguarding your future is but a futile wish. Jiang Xiaofei's words were devoid of emotion, as if he were merely recounting an unrelated event. Yet, to Trunks, those words resonated differently. His hatred for Black Goku had become ingrained in the very marrow of his being. The darkness and sorrow brought into his world by Black Goku ignited an insatiable desire for vengeance within him. The fact that he currently lacked the strength to protect his family and friends, to defend his world, was a source of profound anguish. Particularly under these circumstances, Trunks' heart was shattered. A heart-wrenching and helpless roar erupted from him, amplifying his aura. The frenzied energy surged forth, propelling Trunks into a wild assault against Jiang Xiaofei. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed through the heavens, a cacophony that no one would believe originated from the clash of two mere mortals. Trunks' speed and strength escalated to an exhilarating degree, resembling a frenzied beast devoid of reason, wildly unleashing the tempestuous emotions within. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei effortlessly countered this torrential onslaught. Is this truly the extent of your might? There is indeed a discernible improvement since our last encounter, but you now resemble a rampaging creature. How could you possibly triumph over the divine power of Black Goku? Jiang Xiaofei continued to provoke, yet the force in his hands evidently intensified. Boom! A devastating blow erupted from Jiang Xiaofei's fist, sending Trunks plummeting from the sky. His body crashed into the nearby mountains, causing massive boulders to tumble from the summit. Lying amidst the mountain's embrace, Trunks gazed at the resplendent figure, and a sense of clarity washed over him. As a Saiyan, he could indeed harness his rage to augment his strength. Although this growth was virtually limitless, to him, infinity did not equate to reaching such heights. Without the ability to defeat Black Goku, a promising future was but a distant dream, perhaps even non-existent. Jiang Xiaofei gradually descended from the sky to Trunks' side. his face adorned with a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. Would you like to experience a more profound power? Trunks' eyes sparkled with desire, yearning for that strength. However, such formidable power could not simply manifest overnight. His gaze dimmed once more, enveloped in despondency. Observing Trunks' shifting emotions, Jiang Xiaofei's smile deepened. There exists a method to enhance your prowess in a short span, though the strength gained through it is destined to be fleeting. You may wish to sample it beforehand, as it might offer you a more profound understanding. Once again, a glimmer of hope ignited in Trunks' eyes, and he slowly rose to his feet. Might you divulge the nature of this method? It is rather straightforward. One merely needs to concentrate the power of several scions into a single individual. Jiang Xiaofei's vague explanation left Trunks in a state of confusion. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta also arrived on the scene. You're not referring to the Super Saiyan God, are you? Sun Wukong inquired. Indeed, it is the Super Saiyan God. The Super Saiyan God? Trunks felt a twinge of skepticism. During his battles with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he had discerned that the Super Saiyan Blue form was a manifestation of this divine state. Yet he currently found himself far from attaining such heights. As long as we can find 5 righteous-hearted Super Saiyans and acquire their strength, one can ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong's eyes shone with fervor as he gazed at Trunks. Is that truly the case? Trunks felt a surge of exhilaration. If this were accurate, perhaps he could indeed become a Super Saiyan God. Absolutely. Moreover, it seems we have more than 5 Scions present. Then let us commence. As the group returned to the surface, they conveyed their thoughts to the other Scions. Thus, surrounding Trunks were Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and little Trunks. Standing upright, the 5 exchanged glances and then joined hands, forming a circle. Trunks could distinctly feel the power of the other Scions flowing into his being. The pure and ferocious energy surged within him like rivers converging into the sea. Trunks could clearly sense the layers of barriers and shackles within him quietly shattering at that moment. This energy did not repel Trunks. Rather, it instilled a profound sense of familiarity within him, as though he was inherently meant to possess such power. A previously unseen aura erupted forth, casting a radiant light of hope around them. In that instant, Trunks emanated an essence unique to the Super Saiyan God. Chapter 107. Super Saiyan God Trunks vs. Jiang Xiaofei. All gazes converged upon Trunks, his crimson hair resembling a blazing inferno, igniting fervor in every heart. The brilliance emanating from Trunks' eyes invigorated his spirit. Everyone could distinctly perceive the overwhelming ferocity of the energy radiating from Trunks, yet it did not incite fear or panic. On the contrary, this seemingly wild energy evoked a sense of warmth and familiarity. Trunks lowered his head, observing the pulsating aura around him, and instinctively clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented thrill coursing through his fingertips. In this state, Trunks mused that he might just have the upper hand against Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue forms. Of course, this was merely Trunks' subjective sentiment, heavily influenced by the immense energy within him. How does it feel? Do you not feel an inexhaustible power coursing through you? Jiang Xiaofei inquired, observing Trunks' transformation with a smile. Trunks nodded fervently, his red eyes gleaming with fervent anticipation. Shall we continue our battle? Jiang Xiaofei asked, his tone inquisitive, filled with delight upon witnessing Trunks' current state. Although he was fully aware that even transformed into a Super Saiyan God, Trunks remained no match for him. The fact that Trunks could feel the divine power was undoubtedly beneficial for his growth. Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, how can you say that? Trunks has just transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Of course, he must battle us. Before Trunks could speak, Goku interjected eagerly, sensing Trunks' aura and appearance. He could hardly contain his excitement. He just wants to show off. Vegeta added candidly, expressing his thoughts to Jiang Xiaofei. Actually, I didn't mean to. However, if it truly came down to a confrontation between you two, it would be exceedingly difficult to determine a victor in such a short span of time. Jiang Xiaofei's words once again provoked Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who could discern the underlying implication that their prowess paled in comparison to his. Both attempted to rebut, yet the truth of Jiang Xiaofei's statement was undeniable. Even when transformed into Super Saiyans, united, they would still be no match for Jiang Xiaofei. Very well. From this moment onward, observe how I engage him in battle. Jiang Xiaofei cast a glance at Trunks before soaring into the expansive sky. Trunks bowed deeply to Vegeta and Sun Wukong, then swiftly dashed towards Jiang Xiaofei's direction. Such a scene could hardly transpire without my presence. Sun Wukong immediately followed suit, eager to witness the extent of Jiang Xiaofei's capabilities against Trunks in his Super Saiyan God form. Upon the vast ocean's surface, Jiang Xiaofei stood with his hands clasped behind him, his feet suspended above the water, gazing intently at the approaching Trunks. With no superfluous words exchanged, as Trunks arrived, a violet energy sphere in Jiang Xiaofei's hand surged forth towards him. In the face of this unexpected assault, Trunks displayed no trace of trepidation. Rather, he felt a thrill. He could certainly sense the destructive force contained within that purple orb, yet he harbored no intention of evasion. A brilliant white light emanated from Trunks' hands, enveloped by a subtle crimson aura. The white luminescence coalesced into an orb of equal size, hurtling towards the violet projectile. Boom! The two collided, unleashing a fierce shower of sparks that illuminated the deep blue surface of the sea. The clash of these energies unleashed a torrent, sending towering waves crashing forth. The waves loomed like a colossal wall, bearing down upon Trunks. With his hands poised like blades, he swiftly slashed at the waves, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that obliterated the towering wall, reverting it once more into mere water. As the waves receded, Jiang Xiaofei's figure appeared before Trunks, his right hand aglow with a violet radiance, propelled by a fierce gale. In Trunks' eyes, the brilliance swirled, and he hastily prepared to defend himself, yet ultimately, it was too late. Bang! Jiang Xiaofei's fist struck forcefully against Trunks' abdomen. In an instant, Trunks was sent hurtling backwards, crashing towards the tumultuous sea. Just as his body was about to meet the surface, Trunks unleashed a surge of energy, dispersing the waters beneath him. Under the might of this powerful aura, a massive whirlpool formed upon the ocean, with Trunks at its eye. Once he stabilized his stance, he hesitated not a moment longer and charged once more towards Jiang Xiaofei, the expanding whirlpool churning ominously behind him. Bang! 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 As the crimson figure collided with the violet silhouette, a myriad of resplendent fireworks erupted, and the waves of energy surged and rolled in tumultuous layers. The clash of fists and the contest of energies infused the heavens above and the sea beneath with an extraordinary aura. Countless points of light coalesced behind Trunks, and in the next instant, they surged towards Jiang Xiaofei with a piercing rush. Sensing the immense potency of the energy, Jiang Xiaofei concentrated the destructive force within him, forming merely a single energy orb behind him. Yet the energy encapsulated within it was enough to instill fear. Even the distant Trunks could perceive the soul-stirring fluctuations of that energy. The violet energy orb, akin to a bolt of lightning, streaked through the void and collided with one of the countless points of light. In the blink of an eye, the violet radiance erupted, radiating outward and consuming all the white points of light in a sudden surge of colossal energy. The violet glow rapidly contracted and vanished from this space with an astonishing swiftness. As Trunks marveled at the scene before him, he was suddenly struck by a fierce blow, realizing Jiang Xiaofei had somehow appeared beside him. Despite possessing divine powers and acute senses, he found it impossible to clearly capture the spectral presence of Jiang Xiaofei. At that moment, the violet aura that once enveloped Jiang Xiaofei had dissipated, and the formidable destructive force had vanished without a trace. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei's aura remained unweakened, instead emanating an entirely different, terrifying energy wave. Chapter 108. Journey to the Future Time-Space. A silvery white aura encircled Jiang Xiaofei, imparting a sanctified essence to his being. Even Trunks, a Super Saiyan god, felt a tremor in his heart upon sensing the energy radiating from Jiang Xiaofei. What astonished him further was the realization that a human could simultaneously wield two such powerful energies, a feat beyond comprehension. It was crucial to understand that Jiang Xiaofei now exhibited two distinctly different energies. If the first was a fusion of destruction and annihilation, the silvery white aura now surrounding him exuded a sense of tranquility, vast yet devoid of ferocity. This represented a transformation entirely distinct from the Saiyan energy enhancement. While transitioning from their base forms to Super Saiyan forms, their energies experienced a breakthrough growth but remained inherently Saiyan. Even with the addition of the Kaioken, it merely augmented their existing energy, primarily manifesting as a change in strength. Yet now, Jiang Xiaofei could seamlessly transition between these two disparate energies, leaving Trunks feeling inadequate. Even in his Super Saiyan God form, He could not achieve such a feat. Let us begin. The time you can sustain this is limited. A chilling wave of energy emanated from Jiang Xiaofei, yet Trunks showed no sign of trepidation. He had reached this point to elevate himself. In Trunks' eyes glimmered a fierce fighting spirit, as an intense gust of fist wind surged forth, charging towards Jiang Xiaofei, who radiated the peaceful silvery white aura. Jiang Xiaofei maintained a serene smile as he faced Trunks' powerful punch, exhibiting not a trace of fear. When the fierce energy of the Super Saiyan God surged towards him, Jiang Xiaofei merely shifted his stance, causing Trunks' blow to miss entirely. Although this was merely an evasive maneuver, it left Trunks utterly astounded. Indeed, he was profoundly shocked. Just moments ago, it seemed as though Trunks' fist would connect with Jiang Xiaofei's body, yet in an instant, Jiang Xiaofei's presence seemed to vanish, and his movements were executed with such grace and decisiveness that they appeared instinctual, free from the constraints of conscious thought. Trunks could hardly comprehend the difficulty of achieving such a feat, and presently, he found himself incapable of even scratching the surface of this mastery. Observing Trunks' astonishment, Jiang Xiaofei offered no words. Instead, he leaned forward, launching an attack against the bewildered Trunks. It was neither a 50-50 confrontation nor a 30-71. Jiang Xiaofei's movements were as fluid as a dragon gliding through water, utterly overpowering Trunks. Bang, bang, bang. Under the relentless barrage from Jiang Xiaofei, even the Super Saiyan form lost its usual fierceness. Though his body brimmed with wild energy, it was subdued by a force of even greater magnitude. Trunks had initially believed he could withstand Jiang Xiaofei's onslaught for several minutes, but it became evident that this was merely a delusion. Jiang Xiaofei could end the battle at any moment should he choose to do so. However, Jiang Xiaofei refrained from such an act, meticulously calibrating his strength with precision. Each strike inflicted pain upon Trunks without diminishing his combat capability. Jiang Xiaofei's aim was simple: to forge Trunks into a stronger warrior. The disparity in power was glaring. Observing this lopsided battle from above, Sun Wukong stroked his nose and smiled. Humph. Jiang Xiaofei has merely grasped the ultimate technique ahead of time. One day, I shall surpass him in my own way. And you too, Kakarot. Vegeta, filled with pride, acknowledged that he was currently inferior to Jiang Xiaofei. Yet he could not resign himself to perpetual subservience. What is wrong with me? Sun Wukong questioned, puzzled by Vegeta's remarks. I'm not provoking you at all. Humph. Kakarot, don't say I didn't warn you. You have already begun to give up. That earlier fervor of yours has diminished since Jiang Xiaofei revealed his overwhelming power. Vegeta expressed his discontent with Sun Wukong's current state. Not at all. I'm working hard, okay? It's just that Jiang Xiaofei is simply too monstrous. No matter how much effort you exert to catch up or even surpass him, when you battle him, you realize that the chasm between you widens once more. Thus, it is not that I have grown complacent. Rather, it is Jiang Xiaofei's rapid growth and advancement that have left me astounded. Son Goku gazed at the silvery figure above, his inner resolve clashing with a tinge of confusion. Enough of this talk. In the lexicon of us Saiyans, there is no room for such reasoning. It is strength and power that we pursue. Vegeta, without casting a glance at Goku, kept his unwavering gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaofei. Bang! Whoosh! Hiss! Under Jiang Xiaofei's devastating onslaught, Trunks' Super Saiyan God form was abruptly dispelled, and his ordinary form plummeted uncontrollably from the skies. Feeling the rush of wind past his ears, Trunks desperately attempted to stabilize his energy, yet he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Trunks' body plunged into the sea. Vegeta's power surged as he soared into the air, racing towards Trunks' descent. Jiang Xiaofei landed beside Son Goku. You were rather ruthless, weren't you? Goku remarked, somewhat taken aback. This fellow truly struck with lethal intent whenever he engaged. I held back, you know, Jiang Xiaofei replied nonchalantly, and this is merely to train him. After all, the hidden abilities of Black Goku should not be underestimated. As the two conversed, they witnessed Vegeta emerging from the ocean, cradling Trunks in his arms as he ascended into the sky. Trunks' expression revealed a mixture of exhilaration and pain. Fantastic. The time machine is repaired. Moreover, the fuel is prepared. You can travel to the future at any moment. Bulma's voice suddenly resonated in everyone's ears. It appears we do not have much time. Let us rest and adjust. We shall soon venture into the future, Jiang Xiaofei announced to the group. Listening to his words, A wave of tension and restlessness swept through the others. Were they finally to confront Black Goku and the mysterious figure behind him? Especially for Trunks, the thrill in his heart was swiftly replaced by a chilling resolve. This moment was one he had long awaited. Chapter 109. Encountering Black Goku again. A cold glint erupted from Trunks' eyes. Black Goku. This time, I shall avenge my mother and brother Gohan. Son Goku patted Trunks on the shoulder. Did he not also yearn to rend Black Goku into pieces? He extended a senzu bean to Trunks. After expressing his gratitude, Trunks consumed it, and instantly, the body that had been rendered immobile by Jiang Xiaofei's blows was revitalized. The wounds on the surface healing in an instant. One must admit, these senzu beans are indeed miraculous. Through this battle with Jiang Xiaofei, Trunks had gained immensely, though he had been the passive recipient of blows. Transforming into a Super Saiyan and enduring the attacks from Jiang Xiaofei in two distinct forms had significantly enhanced his physical prowess, ensuring he would perform even better in the future. The most crucial and significant aspect is that if Jiang Xiaofei travels to the future timeline to confront Black Wukong, he will undoubtedly be able to vanquish him. This realization struck Trunks deeply during his battle with Jiang Xiaofei. Black Wukong and Jiang Xiaofei exist on entirely different planes of existence. Moreover, from Jiang Xiaofei's tone, Trunks is nearly certain that Jiang Xiaofei will accompany him on this journey to the future timeline. Thus, his arrival in this time is undoubtedly worthwhile. And the future realm is destined to liberate itself from the clutches of Black Wukong due to his plea for assistance. Of course, these are merely anticipatory thoughts, for he remains unaware of the true nature of the entity lurking behind Black Wukong. After taking a few deep breaths, Trunks collected his thoughts and turned to Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong, and Vegeta. He expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply to the trio as a sign of respect. This was only natural, and I share a profound interest in this Black Wukong as well. Son Wukong helped Trunks to his feet, his words laced with disdain for Black Wukong. This time, he shall know our strength. Vegeta's spirit also wavered, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Black Wukong's actions. With us here, we shall undoubtedly save the people of the future timeline. Jiang Xiaofei refrained from unnecessary chatter, gazing intently at Trunks, and solemnly affirmed their mission. Hearing the words of the three, a warm sensation flooded Trunks' heart, and tears welled up in his eyes. Yes, Trunks nodded earnestly. With everything in place, he looked at the time machine that connected him to his companions in this timeline. Filled with anticipation, approaching Bulma, Trunks enveloped her in a heartfelt embrace. Although they belonged to different timelines, the bond of mother and son remained strong. You can do it. Last time, you created a miracle. I believe you will save the future world this time as well. Bulma gently patted Trunks on the shoulder, offering her encouragement. Yes, I will. Trunks, with tears glistening in his eyes, released Bulma, leaping onto the time machine. He cast one last glance at everyone, waving them goodbye. Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong, and Vegeta also boarded the time machine, the confined space feeling somewhat cramped. Rest assured, with the three of us here, we will surely defeat Black Wukong and save the future timeline, Son Wukong declared confidently, believing there was no challenge they couldn't overcome together, not at least until now. The time machine's protective canopy slowly descended, emitting a radiant glow from below, and in an instant, it soared into the sky, vanishing from sight and from this timeline altogether. In the future timeline, the earth lay enveloped in endless darkness, echoing with the mournful cries of animals. Amidst the thick, dark clouds, thunder rumbled and lightning roared, while torrential rain cascaded down, cleansing the sins and evils of this realm. Beneath the veil of smoke, an abyss of despair loomed, devoid of any sanctuary. Within the remnants of crumbled walls, one could occasionally glimpse a few struggling beings, their visages betraying a profound fear and confusion regarding their uncertain futures. They were oblivious to whether they would witness the sun reclaiming the earth or if they would survive even until the next moment. In this realm saturated with despair, agony, and sorrowful wails, one figure stood tall, clad in black. This individual remained untouched by the pouring rain. Their raven hair danced with an ethereal grace, and a hint of mockery curled at the corners of their mouth, while piercing eyes scrutinized their handiwork. Soon, my plan is nearing completion. The voice of the figure, cold and merciless, echoed, as if in self-conversation. However, a fleeting thought crossed their mind, suggesting that the execution of this plan was not without its imperfections. No matter. I trust you will return to this realm for your so-called justice. At that moment, ha ha ha, the figure's eyes glimmered with a flicker of anticipation. For only by utterly vanquishing humanity could their scheme be deemed truly flawless. This figure was none other than the shadowy Goku, who had pursued Trunks into another dimension. With haste, he sped away, searching for any remaining humans in this desolate realm. Suddenly, amidst the pitch-black sky, illuminated by the wails and brilliance of lightning, a more radiant flash emerged, seemingly intent on piercing the darkness and shattering the dense clouds. Yet, this brilliance lasted but a fleeting moment. Goku's attention was drawn to the sudden appearance and disappearance of the light, and he gazed toward the spot where it vanished, revealing a machine before his eyes. This machine was none other than the time machine that had aided Trunks in his escape to another dimension. Goku altered his course and swiftly approached the time machine, which descended smoothly upon the ravaged ruins, the protective dome dissipating as the hatch gradually opened. From within, four imposing figures emerged. As they surveyed the desolate landscape, an undeniable aura of intensity enveloped them. The four individuals then turned their gaze in unison toward the same direction, where Goku's mocking grin mirrored the coldness in their eyes. Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward, wearing a playful smile as he addressed the approaching Goku. It's truly a sight that stirs one's impulse to unleash a beating. Chapter 110. The Duel of Warriors against Black Goku. What are we waiting for? I can no longer restrain myself. A golden aura enveloped Sun Wukong, transforming even his hair to a brilliant hue as he soared into the air, charging directly toward Black Goku. Vegeta, too, did not halt his advance, mirroring Sun Wukong's actions. Observing the two ascending figures, Jiang Xiaofei could not help but shake his head. They were ever so impulsive. Trunks, standing to the side, exuded a particularly intense aura. However, unlike Goku and Vegeta, he refrained from charging towards the enemy he loathed. His immediate concern was to ascertain whether his companions still survived in this timeline, and if any other humans remained. This was also rooted in his trust in Jiang Xiaofei and the other two. With them present, Black Goku had no opportunity to escape. Trunks suppressed the sorrow within him, signaling to Jiang Xiaofei before heading towards a familiar location. Jiang Xiaofei understood Trunks' intentions, but chose not to follow, as he was acutely aware of the divine presence lurking behind Black Goku, the god of destruction from Universe 10, Zamasu. Yet, up to this moment, Zamasu had not manifested. Indeed, Jiang Xiaofei could not sense his aura in this realm. Although Zamasu, being a deity, could conceal his energy, it was not difficult for someone of Jiang Xiaofei's caliber to detect the unique aura of a god. He prudently stowed away the time machine, mindful of its importance as their vital tool for traversing timelines. Once more, Jiang Xiaofei cast his gaze toward the sky, shrouded in dense, ominous clouds, where the golden silhouettes of Goku and Vegeta commenced a direct confrontation with the dark figure of Black Goku. With a thunderous roar, Black Goku plummeted from the sky. It was a combined effort from Goku and Vegeta, who had delivered a powerful blow to Black Goku's abdomen, leaving him no chance to evade the attack. Upon impact with the already ravaged ground, Black Goku created a massive crater, causing the surrounding dilapidated structures to collapse in a cacophony of destruction. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances before turning their attention towards the shadowy figure within the pit. They were acutely aware that such an assault would not inflict any significant harm on Black Goku. Consequently, a brilliant white energy sphere, the size of a fist, materialized in Vegeta's hand, shimmering with radiant light. Under Vegeta's command, the spheres arced through the air, tracing stunning and vibrant trajectories before converging upon the pit containing Black Goku. With a series of deafening booms, the already vast crater grew even more terrifying under the onslaught of the white energy spheres. They had hoped this attack would inflict some damage on Black Goku. However, the next moment, both Goku and Vegeta furrowed their brows in dismay. Their senses indicated that Black Goku's energy showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, it appeared to be intensifying. Before the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Black Goku emerged silently from the massive pit, without a moment's hesitation, launching himself towards Goku and Vegeta at supersonic speed. With a resounding clash, his fist, enveloped in a purple glow, collided with the golden-tinged fists of Vegeta and Goku, unleashing a dazzling display of colors that illuminated the dark night sky. Do you truly believe that the two of you can defeat me? Do not be so naive. From the ominous voice of Black Goku emanated an intangible confidence. Humph, you wretched being, no matter the extent of your abilities today, we shall ensure you remain here forever. Vegeta seethed with fury. It was only through his alliance with Son Goku that he could barely hold his own against Black Goku. Enough with the chatter. Let's engage directly. In the heat of battle, Son Goku often underestimated his opponents by not unleashing his full power, leading to his downfall. This time, however, he resolved to exert his utmost strength. Son Goku's figure retreated, leaving Black Goku to face Vegeta alone. Heh, it seems I overestimated you. But you cannot escape. Once I deal with him, I shall attend to you, Black Goku remarked, observing Son Goku's departure from battle. He certainly did not believe Son Goku intended to flee, but he spoke thus, exuding confidence. Enough of your nonsense. Your opponent is me, Vegeta proclaimed, his speed increasing as he intensified his blows. The sounds of fists colliding echoed through the pitch-black sky. Yet, Vegeta could distinctly feel that no matter the magnitude of his strikes, Black Goku always managed to subtly suppress him. Heh, do you feel a sense of helplessness? Black Goku's slightly mocking laughter filled Vegeta with discomfort. Helplessness? Perhaps you overestimate yourself. With a fierce grunt, Vegeta gathered his energy, augmenting the force behind his punches, momentarily gaining the upper hand against Black Goku. However, this advantage was fleeting, as Black Goku soon regained dominance. Meanwhile, at the height of their intense struggle, Son Goku had already reverted to his normal form, eyes tightly shut, standing out prominently beneath the dense clouds. With Son Goku's powerful shout, the atmosphere around him surged dramatically, a faint blue aura swirling before enveloping him in a brilliant radiance. Son Goku's gaze swept toward Black Goku, who was fiercely battling Vegeta, an invisible momentum erupting forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Son Goku charged toward Black Goku. Black Goku could sense Son Goku's subtle transformation, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of panic. Rather, his smile deepened. Bang! Black Goku delivered a swift kick to Vegeta's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Immediately after, Black Goku advanced toward Son Goku. Indeed, only you can truly provoke my excitement. Black Goku's words concealed his admiration for Son Goku. If you were to join us, I believe together we could upend this era and usher in a bright, new future. Dream on. I have declared it. You shall remain here today. A burst of blue light illuminated the scene. A torrent of immense pressure cascaded down, and the explosive force of fists howled through the air. Chapter 111. The arrival of Zamasu. Black Goku welcomed the relentless barrage of fists with a smile, transforming his palm into a fist, striving to break free from the shackles of this overwhelming pressure. Bang! A crisp sound reverberated as a fist imbued with a blue glow struck heavily against Black Goku's loathsome grin. Whoosh! Before he could react, Black Goku's body plummeted from the sky, hurtling towards the ruins below. Boom! The battered ground once again endured a devastating blow. This time, Son Goku showed no hesitation. As Black Goku's form descended, he surged downward, following the trajectory of his fall. A pale blue light sliced through the heavens, creating a breathtaking spectacle. He is mine. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having been sent flying by Black Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, soaring into the air, also heading towards the direction of Black Goku's descent. Bang! Bang! The rising dust obscured the scene of battle. Ordinary people could hardly discern the struggle unfolding, yet who among those present could be deemed ordinary? Jiang Xiaofei had no intention of intervening. He believed that a mere Black Goku was no match for Son Goku and Vegeta, even if he was holding back. Swish! Black Goku's figure suddenly shot into the thick, dark clouds, where thunder roared without affecting him in the slightest. Son Goku and Vegeta immediately followed suit, ascending into the sky, determined not to grant Black Goku a moment's respite. This is what you forced me to do. Black Goku's voice echoed, resonating within this world enshrouded in darkness. The rain had inexplicably ceased, yet the lightning raged even more violently. A flash of rosy pink broke through the constraints of the clouds, bearing the power of thunder, rolling forth waves of energy. Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances. They understood that Black Goku was transforming, prompting them to accelerate once more, pursuing that aura with lethal intent. As the two blue figures entered the dense clouds, they finally located the source of the emanating rosy hue. In their eyes filled with disbelief, they noted that Black Goku's aura continued to escalate, seemingly boundless. Beyond the pink, a deeper crimson emerged, radiating a sense of agitation. Son Goku's heart sank. He and Vegeta were acutely aware of Black Goku's transformation, recognizing it as more than just a metamorphosis. It was a transformation augmented by the Kaioken. Within Black Goku's eyes swirled a blood-red hue, and his smile remained ever-present. This is my first attempt. I never expected it to truly succeed. Black Goku's words reached Son Goku and Vegeta's ears, leaving them astounded. Crazy. Son Goku's energy fluctuated as he expressed his opinion on Black Goku's actions. Haha, crazy? I'm merely following your lead. I must admit, your physique is quite satisfying. Black Goku proclaimed, vigorously clenching his fist, excitement radiating from his face. Who exactly are you? Vegeta interjected. Since you have seized Goku's body, whose heart resides within, who I am is of little consequence. If you are willing to join us, I shall gladly unveil the might that lies behind me, a power beyond your wildest imagination. Although Black Goku yearned to determine their strengths, he recognized that absorbing Goku and Vegeta would not be a trivial feat, yet he understood that it was nearly impossible. Join you? Dream on. Spare me your words. If it's a battle you seek, then let it commence. A surge of fervent battle intent surged forth, causing Goku and Vegeta's auras to swell once more. Alas, I have already granted you an opportunity, yet you fail to seize it. It seems necessary to show you what true despair entails. As Black Goku's voice trailed off, his figure flickered, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Goku and Vegeta. An overwhelming aura assailed them, compelling both to take a step back in trepidation. Unbeknownst to them, two swords, gleaming with a crimson light, danced in Black Goku's hands, suddenly thrusting toward them. A profound sense of danger engulfed Goku and Vegeta, prompting them to instinctively attempt to deflect the oncoming blades. However, all efforts proved futile as the swords effortlessly pierced through their defenses, aiming directly for their hearts. Haha. By extracting your hearts, we shall gain two formidable allies. Black Goku's arrogant voice resonated, further igniting the spirits of Goku and Vegeta. Just as the blades were about to make contact with their flesh, Goku and Vegeta vanished, reappearing beside Jiang Xiaofei. Intriguing. Observing the trio, Black Goku spoke with a mocking tone. Clearly, Goku had utilized instant transmission in a moment of peril, narrowly escaping the onslaught of Black Goku's swords. Jiang Xiaofei scrutinized Black Goku, sensing something amiss, yet he could not afford to dwell on it any longer. The power Black Goku wielded was sufficient to suppress the Super Saiyan Blue forms of Goku and Vegeta, even in the face of Kaioken, underscoring the formidable strength of Black Goku. Kaioken can enhance strength in a short span, but the toll on the body is severe. Are you not concerned that once the Kaioken's boost fades, we might retaliate? Jiang Xiaofei remarked, his gaze fixed on Black Goku. Haha, I am well aware of that. Thus, I shall eliminate you before the Kaioken's effects dissipate. The tone of Black Goku grew colder as he lowered his gaze. Do you truly believe this battle is merely the three of you against me? Upon hearing his words, Jiang Xiaofei narrowed his eyes, realizing that there were indeed others lurking behind Black Goku, likely Zamasu. Goku and Vegeta swiftly assumed defensive stances. Haha. Black Goku laughed uproariously, then turned his gaze to the pitch-black sky. Hey, have you had enough of the show? It's time for you to emerge. As the words of Black Goku fell, a sudden flash of white light erupted amidst the dense dark clouds, causing them to part willingly. From the opening, a figure cloaked in white aura descended slowly. Jiang Xiaofei's eyes widened in astonishment. The newcomer was none other than the god of the universe, Zamasu. Chapter 112. Jiang Xiaofei takes action. A profound and chilling white light emanated from Zamasu's gaze as he scrutinized Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, before shifting his attention to Black Goku. With such inconsequential beings, you have taken so long to resolve the matter? Have you not succeeded yet? Zamasu's words dripped with disdain for the three and dissatisfaction towards Black Goku's actions. Ah, how fortunate to have found such adversaries. Naturally, one must relish the battle. Black Goku spread his arms wide, seemingly indifferent to Zamasu's remarks. If you continue on this path and delay the Master's plans, you may find yourself in trouble. Zamasu trailed off, merely offering a warning. However, even this mild admonition sent a shiver down the spine of the arrogant Black Goku. He dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts against that master. nor could he afford to hinder the plans of such a formidable being. Alas, it appears regretful. But for the sake of the Master's objectives, I must exert my utmost effort to eliminate you. Black Goku turned to face Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, his tone icy, yet laced with a hint of mockery. Jiang Xiaofei and his friends were acutely aware of their exchange, and the implications of their conversation left Jiang Xiaofei profoundly shaken. While he was not overly surprised by Zamasu's arrival, the identity of the master they referenced was a mystery even to Jiang Xiaofei, who possessed extraordinary abilities. The unknown is often the most terrifying aspect of existence. At the level of Black Goku and Zamasu, the presence of a being capable of commanding their allegiance suggested that this so-called master possessed unfathomable power. It could be a being akin to the god of destruction, Beerus, or perhaps the Grand Minister and the Omni King. If it were the former, that would be manageable. Yet if it were the latter, they might have truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. However, upon reflection, if such exalted beings were involved, how could they possibly regard a mere Earth as significant? The only recourse now was to extract the true identity of this master from the lips of Black Goku and Zamasu. Do you truly believe that the two of you can hold us three back? Such naivety, Jiang Xiaofei remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Black Goku and Zamasu. Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood behind Jiang Xiaofei, brimming with eagerness despite their recent setbacks, their fighting spirit undiminished. Enough with the chatter. Let us get on with the fight, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his blue aura surging as he charged once more at Black Goku. Vegeta was not to be outdone, following suit in his advance towards Black Goku. Two defeated opponents still dare to boast. It is destined that you shall not escape this realm today. The purple sword light in Black Wukong's hand flickered as he lunged towards the two assailants. The trio clashed once more, purple and blue colliding, erupting into a dazzling display of colors that painted the dark sky with vivid strokes. Observing the fierce battle, Jiang Xiaofei turned his gaze towards Zamasu. Was it not you who deemed us three inconsequential? Jiang Xiaofei's words were casual, while Zamasu maintained an air of superiority, his eyes glinting with profound derision. To call you insignificant is already a compliment. You would do well to take your own life before me. Otherwise, when I make my move, you will truly regret not doing so. Bang, bang, bang. No sooner had Zamasu spoken than darkness enveloped him, countless celestial bodies swirling above his head. I have seen arrogance, but never such shamelessness. You dare suggest I self-terminate? You are hardly worthy. As Zamasu began to plummet, Jiang Xiaofei's ire surged within him, his indignation palpable. In the fleeting moment before hitting the ground, Zamasu regained his senses. Faced with Jiang Xiaofei's sudden onslaught, a torrent of boundless fury surged within him. You filthy human! I shall kill you! Zamasu roared, his eyes tearing as the once pristine whites became stained with crimson. He unleashed his wrath in this manner, expressing the agony of his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Zamasu charged directly at Jiang Xiaofei. Sensing Zamasu's escalating energy, a broader smile graced Jiang Xiaofei's face. With such meager strength, you dare to make grand proclamations. It is utterly laughable. Jiang Xiaofei, too, sprang into action, a pure wave of purple energy surging around him, distinctly different from Black Wukong's aura. For Jiang Xiaofei's essence was more untainted, born solely for destruction. Bang! Buzz! When purple clashed with white, the surrounding air swirled violently, wreaking havoc across the sky. This time, it was Zamasu who found himself incredulous. He had exerted all his strength, yet the scene he envisioned did not unfold. Jiang Xiaofei did not vanish under his might, nor did he even retreat, and what was more terrifying awaited him. The stalemate between their powers ultimately yielded a victor. The resplendent yet restrained purple light engulfed the white radiance, and a distinct sound of bone cracking emanated from Zamasu's arm. Even as a god, Zamasu could scarcely endure the searing pain radiating from his arm, and he let out a bellow. Is this all your power? Truly pathetic. I cannot fathom how someone of your ilk could be so arrogant. As Jiang Xiaofei spoke, his fists were not idle. They launched a barrage directly towards Zamasu's chest. Bang, bang, bang. With each ferocious strike, Zamasu's chest caved inward under the force of Jiang Xiaofei's blows. Unable to maintain his stance any longer, Zamasu began to plummet once more. On the other side, Sun Wukong and Vegeta joined forces, utilizing their combat skills to engage Black Goku in an evenly matched battle. They remained acutely aware of Jiang Xiaofei's confrontation with Zamasu. From the aura they sensed, It was evident that Jiang Xiaofei stood on the absolute pedestal of invincibility, while Zamasu was destined for utter defeat. Heh, it seems that the two of you will find it impossible to thwart us three, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile directed at Black Goku. Black Goku, however, maintained an expression of indifference, seemingly unaffected by his companion's failures. Is that so? Are you so certain that your friend has emerged victorious? Black Goku retorted, intensifying his attacks. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances of confusion, yet in the next moment, their auras fluctuated markedly. Chapter 113. Zamasu's immortality. A somewhat battered figure slowly ascended from the depths of the ruins. The skirmish between Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Black Goku came to an abrupt halt as they collectively gazed at the figure, a horrific visage that left Sun Wukong and Vegeta aghast. The figure belonged to Zamasu, who had previously been unable to retaliate against Jiang Xiaofei. Just moments ago, everyone could distinctly sense Zamasu's aura had waned significantly, yet now it appeared to have regained strength, even surpassing the levels he exhibited upon his initial appearance. Jiang Xiaofei's gaze scrutinized Zamasu, remaining calm in the face of the unfolding events. As he had anticipated this outcome from the very beginning, Zamasu possessed immortality. This fact remained unchanged in both this timeline and the alternate realms Jiang Xiaofei had not yet encountered. Jiang Xiaofei's initial attack had, in part, been a probe. It was now evident that Zamasu's immortality was indeed a reality, likely bestowed upon him by the Super Dragon Balls. If this were the case, completely eliminating Zamasu would prove to be exceedingly troublesome. Immortality, by definition, signifies that one cannot be killed, even if one possesses the strength to suppress Zamasu. It would not suffice. Unless one could attain the realm of the Omni King, transcending all rules, only then could Zamasu be utterly vanquished. However, Jiang Xiaofei was still far from reaching that pinnacle. Nevertheless, he was willing to attempt it. Ha ha. A chilling sound emanated from Zamasu's terrifying visage. Are you surprised? You cannot kill me. No matter how formidable you are, you will never succeed in ending my life. Ha. As Zamasu spoke, his body repaired itself in an extraordinarily unique and rapid manner. Upon hearing Zamasu's words, Jiang Xiaofei displayed no surprise, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta were left in stunned disbelief. So how does it feel? This time, you should believe what I say. Zamasu possesses immortality, which means he has stood on the side of victory from the very beginning. Black Goku's words struck like a thunderclap against the eardrums of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Immortality? Two individuals exchanged glances, surveying Zamasu and then Jiang Xiaofei, ultimately turning their attention back to Black Wukong. What does it matter if he possesses immortality? Before him, it remains utterly futile. Oh, you certainly place unwavering trust in your friend. Let us await the outcome, shall we? Upon finishing his words, Black Wukong advanced once more towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. At this moment, neither could afford a moment's hesitation. Aware of Zamasu's immortality, they would summon every ounce of their strength in an effort to vanquish Black Wukong, thereby assisting Jiang Xiaofei in confronting Zamasu. It appears your companions have commenced their final struggle. You would do well to brace yourself for the possibility of demise. Having fully recovered, Zamasu gazed at Jiang Xiaofei in the distance, a surge of arrogance emanating from him. As a deity, how pitiable you are. Have you so swiftly forgotten how I thoroughly bested you moments ago? Jiang Xiaofei paid no heed to Zamasu's words, harboring an unwavering resolve to obliterate him. Even if he could not be slain, Jiang Xiaofei would seek to seal him away. It seems you remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Zamasu's gaze narrowed slightly, growing cold once more. A chilling aura radiated from him, expanding outward. He clearly remembered the humiliation he had endured moments prior. Had it not been for his immortality, he would have perished. Yet, in this world, there are no such what-ifs. Even while passively enduring blows, he could not be killed by Jiang Xiaofei. A beam of blinding white light surged towards Jiang Xiaofei, who met it head-on with a pulsating violet energy in his grasp. Bang! Bang! The clash of vibrant colors erupted anew, yet amidst the fierce confrontation, the violet light dominantly prevailed over the white. Moments later, a white figure hurtled downward once more. Faint gasps echoed, as if they could cease at any instant. Jiang Xiaofei did not falter, propelling himself towards Zamasu. If he could not be killed, then he would be made to endure torment indefinitely. Bang! Bang! Another series of devastating blows propelled Zamasu downward at an accelerated pace. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei maintained his proximity to Zama's, their distance limited to the reach of Jiang Xiaofei's punches. Thus, during Zama's descent, he continuously bore the brunt of Jiang Xiaofei's relentless assault. Boom! A tremendous roar emanated from the ruins below, a cloud of white dust enveloping the space. Amidst the fissures of white dust, a violet glow pierced through. The sound of one-sided strikes reverberated throughout the area, occasionally punctuated by Zama's anguished cries. Just moments ago, were you not so boastful? Why do you not retaliate now? Jiang Xiaofei's voice, though subdued, resonated in every ear present. Even Black Wukong, who had recently championed Zama's, felt a stir of emotion. For the power Jiang Xiaofei now wielded surpassed that of Zama's. Had Jiang Xiaofei been battling him instead, he might very well have been left without a corpse. The sound that emanated abruptly ceased, and Jiang Xiaofei's body soared into the air, his gaze never wavering from the shattered Zama's. Under Jiang Xiaofei's watchful eyes, Zama's form began to restore itself, radiating an air of arrogance. Truly, this is a formidable opponent. Jiang Xiaofei pressed his forehead, having dismembered Zama's thoroughly, yet the latter's swift recovery was indeed exasperating. However, I relish this challenge. A wicked smile graced Jiang Xiaofei's face as his figure vanished, only to reappear beside the recently rejuvenated Zama's. Bang! Another ferociously powerful punch. Today, I shall make you regret possessing immortality. Chapter 114. The fusion of Black Goku and Zama's as the violet light blossomed across the desolate expanse. The white radiance dissipated from view amidst the swirling dust, and Zama's wails abruptly ceased, lacking even a final breath. The trio engaged in fierce battle paused once more, their gazes returning to Jiang Xiaofei's location. Jiang Xiaofei's fists continued to rain down, the remnants of Zama's beneath him already unrecognizable. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei showed no signs of halting. Though Zama's appeared lifeless, his immortal nature rendered such a resolution impossible. Despite Zama's fractured form, his consciousness remained intact, and Jiang Xiaofei intended to impart a crucial lesson. Sometimes, possessing immortality is not a blessing. Bang! 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 Beneath Jiang Xiaofei, the divine body had become a mangled mess, limbs indistinguishable from one another. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xiaofei ascended once more, his eyes steadfastly fixed on Zama's. Indeed, when Jiang Xiaofei's assault abated, Zama's battered form began to coalesce once again, albeit at a noticeably slower pace. Within the gathering flesh, shards of violet light were absorbed into Zama's being. Moments later, a new incarnation of Zama's emerged before the onlookers. Yet a flicker of fear danced upon his visage. His body could indeed perpetually mend, but Jiang Xiaofei seemed inexhaustible. With every restoration, Zama's faced yet another onslaught. The most tragic aspect was that, despite being a god, he found himself utterly powerless against a mere mortal, subjected to an unrelenting onslaught. The agony coursing through his body was palpably real. Are you beginning to regret your immortality? The merciless taunt escaped Jiang Xiaofei's lips as Zama's beheld him approach once more. Is it not despairing and helpless? I have warned you. Sometimes, immortality is indeed a curse. Now, do you believe it? Bang! Zama's desperately resisted Jiang Xiaofei's onslaught, yet all his efforts proved futile. Before Jiang Xiaofei, Zama's felt as though he, the esteemed god of the universe, was reduced to the status of an insignificant insect. His expression had long twisted into a grotesque mask of rage, and a profound terror gripped his consciousness. However, no matter how fiercely he fought back, he remained no match for Jiang Xiaofei. After Zama's was once again cast into the abyss by Jiang Xiaofei, a glimmer of ferocity flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a brilliant white light enveloped the entire abyssal space, and a torrent of chaotic energy surged forth, causing the very earth to tremble. You wish to torment me? Today, I shall let you experience the sensation of being blown away. He laughed maniacally. Amidst the dazzling white radiance, a faint purple glow shimmered, revealing Jiang Xiaofei's figure within. Do you intend to inflict harm upon me through self-detonation? It appears you have overestimated your own capabilities. At Jiang Xiaofei's fingertips, an exquisitely pure destructive energy flickered, coalescing into a purple orb of light. This orb brimmed with destructive force, its violet radiance causing the surrounding white light to dissipate autonomously. Jiang Xiaofei directed the purple orb towards the heart of the white brilliance. With a swift motion, the purple orb sliced through space. leaving a trail of violet light in its wake, ultimately colliding violently with the rapidly expanding Zama's. Without any forewarning, the purple orb effortlessly cleaved through Zama's bulging form, causing the previously erupting white brilliance to recede swiftly. Yet, the assault of the purple orb was far from over. After penetrating Zama's body, it erupted with fervor, the searing purple light igniting and incinerating Zama's very being. The white light was swiftly engulfed by the voracious purple glow. A harrowing scream of agony escaped Zama's lips, laced with an overwhelming sense of despair. In that fleeting moment, as the purple orb severed his corporeal form, Zama's felt his consciousness entirely isolated from the violet radiance. Yet, the excruciating pain coursing through his body remained achingly vivid. He had originally intended to rely on his self-detonation to vanquish Jiang Xiaofei, or at the very least, inflict some damage upon him. After all, he was immortal and had no need to fear the consequences of his explosion. However, all of this was merely a beautiful illusion he had conjured. Reality proved to be exceedingly cruel, and he ultimately underestimated Jiang Xiaofei's might. Amidst a swirl of resentment and regret, Zama's body was entirely consumed by the purple light, vanishing completely from Jiang Xiaofei's sight. In this space, the presence of Zama's was no more. It seems your immortal companion will not return this time, Sun Wukong exclaimed to Black Wukong, his face betraying an uncontainable excitement. At that moment, Black Wukong's heart was already in turmoil, for he perceived himself to be no match for Jiang Xiaofei. With Zama's eliminated within this realm, would he not be next? And unlike Zama's, he did not possess the gift of immortality. Contemplating this, Black Wukong's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The peach-pink radiance erupted fiercely, launching an even more intense assault against Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Barely managing to withstand the onslaught, they prepared to counterattack, but Black Wukong's sudden movements left them momentarily stunned. Whoosh! A flash of purple light darted past Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Bang! The fleeing Black Wukong was struck to the ground by a figure enveloped in purple light, which was none other than Jiang Xiaofei. You dare attempt to escape before me? The chilling words pierced through the air, rendering Black Wukong, now embedded in a deep pit, hesitant to make a single move. Jiang Xiaofei descended rapidly, intent on eliminating Black Wukong entirely. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A familiar and extraordinarily powerful aura suddenly enveloped the space, stirring both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In their minds, the name of one individual emerged simultaneously, Zamasu. Jiang Xiaofei felt a shiver. Zamasu truly resembled an indomitable cockroach. This battle is not yet over. You have not won. Zamasu's voice resonated from the cosmos as his figure reappeared before everyone. He then approached the grounded Black Wukong, and a brilliant light radiated from the two, illuminating the surroundings. When Jiang Xiaofei glanced again at Zamasu and Black Wukong, they had already fused into one being. A fusion? Chapter 115. The Great Battle of Fused Zamasu. Jiang Xiaofei's icy gaze fixed on the resplendent figure, murmuring softly. The sight of that luminous form also heightened the senses of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. At the center of the brilliance stood a being with flowing silver hair and emerald green skin. They were acutely aware that this was the form taken after the fusion of Zamasu and Black Wukong. Fused Zamasu. Lowly humans, you dare challenge my limits time and time again, disrupting our plans. Today, I shall make you pay for your actions. Buzz, accompanied by the voice of Fused Zamasu. A powerful and searing light surged towards Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. Without hesitation, Fused Zamasu launched an attack at Jiang Xiaofei, who could not afford to remain passive. Confronted with this formidable adversary, he summoned a swirling purple light, enveloping himself in a potent aura of destruction. Sun Wukong and Vegeta braced themselves for battle. Sensing the fluctuations of Fused Zamasu's energy, they too had to give their all. In the blink of an eye, Fused Zamasu, radiant with light, stood before the trio, his palms glowing with intertwining shades of peach and white. Streams of red and white light surged towards Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei directed the purple beam in his hand against the oncoming assault of red and white. Bang! When the two beams collided in this dim realm, they infused it with a dazzling array of colors. However, this vibrancy did not inspire hope, as the aura of destruction was overwhelmingly potent, causing the very fabric of the space to grow unstable. What difference does fusion make? Regardless of how you transform today, it is of no consequence. Your plans are destined to fail. Jiang Xiaofei, unwilling to yield in rhetoric, exuded an aura of profound depth beneath his altered form. Humph. I concede that you are the most formidable humans I have encountered, yet what does it matter? This does not alter the fact that humanity remains the most insignificant species in this realm, nor can it change their impending fate of extinction. The dual voices of the fused Zamas reverberated in the ears of Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. Whether humanity will vanish or not, I cannot say, but today, you shall surely cease to exist. Jiang Xiaofei proclaimed, his figure vanishing from sight, and when he reappeared, he was already at the side of the fused Zamas. A pure and potent force of destruction coalesced upon his fist, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the fused Zamas. It must be said that the fused Zamas, after merging, had indeed enhanced his prowess significantly. He could occasionally evade Jiang Xiaofei's onslaught, yet this was merely a fleeting success. Jiang Xiaofei's strikes were too dense and overwhelmingly powerful. Although some missed their mark, they were merely a minority. Boom, boom, boom. The purple sonic booms resounded once more, scattering the radiance enveloping the fused Zamas. Even his arms bore signs of damage, yet his expression betrayed no concern, for after merging, he remained immortal. The damaged areas healed at an astonishing speed, and the fused Zamas stood invincible once more, even as he found himself at a disadvantage. Jiang Xiaofei was acutely aware of this. His single fist never ceased its relentless assault upon the body of the fused Zamas, infusing the destructive energy into the very essence of that which was mending. Futile. No matter how many times you attempt, the outcome remains unchanged. Although your strength surpasses mine, what of it? You cannot kill me. And once you are thoroughly exhausted, I shall effortlessly extinguish you and your companions. The fused Zamas taunted coldly, gazing at Jiang Xiaofei and his comrades, seemingly relishing Jiang Xiaofei's attacks. Oh, is that so? A vanquished foe, yet so audacious. I recall that even before your fusion, you were immortal. Yet you still found yourself begging for mercy at my feet. Faced with such a being as the fused Zamas, Jiang Xiaofei remained impervious to his words, which only fueled his fighting spirit further. Even in this current state, he remained within Jiang Xiaofei's control. As long as Zamas did not reach an infinite level of power, he could be easily managed. Jiang Xiaofei engaged in this tug-of-war with the fused Zamas, contemplating how best to eradicate him completely. Though endowed with the power of a god of destruction, Jiang Xiaofei found himself unable to fully utilize this force to obliterate the fused Zamas. From the previous discourse between Zamasu and Black Goku, Jiang Xiaofei discerned that there were indeed other unseen forces at play behind them. He must uncover the identity of the one orchestrating these events from the shadows. The only potential lead lies with the fused Zamasu. Humans, you are formidable, yet you fail to comprehend that within this temporal realm, there exist entities far beyond your reckoning. Should you choose to ally with us, I assure you, you shall attain a power exponentially greater than your current capabilities. Though Zamasu possesses immortality, he still experiences excruciating pain when faced with Jiang Xiaofei's assault, particularly from the destructive force of the purple light embedded within his being, incessantly gnawing at his flesh and assailing his will. Thus, he seeks to entice Jiang Xiaofei. Securing his allegiance would undoubtedly expedite the execution of their plans. Do not waste your breath. I shall not join your ranks. Furthermore, how can you assert that I would not dare provoke these formidable beings of this dimension? Can they truly surpass the Grand Zeno? A sudden expansion of Zamasu's pupils revealed a flicker of intrigue upon hearing the name of the Grand Zeno. Ah, so it is. Since you are aware of the Grand Zeno's existence, you must also grasp the vast chasm that separates you from him, whereas those behind us are capable of rivaling his might. Oh, it seems I have indeed entangled myself with forces I ought not to have provoked. In that case, for my survival, it appears you must perish. Jiang Xiaofei, unwilling to engage further in verbal sparring with Zamasu, recognized that the target had now narrowed significantly. Being one who could match the Grand Zeno, at that moment, he could seek counsel from Beerus, Whis, or even the Grand Zeno himself, and the identity of this individual would soon become evident. As for the present fused Zamasu, he would have to be temporarily confined. Hey, Goku, Vegeta, are you ready? Jiang Xiaofei suddenly called out to Goku and Vegeta, his gaze fixed on two rather unrefined stone jars that stood nearby. Chapter 116. Demon Sealing Wave. A terrifying aura erupted from the two pale blue figures on the ground, an unstoppable force. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaofei's words, Goku and Vegeta turned their attention towards the fused Zamasu before them, their lips curling into a graceful arc. Yet beneath this elegance lay an undercurrent of tense anticipation. "Bring it on," they exclaimed in unison, their hands and legs poised for the impending battle. In response to Jiang Xiaofei's summons, the fused Zamasu also cast his gaze upon Goku and Vegeta, the two defeated adversaries. Although he should have regarded them with disdain, an unsettling sensation gripped him, especially as he beheld the two weathered stone jars not far from them, instilling within him a profound sense of foreboding. As the merged Zama's gaze narrowed, a chill coursed through his heart. Without a trace of hesitation, he charged towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, unleashing waves of energy in advance, targeting the two mottled stone jars. Observing Zama's transformation, Jiang Xiaofei could easily infer his intentions. There was no way he would allow Zama's assault to be effective. Thus, without delay, the purple orb in his hand flickered, emanating a destructive aura that was instantly hurled towards Zama's. Zama's did not falter in his offensive stride. He knew he could not withstand Jiang Xiaofei's attack. However, endowed with immortality, even if struck by the purple orb, he would not perish. With his formidable regenerative abilities, he could swiftly mend any damage. Yet, he had to eliminate Sun Wukong and Vegeta at once. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were preoccupied with the two lethal beams of energy Zama's had unleashed, leaving them no time to react to the oncoming threat. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaofei finally sprang into action, resembling a streak of purple light as he appeared before Zama's in an instant. At that moment, Zama's had just recovered from the impact of the purple orb. Faced with Jiang Xiaofei's sudden arrival, he was compelled to cease his assault on Sun Wukong and Vegeta, diverting all his strength to counter Jiang Xiaofei's attack. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive impacts erupted at the point of their collision, further damaging Zama's form. Indeed, these filthy humans possess such formidable power. I cannot allow you to persist. From Zama's grotesque visage erupted a hoarse roar. Although he was uncertain of what would transpire next, his judgment was correct. The mottled stone jars represented a profound threat to him, as evidenced by the reactions of Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. Humph, what does it matter if you perceive it? Today, you shall grasp the might and limitless potential of humanity. Even if I cannot slay you, I will seal you away. You must remain here. Jiang Xiaofei's words dripped with cold malice. He knew he should eradicate Zama's entirely, yet due to that bothersome immortality, he was forced to resort to the drastic measure of sealing Zama's completely. This storm of demonic energy is crafted especially for you. Jiang Xiaofei pointed towards the two stone jars below, articulating each word with intent. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaofei's declaration, Zama's once again sensed the peril to his existence. No longer entangled with Jiang Xiaofei, he dove downward, determined to destroy the two jars that instilled dread within him, believing that if he could do so, Jiang Xiaofei's threat would be nullified. Do you think you still have the chance to wreak havoc before me? Jiang Xiaofei launched directly at Zama's. And under the overwhelming purple aura, the surroundings were enveloped in an invisible shroud of annihilation. Zama's form froze, his pupils dilated, revealing faint fissures. Shock, panic, helplessness. A chilling terror gripped his heart. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, a shimmering purple gas lightsaber manifested atop Jiang Xiaofei's right arm. Under his deft control, a silvery luminescence coursed along the blade, enhancing its lethal sharpness. Leave it. Jiang Xiaofei raised the gas lightsaber high, striking down towards the amalgamated Zama's, who was ensnared in an abyss of terror. The visage of the fused Zama's was one of utter defeat as he beheld the imposing gas lightsaber, brimming with a ferocity that brooked no defiance. Despair enveloped his spirit, rendering his faith fragile and feeble in that moment. As Zama's succumbed to helplessness and fear, the gas lightsaber descended, cleaving through him with ease, as if slicing through mere parchment. A flicker of purple radiance lingered at the wound, while, paradoxically, Zama's mind remained eerily lucid. He desperately endeavored to reassemble his bisected form, yet beneath the ground, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had long prepared for this eventuality. Upon witnessing Zama's division at Jiang Xiaofei's hands, they sprang into action, intoning complex incantations as their movements flowed seamlessly, drawing upon two stone jars that unleashed a tremendous gravitational pull. This force was aimed squarely at the severed remnants of Zama's. At that moment, Zama's body was in a rapid phase of fusion and restoration, Yet Jiang Xiaofei's presence hindered any effective recovery. The dual gravitational forces exacerbated his agony, preventing him from continuing his restoration. As the suction intensified, it became a considerable burden for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, yet for Zama's, it was an utterly devastating onslaught. The resistance he offered against the pull generated an immense tearing force, distorting even the fabric of space around him, rendering his fragmented body a spectacle of horror. You will surely regret this. The dragon god shall not spare you, he cried out, his voice rife with indignation. Filthy humans! How dare you commit such acts against a noble deity? Any resistance was futile, as Zama's dual forms, caught in a state of utmost reluctance and helplessness, were inexorably drawn towards the stone jars, ultimately succumbing to their confines. Having expended considerable energy, Sun Wukong and Vegeta did not linger but promptly sealed the jars. Collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, Jiang Xiaofei descended from the sky to join them, and the trio exchanged a glance at the jars before erupting into laughter in unison. Chapter 117. The Dragon God Salama. Finally rid of that bothersome foe. Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, his body weary, yet his spirit uplifted. Vegeta's smile broadened, reflecting a shared sense of relief. Observing his companions, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of ease, though a lingering intuition hinted that the ordeal was far from over. Behind Zama's, there undoubtedly exists an even more formidable being, most likely the dragon god, Salama. In Jiang Xiaofei's recollection of the Dragon Ball universe, the dragon god Salama created the Super Dragon Balls, a feat that alone attests to his immense power. Should the entity behind Zama's indeed be Salama, the situation would become significantly more intricate. Imagine a being capable of creating Super Dragon Balls wishing to annihilate all of humanity. Such an endeavor is far more deranged than that of a destroyer god, and beneath this madness lies an even greater conspiracy. Jiang Xiaofei refrained from sharing his thoughts with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, for they, including himself, were still far too weak to confront Black Goku and Zama's. They would need to unite their strengths, while a being like Salama could likely subdue them with a mere flick of a finger. Although Zama's has been dealt with, we must not let our guard down. The next step is to determine where to store these two stone jars. Jiang Xiaofei remarked that if they were improperly stored and the jars were accidentally toppled, Zama's could be released, leading to dire consequences. Their ability to seal Zama's this time was due to the fact that he was unaware of their trump cards. Should there be a next time, it would likely be far more challenging. Indeed, remaining in this timeline may not be safe. Perhaps we should take him with us to our own timeline, where it might be safer. Sun Wukong gazed at the two mottled stone jars and shared his thoughts. The specific timeline in which they are kept is less significant than who oversees them. Entrusting him to Lord Beerus might be a sound decision. Vegeta clasped his hands thoughtfully, a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. A splendid idea. With Lord Beerus and Whis guarding him, it would be utterly foolproof, and their realm is not overly populated. Simply perfect. Sun Wukong applauded, finding Vegeta's suggestion indeed more reasonable. Yet, would Beerus be amenable? Jiang Xiaofei pondered, aware that there were still minor disagreements between him and Beerus. Given Beerus's pride, allowing such a being to remain could pose challenges. If Beerus were inclined to make things difficult, they might find themselves powerless. Oh, come now. Lord Beerus is not so petty. Sun Wukong believed there was no valid reason for Beerus to refuse them. During their exchange, Trunks approached. He had been closely monitoring the battle, and as the dark clouds dispersed from the sky, he knew that the future timeline's guardianship battle had concluded. Thank you. Trunks's eyes glistened with tears as he bowed deeply to the three, expressing his gratitude. It was nothing. This is what we ought to do. Vegeta stepped forward, grasping Trunks's arm. Although we have dealt with Zama's, the forthcoming matters still depend on you all. Vegeta gazed at Trunks, imparting solemnly that the reconstruction following the calamity would be the most arduous journey. The plight of the displaced individuals seeking shelter posed a significant challenge. Indeed, we shall strive diligently. Trunks' words emanated a resolute spirit. They had already endured the most trying days. As long as they remained alive, hope persisted. By summoning the eternal dragon, he believed that the earth could swiftly regain its former splendor. Jiang Xiaofei interjected, observing Trunks. Indeed, Trunks' succinct words perpetually conveyed an unwavering tenacity. Well then, it is time for us to depart. Trunks, glancing at the three before him with a hint of reluctance, retrieved the time machine. Jiang Xiaofei leapt onto the time machine. while Sun Wukong and Vegeta clapped Trunks on the shoulder, embracing two stone jars as they boarded the time machine. The time machine ascended, leaving behind a dazzling brilliance, and soon vanished from Trunks' sight amidst a resplendent glow, simultaneously disappearing from the fabric of time itself. In a distant universe, within the dimensional expanse, a colossal shadowy figure opened its tightly shut eyes. Radiant beams of multicolored light erupted from its gaze, transforming the tranquil void into a tumultuous spectacle, even leaving traces of fractures. The vibrant hues surged like a torrent, sweeping across the vast cosmos, shattering countless stars. The resonant breaths echoed like thunder, obliterating all in their path. Truly a useless bunch. A voice laden with indignation and dissatisfaction resounded, as the surrounding stars crumbled into cosmic dust under this overwhelming force. Humph. The super dragon has bestowed upon you immortal bodies, yet you still fail to astonish me. The shadowy figure continued speaking, yet no living being was in sight nearby. Very well. I never expected much from you. Your extermination of humanity was merely a ruse to draw out the Omni King. It seems this plan has faltered. But who, I wonder, can bring about your demise? No way. You are still alive? Intriguing. It appears I must personally intervene. In an instant, the resplendent colors vanished. The mighty voice dissipated, and the enormous shadow also disappeared, as if it had never existed within this dimensional realm. Chapter 118. The Dragon God in the Perception of the Divine after an extensive temporal journey aboard the time machine. Jiang Xiaofei and his companions finally returned to their familiar Earth, encountering familiar faces once more. Upon seeing the trio, Bulma's anxiety lingered until Jiang Xiaofei reassured her that Black Goku and Zamasu had been vanquished, allowing her to finally breathe easy. However, when Bulma observed the two stone jars cradled by Sun Wukong and Vegeta, her brow furrowed again. What is inside? She inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Well, it's Black Goku and Zamasu. Vegeta was the first to respond. How could you bring them here? Bulma's voice rose in pitch, clearly taken aback by such an unexpected action. If they remain trapped in the future timeline, it could spell greater peril. Only through careful management can true safety be attained. So, have you come up with a plan? Bulma surveyed the three, her anxious heart gradually calming. After much contemplation, we have concluded that placing the stone jars in Lord Beerus's care is the safest option, Goku interjected. Lord Beerus? Will he even agree to that? Bulma questioned skeptically. Therefore, we must rely on your assistance. Me? What could I possibly do to help? Why? It is to prepare an exquisite feast for Lord Beerus. Very well. Bulma finally grasped the trio's intentions and was pleased to resolve the issue regarding the stone jars. Following extensive preparations, the most tantalizing delicacies of this world graced Bulma's home. At Bulma's behest, Whis and Beerus, situated in the God of Destruction realm, beheld the aromatic delights within the orb of the staff, unable to suppress their salivation. Thus, without hesitation, they sped toward Bulma's residence, leaving Broly, a fervent training enthusiast, behind in the God of Destruction realm, disinterested in the culinary offerings. Upon Beerus and Whis' arrival on Earth, Jiang Xiaofei and the others were already well prepared. As they welcomed the guests, Beerus felt a peculiar sensation. Meanwhile, Whis had already approached the feast, indulging heartily. Casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus snorted, joining in the culinary assault. After a whirlwind of consumption, Beerus surveyed the nearly depleted table, a look of satisfaction washing over him, punctuated by a hearty burp. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta appeared before Beerus, each cradling a stone jar. Hee. We have a minor request for Lord Beerus. Goku's innocent smile lit up Beerus's vision as he regarded him earnestly. Hey, what are you all up to? Just speak plainly. Beerus, being forthright, had no taste for circumlocution. It's nothing of great consequence. We merely wish to store these two stone jars within Lord Beerus's realm of destruction. Goku directly stated his intention. Only then did Beerus's attention shift to the two mottled stone jars, his previously tranquil gaze now flickering with intrigue. What lies within? Beerus's tone grew more serious, drawing Whis' attention as well. They are two nefarious beings from the future who seek to annihilate humanity, supposedly the Kaioshin and Zamasu from Universe 10. Goku briefly recounted the events transpiring in the future, leaving both Beerus and Whis somewhat astonished. Did they mention who is orchestrating their actions? Beerus and Whis remained wary of such matters. If a significant figure lurked in the shadows, vigilance was paramount. It seems they mentioned someone referred to as the Dragon God. Do you think this so-called Dragon God is the one who created the Dragon Balls? What? The Dragon God? How could that be possible? The words of Sun Wukong resonated like a thunderclap, piercing the eardrums of Beerus and Whis. As the god of destruction and angel of the seventh universe, they were acutely aware of the significance of the term Dragon God. The Dragon God, the creator of the Super Dragon Balls, was a figure of immense antiquity, his power unfathomable. Furthermore, the Dragon God had once had many encounters with the Omni King. However, at some point, the Dragon God seemed to have vanished without a trace. Across all the universes, all knowledge of the Dragon God, Salama, had dissipated, leaving only the Super Dragon Balls as the sole testament of his existence. Now, not only had they heard mention of the Dragon God, but, even more astonishingly, it became apparent that the Dragon God would command the current Supreme Kai to annihilate humanity. Did this not hint at a far greater conspiracy lurking beneath the surface? Even Beerus and Whis dared not speculate. The mere mention of the Dragon God rendered them powerless. For Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the implications of the Dragon God were entirely opaque. Yet, Beerus and Whis, as the god of destruction and angel, fully comprehended the terror embodied by this entity. Thus, they felt compelled to relay the emergence of the Dragon God to the Omni King and the Grand Minister with utmost urgency. For it seemed that only these two could stand against the Dragon God across all the universes. We have matters to attend to, so we take our leave. As for these two vases, allow me to safeguard them, Beerus stated hurriedly, casually tossing the vases into the sphere of Whis' staff. Without further farewells, Beerus departed Earth under Whis' guidance, heading towards an unknown destination. Observing their hasty exit, Jiang Xiaofei furrowed his brow, sensing that the upcoming events were surely beyond their capacity to confront. Contemplating this, Jiang Xiaofei resumed training with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After the fierce battles in the future timeline, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had come to a profound realization. Their strength remained insufficient. In the face of adversaries like Black Goku and Zamasu, they could not achieve a decisive victory. Thus, in their pursuit of further enhancement, they were willing to challenge Jiang Xiaofei once more. Chapter 119. The Descent of the Dragon God in the Training Chamber. Two figures radiating a blue luminescence stood resolutely, their enchanting hues illuminating the entire space. Opposite them, a figure enveloped in silvery light confronted the two blue silhouettes. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta each felt a burning fervor for battle surging within them. The indomitable spirit emanating from their eyes was unmistakable. This was a contest of warriors, and Jiang Xiaofei held nothing back, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta exerted their utmost effort. In terms of raw power, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were simply no match for Jiang Xiaofei, especially in his state of Ultra Instinct, which rendered them utterly powerless. However, they did not instruct Jiang Xiaofei to restrain his prowess. Instead, they unleashed their full might. Only under such a vast disparity of strength could these super scions awaken the boundless potential within their beings, allowing them to ascend to a new pinnacle. Here they come. With a swift motion, Son Goku vanished into thin air, closely followed by Vegeta. From the very outset, they exerted themselves to the utmost. When their forms reappeared, they stood before Jiang Xiaofei, launching a fierce onslaught. It must be acknowledged that Son Goku and Vegeta are the super warriors of the seventh universe. Their seamless cooperation speaks volumes, and each possesses a combat power that is unparalleled on Earth. Yet, their might-laden fists, imbued with the strength to move mountains and fill seas, could not so much as graze the hem of Jiang Xiaofei's attire. Even with their coordinated assault from front and back, they remained unable to touch his figure. At present, in the state of the ultimate instinct, Jiang Xiaofei moved with an ethereal grace, capable of predicting their strikes, coupled with his body's instinctual reflexes and reaction speed. This resulted in the current predicament. However, this was certainly not the outcome Son Goku and Vegeta desired. Jiang Xiaofei's relentless evasion thwarted their intentions for growth, a fact he was well aware of. Thus, moments later, the power emanating from Jiang Xiaofei's being finally erupted against Son Goku and Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of fists ignited a fierce confrontation, and as the silvery light collided with the azure glow, a more resplendent brilliance illuminated the entire training chamber. The unleashed force was unimaginable. Had the training room not been specially constructed by Whis for their use, it would have surely been reduced to nothingness under such overwhelming power. Despite the combined assault of Son Goku and Vegeta, Jiang Xiaofei maintained his composure. Most crucially, he had not exerted his full strength. Nevertheless, after hundreds of rapid exchanges, Son Goku and Vegeta were left panting heavily. From the very beginning, they had poured all their energy into the fight, incurring significant fatigue. Yet they could inflict no harm upon Jiang Xiaofei. However, throughout this process, their abilities gradually improved. After all, they had never known compromise in the face of a formidable opponent, nor would they concede easily, even in training. Boom, boom. Son Goku and Vegeta were each struck by Jiang Xiaofei's gravity-infused kick, sent hurtling backwards. After tumbling several times on the ground, they crashed heavily into the wall of the training room. The blue auras surrounding them dimmed, and they gazed at Jiang Xiaofei with eyes brimming with determination. Come, let us continue. Only through sustained combat can you fully awaken your potential, Jiang Xiaofei declared, and Son Goku and Vegeta understood this well. They exchanged a glance and rose from the ground. Ah, yes. The once weak blue light around them flared back to life, and the excitement upon their faces filled Son Goku and Vegeta with boundless conviction. Without a moment's hesitation, a dense sphere of azure energy surged forth from Vegeta's palm, hurtling directly towards Jiang Xiaofei. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong leaped forward, charging once more at Jiang Xiaofei. Soon, the three brilliant figures became entangled once again. Meanwhile, Beerus, under Whis' guidance, sat within a dimensional cube, racing through the cosmos toward their destination, the palace of the Omni King. The name of the dragon god, Salamander. How ancient it is, and who would have thought to hear it once more in this era? Alas, this dragon god's emergence might signify a grim intent to obliterate the existing universe. What could be the reason behind this? Beerus scratched his anxious forehead, his words laced with confusion. This enigma could likely only be unraveled upon meeting the Omni King and the Grand Minister. Whis responded to Beerus, yet his gaze remained fixed ahead. Indeed, this matter must be fully conveyed to the Omni King and the Grand Minister. I should have brought Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong along from the start. It matters not. With the Omni King's prowess, summoning them later would be a trivial task. Quite so. Then let us hasten our pace, urged Beerus, as Whis gave a gentle tap with his staff against the dimensional cube, increasing their speed further. On either side of the cube, countless stars sped past. And despite the obstructing stars ahead, the cube's velocity did not wane. It deftly maneuvered around obstacles. Ah, so this is where you are. You have made it quite the challenge to find you. Suddenly, an ominous voice, brimming with authority and impossible to resist, resonated within the minds of Beerus and Whis. It is worth noting that Beerus is the mightiest destroyer, and Whis, an angel, possesses power surpassing even that of Beerus. Yet, when this voice echoed, it instilled a profound fear within them, stirring their very souls. In the vast expanse of the 12 universes, the only being capable of invoking such trepidation in them was the Omni King. However, the voice they heard was deep and powerful, laced with an unsettling quality, utterly unlike the childlike tone they were accustomed to hearing from the Omni King. Simultaneously, a singular name emerged in Beerus and Whis' minds, the dragon god, Salamander. Without a trace of hesitation, Whis' staff flickered with light, and the dimensional cube shot forth like a meteor. If it truly is the dragon god Salamander, then they are certainly beyond their capacity to confront. Their only chance is to flee, and swiftly. However, how could prey marked by the most formidable hunter hope to escape unscathed? The speed of the dimensional cube was indeed unfathomable, yet before the dragon god Salamander, it seemed trivial. Now that I have found you, do not entertain thoughts of escape. No sooner had the words left his lips than the cube ceased to heed Whis' command, coming to an abrupt halt. Before Beerus and Whis could recover from their astonishment, a silhouette, as grand as a star, materialized before them. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the dragon god, Salamander. Even though they had already surmised the identity of the other, upon hearing it confirmed from the lips of the other, the hearts of Beerus and Whis still trembled violently. The dragon god Salama, an entity on par with the Omni King. Even now, what stood before them was merely a spectral shadow. Yet the oppressive aura of absolute power was far from dissipating. Ah, it is the esteemed dragon god. I beg your pardon for any disrespect, Whis said with a warm smile, slightly bowing his body in a display of deep reverence. Although the other could impose a formidable pressure upon them, at this moment, They could not afford to show any sign of weakness. Furthermore, having gleaned the dragon god's intentions, Whis and Beerus understood that in order to survive, they must buy themselves time. At the instant Whis heard the voice of the dragon god, he had already utilized the staff in his hand to succinctly convey their dire predicament to the Grand Priest, hoping for a timely intervention from both the Grand Priest and the Omni King to save their lives. If they were late, it seemed they would indeed meet their demise within this starry expanse. "Oh, you are aware of my existence." The dragon goddess' spectral form expressed a hint of surprise, for even he was on the verge of forgetting who he truly was. Naturally, the great dragon god Salama, creator of the Super Dragon Balls. How could I not know of you? Whis, in a bid to buy time, began to employ his acting skills. Haha, it has been far too long. I never anticipated that after all this time, someone would still remember my name. The dragon goddess' spectral form laughed boisterously, not even deigning to regard Beerus and Whis. Humph. Regardless of whether you recognize me, you shall perish here today. As the dragon god's tone shifted, a chilling aura radiated forth, causing several nearby asteroids to crumble into cosmic dust, unable to withstand the intensity. With a flash of brilliance in their eyes, Beerus and Whis prepared themselves defensively for the impending assault. However, they were unprepared for the dragon god's forthright declaration of their imminent demise. An angel and a destroyer god. How utterly humiliating. After all this time, it was disheartening to encounter such a fate once more. The dragon goddess' spectral form continued, as a claw imbued with an overwhelming force surged toward Beerus and Whis. Wherever the dragon claw passed, stars shattered, and space itself began to unravel. Though it was but a specter, it bore a palpable weight. In response to the assault of the dragon claw, Beerus and Whis struck simultaneously. At Beerus's fingertips, a purple radiance surged forth, swiftly coalescing into a massive sphere brimming with destructive energy, hurtling toward the dragon claw's shadow. Meanwhile, from the orb atop Whis' staff, pure white light flickered, as angelic power swiftly manifested into countless pristine light needles, each radiating a blinding brilliance, directed at the dragon god's spectral form. When the sphere of destruction collided with the dragon claw, an inexhaustible torrent of devastation seeped into the spectral manifestation of the claw, which seemed to exhibit signs of fracturing under the sheer force of destruction. With great delight, Beerus intensified his output, sending spheres of light shooting forth from his fingertips, aimed directly at the illusory dragon claw. Meanwhile, the light needles, formed from Whis' angelic power, pierced towards the brow and heart of the dragon god's phantom. However, just as the light needles were about to make contact with the illusion, they unexpectedly vanished into thin air. Indeed, they simply disappeared without leaving a trace of angelic energy behind. The fracturing dragon claw continued its descent, prompting both Beerus and Whis to simultaneously emerge from the traversing cube, stabilizing their forms within the starry expanse. Bang! Under the relentless assault of the dragon claw, the traversing cube was shattered, reduced to mere cosmic dust. Ultimately, due to the continuous erosion of destructive force, the dragon claw too succumbed to fragmentation. This fleeting moment of relief ignited a spark of hope in the despairing hearts of Beerus and Whis, yet such solace was ephemeral, swiftly plunging them back into despair. For before their smiles could fully materialize, the once shattered dragon claw reappeared before them, unscathed. Humph! Unaware of your own limitations, the voice of the dragon god's phantom rumbled ominously. Above the two dragon claws, dark spheres emerged. These were annihilation energies, far more terrifying than destructive forces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the dragon god's command, the dark spheres launched towards Beerus and Whis like arrows released from a bowstring. Whis brandished his staff, shimmering with pure angelic energy, forming a protective barrier of light to shield against the oncoming dark spheres. Bang, bang, bang. The violent explosions reverberated outside the barrier, causing cracks to spread across its surface. We cannot remain passive in the face of such relentless assault, Beerus declared, his expression resolute, as violet light flickered in his eyes. Clenching his hands around his collar, he resolved that since evasion was not an option, he must instead muster all his strength to resist. Beerus let out a fierce roar, blood surging from his hands as he tore the collar apart once more. Boom! A peak of destructive energy erupted from Beerus, the swirling purple flames scorching the air, accompanied by a flowing silver light. This was the form of the god of destruction's ultra instinct. Crack! Under the onslaught of the dark spheres, the white barrier ultimately faltered and shattered. Without hesitation, Beerus again concentrated a purple sphere in his hands, infused with silver light, and clashed it against the incoming dark spheres. Boom! The cacophony of violent explosions tore through the void. Beerus did not pause. He charged directly towards the dragon god's phantom, which loomed as large as a star. Oh, so you wield Ultra Instinct? Quite commendable for a god of destruction. But what of it? You shall not escape alive. The colossal dragon claw stirred once more, aimed squarely at Beerus, who, in his Ultra Instinct state, deftly evaded the claw's strikes, weaving through the air with agility. However, just as Beerus was about to strike the ethereal figure, another dragon claw emerged silently from behind it, effortlessly repelling the oncoming attack from Beerus. The mighty being was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth, and the silvery light surrounding him vanished. Whis hurried forward to catch Beerus. Too fragile. Chapter 121. The battle with the dragon god's apparition 2. A resonant voice reverberated once more, shaking the very souls of Beerus and Whis. Whis, supporting Beerus with one hand, turned his immaculate gaze towards the colossal dragon god's apparition. Through their brief exchanges, the disparity between them became starkly evident. Despite unleashing the full power of his Ultra Instinct, Beerus was still among the most formidable of the gods of destruction. Yet, before the dragon god Salama, he was unable to secure a decisive victory. Ironically, the being before them was merely an apparition. One could only wonder what the outcome would be if the true dragon god were to descend. Prior to this, only the king of all and the grand priest had inflicted such damage upon them. At this moment, Whis assessed the injured Beerus and resolved not to engage further with the dragon god's apparition. Instead, he sought a way to escape with all his might. After all, in a battle of such overwhelming force, there was no suspense. Flight might be their only chance of survival. With this thought, Whis hesitated no longer. Countless points of light flickered, forming sharp arrows that surged towards the immense dragon god's apparition. Simultaneously, Whis, carrying the largely incapacitated Beerus, sped in a particular direction. Though they lacked a traversal cube, as an angel, Whis could still navigate freely through the starry expanse. The light arrows sliced through the void, targeting the dragon god's eyes and brow. Yet, as before, just when the arrows were about to make contact with the apparition, they inexplicably vanished. It seemed as though a mysterious force surrounded the dragon god's apparition, devouring all power that approached, shielding the colossal figure. Do you think you can escape from me? The dragon god's apparition intoned again, as the surrounding stars shifted, launching a barrage toward the fleeing Whis and Beerus. Some stars, propelled by immense speed, exploded into core fragments along their path, vanishing into the void. Yet the resulting energy shockwaves affected everything nearby. Whis sensed the starry assault and refrained from retaliating, instead accelerating further. However, he could not evade the onslaught. Ultimately, the stars controlled by the dragon god's apparition detonated, creating a magnificent display of fireworks amidst the vast expanse. Yet this spectacle would not capture the attention of Whis and Beerus, as it was accompanied by the demise of countless lives, and they were desperately fleeing. The residual force from the exploding stars struck Whis, and had it not been for his angelic form, he would have long since perished within this boundless cosmos. The ethereal visage of the dragon god, upon witnessing the unfolding events, could not help but furrow his brow, his colossal form, akin to the size of stars, advancing relentlessly in pursuit of the swiftly fleeing Whis and Beerus. The gap between them continued to diminish, as the dark orbs of energy upon the dragon's claws incessantly bombarded Whis, who could only evade the onslaught by deftly maneuvering his body. With a roar that resonated with primal fury, the dragon goddess' ire was ignited upon observing Whis's unyielding speed. The dragon's claws lunged forward and clenched tightly. In that instant, time itself seemed to come to a standstill, and spatial fluctuations vanished, plunging everything into an absolute silence. Under the dragon god's command, the bodies of Whis and Beerus were rendered motionless. With a thunderous impact, the dragon's claws transformed into fists and struck the forms of Whis and Beerus, sending them plummeting like uncontrollable vessels into the abyss below. Even with their divine physiques, the two deities appeared somewhat disheveled after enduring the dragon god's formidable blow. Countless stars were pierced by their bodies, leading to the shattering of their cores and inflicting secondary injuries upon them. These two impudent wretches dare to flee before me. The dragon god gazed upon the dazzling display of fireworks, a merciless smirk gracing his visage. In his eyes, even the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, could not possibly survive his assault. However, in a display of caution, he chose not to vanish immediately, opting instead to await the conclusion of the celestial spectacle before him. Once the stars had completely faded, two figures stood tall, alongside two others lying within a protective barrier. Those lying within were unmistakably the severely wounded Beerus and Whis. The two standing figures were none other than Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, and the angel Vados. The dragon god was not particularly surprised by the survival of Whis and Beerus, but the arrival of Kampa and Vados elicited a faint, eerie smile from his previously impassive countenance. So, there are allies to contend with, yet it matters not. Today, I shall unleash a massacre. The more there are, the more I shall slay. A resonant and formidable voice emanated from the immense visage of the dragon god, who perceived the gods of destruction and angels as mere entities he could obliterate with a flick of his finger. As soon as the dragon god's proclamation echoed, his colossal claws surged forth unrelentingly towards the location of Beerus and the others. What in the world is that? What kind of being have you two provoked, Beerus? Kampa, witnessing the overwhelming descent of the dragon's claws, was overtaken by a sense of urgency. As a god of destruction, he could perceive the immense power contained within those claws. Even he felt a profound sense of life-threatening peril, rendered minuscule before the enormity of the dragon's claws, akin to mere ants in comparison. Though Xiangpa cursed vociferously, his hands were far from idle. In response to the impending assault, he summoned all of his destructive energy, coalescing it into a colossal purple orb directed towards the dragon claw. Simultaneously, a peculiar radiance flickered in the beautiful eyes of Beerus' attendant, Vados, as her delicate hand wielded a staff that radiated a dazzling brilliance, unleashing numerous beams of light towards the dragon deity's claw. Dragon god Salama. Vados uttered the name of the being before them, causing Xiangpa to widen his eyes in astonishment. Although he had never encountered the dragon god, his knowledge of the super dragon balls, with their wondrous capabilities, was extensive. What manner of formidable entity could create such magnificent artifacts? Xiangpa felt his mind falter, perplexed as to why dragon god Salama sought to hunt down Beerus and Whis. As the three energies collided violently amidst the boundless starry sky, Vados hastily retreated with Beerus and Whis to avoid the ensuing chaos. Chapter 122. The Great Priest Arrives. The dragon goddess claw swiftly neutralized Xiangpa and Vados' offensive with overwhelming force, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing Beerus and his companions. Alas, this is truly troublesome. How could Beerus have provoked a being like dragon god Salama? This is perilous, Xiangpa muttered as he fled, cursing under his breath. Had he known earlier, he would have remained on the sidelines to watch the spectacle unfold rather than foolishly rush to their aid. However, had he been aware of the identity of his adversary as dragon god Salama before launching his attack, he would have still intervened. After all, Beerus was his dear brother, and he could not idly stand by while someone sought to end his life. As the cataclysmic force of the dragon god's claw descended upon them, Xiangpa and Vados summoned their full might once more. The destructive energy surrounding Xiangpa surged forth, while an ethereal, divine light enveloped Vados. With a resonant hum, all their strength converged and struck the massive dragon claw. This time, their combined assault succeeded in slowing the claw's descent. Yet the terrifying power emanating from it remained suffocating. With a resounding crash, Beerus and his companions were sent flying. Xiangpa and Vados coughed blood as they gazed at the spectral figure of the dragon god, their eyes filled with concern. Nonetheless, surrender was not an option. As the god of destruction and an angel, they harbored their own pride. Despite the overwhelming might of their adversary, they refused to entertain thoughts of capitulation. They understood well that each assault from dragon god Salama was intended to end their existence. Yielding now would only render them a laughingstock. When did a mere god of destruction and an angel dare to boast before me? The chilling voice of the dragon god echoed ominously in the minds of the four, sending shivers down their spines. In the next moment, terror manifested upon the faces of the four deities. Unbeknownst to them, a black hole emerged in their vicinity, modest in size, yet exuding an immense gravitational pull and tearing force. Even as deities, they felt an overwhelming sense of impending annihilation. Gazing upon the black hole, and then at the dragon god's ethereal visage, akin to a star, They understood that this black hole was indeed the work of the dragon god's projection. At that moment, Whis and Beerus had partially regained their combat prowess. While it did not reach their peak, they possessed about 70 to 80% of their strength. It was evident that they had arrived at a critical juncture. Beerus spoke with gravity, devoid of his usual banter with Kampa. Alas, we have been fighting for our lives from the very beginning. Yet our opponent is the dragon god, Salama, an entity that rivals the Omni King. Should he wish, a mere finger could obliterate us entirely. Kampa's face bore a hint of urgency as he conveyed his thoughts to Beerus. If the true form of the dragon god Salama were to descend, could we withstand such an onslaught for any length of time? This is merely a projection, unable to fully unleash Salama's complete power. Thus, we are fortunate. If we commit fully, perhaps one of us might escape. Beerus's tone was resolute as he beheld the colossal figure, feeling the intensifying pull of the black hole. Whis and Beerus, join me in action. Assist Kampa in his escape. No sooner had Beerus spoken than he activated his ultra instinct once more, though it was somewhat strenuous. He managed to maintain it. Whis and Vados exchanged knowing smiles, complying with Beerus's directive, as the power of the angels surged forth to obstruct the black hole. Witnessing this scene, Kampa felt a mixture of confusion and profound emotion, even a desire to weep. He reminisced about the years spent bickering with Beerus, and the times Beerus aided in restoring Earth, providing him with an abundance of delectable delights he had never imagined. With newfound resolve, Kampa declared, "We shall go together. You despicable fiend, today I shall fight with you." With a voice strained to the brink, Kampa recklessly charged towards the immense dragon god projection. Life energy rapidly drained from him, yet his destructive power surged, a testament to his burning essence. A brilliant purple light shone with particular intensity in that moment, prompting a soft sigh from Beerus. Truly an unruly one. Following suit, he too ignited his life essence, launching an attack towards the grand dragon god projection. How intriguing. Yet, ultimately, an ant remains an ant. How can a mayfly shake a towering tree? A merciless taunt emanated from the dragon god's visage as its claws lunged towards Beerus and Kampa, dark energies swirling and shattering the surrounding stars, leaving only a void of darkness. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of tremendous collisions resonated as Beerus and Kampa fell like meteors into the abyss of darkness. The life force of the two gods of destruction dissolved rapidly, yet their faces bore faint smiles. As this was their first time fighting side by side, and most crucially, under their relentless assault, the dragon god's claw began to shimmer and fragment. In that fleeting moment of collision, they infused all their destructive force into that claw, allowing the devastation to spread and erode the colossal dragon's ethereal visage. How utterly frustrating. We have yet to determine the victor, Kampa remarked, casting a glance at Beerus. This time, you have triumphed. Beerus, bloodied and wearied for the first time in ages, spoke with deliberate clarity. Humph. Kampa turned his head away, no longer wishing to behold Beerus, yet the two destroyers continued their rapid descent. Whis and Beerus could certainly witness this scene, yet they had no excess time or energy to divert their focus. Confronted by the black hole, they were exerting every last ounce of strength. However, they were unable to obliterate the black hole. Instead, their angelic power was swiftly dwindling. Were this a typical black hole within the cosmos, their celestial might would suffice to destroy it, though it would not be without difficulty. Yet here, they found themselves ensnared in peril. For this black hole was conjured by the dragon god, Salama. You have performed admirably. Now, allow me to take over. Just as the two destroyers and their angels were engulfed in despair, a sudden yet comforting voice resonated, bringing them warmth and solace. The gazes of the four deities, including that of the dragon's ethereal form, converged upon a singular figure standing calmly amidst the void. Your Excellency, the Grand Priest. Chapter 123. A single strike to annihilate the foe. At that moment, Beerus, Kampa, Whis, and Vados bore the weight of immense pressure, their very bones feeling misaligned. Yet, upon beholding the Grand Priest, each of their faces instantly radiated with renewed vigor. The Grand Priest served as an anchor of reassurance, fortifying their spirits and dispelling their prior despondency. His profound gaze swept over the two angels and the two destroyers, and with a gentle wave of his hand, their descent ceased, and the angels extricated themselves from the black hole. He then waved his hand once more, restoring the four deities to their former state. erasing all traces of their prior clash. Having accomplished this, the Grand Priest wore a benevolent smile as he regarded the distant dragon's apparition. After countless eons, who would have imagined our reunion would manifest in such a manner? His voice was calm and devoid of any discernible emotion, akin to the undisturbed surface of an ancient lake. Ah, I too did not foresee our meeting to be of this nature, revered Grand Priest. During my absence spanning eons, I trust you have fared well. And that little fellow, Zeno, is he not quite proud? The dragon god's resonant voice carried a hint of mockery intertwined with a thread of indignation. You need not trouble yourself with this matter. Heed my warning, depart now, and perhaps you may still harbor a glimmer of hope for survival. Should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The voice of the Grand Priest remained as tranquil as a still pond, yet none could doubt the veracity of his words. Humph, courtesy? Eons ago, there was no sign of it from you. My emergence in this realm is solely to avenge the grievances of the past. As a former dragon god, the phantom was unequivocal in its intent. His appearance here signified his readiness to confront any challenge. Of course, what emboldened him was the fact that this was merely a projection, not his true dragon god form. The Omni King himself had little desire to delve into the events of yore, yet if you persist in your folly, I shall have no choice but to subdue you as I did eons ago. The Grand Priest refrained from further elaboration, for the manifestation of Salama's phantom served as sufficient proof. Moreover, Whis had already conveyed his status, prompting the Grand Priest's arrival to resolve the impending trouble. Subdue? You must first locate my true form to accomplish that. Grand Priest, do you believe I am once again fighting this battle alone? Haha. The dragon god's phantom ceased its discourse, yet its implications resonated clearly with all present. Listening to the words of the dragon god's phantom, Beerus and Kampa exchanged glances, their expressions already shifting, while Whis and Vados furrowed their brows in concern. However, the Grand Priest's demeanor remained unchanged. What of it? As long as we remain within the 12 universes, it matters not. The Grand Priest's words prompted affirmative nods from Beerus and Kampa. Indeed, within the 12 universes. It was inconsequential, for the Omni King could obliterate foes with a mere gesture. Haha, is that so? Then let us await the outcome. After the dragon god's phantom concluded its remarks, it began to fade into obscurity. The phantom was acutely aware that with the Grand Priestess' arrival, it could no longer act to eliminate Beerus and the other deities. Thus, to preserve its strength, it had to retreat and prepare for future confrontations. As the dragon god's phantom grew indistinct, the Grand Priest narrowed his eyes, a brilliant spectrum of colors erupting from his gaze. Since you have appeared, do not hasten to depart. His tone remained remarkably serene, yet it brooked no dissent. As he spoke, the Grand Priest gradually raised his right hand, upon which shimmered a sphere of radiant colors. From this sphere emanated a harmonious aura, yet none perceived it as merely simple and gentle. The Grand Priest's movements appeared slow, yet he executed a series of intricate maneuvers in the blink of an eye, imbuing the colorful sphere with a purifying technique. It then shot forth like a sharpened blade, aimed directly at the center of the dragon god's phantom's brow. This time, the colorful sphere did not vanish as it had during Whis' confrontation with the dragon god's phantom. Instead, it struck with a devastating force, overwhelming and relentless, as it collided with the phantom's brow. A cacophony of anguished roars emanated from the dragon god's phantom, a mere specter, yet capable of conveying pain, a truly bewildering phenomenon. The vibrant orbs of light seamlessly merged into the ethereal figure, only to erupt moments later. In the blink of an eye, the once indistinct and nebulous dragon god's apparition seemed on the verge of materialization. Witnessing this spectacle, both Beerus and Kampa stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of dismay and despair, having nearly lost their lives to this very entity. At that moment, the clerical god, with a mere gesture, elicited continuous cries of agony from the dragon god's phantom. You all, you shall pay dearly for today's actions. Before long, I shall return. The fragmented voices of the dragon god reverberated through the air. Unperturbed, the clerical god raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. In the next instant, within the nearly corporeal dragon god's apparition, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted forth, resembling a radiant celestial body. Bang! Boom! The fabric of space trembled, time wavered, and under the gaze of all the deities present, the dragon god's phantom was engulfed by the multicolored brilliance, vanishing from this starry realm. Astonishment, terror, reverence. As they beheld this extraordinary scene, Beerus and Kampa found themselves swallowing hard, their eyes fixated on the spot where the dragon goddess Phantom had once been. That place had transformed into an abyss, the splendid hues dissipating into countless twinkling stars, disappearing without a trace. The clerical god did not linger on the dragon god's phantom, but turned his attention to the four gods of Beerus. This incident was merely the beginning. The dragon god, Salama, had returned. In the days to come, we must prepare ourselves adequately for the ensuing battle. The clerical god's tone remained serene, yet it compelled both Beerus and Kampa to nod gravely in agreement. Who exactly is this dragon god Salama? Kampa inquired cautiously. He had heard the name and was aware of Salama's creation of the Super Dragon Balls. Yet he knew little else and could not fathom why Salama harbored such animosity toward the clerical god and the Omni King. The clerical god cast a glance at Kampa, causing him to shudder involuntarily. These matters are not for you to concern yourselves with. You need only focus on your own duties. By the decree of the Omni King, the tournament of power shall commence ahead of schedule. Chapter 124. The complete annihilation of fused Zamasu. The clerical god's demeanor remained remarkably calm. Yet every word he uttered resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Beerus and Kampa simultaneously lifted their gazes to the clerical god, then exchanged glances with one another. They were well aware of the tournament of power, a grand conflict involving all the super warriors from the 12 existing universes, a battle that held the fate of their universe in its balance. However, following the incident with the dragon god Salama, Beerus and Kampa had initially surmised that the Omni King would postpone the tournament. To their astonishment, not only was the tournament of power not delayed, but it was also to be held ahead of schedule. Did this not imply that the forthcoming events not only pertained to the survival of the 12 universes, but also posed a considerable threat to the clerical god and the Omni King? In regard to their inner doubts, they refrained from inquiring, fully aware that if the Grand Priest wished to speak, he would do so of his own accord. If he chose to remain silent, even questions would yield no answers and might provoke his disdain. Such a detrimental transaction was certainly not one that the god of destruction, Beerus, and Kampa would entertain. Release them. The Grand Priest paid no heed to the thoughts of Beerus and Kampa, but addressed Whis instead. Although he did not mention the lives of the two, Whis comprehended the implications clearly. Consequently, he gently waved his staff, and two weathered stone jars materialized before the assembly of gods. Kampa gazed at the jars, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He glanced at Beerus, seeking a response. Yet Beerus remained unresponsive, observing the weathered jars. The Grand Priest did not hasten to release the two fragments of Zamasu's body contained within, but instead scrutinized the jars and the seals upon them with meticulous attention. What a remarkable power! I am astounded that a group of mere humans could carve out such mysterious forces. As the Grand Priest, he was well versed in the breadth of knowledge, having witnessed the rise and fall of countless cosmic civilizations. Yet, he had never encountered seals like these before. This power did not originate from the divine, but from an unassuming human on Earth. Indeed, if he so desired, he could erase not only Earth, but perhaps even the entirety of the seventh universe with a mere thought. Yet, from such an inconspicuous existence, such intriguing seals were born. Fascinating. A faint smile graced the Grand Priest's face, rendering Beerus and Kampa even more perplexed. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the talisman sealing the jars appeared in his grasp, causing the jars to tremble violently. Beerus and Kampa instinctively prepared for battle. The weathered jars began to fissure profusely, with countless red and white beams of light surging forth into the vast cosmos. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two deafening blasts, the jars ultimately shattered. Haha, pitiful humans. I told you, you cannot contain me, nor can you slay me. Today, I shall ensure that you find no place to bury your dead. Upon emerging from the jar, the fused Zamasu immediately began to boast, entirely disregarding the identities of those nearby. His exhilaration from regained freedom and power was overwhelming. However, just as he was caught in a fervent euphoria, Zamasu's tone abruptly shifted as he finally beheld who stood beside him. Grand Priest. As a former Supreme Kai, he possessed a certain awareness of the rulers across the cosmos. Fear swiftly engulfed the heart of the fused Zamasu, his expression shifting dramatically. Well then, speak. What knowledge did you acquire from the dragon god, Salama? The High Priest did not indulge in ambiguity, but instead posed a direct inquiry, having already grasped the situation's essence, rendering further elaboration unnecessary. What is the high priest talking about? I do not comprehend. The expression of the fused Zamasu fluctuated between despair and hope, yet he sought to conceal certain truths. The high priest, adept at perceiving Zamasu's thoughts, recognized his underlying hope. Zamasu clung to the notion of his immortality, believing that even the high priest might not possess the power to extinguish his existence. Though this remained an uncertainty, he was willing to gamble. For if he could endure this trial, upon the arrival of the dragon god Salaman, he would ascend to a position of unparalleled authority in a world of his own design. The high priest's gaze shimmered, and a radiant beam of multicolored light surged forth, piercing into the depths of Zamasu's consciousness. A cry of anguish erupted as Zamasu's body convulsed. This spectacle sent a shiver down the spine of the nearby Kampa. So that is how it is, the high priest remarked with a subtle smile as he waved his hand gently. In an instant, Zamasu, who still clung to life, began to disintegrate into the primordial essence of the universe. A profound sense of dread engulfed Zamasu, momentarily overshadowing the agony of having his memories probed by the high priest. No, this cannot be. I am eternal. The final utterance of defiance from Zamasu marked his complete dissolution among the stars, never to reappear. As they witnessed Zamasu's disappearance, the other deities exhibited an unusual indifference. Such occurrences had become commonplace for them. Well, our business here is concluded for now. Return to your respective universes and summon your warriors in anticipation of the tournament of power. Yes, the two angels and gods of destruction bowed respectfully to the high priest, and by the time they looked up again, the high priest had vanished without a trace. Phew, finally, it is over. Heh, I lost to you last time. This time, I shall reclaim my honor. Kampa beamed at Beerus, a rare smile gracing his features. Humph, you couldn't defeat me the first time. Do not harbor unrealistic aspirations this time either. Beerus retorted with a cool chuckle. Is that so? Then let us await the outcome. Kampa proclaimed as he took his place behind Beerus, their figures transforming into streaks of light, disappearing before Beerus and Whis. As Kampa and Beerus departed, Beerus rested a hand on Whis's shoulder, casting a glance back at the battleground where the recent clash with the dragon god had unfolded, lost in thought. TCH. Let us also take our leave. Chapter 125. Beerus's Challenge in Universe 7. On Earth, the battle among Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and Vegeta had reached its conclusion. Throughout this confrontation, both Goku and Vegeta gained profound insights. Goku adeptly wielded the Kaioken alongside his Super Saiyan Blue form, while Vegeta appeared to have discovered a new understanding of this powerful transformation. Moreover, following the previous confrontation with Zamasu, they had reached a certain plateau, and the desire to transcend this limitation was not an easy endeavor. To ascend to greater heights, one must shatter the confines of this bottleneck. As for the means to achieve this breakthrough, they were yet to ascertain. They could only let nature take its course without forceful imposition. Whoosh, swish. Beerus and Whis arrived at the location of Jiang Xiaofei, who, along with others, hurried to greet them. Hey, Bulma, quickly prepare a feast. I need to replenish my energy. Beerus commanded Bulma, his right hand caressing his noticeably famished belly. Oh dear, just returned and already demanding food. You truly are a glutton. Bulma retorted playfully. Yet she would still comply with Beerus's request. Here, Beerus did not regard himself as an outsider. Although he could not defeat the dragon god Salam, his dominion over Universe 7 remained unparalleled, and the annihilation of Earth was but a trivial matter for him. With this thought, Beerus cast a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. Lord Beerus, has Zamasu been dealt with? Sun Wukong inquired first, his face beaming with a cheerful smile directed at Beerus and Whis. It has been taken care of. He has completely vanished and shall never return, Beerus replied. Ah, truly impressive, Lord Beerus, Sun Wukong exclaimed, giving a thumbs up and casting a look of reverence towards Beerus. Ho ho, yet it was Lord Daishinkan who vanquished Zamasu, not Beerus. Whis interjected, observing Sun Wukong's adoration. Beerus's expression fluctuated, casting a fierce glare at Whis. You talk too much. He then turned his attention back to Sun Wukong, who, along with Vegeta, wore a puzzled expression, utterly bewildered by the exchange between Beerus and Whis. Ahem. This incident has surpassed all my expectations. Beerus recounted the details of his and Whis's departure from Earth. not concealing their encounter with the phantom of the dragon god Salam, although he refrained from elaborating on his own disheveled state during the confrontation. Wow, I never imagined the dragon god Salam would be so formidable. No wonder he is the creator of the Super Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with fervent combat spirit, seemingly eager to personally experience Salam's prowess. Humph. No matter how powerful, he was still vanquished by Lord Daishinkan, Vegeta added, though he too harbored a desire for battle against Salam. That was merely his phantom. If his true form were to manifest, it would undoubtedly be even more formidable. I wonder if Lord Daishinkan could defeat him so effortlessly then. Jiang Xiaofei expressed his thoughts as well. Exactly. This means Salam is still alive. We have a chance to encounter him. Sun Wukong suddenly became animated, his hands instinctively clenching with anticipation. Humph. If you were to meet Salam now, he could likely extinguish you with a mere finger. Observing Sun Wukong's exuberance, Beerus clasped his hands and shot him a disdainful glance, dousing the monkey's fervor with a dose of cold reality. However, how could Sun Wukong, a spirit so indomitable, be easily disheartened? No worries. I shall strive even harder in my training, believing that one day I will engage him in battle. Humph. Only I am worthy of such a confrontation. Vegeta, not to be outdone, echoed this sentiment. Both of you quiet down. Beerus, feeling a twinge of irritation over the humiliation inflicted upon him by the shadow of the dragon god, Sarama, resolved to embark on his own training to enhance his abilities. Moreover, there was an urgent matter at hand. The tournament of power had been moved up, leaving you little time to prepare. This is of utmost importance. If we fail in the tournament, not only will we miss the chance to confront Sarama, but your very survival will be in jeopardy. Beerus gazed at Sun Wukong and Vegeta with a stern expression, then turned to Jiang Xiaofei, saying, Our previous battle remains unfinished. Let us settle this once and for all. As for the selection of fighters, leave that to Whis and the others. Jiang Xiaofei, taken aback, quickly regained his composure and nodded in agreement. Once Bulma had prepared the feast, Beerus began to indulge himself. It must be said, the restorative power of exquisite cuisine is remarkable. As he savored the delightful dishes before him, his earlier frustrations gradually dissipated, ultimately succumbing to the allure of the meal. Moments later, gazing at the now empty plates on the table, Beerus felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Are you ready? Beerus inquired once more of Jiang Xiaofei. I am. Very well. Let us commence. Without further ado, and with Whis' assistance, Beerus seamlessly entered the realm of the staff ball, followed closely by Jiang Xiaofei. This time, I shall hold nothing back. Unleash your full potential. Jiang Xiaofei nodded, eager to engage in a fierce battle with Beerus, knowing that only through such a confrontation could he advance his own strength. A powerful aura of destruction radiated from Beerus, causing the very fabric of the staff ball's space to tremble. Yet Beerus showed no sign of restraint, enveloped in a brilliant purple light. Even his eyes transformed to match. At that moment, Beerus truly embodied the essence of a god of destruction, capable of erasing the cosmos with a mere snap of his fingers. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Xiaofei sprang into action. His once jet-black hair shimmered into a lustrous silver, and a radiant white light surged around him, bestowing upon him an ethereal presence, yet imbued with an undeniable fierceness. Jiang Xiaofei had become exceedingly adept at utilizing the freedom and ultimate technique. Yet he sensed that this was not the pinnacle of his abilities. He could still ascend further, and Beerus was the ideal adversary for his current advancement. As he observed Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, a faint smile graced Beerus's lips, and he transformed into a streak of purple light, hurtling directly towards Jiang Xiaofei. Chapter 126. The perfect god of destruction form in the face of Beerus's assault. Jiang Xiaofei maintained a clear state of mind, his movements executed with deliberate grace. Suddenly, with a resounding impact, Beerus stood before him, delivering a formidable strike infused with the essence of a god of destruction upon Jiang Xiaofei's right fist. The once tumultuous realm of the staff sphere exhibited faint signs of vanishing in the wake of this seemingly simple collision. At the point of their contact, a dazzling display of colors erupted, intertwining whites and purples that painted the entirety of the staff sphere. Jiang Xiaofei swiftly retreated, stabilizing himself after 3 steps, with Beerus mirroring his actions. This initial clash of power could be described as evenly matched. In the midst of their fist-to-fist encounter, Jiang Xiaofei distinctly sensed the force emanating from Beerus. However, this also proved beneficial for him. as he realized his own strength had heightened. Yet, the current system appeared rather unresponsive, failing to provide any indication of such a significant collision. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as long as he could strike critically to gain strength. Jiang Xiaofei would not relent in this battle against Beerus. The excitement was palpable in Beerus's eyes, clearly ignited by the clash with Jiang Xiaofei, awakening the destructive instincts inherent to a god of destruction within him. In a flash, Beerus's form vanished, leaving behind a faint purple glow. He reappeared instantaneously beside Jiang Xiaofei. Confronted with Beerus's sudden strike, Jiang Xiaofei remained unfazed, instinctively executing the necessary judgment. As Beerus's punch, laden with destructive power, hurtled toward his abdomen, Jiang Xiaofei swiftly veered to the left, witnessing a streak of purple light pass through him. Undeterred, Jiang Xiaofei's hands continued their assault, converging toward Beerus's back. Observing his attack miss, Beerus's figure vanished like a specter, re-emerging silently behind Jiang Xiaofei. With an overwhelming kick, he caught Jiang Xiaofei off guard, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Beerus showed no signs of halting. A swirling purple energy orb was already poised to strike Jiang Xiaofei on the ground. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Xiaofei rolled away, narrowly evading Beerus's attack. Their confrontation transpired in a blur of lightning speed. However, it was evident this time that Jiang Xiaofei was at a disadvantage. Indeed, an earnest god of destruction proved to be a formidable adversary. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei remained undeterred, every cell within him ignited with fervor. He executed a lateral somersault, regaining his footing without hesitation, charging toward Beerus once more. The purple energy orbs continually formed at Beerus's fingertips rained down upon Jiang Xiaofei, yet he effortlessly dodged each one. With a resounding crash, their fists collided once more, unleashing an even mightier force. However, this time, the power did not dissipate but vanished the moment it emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei delivered a powerful kick to Beerus's abdomen, sending the god of destruction flying. Today, you shall witness the might of the strongest god of destruction in the 12 universes. As Beerus regained his footing, his visage twisted with rage as he roared with all his might. A stream of violet energy surged into the heavens like a cascading galactic waterfall. Within the 12 universes, the strength of the gods of destruction varies significantly. However, when it comes to determining the most formidable among them, a battle had indeed occurred millennia ago, a contest among the gods of destruction sanctioned by the Omni King himself. This clash, held purely for entertainment, bore no consequence for the existence of the universes. Naturally, the gods of destruction dared not defy the Omni King's decree. Thus, they participated earnestly, each pouring forth their utmost effort. They believed that achieving a commendable ranking could not only earn them the title of the strongest god of destruction, but perhaps even the favor of the Omni King. It was through this very contest that Beerus emerged as the most powerful god of destruction in the 12 universes. Yet, after the battle concluded, the Omni King offered no rewards, and the matter faded into obscurity. Nevertheless, this did not alter the fact that Beerus was the strongest at that time. As the Omni King and the Grand Priest departed, the Grand Priest uttered a statement to Beerus. Though you appear the strongest, this does not represent the ultimate form of a god of destruction. Your current state is far from perfection. The Grand Priest's words lingered in Beerus's mind as he ardently sought that elusive power. However, in the 7th universe, apart from the angels, Beerus had become an invincible entity. Coupled with his propensity for slumber, millennia passed with little progress, and he had nearly forgotten the Grand Priest's counsel. Yet, following the events involving the dragon god Salam, Beerus's thirst for power intensified. He yearned to advance further, and during his battles with Jiang Xiaofei, he could faintly sense the proximity of a higher realm. This yearning culminated in his confrontation with Jiang Xiaofei, but after each of Jiang Xiaofei's assaults, Beerus was overwhelmed by an intense urge to annihilate everything in his path. Suddenly, Beerus's form expanded, his destructive energy becoming denser and more refined. Additionally, a sharp purplish light was enveloped by a silvery hue, the unmistakable sign of the Ultra Instinct. Centered around Beerus, the destructive energy cloaked this realm, with purple and silver dominating the landscape. As Jiang Xiaofei beheld this scene, he felt a profound sense of suppression. He resolved to resist, his gaze resolute. As the blood within him surged like a wild stallion, his cells beginning to voraciously absorb the destructive energy emanating from Beerus. Crack! After an indeterminate passage of time, Jiang Xiaofei suddenly perceived a sound reminiscent of something within him fracturing. Subsequently, an uncontrollable surge of destructive energy erupted, manifesting as a radiant purple light that swiftly intertwined with the original silvery hue. The oppressive aura that Beerus had exuded dissipated, while within the entire realm of the staff sphere, Jiang Xiaofei's emanating energy continuously expanded. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei could distinctly perceive the transformation of every cell within his body. Even the external world was within his grasp. No speck of dust could escape his awareness if he so desired. Naturally, he was also attuned to the changes occurring within Beerus. Chapter 127. Beyond the God of Destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythmic pulsations emanating from Beerus's heart resonated vividly in Jiang Xiaofei's mind. Slowly, Jiang Xiaofei turned his gaze towards Beerus, just in time to see him enveloped in a blend of purple and white light, intently focused on him. Both their lips curled into faint smiles, devoid of words. Whoosh, whoosh. In unison, they launched themselves towards each other, engaging in combat. The intertwining purple and white lights danced within the realm of the staff sphere, as both Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus brimmed with fighting spirit, seemingly existing in a wondrous state. Crash, crash, crash. The collisions of their bodies unleashed a boundless power that reverberated throughout the realm of the staff sphere. They moved like tireless perpetual motion machines, exerting all their abilities without reserve. In Jiang Xiaofei's heart, this was no mere training battle. It was a profound journey of self-enhancement. The destructive force surging within him, augmented by the ultimate instinct technique, appeared all the more pure. Likewise, Beerus reached the zenith of his own ultimate instinct, with the essence of destruction being the foundation of his power. Boom. In the final clash, both combatants recoiled simultaneously, distancing themselves by approximately 5 meters. The white and purple lights dissipated, revealing Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus in their usual forms, yet smiles lingered at the corners of their mouths. This battle had been immensely rewarding for both. Congratulations. Beerus could undoubtedly sense the transformation within Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei's smile deepened, reciprocating the sentiment. During this confrontation, they had both essentially attained the perfect form of a god of destruction, which entailed not only mastery over the life force of a universe, but also a deeper comprehension of the cosmos itself. In Beerus's heart, as a god of destruction, there was always a sense of pride. Hence, whenever he spoke, it was tinged with a divine superiority. Of course, he possessed such a right. Within the 7th universe, Beerus stood as the most formidable entity. Even the Kais regarded him as a being of the highest tier. Initially, when he encountered Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, he held them in disdain. However, as time progressed, their interactions became increasingly frequent, fostering a harmonious rapport. Especially after witnessing the potential exhibited by Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus developed a profound admiration for him. For a period, he even regarded Jiang Xiaofei as the next generation of god of destruction to be cultivated. However, this did not alter the sense of superiority that lingered in Beerus's heart. Yet, this feeling would dissipate with the conclusion of the battle. For although Jiang Xiaofei was not yet the next god of destruction, his strength had already reached a level that matched Beerus's own. Moreover, Beerus was certain that this was merely a temporary state. It would not be long before Jiang Xiaofei's power would far exceed his own. There was no doubt about it. From the moment Beerus met Jiang Xiaofei to the present, the growth of Jiang Xiaofei's strength could only be described as monstrous. Thus, it would not be long before Jiang Xiaofei would completely surpass him, taking his place as the mightiest being in the 7th universe. However, Beerus felt no jealousy regarding this. He was well aware of Jiang Xiaofei's immense potential, and he would not cease his own progression. After all, one day in the future, the dragon god Salama awaited him as an adversary. Beerus was acutely aware that no matter how hard he trained, he could never hope to match Salama, even if given ample time. Yet, with diligent effort, the gap between them would continue to narrow. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Beerus glanced once more at Jiang Xiaofei, who had not once interrupted his contemplation. It was time to depart. Beerus addressed Jiang Xiaofei, who nodded in agreement. Thus, accompanied by 2 streaks of light, their figures vanished from the realm of the staff ball, reappearing before Whis, Son Goku, and the others. What did you gain from this battle? Upon seeing Jiang Xiaofei emerge, Son Goku stepped forward to inquire. Given Jiang Xiaofei's uniqueness, Son Goku understood that every battle invariably propelled Jiang Xiaofei's strength further. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they had witnessed his growth firsthand. It was all right. As expected, Jiang Xiaofei replied somewhat awkwardly to Son Goku's question. What is there to conceal? His strength is now on par with mine, and it won't be long before he truly surpasses me. It seems that in the future, destroying Earth will not be an easy task. Beerus interjected, observing Jiang Xiaofei's demeanor. Buzz. As soon as Beerus finished speaking, a formidable aura emanated from Son Goku. The surrounding individuals were left in a state of disbelief. What? This is too exaggerated. Beerus was a god of destruction, the most powerful entity in the entire seventh universe. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei's strength was said to be comparable to that of a god of destruction. Everyone found this hard to believe, but it was Beerus himself who had declared it, leaving no room for doubt. Moreover, the most astonishing part was Beerus's latter statement. It would not be long before Jiang Xiaofei surpassed him. The crowd felt that their intellect was somewhat underutilized, as the words they heard today were exceedingly perplexing. Remarkable. Achieving such a level in such a short time. It seems I must double my efforts. Sun Wukong gazed at Jiang Xiaofei, motivating himself with fervor. I too shall not relent. Sooner or later, I shall surpass you. Vegeta, brimming with determination, expressed his thoughts. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Frieza also shared his perspective, his inner thoughts remaining a mystery. All the warriors present clenched their fists, silently resolving to train diligently henceforth. The stronger Jiang Xiaofei becomes, the more beneficial it is for you all. The events that follow should be clear to you. Beerus looked at the gathered warriors. Although he did not pose any inquiries, he understood that these fighters were the representatives of the seventh universe for the Tournament of Power. The adversaries you will face henceforth are not from our universe, but rather warriors from the other 11 universes. This battle will determine the fate of the entire cosmos. Chapter 128. The lineup of the seventh universe warriors. Buzz. Once again, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they processed Beerus's proclamation, leaving all the warriors in shock, except for Jiang Xiaofei, who remained composed. Initially, under the invitation of Whis and Sun Wukong, they had anticipated the opportunity to spar with opponents from other universes, a prospect filled with excitement. After all, such an opportunity does not arise frequently, and everyone was filled with anticipation. However, learning from Beerus that this sparring session was not merely a simple confrontation, but rather a matter of life and death for them, and even the entire universe, it was impossible for anyone to remain calm. Beerus had foreseen this reaction, yet he chose not to conceal the truth, for such an act would be futile. Moreover, sharing this information could potentially enhance their fighting spirit, thereby increasing their chances of victory. Thus, in this battle, you must give your utmost, unleashing all your strength. Only then is there a possibility of achieving the ultimate triumph. Beerus surveyed everyone, instilling a sense of combat resolve. We currently possess limited information about our adversaries from the other universes, yet their strength is indisputable. After all, you have witnessed the prowess of some warriors from the sixth universe. Do not harbor any illusions. Defeating the sixth universe does not guarantee victory over the other opponents. At this juncture, Beerus paused, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei beside him. Do not assume that with Jiang Xiaofei present, everything is assured. The seventh universe may boast warriors comparable to the destroyers, and it is entirely possible that other universes possess beings that surpass even the destroyers. The notion of surpassing the destroyers left all present in a state of shock, a concept they had scarcely dared to entertain. Now, with Jiang Xiaofei having reached a level capable of contending with Beerus, the emergence of beings transcending the destroyers in other universes appears plausible. Jiang Xiaofei comprehended everything Beerus had articulated. Indeed, there exists a warrior who surpasses the god of destruction, Jiren, the champion of Universe 11, through sheer prowess, transcends the god of destruction of his universe and can contend with the formidable Sun Wukong, who wields the ultimate technique, without faltering. However, Jiang Xiaofei remains undaunted. The Dragon Ball world has already begun to transform with his arrival. Moreover, the current Jiang Xiaofei possesses the strength to rival even the mightiest god of destruction. And the god of destruction of Universe 11 is still leagues away from matching that of Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei has no intention of divulging this to others, for he too is uncertain of what may transpire next. That is what makes it intriguing. Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipates the upcoming Tournament of Power. I hope you will still be able to smile then. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong before turning his attention to the warriors participating in the tournament. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Frieza, Krillin, Android 18, Majin Buu, and Jiang Xiaofei. Upon seeing Majin Buu, Beerus couldn't help but furrow his brow. Is this fellow reliable? I recall he fell asleep during the battle with Universe 6. Beerus voiced his concern, and the expressions of the others shifted uneasily. Fear not. The last incident served as a lesson for him. This time he will certainly not falter. And his power is indeed formidable. Sun Wukong reassured Beerus regarding Majin Buu. If he falters again, he shall no longer have a place in existence. Beerus, having witnessed Majin Buu's capabilities, added a brief remark before choosing not to elaborate further. Wait a moment. Why are there only 9 of us? We are still one short. Beerus felt a surge of frustration. The Tournament of Power requires 10 warriors from each universe, yet they currently have only 9. If they cannot gather the complete roster, they may be disqualified without even stepping onto the battlefield. And then there is Broly, who is training in the God of Destruction realm. Why does it suddenly feel like Lord Beerus's mind is not functioning properly? Sun Wukong said with an innocent expression, smiling at Beerus. Are you seeking punishment? Beerus replied with a serious demeanor, pondering Broly's current strength. In truth, since assigning Broly to the God of Destruction realm, Beerus had only allowed Whis to guide him once, leaving the rest of his training to Broly's own devices. However, it must be said that Broly is the fastest cultivator he has encountered, second only to Jiang Xiaofei. Beerus glanced at the warriors before him and chose not to say more, instead beckoning Whis. Whis, let us proceed to the God of Destruction realm. With Beerus's words, the others set aside their thoughts and followed Whis towards the God of Destruction realm. In the God of Destruction realm, a rumble echoed through the air as Broly's figure weaved through the chaos. At this moment, Broly had gained mastery over his own immense power, and he was actively tapping into the legendary bloodline of the Super Saiyan. Certainly, Broly's transformation is entirely attributable to Whis' guidance during that singular moment. Although it was merely a brief lesson, it has undoubtedly been a lifelong benefit for Broly. In his youth, Broly may have faced misfortune, yet since his acquaintance with Son Goku, despite engaging in battles daily, the aura of bloodlust that once enveloped him has significantly diminished, marking a substantial improvement. Under Whis' leadership, Jiang Xiaofei and the others have successfully arrived at the realm of the God of Destruction. Upon entering this domain, they were immediately enveloped by a formidable aura, one they recognized all too well. It was the very essence emanating from Broly, their adversary not long ago. Oh, this fellow has progressed far too swiftly. It feels as though he has surpassed us. Son Goku exclaimed with palpable excitement, keenly observing the legendary Saiyan, Broly. Suddenly, a green streak of light surged toward Jiang Xiaofei, causing most of the warriors to wear expressions of astonishment, fearing that Broly had succumbed to a frenzy. They had even assumed battle stances in anticipation. However, Beerus and Whis remained composed, and Jiang Xiaofei, attuned to the energy, was not overly concerned. When Broly finally appeared before them, the green light dissipated, allowing the warriors' hearts to settle. Lord Beerus, Lord Whis, you have returned. Broly greeted them with a slight bow, also extending his welcome to Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Observing Broly, the group was once again filled with confusion. In their memories, Broly had always been a tempestuous individual, yet upon this reunion, his demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. He radiated warmth and cheerfulness, with the once dominant ferocity replaced by gentleness. Indeed, Beerus responded with a single word. Yet internally, he was greatly pleased with Broly's evolution. All right, the warriors of Universe 1 are officially assembled. Next stop, the Void Realm. Let us depart. Chapter 129. Departure to the Void Realm at Beerus's command. Everyone positioned themselves behind Whis, who guided them toward the direction of the Void Realm. They navigated through countless star systems, experiencing the interplay of darkness and light, the merging of realities. Wait a moment. Son Goku suddenly voiced a question, drawing the attention of everyone present. If there is an issue, please speak candidly. Beerus, in a state of meditation, did not even open his eyes as he replied. It's nothing significant, but when we last traveled to the nameless star, we used a shuttle cube, didn't we? Why aren't we using it this time? Son Goku inquired innocently, his smile bright and naive as he looked at Beerus and Whis. This prompted a few involuntary twitches on the faces of the two deities. and even the usually composed Whis felt a hint of awkwardness. This is also intended to train you to adapt swiftly to various complex cosmic environments. It's to ensure you are constantly engaged in your training. Beerus explained with an air of forced rationale. Wow, Lord Beerus truly has thought of everything. Sun Wukong could not help but stretch his body, commencing his journey of enlightenment and cultivation. Beside him, Jiang Xiaofei chuckled while Vegeta scoffed, amused by the fact that Wukong truly believed in everything. Frieza, observing the earnestness of Sun Wukong, found the scene somewhat humorous. However, before he could utter another word, he felt an overwhelming force that rendered him breathless. Instantly, Frieza fell silent, mimicking Sun Wukong, and began his own training. Gradually, the oppressive aura dissipated, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Is that not our god of destruction, Beerus? As silence enveloped the group, a voice that was strikingly familiar echoed, drawing everyone's attention in unison towards a specific direction where Beerus opened his eyes. The source of the voice was none other than Kampa, who was grinning broadly at Beerus and his warriors. Beside Kampa stood the angel, Vados, whose keen gaze swept over all the warriors of Universe 7, searching for a familiar presence. Upon spotting Jiang Xiaofei, Vados felt a surge of excitement within her and quickly shifted her gaze elsewhere. Beerus, where is your travel cube? Prolonged, interdimensional travel without it can be quite detrimental to one's health. If your warriors suffer injuries or lose their fighting capability before reaching the Null Realm, Universe 7 will find itself in peril during this competition. Kampa's voice boomed, resonating in the minds of every warrior in Universe 7. Buzz. Beerus's tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open, emanating an immense aura. It was evident that Kampa's words had provoked him. Oh dear, is he already angry? How easily he seems to lose his temper. Kampa, relishing the moment, displayed a nonchalant demeanor towards Beerus's ire, yet readied himself for battle. Now, dear Destroyer Gods, it is time to proceed. If your quarrel delays our arrival at the Null Realm and displeases the Omni King, you must contemplate how you will address the consequences. Vados's voice echoed serenely, reaching the ears of the two Destroyer Gods. Both Beerus and Kampa shuddered simultaneously, aware that they dared not defy the Omni King's orders. Nor could they afford to be late. The aura enveloping Beerus faded, and Kampa's playful expression vanished. Observing the actions of the two Destroyer Gods, Vados smiled and suggested, "Why not let Beerus's team accompany us?" "What? Vados, you cannot." Kampa immediately objected, casting a glance at Beerus. I would not wish to share the same vessel with someone like you." Beerus retorted, "Lord Beerus, are you truly unconcerned about the well-being of your warriors?" Vados disregarded Kampa and addressed Beerus directly. Beerus glanced at Jiang Xiaofei and the others, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation. Allow them to ascend. But I must have a condition in exchange." A deep breath escaped Beerus as he suppressed the fury within. "It is quite simple. After the conclusion of this match, should we both survive, I demand a culinary duel between your Earth and ours." Kampa's voice grew louder, his face illuminated by a yearning for exquisite cuisine. "Very well. I accept your challenge, if I am still alive." Beerus was momentarily taken aback, yet he readily acquiesced. He too was eager to discover which of the two Earths could boast the more delectable delicacies. "Then come aboard." Kampa instructed the warriors from Universe 6 to clear a path, and without hesitation, Beerus and Whis entered the transport cube. Batters observed as Jiang Xiaofei stepped into the transport cube, her heart racing, instinctively drawing closer to him. Jiang Xiaofei sensed the shift in Batters and offered her a captivating smile. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she quickly averted her gaze, focusing intently on piloting the transport cube towards the realm of nothingness. "Once again, we meet." Hit approached Jiang Xiaofei, extending his right hand. "Indeed, I did not expect our reunion to be so swift." Jiang Xiaofei reciprocated the gesture, clasping Hit's hand. He could distinctly feel the formidable strength emanating from Hit's palm. Yet Hit maintained an air of calm. Jiang Xiaofei understood that this was Hit testing him. However, he chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he allowed his cells to adopt a devouring state, voraciously absorbing Hit's power. Hit quickly withdrew his hand, surprise flickering in his eyes. "You truly bring endless surprises." With that, Hit departed, and Jiang Xiaofei offered no further explanation. "Hey, Frieza, did you see that? Isn't that your brother?" Jiang Xiaofei approached Frieza, pointing at a warrior from Universe 6 who bore a striking resemblance to him. Frieza followed Jiang Xiaofei's finger, his expression subtly shifting. This wretch was caught off guard during combat? Truly a disgrace. Furthermore, do not dare to compare such a being to me. He is unworthy. His voice resonated clearly among all the warriors present, and Frost's gaze turned sharply towards Frisia, a flicker of murderous intent evident in his eyes. Everyone, calm yourselves. Whatever skills you possess, demonstrate them in the arena. Do not disrupt here. Otherwise, let him vanish. Beerus, already in a foul mood, issued a terse command, silencing all within the transport cube. Chapter 130. Gathering of warriors across the universe as time passed within the transport cube. The warriors of the 7th and 6th universes maintained an unwavering silence. Even Beerus and Compass ceased their bickering. Eventually, they arrived at an extraordinarily unique location. Here, the constraints of cosmic laws were absent, yet a mysterious force governed the realm. Is this the realm of nothingness? It is significantly larger than the nameless star. Observing the vast expanse below, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Humph, what a fuss over nothing." As the proud prince of the Scions, Vegeta had traversed the cosmos since childhood, becoming quite accustomed to the myriad of planets. In truth, upon witnessing the realm of nothingness, Vegeta's heart did experience a ripple of emotion, yet his outward demeanor remained composed. He had no desire to be perceived as a provincial bumpkin by others. After all, he represented not only himself, but also the dignity of the entire 7th universe. With his disciples in the 6th universe watching as well, on one side of the realm of nothingness, a row of warriors stood resolutely, their faces revealing determination and confidence. Jiang Xiaofei recognized them immediately as the proud team from the 11th universe. Among this team, a bald figure caught Jiang Xiaofei's attention, Jiren, an entity surpassing the god of destruction, capable of holding his ground even against Sun Wukong in his ultra-instinct state. Within the 11th universe's ranks, Jiren seemed to sense something, directing his gaze toward Jiang Xiaofei. When their eyes met, an unspoken battle intent stemming from their bloodlines was palpable. Jiang Xiaofei chose to evade the gaze, and Jiren did not pursue it further. After all, this was not the moment for their official confrontation. Nonetheless, both were confident that it would not be long before they met on the arena. Is that not Kampa and Beerus from the 6th and 7th universes? A somewhat playful figure from the 11th universe called out. Beerus and Kampa turned their attention to a spot where a jester-like character was staring intently at them. Wamid, you arrived quite early. Are you afraid that the Omni King might eliminate you? Kampa glared at Wamid, retorting sharply, "Humph, let us wait and see who will be eliminated." Wamid glanced at Jiren beside him, then back at Kampa, opting not to continue. Strength is the sole criterion to test the truth. Whether it is a horse or a mule, the arena will reveal all. Whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the conversations among the 3 universes, 2 more beams of light descended upon the realm of nothingness. Those were the warriors and gods of destruction from the 10th and 9th universes. Thus, warriors from various universes arrived one after another at the realm of nothingness. However, the faces of the gods of destruction from each universe bore a shared apprehension. They were acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding this match, and when they looked toward Beerus and Kampa, their gazes were laced with a faint yet palpable killing intent. Beerus and Kampa naturally sensed the hostile stares and understood the reasons behind them, yet at this juncture, there was no need for clarification. Instead, Whis, standing nearby, took delight in the situation, remarking, "Oh dear, the match hasn't even begun, and you're already being targeted." In the entire 12 universes, Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa certainly are not the most reassuring figures. Silence. Beerus roared, yet Whis seemed unperturbed and continued. "It seems that this upcoming tournament will be quite troublesome. I fear that once the competition commences, the 7th universe and the 6th universe may find themselves besieged by the other universes." Beerus's expression shifted repeatedly, as he had anticipated such a scenario, though he refrained from voicing it. Now that Whis has laid it bare, a sense of concern stirs within him. It appears that a battle is imminent, and I find myself increasingly eager for it. Upon hearing Whis's words, Goku's bloodline began to simmer with anticipation for the ensuing conflict. Should anyone harbor grievances or doubts, let them come forth. I, Vegeta, shall undoubtedly demonstrate whose fists reign supreme. Vegeta, too, wore an expression of eager expectation. Beerus rubbed his forehead, feeling quite exasperated by the 2 Scions. Such a confrontation, do you not comprehend the importance of employing strategy? Strategy? Must we complicate matters so? They arrive, we simply defeat them. Goku expressed his confusion. Sigh. I can hardly be bothered to explain. You enlighten him. Beerus gestured towards Jiang Xiaofei, instructing him to elucidate the forthcoming situation and combat tactics. Naturally, with Beerus himself calling upon him, Jiang Xiaofei would accord him the respect he deserved. The odds are against us. If we are truly besieged, the circumstances will become dire. We must not underestimate the warriors from other universes. If we are eliminated right from the outset, it would be disastrous. Goku and Vegeta ceased their rebuttals and attentively listened to Jiang Xiaofei's analysis. When the time comes, we must not cling to the thrill of battle. We must learn to evade their fiercest blows. Of course, if you possess sufficient confidence in your abilities to dispatch them one by one, that is indeed a skill. But do not overreach. In the heat of battle, each of us must strive to the utmost and persevere. This is no longer a fight for oneself, but for the seventh universe. Thus, when we enter the arena, we must band together for mutual support. Should we face an onslaught, we can look out for one another. It is imperative that we find our comrades early on. Do not venture alone. Furthermore, we should strive to understand our opponents. Knowing both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in countless battles. Currently, without specific intelligence, we can only gather insights on the battlefield. Jiang Xiaofei merely touched upon a few points, for the dynamics of combat in the arena are ever-changing. Specific strategies can only be formulated in response to emerging crises. The others nodded in agreement with Jiang Xiaofei's words, though the true sentiments harbored within their hearts remained their own secret. Buzz. A magnificent radiance suddenly pierced the darkness of the void, followed by an overwhelming and inviolable divine presence descending. The Omni King. All the gods of destruction and supreme Kais present gazed upon him with utmost reverence and devotion, bowing their heads and kneeling in unison to welcome the arrival of the Omni King. Chapter 131. The great battle begins. We honor the arrival of His Excellency, the Omni King. The gods of destruction, supreme Kais, and angels from the 12 universes spoke in unison, their voices resounding with clarity and sincerity throughout the cosmos. The voice of the Omni King, soft and delicate, resonated in a manner that seemed at odds with his esteemed position. Yet, none of the destroyers or Kaiashins present found it inappropriate, nor did anyone dare to mock him. Even those encountering the Omni King for the first time felt no hint of discontent, and none sought to display their own significance at that moment. Everyone, please rise, commanded the Grand Priest, his tone serene and authoritative. Indeed, the assembled crowd stood respectfully, returning to their designated places, while the Omni King and the Grand Priest ascended to one of the highest platforms. First, I extend a warm welcome to all the representatives of the various universes participating in this competition. The Grand Priest's voice flowed gently, capturing the attention of all. Next, I shall read the rules of this contest on behalf of the Omni King. The duration of the competition will span a total of 100 taka. The towering pillar on the arena serves as the signal. Its complete descent will signify the end of the contest. Thus, you must keep this in mind. Furthermore, the use of any weapon is strictly prohibited. Any cheaters will be immediately eliminated. Should any contestant fall from the arena, they will be deemed eliminated, and no complaints will be tolerated. If a participant loses their combat capability or is incapacitated, as long as they do not concede, they are not considered defeated. Additionally, all forms of flight are forbidden, except for those with wings. Violations will result in immediate expulsion. Lastly, the use of external forces to restore one's stamina is also prohibited, and violators will be expelled on the spot. Of utmost importance, all interpretative authority rests with the Omni King. Should the Omni King express any dissatisfaction during the competition, he may directly eliminate any participant, even entire universes included. The Grand Priest's voice remained calm, yet the weight of his final statement hung heavily in the air. The Omni King, ruler of the 12 universes, represented the pinnacle of known strength. No one could defy him without facing the grim fate of death. These are the rules governing this competition. Do any of you have objections? The Grand Priest scanned the surroundings, yet not a single soul stepped forward or raised a hand to voice dissent. Perhaps they truly did not dare. Well, since there are no objections, let the competition officially commence. As the Grand Priestess' voice concluded, the hearts of all warriors began to swell with excitement. Sun Wukong had long since begun to rub his hands together, exclaiming, "Heh, it's finally starting. Let me see what skills the warriors from the other universes possess." With a powerful leap, Sun Wukong soared from the audience and landed firmly on the arena. Oh, what an exhilarating and delightful contest this shall be. Frisia's heart surged with anticipation for the battles to come. This time, I shall ensure that all universes understand that the Scions are the most exceptional race. Vegeta followed suit, leaping down alongside Sun Wukong and Frisia. What a fervent assembly of warriors. Jiang Xiaofei observed his companions, marveling at their enthusiasm, before gracefully descending onto the arena. As all warriors from the 7th universe fully concentrated on the arena, fighters from other universes surged forth in succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each warrior transformed into a streak of light. Leaping from the spectator stands to appear in every corner of the arena. A palpable energy emanated from the platform, igniting the fervor of all the combatants. The gods of destruction present were captivated by the fervent display unfolding before them. Do you think we can achieve victory? Beerus inquired of Whis beside him. With Jiang Xiaofei in the mix, the 7th universe's chances are indeed quite substantial. Even though other universes boast beings surpassing the gods of destruction, defeating Jiang Xiaofei will likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Whis articulated his analysis, earning a nod of satisfaction from Beerus. However, this did not preclude the occurrence of unforeseen events. Should another universe produce a prodigy akin to Jiang Xiaofei, the outcome would become exceedingly unpredictable. Initially in high spirits, Beerus's expression darkened upon hearing Whis's words. Whis, do you believe you will not face the fate of the universe's demise, hence your lack of concern? Oh dear, Lord Beerus, how could you say such a thing? However, as an angel, I indeed remain unaffected by the universe's fate, Whis retorted, often relishing in dampening Beerus's enthusiasm and optimism, a situation to which Beerus found himself helpless. Beerus scoffed, turning his attention away from Whis to focus on the first universe. In the stands of the first universe, its warriors sat impeccably composed, having chosen not to partake in this tournament of strength. The reason was simple. The civilization of the first universe had already reached a level of advancement that rendered participation in such contests unnecessary. There were 4 universes of this caliber, the 5th, 8th, and 12th. Thus, warriors from 8 universes were competing in this power tournament. Noticing Beerus's gaze, the god of destruction of the first universe, Ivan, looked back at him, offering a long-forgotten smile that Beerus perceived as mockery. Quickly averting his gaze, Beerus fixed his attention on the arena once more. At that moment, the warriors of the 7th universe refrained from hasty actions, opting instead to observe their adversaries. Strangely, the fighters from the other universes also did not engage in widespread conflict. While some had initiated their climactic clashes, the majority remained in a state of watchful anticipation. Stop. That is the 7th universe, the 6th universe. They are the reason we are battling here. They have brought our universe to the brink of annihilation. Suddenly, a voice from the 9th universe rang out, causing Jiang Xiaofei's expression to darken. Buzz. Indeed, as the voice of that warrior faded, all combat ceased. Yet the air remained thick with a palpable aura of hostility, directed squarely at the 7th and 6th universes. Chapter 132. Targeted Universes 6 and 7 prepare for battle. With a single command from Jiang Xiaofei, the warriors of the 7th universe instantly assumed a battle-ready stance. Although they bore no fear of conflict, they were acutely aware of their adversaries' overwhelming numerical superiority. Are you afraid? Goku inquired, casting a glance at Gohan and Krillin beside him. Fear? Not in the slightest. I, too, am eager to discern the extent of their abilities. Gohan replied, his spirit undeterred. Despite being overshadowed under Chi-Chi's tutelage, Gohan's latent potential remained unblemished. If fully awakened, it could rival even Goku's prowess. During this period, having grasped the tragic events of the future world, Gohan embarked on intense training, yielding significant enhancement in his capabilities. Although he couldn't yet access the Super Blue form like Goku and Vegeta, he had mastered the Super Saiyan 3 transformation with ease. Very well. Let us see what these so-called strongest warriors from each universe are truly capable of. Goku proclaimed, as he activated the Super Saiyan 1 form, his energy surging dramatically, his demeanor sharpening. A pack of scoundrels. Allow me to demonstrate the caliber of the opponent you face. Vegeta retorted, equally defiant, his own energy pulsating as he transformed. This is becoming increasingly intriguing, Frisia remarked with a sinister grin, observing the approaching warriors. Stay composed and maintain your calm, Piccolo advised. Despite his own desire to confront them, the overwhelming numbers posed a significant challenge. Simultaneously, under Hit's leadership, the Sixth Universe readied itself for action. "Who is the fool stirring trouble?" Piccolo exclaimed, surveying the distinctly divided factions on the arena. Beerus was in a fit of rage, already envisioning the Seventh Universe facing elimination. "Huh, how splendid. What will you do now, Jiang Xiaofei?" Whis observed, his expression still amused, now tinged with a hint of playful intrigue. "I cannot allow this." "Ah, Sidra, your Ninth Universe truly has no shame." The hot-headed Kampa seethed, hurling invectives at the god of destruction of Universe 9. Sidra disregarded Kampa's outburst, though his face betrayed a simmering fury. "Wow, little Fei is being targeted. What will he do next? I can hardly wait." In the highest seats of the audience, Zeno appeared particularly exhilarated. Upon hearing Zeno's words, the previously furious Beerus and Kampa found their tempers quelled, forced to suppress their ire. They could bicker with other gods of destruction, but they dared not show even the slightest disrespect to Zeno, lest they vanish before the eyes of their peers. All the deities once again turned their gaze upon the arena, where 4 teams stood: the Seventh Universe, the Sixth Universe, along with a coalition from various other universes, and a rather unique team representing the 11th Universe. As proud warriors, they were acutely aware of the reasons behind this contest. Yet they scorned the notion of allying with other universes to vanquish the 6th and 7th universes. Nevertheless, they opted not to impede the actions of the other universes, choosing instead to observe from the sidelines. "Charge!" A warrior from the coalition bellowed, shattering the standoff. The warriors surged forward, rushing towards the positions occupied by Jiang Xiaofei and Hit. "What to do? We cannot afford to remain idle." Clin scratched his head, his heart beginning to race with anxiety. "Humph. They think of us as easy prey. We shall make them realize that targeting us is the gravest error they could commit. Goku, Vegeta, Broly, you shall strike together. The rest shall hold position and maintain formation." Jiang Xiaofei promptly devised a battle strategy. Among their ranks, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly constituted the mightiest force after him, capable of mounting a formidable counterattack against the adversaries. "Excellent. That is precisely what I was waiting for." Without a moment's hesitation, the trio vanished from their original spot, soaring in 3 distinct directions. Bang, bang, bang. Resounding explosions echoed from each direction as Goku and his companions engaged their opponents. For the Scions, encountering a worthy adversary ignited their blood, and an inexhaustible surge of power coursed through their veins. Additionally, Jiang Xiaofei had another objective: to disperse the combat prowess of the coalition. With the strength of Goku and Vegeta, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of the most formidable foes within the coalition, creating the perfect opportunity for Jiang Xiaofei to strike. Once the high-tier fighters were drawn away, it would be the moment for him to reap the rewards among the remaining warriors. Indeed, as the battle commenced, many warriors quickly recognized the formidable might of Goku and his allies, compelling them to deploy even stronger fighters. Boom! In the direction of Goku, a tremendous explosion reverberated as he clashed with Bazel, a warrior from the 9th Universe. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. A fierce battle spirit radiated from Goku as his aura surged with vitality. Without hesitation, he charged at Bazel. The 2 fists collided with a resounding impact, unleashing a torrent of energy that cascaded outward, overwhelming some of the weaker warriors, who visibly writhed in agony. Meanwhile, the 6th Universe found itself encircled by other warriors. Yet due to Hit's presence, they managed to inflict some hardship upon their assailants. However, this could not alter their gradually deteriorating position. In the 11th Universe's ranks, Toppo and Jiren watched the relentless clashes unfold before them, remaining utterly unmoved. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei had already mastered the ebb and flow of the entire arena, having identified his target for attack. Since this battle was instigated by the 9th Universe, let its warriors be the first to be eliminated. A sharp, intertwining glow of purple and white emanated from Jiang Xiaofei's eyes. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, leaving the 9th Universe warrior, who was locked in combat with Vegeta, engulfed by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Quickly, he attempted to evade, distancing himself from Vegeta. Yet the oppressive presence of the threat only seemed to intensify. Chapter 133, The Moment of Hunt. Terror, unease, helplessness. At this very moment, The ninth universe warrior was utterly at a loss. He could distinctly sense the malice, yet its source remained elusive. Show yourself. Prove your strength in battle. The anxious warrior of the ninth universe could not restrain his furious cries, but only received a chilling and palpable wave of hostility in return. Beads of perspiration poured from his brow, trickling down his face as he assumed a defensive stance, darting back and forth, fearful of being struck in the next instant. In truth, as a representative warrior of the universe, each contestant was seasoned and possessed unique strengths, with formidable psychological resilience. However, this resilience was predicated on the assumption that the opponent was either weaker or evenly matched. When faced with an adversary of significantly superior caliber, such psychological fortitude crumbled like glass, a reality starkly evident in the ninth universe warrior's plight. Each second spent enduring this overwhelming dread felt like an eternity of torment. Show yourself. Come out. The mental defenses of the ninth universe warrior had completely shattered. He unleashed energy blasts in all directions, desperately hoping to force his unseen foe into the open. Yet, this proved utterly futile, with the energy orbs instead striking nearby warriors, drawing even more attention. Vegeta cast a glance at this pitiable figure before turning away, fully aware that the warrior had all but lost his capacity to continue fighting. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the 11th universe, Jiren and his comrades observed the chaotic skirmish. Among them, Jiren possessed an unparalleled sensitivity to energy signatures, directing his gaze towards the ninth universe warrior. With a sigh, he bore witness to the ninth universe warrior being sent hurtling backward. Without any flare, a fist radiating a purple glow struck forcefully at the warrior's midsection. Jiang Xiaofei had already tempered his strength. Had he unleashed his full power, he could have easily obliterated his opponent, but he refrained, bound by the rules and his own principles, unwilling to take a life over such trivial matters. The warrior from the ninth universe, struck and sent flying, wore an expression of disbelief. He could distinctly sense the murderous intent of his opponent, yet he was unable to pinpoint their location, rendering him a mere passive recipient of blows. Even more terrifying was the fact that after enduring a heavy hit, he still failed to discern the identity of his assailant. The oppressive aura of malice that had weighed upon him had vanished. Helplessness and shame engulfed him. Despite his desperate desire to resist, he could not identify a target. Throughout the ordeal, he remained oblivious to the identity of his attacker. Moreover, when he attempted to summon the power within him, he realized that he seemed to have lost all strength. Slowly, he closed his eyes, overwhelmed by despair, allowing his body to drift beyond the ring, ultimately landing among the audience. The first warrior of the ninth universe was officially eliminated. This scene was not only captured by Jiren. Even the gods of destruction in the stands took note. They also discerned who it struck, recognizing it as a warrior from the seventh universe. Though they did not know his name, the ferocity of his techniques clearly marked him as a formidable opponent. Sidra, the god of destruction from the ninth universe, felt a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes, yet he dared not take action and could only clench his fists. Meanwhile, Beerus, initially in a foul mood, now felt a slight exhilaration. Well done. Continue like this and let the ninth universe realize they have miscalculated their targets. Beerus too clenched his fists, waving them with fervor. How swiftly Lord Beerus changes his demeanor. Whis, be silent. In the stands of the sixth universe, the angel Vados was quite animated by the scene unfolding on the stage. Jiang Xiaofei's performance again stirred her heart. Truly a warrior who is both dashing and powerful. Hey, my dear sister, perhaps you should pay attention to our sixth universe warriors too. Kampa understood Vados' insinuation and couldn't help but remind her. Wow, Xiaofei is simply incredible. He defeated his opponent with a single strike. The voice of the Omni King resonated, and all the gods of destruction etched that name into their memory, Xiaofei. Amidst the conversations of the audience, Jiang Xiaofei paid no heed, for he had made up his mind. Since the battle had commenced, it was essential to eliminate his opponents with minimal exertion. Thus, after vanquishing the first warrior, Jiang Xiaofei promptly appeared beside another fighter from the ninth universe, delivering another straightforward and brutal punch, once again unleashing his assault. Boom. The second warrior of the ninth universe fell in the same manner to Jiang Xiaofei's might. With each strike, Jiang Xiaofei moved like a shadow, and only a select few warriors could perceive his speed and movements. And so, under the onslaught of Jiang Xiaofei's ferocious and elusive punches, the 4 warriors of the 9th universe were swiftly eliminated. Gather. Quickly regroup. Bazel, engaged in combat with Sun Wukong, finally sensed something amiss. He hastily distanced himself from Sun Wukong and soared towards the location of the other 9th universe warriors. Sun Wukong pursued swiftly, eager not to miss such an opponent who could ignite his interest in battle. Whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing Bazel's call, the warriors of Universe 9 ceased their lingering and swiftly converged towards him. Once the warriors of Universe 9 had assembled, they were all acutely aware of their surroundings, fearful that a moment's negligence might lead to one of them being eliminated. However, after waiting a few seconds, no threat materialized. As the warriors of Universe 9 gathered, the fighters from other universes also returned to their respective ranks. The events that had previously unfolded were indeed bewildering, leaving them anxious that such a fate might befall themselves. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei also appeared among the ranks of Universe 7. Meanwhile, the trio of Science, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Broly, stood before the warriors of Universe 9. Humph. Was it not you who proposed to jointly besiege us from the very beginning? Vegeta's voice, filled with fury, echoed. And what of it? A warrior beside Bazel retorted fearlessly. If that is the case, then I must kindly ask you to vacate this arena. As Vegeta spoke, energy surged from within him, the radiant blue glow of Super Saiyan illuminating the eyes of the Universe 9 warriors. Chapter 134. Crisis of Universe 9. Well, are we to unleash our full might right from the outset? Observing Vegeta's actions, Frieza, standing beside Jiang Xiaofei, remarked with a hint of disappointment. This group still cannot withstand the full force of Vegeta. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at the unfolding situation, forming a foundational assessment of Universe 9's strength. With the combined power of the 3 Scions, they could undoubtedly vanquish Universe 9. What remained was to keep a vigilant eye on the other universes. After this incident, the other universes will think twice before acting recklessly, Frieza noted, casting a disheartened glance at the other universes. This is merely a temporary state. It won't be long before chaos reignites. Thus, we must conserve our strength, for the battles ahead will be truly arduous. Jiang Xiaofei cautioned everyone. Are you suggesting that you have led those 3 into a trap? Frieza pointed at Sun Wukong and his companions, wearing an expression of amusement. Impossible. With their prowess, they need not exert excessive effort to defeat Universe 9. Can you refrain from your incessant chatter? If you are truly restless, you may seek them out for a duel. Jiang Xiaofei felt that Frieza's incessant commentary was becoming an impediment to his judgment. I'll do just that. Frieza leaped away from Jiang Xiaofei's side, but instead of seeking trouble with the warriors of other universes, he positioned himself in a slightly elevated location to observe the unfolding drama. That rascal. Jiang Xiaofei paid no heed to Frieza. He understood well that while Frieza's strength may not be extraordinary, his intellect was certainly sharp. What Jiang Xiaofei needed to do now was wait. As he waited, the clash between Vegeta and Universe 9 had already commenced. Buzz, centered around Bazel. The warriors of the 9th universe erupted with a formidable surge of energy, captivating the attention of the majority of fighters, albeit only for a fleeting half-second before the chaos of battle resumed. The brash warriors of the 7th universe should not presume that their trio can truly vanquish us. As the mightiest warrior of the 9th universe, Bazel harbored his own pride, and in the face of the somewhat arrogant Vegeta, he was determined to showcase his claws. Let us not waste time here. Come forth, all of you. Vegeta maintained his haughty demeanor, his hands already unable to contain their anticipation. Beside Vegeta, Goku let out a thunderous roar, enveloped in the same azure aura. Goku, too, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and the energy emanating from the two of them caused the previously composed warriors of the 9th universe to show signs of concern, with Bazel's expression turning particularly grim. Having previously battled Goku, Bazel had unleashed all his power, believing Goku had done the same. However, it was evident that he had underestimated Goku. Had Goku unleashed his full might from the start, Bazel likely would have been eliminated. This was undeniably a troubling omen. With this thought, Bazel and the other warriors of the 9th universe turned their gazes to the final member, Broly. Broly also bellowed fiercely, his power escalating under the watchful eyes of the 9th universe warriors, who widened their pupils in astonishment. However, unlike Goku and Vegeta, Broly did not transform into Super Blue, which allowed the warriors of the 9th universe to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, In the next moment, their hearts were struck once more. Buzz! A terrifying wave of energy radiated from Broly, enveloping all in its wake, leaving the warriors of the Ninth Universe feeling diminutive. Indeed, this explosive power surpassed even that of Vegeta and Goku's Super Blue. From Broly's green eyes emanated a ferocity and aggression born of his very lineage. The shock of Broly's might resonated not only with the warriors of the Ninth Universe, but also drew envious glances from the warriors of the Sixth Universe, including Bell and Kale. As scions of the Sixth Universe, they had finally mastered the transformation techniques under Vegeta's tutelage, and witnessing Broly's power surge, they redefined their understanding of what it meant to be a scion. Especially Kale, who felt a surge of excitement within, convinced that she too could rise to Broly's level. Jiren, too, cast his gaze upon the three transformed Super Scions, a flicker of intrigue dancing in his eyes, perhaps recognizing that only such warriors could challenge him. There could be no more delay. Together, let us strike and utterly defeat them. Observing the scene before them, the warriors of the Ninth Universe, their disadvantages becoming increasingly apparent, finally succumbed to panic. Charge! For the honor and survival of the Ninth Universe. We shall fight to the end. Boom! The atmosphere within this space was charged with dread, as the Ninth Warriors found themselves engulfed in utter madness. They were acutely aware that had they not exerted their utmost from the very beginning, there would be no opportunity for a second strike. Bang! 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 The series of collisions commenced. Two warriors launched a joint assault on Vegeta. Yet a smile lingered at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Bezel and one of his companions targeted Son Goku, whose figure darted like lightning, continually shifting amidst the battle. In contrast, Broly faced his two adversaries with simplicity. As their attacks approached, Broly's aura surged once more, his fists, imbued with the might of a mountain, struck decisively upon the Ninth Universe warriors. A cry of agony erupted, and soon after, the Ninth Universe warrior was sent hurtling from the arena like a kite severed from its string. All who witnessed this spectacle could not help but gasp in astonishment. Broly's assault was both straightforward and brutally effective, leaving no room for defense. This was a unilateral domination. The outcome of this battle was devoid of suspense. The Ninth Universe was destined to be the first to face elimination. Observing the scene on the stage, the audience from other universes shared their opinions. Indeed, there was no room for dispute. The Seventh Universe was undeniably a formidable threat, and only by eliminating them could the other universes hope for victory. Listening to the divine discourse, the spectators from the Ninth Universe grew despondent. Even the god of destruction could muster no spirit, his face pale with despair. He did not lack faith in miracles, but at this juncture, no miracle would materialize, and they were fated to be the first universe to be eliminated. An outcome that signified erasure by the Omni King. Chapter 135, The Elimination of the Ninth Universe. Wow! That green-eyed warrior is incredibly powerful. The youthful voice of the Omni King rang out once more, drawing everyone's attention to Broly's movements. TCH, I cannot allow you to bask in the limelight alone. Vegeta, having noticed Broly's attack, felt his own energy surge intensify, launching a more ferocious assault against the two warriors of the Ninth Universe before him. At this moment, the warriors of the Ninth Universe were engulfed in despair. They comprehended that survival was utterly unattainable in this battle. Even if they triumphed over their immediate foes, countless other universe warriors were poised to strike. However, surrendering was out of the question. The architects of their plight were none other than the Seventh Universe. Seventh Universe. Even if we cannot endure, you shall not fare well. In the face of Vegeta's onslaught, one warrior from the Ninth Universe had succumbed entirely to madness, launching irrational attacks devoid of any strategy. Whoosh! This warrior propelled himself to full speed, charging at Vegeta. In his furious state, Vegeta showed no mercy towards this lunatic. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy struck the chest of the warrior from the Ninth Universe with tremendous force. Yet, this valiant fighter did not falter. Instead, he endured the excruciating pain and resolutely grasped Vegeta's arm with unwavering determination. Regardless of Vegeta's attempts to break free, he showed no intention of relinquishing his hold. Hurry and take action, the warrior shouted to his companions, fully aware that his endurance was rapidly waning. In a swift motion, a streak of light hurtled towards Vegeta, accompanied by a noxious gas emanating from it. Let us descend into battle together, he sneered. But you, alas, lack the qualifications. At an indeterminate moment, A blue glow flickered from his right hand, which had been ensnared by the ninth universe, and a sphere of blue energy erupted from Vegeta's palm, striking the unfortunate warrior directly. With a resounding crash, the warrior, overwhelmed by the force of Vegeta's blue energy blast, could no longer maintain his grip and was sent flying, colliding with his approaching ally. Spurred on by Broly's influence, Vegeta pressed forward without a moment's hesitation, unleashing a series of elegant combination punches. Bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed as the chest of the ninth universe warrior caved in under the relentless assault. The warrior who had just charged forth became an unfortunate cushion for his comrade. I warned you, you stand no chance. Countless energy spheres coalesced from Vegeta's hands, once again hurtling towards the two beleaguered warriors. It appeared that this battle held no suspense. Beside Jiang Xiaofei, Piccolo observed the unfolding scene while remaining vigilant of the other universe warriors. Do not celebrate prematurely. Once we eliminate the ninth universe, we shall become prime targets, he cautioned. Have you not noticed? The warriors from the 11th universe have yet to make their move. Jiang Xiaofei promptly alerted them while casting a glance towards Jiren's position. It seems the true adversaries of this tournament of power are they. Thus, we must conserve our strength and capabilities as much as possible. With Jiang Xiaofei's reminder, the group turned their attention towards the 11th universe warriors, perceiving a pride in their gazes that rivaled Vegeta's. Indeed, we must remain wary of these individuals. Should we assign someone to keep watch over them in case they exploit our moment of vulnerability? That is unnecessary. Had they wished to strike, they would have done so during the initial ambush, rather than waiting until now. Piccolo nodded in agreement with Jiang Xiaofei's insight and redirected his focus to the other universe fighters. Hold on, I am coming to your aid. Bazel encouraged his two companions. On the verge of elimination by Vegeta, mind your own affairs. Observing the actions of Broly and Vegeta, Son Goku refused to fall behind, intensifying each of his attacks, while Bazel gradually found himself at a disadvantage. A howl escaped Bazel's lips, his blood coursing with newfound vigor, causing his form to swell slightly. Buzz. A crimson aura radiated from Bazel's fur, a manifestation that invigorated his vitality, accompanied by formidable strength and remarkable agility. Haha, do not revel in your triumph. Even if you manage to vanquish us, can you endure until the end? Bazel, now steeped in despair, commenced a verbal onslaught, reminding them of the many universes awaiting retribution against them. With a resounding crash, Bazel spoke while his body remained in relentless motion, disregarding the safety of his companions as he unleashed a final, frenzied assault upon Sun Wukong. Bazel soared into the air, unleashing countless crimson oval-shaped energies that cascaded down towards Sun Wukong. Yet, in his ultra-blue state, Sun Wukong exhibited no trace of fear. He effortlessly deflected the blood-red energies with his arms. As the crimson projectiles were repelled, Bazel descended with extreme fury, delivering a kick imbued with unparalleled rage, propelled by an acceleration that rendered it even more frenzied. However, it was all in vain. At the moment his body was about to collide with Sun Wukong, the latter adroitly evaded, unleashing the Kamehameha wave that struck Bazel with tremendous force. The searing pain elicited a scream from Bazel as he was sent hurtling beyond the arena's edge. Meanwhile, the remaining warrior had already been unceremoniously thrown off the stage by Broly, who utilized the most straightforward and brutal method. Wow, it seems the warriors of the ninth universe have been eliminated. The voice of the Omni King echoed once more, and at that moment, the entire void fell into a profound silence, devoid of any clamor, as everyone understood the impending events. The warriors upon the stage, along with the gods of destruction and angels seated in the audience, turned their gazes toward the direction of the ninth universe. The god of destruction from the ninth universe appeared somewhat despondent, yet helpless, for he could not blame anyone but himself for falling short. However, a concealed fury ignited within him as he glanced toward the seventh universe. Then let us fulfill the previously established decree, declared the Omni King, slowly raising his right hand. A faint white light shimmered upon his palm, capturing the attention of all as they beheld the tiny hand that determined the fates of universes. Amidst the shock and terror, the god of destruction from the ninth universe vanished from sight. Chapter 136. The warriors of the 11th universe strike. The warriors of the ninth universe disappeared without a trace within that white light. Completed, exclaimed the Omni King, lowering his hand with palpable excitement. Yet, Those present harbored complex emotions. Although they had anticipated such an outcome, witnessing an entire universe's obliteration stirred something deep within them. Undoubtedly, a predominant sentiment among them was fear. This fear, however, did not incite any thoughts of rebellion, for they knew that any hint of defiance would only expedite their own demise. Is it truly so simple to vanish? The warriors upon the arena seemed utterly incredulous at the unfolding events. Yet, from the expressions of the divine beings in the audience, they comprehended the grim veracity. The ninth universe had been irrevocably obliterated. Along with its demise, countless sentient beings dwelling within that universe had also vanished. All of this transpired at the mere whim of the Omni King. With a simple gesture, he held the power to dictate everything. Beads of perspiration formed on the foreheads of each cosmic warrior, for they remained uncertain as to which universe would be next to vanish, and whether they would survive the cataclysm. Even Jiang Xiaofei, who was aware of the impending outcome, felt a tremor of fear as he experienced it firsthand. The depth of the Omni King's strength instilled a sense of profound awe within him. Though he considered himself powerful, he was still leagues away from the apex of this Dragon Ball universe. Enough. The ninth universe has perished. Let our contest proceed. The cold voice of the Grand Priest resounded, showing no sign of concern for the ninth universe's demise, nor did it evoke any emotional stir within him. As the Grand Priest's words echoed, the warriors awakened from their stupor regarding the ninth universe's obliteration. Fight! Only through combat can we prevail. They rallied. The chaos erupted once more atop the realm of nothingness. This time, the skirmish bore no allegiance to teams. Any warrior from a different universe was met with hostility. Amidst the fray, new cosmic warriors occasionally joined the battle, while others succumbed and were eliminated. They unleashed their utmost potential within the confines of the rules, driven by the primal instinct to survive. It was indeed a frenzied melee. Observing the tumultuous scene, Topo of Universe 11 sighed. Though he abhorred conflict, he found himself inexorably drawn into it. As a champion of justice in his universe, he felt a solemn obligation to combat evil, and thus, he remained steadfast in his pursuit of what he deemed righteous. The ninth universe had vanished, and more would inevitably follow. At the heart of this calamity lay the instigation of the two universes. Hence, they must be eliminated, no matter the cost. Topo's mustache twitched with indignation as a flicker of anger ignited in his proud gaze. A fire that would surely be unleashed upon the warriors of the sixth and seventh universes. Very well, let us commence, declared Dispo, who stood beside Topo. With the swiftness of a purple lightning bolt, he darted into the melee. Topo glanced at Jiren, choosing not to utter a word. Despite his high rank and formidable strength within Universe 11, he could not dictate Jiren's actions. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, had to consider Jiren's willingness. An aura of immense power emanated from Topo as he set his course towards Son Goku's position. Observing the departure of one warrior after another, Julian remained unfazed, his gaze fixated on Jiang Xiaofei. Among all the warriors present, Julian had scrutinized each one, yet Jiang Xiaofei eluded his comprehension. He was confident in his ability to conquer most contenders, yet uncertainty clouded his judgment when it came to Jiang Xiaofei. The desire to engage in combat with him surged within Julian, but he restrained himself, for this confrontation transcended mere personal ambition. It also pertained to the safety of their respective universes. Now that he had arrived at this juncture, he needed to embrace such awareness. Julian closed his eyes once more, disregarding the chaos of the battlefield around him. In a sudden flash, a radiant warrior from the second universe charged towards Julian, emanating an aura of sunlight. You seem rather relaxed here. Allow me to challenge you. The sweet melody of her voice reached Julian's ears as the sunlight's essence enveloped her. However, Julian appeared oblivious to her approach, failing to turn and acknowledge the beautiful warrior advancing towards him. Yet, around Julian, powerful waves of energy surged. As the lovely warrior stood before Julian, her body felt as though it were ensnared, the warmth of sunlight morphing into a chilling dread. Initially, she had not perceived Julian as formidable. In fact, she believed his energy to be inferior to her own. Witnessing his detachment from the fray led her to mistakenly conclude that he was merely a fortunate spectator, untouched by the chaos of battle. This very notion made her feel like a fortunate soul herself, ready to seize an opportunity amidst the turmoil. Thus, she had acted boldly, but upon truly standing before Julian, the reality dawned upon her. She was no lucky contender. The seemingly unassuming bald warrior exuded an overwhelming strength, far beyond her capacity to confront. Overwhelmed with regret, she yearned to flee, wishing to escape the scene, but it was too late. The aura emanating from Jillian had completely subdued her, rendering her incapable of escape. With a gentle lift of his right hand, Jillian aimed a subtle punch at the position of the lovely warrior, and in an instant, a fierce gust of wind erupted. A tempest of raw energy surging towards her. A piercing scream echoed as the beautiful warrior lost her combat prowess and fell into unconsciousness. Her body, akin to a kite severed from its string, soared beyond the arena, landing amidst the audience of the second universe. The incident transpired in the blink of an eye, and few warriors noticed the encounter. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei remained attuned to the spectacle, his gaze turned towards Jillian, igniting a heightened anticipation for their inevitable clash. Chapter 137. Son Goku vs. Tuope. Sensing Jiang Xiaofei's gaze, Jillian reciprocated, and at the intersection of their stares, a flicker of sparks ignited. Both recognized each other as their true adversaries, yet they refrained from engaging, for the moment was not yet ripe. On the other side, Sun Wukong was engaged in a fierce battle with warriors from his universe when, suddenly, a colossal combatant materialized beside him, launching a ferocious punch. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's quick reflexes, which allowed him to block the attack with his own arm, he would have surely been knocked to the ground. Faced with this unexpected assault, the warrior who had previously been battling Sun Wukong found himself momentarily stunned. Although accustomed to such confrontations, he was nonetheless taken aback by the might of the newly arrived fighter. Raising his gaze, Sun Wukong looked at the uninvited cosmic warrior, his eyes gleaming with excitement. From the force of that recent blow, he sensed the immense strength of this opponent, igniting his desire for battle once more. Pardon the interruption. I did not intend to disrupt your duel, but in the name of justice that resides within my heart, I must ask you to find another adversary. Tropo, casting an apologetic glance at the still-dazed cosmic warrior, spoke with an air of pride. Spare me your pleasantries. He is my opponent, so kindly take your leave. As a competitor in this tournament, he held a sense of pride that would not allow him to retreat at the mere suggestion of Tropo. You are no match for him. If this continues, you may find yourself bidding farewell to this arena, Tropo stated bluntly, causing the cosmic warrior to furrow his brow. Hey, are you all eager to fight me? No need to rush, one at a time. Sun Wukong moved his body to remain in a constant state of readiness. Yet his words tested Tropo's patience. Since you refuse to depart, I shall have to personally escort you out. Without waiting for a response, Tropo initiated his attack. Though Tropo appeared somewhat massive, his movements were remarkably agile. Coupled with his formidable explosive power, his fists, charged with violent energy, struck the cosmic warrior with tremendous force. The cosmic warrior attempted to block Tropo's onslaught with his arms, but just one punch left his limbs tingling. Tropo continued his relentless barrage, rendering the cosmic warrior utterly defenseless. With a resounding impact, Tropo amplified his strength, delivering a blow capable of shattering planets. As the sheer force erupted upon the cosmic warrior's arm, a sharp crack echoed, the sound of bone fracturing, followed by a cry of agony as the cosmic warrior soared toward the audience of his universe. The entire sequence unfolded in mere moments, and Sun Wukong, witnessing the spectacle, felt an eager anticipation for his forthcoming battle with Tropo. Ignoring the fallen cosmic warrior, Tropo turned his attention to Sun Wukong. I am Tropo, hailing from Universe 11. Today, in the name of my justice and pride, I extend a challenge to you. Each word he spoke was imbued with solemnity and detachment. I am Sun Wukong, from Universe 7, and I accept your challenge. Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. With a narrowed gaze, Tropo's beard twitched slightly. I hope you can endure a bit longer under my command. Whoosh. As Tropo's voice faded, his figure vanished from sight, replaced by a faint purple glow that materialized behind him, targeting the formidable Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, sensing the impending threat, surged forward, his blue aura flaring up as he met Tropo's charge head-on. Bang! When the fists of the two warriors collided, an intense brilliance erupted around them, suffused with immense energy. The already tumultuous space crackled with vibrant lightning, ignited by their fierce confrontation. Tropo had finally made his move, and this strike would undoubtedly teach that arrogant scion a lesson in humility. In the stands of Universe 11, the god of destruction, Vermaud, observed the clash between Torpo and Sun Wukong with a sense of satisfaction. Though he bore no personal grudge against Universe 7, the current tournament of power was instigated by them, and thus he harbored a modicum of disdain for their warriors. Torpo would surely triumph over this scion, bringing glory to Universe 11. Beside Vermaud, the Supreme Kai nodded in agreement. Indeed, with Torpo in the fray, victory is assured. A smug expression graced Vermaud's face as he turned his gaze toward the spectators of Universe 7. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis were also engrossed in the battle between Sun Wukong and Torpo. This warrior facing Sun Wukong seems quite formidable, Beerus mused, scratching his head, though he remained largely unconcerned. He is certainly a warrior of equal caliber to Sun Wukong. However, this does not imply that Sun Wukong cannot conquer his opponent. Besides, even if Sun Wukong were to falter, I am still here, Whis remarked, glancing at Jiang Xiaofei, who had yet to engage in combat. Indeed, nonetheless, we must have faith in Sun Wukong's strength, Beerus affirmed with a nod. Are you feeling a bit anxious, Beerus? If that scion is indeed your universe's strongest warrior, and if Torpo manages to defeat him, then your Universe 7 should prepare for elimination. Vermaud could no longer contain his post-match rhetoric, his demeanor exuding pride. Vermaud, is it not premature to draw conclusions? Furthermore, we have more than one scion in our ranks. How can you so confidently assert he is our strongest? Beerus retorted defiantly, tossing out a smokescreen of his own. Is that so? However, the conditions of the other two scions do not appear to be favorable, Vermaud remarked, his gaze drifting to Vegeta and Broly, whose combat prowess should not be underestimated. Yet, Vegeta was currently restrained by Dispo, while Broly faced the onslaught of warriors from other universes. Leave the outcome to fate. It won't be long before we know the result. Beerus dismissed Vermaud's concerns, refocusing his attention on the fierce struggle between Sun Wukong and Torpo. Boom! Sun Wukong was sent flying by the sheer force of Torpo's explosive punch, retreating several meters before finally regaining his footing. The delightful taste compelled a hearty laugh to escape, exuding an air of assured victory. Splendid. Now, I shall take this seriously. Sun Wukong gazed at Torpo, his enchanting smile still present, yet an undeniable aura of icy intensity enveloped him. Chapter 138. Torpo's God of Destruction form as a champion of justice. I bear the responsibility, the rationale, and the obligation to eradicate you on behalf of the countless beings across other universes. Observing Sun Wukong's exuberance, Torpo proclaimed with fervor, his voice resonating with righteousness. Surrounding Torpo was a palpable aura of resolve, equally formidable as that of Sun Wukong. In this arena, their confrontation was the most captivating spectacle, indeed the most alluring combat at present. Judging by the essence emanating from both, they appeared evenly matched. However, the true measure of strength would ultimately be revealed through their clash. Justice Flash. From the 5 fingers of Torpo's right hand, golden energy orbs swiftly coalesced, enveloped in a layer of crimson mist, and hurled towards Sun Wukong. Quick-witted, Sun Wukong began a series of agile leaps, evading the dazzling luminescence. Boom! A cacophony of thunderous impacts echoed, leaving deep craters in the places struck by the Justice Flash. Do you only know how to flee? Observing Sun Wukong's continuous evasions, Torpo furrowed his brow. Though his attacks were potent, their ineffectiveness against his opponent was disheartening. Upon hearing Torpo's words, Sun Wukong abruptly halted his evasive maneuvers. Torpo possessed his own pride, and so did Sun Wukong. Particularly in battle, he could not tolerate such disdainful remarks. Witnessing the onslaught of Justice Flash, Sun Wukong's fury ignited anew. The surrounding azure energy surged, causing the previously tranquil space to ripple. When Torpo's Justice Flash met the blue energy, it dissipated instantaneously. It's far more entertaining to take it step by step. Sun Wukong chuckled at Torpo. Yet the sight of Sun Wukong's face filled Torpo with disdain. Do not presume that withstanding my Justice Flash assures your victory. As Torpo spoke, he leapt into the air, his massive form soaring upwards, and Sun Wukong's gaze followed his ascent. Justice aimed. Torpo's body shifted direction abruptly, reappearing at Sun Wukong's side, his clenched fist lunging forward to strike. Justice Fist, accompanied by Torpo's thunderous declaration. A colossal iron fist imbued with the power to shatter stars barreled towards Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong hastily raised his hands to block, But it was a moment too late. Bang! The tremendous force collided squarely with Sun Wukong's midsection, sending him hurtling backward. Yet, this blow could not bring him down. Despite the might of Torpor's punch, injuring Sun Wukong proved a formidable challenge. Now, it is my turn to take action. Sun Wukong slightly bent his legs, cradling his hands at his abdomen, as a faint white light began to take shape above them. Kamehameha, with a series of fierce shouts. A massive sphere of white energy formed between his hands, the immense energy waves causing the surrounding warriors to gasp in astonishment. Even Trappa, who faced Sun Wukong, showed a flicker of emotion, for it was only now that Sun Wukong truly began to treat this battle with the seriousness it deserved. A warrior of justice, in the face of evil's counterattack, has always remained fearless. Trappa maintained a righteous expression, and golden gas began to coalesce between his hands, enveloped by a crimson halo. Allow me to witness the prowess of a warrior capable of igniting cosmic battles. A gigantic energy cannon surged forth from Trappa's hands towards Sun Wukong, as the Kamehameha wave simultaneously shot forth from Sun Wukong's grasp towards Trappa. The temperature soared in the wake of the two energy forces, causing the arena itself to crack. Bang! When the two colossal energies collided, the sound was deafening, and the faces of all present were illuminated by the vibrant colors resulting from their clash. Their eyes fixated on the confrontation of these forces. The brilliant hues brought a new radiance to the desolate void. Yet beneath this brilliance lay a serious battle between two warriors. Boom! Ultimately, both energies dissipated, vanishing from sight, yet Sun Wukong and Trappa, being at the center of this clash, were both affected and staggered back, ultimately regaining their balance. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Sun Wukong and Trappa exchanged a glance before launching themselves into action once more, their fists and feet colliding, emanating tangible lightning-like auras that crackled across the arena. Indeed, it was a battle of equals. In the audience, the god of destruction from the sixth universe, Kampa, watched the duel with a sigh of admiration. A waste of time. Beerus also shared his thoughts, fully aware that Sun Wukong was not exerting his full strength. Yet, this was Sun Wukong's fighting style. He never fully unleashed his power at the outset, often leading to unforeseen setbacks during battle. It does seem like a waste of time. If this continues, it may be impossible to conclude the fight by the end of the match. In that case, let us determine the victor in the swiftest manner possible. The god of destruction from the 11th universe, Vermaud, concurred with Beerus, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the two entangled figures in the arena. Hey, Trappa, do not squander your time any longer. Unleash your full power and let them witness the might of a god of destruction candidate. Vermaud's voice resonated clearly in Trappa's ears, prompting him to distance himself from Sun Wukong once more. It seems I cannot continue this way. For the justice I hold dear, I must make a choice. Sun Wukong, prepare to behold my true strength. I shall cast aside the righteousness within my heart and transform into malevolence, with evil to counter evil. As Tuatha uttered these words, his previously righteous tone morphed into something more ferocious. Simultaneously, a faint purple luminescence began to envelop him, replacing the former hues. At last, I have discarded everything. Truly worthy of a candidate for the god of destruction. Observing Tuatha's transformation, Wei Mei's heart swelled with joy, for at this very moment, Tuatha was undergoing a metamorphosis. Buzz! The pale purple radiance fully cloaked Tuatha's form, revealing mysterious patterns across his abdomen and chest. While even his eyes emanated a piercing aura, the pale purple glow imbued Tuatha with an air of superiority over the masses, alongside an overwhelming impulse to obliterate all. God of destruction form. Then, unveil your true prowess. Chapter 139. The Ultra Blue Universe King Fist versus the God of Destruction form. Wei Mei, her visage somewhat contorted, gazed at Tuatha radiating the essence of destruction and shouted, drawing every warrior's attention to Tuatha in his God of Destruction form. Even the deities observing from the stands could not suppress their frowns. At present, Tuatha's power stood only second to that of a genuine God of Destruction, with one foot already poised at the threshold of such divinity. If Universe 11 indeed holds a future, Tuatha might truly ascend to become a bona fide god of destruction. Witnessing Tuatha's transformation, the warriors from various universes began to doubt themselves. Could they truly triumph over such a formidable foe? Did this battle genuinely hold any significance? Beerus, do you see? The Scions, no matter how fierce, remain akin to ants before the god of destruction. Wei Mei, in his arrogance, reveled in the fact that warriors from his Universe 11 possessed power rivaling that of a god of destruction, effectively securing victory in this tournament ahead of time. Oh, it appears rather impressive. However, Beerus chose not to elaborate further and instead directed his gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei. Tuo Po's display of the god of destruction form was indeed surprising. Yet this astonishment was not exclusive to Universe 11. Universe 7 could equally astound all others, perhaps even more so than Tuo Po at this moment. Nonetheless, Beerus refrained from urging Jiang Xiaofei, for he understood that Jiang Xiaofei had his own judgment and was aware that, perhaps somewhere, there existed warriors whom Jiang Xiaofei valued more. Haha. Beerus, cease feigning composure. Soon you shall realize that all warriors are utterly powerless before Tuo Po in his god of destruction form. Tuo Po, now that you have reached this juncture, let them witness your true strength. Wei Mei bellowed once more at Tuo Po on the arena. At this moment, Tuo Po was shrouded in a layer of pale purple light, concealing an unmistakable ferocity, an essence unique to the god of destruction. Tuo Po had forsaken the righteousness of his heart and relinquished the beliefs he had steadfastly upheld, transforming into evil. Thus, he acquired an even more formidable power, one that incessantly eroded the core of Topo, leading him down a path of destruction akin to that of a god of destruction. Topo cast a glance at Vermouth, then turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, a warrior of the 7th universe and one of the most notorious instigators of this cosmic conflict. Today, let me punish you, an ignorant human. Haha, I concede that you are indeed powerful now. However, before this, I have encountered humans far stronger than you, and in order to surpass him, I have undergone arduous training. Though I still have not attained the strength to defeat him, Sun Wukong, observing Topo before him, was equally exhilarated. He had not anticipated encountering another warrior embodying the form of a god of destruction, although Topo's form still paled in comparison to Jiang Xiaofei's. Yet, I too am progressing in strength. So now, allow me to reveal my power. With Sun Wukong's roar, a red hue gradually surfaced around him, intermingling with the blue aura he exuded, and the fluctuations emanating from his being were several times more potent than the ultra-blue state, relentlessly intensifying. Vermouth, initially smug, was struck with astonishment upon witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation. What is this? This fellow has concealed his true power, and it seems this strength is still on the rise. Nearly matching Topo, Vermouth gritted his teeth, utterly taken aback by this unforeseen development. At that moment, all eyes shifted from Topo to Sun Wukong, as the vibrant red aura surrounding him became increasingly impossible to overlook. This is the Kaioken. Who would have thought that Sun Wukong could activate the Kaioken while in the ultra-blue state? Does this not place his body under an immense strain? Sitting in the audience of the 7th universe, the Kaishin observed Sun Wukong's transformation with a hint of concern. It's fine. This is not the first time he has wielded such power, and in this situation, failing to utilize it could lead to his earlier elimination. Beerus remained composed. Having witnessed such power before, he recognized Sun Wukong's boundless potential. The rate at which Sun Wukong was growing was beyond his expectations. With this thought, Beerus glanced at Vegeta and Broly, pondering what surprises the Scions would reveal in light of Sun Wukong's display. Meanwhile, witnessing Sun Wukong's change, Vegeta was far from calm. Currently, he was entangled with Dispo, and in terms of speed, it was the first time he had encountered someone like Dispo. Broly was engaged in fierce combat with the Scions of the 6th universe. Amidst the astonishment of all, Sun Wukong's aura finally ceased its ascent. Yet the blazing red confirmed that no one could disregard the current Sun Wukong, whose brilliance had begun to subtly surpass that of Topo. Haha, my current form cannot be sustained for long. Thus, let us engage in battle with fervor. With no further ado, Sun Wukong charged towards Topo. Whoosh! A flash of crimson light surged forth, and when Sun Wukong reappeared, he stood before Topo. Since Sun Wukong had issued a challenge, Topo would not be remiss in responding, unleashing his most formidable power to counter Sun Wukong's assault. Boom! The clash of their immense powers resonated through the air, causing the arena around them to disintegrate. Swallowed by the chaos of their confrontation, the sheer ferocity of the energy left even the god of destruction in the audience momentarily speechless. Bang! 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 The continuous sounds of their collisions enveloped the realm of nothingness in the symphony of their battle, as the two figures shifted direction ceaselessly, turning the arena into their battleground. Just as tornado. Suddenly, Topo's robust form began to spin at high speed, generating a powerful tornado around him, illuminated by a soft purple glow. Any matter that came into contact with the tornado was utterly obliterated, and Topo's target was none other than Sun Wukong below. Witnessing the tornado before him, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with unparalleled excitement. Dragon Fist. Sun Wukong concentrated his energy into his right fist, a faint dragon silhouette materializing above it. Imbued with the might of the dragon as he struck towards the approaching tornado. Chapter 140. Sun Wukong's Defeat. Roar. A sound emanating from an ancient and distant dragon resonated clearly in the ears of all warriors present, particularly intense for Topo, who stood closest to Sun Wukong. Enveloped by the tornado, Topo felt a surge of blood coursing through him, were it not for the tornado's barrier. The mere sound of that dragon's roar might have caused him to spit blood. However, Topo was not one to be cowed. In his god of destruction form, he already possessed enhancements, and now, employing his skills, he was emboldened further. Though the dragon's roar momentarily caused him to hesitate, it did not alter his target. The colossal tornado, laden with boundless destructive energy, surged towards Sun Wukong's dragon-imbued fist. Bang! Countless energies shattered and dissipated upon the collision of the tornado and the dragon fist, creating visible white lightning that crackled within the space around them. The energy storm that erupted wreaked havoc upon all that could be destroyed, while Sun Wukong and Topo, at the epicenter of the explosion, endured immense pressure from the intertwining forces. Even the god of destruction in the audience gritted his teeth in concentration, fixated on the duel before him, eagerly anticipating the victor of this fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, Jiren, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them to behold the chaotic energy fluctuations, his wariness of the seventh universe growing, while simultaneously looking forward to the outcome of this monumental battle. Regardless of the energy you possess, beneath the destructive force of the divine, it shall be rendered to naught. Torpa's physique seemed boundless as he once again summoned the destructive energy within him, merging it with the swirling tempest. Below, Sun Wukong continued his relentless assault. However, the dragon fist relied on explosive power, its duration fleeting. Upon witnessing the tempest's might expand, Sun Wukong swiftly evaded, creating distance between himself and Torpa. It appeared that in this clash, Torpa held the advantage, making Sun Wukong's path to victory exceedingly arduous. Observing the battle, the god of destruction expressed his thoughts with a chuckle. Beerus, do you see? Although Sun Wukong is formidable, he still falls short when compared to Torpa's destructive energy. This victory undoubtedly belongs to Universe 11. With a smug demeanor, Wymide shared his perspective with Beerus. Do not celebrate too soon. This is merely the beginning. What follows will be far more intriguing. Beerus seemed unperturbed by the current situation, well aware of Sun Wukong's true capabilities. You are indeed powerful, but I am not to be underestimated. Sun Wukong intensified his output, the crimson energy surrounding him flaring brilliantly upon the faces of all in attendance. To their astonishment, this fellow was capable of further enhancement. A true monster. As they observed Sun Wukong's transformation, a grave expression settled upon their faces. If the Sun Wukong who fought Torpa previously unleashed tenfold energy, then what they now sensed was a staggering 20-fold. Such immense energy accumulation compelled all to reassess the battle. 20-fold Kaioken. Boom. The once soft azure glow now appeared almost negligible beneath the crimson radiance, yet it persisted, as Sun Wukong undeniably elevated his Kaioken to a 20-fold echelon. However, in this state, his body had reached a critical threshold, seemingly the pinnacle of his current combat prowess. Come on. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong charged toward Torpa. Unwilling to prolong the confrontation, for extended duration would be detrimental to him. The pain coursing through his body grew increasingly pronounced. Bang! The ultimate energy erupted from Sun Wukong's right fist once more, surpassing the might of the previous dragon fist. More immense, more ferocious. The force of his strike shattered the rapidly rotating tempest, leaving Torpa to tumble several times on the ground before coming to a halt. I did not anticipate you possessed such strength, but I shall not be so easily defeated. Torpa rose, raising his arms high, a sphere of shimmering lavender light forming above his head, emanating a palpable aura of destruction and annihilation. This strike contains all my energy. If you can withstand it, victory shall be yours. If not, we must bid farewell. Torpa's voice betrayed no emotion, yet one could sense the simmering anger within. Is that so? I find myself rather eager. Sun Wukong could undoubtedly sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the faintly purple orb. He had previously experienced such sensations during his battle with Beerus and Jiang Xiaofei, yet he was now far more formidable than before. Hence, receiving the energy sphere posed no considerable challenge for him. Arrogant scion, prepare to pay for your actions, Torpo declared, hurling the energy sphere above him directly towards Sun Wukong. As the destructive energy sphere surged forward, Sun Wukong concentrated his full power into a Kamehameha wave, manifesting a radiant blend of white and blue energy intertwined with a vibrant red glow directed at the incoming orb. Boom! The explosion of dazzling colors illuminated the space, casting reflections upon the faces of all present. Wow, how beautiful! Exclaimed the youthful voice of the Omni King, as if he were witnessing a magnificent fireworks display. The clash of energies created a stalemate, with neither side yielding. At that moment, had a third party intervened, the outcome could have been determined in an instant. However, it seemed no warrior was inclined to take action. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's expression changed drastically. The pain coursing through his body made it increasingly difficult for him to endure. His trembling hands were rapidly losing their strength, and the energy enveloping him began to wane. This scene left all spectators in shock, some even closing their eyes, resigned to the apparent outcome. The battle concluded with Sun Wukong's defeat, as his physical resilience had reached its limit, while Torpo remained as vigorous as ever. Farewell, Sun Wukong. You are indeed a commendable warrior, yet this pertains to the survival of the universe, and thus you must be cast down. Torpo's gaze bore no trace of compassion, only a relentless suppression of Sun Wukong's energy. Chapter 141. Preparations for a major cleansing. The destructive energy sphere swiftly gained the upper hand, advancing towards Sun Wukong's form. At that moment, Sun Wukong was at the brink of exhaustion. The aura emanating from him had entirely dissipated, and the relentless pain rendered him incapable of sustaining his fighting spirit, inflicting no harm upon Torpo. Boom! The destructive energy sphere erupted in a brilliant display at Sun Wukong's position, and all present understood that he had lost. The Kaioken technique had entirely depleted Sun Wukong's combat power and stamina, yet in his confrontation with the god of destruction, Torpo, he was ultimately outmatched by time. As the resplendent light faded, Sun Wukong's figure vanished from sight. Torpo's gaze shifted toward the audience of Universe 7, and all eyes mirrored his, fixated on the seats of Universe 7. What? How can this be? He appeared. This is impossible. In that condition, he could not possibly endure. His form has clearly vanished. Indeed, Sun Wukong did not materialize as everyone had anticipated in the audience of Universe 7. However, Torpo's attack was unfaltering, and Sun Wukong's form had disappeared from his original location. The critical factor was that, in his current state, Sun Wukong could not evade Torpo's assault. On the arena, Torpo was equally astonished. He could hardly fathom that Son Goku could perish under his strike. However, the absence of Son Goku in the stands of the 7th universe indicated that he still remained on the stage. Hastily, Torpo pivoted his body and surveyed his surroundings, seeking the silhouette of Son Goku. Yet, his gaze found nothing but emptiness where Son Goku should have been. At that moment, Jiren suddenly moved, approaching Torpo directly. Stop searching. He has been rescued, Jiren declared, directing his gaze toward a small hill on the arena. Yet he showed no inclination to continue the assault. What? Torpo was once again taken aback. Since Jiren had stated it, he believed it without question. What astonished him was the realization that even in such a state, Son Goku had been saved by another, indicating that this individual possessed strength surpassing Goku's. Even in his god of destruction form, Torpo could hardly claim to be a match for such a formidable opponent. To his surprise, such a master still existed within the 7th universe. It seems we have underestimated them. From here on, it may rest upon you, Torpo acknowledged, fully aware that Jiren before him was a being of greater power. To defeat the one who had rescued Son Goku, only Jiren stood a chance. Yes, there is no rush. The arena is still rife with battles to be addressed. My fight with him can wait, Jiren responded earnestly, observing the chaos erupting across the stage. At the moment when Torpo's destructive energy exploded, He too vaguely sensed a figure appearing, swiftly rescuing Son Goku, and he was certain that the one who had saved him was Jiang Xiaofei. In the stands of the 11th universe, Wei Maida gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept the unfolding events. How could Son Goku, under such an assault, be saved by another? Beerus, your 7th universe hides its depths well. No wonder you have the audacity to challenge other universes, but do not think that this alone will secure ultimate victory. Wei Maida's gaze returned to Beerus, though his demeanor remained unfriendly. Beerus, unfazed, acknowledged that the situation had progressed to this point and could only let events unfold naturally. During his interactions with Jiang Xiaofei, he had come to doubt that anyone could defeat him. Even the warrior standing beside Topo seemed unlikely to triumph over Jiang Xiaofei. Beerus had begun to suspect that this warrior was perhaps Wei Maida's last hope, yet the battles on the arena would only intensify as they approached their climax. Behind a small hill on the arena, Jiang Xiaofei looked down at the incapacitated Son Goku and exhaled slowly, relieved. Since the onset of battle, he had been biding his time, and now, the 11th universe had finally made its move, heralding that the combat would become increasingly exhilarating. Jiren would undoubtedly react to this intervention. However, with so many warriors from various universes still present on the stage, it would be ill-advised to engage in a final showdown at this juncture. Thus, he must consolidate the strength of the 7th universe and expend the forces of the other universes. At this moment, Sun Wukong must not be eliminated, for he has yet to fully realize his potential. Thus, in the final moments, Jiang Xiaofei rescued Sun Wukong from the clutches of Tuo Po's minions. Beside Jiang Xiaofei stood Frieza and Majin Buu, two formidable warriors renowned for their individual combat prowess within the 7th universe. Their forthcoming actions would undoubtedly require their participation. Sun Wukong had sustained significant injuries this time. Recovery would not be a simple endeavor. Observing Sun Wukong's condition, Frieza remarked to Jiang Xiaofei, "It matters not. Perhaps the benefits he gains from this battle will be immense." Jiang Xiaofei continued, "Aside from awaiting his awakening, our next course of action will involve a thorough cleansing of the warriors on this arena." Jiang Xiaofei's words reached Frieza and Majin Buu's ears, prompting a look of astonishment from Frieza, while Majin Buu appeared blissfully naive. "A cleansing?" Frieza inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity despite grasping Jiang Xiaofei's intent. "Indeed, there are too many warriors on the arena, including those lacking merit. It is time for them to depart." "Humph, you truly are an audacious individual. Are you not concerned that among them may lie a dark horse, and that you might be the one to suffer?" Frieza challenged, though he recognized that it would not be easy for other universes to produce prodigies akin to Jiang Xiaofei. "If such entities do exist, we can only resign ourselves to our misfortune," Jiang Xiaofei responded thoughtfully. He paused before elaborating. "In truth, this battle is inconsequential. My primary concern lies in what transpires after the conflict, particularly with the sudden emergence of Dragon God Salama. I have a foreboding sense that it will not be long before Dragon God Salama truly manifests. Is that so? If that day indeed arrives, it is likely that beings such as ourselves will be of little assistance. Shouldn't it be up to the Omni King and the Grand Minister to address such matters?" Frieza retorted nonchalantly, leaving Jiang Xiaofei momentarily speechless. However, Jiang Xiaofei understood his source of strength was straightforward. If he could elevate his power before Salama's arrival, he might indeed play a significant role. Chapter 142, Jiang Xiaofei's battle with Tuo Po. That said, if that day truly comes and we lack the ability to protect ourselves, we may become mere sacrifices, and I certainly do not wish for that. Enough with idle chatter. Let us proceed with the task at hand. Frieza, you and Majin Buu shall guard Sun Wukong here while I confront Tuo Po. Jiang Xiaofei's aura fixed upon Tuo Po's location. Humph. Does he truly believe I would hesitate to strike him down? Frieza crossed his arms, embodying an air of arrogance. If you are unafraid of being utterly annihilated by Beerus, then feel free to act. Jiang Xiaofei declared before vanishing from sight, leaving Frieza and Majin Buu to watch over the still unconscious Sun Wukong. When Jiang Xiaofei reappeared, he stood before Tuo Po, his gaze narrowing as he beheld the aura of destruction emanating from Tuo Po. Beside him, Jillian was fixedly watching. "Are you finally unable to restrain yourself from making a move?" Jillian remarked calmly, glancing at Jiang Xiaofei. The competition has been underway for quite some time. It's time to entertain myself," Jiang Xiaofei replied, locking eyes with Jillian, a white arc of electricity crackling between them. Humph. So you are the one who rescued Sun Wukong? Tuop has stepped forward, the destructive energy surrounding him flaring to life as he directly inquired of Jiang Xiaofei. Indeed, it was I. Jiang Xiaofei responded with cheerful forthrightness. Having resolved to act, he would not linger in hesitation. Will you both strike together, or? Humph. Arrogant fool, let me witness what abilities you truly possess. As Tuop spoke, the destructive energy around him surged to the level he had exhibited during his battle with Sun Wukong. Justice Fist. With a mighty shout, Tuop vanished from his position, reappearing before Jiang Xiaofei, his fist enveloped in formidable destructive energy. Bang! The destructive energy erupted just a few dozen centimeters from Jiang Xiaofei. Yet Tuop's fist could advance no further. At that moment, a look of incredulity flickered in Tuop's eyes. No matter how hard he exerted himself, the Justice Fist could not surmount the distance before him. Additionally, a faint purple glow shimmered in his gaze, leaving him feeling somewhat dazed. The source of this overwhelming sensation was none other than Jiang Xiaofei before him. Meanwhile, Julian, who had refrained from intervening thus far, now emanated a long-lost battle intent. Destruction God form. Tuop, shaken from his astonishment, realized that he had underestimated the level reached by Jiang Xiaofei. To think there exists someone of such caliber in the 7th universe. I have indeed underestimated you, culprits. Humph. Even in the form of a god of destruction. It matters not. I shall make you understand that evil shall ultimately be vanquished. Tuop retracted his fist, leaping back to create distance between himself and Jiang Xiaofei. In the audience, Wei Meida gazed at the god of destruction form of Jiang Xiaofei, his face a portrait of shock and astonishment, his fists tightly clenched. Beerus, I had underestimated you. I never expected such a figure to exist in the 7th universe. He must be a candidate for god of destruction, right? Humph. Beerus shot a glance at Wei Meida, showing no inclination to engage. As for why Wei Meida harbored such animosity towards their 7th universe, Beerus was well aware. It was not merely due to the tournament of power being instigated by them, but also because, many millennia prior, Wei Meida had faced him in battle, suffering a humiliating defeat at Beerus's hands, which had left a lasting grievance in his heart. Hence, Wei Meida now sought to overshadow Beerus. The esteemed Wei Meida may have been misled. The figure of Jiang Xiaofei in the audience is far from being a candidate for a god of destruction. He is merely a warrior from our 7th universe. Beside Beerus, Whis spoke, responding to Wei Meida's thoughts. Humph, what nonsense. How could one who is not a candidate for a god of destruction wield destructive energy? It is hard to believe that Beerus would be so benevolent. Naturally, Wei Meida was skeptical of Whis' assertions. However, it mattered not. Whether he was a candidate or not was inconsequential. For once on the arena, he would ultimately be defeated by our warriors. As he spoke, Wei Meida cast a sidelong glance towards Jiren, with a being surpassing the gods of destruction in existence. The notion of a candidate remains but a jest. Beyond the seats of the 2 major universes, the other gods of destruction bore no such banter upon their faces. With 2 warriors exhibiting the form of a god of destruction, could their fighters truly endure until the end? Thus, in the minds of the other gods, there was an eagerness for these 2 godlike warriors to engage in mutual destruction, preferably resulting in their simultaneous elimination. Only then would they have a chance at victory. Amidst the discourse between the 2 gods, Topo clashed once more with Jiang Xiaofei. The pale violet aura of destruction ravaged the arena, with endless arcs of electricity appearing at every turn, causing some weaker warriors to be swiftly eliminated by the aftershocks of their battle. As the intensity of their clash reverberated, the hearts of the spectators resonated with a singular thought: too powerful. With a thunderous roar, the 2 figures separated once more. However, this time, Topo was sent flying backward, while Jiang Xiaofei stood resolute, akin to a world-destroying deity, towering over the space. This left everyone astounded, for the outcome was evidently in Jiang Xiaofei's favor. And given Topo's prior engagement with Son Goku, he would likely struggle to withstand Jiang Xiaofei's forthcoming onslaught. Observing Topo's retreat, Jiang Xiaofei did not relent. He gathered spheres of immense destructive energy in his right hand and launched them towards the direction of the flying Topo. Boom! Another series of earth-shattering sounds echoed, and amidst the cacophony, Topo's energy began to wane, causing the warriors of Universe 11 to exchange worried glances. Could Topo truly be defeated in such a manner? This question loomed in the minds of all, accompanied by a sense of dread directed at the figure above, exuding a formidable aura of destruction. Jiren, why do you not intervene? Do you truly wish for Universe 11 to falter? In the stands, Wei Maida could no longer contain himself and bellowed at Jiren, who had been merely spectating. Should Topo be eliminated, the strength of Universe 11 would significantly diminish, thereby reducing their chances of victory, the outcome he desperately wished to avoid. Chapter 143. The Chaotic Tournament of Power. Hearing Wei Maida's outburst, Jiren could not help but furrow his brow. Though he was reluctant to heed Wei Maida's words, he finally stirred into action. He was acutely aware of the significance of this tournament. He was confident that none of those present could match him. Even in light of the formidable combat prowess displayed by Jiang Xiaofei, he remained assured of his ability to defeat Jiang Xiaofei. However, if Topo were to suffer defeat at this juncture and be eliminated, the warriors of Universe 11 would inevitably lose a measure of confidence. With many fighters still on the stage, it was imperative for him to conserve his strength and stamina. After a brief hesitation, Jiren vanished from his position and appeared beside Topo, taking the brunt of Jiang Xiaofei's assault in Topo's stead. Upon witnessing Jiren's intervention, Jiang Xiaofei halted his advance. At this moment, there was no need for a life-or-death struggle with Jiren. Although Jiang Xiaofei was confident in his ability to eliminate Jiren, such an endeavor seemed rather dull. Let us pause here. I shall first deal with some lesser opponents, Jiang Xiaofei remarked, casting a glance at the severely injured Topo before vanishing into the skies. Arriving beside Vegeta, he observed the lightning-fast movements of Tispo. Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a punch imbued with destructive energy. Boom! The energy surged into Tispo's body, causing him to roll before finally coming to a halt. However, at this point, Tispo could muster no speed, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. "Ah, you bastard!" Vegeta exclaimed, his anger reaching a boiling point upon seeing Jiang Xiaofei's sudden strike. A radiant blue aura enveloped him as he unleashed a furious punch towards Jiang Xiaofei. Bang! The faintly glowing fist struck Jiang Xiaofei's palm, yet failed to elicit any reaction from him, not even a step back. Witnessing this, Vegeta's ire intensified as he threw several consecutive punches, each yielding no change in the situation. "Why are you interfering in my battle?" Vegeta demanded, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Though his eyes still burned with fury, he managed to restrain himself. He understood that such attacks posed no threat to Jiang Xiaofei, and he was merely depleting his own energy. "It's quite simple. I merely wish to make this battle more entertaining," Jiang Xiaofei replied, his words deliberate and clear. "Look around the arena. There are still many warriors present, each possessing unique abilities. If you continue to exhaust yourself against Tispo, you will miss the opportunity to witness the strengths of other fighters. The purpose of participating in this tournament is to face more formidable opponents from other universes, is it not? Therefore, do not squander too much time on a single adversary. It is not worth it." As Jiang Xiaofei's reasoning sank in, Vegeta's anger began to dissipate. "Humph. Nevertheless, you should not have acted so rashly. You could have simply informed me. As for him, I have my own means of defeating him," Vegeta replied, glancing at Tispo, who was still struggling to recover from Jiang Xiaofei's attack. "However, the current version of him is no longer worthy of being my opponent," Vegeta remarked, disregarding Tispo entirely. "Without eliminating him from the arena, what are your plans next?" Vegeta cast another glance at Jiang Xiaofei. "Initially, weren't the warriors from other universes besieging our Universe 7? It is now time to return the favor." Jiang Xiaofei observed the fighters on the stage, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes, which stirred excitement within Vegeta. "How intriguing." Vegeta smirked with a hint of mischief. "Then let us commence." "Indeed. Next, you shall restrain the remaining 3 warriors from Universe 10. Jiang Xiaofei pointed towards a trio of fighters being pressured by the warriors of Universe 11. "As for me, I shall seek out Broly." "Humph. I hope this battle proves to be more entertaining." As Vegeta spoke, he vanished from Jiang Xiaofei's side, reappearing before the warriors of Universe 11, joining the fray. At that moment, Broly was engaged in a fierce battle with Kale, a female scion from Universe 6 who also possessed the legendary bloodline. Their combat grew increasingly intense, and the excitement coursing through their veins intensified. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofei materialized, his hand striking the 2 combatants mid-exchange. "Enough. Let us cease hostilities for now and deal with some other warriors. Save your battles for later." Broly, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction at being interrupted, recognized Jiang Xiaofei's strength and refrained from confrontation, merely casting him a glare before moving in the direction Jiang Xiaofei indicated. As for Kale, she reverted to her timid self upon seeing Jiang Xiaofei, who promptly vanished. "Ah, Kale, what are you doing? Why let them go just like that? You should have obliterated them." A woman named Caulifla appeared beside Kale, fuming. "They are all incredibly strong. I fear I cannot match them," Kale replied timidly. "Sigh, Kale, you are no less capable than any of them. During your encounter with that man, you demonstrated remarkable prowess, and I can sense the power within you awakening continuously." Caulifla reassured her, patting her shoulder. "No worries, this battle will resume, and you will have another chance to confront them." Indeed, Kale clenched her fists, gazing towards Broly, lost in thought. Aside from these few scions of Universe 7, Jiang Xiaofei had devised further arrangements for the other warriors of Universe 7, contributing to the escalating chaos of the arena. Jiren and Topo also noted Jiang Xiaofei's maneuvers, recognizing his intention to foster further disorder in the battle. "This guy is formidable," Topo remarked, observing Jiang Xiaofei's position. Indeed, Jiren responded curtly, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaofei. The battle had finally descended into chaos, seemingly due to the interactions between Universe 7 and Universe 6. The previous siege against them proved ineffective, and now they are poised to counterattack. However, this holds little significance. Jiren gazed in the direction of Hit's battle, and his form vanished from sight. Chapter 144, Frost Challenges Frieza. "This fellow is finally ready to make a move." Observing Jiren's departure, Topo murmured. He was acutely aware that Jiang Xiaofei's actions had captured Jiren's attention. He even harbored a sense that, in the final moments of this tournament, it would likely culminate in a confrontation between Jiren and Jiang Xiaofei. As for himself, he was merely warming up for the battles alongside warriors from other universes. Others may remain oblivious, but he possessed a certain insight into Jiren's prowess. As a warrior surpassing the gods of destruction, Jiren is the mightiest being of Universe 11. And even the gods of destruction are no match for him, let alone his status as a candidate for the position. The fact that Jiang Xiaofei could inflict injury upon him with such ease indicates that Jiang Xiaofei's strength far exceeds his own. Thus, who among Jiang Xiaofei and Jiren is stronger remains to be discerned only through their battle. Nevertheless, Topo hoped fervently for Jiren's victory, for only then could Universe 11 persevere. He felt a burgeoning anticipation for their clash. Meanwhile, as Jiang Xiaofei orchestrated these events, an unexpected guest arrived at the location of Frieza and Son Goku. When Majin Buu laid eyes on this uninvited visitor, he was taken aback. Buu rubbed his adorably small eyes, staring blankly at the two Friezas before him. "You have come?" Frieza did not deign to look directly at Frost, yet his aura had already ensnared Frost. "You knew I would come?" Frost inquired, his expression one of keen interest. "Initially uncertain, but after witnessing your performance on the stage, I could ascertain it." Frieza regarded Frost, his gaze laden with contempt. As the former emperor of Universe 7, Frieza had experienced numerous defeats, yet his pride remained unscathed. Although he had undergone some change through interactions with Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku, that pride had never been extinguished. "Huh, I didn't expect you to pay attention to me. Can you guess why I am here?" Frost was no ordinary character. He was unfazed by Frieza's demeanor, though a hint of caution lingered in his words. You are indeed a figure akin to many in the 6th universe. How could I possibly ignore you? As for your purpose here, I advise you to depart swiftly, otherwise." Frieza glanced at Frost and shook his head. "What do you mean by that? If I refuse to leave, what can you do to me?" Frost narrowed his eyes, a wicked grin forming on his lips, his voice taking on a deeper tone. "You truly lack self-awareness. With your inconsequential strength, do you think you are qualified to stir up trouble here?" Frieza's voice lowered, the very air around him growing heavy with tension. "Not qualified? It appears you are indeed brimming with confidence. However, I wonder if you will still be able to utter such words shortly." Frost certainly would not yield to Frieza's trifling remarks, for he has come here specifically for the still recovering Son Goku and Frieza. As for the nearby Majin Buu, he is of no concern. How much lethality could a seemingly harmless rotund figure possess? Once, Frieza was exceedingly arrogant, and now Frost mirrors that hubris. "Do not be so naive as to think that your meager tricks can triumph over me. I grant you 3 seconds to depart swiftly, lest you bear the consequences. Yet, I believe you will not comply obediently." Frieza's tone dripped with sarcasm, yet his aura steadily intensified. "I am rather eager to witness the extent of your prowess from Universe 7. Frost ceased his prattle and soared forth, a sphere of violet energy coalescing at his fingertips, aimed directly at Frisia's abdomen. Alas, truly a stubborn insect, do not claim I did not afford you an opportunity. Frisia's voice lowered ominously, causing the surrounding space to seem to freeze in response. Gradually, he raised his right hand and unleashed a beam of light toward Frost's impending assault. Whoosh! The beam pierced through Frost's shoulder, yet he displayed little alteration in expression. Frost anticipated Frisia's counterattack, for he was the one to initiate the confrontation. However, his speed evidently paled in comparison to Frisia's. Nonetheless, this could not serve as a justification for Frost's retreat. He finally stood before Frisia, casting the luminous sphere upon Frisia's abdomen. Remarkably, Frisia did not resist. Was he truly so self-assured? Frost, unhurried to depart, regarded Frisia with a hint of mockery. A faint sound resonated upon Frost's arm, followed by nearly imperceptible poison needles piercing toward Frisia's midsection. Clang! At the moment the needles collided with Frisia's abdomen. It was as though they had struck an iron plate, producing a sharp, clear sound. Frost's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he distanced himself from Frisia, yet fear lingered. What a despicable fellow, resorting to such underhanded tactics. I find it amusing. Observing Frost retreat, Frisia's face gleamed with malevolence. Humph. Do not think this is the conclusion. Frost conjured brilliant orbs of light once more and hurled them toward Frisia. It seems you still fail to grasp the disparity in power. With a mere flick of his hand, Frisia caused all the orbs to vanish instantaneously, as if they had never existed. Frost was struck with astonishment. Is this the chasm of difference? He was undeniably strong, yet before Frisia, he remained incapable of inflicting any harm. Do you comprehend? Regardless of how you attack, it is futile against me, for the gap in our strength is insurmountable. Ultimately, you are exceedingly weak, so feeble that I cannot muster even the slightest interest. I lack even the desire to eliminate you. It is truly unimaginable how such a wretch like you managed to enter this battle. Furthermore, do not attempt any petty tricks in my presence. While I may not regard ants with esteem, should an ant dare to provoke an elephant, I would not hesitate to crush it underfoot. Frisia, with an air of superiority, mocked Frost. Humph. Did you truly believe that these were my only tactics? Frost's expression twisted as he regarded Frisia. What transpired earlier was merely a test. Moreover, I must inform you that your expression disgusts me to the extent that I wish to obliterate you completely. As Frost spoke, his stature increased once more, and the aura surrounding him intensified, becoming comparable to that of Frisia. Chapter 145. The complete victory of Golden Frisia. I did not expect you to conceal such power. I had underestimated you before. Observing the transformation of Frost's strength, Frisia found himself intrigued, yet he remained unconcerned by the power displayed by Frost. Humph. You shall inevitably pay for your arrogance. Prepare to meet your demise. With his enhanced strength, Frost's confidence surged. As he felt the continuous flow of power within him, he experienced an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Buzz. The aura erupted instantaneously, and the surrounding debris disintegrated into dust, vanishing within this space. In Frost's right hand, a massive light purple energy sphere pulsated, surrounded by flickering white lightning. Are you not quite formidable? If you can withstand this blow, I shall concede your strength. There is no need for provocation. If I wished to evade, I would not stand here. However, you, this mere ant, have continually dared to challenge me, and today I shall make you comprehend that my might is beyond your comparison. Frisia, observing the energy sphere in Frost's hand, felt a sense of crisis. Yet he sensed no imminent threat to his life. With a mere exertion of force, your so-called confidence will completely shatter, and it will be a spectacular display. A hint of anticipation appeared on Frisia's face as he spoke. Let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance. Perish now. Frost declared as he hurled the glowing light purple energy sphere toward Frisia, obliterating everything in its path. Yet, Frisia did not furrow his brow, nor did he shift his stance even slightly. As the energy sphere approached rapidly, Frisia raised his right hand, suffused with a mysterious purple gas. Bang! The energy sphere collided with Frisia's hand, emitting an even more dazzling light that infused the arena with vibrant hues. Haha, Frisia, I wonder how long you can endure this, Frost proclaimed, his figure vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Frisia. Were you not just so boastful? Did you not claim that I am but an ant? Now, who is the one left vulnerable and at the mercy of others? Frost's visage twisted with malevolence as he beheld Frisia, who was desperately resisting the energy sphere. A radiant white luminescence shimmered upon his arm, glowing even more brilliantly under the soft lavender light. "Did you not claim that my poison would have no effect on you? What do you say now?" Frost declared, infusing his energy into the poison needle, lunging once more towards Frisia. "Haha, the victory of this battle is destined to be mine." As the poison needle inched closer to Frisia, a triumphant expression emerged upon Frost's face. Alas, how pitiful! Despite our striking resemblance and similar physique, how is it that our understanding of power diverges so profoundly? Frisia sighed softly, casting a glance of unexpected pity towards Frost. "What do you mean? At this juncture? What further tricks do you possess? He. Spare me your lamentations. You ought to take a good look at your current predicament." Frost's eyes narrowed into slits as he watched the poison needle make contact with Frisia's skin, already envisioning the scene he had anticipated. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful golden aura radiated from Frisia's body, enveloping the surroundings in a slightly divine atmosphere, transforming even his skin into a resplendent golden hue. Clang! The poison needle finally collided with Frisia's skin, but instead of the scene Frost had imagined, the needle bent and fell to the ground, while Frisia's golden skin remained unscathed. The energy sphere in Frisia's hand was also instantaneously obliterated, vanishing from his right hand. "No, this cannot be. How can you still?" Frost's complexion turned ashen, his heart racing in disbelief at the unfolding events. Who? Did you presume I had already exerted my full power? Did you think that my previous form was my ultimate state, that I was incapable of retaliating? All of these are mere misconceptions. This form I possess now is my final evolution, my most formidable manifestation, one that you can only aspire to reach. At that moment, Frisia stood as a true emperor from the cosmos, surveying the audacious and ignorant Frost with an air of disdain. It must be said that Frisia's timing was impeccable. Just when Frost believed he was assured of victory, Frisia struck back with a powerful blow, shattering all of Frost's hopeful illusions and ruthlessly tormenting his psyche. I shall refer to this as my golden form. Frisia clenched his fist, feeling the inexhaustible power surging within him, his eyes emanating a fierce light. "To think it has taken me such an extensive duration to engage with you is indeed a fault of mine. Yet, your performance has been both satisfactory and shameful. Therefore, to prevent myself from falling into further conflict, it is best that you submit." Haha, you prattle on with bravado, thinking that merely changing your color can truly defeat me? Impossible. Frost roared at Frisia, hurling energy blasts at him in a bid to vent his pent-up emotions. Alas, how lamentable it is. As the embodiment of evil from the sixth universe, he is nothing but a short-sighted and utterly ineffectual individual, invoking a sense of pity. Frisia, however, did not employ any special defense. Yet, just as the energy blasts were about to strike him, they were obliterated once more. The barrier formed by his golden aura was sufficient to withstand Frost's assault. With a swift movement, Frisia appeared before Frost, and without a moment's hesitation, landed a decisive punch to his abdomen. "You have longed to attack my midsection, have you not? Now, revel in the pain that resonates from your own," Frisia taunted, then delivered a crushing blow to Frost's head, sending him flying and collapsing to the ground. Throughout this encounter, Frost attempted to defend himself, but his speed was woefully inadequate, leaving him to passively endure Frisia's onslaught. "This farce must come to an end," Frisia declared, slowly raising his right hand, which was imbued with pure energy, directed towards Frost. In a dazzling display of light, Frost's form vanished from the arena, only to reappear among the audience of the sixth universe. Chapter 146. The eliminated Frost in the stands of the sixth universe. Oh dear. Such a waste of space. Frost had brought shame upon himself in the previous battle, and now, before the Omni King and all the gods of destruction and angels, he had further embarrassed himself. How could I have chosen such a worthless being? Kampa glared at the eliminated Frost, struggling to contain his fury. Sitting in the audience, Frost bowed his head, unable to meet Kampa's gaze. Although his actions in the arena were somewhat discreet, they were far from hidden from Kampa, who was well aware of Frost's past. They are clearly of the same kind, yet why is there such a vast disparity in strength? Kampa pointed at Frisia, radiating a golden aura on the arena, then glanced at Frost with a tone of exasperation. Indeed, that is true. In fact, Lord Kampa need not be so upset. Frost's inferiority to Frisia was somewhat anticipated. After all, The scions of the sixth universe are no match for those of the seventh universe, and it is only natural that other races would be similarly outclassed. Even you, Lord of Destruction, are not as formidable as Lord Beerus. Vados, seated beside Kampa, attempted to placate him. Vados, are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Who says I am inferior to Beerus? That is slander, defamation. Kampa's anger surged further upon hearing Vados's words. This is all your fault. It is your doing. Kampa's wrath was uncontainable, and the destructive energy at his fingertips pulsated as he prepared to unleash it upon Frost. He. To be so incompetent, and yet have the audacity to lecture me. Do you truly believe that a god of destruction can act without consequence? Do you believe your power is formidable? If you intend to eliminate me, then by all means, proceed. After all, in this instance, whether I live or die is inconsequential. Let us embrace our fates together. As Frost spoke these words, the poison needle upon his arm shot forth towards Kampa, while his physique swelled dramatically as he lunged at him. In light of this sudden upheaval, all the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai present in the audience turned their gazes towards the section of the sixth universe. Even the battle atop the arena came to a halt due to Frost's frenzied actions. Kampa, the target of the assault, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, his complexion shifting drastically. However, the moment the poison needle made contact, it dissipated under the onslaught of destructive energy. A mighty god of destruction, reduced to being frightened by a mere jester, truly an unprecedented occurrence. Frost's form continued to expand as he drew closer to Kampa. You truly are a worthless wretch. Kampa, already seething with rage, found his fury further ignited by Frost's provocations. The destructive energy surged forth uncontrollably towards the advancing Frost. Ding! Time and space seemed to come to an abrupt standstill. Both the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai, along with everything within this realm, were ensnared in absolute stasis. Even their thoughts were frozen in this singular moment. You truly are powerless. To act in such a manner before the Omni King is deserving of obliteration. Yet, your fates are not yours to dictate. That power lies solely with the Omni King. The voice of the Grand Priest echoed, piercing through the stillness and resonating within each ear. Though time and space were halted, and their thoughts suspended, the essence of the Grand Priest's voice and emotions remained palpable. How delightful! A youthful voice echoed, clear and distinct in the silence. Within this realm, it appeared that only the two of them retained the freedom to act. How shall I punish them? Let me ponder. Since he is so mischievous and has disrupted the rules of the arena, let him vanish entirely. As the Omni King spoke, he lifted his delicate hand and gently pointed. In an instant, Frost was rendered to nothingness, completely erased from this realm, leaving no trace of his existence behind. As for the little Kampa, let him be deprived of sleep. The Omni King stated, as two glimmers of light entered Kampa's mind. All present could sense these events unfolding, yet within their hearts, no emotional turbulence arose. The constraints of time and space were lifted, allowing everyone to resume their movements. At that moment, a surge of strong emotions erupted among the crowd. The Omni King had personally intervened to obliterate that wretch, and the unfortunate god of destruction Kampa, having provoked the Omni King, was sentenced to a fate devoid of sleep. The gazes directed towards Kampa were now tinged with sympathy. Xiangpa, too, was engulfed in despair. Upon deeper reflection, he realized that his warriors from the universe would likely not endure until the end, unable to emerge as the ultimate victors. Thus, the command from the Omni King could merely delay the inevitable for a fleeting moment, leading Xiangpa to accept his fate with resignation. Yet, thoughts of Frost ignited a tremendous rage within him. How infuriating! That wretched individual vanished without a trace, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. However, at this juncture, there was little he could do to unleash his fury upon Frost. It was indeed an unpleasant interlude. The High Priest stood with arms crossed, surveying the audience and all the warriors on the stage, his voice resonating powerfully. All warriors could exert their utmost, but they must not transgress the rules, otherwise, as everyone had witnessed, the consequences were dire. The competition was to continue, and they were encouraged to display their combat prowess fully. The emotions of the warriors upon the stage varied greatly. They were not foolish like Frost, yet they understood that this battle merely extended their lives for a few additional minutes. Surviving this tournament was exceedingly challenging, but that did not deter their spirits. Boom! After a brief moment of tranquility, The arena erupted once more into a grand spectacle of combat. In one corner of the stage, Frisia gazed intently in the direction where Frost had vanished, a look of amusement gracing his features. Truly, a mere ant oblivious to the heights of the heavens. Hey, Son Goku, how long do you intend to remain down? If you do not rise soon, the battle will conclude. Frisia kicked the still unconscious Goku, his disdain evident in his tone. Bang! A deafening explosion drew Frisia's attention completely, and he turned toward the sound, where two bald figures engaged in fierce confrontation amidst a sea of flames. Yet, the two combatants remained fiercely determined. Chapter 147, Jiren vs. Hit. The two bald men were none other than Jiren from Universe 11 and Hit from Universe 6. Bathed in the glow of the inferno, their figures stood as towering mountains, resolute and unwavering. Despite being engulfed by flames, they remained untouched, their faces displaying unyielding determination even in the face of intense heat. Their eyes radiated an insatiable thirst for battle, their spirits ignited amidst the fiery chaos. They had crossed paths. Nearby, Jiang Xiaofei had been observing Jiren all along, astonished that Jiren had chosen this moment to confront Hit. Could it be that he sought to respond to Hit's previous actions? Jiang Xiaofei found this highly plausible. Jiren must have witnessed his prior deeds, and now, directing his focus toward Universe 6. Was he not preparing for the impending clash? At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei had no intention of provoking Jiren. That individual was overwhelmingly powerful. Although Jiang Xiaofei is confident that he will not be outmatched by Jiren, it is evidently premature to unleash his full strength at this moment. After all, there are other warriors from different universes present on the arena, and should other fighters seize the opportunity during his battle with Jiren, it would be a grave miscalculation. While keeping a watchful eye on the clash between Jiren and Hit, Jiang Xiaofei also engages in combat with the warriors from the fourth universe. With a resounding boom, a single punch sends the warriors of the fourth universe teetering on the brink of collapse as they feel the terrifying shockwave emanating from his strike. If they were beneath the arena, they might have willingly conceded defeat. However, this match is being observed by the Omni King and concerns the very survival of their universe, as well as the value of their lives, compelling them to endure. Do not be so arrogant. I refuse to believe that you alone can contend with the warriors of our entire universe. Let us unite and vanquish this insufferably proud individual. The warriors of the fourth universe cry out in impotent fury towards Jiang Xiaofei. Returning to the confrontation between Jiren and Hit, the two combatants, having taken a moment to regroup, collide once more. A tremendous roar reverberates from their clash, as the already shattered rocks surrounding them are further pulverized, disintegrating into dust upon the arena floor. As an assassin, Hit excels at concealing his energy, yet during his battle with Jiren, he has attempted this tactic with little success. No matter how he tries to obscure his presence, Jiren can invariably pinpoint his location and mount an effective defense. Of course, Hit possesses abilities beyond mere concealment. If that were all he had, he could never have risen to become the mightiest being of the sixth universe. In an instant, Hit activates his signature technique, Flash Time, a remarkable skill of his. Initially, it appears to yield some effect, as when Hit employs Flash Time, Jiren's movements seem momentarily hindered, allowing Hit to land a few effective strikes. However, this advantage proves fleeting, as one who has transcended the god of destruction. Jiren ultimately proves to be far too formidable for Hit. Typically a man of few words, Jiren springs into action once Hit employs Flash Time again, shattering all of Hit's illusions with a single punch. Throughout their engagement, Hit has sensed Jiren's immense power. Yet it is precisely this awareness that has driven him to unleash his full might from the outset, believing that only through such intensity might he grasp victory. Nevertheless, it appears Hit has underestimated Jiren. With each exchange of blows, Hit's momentum clearly falters in comparison to Jiren's. And this is while Jiren is still restraining his full combat prowess. Otherwise, Hit would likely have been unable to sustain himself any longer. With a swift retreat, Jiren sends a crimson energy sphere hurtling toward Hit, who attempts to evade but finds himself too late to escape the oncoming strike. A series of crimson energy orbs offered Hitler no respite, each attack more ferocious than the last, ultimately overwhelming him. The great mountain behind him crumbled under the impact of the red energy blasts colliding with his body, sending debris soaring into the air. What was once a majestic peak was reduced to a mere plain in an instant. Struggling to rise from the rubble, Hitler gazed at Jillian, his eyes still reflecting an indomitable spirit, though the searing pain coursing through his joints and muscles made it increasingly difficult to persevere. "You are formidable. Among the warriors I have battled, you are the second strongest," Hitler gasped, his breath now a chaotic rhythm as he made this assessment towards Jillian. "Only second? Then the first must be him." Jillian turned his head towards the direction of Jiang Xiaofei, who was currently facing all the warriors of the Fourth Universe alone. Initially, Jillian paid little heed to Hitler's words, but upon hearing that he was merely the second strongest among those Hitler had encountered, he began to contemplate. "Indeed, your combat style is quite unique. You are the one who has put me in such a predicament, aside from him." Hitler recognized that this battle against Jillian would likely be his last on the arena, and he had exerted his utmost strength, yet still found himself outmatched. His words were sincere acknowledgments of Jillian's prowess. Since you have such faith in him, I hope you can endure until the moment I confront him. For now, it would be best for you to step down and watch," Jillian said calmly, his presence emanating a tremendous pressure that made it increasingly difficult for Hitler to maintain his stance. With a thunderous sound, Jillian vanished from sight, delivering a simple yet brutal punch to Hitler's abdomen. A brilliant and scorching red light erupted between them. Already at his limit, Hitler could not muster an effective defense against Jillian's onslaught. His body was propelled backward, disappearing from Jillian's view. When he reappeared, he found himself in the audience area of the Sixth Universe. Jillian paid no further attention to the vanishing Hitler and turned his gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei. "It won't be long before our battle begins." Chapter 148. The departure of the Fourth Universe. Jiang Xiaofei's gaze fell upon his greatest adversary, yet neither chose to strike at that moment. In the audience of the Sixth Universe, Xiang Pa stared incredulously at the recently defeated Hitler. What? He lost just like that? He could scarcely believe his eyes. Hitler had actually been defeated. It's over. This means the Sixth Universe has no hope. Xiang Pa was now engulfed in chaos and agitation, his eyes betraying a desire to tear Jillian apart. He understood that Hitler's defeat signified the impending eradication of their Sixth Universe. Xiang Pa, give up hope. Jiren is not a foe easily vanquished by mere small fry. To speak candidly, during his confrontation with your universe's warriors, Jiren did not employ his full strength. Otherwise, he would not have withstood for such an extended duration. The god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermaud, gazed at Kampa with an air of smug satisfaction, his peripheral vision darting towards the audience of Universe 7, where Beerus resided. Upon hearing Vermaud's words, Kampa glanced at Hit, who, despite his reluctance to concede, nodded in acknowledgement. What is there to be so proud of? Do you genuinely believe no one can defeat him? Kampa, unwilling to concede defeat, felt a surge of indignation. Although Hit had lost, as a god of destruction, his aura must not falter. The battle is not yet concluded. So how can you be so certain that no one can triumph over him? Hey, Beerus, send forth your warrior to teach this guy a lesson. Kampa shouted directly at Beerus. Silence. They have their own combat style. You need only to observe, Beerus replied with a serious demeanor. Beerus, it won't be long before you experience the very emotions that Kampa currently feels. Jiren is not a being your universe's warriors can contend with. Vermaud felt a wave of displeasure at the sight of Beerus, yet he was powerless to confront him and could only watch as Beerus's universe faced adversity. Beerus dismissed any quarrels with Vermaud, yet he remained vigilant regarding Jiren. Although Jiren had not revealed much of his power, his performance indicated that he would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent for Jiang Xiaofei. However, even if a battle were to ensue between Jiang Xiaofei and Jiren at this moment, Beerus held unwavering confidence in Jiang Xiaofei's abilities. Beerus was well aware of Jiang Xiaofei's strength. For Jiren to claim victory, he would have to transcend the gods of destruction, and that includes surpassing Beerus himself. Contemplating these matters, Beerus directed his gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei's position. At this juncture, Jiang Xiaofei was engaged in combat with the warriors of Universe 4. Although the adversaries held a significant numerical advantage, it appeared insufficient to subdue Jiang Xiaofei. Amid the onslaught from Universe 4's warriors, Jiang Xiaofei's form flitted like a specter, navigating through the gaps between several fighters, striking out to inflict injuries upon them. The warriors from Universe 4, witnessing Jiang Xiaofei, wore expressions of fury and astonishment. Undoubtedly, Jiang Xiaofei's strength surpassed that of any one of them, and thus they dared not exhibit even the slightest complacency. If Jiang Xiaofei seized the opportunity to eliminate them one by one, Universe 4 would face imminent obliteration, a scenario they could not allow to transpire. The battle on the other side has concluded. It seems I must hasten my pace. Jiang Xiaofei mused aloud, seemingly addressing both himself and the warriors of Universe 4. A tremendous aura erupted from within Jiang Xiaofei, the intensity of his presence causing the warriors from Universe 4 to pale in astonishment. To think he still harbored hidden strength. During the fierce confrontation with Jiang Xiaofei, they exerted every ounce of strength, even pushing beyond their limits. Yet, they could scarcely fathom that Jiang Xiaofei had concealed his true prowess. The resolve that once fortified their spirits crumbled in an instant upon witnessing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation. Flee! Quick, escape! In that moment, the warriors of the fourth universe, stripped of their former vigor, succumbed to panic and confusion. What are you doing? You must not flee. The god of destruction of the fourth universe, witnessing the actions of his warriors, was filled with disappointment and bellowed out in frustration. Yet, he was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the warrior from the seventh universe, whose might surpassed even that of the god of destruction's form that had just battled Son Goku. Such a warrior was simply beyond the capacity of the fourth universe's fighters to contend with. His roar was also a desperate attempt to salvage some dignity for their universe, while secretly hoping that his warriors could evade Jiang Xiaofei's onslaught. Otherwise, total annihilation loomed as a very real possibility. The thought of their universe's obliteration was a fate he could not bear to witness. Meanwhile, on the arena, upon hearing the god of destruction's thunderous shout, two warriors from the fourth universe hesitated, their steps faltering for a brief moment, which allowed Jiang Xiaofei to lock onto them completely. Why halt? At this moment, fleeing is not shameful. Since you have chosen to stop, then kindly exit the stage. In a flash, Jiang Xiaofei appeared before the two warriors, his palm enveloped in destructive energy. Bang! Bang! The crisp sounds echoed from Jiang Xiaofei's hand, resonating through the bodies of the fourth universe warriors and reaching the ears of their god of destruction. Subsequently, the two warriors, their faces etched with disbelief, vanished from their original positions, only to reappear in the audience seats of the fourth universe. What a lethal strike! Astonishing! The onlookers could only utter these three words in awe. This fellow possesses such abilities. It seems only the warrior from the 11th universe would stand a chance against him. Anticipation began to brew. No wonder Beerus remained unshaken even after witnessing Jiren's power. There exists a prodigious warrior among them. However, do not assume that this grants him the ability to contend with Jiren. Their strengths are not on the same level. Wei Mei gazed at Jiang Xiaofei upon the arena, her eyes narrowing into slits. Given his overwhelming strength, let Jiren be the one to obliterate him. Unfazed by the gazes of the audience or the other combatants on the stage, Jiang Xiaofei's focus remained solely on his prey. As he observed the fleeing warriors of the fourth universe, his figure swiftly positioned itself along their escape route, employing the simplest yet most dominant methods to vanquish all fourth universe warriors, forcing them from the arena. Chapter 149. The Crisis of the Warriors of the Seventh Universe. As he gazed upon the assembled warriors of the fourth universe, the god of destruction from that realm felt a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Yet, having reached this juncture, he found himself bereft of words. However, when his eyes fell upon Jiang Xiaofei, they unmistakably betrayed a tinge of sorrow and animosity. Alas, they have all been eliminated. The Grand King observed the dimmed lights of the fourth universe's warriors on the screen, his expression a tapestry of intrigue. His words sent a shiver down the spines of all the gods of destruction, resonating with a profound dread. They understood all too well the impending events, having witnessed such spectacles before, yet their hearts remained tumultuously unsettled. Let us not squander any more time. Fourth universe, farewell. The Grand King's cherubic face beamed as he directed his gaze towards the position of the fourth universe. With a delicate motion, his small hand rose and waved. A radiant white light flickered from his palm, and with the shimmering glow, the warriors and the god of destruction of the fourth universe vanished from sight, along with their cosmos and countless lives. Is the fourth universe truly gone? Sigh. The remaining warriors, still clinging to life, found their hearts heavy with unrest. It is all because of them. All because of him. Otherwise, we would never have faced the annihilation of our universe. A renewed hatred for the seventh universe and discontent towards Jiang Xiaofei ignited within the warriors. The disappearance of the ninth and fourth universes was the doing of this individual. He must be eradicated. Otherwise, Our universe may very well be next, but he is too formidable. We are no match for him. We cannot defeat him. He has allies as well, does he not? Indeed, I refuse to believe that he alone can safeguard all his companions. After witnessing the obliteration of 2 universes, the remaining warriors from the 3rd, 10th, and 2nd universes huddled together for warmth. They understood the magnitude of Jiang Xiaofei's strength and realized that their own universe was destined for extinction. Yet, before their inevitable demise, they must take action. It seems that the most prudent course would be to eliminate the 7th universe. However, the 7th universe boasts a figure like Jiang Xiaofei and 3 fiercely powerful scions. They must strike against the other warriors. Presently, the only universe that poses a significant threat appears to be the 11th universe. Yet, the 11th universe seems disinclined to collaborate with us. No matter, aren't there warriors currently engaged in battle with the 7th and 6th universes? There is no room for hesitation. The discourse among the warriors of the 3 universes was blatant, and Jiang Xiaofei, along with the other warriors of the 7th universe, heard every word clearly. Jiang Xiaofei recognized that his previous actions had indeed roused collective ire, for it involved the obliteration of 2 universes, not merely 2 warriors. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, fully aware that once the tournament of power concluded, these vanished universes would eventually return. Boom. The arena descended into chaos once more, with the warriors of Universe 7 becoming the targets of collective assault, while Vegeta, Broly, Frieza, Majin Buu, Goku, and Jiang Xiaofei fared reasonably well. The other warriors struggled against the onslaught from the fighters of the remaining universes. At this juncture of battle, none could afford to harbor jealousy. All warriors were fatigued. The fighters of Universe 3 glared at Piccolo and Gohan, their eyes ablaze with barely contained fury, driven by an impulse to rend the 2 apart. It is your actions that have led us to this dire situation. You must pay the price. The warriors of Universe 3 let out a furious roar. Humph. This is decreed by Lord Zeno himself. Should you find it unsatisfactory, you may address your grievances with him, or demonstrate your strength to prove your worthiness to survive. Piccolo, undeterred by their wrath, immersed himself completely in the fray. Humph. Unrepentant. Let us see if you can withstand the fury we unleash. Boom. Piccolo and Gohan were besieged by the warriors of Universe 3, who channeled all their rage upon the duo. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiaofei attempted to intervene, only to be obstructed by Jiren. It would be wise not to act recklessly, Jiren warned, fixing his gaze upon Jiang Xiaofei. What do you mean? I must rescue my comrades. Humph. You have already eliminated warriors from 2 universes, yet none from Universe 7 have been vanquished. Is that not excessive? Jiren showed no intention of yielding, maintaining his aloof demeanor. Jiang Xiaofei maneuvered around Jiren, assessing the plight of Piccolo and Gohan before finally turning away. Humph. Even if they were to escape, victory would ultimately belong to Universe 7. Let us wait and see. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's reluctance to act, Jiren's aura began to stabilize. Bang! Bang! Without Jiang Xiaofei's support, and faced with the relentless assault, the already weary Piccolo and Gohan could no longer endure. Their forms plummeted heavily to the ground, vanishing from the arena, only to reappear in the stands of Universe 7. Haha. This is the fate that awaits those who oppose all universes. Next, it will be your turn. The warriors of Universe 3, undeterred by the disappearance of Piccolo and Gohan, shifted their focus toward Frieza and Majin Buu. Well then, since that is the case, I see no reason to remain idle. Let us engage. Frieza had never feared threats, nor did he cower before the warriors of Universe 3. Majin Buu, though appearing somewhat endearing, possessed a combat prowess that was not to be underestimated. 2 formidable auras emanated from Frieza and Buu. Since you are so confident, let us witness just how strong you truly are. Whoosh. Frieza and Majin Buu launched themselves simultaneously toward the warriors of Universe 3, ready to attack. Energy orbs surged forth from Frieza's hands, targeting the position of the warriors from Universe 3. The air was soon filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds as the warriors split into 2 factions, for advanced towards Frieza and Majin Buu, while the remaining 2 charged towards Son Goku, who stood behind them. Frieza abruptly halted his advance, casting a glance at the 2 warriors. However, by the time he sensed something amiss, it was far too late. The warriors' assault had already reached Goku, and to the astonishment of all present, his figure vanished from sight. Chapter 150. Buu's elimination. When Son Goku reappeared, he found himself among the audience of Universe 7. At that moment, he regained consciousness and, upon observing the expressions of those around him, realized the gravity of his situation. "Oops, I accidentally got eliminated," Goku said with an innocent smile, scratching his head sheepishly as he looked at the crowd. Meanwhile, Beerus wore a dark expression. "You fool. How could you be so reckless as to be eliminated in such a manner?" Beerus, visibly irked, could no longer contain his frustration as he glared at Goku. "My apologies, Lord Beerus. The battle with that destructive deity, Topo, drained me tremendously. I lost focus and ended up being eliminated," Goku expressed, feeling a deep sense of regret for his premature exit. He lamented the warriors still competing in the arena whom he had yet to challenge, now rendered inaccessible to him. "Humph, you're embarrassed by those few warriors? Truly shameful." Beerus turned his head away, dismissing Goku. "Hey, no need to fret, Lord Beerus. We still have Jiang Xiaofei, Vegeta, and Broly on our team," Goku reassured him, shifting his gaze back to the arena. "Humph," Beerus scoffed, redirecting his attention to the ongoing match. "You despicable lot." Frieza seethed, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at the warriors of Universe 3. As the Emperor of the Universe, he was accustomed to orchestrating others' downfalls. Yet today, a moment of negligence had allowed the warriors of Universe 3 to exploit his lapse. They had dared to launch a surprise attack while he was fully engaged in battle, targeting none other than Son Goku, whom Jiang Xiaofei had entrusted to him. The more Frieza pondered, the angrier he became, his aura intensifying around him, radiating a dazzling golden light. "If that is the case, then it is time to conclude this game. You shall all go down together." Without a moment's hesitation or further ado, Frieza vanished like a shooting star, hurrying towards the two warriors who had bested Son Goku. The remaining members of Universe 3 attempted to intervene, but they were obstructed by the overwhelming presence of Majin Buu. "How dare you harm a friend of Satan? Such an act is unforgivable." Above the head of Majin Buu, white steam rises, an unmistakable sign of his fury. In an instant, Buu unleashes his full speed, launching an assault upon the other warriors. Witnessing the fierce aura emanating from both Buu and Frieza, the expressions of the Third Universe warriors shift dramatically. Beads of sweat cascading down their cheeks, their backs drenched with perspiration, evaporating in the heat before they even have a chance to fall. They had not anticipated the ferocity of the other warriors from the Seventh Universe, aside from the few they had encountered. Yet, having reached this critical juncture, they braced themselves for inevitable demise. "Stop him. Do not allow them to regroup," roared one of the warriors from the Third Universe, clearly attempting to buy time. However, how could they possibly impede the full-throttle eruption of Majin Buu? Boom. As Buu's figure loomed before them, the clash of energies instantly plunged the space into chaos. The warriors of the Third Universe hastily assumed defensive positions, yet despite summoning all their strength, they found it exceedingly difficult to withstand Buu's onslaught. The force emanating from Buu's fists landed heavily upon the bodies of the warriors. Enraged, Buu unleashed indiscriminate attacks upon them, a true embodiment of malevolence, leaving them vulnerable. Even if they managed to defend themselves, they still bore the brunt of immense shockwaves. Bang! One of the warriors from the Third Universe, after enduring an attack from Majin Buu, could no longer maintain his stance, his body rolling away into the distance. Majin Buu, relentless, afforded them no respite, darting towards the fallen warrior like a sword cleaving through the air. Bang! A relentless barrage of energy blasts ensued, swiftly eliminating the warrior from the match. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, offering no opportunity for effective defense. The warriors of the Third Universe found themselves utterly bewildered by Buu's ferocious assault. But they quickly realized that if this continued, they would inevitably be vanquished by the formidable opponent before them. Without a hint of hesitation, exchanging glances, all warriors summoned their utmost strength, unleashing their most powerful techniques in a concerted effort against Majin Buu. Though Majin Buu was indeed formidable, the adversaries he faced were the finest warriors of the Third Universe, seasoned by countless battles and exhibiting remarkable synergy, especially in this moment of peril, as they fully awakened their potential. Thus, confronted with the onslaught of the warriors, the once dominant Buu found himself momentarily overwhelmed. In that fleeting moment, a warrior from the Third Universe appeared before Buu, tightly embracing his corpulent form, refusing to relent despite the onslaught of attacks. "Now strike!" the warrior shouted to his comrades. And upon hearing his call, A barrage of luminous orbs surged forth, crashing against Bu's body. At that moment, just as Bu was on the verge of unleashing his wrath, he and the warrior clinging to him vanished from the scene, returning to their respective seats among the spectators. The remaining warriors from the third universe, undeterred, charged directly at Frisia. At this juncture, Frisia was engaged in combat with two other warriors from the third universe, and with the addition of several more. The once relaxed expression on his face began to tighten, though he remained undaunted within. Haha, you possess a modicum of skill, but this is where it ends. Frisia had completely lost his patience, as the repeated provocations from the third universe warriors filled him with a profound disdain. By this point in the battle, every warrior, including himself, had expended a significant amount of energy. Consequently, a colossal energy sphere began to form in Frisia's right hand. Insects, allow me to send you on your way. Bang! As Frisia's words fell, the massive energy orb exploded instantaneously, sending the warriors of the third universe within its range hurtling out of the arena. Though Frisia remained on the stage, he too endured the tremendous force of the blast, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 151. The universe in succession of elimination. Witnessing this scene, the other warriors and spectators could not help but exclaim, "How ruthless!" It inevitably reminded them of Frost, who had been eliminated previously. After his ejection, Frost had descended into madness, even contemplating self-destruction before the Omni King, seeking to take everyone down with him. Now Frisia, centered upon himself, had conjured a massive energy orb and detonated it without throwing it, showing little regard for his own safety, or perhaps demonstrating absolute confidence in his physical prowess. Observing the solitary figure of Frisia remaining on the arena, it appeared he had indeed bet correctly. The warriors of the third universe, caught in the aftermath of the explosion, had all been eliminated, underscoring the disparity in their physical capabilities. It was precisely this action by Frisia that brought an end to the third universe, which had initially been resigned to its doom. As the entire assembly of the third universe watched, all eyes converged, acutely aware of the impending events. Indeed, amidst the astonishment and fear of the crowd, the Omni King raised his divine right hand, and with a gentle wave, all the warriors and deities of the third universe, save for the angels, vanished without a trace under that tender hand. Alongside the disappearance of the third universe warriors, an entire universe and countless lives were eradicated. Witnessing the obliteration of the third universe, the hearts of those in the 10th universe began to crumble. For on the arena, their own warriors were dwindling, and they were continuously engaged in combat with the Scion. They perhaps understood that their universe would be the next to face elimination. Yet, even with this knowledge, they could not devise any effective measures, unable even to cling to survival. As it stands, only 5 warriors from the universes remain in the arena: the 7th, 6th, 10th, 11th, and the 2nd. Among them, the 10th universe possesses the fewest fighters, making it the most likely candidate for elimination next. In the spectator area of the 10th universe, the initial smiles have long since vanished, replaced by a pervasive silence and gloom, as if they have foreseen their fate. Currently, the adversaries facing the warriors of the 10th universe are Vegeta and Krillin. In truth, Jiang Xiaofei had long intended to eliminate the 10th universe. However, due to Jiren's constraints, he could only sit back and observe, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Which universe do you think will be eliminated next? Jiang Xiaofei inquired of Jiren with keen interest. Humph, you truly seem indifferent. No wonder you have personally dispatched 2 universes. Jiren did not directly respond to Jiang Xiaofei's question, but expressed his dissatisfaction with Jiang's demeanor. Deep down, Jiren was not concerned with the fate of the other universes, yet even he felt a stir within him when faced with the prospect of their annihilation. Alas, some matters are beyond our control. All we can do is exert our utmost effort to steer events in the direction we desire. Jiang Xiaofei shrugged, conveying his helplessness. Jiren remained silent, his gaze never leaving Jiang Xiaofei. He understood that the power of the Omni King far surpassed their imagination. The existence or demise of all universes rested solely in the hands of the Omni King. For now, they were merely tools to entertain him. Actually, this matter is rather straightforward, Jiang Xiaofei remarked, glancing at Jiren and then at the various battles unfolding in the arena. You and I both know that the ultimate showdown will inevitably occur between the 7th and 11th universes, and indeed, between you and me. Jiang Xiaofei spoke candidly, his words imbued with a commanding presence. Listening to Jiang Xiaofei, Jiren was reluctant to admit the truth but could not deny it. Based on the current performance of the warriors, only Jiang Xiaofei could be considered his worthy opponent. Otherwise, he would not be so vigilant in observing him. As for the other universe fighters, their elimination was merely a matter of time. Nevertheless, they still possessed the freedom and right to survive. Jiren countered. Indeed, no one can strip them of their rights. However, that is the Omni King, the apex of all universes. This contest is governed by rules he has personally established. No one, not even the gods, can challenge them. You must have witnessed the Omni King's capabilities. The disappearance of universes is merely a thought to him. Jiang Xiaofei's tone shifted to one of gravity. Jiren could not refute this. Even one as formidable as he was still insignificant before the Omni King. After all this talk, what exactly are you trying to convey? Jiren fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiaofei, a hint of unease creeping into his heart. Nothing at all. I only wish to engage in a conversation with you. It is not as if we can engage in battle here. A few words should not pose any issue. Jiang Xiaofei remarked with a smile to Jiren. Amidst their dialogue, the confrontation between Vegeta and Krillin against the warriors of Universe 10 had escalated to an intense climax. Encased in a pale blue aura, Vegeta resembled an invincible deity of war, relentlessly pushing back the warriors from Universe 10, while Krillin found himself relegated to a supportive role. A task that proved particularly arduous for him. You wretched culprits! Were it not for your interference, we would still be savoring our lives in our respective homelands. Because of you, we have been thrust into this conflict, facing the peril of cosmic annihilation. You are the true demons. One of the warriors from Universe 10 directed at Krillin and Vegeta. Spare us your futile words. This skirmish is beyond our control. What you speak of bears no relevance to us. If you have the audacity, take your grievances to the Omni King. If not, then fight earnestly. Victory is the only path to survival. The warrior from Universe 10 had intended to exploit their plight and the sense of honor among warriors to create a chink in Vegeta and Krillin's defenses. Yet this tactic failed to yield the desired effect, only inciting Vegeta to intensify his assault. A glimmer of malice flickered in the eyes of the Universe 10 warrior as he launched himself towards Krillin, entangling him fiercely before soaring off the arena, ultimately vanishing from sight. The remaining warriors of the universe, their eyes burning with hatred towards Vegeta, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts directed at him. However, such feeble attacks posed no obstacle to Vegeta's advance. With resolute determination, Vegeta stepped forward, unwavering, and unleashed a powerful punch upon the shoulders of the remaining warriors. The sound echoed through the arena as yet another warrior from Universe 10 was eliminated. As the number of fighters dwindled, despair increasingly enveloped the hearts of the remaining warriors from Universe 10. With a resounding crash, the final blow fell, leaving no warriors from Universe 10 on the stage. At that moment, the deities of Universe 10 felt their hopes plummet. "Wow, splendid!" exclaimed the youthful voice of the Omni King as he waved his hand, rendering the audience from Universe 10 utterly vacant. Chapter 152. Frieza versus the beautiful warriors. With the dissolution of Universe 10, only 4 universes remained on the stage, each with a mere handful of warriors left. From Universe 7 stood Jiang Xiaofei, Vegeta, Broly, and Frieza. In Universe 6, there were Caulifla, Cabba, and Kale. Universe 11 was represented by Jiren, Toppo, and Dispo. Lastly, the 3 beautiful warriors from Universe 2 appeared to be the only survivors. As the gods of destruction observed the remaining warriors from their respective universes, each found themselves clenching their fists. The fewer the warriors, the closer the moment of reckoning drew near. From the current state of affairs, Universe 7 undeniably possesses a certain advantage, as their numbers exceed those of the other universes by 1. In this critical moment, a greater number may increase the likelihood of victory. However, should a dominant force emerge to overshadow the competition, the dynamics would shift drastically. It appears that such formidable entities are indeed present in this contest, and not just one. At this juncture, we seem to maintain the upper hand. Jiang Xiaofei is acutely aware of the remaining members, and he remains unruffled, especially since Jiren has yet to make a move, allowing him to conserve his stamina. Sometimes, having a greater number does not equate to an advantage. It can even become a burden. Ultimately, it will depend on which warriors can stand triumphant on the arena. Clearly, Jiren possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities, irrespective of Jiang Xiaofei's notable prowess. Indeed, let us eagerly anticipate what unfolds next. As Jiang Xiaofei spoke, His gaze shifted towards Frisia, who was once again embroiled in battle with the three enchanting warriors from Universe 2. In the initial skirmishes, it was Broly who contended with the lovely combatants from Universe 2. Faced with the beautiful warriors who embody love and peace and have a penchant for performance, Broly found himself somewhat restrained. His past experiences predominantly involved confrontations with formidable foes, their fearsome visages allowing him to unleash his power unrestrained, cultivating a certain brutality within him. Now, confronted by a group of charming and radiant beauties, Broly faces a significant challenge, particularly given his lack of social adeptness. This resulted in Broly being unable to fully harness his combat potential against the warriors of Universe 2, leading to the surprising circumstance of Broly, who possesses the legendary Scion bloodline, being subdued by the magical ladies. This spectacle did not escape Frisia's notice, prompting him to scoff at Broly's predicament, deeming it a tarnish on his reputation, especially since Broly is a warrior he has trained. Consequently, Frisia took matters into his own hands, demonstrating to Broly that one must maintain a resolute spirit even when facing beautiful adversaries. Thus, the lovely combatants who were originally engaged with Broly found themselves captivated by Frisia, initiating this new confrontation. As for Broly, he encountered the candidate for the god of destruction, Toppo. Well, who would have thought that a group of delicate ladies could withstand this long? I believe this is not merely due to your impressive strength. Rather, many warriors seem reluctant to provoke such enchanting beauties. Frisia began his mockery, gazing at the three lovely warriors before him. Your visage exudes malevolence. And as warriors of Universe 7, we shall harness the power of love to eradicate you. Observing Frisia's insufferable expression, the magical warriors felt a surge of determination, resolved to teach this detestable fiend a lesson. Indeed, I welcome the challenge. Frisia's face lit up with a wicked grin, his words dripping with unrestrained malice and derision. There is a palpable intent to kill. Indeed, he is a nefarious villain. Let us unite our efforts to vanquish him. The enchanting maiden spoke once more, and with that, her figure vanished from sight, charging towards Frisia. Today, you shall experience the might of love. The melodious voice of the maiden reached Frisia's ears, yet he paid it no heed. How utterly tiresome. A formidable aura emanated from Frisia, enveloping him, and under this powerful presence, his skin transformed once again to a resplendent gold, as he unleashed a colossal fist towards the advancing maiden. With a resounding crash, the clash of Frisia's energy and that of the warrior maiden enveloped the arena in a blinding light. Ah, how impressive! Frisia swung his fist, his mouth not idle either. You wicked fiend. Today, we shall utterly eradicate you. Sisters, do not hold back. Let them witness the power of love and beauty. As the maiden's words resonated, the surroundings were infused with a vibrant vitality. Even the air grew joyous. Let us harness the power of love to completely defeat this demon. Suddenly, the three warrior maidens clasped hands, forming a circle, and their bodies spun rapidly, conjuring a fierce whirlwind upon the stage. Petals danced from the cyclone, transforming the arena into a magnificent stage. Observing this spectacle, Frisia's eyes brimmed with disdain, yet the formidable energy radiating from the three maidens caused him a moment of surprise. Remarkable. To wield such power, I must indeed exert some of my strength as a mark of respect, Frisia declared, as a luminous sphere formed at his fingertips and surged towards the whirlwind. The moment the sphere made contact, it was instantly repelled, hurtling back towards Frisia, who hastily dispersed it with his right hand. You detestable creature, vanish now. The voices of the three maidens resonated clearly from the whirlwind, echoing in Frisia's ears. The power of love is eternally the mightiest. Before love, you are but a mere jester. Accept the baptism of love. Frisia's visage began to contort, his teeth grinding ominously. Then, let your love disappear with you. Chapter 153. The tyrant's ruthless destruction of beauty. Frisia's voice was akin to that of a demon from the depths of hell, his grotesque face unwavering even in the presence of these lovely maidens. In his heart, he stood resolute, prepared for battle, regardless of his opponents. He would unleash his full might, fighting fiercely. Even when faced with a bevy of charming maidens, his resolve remained unchanged. At this moment, Frisia had already transformed into his golden form, his arms outstretched, golden hands harboring two orbs of potent energy radiating an overwhelming presence. The pulsating energy sphere, under the control of Frisia, swelled larger, accumulating energy at a terrifying pace. The brilliant golden orb radiated an extraordinary brilliance at this moment, capturing the attention of all remaining spectators, particularly those from the second and seventh universes. The battle between Frisia and the Sailor Guardians had now become a matter of existence for an entire universe. Should the Sailor Guardians emerge victorious, the second universe might persist for a while longer. However, if Frisia triumphed, the next universe destined for obliteration would undoubtedly be the second. The eyes of the destroyer from the second universe gleamed with an unpredictable light. The aura emanating from both Frisia and the Sailor Guardians was strikingly similar. Despite the Guardians employing a strategy of combined attacks, their presence did not seem to surpass that of Frisia. A colossal tornado ravaged the arena, sweeping away debris that was swiftly consumed and turned to nothingness. This demonstrated the lethal potential of the Sailor Guardians' fusion abilities. Wherever the tornado traversed, it left behind only ruins and utter desolation. "Embrace the blessing of love," echoed a sweet voice from within the tornado. Yet it failed to stir even a slight change in Frisia's demeanor. Heart-shaped pink energy orbs erupted from the tornado the moment the melodic voice ceased. These orbs surged forth with unstoppable momentum, undeterred by the swirling winds, aiming directly at the golden form of Frisia. The pink energy orbs, visually delightful, belied their destructive power and offensive capability. They were infused with the strength of 3 Sailor Guardians, capable of overwhelming force. As the heart-shaped orbs drew nearer, Frisia's eyes revealed no trace of panic. Instead, a hint of anticipation flickered within. Unable to restrain himself, he unleashed his own golden energy sphere, sending it hurtling toward the pink orbs. A tremendous explosion reverberated across the sky, illuminating the vast arena with a dazzling display of gold and pink hues, creating a spectacle of intrigue. Yet, the audience's focus was not on the vibrant colors. They were all anxiously awaiting the final outcome. The explosion was not the conclusion, but rather the commencement of the ultimate clash. As the sounds of detonation and radiant light filled the air, Frisia ceased to remain passive and charged toward the massive tornado. In the audience of the second universe, expressions turned grave, breaths became hesitant, as they understood that the moment determining their universe's fate had begun amidst the resounding explosion. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Frisia, emanating a golden aura, made contact with the whirling tornado. A sharp sound of friction resonated, yet Frisia's body remained unscathed by the intense abrasion. His form, harder than steel and gold, stood resilient against such friction. Although the tornado did not shred Frisia's physique, he was still subjected to immense pressure, causing his visage to contort in a grimace. However, thoughts of retreat never crossed his mind. Observing Frisia's actions, the god of destruction and the supreme Kai of Universe 2 were utterly transfixed, their hands instinctively clenched, fearful of missing a pivotal moment. Suddenly, their pupils dilated as one of Frisia's arms penetrated the swirling vortex. It was crucial to note that this tornado was spinning at a high velocity, and the lethal force emanating from its speed could effortlessly crush solid stone. Yet, Frisia's arm, firmly embedded within the tornado, remained intact, further attesting to the formidable strength of his physical form in his golden state. This was not auspicious news for Universe 2. Indeed, Frisia's arm delved deeper into the tornado, with his other arm soon following suit. Ultimately, amidst the astonishment and shock of the onlookers, Frisia's figure completely vanished into the heart of the tornado. Though the tornado spun at a dizzying pace, the gods were still able to perceive the happenings within with clarity. Inside the vortex, the 3 beautiful warriors had commenced a full-scale assault from the moment Frisia made contact. Upon witnessing Frisia materialize before them, a wave of trepidation surged through their hearts, and they unleashed a barrage of heart-shaped energy blasts towards him. Nevertheless, Frisia effortlessly evaded their attacks, retaliating with his own energy blasts directed at the trio of warriors. The 2 forces intertwined and collided within the tornado, creating a spectacle akin to a swirling galaxy. Vibrant and resplendent, amidst the thunderous roars, the anguished cries of the young maidens intermittently pierced the air. Bang! A graceful figure burst forth from the tornado, revealing one of Universe 2's beautiful warriors. This warrior collapsed onto the ring, immobilized, blood trickling from her lips, a testament to her grievous injuries. With eyes filled with resentment, she gazed at the tornado, which was gradually ceasing its rotation and fading away. Bang! Bang! 2 more heart-stopping explosions echoed as 2 figures, reminiscent of the previous warrior, approached the first maiden, and at that very moment, the tornado vanished without a trace. In the spot where the tornado once roared, a statuesque golden figure emerged before the audience, Frisia. Although his aura wavered slightly, and various degrees of bruising marred his arms, his gaze remained resolute as he regarded the three incapacitated, beautiful warriors before him. Witnessing this scene on the stage, all the fighters of Universe 2, including the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. They understood, without a doubt, that they had lost this battle. This signifies that the second universe is destined for annihilation at the hands of the Grand Zeno. As the Grand Zeno raised his hand once more, it became evident to all that doom awaited the second universe. Accompanied by a radiant, divine light, every warrior and deity from the second universe vanished, along with the entirety of that universe. At this juncture in the competition, it was clear to everyone that certain events were beyond their control. Their only recourse was to give their utmost effort, perhaps allowing their universe a glimmer of hope amidst such cruel regulations. With the eradication of the second universe, only 3 universes remained on the arena, possibly fortunate or powerful enough to still exist. Jiang Xiaofei, observing the obliteration of the second universe, could not help but lament the unpredictability of fate. Alas, the capriciousness of the world. This Frisia truly lacks compassion. Jiren's expression remained unchanged as he regarded Jiang Xiaofei. Spare us your sentimental musings. If you truly grasped the nature of this battle, you would not have instigated it in the first place. This blame does not lie with us. You are merely seeking to impose guilt. Though reluctant to elaborate excessively, Jiang Xiaofei recognized the gravity of the situation and was willing to engage with Jiren amidst the tense atmosphere. He understood that Jiren was his ultimate rival, and the universe that would remain standing was destined to be their 7th universe. However, with the presence of the Super Dragon Balls, he held no concern that all universes could eventually return. Regardless, what has transpired has already occurred. Henceforth, it is strength that will determine all. Jiren regarded Jiang Xiaofei, a glimmer of battle intent flickering in his gaze. Do not be hasty. Our confrontation is still premature. Let us observe their battle first. Jiang Xiaofei waved his hand, urging Jiren to remain calm. Jiren ceased his discourse, turning his attention towards Frisia's position. It seems your teammate may not endure for much longer. Jiang Xiaofei offered a faint smile, acknowledging the truth of the matter. After his skirmish with the sailor Senshi, the golden radiance enveloping Frisia gradually dimmed until it vanished, reverting to his original form. The warriors of the 6th universe, who had been watching from the sidelines, could not let such an opportunity slip by. Continue your vigil here. I shall confront this fellow. With that, Kale departed from Kaba and Caulifla, positioning herself before Frisia. Hey, that previous battle must have taken quite a toll on you. Though female, Kale's voice brimmed with dominance and pride, lacking any trace of gentleness. Her petite stature belied her strength. She was far from a delicate maiden, embodying more of a fierce warrior spirit. Frisia appraised the woman before him, inquiring, 6th universe? Scion. Though his tone was inquisitive, he was certain that this individual was indeed a scion from the 6th universe. Indeed, I am the first female warrior of Universe 6 capable of transforming into a super scion, Caulifla. As she uttered these words, pride radiated from her gaze. Indeed, she was the very first female warrior to achieve this transformation in all of Universe 6, and among all scions, she was the second to attain the super scion form. Oh, congratulations are in order, Frisia remarked, though his tone lacked any semblance of genuine congratulation. There's no need for superfluous words. Come, let me witness just how strong you truly are. Caulifla, resolute, prepared to engage. You truly know how to take advantage of a situation. Your approach is quite unlike the scions I am familiar with. Frisia's tone dripped with sarcasm as his gaze flickered towards Goku, Vegeta, and Broly, showing no concern for Caulifla's potential attack. Do not attempt to provoke me with words. It is futile. This is a battle. Only the victor can survive. Caulifla remained steadfast, undeterred by Frisia's taunts, for survival was her utmost priority. Not bad. You are indeed far stronger than those scions I know. Frisia retorted, You are quite reminiscent of that fellow I know. Is it Frost you speak of? Caulifla inquired. Who else could it be? You are mistaken. I am nothing like him. That fool is both dim-witted and incompetent. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us fight. As you wish. However, Frisia's voice morphed into a chilling tone, tinged with malice, his visage contorting into something more menacing. Do you not realize that the one I despise most in this life is a scion? With no hesitation, Frisia lunged at Caulifla, unleashing a barrage of purple energy blasts from his fingertips, targeting the Super Scion 2 Caulifla. Surprised by Frisia's sudden assault, Caulifla's astonishment quickly transformed into exhilaration. Let me tell you, the type of person I loathe most in this life is precisely someone like you. With a resounding clash, Caulifla and Frisia finally collided. Humph. With such meager power, you think you can defeat me? That is utterly impossible. Throughout their skirmish, Frisia continued to taunt, which only fueled Caulifla's irritation. Yet, she could distinctly sense that her strength paled in comparison to Frisia's. Moreover, she was acutely aware that Frisia was not even in his final form. His golden form remained untapped. In other words, Frisia was not utilizing his full power. Humph, how tiresome, Caulifla exclaimed, hastening her movements once more. But it was clear that Frisia effortlessly countered her every attempt. Although Frisia experienced some exhaustion during his battle with the beautiful warriors of Universe 2, he displayed no signs of faltering in the face of the Super Scion 2, Caulifla. Whoosh. Caulifla swiftly retreated, no longer engaging with Frisia. What is this? Are you truly conceding? I have yet to experience the thrill of combat. Frisia's words were indeed sincere. Ever since encountering Son Goku, he had not gained any advantage over the Scions. However, things were different now. He found a sense of enjoyment in facing Caulifla. Do not grow complacent. Caulifla shouted at Frisia, then turned her gaze to Caulifla. Caulifla, come here and fuse with me. Chapter 155, The Female Scions Battle Frisia. I can't do it. Upon hearing Caulifla's call, Caulifla, who had been watching from the sidelines, immediately appeared flustered. Though she too was a Scion and the legendary Super Scion, her blood coursed with the potent Scion cells. Yet, her disposition was somewhat timid, or perhaps lacking in confidence. Compared to Caulifla's boldness and decisiveness, Caulifla seemed to lag behind. What are you hesitating for? Just come. How could you possibly not be able to? Do not forget, you are a Scion and stronger than any of us. How could you fail? Caulifla resumed her admonishment, fully aware of Caulifla's character, thus tailoring her approach accordingly. At such a critical juncture, we must give our all, otherwise, we and our universe will vanish together. Is that the outcome you desire? Although she was ostensibly persuading Caulifla, Caulifla's voice was particularly loud, tinged with a fiery frustration. Caulifla unabashedly chastised Caulifla before the onlookers, while Frisia, engaged with Caulifla, chose not to attack at that moment, instead taking great interest in the unfolding scene. No, I don't want to. Upon hearing Caulifla's words, Caulifla hurriedly shook her head, denying her assertions. Since you do not wish to, then muster your spirits and fight alongside me to defeat this arrogant, rude, and insufferably conceited creature. Caulifla pointed at Frisia, employing every vile term she could conceive to describe him. Listening to Caulifla's assessment, Frisia felt no offense. Rather, a faint smile graced his lips. Haha, I must truly thank you for your compliments. For you to be quiet. Frisia attempted to continue, only to be interrupted by Caulifla's roar. Truly a brutish and uncouth Scion. Frisia murmured to himself as he regarded Caulifla, then turned his attention to Caulifla. In that case, allow me to assist you. With that, Frisia conjured a purple energy sphere in his hand and hurled it towards the terrified Caulifla standing nearby. Faced with Frisia's sudden assault, the audience of the Sixth Universe, along with Caulifla and Kale, were taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an act from Frisia. However, it was evident that there was no time to react. The sphere of soft purple light surged forth unimpeded, racing towards Kale with alarming speed. Quick, evade! Caulifla cried out as she rushed forward, intent on intercepting the attack before it could reach Kale. Kale, gazing into the depths of the violet sphere's trajectory, found herself momentarily paralyzed, the cacophony of the world around her fading into silence. In that instant, the impending doom embodied in the luminous sphere became her sole focus. Confusion, despair, helplessness, anxiety, disappointment, sorrow, and fear, an overwhelming deluge of negative emotions cascaded into her being. Amidst this turmoil, a flicker of anger lurked beneath the surface. Slowly, Kale closed her eyes, choosing to disregard the sphere's path, seemingly surrendering to the fate that awaited her. The events unfolded in a flash. The sphere exuding an aura of destruction arrived before her, and in the next moment, it erupted with a resounding explosion. Boom! The thunderous sound resonated through the Sixth Universe's audience, some shielding their eyes. reluctant to witness the unfolding chaos. Amidst the tumultuous blast, Kale's form, enveloped in a faint green glow, collided with a nearby hill. The hill disintegrated into countless fragments, scattering in all directions, while thick smoke rapidly enveloped the area. Yet within the haze, the green light shone resplendently, piercing through the darkness and striking at the very essence of humanity. Caulifla halted her advance, while Frisia observed his handiwork with keen interest, admiring the pale green luminescence amidst the smoke. A long sigh escaped Jiang Xiaofei as he beheld the scene, seemingly aware of the impending events. Boom! Within the smoke, now radiating green light, another deafening roar erupted. The green luminescence surged, a powerful force dispersing the surrounding haze, revealing before all a warrior glowing with an emerald hue. Kale, transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Yet, in this moment, she was consumed by rage, her eyes, shrouded in green light, emanating an insatiable ferocity. Without hesitation, Kale launched herself at Frisia. Anticipating her move, Frisia had felt a potent yet elusive fluctuation of energy during his initial attack. Bam! A furious punch struck Frisia's abdomen. Although he raised his hands in defense, the immense force of Kale's wrathful strike sent him hurtling backward. Kale did not pause. She propelled herself towards the direction Frisia was thrown. Bam! 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 Her fists unleashed a torrent of hatred directed at Frisia. In an instant, Frisia found himself overwhelmed, rendered unable to mount a defense against Caulifla's relentless onslaught. Witnessing Frisia's helplessness, Caulifla, who had previously harbored concerns and offered guidance to Kale, felt an immediate surge of exhilaration. Well done. Yes, keep the pressure on him. Do not grant him a moment's respite. From her vantage point below, she cheered for Kale. And as she gazed upon the battered Frisia, a sense of triumph blossomed within her. Frisia, on the other hand, was beset by frustration. He had come to realize that the female scion before him possessed the same bloodline and potential as Broly. Should this confrontation persist, he feared he might indeed be eliminated by her. Seizing a fleeting opportunity to catch his breath, Frisia transformed into his golden form, finally gaining the strength to retaliate against Kale's renewed assault. This game must come to an end. His voice, laden with fury, echoed as beams of light emanated from his fingertips, hurtling towards Kale. At that moment, Kale relied solely on her instinctive fighting prowess, evading Frisia's attacks with remarkable agility. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Frisia targeted the unsuspecting Caulifla below. Lost in her exhilaration, she remained oblivious to the impending threat. With a swift motion, the beam pierced through her legs and arms, and only then did she comprehend the gravity of her fate. As she beheld the despicable Frisia, radiating a golden aura, her figure vanished from the arena. Chapter 156. Frisia eliminated. The legend of the warrior women. A powerful energy surged from Kale, enveloping Frisia in a torrent of vibrant green light, her deep green eyes brimming with unbridled rage. I will kill you. Upon witnessing Caulifla's disappearance, the last vestiges of Kale's rationality were consumed by her scion bloodline, plunging her into a state of utter madness, embodying the ferocity and brutality inherent to her race. In a flash, Kale transformed into a green arrow, hurtling towards Frisia with a speed that transcended her limits. Meanwhile, in the audience of Universe 6, Caulifla struggled to process her elimination. If not for the pain coursing through her body, she would scarcely believe she had been ousted in such a manner. From her eyes erupted fierce glances directed at Frisia in the arena. This guy is remarkably similar to Frost. Kampa could no longer contain his thoughts. Caulifla's elimination meant one less member for Universe 6, increasing the probability of their destruction. No, he is even more ruthless than Frost, yet possesses considerable intelligence, Beerus assessed Frisia, adding, at least he has not attracted the ire of the Omni King. Humph, such a treacherous and cunning individual deserves to be torn apart, Kampa exclaimed, evidently incensed by Frisia's actions. Hey, Beerus, how could you allow such a despicable person to participate? Kampa directed his ire towards Beerus, given that Frisia belonged to Universe 7. Do you have the right to criticize me? Frost, the representative of your universe, is no better. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Kampa, clearly disinterested in engaging with him. Humph, Frost has received his just desserts. Yet, Frisia remains on the arena. The mere thought of Frisia, alongside the last two warriors on the platform, unsettled Kampa. If you are dissatisfied, you may appeal to the Omni King. Should he agree to eliminate Frisia, I shall have no further objections. Beerus, reluctant to entertain Kampa, passed the responsibility to the Omni King. You. Kampa gritted his teeth, left speechless, stealing a glance towards the Omni King. At that moment, the Omni King was thoroughly engrossed in the battle unfolding on the stage. Kampa lacked the courage to disturb his interest. Thus, he hastily redirected his gaze towards Frisia and Caulifla, his hands involuntarily tightening. I wonder how long this despicable fellow can endure. On the stage, the golden form of Frisia had completely lost its advantage against the rage-fueled Caulifla. Although his golden transformation significantly augmented Frisia's combat prowess, he was utterly overpowered by the now completely berserk Caulifla, both in strength and speed. Boom! A ferocious punch from Caulifla struck Frisia in the abdomen, causing him to spit blood and send his body careening away. However, before Frisia could regain his footing, Caulifla swiftly closed the distance once more. With her hands crossed tightly above her head, she brought them crashing down upon Frisia's skull with brutal simplicity. Bang! It felt as though a colossal hammer had struck his head, leaving Frisia reeling, dizzy, and momentarily blinded by stars, before he succumbed to unconsciousness. At that instant, Frisia's body lost all control, plummeting from the sky like a marionette severed from its strings. Crash! Directly beneath where Frisia fell lay a small hill, which was obliterated upon impact, transforming into a flat expanse. In its place emerged a vast crater slightly larger than a human form, where Frisia's body now lay. A faint aura emanated from him, barely sustaining his most basic life functions. However, any attempt to resist Caulifla's onslaught was utterly futile, his spirit willing, but his body incapable. Caulifla showed no signs of mercy, descending upon the crater where Frisia lay with another devastating blow. Well done! The audience from Universe 6 erupted in cheers at Caulifla's display of prowess, showing not a shred of sympathy for Frisia, but rather excitement. Perhaps a consequence of Frisia's prior actions. Not far from the arena, Jiang Xiaofei observed this spectacle. Do not act recklessly. Jiang Xiaofei's intention to intervene was immediately cautioned against by Jiren. Rest assured, I merely seek to rescue two individuals who have lost control. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Frisia and Kale, and then glanced at Jiren. Jiren appeared contemplative, and when Jiang Xiaofei took action, he showed no intention of intervening. Die! The vicious words erupted once more from Kale's lips, as a colossal green orb of energy coalesced in her palm, hurtling towards Frisia below. Just as the orb was about to make contact with Frisia's form, it miraculously vanished. Even Kale herself found it hard to believe. She abruptly turned, her fierce countenance fixated on the unexpected guest standing nearby. It's time to cease this, Jiang Xiaofei urged, but at that moment, how could Kale heed his words? With a resounding thud, she extended her foot, sending Frisia soaring towards Jiang Xiaofei, as if he were a mere soccer ball. Without a moment's pause, she charged towards him, intent on attacking. Although she fought instinctively, there remained a semblance of strategy in her actions, Jiang Xiaofei observed. Yet, it was merely that. With a glint in his eye, Jiang Xiaofei raised his right hand, effortlessly catching the flying Frisia and propelling him towards the audience of Universe 7. Turning to face Kale's assault, Jiang Xiaofei's body reacted with remarkable swiftness. It must be said, in her Super Saiyan state, Kale's power and speed reached a terrifying zenith. However, in the presence of Jiang Xiaofei, such prowess was utterly inconsequential. After all, he had recently bested Broly, who was also a Super Saiyan. The combat strength emanating from Kale was clearly inferior to that of Broly. Thus, Jiang Xiaofei found himself at ease in this confrontation. Chapter 157. Kale is eliminated moments ago. Kampa had reveled in the thought of Kale pummeling Frisia, but upon witnessing the scene unfolding in the arena, turmoil gripped his heart. This is absurd. Beerus, must you be so cruel? Kampa lamented, tears welling in his eyes. The 6th universe and the 7th universe were supposed to be twin universes. Yet the displayed combat prowess was markedly weaker than that of the 7th universe. If that were not enough, during this tournament of power, most warriors from the 6th universe had been eliminated by their counterparts from the 7th. Observing the current scenario, he harbored no doubts that it would not be long before the 6th universe faced obliteration. He understood Jiang Xiaofei's strength, at the very least. He had not achieved total victory against him, and the Super Saiyan Kale before him stood no chance of vanquishing Jiang Xiaofei. Kampa felt despondent, on the verge of tears. Kampa, refrain from your baseless ramblings. The battles in the arena are conducted in accordance with the rules. As for your 6th universe, you must admit, Your strength is simply inadequate, Beerus remarked, casting a stern gaze at Kampa. Humph. Spare me your righteous indignation. Our 6th universe may be eliminated, but next in line is your 7th universe. That bald-headed warrior is not to be trifled with. Xiangpa, incited by Beerus's words, pointed at Jiren on the arena and shouted at Beerus. Huh. Xiangpa, you do possess a discerning eye. Jiren has surpassed even the gods of destruction. Even I am not his match. Listening to Xiangpa praise Jiren, Whis could not help but interject, his expression brimming with pride and satisfaction. The majority of those present were astonished by Whis's proclamation, surpassing the gods of destruction. What terrifying power that entails. Even Beerus could not suppress a frown upon hearing this. He never anticipated that someone could truly achieve such a feat, and his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Jiang Xiaofei. Can you conquer one who has transcended the gods of destruction? How is that even possible? Xiangpa initially intended to provoke Beerus, yet was left incredulous by Whis's words. In your universe, perhaps it is impossible. But Jiren hails from Universe 11, making it entirely feasible. If you doubt it, let us await the outcome. Whis's words concealed an unmistakable pride, along with a hint of mockery toward Xiangpa. He then glanced at the ongoing battle on the arena. However, it seems you truly cannot witness it. Xiangpa was infuriated. Had he not wished to prolong his existence, he might have taken action against Whis in that moment. Beerus, have Jiang Xiaofei teach that Jiren a harsh lesson. Beerus regarded Xiangpa with a cold glare. Fool. What? Batos, you must speak on my behalf. Xiangpa pleaded to Batos like a helpless child being bullied. Lord Xiangpa, perhaps you should remain calm. The battle between Jiang Xiaofei and Caulifla has already reached its conclusion. At that moment, Batos's gaze was entirely focused on the fight involving Jiang Xiaofei, paying little heed to Xiangpa's words. Upon hearing Batos's statement, Xiangpa quickly gathered his thoughts and turned his attention back to the arena. Though he already knew the outcome, he still yearned to witness it firsthand, even hoping for a glimmer of miracle to unfold. On the arena, Caulifla struggled to rise from a small mountain she had nearly obliterated. She gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling, the dimming green aura around her failing to match the ferocity that had erupted from her eyes. In contrast, Jiang Xiaofei remained composed, his breath steady, the atmosphere around him stable and robust, showing little sign of change despite the encounter with Caulifla. Clearly, in their duel, the transformed Caulifla was at a considerable disadvantage. Despite being aware of the outcome, upon witnessing the scene before him, Xiangpa let out a helpless sigh, enduring the agony as he awaited their inevitable fate. Caulifla straightened her back, striving to unleash the remaining potential within her cells. Yet no matter how hard she pushed, she could not return to her peak state. The green light surrounding her gradually faded until it vanished entirely, and even her eyes shifted from green back to their normal hue. The transformation of Kale has been completely lifted, yet she still cries out in desperation. The battle with Jiang Xiaofei has made Kale acutely aware that even though a scion can unleash tremendous power and engage in battles beyond their level, facing an absolute disparity in strength renders victory impossible. It is time to end this. Jiang Xiaofei's voice penetrated Kale's eardrum, and she glanced at Caulifla in the audience. Her eyes filled with regret. Caulifla, however, looked upon her with encouragement and comfort. Finally, Kale found solace, her breath and emotions settling into tranquility as she slowly closed her eyes. Jiang Xiaofei did not relent. This arena match had unfolded too many tales of joy and sorrow, of human warmth and coldness, and his sole purpose was to bring this to a swift conclusion. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, a ball of energy shot forth, hurtling toward Kale. When she opened her eyes once more, she was met with smiling faces all around her. Well done. Caulifla patted Kale on the shoulder, yet there was still no overcoming him. A sense of guilt washed over Kale as she turned her gaze toward Jiang Xiaofei. Oh, don't dwell on it. That kind of guy is simply beyond our reach. To deal with him, we can only rely on that bald fellow from Universe 11. Caulifla exclaimed, glancing at Jiang Xiaofei before turning her eyes to Jiren. Buzz, Gabe, flee now. Caulifla could not contain her shout. Upon hearing this, Gabe instantly felt an overwhelming aura bearing down upon him. Chapter 158. Helpless Gabe. Gabe's black pupils constricted sharply as a figure radiating a crimson aura loomed in his vision. The immense and irresistible pressure emanated from the individual before him, Jiren. Gabe understood who was attacking him, yet he could not fathom the extent of Jiren's power. Throughout the battles across all universes, Jiren had only made a handful of appearances, making it impossible to accurately gauge his strength. Nevertheless, Gabe believed that the crimson figure before him possessed power far superior to his own, although he had never faced Jiren directly nor witnessed him unleash his full potential. The fact that Jiren single-handedly obstructed Jiang Xiaofei was enough to demonstrate his formidable prowess. While Gabe could not decipher Jiren's strength, he had seen Jiang Xiaofei's abilities firsthand on several occasions. Moreover, the god of destruction from Universe 11 had explicitly stated that Jiren's strength surpassed even his own as a god of destruction. The magnitude of a god of destruction's power was beyond Gabe's imagination, leading him to ponder just how powerful Jiren truly was. However, such considerations were now irrelevant to Gabe, as Jiren was steadily approaching him. Regardless of how formidable Jiren might be, he had no choice but to confront him, for he was the last remaining fighter from Universe 6. Thoughts of escape had crossed his mind, yet in the face of someone who surpassed a god of destruction, would fleeing truly be effective? Having gained clarity regarding his impending fate, it is perhaps more prudent for him to confront it with composure, granting himself a grand exit. The sense of oppression looms ever larger, and Gabe's diminutive frame has reached its limit. Yet, from the depths of Gabe's eyes emanates a piercing golden gaze, unwaveringly meeting the approaching figure of Jiren. From within Gabe, torrents of golden energy surge forth, resisting the formidable pressure exerted by Jiren. At this moment, Gabe's hair and eyebrows have transformed into a brilliant gold, and even the aura enveloping him has taken on a golden hue. His indomitable spirit, resolute gaze, unyielding combat will, innate pride, and the boiling fervor of his blood convey the essence of a scion's defiance. Should he cease this futile struggle and choose to withdraw from the arena to avoid physical torment? Though Jiren's words are laced with persuasion, they resonate with an unyielding authority. Yet, Gabe is not one to abandon his resistance based on Jiren's utterance. Enough of the idle talk. Come at me. I fear you not. Gabe bolsters his own resolve. Since the conclusion is already predetermined, and his demeanor cannot alter it, why not display some backbone, bringing honor to the science, his master? In Universe 6? Boom. Bang. The clash of vastly differing energies reverberates across the arena as Jiren's presence looms beside Gabe. With a punch infused with Jiren's immense power, he strikes forth, and Gabe braces himself with arms crossed in front of his chest to withstand the onslaught. However, upon the contact with Jiren's fist, Gabe is suddenly overwhelmed by an incessant and tumultuous force surging into his body. A look of shock instantly crosses Gabe's face, and he is propelled backward, away from Jiren. The unexpected ferocity of Jiren's attack leaves not only Gabe in disbelief, but also the spectators and other combatants in the arena utterly astonished. There is no clear understanding of Jiren, yet his formidable strength is a well-known fact, even without his direct engagement. It is astonishing that such a powerful warrior would choose to confront a seemingly feeble scion. Nevertheless, Jiren's actions do not contravene the rules of the arena. Disappointment is etched on the faces of the Universe 6 warriors, for Jiren's might is beyond what Gabe can withstand. The simplicity of their recent exchange has already laid bare the chasm that separates them, a formidable divide that is insurmountable. This battle, it seems, is nearing its conclusion. As Jiren speaks, his figure abruptly vanishes, accelerating toward Gabe, who is now flying away from him. Bang, bang, bang. The merciless fists rain down upon Gabe's body, and despite his valiant attempts to resist, he finds himself outmatched in both strength and speed, relegated to a position of passive endurance. With each brutal strike, Gabe's energy becomes increasingly disordered, and the flickering flame of his combat spirit begins to wane. He has reached his limits. Faced with Jiren's tempestuous fists, Gabe can no longer endure, unable to withstand the onslaught. Were it not for the indomitable spirit within him, compelling him to persist, he would likely be lying helplessly on the ground at this very moment. The god of destruction from Universe 6, Kampa, watches this scene with gritted teeth, yet feels utterly powerless. Gabe, hold on. The fate of Universe 6 rests upon your shoulders. Kampa pays no heed to Gabe's physical injuries. His sole concern is whether Gabe can remain on the arena. How cruel of Lord Kampa. Despite Gabe's grievous wounds, he utters such heartless words. Silence. If Gabe loses, we all perish. Universe 6 will cease to exist. Do you comprehend what that means? It signifies the end of savoring delicacies, the cessation of traversing the cosmos. All your activities will come to a halt, akin to death. The crowd bows their heads, fully aware of their impending fate. Yet, Gabe is no match for Jiren. This endeavor holds no significance and will only plunge them deeper into despair. Enough of this nonsense. Kampa remains unmoved by the counsel of others, fixated solely on his own thoughts. Though Lord Kampa is a god of destruction, his mindset resembles that of a child who never matures. Bardos teased, "Be quiet. You are the child. Can you fathom the despair of being unable to savor delicacies?" Kampa's breath fluctuated, though he understood the fate that loomed ahead. Chapter 159. The elimination of Universe 6 at that moment, amidst the audience of Universe 6. As disputes arose from Kampa's words, the outcome of the battle on the arena became evident. Jiren unleashed a punch brimming with ferocious power, and Gabe's body could no longer hold firm, hurtling backwards, destined to exit the arena. As Gabe's form descended, he found himself in the audience of Universe 6. At this instant, all eyes converged upon him. Gabe was the last warrior of Universe 6 standing in the arena. His presence signified the defeat of all warriors from Universe 6, heralding their impending obliteration. Observing the battered Gabe, Caulifla and Kale felt deep sorrow. Yet from Gabe's eyes emanated a profound sense of guilt. If only he had been stronger. If he could have triumphed over that opponent who surpassed even the gods of destruction, perhaps he and his companions would not face extinction and Universe 6 would endure. But now, it was too late. He had failed, for that bald-headed adversary was an insurmountable force. "It's all right. You are not to blame. That guy is simply too powerful. A being that transcends the gods of destruction. Perhaps even Lord Kampa is no match for him." Caulifla reassured him, patting Gabe on the shoulder. "Nonsense. If I were to step into the arena with just a single finger, I would make him understand the true terror of a god of destruction. He is not someone he can surpass." As Xiangpa defended himself, he casually extended a finger and waved it at Jiren, who, unfazed, turned away and disregarded the somewhat childish destroyer. Meanwhile, the elegant Bados, clutching her staff with one hand, delicately wiped her bright eyes with the other. It seemed that Lord Xiangpa was about to depart, and she felt a twinge of reluctance. Having followed Lord Xiangpa for such a long time, she genuinely felt sorrowful. "Hey, Bados, spare me your feigned sentimentality. If you truly feel reluctant, then disappear alongside me." Xiangpa's breath fluctuated, his words laced with sarcasm as he gazed at Bados. "Oh, Lord Xiangpa, you truly know how to wound a heart. As an angel of high standing, I cannot vanish with a destroyer in the universe. However, rest assured, Lord Xiangpa, I shall ensure that on your day of tribute, I will send you some delicacies that you adore." Bados spoke with a prideful stance, her posture straightening as she gently leaped from the audience of Universe 6 to stand beside Whis of Universe 7. "Now, all I can do is silently weep in sorrow. Regardless, thank you for your care over these many years." Xiangpa observed Bados, his tone softening, infused with a hint of gratitude. Who would have thought that in Lord Xiangpa's final moments, I would hear such words? Lord Xiangpa has truly matured. Bados's voice was tinged with emotion, causing Xiangpa to revert to his former demeanor as he turned his gaze toward Beerus. Beerus, it seems we shall not have the opportunity to determine a victor, but do not revel in triumph just yet. The days to come shall not be easy for you." Beerus looked at his often bickering brother, feeling an inexplicable sadness. Yet as a destroyer, he knew he must possess a formidable heart. "You needn't concern yourself. I trust in our warriors." "Wow, has it really been such a long time? Well then, you may disappear now." The youthful voice of the Omni King resonated once more, delivering the final verdict of destruction upon Universe 6. As the Omni King's decree echoed, his right hand slowly rose, and with a gentle grasp, the space where Universe 6 once resided became utterly vacant. From that moment onward, only the beings of Universes 7 and 11 remained in the audience, alongside their respective destroyers. On the arena, the warriors of Universes 6 and 11 had dwindled to but a few, yet their endurance to this point attested to their exceptional strength and fortune. However, who fate would favor next would depend solely on their true prowess. Whoosh! Jiang Xiaofei's figure appeared beside Jiren. "You truly are an enigma," he remarked, observing the now composed Jiren. "Likewise, since you've made your move, I cannot stand idly by. This is to facilitate our battle sooner," Jiren replied calmly, showing no concern for the annihilation of Universe 6 resulting from his actions. "It seems we have no reason not to engage now." Jiang Xiaofei chuckled, glancing toward the ongoing battles in other areas of the arena. At this moment, the confrontation between Vegeta and Tispo has reached its climax. Transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, Vegeta has barely managed to keep pace with Tispo, whose strength, however, remains inferior to Vegeta's. As their battle ensues, Vegeta's superiority becomes increasingly apparent. Yet, Tispo is not one to concede defeat easily. He continues to maneuver with a slight edge and speed. Patience, my friends. Since we have arrived at this juncture, let us linger for a moment longer, Jiren remarked, turning his back to Jiang Xiaofei, his gaze fixed on the skirmish between Tispo and Broly, entirely unconcerned about any sudden actions from Jiang Xiaofei. Very well. Just remember, I hope you won't come to regret this. After saying this, Jiang Xiaofei disregarded Jiren's reaction, vanishing from sight and appearing beside Vegeta and Tispo, observing their clash in silence. What brings you here? Vegeta gasped heavily, his chest heaving, his voice laced with dissatisfaction and fury. Tispo, engaged in battle with Vegeta, immediately adopted a vigilant stance. Of course, I came to witness your battle. Jiang Xiaofei replied to Vegeta, then turned his attention to Tispo. Do not feel burdened or pressured. Continue your fight, and I shall merely watch from the sidelines. Jiang Xiaofei wore an innocent expression as he explained to Tispo. Humph, do you think this will enable you to triumph over me? Tispo scoffed, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. He moved like a flash of white lightning, rapidly approaching Vegeta. However, his actions were slightly hindered by Jiang Xiaofei's presence. Chapter 160. Vegeta eliminated, sighing softly at Tispo's movements. Jiang Xiaofei remarked, such mental fortitude is truly concerning. Bang! No sooner had Jiang Xiaofei spoken than a sharp sound echoed, and Tispo's form was sent reeling away from Vegeta and Jiang Xiaofei, performing several rolls before stabilizing himself on the arena. Once steady, Tispo glared at Jiang Xiaofei, his eyes filled with resentment. It was Jiang Xiaofei's interference that had caused his lapse in performance. Otherwise, such a blunder would have been inconceivable. Yet, in this tournament setting, it was not a solitary contest. Jiang Xiaofei's actions were within the bounds of the rules, leaving Tispo with no recourse. Meanwhile, Vegeta, standing beside Jiang Xiaofei, was seething with anger, his aura fluctuating violently in his Super Saiyan Blue state. This surge of fury was not solely directed at Tispo, but was primarily fueled by Jiang Xiaofei's presence. Ever since Jiang Xiaofei joined them, Vegeta had been simmering with rage, fully aware of Jiang Xiaofei's disruptive behavior. Although Jiang Xiaofei had not directly intervened in the fight, he had nonetheless influenced Tispo's performance, which had wounded Vegeta's pride. Could you please leave? Do not meddle in our battle. Vegeta could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a furious roar at Jiang Xiaofei. However, Jiang Xiaofei appeared utterly indifferent to Vegeta's sentiments, continuing on his own path. Do not be enraged. I have not participated in your skirmish. I merely observe from the sidelines. This time, I shall not utter a word. Jiang Xiaofei wore a face of schadenfreude, laced with an air of innocence, inciting within Vegeta an overwhelming urge to strike him. Yet, he was acutely aware that to lay a hand on Jiang Xiaofei would be an unwise decision, and given his current strength, he was no match for Jiang Xiaofei. You are here, disrupting our performance. Please depart. Your opponent awaits you. Vegeta gestured toward the direction of Jiren, hoping that Jiang Xiaofei would genuinely leave, for only then could he engage in a decisive battle with Topo. Otherwise, he felt an incessant discomfort akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat. Jiren will await my arrival, and I am rather eager to witness the spectacle of your conflict, Jiang Xiaofei replied. Anger radiated from Vegeta. Had he possessed the capability, he would have swiftly eliminated Jiang Xiaofei from the equation. However, he realized that he was not Jiang Xiaofei's equal and could only suppress his impulse to strike. Humph. Vegeta snorted dismissively, choosing to ignore the increasingly obstinate Jiang Xiaofei and soared toward Topo. Come, let us resume our battle. Vegeta called out to Topo, his voice imbued with anticipation. Humph. With him present, can we truly engage in an uninhibited battle? Topo glanced between Vegeta and Jiang Xiaofei, his words tinged with dissatisfaction toward Jiang Xiaofei, yet he too recognized that he was no match for him. TCH. As a warrior, how can one allow external factors to disrupt one's battle? Vegeta remarked. Though I find him detestable, Jiang Xiaofei has refrained from interfering in our conflict, which merely underscores your insufficient training. As he spoke, the azure aura surrounding Vegeta surged once more, propelling him into a state of exhilaration. With a swift motion, a streak of blue light flashed, and Vegeta charged directly at Toppo. Upon hearing Vegeta's words and witnessing his heightened fervor, a different glimmer ignited in Toppo's eyes. He naturally concurred with Vegeta's sentiment. At the very moment Vegeta rushed toward him, Toppo cast aside all distractions and fully immersed himself in the battle against Vegeta. Boom! The two dynamic figures collided on the arena, enveloped in a fervent energy, their fists meeting with exhilarating force. Observing the clash, a graceful smile curved Jiang Xiaofei's lips. He refrained from advancing, choosing instead to watch from a distance as Vegeta and Toppo engaged in combat. Within their struggle, Vegeta's aura gradually intensified, while Toppo, undeterred, continuously pushed his physical limits. Yet, despite a warrior's ability to transcend their boundaries, the presence of a formidable foe still rendered their shortcomings apparent. Bang! Once again, a resounding clash erupted, but this time, it was Vegeta who was propelled backward first, swiftly followed by the arrival of Tispo's battered form. Tispo sought to exploit his remaining advantage by launching a relentless assault on Vegeta, aiming to force him out of the arena. However, as Tispo approached Vegeta, the latter's aura surged dramatically, catching Tispo off guard. From Vegeta's outstretched hands emerged spheres brimming with immense energy, which he hurled towards Tispo without a moment's hesitation. Tispo's pupils dilated in shock, yet even with his remarkable speed, he could not react effectively in time and could only brace himself to endure the impending onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions reverberated as Tispo's body was sent flying, this time not managing to stabilize himself as he had before, but rather soaring out of the ring. Just as Tispo was on the verge of being eliminated, a hand appeared behind him, steadying his form. Upon turning, he saw that it was Jiren who had come to his aid. Before Tispo could express his gratitude, Jiren's figure vanished from his sight, no longer remaining a passive observer, but instead charging towards Vegeta. Confronted by the sudden advance of Jiren, Vegeta narrowed his eyes, instinctively retreating. However, Jiren's explosive power far exceeded expectations, rendering Vegeta unable to resist. With a resounding impact, Jiren delivered a punch infused with a significant portion of his strength directly into Vegeta's abdomen. The once radiant blue glow surrounding Vegeta dimmed. Reverting to his normal state, Vegeta vanished from the arena, only to reappear in the audience section of Universe 7. This scene unfolded before the watchful eyes of Jiang Xiaofei, who had been intently observing the confrontation between Vegeta and Jiren. Yet, at the moment Jiren attacked, Jiang Xiaofei did not intervene, merely watching as Vegeta was eliminated. The reasons behind Jiang Xiaofei's inaction remained known only to him. What was Jiang Xiaofei contemplating? Why did he refrain from assisting Vegeta when Jiren struck? In the audience of Universe 7, Beerus was seething with rage. Initially, Universe 7 held a certain advantage, but Jiren's reckless intervention disrupted that balance. Gazing at the eliminated Vegeta, Beerus then turned his attention to Jiang Xiaofei on the arena, where he noticed an inexplicable confidence etched on Jiang Xiaofei's face, which tempered his fury somewhat. "My lord, you truly are unconcerned with the finer details. Their battle was so harmonious, yet your sudden intervention disrupted it, even leading to our Vegeta's elimination. That seems rather inconsiderate." Jiang Xiaofei approached Jiren, his words laced with dissatisfaction regarding Jiren's actions. "Humph, you still have the audacity to criticize me. If it weren't for your interference in their battle, we wouldn't find ourselves in this predicament. You are indeed the instigator. Moreover, their conflict was merely a tug of war. The outcome was not of great significance." Jiren wore a serious expression, showing no signs of remorse for his actions. "Ah, that is true," Jiang Xiaofei replied, turning to glance at the exhausted Tispo, who was not far from him. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Jiang Xiaofei vanished from his spot and reappeared beside Tispo, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Without uttering a single word, he unleashed a punch emanating a faint violet glow towards Tispo's face. Tispo's pupils dilated in shock, his eyes reflecting disbelief. He had not anticipated Jiang Xiaofei would strike at this moment, let alone that Jiren would remain motionless, offering him no assistance. Flustered, Tispo realized. After barely securing a victory against Vegeta, he had hoped to continue fighting on the stage, only to find that all was merely his own delusion. Jiang Xiaofei would not afford him that chance. Bang! With a resounding crash, Tispo's thoughts came to an abrupt halt, leaving his mind blank. A searing pain radiated from his face, distorting it in an instant, and his neck twisted at an unbelievable angle. At that moment, Tispo's feet left the stage, propelling him rapidly beyond its confines. Though filled with power, he found himself unable to muster even the slightest resistance. Overwhelmed with despair, he could do nothing but endure Jiang Xiaofei's overwhelming strike, feeling utterly helpless as he exited the arena. As Tispo departed, Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but smile. This time, it was evened out. This fellow's thoughts were indeed inscrutable. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's actions, Goku and Vegeta in the audience of Universe 7 shared their thoughts. Isn't this a manifestation of confidence? With Tispo's exit, only he, Jiren, Broly, and Topper remained on the stage. The ultimate victor of this grand tournament would emerge from among these four. Whis, watching the smiling Jiang Xiaofei on the stage, expressed his assessment. While everyone was generally aware of Jiren's power, which surpassed that of a god of destruction, the true extent of Jiren's strength remained uncertain. After all, there are significant disparities in power among the gods of destruction. If Jiren's prowess resembled that of Kampa, Jiang Xiaofei's victory would be assured. But if he were akin to Lord Beerus, the situation would be quite different. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, Jiang Xiaofei's capabilities were indicative of his self-assurance. Listening to Whis, Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. I wouldn't be surprised by anything interesting that happens with this guy? Alright, let's focus on the match. As Beerus's words resonated, the audience in the 7th universe fell into a tranquil silence. Upon the arena, Jiang Xiaofei reappeared beside Jiren, and he queried, "Shall we officially engage now?" Yet, two combatants continued their fierce struggle. The Scion warrior, radiating a green aura, was undoubtedly far superior to the female fighter from the 6th universe. Jiren gestured toward Broly's position as he spoke. Indeed, Broly has trained under a god of destruction. His strength is naturally formidable. Jiang Xiaofei mused. This bears resemblance to Topo, the candidate for god of destruction. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? Jiren posed this question to Jiang Xiaofei unexpectedly. In truth, I am not particularly invested in who prevails. It does not alter the ultimate outcome. However, I harbor great faith in Broly, Jiang Xiaofei replied, his gaze fixed on the battle between Broly and Topo, his voice imbued with a sense of trust in Broly. Boom. Amidst their conversation, the conflict between Broly and Topo reached a pivotal moment. Topo, who had forsaken his ideals of justice to wield violence for righteousness, was enveloped by layers of purple energy waves, interspersed with flashes of white lightning. The Scions are terrifying. The legendary Super Scion is even more so, Topo declared, having experienced the ferocity of battling a Scion. Thus, to uphold justice, I must wield the power of destruction and utterly vanquish these Scions, who could lose their sanity at any moment, becoming like beasts or demons. If a battle is what you desire, then I shall not back down. Broly, emanating a green radiance, stood tall and imposing, his fierce, battle-hungry eyes reflecting an indomitable will. Chapter 162. The transcendent form of the god of destruction. Boom. Waves of scorching heat radiated from both combatants, as the purple and green energies clashed and intertwined upon the arena. White arcs of electricity flickered amidst them, exuding an unparalleled might. Very well, since you refuse to repent, I shall unleash my full power to obliterate you completely. Topo's gaze turned crimson, and a pale purple aura surged around him. In this moment, he had wholly abandoned his sense of justice, transforming into the king of destruction, intent solely on crushing his opponent. This was the manifestation of Topo's ultimate power. Feel the wrath of the gods. From Topo's hands, countless orbs of shimmering pale purple light erupted, hurtling toward Broly in a relentless assault. Broly swiftly raised his hands to defend himself, moving laterally to evade the onslaught of spheres imbued with destructive energy. Futile. Once I have you in my sights, there is no escape, Topo proclaimed, maintaining his stance while relentlessly launching the pale purple orbs. Wherever the spheres passed, they reduced the surroundings to ruins, and the arena was once more shrouded in smoke from the ensuing explosions. Though merely two individuals engaged in combat, the spectacle was far more grandiose and chaotic than the initial melee. Are you resorting solely to flight? Is this the pride of a Scion? Observing Broly as he darted back and forth, Topo spoke once more. After hearing Topo's words, the evasive Broly halted, his gaze fixated on the swiftly approaching lavender sphere, a fierce glint igniting within his eyes. An ear-splitting roar erupted from Broly, as a verdant luminescence enveloped him, radiating with renewed intensity. The lavender sphere collided with the green aura, disintegrating into nothingness in an instant. Humph! Will you no longer flee? Are you prepared to accept your fate of defeat? Toppo's voice drew near, and as the collision's reverberations dissipated, he stood beside Broly. His colossal fist, brimming with unfathomable destructive power, struck towards Broly's chest. The force of the blow surged like a tempest, distorting the surrounding space and creating ripples. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of onlookers, Toppo's devastating punch landed squarely on Broly's chest, visibly indenting it at an alarming rate. Clang! A sound akin to steel meeting steel echoed from Broly's torso. Yet Toppo's fist could no longer advance. Toppo's eyes widened in disbelief, his brow furrowing in confusion. Had it failed? The spectators, witnessing this clash, were equally astonished. Toppo's punch, capable of obliterating a planet, had produced not even a ripple against Broly, merely a resounding noise, without so much as moving him an inch. What is happening? Broly's physique is astonishingly resilient. Toppo has inflicted no harm upon him. The god of destruction from Universe 11, witnessing this scene, trembled as he spoke. He understood the significance of that punch, but the absence of the anticipated outcome could only imply one thing. Broly, the scion before him, had attained an unfathomable level of power, surpassing even the god of destruction, Toppo. For even if both were evenly matched, such a scenario could not manifest. Toppo, do not relent. Continue your assault. The god of destruction, Vermaud, urged, his thoughts in turmoil. Yet, he recognized the necessity of maintaining momentum, shouting encouragement to Toppo on the arena. Awakening from his previous shock upon hearing Vermaud's voice, Toppo realized that scions were indeed unpredictable. This conviction further solidified his resolve. Bang! 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 Toppo relentlessly swung his fists, hammering against Broly's chest time and again, met only by the resounding clang of impact. Yet, with each successive strike, Broly's internal energy surged tumultuously, his previously steadfast stance retreating step by step. However, Broly did not take the initiative to strike back. He stood tall, enduring the relentless onslaught from Toppo. Surrounding Broly, a resplendent green aura blazed forth, seemingly a fierce defiance against Toppo's attacks. Yet Broly remained motionless. This scene, observed by the spectators, inevitably sparked a profound sense of bewilderment. What was Broly doing? If this persisted, he would surely be defeated by Toppo. Has he truly lost his will to resist? Among the audience of Universe 7, whispers began to circulate. It was evident that while Broly could withstand Toppo's blows, his lack of aggression appeared foolish. Silence. Focus on the battle. Beerus chastised, his gaze fixated entirely on Broly enduring the punishment. He murmured, just hold on a bit longer. It's almost here. On the arena, Jiren and Jiang Xiaofei chose not to partake in the clash between Broly and Toppo, instead standing side by side like close friends. Watching the duel, your friend seems to be in an unusual state, Jiren remarked, sensing that Broly was awaiting something. Who knows? I cannot fathom his mind, Jiang Xiaofei replied, shaking his head without addressing Jiren's inquiry. Is that so? Then I shall have to verify it myself, Jiren declared, stepping forward towards Broly. Do not rush. Your opponent has always been me, and only me, Jiang Xiaofei interjected, blocking Jiren's path. Our duel should commence now. Bang! As the two engaged in dialogue, they initiated their own fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, Broly and Toppo continued their struggle. Crack! A sound akin to bones fracturing echoed from Broly's chest. Gush! A stream of liquid erupted from Broly's mouth. The expressions of Universe 7 spectators shifted dramatically, while those from Universe 11 beamed with delight. Yet, in the next moment, emotions on both sides took a sharp turn. Broly did not falter. He remained steadfast. From Broly's eyes radiated beams of violet light, and a hint of purple began to emerge over his green-tinged skin, enveloping his entire physique and enveloping the previously fierce green aura. What is this? The god of destruction form? Chapter 163. 3 men aspiring to become Broly. Good heavens! So this is where he has been waiting for us. Witnessing the energy fluctuations emanating from Broly and the faint purple sheen reflected in the eyes of those present, it became abundantly clear that Broly had undergone an unprecedented transformation. No one anticipated that at such a critical juncture, Broly would break free from his shackles, surpass the limits of a scion, and attain the god of destruction form. No, impossible. How could he reach such a level? From the depths of Wei Meida's eyes emerged a sense of incredulity. However, the reality stood unyieldingly before him, compelling him to concede this truth, though in his heart and mind, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept. Nothing is impossible. Beerus's voice resonated with tranquility, for he had always been acutely aware of the heights to which Broly could ascend. Observing the warrior before him, emanating a soft lavender glow, Beerus felt a swell of pride within, yet his expression remained solemn and composed. If you can cultivate a warrior capable of embodying the god of destruction form, why can't we achieve the same in our seventh universe? Beerus turned to Wei Meida, his eyes seemingly ignited with vibrant lightning. As he listened to Beerus's words, Wei Meida narrowed his eyes. As a god of destruction, how could he fail to grasp the implications behind Beerus's remarks? This was Beerus's repeated provocation in response. Indeed, if he could train a warrior in the god of destruction form, then the seventh universe, and even other universes, could certainly do so as well. You're not wrong. Beerus, warriors in the god of destruction form can indeed be cultivated. However, do not presume that this guarantees victory in our battle. With that, Wei Meida disregarded Beerus, suppressing the fury within him, and turned his gaze to the two warriors from Universe 11 on the arena, placing his hopes upon them. Throughout this ordeal, Wei Meida never doubted the triumph of his universe, for they possessed warriors who transcended even the gods of destruction, Jiren. Although both Toppo and Broly had reached the god of destruction form, they still fell significantly short of the true gods of destruction. The god of destruction form merely allowed a partial access to the destructive powers. The existence that transcended the gods of destruction stood above in strength, truly surpassing the gods of destruction. Oh my, Broly has actually transformed into the god of destruction form. How enviable. However, Lord Beerus is undeniably biased. Observing Broly on the arena alongside the revived Son Goku, he expressed his thoughts, filled with envy and a slight reproach towards Beerus. Son Goku, mind your words. Beerus warned him in a stern tone. Oh dear, it's clearly Lord Beerus's fault, and yet he dares to threaten me. Son Goku, emboldened by an unknown courage, uttered this retort. Haha, how intriguing. I never imagined that the individual I once brought along would evolve to this extent. Frieza interrupted Son Goku, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he gazed at Broly. Yet he is a scion. All scions must be crushed beneath my heel. Frieza, you remain incorrigible. Your aspiration to trample us will likely remain unfulfilled throughout your lifetime. Son Goku sensed the malevolence emanating from Frieza and kindly cautioned him. Impossible. It's merely the god of destruction form. If I dedicate myself to training, I can surely reach that height. You be silent. As Sun Wukong attempted to continue his discourse, he was abruptly silenced by Vegeta, who stood nearby, his brow furrowed and his face contorted with fury. Is this truly the fabled Super Saiyan? It is no wonder that such a naturally gifted warrior, born of a race of fighters, can attain the seemingly unattainable transformation of a god of destruction in such a remarkably brief span of time. Gazing upon Broly, who radiated an ethereal purple glow, Vegeta could not conceal his envy, yet it was overshadowed by an unprecedented fervor for battle and an indomitable spirit that refused to be surpassed. As the Prince of Scions, I shall not be outdone by such a rival. Just wait. One day, I too shall reach this level, the god of destruction form. Vegeta was indeed brimming with determination. I must not lag behind. The god of destruction form. After this battle concludes, I must seek out Broly for a sparring session. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, filled with an insatiable thirst for combat. You scions, all you ever do is fight, and you wish to spar with Broly? One must wonder if you will even survive this match. Observing the fervent spirits of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Frieza could not help but mock them. Yet, I must concede one point. Broly's growth has far exceeded my expectations. A prodigious talent in battle, he truly deserves to join me in conquering the universe. Only by possessing formidable strength can one freely traverse the cosmos. Destruction. Listening to the discourse among the three warriors, Beerus chose not to interrupt. Though his gaze remained fixed on the battle unfolding in the arena, his ears were attuned to their conversation. From their exchange, Beerus discerned that his efforts had not been in vain. Through Broly, he had effectively ignited the spirits of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Frieza. Indeed, how could one who revels in combat, yearns for power, and harbors grand ambitions possibly resist the allure of Broly's god of destruction form. It is evident he has succeeded. Should they survive this encounter, he will undoubtedly guide these three individuals, facilitating their growth to the utmost degree in the shortest time possible. After all, they are about to face an adversary akin to the dragon god Salaman, a being capable of annihilating half the universe with but a mere gesture. Chapter 164. Fierce Battle as the God of Destruction of Universe 7. Beerus cannot claim to have the ability to obliterate half the universe with a mere snap of his fingers. It is crucial to note that among the gods of destruction, Beerus ranks among the most formidable. Nonetheless, when compared to the dragon god Salaman, the disparity is akin to that of a flickering flame against a blazing sun. In previous skirmishes, even at full power, Beerus found himself with no choice but to flee before the projection of the dragon god Salaman. Even with the assistance of the angel Whis, they were forced to retreat in terror before Salaman's projection. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Grand Minister, both he and Whis would have surely met their demise. Thus, after surviving, Beerus never indulged in slumber and gluttony as he once did. Instead, he devoted himself to rigorous training and imparting his knowledge to Broly, which has culminated in Broly's current brilliance. Beerus aims to use Broly as a beacon for others yearning for strength, demonstrating that there exists a pathway to power, and thus far, the results have been promising. Naturally, Beerus is acutely aware that no matter how many warriors embody the form of a destroyer, they cannot rival the dragon god Salama in a single move. However, if even a modicum of damage could be inflicted upon Salama, or if he could be momentarily restrained, then the efforts of Beerus and his warriors would be deemed worthwhile. Furthermore, should the dragon god Salama have any allies, the warriors nurtured by Beerus would undoubtedly play a crucial and significant role. Therefore, regardless of the motivation, Beerus must wholeheartedly cultivate these exceptional fighters. As for Jiang Xiaofei, that individual's power has likely surpassed his own, rendering him beyond Beerus's ability to mentor. Contemplating this, Beerus turned his gaze toward Jiang Xiaofei and Jiren, recognizing that the ultimate victor of this battle would likely emerge from among the two. According to the information from Whis, Jiren's strength has transcended that of the destroyers, though it remains unclear which destroyer this refers to. If it surpasses Whis, Jiang Xiaofei may hold a significant advantage in this confrontation. However, if it pertains to Beerus, the outcome of their final battle becomes exceedingly unpredictable. Nevertheless, Beerus believes that Jiren would find it challenging to overcome Jiang Xiaofei, as there exist certain enigmatic secrets within Jiang Xiaofei that even Beerus cannot fathom. One aspect that continually perplexes Beerus is why this tournament must proceed. Prior to the commencement of the match, Beerus and Whis encountered Salama's assault and the intervention of the Grand Priest. These occurrences are undoubtedly known to the Omni King. If the dragon god Salama were indeed to launch an attack, the collective strength of the 12 universes would undoubtedly eclipse the remaining forces of the tournament. A fact Beerus believes the Omni King and the Grand Priest are well aware of. Yet, why persist with the tournament? As a destroyer, Beerus has inquired with Whis, but has yet to glean any answers. The actions of the Omni King and the Grand Priest are not within the purview of a mere destroyer to question, so he can only observe as events unfold, continually convincing himself that the Omni King's decisions must harbor profound significance beyond his comprehension. Following a series of contemplative judgments, the audience of the seventh universe fell into silence once more, their collective gaze converging upon the arena. Within the arena, two battlegrounds unfolded. Yet the energy fluctuations emanating from these encounters had long surpassed the chaotic melee that had initially ensued. A tremendous surge of energy erupted, cascading across the entire arena, generating waves of force. At this moment, the battle between Jiang Xiaofei and Jiren remained relatively conventional, at least when measured against their extraordinary standards. However, the energy released from their collisions was more than sufficient to effortlessly obliterate a star the size of the sun. The clash between Broly and Topo, both embodying the forms of destruction, has reached an unparalleled intensity. At this stage of the battle, both warriors have unleashed their full might. Broly, enveloped in a radiant green aura, is adorned with a brilliant layer of purple light that captivates all eyes. Opposing him, Topo is similarly encased in a shimmering purple glow, a manifestation of the unique power of a god of destruction. This alone is enough to elevate these two human fighters above the rest. Witnessing the combat between such formidable warriors is, for some, a once-in-a-millennium spectacle. Destruction, A chilling voice emanates from Topo, capable of inducing suffocating dread. He then conjures a blinding purple energy sphere atop his right index finger. The aura radiating from this sphere is exceptionally pure, entirely composed of destructive energy. The sphere dances and spins rapidly at Topo's fingertip, tearing apart the surrounding space, revealing a terrifying void that siphons energy from the arena. Yet, despite the presence of this destructive sphere, the efforts of the void are rendered futile. Broly, not far from Topo, observes the swirling sphere with an equally frigid gaze. He senses the destructive power contained within, yet there is no trace of fear in his eyes. The battle has escalated to this critical juncture, a moment where both warriors are prepared to exhaust their ultimate strategies. In the past, Broly would have charged recklessly, undeterred by any methods his opponent might wield, driven solely by the primal instinct of his bloodline. However, Broly has transformed significantly. Under the meticulous guidance of Beerus and Whis in the realm of the gods of destruction, he has not only learned to harness his bloodline's power, but has also acquired higher-level techniques. Although he cannot yet wield them at will, he is now adequately equipped to face this situation. Destruction? An intriguing combat style, yet it falls short here, Broly declares, as a dazzling sphere of light materializes in his right hand. Within this purple sphere lies a suppressed core of green energy. With a swift motion, two spheres, akin yet imbued with destructive energy, are released from their hands, hurtling towards each other. Chapter 165. Jiren and Topo. The two spheres, bearing unfathomable power, carve a visible purple arc through the air, as if narrating their existence. Surrounding the spheres, purple lightning cleaves through the seemingly fragile fabric of space, annihilating all that can be destroyed. The entire arena is enveloped in these twin hues of purple, saturated with a palpable aura of destruction, rising uncontrollably. All eyes are captivated by the imminent collision of the energy spheres unleashed by these two warriors, each embodying the essence of destruction. Although separated by a protective barrier meticulously crafted and reinforced by the High Priest, they could still distinctly perceive the energy fluctuations emanating from the two orbs of power. The violet energy collided against the shield, creating ripples that eventually returned to the arena. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofei and Jiren, engaged in battle, paused once more. Drawn in by the fierce confrontation between Broly and Topo, the strength exhibited by these two warriors appeared formidable. Observing their clash, Jiang Xiaofei remarked, "How many in this world possess the god of destruction form, and how few can reach such heights as they?" Jiren regarded Topo with admiration, responding to Jiang Xiaofei. Despite Jiren's true power far surpassing that of Topo, he held a deep respect for him. Topo's willingness to forsake everything for his convictions resonated with Jiren, revealing a shared essence, albeit on divergent paths. In Universe 11, Jiren and Topo had long been acquainted, both having been weak in their earlier days, enduring harrowing experiences that would remain etched in their memories. These trials shaped Jiren into a solitary figure, while Topo remained a steadfast guardian to Jiren. Thus, they embarked on a shared adventure, progressing together. It must be said, the time they spent together brought them immense joy and marked their most rapid growth. With unparalleled combat talent and exceptional insight, they swiftly became renowned warriors within Universe 11. To amplify their sense of justice and diminish evil in their universe, they jointly established the Justice Team, aiming to prevent the emergence of individuals who would share their tragic fates. Their rising fame attracted numerous other talented warriors to join their ranks, and thus, the reputation of the Justice Team resonated throughout the entirety of Universe 11. However, with the influx of warriors came increasingly formidable and complex evils, leading to internal strife within the Justice Team. Jiren's proud demeanor often resulted in disputes with fellow warriors, and had it not been for Topo's mediating presence, the Justice Team might have disbanded, shattering their shared ideals into mere illusions. Their immense renown caught the attention of the Supreme Kai, and even the God of Destruction, Vermaud, found himself intrigued by them. In search of a suitable successor for the role of God of Destruction, Vermaud endured a period of disquietude until he discovered the treasures that were Topo and Jiren. Finally finding solace, one day, Vermaud appeared at the headquarters of their Justice Team. Topo and Jiren initially perceived Vermaud as a leader of a malevolent force, leading to an epic battle among the three. At that time, Vermaud was indeed a true god of destruction, wielding destructive powers that exceeded the imaginations of Topo and Jiren. After several exchanges, They realized that the jester before them was far beyond their capacity to defeat. Filled with righteousness and pride, the two once again felt a sense of helplessness, awaiting the arrival of misfortune. Just as despair began to envelop them, the entity, known as Weimi, revealed both his identity and purpose. Upon learning that Weimi was the god of destruction from Universe 11, both Topo and Jiren were taken aback. However, their astonishment turned to elation when they discovered that Weimi sought warriors to become the next god of destruction. Weimi expressed his willingness to train them to become candidates for this esteemed position, with the promise that when the time was ripe, they could ascend to true divinity. Yet, just as they believed they could become more formidable and uphold greater justice in the universe, Weimi delivered a harsh truth. There could be only one god of destruction. To claim that title, one must eliminate all rivals. Upon hearing this grim revelation, the joy in their hearts evaporated as they exchanged glances, confronted with an unbearable condition. However, both understood that even if they could not become the god of destruction, they could never bring themselves to slay a companion who had stood by their side for years. Ultimately, Jiren chose to withdraw, relinquishing his opportunity to become a candidate for god of destruction to Topo. "You stay, I will leave," Jiren declared to Topo. Weimi, observing their choices, refrained from intervention, recognizing that both possessed exceptional talent and strength. Who would ascend to candidate status was entirely a matter of personal desire. Weimi had presented them with the opportunity. How they chose to navigate it was of no concern to him. What mattered to him was merely the outcome. Without lingering, Weimi took Topo into the realm of destruction, commencing a prolonged period of training. It was during this time that Topo experienced significant breakthroughs in strength and gained a deeper understanding of destruction, a necessary path to becoming the god of destruction. During Topo's absence, Jiren ceased to engage with the justice team, embarking on a solitary journey of self-discovery and cultivation. In Jiren's heart, Topo would forever remain both a friend and a rival. Acknowledging Topo's potential to grow immensely through the training under the god of destruction, Jiren dared not relax his efforts, dedicating himself entirely to his own training. During this period, Jiren's own strength surged tremendously, to such an extent that even he was unaware of his true capabilities. When Topo returned, their reunion was destined to spark an extraordinary battle. To Weimi's astonishment, under his guidance, Topo's progress was evident, yet Jiren, through his own efforts, proved to be nearly equal to Topo, displaying a remarkable ease in their confrontation. This compelled Weimi to reassess the bald warrior. However, by this time, it was too late to consider making Jiren a candidate for God of Destruction. In Chapter 166, Jiren's epic confrontation with Weimi unfolded, and a sense of regret lingered within Weimi. He pondered whether allowing both Topo and Jiren to train simultaneously, followed by a decisive battle between them, might have yielded a different outcome. At that time, had the announcement been made regarding who could potentially become the candidate for the God of Destruction, perhaps the current predicament could have been averted. Given that matters have reached this point, it is likely that Weimi would not be inclined to instigate any changes, even if he desired to. Observing Jiren, who has diligently pieced together his own efforts to grow to a level comparable to Topo, Weimi feels a twinge of admiration. As a god of destruction, Jiren's strength is beyond question, yet there lingers a sense that, in the near future, this bald-headed warrior might achieve an unprecedented miracle. Indeed, throughout his ongoing adventures, Jiren continues to surpass his own limits, steadily enhancing his power. When he next faces Topo in battle, Jiren, unleashing his full potential, finds himself able to match Topo's strength, while Topo has only just begun to master the form of the god of destruction. Jiren's growth has exceeded everyone's expectations, even his own, yet reality speaks for itself. This once again attests to Jiren's remarkable talent and potential. Jiren's performance rekindles Weimi's belief that he will undoubtedly become an existence that transcends even the god of destruction. As Topo, under Weimi's training, adeptly masters the form of the god of destruction, Jiren's progress accelerates at an astonishing pace. The final battle between Topo and Jiren in the realm of the gods of destruction astonished the gods of destruction, angels, and Supreme Kais alike. Topo, in his god of destruction form, now stands as the foremost among them, far surpassing even the Supreme Kais. However, in the presence of Jiren, the battle-ready Topo seems to fall short, both in speed and power, unable to overcome Jiren, who radiates a fierce crimson aura and feels an overwhelming sense of suppression. The gods of destruction, Supreme Kais, and angels watching the match recognize that Jiren has already transcended Topo's god of destruction form. To test the limits of Jiren's power, Vimy decides to engage directly. Initially, he restrains his own strength to match Jiren's explosive power, but upon their true clash, Vimy realizes that he is gradually falling behind. This compels Vimy to elevate his own strength once more. However, contrary to his expectations, as Vimy becomes stronger, an even more potent aura emanates from Jiren, pressing Vimy into a corner. Faced with this shift, Vimy's previously composed demeanor finally reveals astonishment. It is essential to note that he is a god of destruction, wielding the mightiest destructive power in the 11th universe. Yet, he finds himself in combat against a mere human warrior who repeatedly rises to challenge him, forcing him into dire straits. Jiren's formidable strength astounds everyone. Should Vimy continue to hold back, he might genuinely find himself defeated by the very bald-headed warrior he once dismissed. With this thought, Vimy's gaze regains its calm, and the unique aura of a god of destruction begins to rise once more. With the battle having escalated to this extent, Vimy sees no reason to continue holding back. Thus, with this realization, the divine power of destruction within Vimy fully blossoms, enveloped in an aura of supreme majesty. A violet radiance instantaneously enveloped the entire realm of destruction. The unrestrained force of destruction surged within Wymide, swirling wildly around him. Even the nearby asteroids and stars, unable to withstand this overwhelming power, disintegrated into nothingness. Yet, the destructive energy emanating from Wymide showed no signs of abating, extending into the vast expanse of the universe. At that moment, Wymide embodied the true essence of a god of destruction, his eyes reflecting a fierce and resilient gaze, an uncontrollable torrent of destructive emotions spilling forth. Since you possess the audacity to challenge the god of destruction, allow me to demonstrate the true might of a deity. After enduring repeated setbacks, Wymide felt a surge of dissatisfaction within him. To uphold his status and the dignity of the god of destruction, he must vanquish Jiren. In the face of Wymide's fury, Jiren remained unfazed, his calm demeanor unnervingly chilling even to the gods themselves. Under the oppressive aura of the god of destruction, even the supreme Kai was subdued. Yet Jiren's indomitable spirit left him unperturbed. Beneath the violet glow, a wave of crimson heat valiantly resisted. Jiren gazed at Wymide, leaping into the air, his body soaring as the crimson light transformed into a formidable blade, cleaving through the violet hues. Wherever the red light passed, it morphed into a dazzling tricolored spectacle. With a resounding crash, Jiren and Wymide collided once more. Each strike reverberated through the realm of destruction, threatening to rend the very fabric of space itself. Had it not been for the angels present, their battle would have unleashed an unprecedented catastrophe upon the entirety of the 11th universe. Even with the angels' restorative powers, the aftermath of their clash obliterated countless stars, as vibrant galaxies quietly shattered into oblivion amidst the echoes of their confrontation. In the midst of their tumultuous battle, Wymide's destructive power surged ever higher. Jiren's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Since the moment Wymide had ascended to the role of a god of destruction, he had never felt such helplessness and terror as he did while facing Jiren. The myth of the god of destruction seemed poised for termination at the hands of a mere human warrior. No one, not even Wymide himself, could have anticipated that a human would instill such dread within him. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Jiren, Wymide found himself gradually being subdued. Unable to accept this outcome, he recognized the necessity for transformation, a need to grow even stronger. Only by becoming more powerful could he hope to defeat the human before him. With this thought, a glimmer of determination shone in Wymide's eyes. It appeared that the only path forward would require a particular form, perhaps the only hope for conquering Jiren. Chapter 167. Wymide's ultimate mastery. One cannot deny. As a warrior, you are truly exceptional. Your rate of growth has surpassed all my expectations. Observing the crimson warrior before him, Wymide felt a profound respect in his heart, yet fear also began to creep in. I admit, I misjudged you. I should have brought both of you to the realm of destruction. Perhaps, had I done so, you would be even more formidable than you are now. Perhaps, Jiren replied. However, I harbor no regrets. Over the years of my cultivation, I have grown accustomed to solitude, and I am no longer feeble. Indeed, you are formidable. And at this moment, you possess the means to challenge me. I must concede that you have earned the right to confront a deity. And as the god of destruction of the 11th universe, I acknowledge your potential. Yet, do you truly believe that with your current strength, you can triumph over me? Today, I shall unveil the terrifying extent of my ultimate power as a god of destruction. As these words left my lips, my body surged upward once more. Beneath me stood Jiren, Topo, and a host of other spectators. Jiren, should you manage to withstand my ultimate might, you would attain a strength that transcends that of a god of destruction, becoming the first human warrior in the 11th universe to surpass such a being. You would indeed embody the extraordinary, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine, not merely as an equal, but as one who surpasses divinity. My voice grew increasingly frenzied. Despite my proclamations, I do not wish for the 11th universe to witness the emergence of a being who exceeds the god of destruction, at least not at this moment. Thus, this battle will inevitably become a glorious contest that stakes my dignity as a god of destruction. In the next instant, a silvery aura began to emanate from my form. Though faint, its presence was undeniable, and the oppressive force it exuded could not be overlooked by anyone present. The angel of the 11th universe remarked, "Alas, Lord Vermouth is overly eager. This is not the appropriate moment to unveil such a form. Such reckless action could inflict significant harm upon his body." The Supreme Kai sighed, saying, "There is no alternative. The dignity of the god of destruction has suffered a grievous blow. Jiren's emergence has struck him deeply. He would not resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary." The angel continued, in his previous encounter with Lord Beerus, it was the invocation of that enigmatic power that led to his downfall. Through extensive deliberation, he has begun to explore his own path to the Ultra Instinct technique. Yet this journey remains long and arduous. His mastery over that power or form has only just commenced. Invoking it now is his own choice, and we shall merely observe. All eyes were fixed upon me. Even Jiren's gaze was unwavering, eager to discern the hidden strength of the god of destruction of the 11th universe. A thunderous roar erupted from my lips, as the once elusive silvery aura solidified, swirling around my body, which was previously enveloped in a radiant purple glow. My destructive energy began to coalesce, supplanted by a far more potent force. The realm of destruction, once shrouded in hues of purple and crimson, gradually lost its original vibrancy with the emergence of this silvery essence. This new aura was even more formidable, imposing. Jiren, positioned below me, could undoubtedly feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from my being. A silvery aura descended upon Jillian, carrying with it a more sacred and noble will, compelling the previously unrestrained crimson energy to instinctively retreat from its brilliance. Gazing at the resplendent silvery light, Jillian sensed a formidable threat. Although he had recognized the god of destruction's might from the onset of their conflict, it was only during the climactic confrontation with Wei Maida that he truly comprehended the magnitude of the danger, surpassing his initial expectations. Is this the ultimate mastery of the god of destruction? It appears indeed formidable. However, it is regrettable that Lord Wei Maida seems to have yet to fully grasp its potential. Perceiving the new fluctuations emanating from Wei Maida, Jillian discerned that the ultimate mastery was not perfected. This assessment was a diplomatic understatement. In truth, Wei Maida had merely grazed the threshold of this power. Yet, at this moment, Wei Maida had already unveiled the strongest aspect of his current mastery. With this state, he felt increasingly confident in his ability to triumph over Jillian. Indeed, I have yet to fully master the ultimate mastery, but I believe it should suffice to contend with you. The depths of Wei Maida's eyes radiated a profound purple light, interspersed with hints of silvery brilliance. For Jillian, he must prevail. It was a demand he placed upon himself. Enough of idle chatter. Let us continue our battle. Wei Maida's words resonated like immutable law, issuing a command for combat to Jillian below. Sensing the aura of danger from Wei Maida, Jillian chose not to flee, but to confront the challenge head-on. Over the years, it was this principle that had fortified him, culminating in the strength he possessed today. Allow me to experience the ultimate mastery of Lord Wei Maida. A fierce crimson radiance erupted from Jillian, painting the entire realm of the god of destruction in a vivid scarlet hue, subtly suggesting a rivalry with the silvery glow. In this moment, Jillian was filled with fighting spirit. To him, Wei Maida was no longer an exalted god of destruction, but merely a worthy adversary. Very well, let me see if you, a human warrior, can continue to create miracles. As Wei Maida's words faded, his silvery figure vanished from the sky, only to reappear before Jillian in an instant. Boom. Chapter 168. Jillian's oath to surpass the god of destruction. At the moment when the silvery and crimson energies collided in the skies above the realm of the god of destruction, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, creating a dizzying wave of power. The energy storm layered upon itself, causing unrest throughout the divine realm. In the distance, countless stars shattered in the wake of the clash between the silvery and crimson lights, with the terrifying energy waves spreading ever farther, leaving behind a trail of shattered celestial remains. Even the Supreme Kai would find it prudent to retreat from the brilliance of such overwhelming energy, lest they be caught in its wake. Were it not for the protection of the angels, the entire palace of the god of destruction might have been reduced to ruins, transformed into a desolate wasteland. At this moment, the clash of those two immense forces can indeed be deemed only the beginning. Jiren's form darted through the skies of the destroyer realm like a bolt of lightning, while his companion, Topo, was not to be outdone, closely trailing the crimson figure, leaving behind trails of silvery light that traced the trajectory of their battle. Standing among the gods, Topo's resolute gaze was fixed upon a duel that transcended the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Yet, within his eyes, the two magnificent figures were remarkably clear. His iron fists, capable of shattering evil and darkness, were clenched tightly. As a candidate for the destroyer, he understood fully that his once comrades, with whom he fought side by side and shared every secret, had now surpassed him in strength, reaching heights he could scarcely aspire to. Under the tutelage of the destroyer and the angels, he remained beneath their level. However, his companions, through sheer will and effort, had attained a state of battling the destroyer without faltering. Though the duel before him disheartened Topo, it was entirely impossible to instill doubt in his heart. Witnessing the accomplishments of his former allies filled him with joy and pride, as they had found paths perfectly suited to their abilities. A journey that would inevitably invigorate Topo further. A person of great dignity himself, Topo resolved to pursue Jiren's shadow, transforming pressure into motivation, striving toward greater heights and strength. Clearly, this confrontation served as an excellent opportunity for accumulation of experience and confidence. Irrespective of the battle's ultimate outcome, it would provide him with lifelong benefits. It was astonishing to realize Jiren's power had reached such formidable levels. Even with Master Vados employing her mastery of Ultra Instinct, he could still hold his ground. The god of destruction beside Topo observed the combat above, marveling at Jiren's performance as a human. This was merely the beginning. Surely, he could not triumph over Master Vados. The successor to the god of destruction held a profound admiration for Vados, yearning for her exceptional prowess. Alas, the clash between the two had transcended their respective limits. And as the angel of Universe 11 refrained from further comment, a flicker of concern crossed her face. The gods were perplexed by the angel's solemn expression. Regardless of the outcome, surely this battle would not alter the fate of Universe 11. Yet, the worry etched upon the angel's visage instilled a sense of unease among them. Suddenly, amidst their discourse, a new development unfolded in the sky. A punch imbued with the true essence of destruction and the full force of annihilation struck Jiren's abdomen from Vados' right hand. In that instant, Jiren found himself unable to respond, his body failing to maintain its original form, as his fists, poised mere inches from Vados' face, could advance no further. Jiren's body plummeted from the heights, hurtling toward the ground below. Wherever Jillian traversed, a scarlet radiance cleaved the sky, stretching for thousands of meters. Ultimately, it collided with a divine mountain within the realm of destruction. In that fleeting moment of impact, the mountain shattered into a cascade of debris, much of which was rendered entirely void, vanishing from the destruction realm due to Jillian's force. Above, the god of destruction, Waimida, stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently upon the swirling dust stirred by Jillian's arrival, violet light flickering within his eyes. Deep within Waimida's pupils, there was no trace of relaxation. Although Jillian had been struck down into the dust by his fist, he felt no diminishment in Jillian's aura. Were he an ordinary warrior, such a disruption in presence would surely lead to demise, and Waimida would find no surprise in such an outcome. Yet, witnessing this unfold with Jillian, Waimida remained unfazed, for Jillian's power had long surpassed that of an ordinary fighter. Even in his typical form, Waimida was not Jillian's match. Otherwise, he would not resort to employing a form of the ultimate mastery he had yet to fully master. The swirling dust obscured Waimida's view, Yet every movement of Jillian remained within his perception. An aura of silvery white energy began to radiate once more, as he sensed a potent threat approaching him, stemming from Jillian, who had been thrust into the dust. In the next moment, amidst the astonishment and envy of the deities, a crimson figure soared into the sky, even more resplendent than before. Jillian once again stood before Wei Mi Da, his scarlet form reminiscent of an ancient, undying divine flame. In Wei Mi Da's eyes, Jillian's imposing stature was mirrored, a powerful pulse coursing through him, embodying boundless strength. The rising and falling of his chest was a manifestation of a warrior at the pinnacle of power, particularly accentuated by his deep, battle-hardened gaze, which even Wei Mi Da found remarkable. At that moment, Jillian evoked a ludicrous illusion within Wei Mi Da. To him, Jillian was the true god of destruction, his prowess unparalleled, while he himself appeared as a foolish jester, unknowing of the vastness of the heavens and daring to challenge divinity. With such thoughts, Wei Mi Da quickly shook his head. He needed to remain clear-headed and resolute, lest he become the one to lose in this confrontation. You are commendable. However, to triumph over me, you still fall short, Wei Mi Da declared coldly, concealing the panic that stirred within. Indeed, before you cast me into the dust, that was true, but I thank you. Jillian's voice was eerily calm, yet chillingly decisive. Your strength has ignited my fighting spirit, instilling in me a fervent desire for victory. Now, I feel I can surpass you and defeat you. Chapter 169, The Final Battle. The resolute tone of Jillian's voice resonated through the air, reaching Wei Mi Da's ears. As if hearing something utterly inconceivable, Wei Mi Da's pupils constricted sharply, and the aura of the god of destruction seeped from the corners of his eyes. Although Jiren's words were audacious, they bore an undeniable truth, as the aura he emanated seemed to subtly transcend that of a god of destruction. Despite employing the Ultra Instinct technique, it remained an imperfect state, ephemeral and potentially detrimental to his own body. In this ebb and flow, while Vermouth yearned for victory, it appeared that the goddess of victory had shifted her favor towards Jiren. The sentiment remains. You are indeed formidable, and your strength knows no bounds. However, to aspire to defeat me, the singular god of destruction of Universe 11, may be a touch presumptuous. Though Vermouth's heart was gripped by trepidation, his voice remained unwavering. Countless spheres of destructive energy flickered behind him, brimming with colossal annihilative power, and in an instant, they surged towards Jiren. With unwavering resolve, Jiren fixed his gaze upon the rapidly approaching orbs, his crimson blood seeming to ignite, emanating a searing wave of heat that carried his mightiest strength. As the destructive energy of the spheres swiftly disintegrated, a smile vanished without a trace, mere inches from Jiren. A red circular energy blade materialized in Jiren's grasp, which he flung forth, his figure moving fluidly to appear beside Vermouth in a heartbeat. Bam! The two titans of Universe 11 were once again embroiled in battle. Beneath the weight of their immense auras, countless planets faced obliteration. Were it not for the angels standing by, half of Universe 11 might have succumbed to their clash. A crimson and violet figure descended from the heavens, relentlessly pursued by the scarlet figure, as they fought fiercely, their conflict shattering and reshaping space itself. Yet, nothing could stand in the way of their confrontation. Within the vast realm of the god of destruction, a deep pit emerged, where Vermouth lay, his energy in disarray. Even the faint silver hue of his aura had vanished. Gazing at the resolute crimson figure at the edge of the pit, Vermouth comprehended his defeat. Jiren's strength had surpassed his own. Slowly, Vermouth closed his eyes, the essence of the god of destruction dissipating. As he drifted towards the god of destruction's palace without uttering a single word. It is finally over. It seems Lord Vermouth has been vanquished. Has Jiren's power ascended to such terrifying heights? This is Lord Vermouth, after all, the god of destruction of Universe 11, unexpectedly bested by Jiren. The angels and Supreme Kai witnessed this combat firsthand, yet the outcome astonished all. Even Jiren could scarcely believe that under Vermouth's provocation, he had transcended his previous limits, achieving a new pinnacle as the first being to surpass a god of destruction in Universe 11. At the power tournament, on the arena, Jiang Xiaofei observed Jiren before him and began to grasp the extent of Jiren's might. In the vastness of all universes, those who could surpass a god of destruction were indeed few and far between. Certainly, this must exclude beings such as angels and the Omni King. For a mere human to transcend the divine is already an arduous task, let alone a destroyer of worlds. Jiren has achieved this feat. Although Jiang Xiaofei remains unaware of the immense efforts Jiren has exerted throughout this journey, it is undeniable that Jiren's rate of growth is astonishing, surpassing even the likes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. However, this battle concerns the very survival of Universe 7, and against an opponent like Jiren, Jiang Xiaofei must exert his utmost strength. For not only has Jiren transcended the destroyer gods, but Jiang Xiaofei also stands as a solitary figure. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofei's surpassing is over the strongest destroyer, being at least a notch above Beerus and Whis. As the battle nears its conclusion, their powers have reached their zenith. Perhaps it would be best to leave the remainder to us. Let us settle this once and for all, with the victor becoming the sole surviving universe. While the vanquished face complete annihilation at the hands of the Omni King, Jiang Xiaofei surveyed the weary fighters around him, then turned his gaze towards Jiren, proposing a judicious suggestion. After a few seconds of contemplation, Jiren looked to Topo and the others from Universe 7, ultimately giving a slight nod. Very well, let this arena be left to us. The audience, witnessing Jiang Xiaofei's audacious proposal, was momentarily taken aback. Despite Universe 7 having the numerical advantage, Jiang Xiaofei's words had shifted the balance of power. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at the Omni King, who reciprocated with a gesture of consent. With the Omni King's endorsement, even if others had dissenting opinions, they could not dare to voice them, as that would hasten their own demise. Haha, Beerus, your warrior from that universe truly possesses remarkable cleverness. To willingly propose such a challenge, confronting Jiren alone, is commendable. Whis cast a sardonic glance at Beerus. Should our Universe 11 miraculously achieve victory, I shall certainly remember this brave warrior's contributions. Whis, must you not silence your insolent tongue? Is it truly something to boast about that your universe has produced a warrior who surpasses the destroyer gods? Beerus's eyes narrowed into slits, the aura of destruction around him subtly fluctuating, revealing the depth of his fury. Yet he refrained from erupting, as the Omni King and the Grand Priest remained present. This kind of warrior does not solely exist in your Universe 11. Our Universe 7 boasts a similar champion, whose strength has eclipsed that of a destroyer in less than a year. And the destroyer he surpassed was not just any minor deity, but I. Can you guess who this warrior is? Buzz. Beerus's declaration left Whis stunned, akin to hearing the greatest falsehood of his life or the most perilous of revelations. Impossible. You must be deceiving me. Such a person cannot possibly exist. Beerus, continue your bluster. Jiren will reveal to you who the true victor is. Although Whis spoke thus, his gaze had already shifted to the two remaining figures on the arena. Boom. A pure surge of destructive energy emanated from Jiang Xiaofei, sweeping across the entire audience. Beyond the astonishing purple hue, a shimmering silver-white light danced, its blazing essence reflecting in the pupils of every onlooker, shining brightly. This was the ultimate technique of the god of destruction. Chapter 170. The outcome is uncertain. No, this is impossible. He possesses the ultimate technique of the god of destruction. Such a feat cannot be. Gazing at the striking figure on the arena, where purple and silver intertwined in a captivating display, Wei Mei felt as if he were a startled bird. His previously triumphant eyes now filled with terror, revealing a potent blend of fear and undeniable envy. Not only did Wei Mei feel this way, the warriors of the 11th universe standing behind him were equally astonished. Their faces betrayed shock, their trembling arms and legs underscoring the formidable strength of the opponent before them. Tuapa clenched his powerful fists, his quivering beard expressing a desire to leap onto the arena and eliminate Jiang Xiaofei. Since the beginning of the tournament, Jiang Xiaofei had traversed various universes, and Tuapa had certainly noted this occasionally vibrant figure. Although Jiang Xiaofei had performed admirably, Tuapa still believed it impossible for him to rival Jiren. After all, whatever Jiang Xiaofei could accomplish, he too could achieve, especially considering that Jiren was 100 times more formidable. However, the sight before him made Tuapa realize he had underestimated this warrior from the 7th universe. Compared to the rage of the 11th universe, the 7th universe appeared far more composed. When Jiang Xiaofei manifested his god of destruction form before them, they began to comprehend his previous audacity in challenging Jiren to a one-on-one duel. He possessed ample confidence indeed. This fellow is quite arrogant. Yet, he has the grounds to be so. Observing Jiang Xiaofei on the arena, Frisia crossed his arms, his words laced with sarcasm. Heh, he is a warrior capable of contending with Lord Beerus without faltering. Son Goku felt a surge of joy mixed with hope. When will I reach such a realm? Humph. Do not underestimate me. One day, I shall surpass him. Vegeta stood proudly among the crowd, confidence radiating from his features. Humph. That will only come to pass after this match, once Jiang Xiaofei triumphs over Jiren. Beerus's cold voice resonated, his wise eyes fixed upon the two strongest figures on the arena. Though Jiang Xiaofei was undeniably powerful, Jiren was no weakling. Hearing Beerus's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Until now, they believed Jiren had yet to unleash his full potential. Indeed, upon hearing Beerus's remarks, Wei Mei offered a sheepish smile, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Beerus, I admit that your seventh universe has brought me countless surprises, especially after witnessing this spectacle. It truly startled me. However, do not presume that merely possessing the ultimate technique of the God of Destruction grants you the ability to defeat Jiren. The voice of Wei Mei grew increasingly louder, its purpose clear, to ensure that Jiang Xiaofei atop the arena could hear his words. The ultimate instinct technique of the gods of destruction is not invincible. With a mortal physique and without the divine body of a destroyer, how much power could he truly exert? The current prowess of Jiren is entirely attributed to his enlightenment as a warrior. The ultimate victor of this battle remains uncertain. Wei Mei's words caused the warriors of the seventh universe to glance back, their eyes betraying a hint of concern for Jiang Xiaofei. Humph. Wei Mei, have you so quickly forgotten that earlier display? In the face of Wei Mei's cold mockery, Beerus could no longer hold back. The bald-headed warrior indeed exhibited exceptional talent, a rare genius of battle. However, he now faced an even more formidable opponent. You claim Jiang Xiaofei cannot fully unleash the ultimate instinct of the destroyer form. And I concede that point, for he does not yet possess the divine body of a destroyer. But do not forget, a warrior who can simultaneously wield the destroyer form and the ultimate instinct possesses a constitution far more terrifying than that of a destroyer. Pray tell, with your divine body, have you ever fully realized the ultimate instinct? Oh, I nearly forgot. That little clown was once sent fleeing by me. Beerus, you court death. Wei Mei was utterly incensed. The matter Beerus brought up was a humiliation he deemed one of the few in his life, and now being reminded of it ignited his fury. You certainly have the ability to kill me. Seeing Wei Mei's uncontrollable rage, Beerus remained unfazed, raising his pinky finger in a gesture of disdain. You. From around Wei Mei, a purple aura began to rise, indicating his readiness to strike. Yet Beerus stood resolute as a mountain. Gentlemen of destruction, let us not engage in this war of words. If you truly wish, I would not mind establishing a new arena for you both to enjoy your contest, spoke the Grand Priest, his smile juxtaposed with an authoritative tone, instilling fear in both Beerus and Wei Mei. They had no desire to attract the Grand Priest's attention, for that would surely be akin to playing with fire. The temperament of this Grand Priest is unpredictable. One misstep could lead to severe consequences. Beerus ceased his quarrel with Wei Mei and turned his gaze back to the arena. This battle now rests on your shoulders, Jiang Xiaofei. Wow, is it finally about to begin? I am so excited. Who will prove mightier, little Fei Fei or that bald one? The Omni King danced with glee, his youthful voice ringing out. On the arena, Jiren paid no mind to the trivialities of the audience, focusing entirely on the individual before him. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, Jiren sensed Jiang Xiaofei's extraordinary nature. Now it was clear he was correct. But what of it? How he has grown is known only to him. Despite facing insurmountable challenges, he would never waver. You are more formidable than I had anticipated. You give me the impression that you are aware of matters we do not comprehend. However, I shall not yield an inch. Jiren confronted Jiang Xiaofei, articulating his perspective. Jiang Xiaofei could not help but concede that Jiren's insight was astonishingly profound. However, at this moment, he was no longer the novice he once was, facing Jiren. He possessed an unshakable confidence in his victory. If you manage to defeat me, I shall divulge all that I know. With that, the challenge was set. As his words echoed, a formidable crimson aura radiated from Jiren, enveloping the arena in a tempestuous wave of energy, causing the protective barrier to tremble ominously. The fierce battle intent emanating from his eyes seemed almost palpable. In the next instant, Jiren's figure vanished from sight. Chapter 171, At a Disadvantage? A streak of crimson light darted across the arena at breakneck speed, the tumultuous waves of energy dissipating in its wake. Jiang Xiaofei, a smile gracing his lips, observed Jiren as he charged towards him. A brilliant light enveloped Jiang Xiaofei, and in an instant, a sphere of pulsating violet energy coalesced in his right hand. The moment arrived when he unleashed the violet orb towards the swiftly approaching Jiren. Though modest in size, the violet sphere contained destructive energy potent enough to reduce the moon to ashes, its radiant glow capable of obliterating anything in its path. In the face of the violet sphere, Jiren surged forward without a hint of trepidation or inclination to evade. His clenched right fist, brimming with primal strength and exuding a powerful crimson aura, struck the violet orb. In an instant, the violet sphere erupted, casting a blinding purple light that engulfed the entire arena. Yet Jiren's crimson fist remained unscathed, its brilliance undiminished. This unfolding spectacle elicited no surprise. All present understood that the combatants were the mightiest warriors from their respective universes. The preceding clash was merely a warm-up for them. Jiren's speed remained undiminished despite the appearance and disappearance of the violet sphere, and Jiang Xiaofei, too, sprang into action. With a resounding crash, Jiang Xiaofei's fist collided with Jiren's right arm, the sound of pure physical impact resonating as waves of energy intertwined and flickered in the air. In a mere half-second, the two had exchanged blows hundreds of times. The audience, captivated by the relentless pursuit and unwavering determination of the two figures on the arena, found themselves overwhelmed by the intensity of the battle. Had the fight truly begun with such fervor? Jiren was indeed formidable, managing to engage Jiang Xiaofei in such a fierce contest. The thought of battling him was tantalizing. Sun Wukong could not help but exclaim in admiration, lamenting his current inability to match such prowess. His journey had been one of self-cultivation, devoid of the guidance from deities of destruction or angels. Whis reminded Sun Wukong and his companions to regard Jiren with renewed respect. To ascend to a level that surpasses even the gods of destruction through sheer self-discipline is the mark of a true combat prodigy. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Sun Wukong cracked his knuckles, yearning to leap into the arena and engage Jiren in an exhilarating battle. Given enough time, I too shall achieve greatness. With the blood of a scion coursing through my veins, I am destined to be the strongest. Vegeta seethed with indignation, for the reality before him threatened his pride as a scion. Though Jiren was undeniably formidable, in his eyes, he still fell short in comparison to Jiang Xiaofei. Frieza, with a hint of amusement, expressed a desire to witness Jiren being utterly vanquished by Jiang Xiaofei. Such dark amusement. It seems you have already experienced this. Son Goku cast a glance at Frieza, acknowledging that Jiang Xiaofei was indeed superior. In his current state, he was certain he could not catch up to him. Focus on the match, Beerus admonished. Victory in this contest was essential. Only then could the future you all yearn for and the strength you crave become a reality. Otherwise, you shall leave with nothing. Upon hearing Beerus's words, the warriors of Universe 7 fell silent, fully aware of the significance behind the battle between Jiang Xiaofei and Jiren. Behind them lay the clash of two universes, and upon their shoulders rested the fate of the cosmos itself. This ensured that the battle would be exceptionally fierce, merciless, and devoid of any hidden cards, for failure would signify the obliteration of their universe. Beerus, take a good look. Jiren currently holds the upper hand in this arena. Wei Meida exclaimed, reveling in a sense of assured victory. I told you, although he has mastered the god of destruction form's ultra instinct, he still pales in comparison to Jiren. At that moment, on the stage, as the two combatants clashed, Jiang Xiaofei found himself steadily retreating. The once vibrant hues of purple and silver seemed to dim under the overwhelming crimson brilliance. Superficially, Jiang Xiaofei's aura appeared to weaken. No, it was due to Jiren's aura steadily climbing, breaking through its limits, overshadowing Jiang Xiaofei's presence, thereby rendering it somewhat feeble. Jiren's potential was boundless. He could gradually grow and break through with each battle. Such aptitude was rare indeed across all universes. Jiang Xiaofei was destined for defeat. You should abandon any illusions. Boom. Just as Wei Meida's voice faded, an inexorable force emanating from Jiren's right arm struck fiercely against Jiang Xiaofei's chest. The crimson aura shattered the silver barrier, directly assaulting Jiang Xiaofei's form. The impact sent him hurtling backward towards the periphery of the arena. Witnessing this, the warriors of Universe 11 erupted with excitement. After a prolonged struggle, Jiren had finally seized the advantage once more. In contrast, the warriors of Universe 7, seeing the beleaguered Jiang Xiaofei, felt a surge of anxiety. In their memories, Jiang Xiaofei had always faced opponents with ease, yet now he was sent flying, a testament to his adversary's might. Haha, Beerus, do you see this? This is the disparity. Wei Mei laughed boisterously, as if victory was already in his grasp. Humph, do not rejoice too soon. The potential for growth you speak of is not a rarity found only in the vastness of the universe. Regrettably, I must inform you that Jiang Xiaofei is no exception, and even more formidable. Observing the smug demeanor of Wei Mei, Beerus, initially inclined to disregard him, retorted sharply. Jiren did not pursue the advantage. He stood resolutely, fixated on the still-flying Jiang Xiaofei, yet a subtle unease stirred within him. Under the gaze of all, just as Jiang Xiaofei was about to descend from the arena, his figure abruptly halted. Wei Mei clenched his fists tightly, seemingly filled with regret. The warriors of Universe 7, however, exhaled in relief. It was intentional. This was undoubtedly deliberate. Son Goku's voice rose in volume, ensuring that every spectator could hear him clearly. This fellow, even at this juncture, still has the audacity to jest. Jiang Xiaofei's gaze shimmered, enveloped in a silvery hue, as a knowing smile graced his lips. The situation had indeed become intriguing. You have not disappointed my expectations. The last time I felt this way was when I faced the god of destruction, Beerus. You are worthy of my utmost effort. Chapter 172. This is his true power. Jiang Xiaofei's words resonated in Jiren's mind, igniting a flicker of anger in his brow. Having given his all in the previous battle, Jiren now sensed that Jiang Xiaofei's demeanor was far from earnest. He had shown Jiang Xiaofei all the respect he could muster, yet Jiang Xiaofei chose to mock him. The crimson aura surged once more, a powerful shockwave emanating from Jiren's core, radiating outward. With fists clenched, Jiren's gaze was fixated on the distant Jiang Xiaofei. Hey, relax. No need to be so fiery, Jiang Xiaofei consoled, though his words seemed feeble in the face of Jiren's intensity. I harbor no disrespect. I have been engaged in this battle with utmost seriousness. You are the strongest warrior I have encountered. He gestured towards Son Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza, stating, they and he are not even in the same league as you. You are undoubtedly far superior. This fellow truly lacks the restraint to temper his words, Son Goku remarked. Though upon reflection, he acknowledged the truth in Jiang Xiaofei's statement. With their collective strengths, he, Vegeta, and Frieza would hardly pose a challenge to Jiang Xiaofei. Even together, they would likely gain no advantage. Humph. One day, I shall see this arrogant individual grovel at my feet. The ever-proud Vegeta clenched his fists, his eyes intensely fixed on Jiang Xiaofei atop the arena. Interesting. So, will he soon face the brunt of that bald-headed one's wrath? Son Goku quipped. Hey, Frieza, let us not forget, you too are bald, he added, delivering a playful jab. Haha, does increased baldness lead to greater strength? Frieza jested. There is some truth to it, though it is not absolute. Just look at Krillin. He is rather unremarkable. Vegeta's voice was low, yet it was enough to redden Krillin's face in embarrassment. What a time to jest, when the stakes are so high. It appears that you have resigned yourselves to fate. Before long, it is likely that Jiang Xiaofei will be defeated by Jiren, and I wonder how long you can continue to revel in this misfortune. Observing the vibrant atmosphere in the audience of the 7th universe, Wei Mei scoffed disdainfully. Focus on the match. Jiang Xiaofei claims he will unleash his full power. So let us witness the extent of this warrior's strength, who has comprehended the god of destruction form through his mastery of the Ultra Instinct. The gentle voice of the Grand Priest resonated once more, rendering the audience utterly silent. The thunderous clash of energies on the arena echoed clearly in everyone's ears. A crimson light enveloped the entire ring, interspersed with a faint purple glow that shimmered with a hint of silvery brilliance, gleaming amidst the red. At that moment, the crimson hue and the glimmering light resembled fireflies against the radiant moon, with the sole distinction being that all eyes were fixated on that delicate illumination. They yearned to witness the divine capabilities of this warrior, exalted by the 7th universe, who aspired to surpass Beerus. Without further ado, let us engage in battle. Jiren's voice carried a note of indignation. He held respect for Jiang Xiaofei, yet it seemed Jiang did not reciprocate that regard. Deep down, Jiren harbored immense pride, a sentiment that had been buried within since Wei Mei's choice to become his disciple, never revealed to anyone, not even to his master, nor during his challenges against Wei Mei. Now, However, that ingrained pride had been fully awakened by Jiang Xiaofei. Jiren understood that he must prove Jiang Xiaofei wrong through his actions. Under Jiren's precise command, a formidable crimson aura gradually coalesced, forming radiant and blazing orbs of light. These spheres, radiating heat and brilliance, resembled miniature suns mercilessly scorching the arena beneath them. With their count reaching as high as 10, each sun encapsulated Jiren's fervent fighting spirit and simmering anger. Beneath the searing intensity of these suns, the temperature within the arena surged at an astonishing pace, with the audience outside the impenetrable protective barrier also feeling the heat's bite. Jiang Xiaofei, his smile now subdued, gazed up at the 10 blazing suns, his eyes reflecting a hint of excitement. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, began to seep through his skin, dampening his attire. Affected by the sun's extreme heat, his face flushed, mirroring the rising battle intent coursing through his veins. In a swift motion, Jiren extended his right hand. Fingers spread wide, then abruptly drew them together. In the next instant, a powerful and dazzling beam of light erupted from the 10 suns, aimed directly at Jiang Xiaofei. He quickly dodged. Although the suns could not slay him, he was wary of being scorched by the light. Yet, the beam seemed to have a tracking mechanism, as it relentlessly pursued him wherever he moved. Futile. You might as well brace yourself for the impact, Jiren declared, observing Jiang Xiaofei, who was clearly under pressure. Is that so? Then I shall heed your advice. Jiang Xiaofei's figure ceased to evade, as the silvery radiance gradually melded with the violet glow, creating a more resplendent hue. In an instant, a protective shield enveloping Jiang Xiaofei's form materialized, and after a series of fluid motions, the light radiated once more. However, it did not pierce Jiang Xiaofei's defense. Instead, it was entirely absorbed by the shield. Jillian furrowed his brow, while Wei Mei in the audience quietly clenched his fists. The energy unleashed by the blazing sun was formidable, and even he, possessing the body of a destroyer, would not dare to confront it head-on. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei effortlessly withstood it. Could this truly be Jiang Xiaofei's genuine strength? It seems that surpassing the destroyer is not mere rhetoric. Wow, he has withstood it. Little Fei Fei is indeed remarkable. Even the Omni King was caught up in exuberance, his excitement palpable. The inhabitants of the 7th universe, who had previously harbored anxious hearts, began to feel a sense of relief and even joy. Within the protective shield, Jiang Xiaofei glanced up at the astonished Jillian. What was supposed to be a display of my own strength had turned into an act of evasion. I am a person of my word. Now, let me show you my true power. With deliberate grace, Jiang Xiaofei slowly raised both arms, adopting the stance of drawing a bow. Countless brilliant lights swiftly took shape, reflecting Jiang Xiaofei's intentions. Today, I shall also play the role of the great archer who shoots the sun.